This man had simply posted an advertisement casually. Within 10 minutes, a dozen top-tier beauties showed up at his door, standing in unison before him, their tone remarkably consistent. The advertisement clearly states, "Please marry us." Before the man could fully react, the second advertisement had already taken effect. The sky suddenly darkened, followed by an explosion of golden light. Tons of gold rained down from the sky, smashing through the road surface. Sirens blared throughout the block, and the entire street was instantly paralyzed. He stood there, feeling a chill in his palms, because the third advertisement was refreshing. The next second, a deafening roar came from the distant sea. A colossal vessel emerged from the waves, its deck gleaming coldly, complete with its serial number, paint scheme, and national flag, as if loaded from the real world. And it all started with just an ordinary migrant worker, Jiang Wei. That day, he had just finished work at the construction site and was dragging his tired body home when he was hit by a rock that fell from the sky. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself bound to a system called Add to Real Life system. As long as he posted an ad, the content would be 100% guaranteed to come true. At that moment, Jiang Wei thought for a moment and opened the temporary storage space. An icon resembling a gift box appeared before his eyes. With a thought, the gift box instantly opened. Infinite realization attempts +1. 10% off realization attempts x1. Upon seeing these two counts, Jiang Wei frowned and began to ponder how to maximize profits. After much thought, he concluded that the simplest and most direct method was to use those ridiculously exaggerated and false advertisements. He searched the surrounding area for such advertisements, looking at lampposts and billboards. However, the park was well managed, and he couldn't find anything he was looking for after searching for a while. Suddenly, he noticed an old public toilet not far away. Jiang Wei went inside and began searching. In one of the stalls, he finally found two newly posted advertisements. Are you still getting yelled at by your wife for not being able to last long enough or for the penis to be thick enough? Try Hanwei Men's Secret Medicine. It increases penis size by 10 centimeters, girth by 2 centimeters, and duration by 4 hours, allowing for 13 times a night. It will give you superhuman stamina, the strength of a Hercules, and golden kidneys, ensuring you never suffer from kidney deficiency. Full refund if ineffective. Contact number 1389. Upon seeing this advertisement, Jiang Wei immediately became interested. The advertisement was surrounded by a red marker. The tagline read, "A man can be incapable of many things, but he cannot be incapable of having kidney problems." Judging by the level of this advertisement, its content was definitely not simple. I almost forgot to sign in. He suddenly remembered something. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 102 points." Jiang Wei wrote down the phone number on the advertisement, took out his phone, and dialed it. "Hello, I'd like to buy Hanwei Men's Secret Medicine," he said directly after the call connected. "Okay, add me on QQ, send your address, and make the payment." "QQ number 12, the other person replied. Jiang Wei added the contact by phone. A message arrived. "Dear customer, Hanwei Men's Secret Medicine, 1 pill, permanent effect, priced at 1,000 yuan. He sent his address and then transferred 1,000 yuan using his Alipay account. The transfer was processed instantly. Ding dong. Consumed one attempt to create a true item. When will it arrive? Jiang Wei asked. The next second, a red exclamation mark appeared on the notification circle. You are not yet friends with this person. Please add them as a friend before sending a message. Jiang Wei didn't care about this. Everyone knows these kinds of small advertisements are fake. He left the toilet and returned to the door of his rented room, where he saw a small box placed in front of the door. It was a local delivery. The label showed his recipient and address. Wow, that was fast. Jiang Wei walked into the house, opened the package, and found a pill inside. He unscrewed the medicine bottle, and a rich medicinal aroma immediately wafted out. Jiang Wei swallowed the pill, fearing some kind of marrow cleansing or marrow repair mutation. To avoid soiling the room, he went straight into the bathroom. Soon, he felt a warm, comforting sensation wash over him, a feeling so pleasant it made him drowsy. Jiang Wei didn't linger in the bathroom. He turned and went back to the living room, lying down on the sofa. He then drifted off to sleep. A loud cell phone alarm woke Jiang Wei from his sleep. He glanced at the time, 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Wei stretched his body and was surprised to find that his muscles had become firmer. His previously barely visible abs had now transformed into well-defined 8-pack abs. He pulled down his pants and looked inside, his expression immediately turning to one of utter astonishment. The length was truly frightening. His future wife was probably in for a treat. That 1,000 yuan was well spent, Jiang Wei remarked, casually picking up a water bottle that felt surprisingly light. Check in. He finished dressing, picked up his helmet, and thought to himself that he could check in afternoon every day. Congratulations, host. You have gained 115 points. Seeing the score, Jiang Wei frowned slightly. Yesterday's check-in earned him 102 points, while this time it was 115. The two numbers were very close. He looked at the system panel. System level 1. Experience 18,000/100 upgrade. Host Jiang Wei. Points 217. Temporary storage space. Sign in. I forgot to upgrade. Will I get more points for signing in after upgrading? Jiang Wei fell into deep thought. For example, a red level reward requires 10 million points. If you sign in 100 times a day, that's only 36,000 points a year. 10 million points would probably take 100 years to accumulate. Level up. Level up successful. Experience minus 100 level up. Level up successful. Experience minus 500 level up. Level up successful. Experience minus 1,000 level up. Level up successful. Experience minus 5,000 level up. Level up successful. Experience minus 10,000. Jiang Wei checked the panel again. The system level had been updated. System level 6. Experience 1,400/50,000. Level up. Host Jiang Wei. Points 217. Temporary storage space. Daily check-in. I must have lost money signing in just now. He shook his head helplessly. Jiang Wei put on his shoes, ready to go to work. Despite having the system, he didn't plan to quit and rest immediately. After all, he couldn't just sit around doing nothing. In a big city like Shanghai, 200,000 yuan in savings wouldn't last long. He opened the door and immediately noticed small advertisements plastered on it. Who's so shameless as to cover up the fingerprint sensor? Jiang Wei shouted. A perfectly good electronic lock, with the fingerprint sensor and keypad completely obscured by advertisements. He was stunned when he carefully read the advertisement. Seeking a child for a large reward. Photos, Lu Tianxian, 25 years old, slim and charming, a staunch non-marriage advocate. To continue her large family business, she has decided to seek a local, healthy, and decent man to fulfill her dream of becoming a mother and enjoy the pleasures of womanhood. If the call is satisfactory, a deposit of 1,000 yuan will be transferred immediately to arrange a meeting. After pregnancy, a reward of 5 million yuan will be offered. Contact number 13,706. Jiang Wei took out his phone, snapped a photo, and posted it in his WeChat moments, captioning it, "This is the most outrageous seeking a child scam I've ever seen." The photo prominently featured Lu Yifei, the popular actress. Even more outrageous, he used Lu Tianxian's real name as the name. As soon as he posted it, his WeChat moments exploded. This is a must. I've seen one before, it's sure. I've seen Jillian, but this is the first time I've seen someone use a big star's real name directly. What an outrageous scam. Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the messages popping up on his phone. He suddenly noticed a white circle around the advertisement. I'm definitely going to make that 5 million. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, he called the foreman. If he really had 5 million, even a fourth-tier city near Shanghai, it would be enough to build a large villa. Mr. Liu, this is Jiang Wei. I'm not planning to work on the construction site anymore. He stated his intentions directly. Is the salary too low? How about I give you an extra 2,000? It's not about the salary. I'm planning to leave Shanghai and retire. Jiang Wei said bluntly. Sai, contact me again when you want to come back. Mr. Liu sighed on the other end of the phone. Jiang Wei had always been a pillar of the construction site, hardworking and with top-notch skills, and Mr. Liu was reluctant to let him go. Okay, Jiang Wei replied. A few minutes later, he received a WeChat transfer for about 5,000 yuan in wages. After receiving the money, Jiang Wei quickly changed out of his work clothes and put on a casual suit. He spent another 50 yuan to get a short haircut at a shop on the ground floor of the residential complex. I look like a business elite now, he muttered to himself, looking in the mirror. Jiang Wei was already quite handsome, and despite working on construction sites for long periods, he wasn't overly tanned. His skin was a healthy wheat color. Especially when wearing a fitted suit, he exuded a more masculine aura. He returned to his front door and dialed the number on the advertisement. "Hello. I saw that ad for a large sum of money to find child. Oh, just add me on QQ. I'll add you. Please accept my request." A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Wei added the other person's WeChat Moments account and discovered that the person's appearance in the Moments was exactly the same as Liu Yifei. Could it really be Liu Yifei? No, the advertisement has come true. Even if it's not real, it's become real. It seems that the medicine is indeed useful. He quickly sorted everything out in his mind. If Liu Tianxian was truly willing to bear his child, then even death would be worthwhile. Jiang Wei obtained the other party's Alipay account number and transferred 1,000 yuan without hesitation. After receiving the payment, the other party immediately sent an address: a villa in the suburbs of Songjiang Prefecture. Jiang Wei glanced at the distance and, unusually, hailed taxi. Normally, he would walk, take the bus, or occasionally the subway to and from get off work. 2 hours later, he arrived at the villa at the address. The villa wasn't large, but the surrounding area was sparsely populated. If expanded, it could become a manor. Jiang Wei knocked on the door, and it opened. Liu Tianxian appeared in the doorway, dressed in casual clothes. The moment Jiang Wei saw her, he was stunned. Exquisite features, fair and delicate skin, an aura like a fairy in a painting, and bright obsidian eyes that shone with intelligence and wit. Hello, I'm Jiang Wei." After a while, he introduced himself, sounding a little nervous. "Come in," Liu Tianxian nodded. She was clearly very satisfied with Jiang Wei's appearance. He was well-built, with strong features, exuding masculinity, exactly her type. There are too many effeminate men in the entertainment industry. They all wear thick layers of foundation. Jiang Wei's appearance just happens to appeal to her aesthetic. She's been relentlessly pressured by her parents to get married lately. The reason for their divorce years ago has left her with a phobia of marriage. She's decided she'll never get married. But her parents insist she have children, worried that she'll be left without anyone to care for her in her old age. She remembers that yesterday, they did indeed arrange for someone to put up advertisements offering a large reward for a child. Liu Tianxian glanced at Jiang Wei and said, "Go take a shower." Jiang Wei nodded and followed Liu Tianxian's finger into the bathroom. After he went in, Liu Tianxian patted her chest vigorously. She also realized that she didn't seem ready. She had made up her mind last night, but now that the crucial moment had arrived, she was still feeling apprehensive. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, his muscular physique and abs on full display, making Liu Tianxian almost drool. She gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, took Jiang Wei's hand, and led him to the bedroom. Soon after, a deep male voice and a high-pitched female voice echoed from the bedroom. The commotion finally subsided more than 4 hours later. Jiang Wei walked out of the bedroom, refreshed, and glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten breakfast and missed lunchtime, so he rubbed his stomach and went straight to the villa's kitchen. The kitchen had 3 large double-door refrigerators filled with all sorts of ingredients. I didn't expect Liu Tianxian to be such a skilled cook. Jiang Wei could tell at a glance from the types of ingredients and how they were prepared that she was quite knowledgeable about cooking. He picked out some ingredients from the refrigerator and quickly started cooking. Before long, a steaming hot braised chicken and a delicious dish of stir-fried mushrooms and bok choy were served. Drawn by the aroma, Liu Tianxian, still in her pajamas, limped down the stairs. "It smells so good. Is it braised chicken?" she asked, unable to resist the aroma. "Come and eat. You haven't had lunch yet, have you?" Jiang Wei, at this moment, acted like a host, smiling and inviting her. "I didn't eat. Who would have thought you lasted so long?" Liu Tianxian pouted helplessly. She had looked up information beforehand, and that the average man's time was usually between 15 and 20 minutes, at most 4 or 5 times. Who knew Jiang Wei would last for more than 4 hours? If she hadn't begged for mercy, it probably wouldn't have ended. "It tastes so good." She took a bite of the chicken, and her eyes lit up immediately. "What do you do for a living? You're not a chef, are you?" As a cooking enthusiast, she could tell at a glance that the skill was extraordinary, just like an old electrician could tell whether there was electricity by touching a wire. "No, I have studied cooking." Jiang Wei shook his head. "But now when they hire chefs, they look at age. It's very difficult for someone my age to become a head chef." He recalled his time in the orphanage, when he often cooked and learned from an old chef who had retired from the Kyoto Grand Hotel. The old man was an expert in all 8 major cuisines of China, It was during that time that Jiang Wei's culinary skills were laid a solid foundation. So what do you do for a living? A fitness instructor, Lu Tianxian asked with a face full of curiosity. No, I work on a construction site. The wages are high there. I can earn 12,000 to 13,000 a month, Jiang Wei replied. No wonder you have such good stamina, Lu Tianxian nodded. By the way, how many people are in your family? She continued. Just me, an orphan, Jiang Wei sighed. I don't have a talent for studying, so I started working at a young age. For people like us, it's difficult to even go to high school without a scholarship. It's all right. I'll introduce you to a chef job another day, Lu Tianxian comforted her. With your skills, you should be able to earn at least 50 or 60,000 yuan a month. Time flies, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wei left Lu Tianxian's home. Lu Tianxian was pregnant and had hired a nanny. To avoid gossip, Jiang Wei left the villa. During these 2 months, he and Lu Tianxian got along very well and became good friends. Lu Tianxian also confessed to him that she harbored resentment towards marriage due to her past experiences, which prevented their relationship from progressing further. However, as time went by, feelings naturally grew. System level 6 experience 1500/50,000 upgrade. Host Jiang Wei points 183,752. Check-in during this period, Jiang Wei did not use the ads become reality system's realization function. The points gained from level 6 check-ins have increased from over 100 initially to over 3,000. He thought a lot. He now had 5 million, and his life was no longer stressful. And now, with the system support, he could use it to serve his country. Jiang Wei traveled by car to the Security Bureau in Shanghai, one of the most highly classified locations in the country. If spies had infiltrated this place, it would pose a significant threat to national security. Hello, I'd like to see the highest level of the Security Bureau. I have something important to report, Jiang Wei said to the guard on duty at the gatehouse. How important? The guard asked directly. It concerns the future development of the country, Jiang Wei replied. Oldly, do a security check, I'll go report, the guard instructed, turning around. Okay. After a series of security checks, Jiang Wei was led by the 2 men to his office on the top floor of the building. A middle-aged man sat in the office, with a square face, sharp eyebrows, and a powerful aura, exuding authority without anger. I am Zhao Yinjiang, the highest-ranking official of the Shanghai Security Bureau. What do you want? Zhao Yinjiang looked at Jiang Wei, his brows slightly furrowed. Jiang Wei looked around and asked, Won't we be monitored or listen to here? The fewer people who know about this, the better, he said, glancing at the 2 guards inside the room. Zhao Lianjiang nodded, waved for them to leave, and took a device about the size of a radio from a cabinet. 2 guards left the office and stood watch at the door. All right, the full band jamming is now activated. No one can eavesdrop, Zhao Lianjiang said calmly. Hello, Director Zhao. My name is Jiang Wei, and I used to be a worker at Shuanglian Construction. On April 20th this year, I was walking in the park when I was hit on the head by an unidentified object. Jiang Wei's expression was serious. What I'm about to say is unbelievable, but please listen carefully. I can vouch for the truth of what I'm saying. Go on, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. I acquired a system called Ads Come True, which allows me to earn points by checking in daily, which can be used to redeem opportunities to make ads come true. This system is divided into 5 levels: white, blue, green, purple, and red. I also received a newbie gift pack, which includes 1 unlimited redemption and 1 10% discount redemption. Jiang Wei slowly said, I saw an advertisement for a red-level male enhancement drug in the park restroom. I used an unlimited redemption card to get it, and the effect was very obvious. Now I have 180,000 points, which can be redeemed for a green-level reward. Zhao Lianjiang frowned and said in a serious tone, Are you sure you're not joking? If you're making this up, you'll be held legally responsible. Fortunately, Jiang Wei had warned him beforehand that the content was unbelievable, otherwise he might have been detained on the spot. I can testify to this, Jiang Wei said earnestly. The discount card made me 5 million, and I lost my purpose in life. I am an orphan raised by the country, so I want to give back to the country. How do you plan to prove it? Zhao Yinjiang asked in a deep voice. I've thought about it for 2 months and finally come up with a way, Jiang Wei replied. The government can design some outrageous advertisements, such as a 10-nanometer lithography machine for 1 yuan. I'll just make the order, and the item will be delivered to the designated address. As long as you give me an address, I can have that lithography machine delivered, Jiang Wei said solemnly. Zhao Lianjiang pondered for a moment, then nodded. If it were true, the country's technology would leap forward. Although he still harbored doubts, he was willing to give it a try. Verification could never be harmful. If it was false, then Jiang Wei would have to be sent to a mental hospital. Zhao Lianjiang created an advertisement on his computer for a 1-nanometer lithography machine at a bargain price, and included a picture of a lithography machine he found online. He then left his contact number at the bottom of the advertisement. He printed out the advertisement and pasted it on the wall. Jiang Wei noticed the blue circles around the edges of the advertisement and said, "Director Zhao, this is blue. I think we can change it and increase the precision." "Okay," Zhao Lianjiang replied, then modified the advertisement again, changing 10 nanometers to 1 nanometer. Jiang Wei looked at the advertisement and noticed that the original blue had turned green. He took out his phone, only to find that there was no signal. "Director Zhao, there's no cell phone signal." Jiang Wei showed him his phone screen. "I forgot," Zhao Lianjiang said casually, turning off the full band jammer at the same time. A few seconds later, the cell phone signal was restored. Jiang Wei then dialed the number. "Hello, I want to buy a lithography machine. How do I pay?" he said, sitting down on the sofa, mainly to avoid interference with the phone receiver. "Add me on QQ Circle. Pay with Zafubo. This is my Zafubo account number." Zhao Lianjiang handed over his phone. Jiang Wei immediately added him as a friend on QQ Circle, sent his shipping address, and paid 1 yuan with Zafubo. Experience plus 7,000. A green number flashed before Jiang Wei's eyes. "All right, Director Zhao, it's done. We can send someone to check that place now," Jiang Wei said directly. "Understood." Zhao Lianjiang nodded, picked up the landline, and dialed a number. The address Jiang Wei had just provided was a highly classified warehouse belonging to the Security Bureau. "Director Zhao, just now." The moment the call connected, the guard's voice came from the other end. "Okay, I understand. Find someone to move the container to the warehouse. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it absolutely confidential." Zhao Lianjiang gave the instructions and then hung up the phone. He stared intently at Jiang Wei, as if trying to see right through him. After a moment, surprise and relief gradually appeared in his eyes. "I believe in your abilities now. I will contact the higher-ups." As he spoke, he took a piece of paper from the drawer and began to write. "Take this and go rest at the guest house next door. I expect some high-ranking officials will be visiting you tomorrow." He handed Jiang Wei the guest house invitation slip. "Understood." Jiang Wei took the slip, left the security bureau, and headed to the guest house next door. After showing the slip, he checked in smoothly. It must be said, this guest house was truly excellent. The room was equipped with a computer and a TV, making it far more comfortable than most hotels these days. Jiang Wei turned on the computer and started playing games. In the past 2 months, he and the homebody Liu Tianxian had learned quite a few gaming skills. Meanwhile, while Jiang Wei was idly playing video games, Zhao Lianjiang was tirelessly reporting the situation and contacting experts. Because the matter was so crucial, he left Shanghai overnight. At the same time, the Chinese Academy of Sciences also dispatched experts in the field of lithography machines. The power of the nation was on full display at this moment. The next morning, Jiang Wei got up early, had breakfast, and was then led to the State Security Bureau's confidential conference room. "Jiang Wei, this is Zhang He, the director of the State Security Bureau. After a day of discussions, the nation has decided to create a national-level project called the Advertising Plan, with you at its core. This plan is being executed jointly by multiple departments. However, no more than 10 people will know your true identity. Your identity file will be split in 2. One is top secret, and the other as a record of an ordinary person. Zhao Lianjiang will continue to serve as your exclusive liaison. By the way, in recognition of your contributions, the state has awarded you 50 million yuan and gifted you Villa number 7 in the Songjiangfu South Suburb Park Villa District." "Thank you, Director Zhang." Jiang Wei quickly expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank us. We should be thanking you. With a 1-nanometer lithography machine, our chip technology will lead the world," Zhang He said excitedly. Last night, a group of experts verified the lithography machine, confirming it to be a unique 1-nanometer level device. Currently, the highest precision lithography machine operates at 193 nanometers, while Jiang Wei's device represents a direct leap forward to the next generation, a 1-nanometer device. As long as we research and successfully replicate it, the development speed of a nation's chip technology will be unprecedented in the next decade or so. We will post advertisements in the commercial district of southern Songjiang Prefecture. This is the delivery address, Zhang He said, handing over a note. This is how your reward will be credited. You cannot have any direct contact with us. Zhang He handed over another piece of paper. Jiang Wei glanced at it. It was a scheme for operating a virtual currency called Mint Coin. By buying this currency and selling it at high price at a specific time, one could obtain high profits, thus effectively shielding Jiang Wei's source of income. Understand, Jiang Wei nodded in response. He was no stranger to the south suburbs commercial district. He had been staying at Lu Tianqian's house for 2 months and was familiar with the area. The south suburbs commercial district was one of the most mixed areas in Songjiang Prefecture, similar in nature to Huiqiangbai, while also functioning as the Yiwu market. Various merchants gathered here, though on a slightly smaller scale than the other 2 places. By the way, we'll be posting a reward notice for your tip-off on the local website later. We won't reveal your name, only your surname. Zhao Yinjiang continued to instruct. If anyone secretly asks you why you came to the security bureau in the future, just say you discovered a spy and came to report it. No problem, Jiang Wei replied. Afterwards, he left the security bureau and took a taxi to his villa in the southern suburbs of Songjiang Prefecture. In Zhonghai, a group of academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were secretly summoned to join the advertising project think tank, responsible for designing advertising plans. At the same time, a large number of scientists, working under assumed names, were sent to a secret base in the Qinling Mountains to study the equipment provided by Jiang Wei. These researchers were unaware of Jiang Wei's identity. Only the think tank knew of someone's existence in the plan, but were completely unaware of their true identity. Upon arriving at his new residence, Jiang Wei discovered that Villa Number 7 was not only larger than Lu Tianqian's Villa Number 8, but the surrounding architecture also resembled a small estate. The villa is built right by the river. Such a location would be hard to come by without tens of millions. Guess where I live now? Jiang Wei sent a message to Lu Tianxian. Where did you buy a house? Lu Tianxian replied directly. Next door to you, Villa Number 7. Want to come fishing? Jiang Wei extended an invitation. Mom's coming in a couple of days. Lu Tianxian texted quietly, glancing at her mother who was standing not far away. Jiang Wei had only been gone a short while when Lu's mother suddenly appeared. Upon learning of her daughter's pregnancy, she nearly exploded. Her beautiful daughter had been taken advantage of. What made it even harder for her to accept was that she and her ex-husband were both responsible. The couple's divorce left their daughter with psychological trauma, and the constant pressure to remarry ultimately led to this situation. These past 2 days, Ms. Liu has decided to leave temporarily. As Lu Yifei's agent, she knew that if this private villa were exposed, her daughter's image would be ruined, and the breach of contract penalty would be astronomical. Lu Yifei herself, however, was unwilling to abort the child. Right now, the only option is to endure it and let her daughter secretly give birth. Thinking of this, Lu's mother felt a lump in her throat and her eyes reddened. It all seemed to stem from her own excessive pressure to get her daughter married. A week had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Tianxian was so bored at home that she often went to the riverbank to fish with Jiang Wei. The two of them gradually developed feelings for each other and would often be affectionate with each other when they had nothing to do. That day, Jiang Wei called Zhao Yinjiang to tell him that he had finally accumulated 100,000 points and could finally try his luck with the Green Advertising Initiative. Early the next morning, Zhao Yinjiang called again, inviting him to go shopping and agreeing to meet at the number 14 bus stop. Jiang Wei boarded a bus and arrived at the south suburbs commercial district. He first picked out a lot of fresh vegetables and meat at the market, returning home with his purchases. Then, he went back to the number 14 bus stop to wait for the bus, but accidentally saw 2 billboards. The first advertisement read, Factory directs sales of Jean, 20 fighter jets, Mach 3 crews, strong stealth capabilities, only 300 yuan per unit, technical data included. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out his phone to take a picture, thinking to himself that this advertisement was too outrageous. He then turned to look at another advertisement next to him, which read Ming-35 unmanned space fighter, capable of flying at Mach 38 and engaging targets in space, subspace, and within the atmosphere. This fighter jet is even more outrageous. 8 air-to-air missiles, stealth capabilities, and super high G-force resistance, all for only 320 yuan. Plus, they even give away technical data. Jiang Wei took another picture, thinking that this was either a scam or some kind of alien technology, and then posted the photo on his WeChat moments. He captioned the post, "The advertisements I saw at the South Suburb Trade Center of Songjiang Prefecture are all outrageous." After posting, he made a phone call, which was actually to Zhao Yinjiang, their internal communication method. At this moment, an old man next to him couldn't stand it anymore and advised him, "Young man, this kind of advertisement is 100% a scam." Jiang Wei smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I just want to see what he's actually selling." As soon as the call connected, Jiang Wei said, "Hello, I'd like to buy a Mingdi 35 space fighter." He then hung up and transferred 320 yuan through Zafubo, also sending his shipping address. An old man next to him asked curiously, "You really bought it? What is it?" Jiang Wei chuckled and said, "A model airplane, the kind with remote control for collecting and playing with." The old man laughed as well. "If this advertisement isn't clear, people would think you're trying to sell weapons." Jiang Wei continued to explain, "This is just an advertising tactic. There's definitely no way we'd sell real fighter jets. Our country has such strict gun control." As they were talking, a notification suddenly popped up in Jiang Wei's system. Experience plus 10,000, which gave him a jolt. Unexpectedly, the next second, the old man also dialed the number on the advertisement, saying he wanted to buy a Zhan 20 fighter jet. They even left their detailed home address, saying cash on delivery was fine. Jiang Wei was completely bewildered, his mind racing. Wasn't this a phone number only he could call? In fact, the think tank had already considered this when planning the advertisement. They specifically found a model factory and mass-produced a batch of simulation models based on the design drawings. Moreover, only Jiang Wei's phone number will be recognized by the system and directly linked to Zhao Yinjiang. Other people's calls will be automatically transferred to the model factory for processing. Once Zhao Yinjiang hangs up, he immediately arranges for the goods to be received. Meanwhile, 2 containers quietly appeared in a secret warehouse and were subsequently transported towards the Qinling Mountains. Jiang Wei stared at his experience panel in deep thought. Previously, using the 1-nanometer lithography machine gave him 7,000 experience points, but this time, the whistleblowing 35 directly gave him 10,000. Clearly, the experience points gained from different colored advertisements varied considerably. Jiang Wei had a rough idea of what those were. White advertisements were around 100, blue ones were probably starting at 500, green ones at 5,000, and purple ones at least 15,000. He speculated that the 1-nanometer lithography machine should have just reached the green threshold level. The Mingdi 35 should be considered mid-range green, while the previous purple one was given a price of 18,000. Based on this data, Jiang Wei sent his experiential deductions to Zhao Yinjiang and suggested that the higher-ups study the patterns. Not long after, Zhao Yinjiang sent another message, announcing another task to purchase mint coins. Jiang Wei put away his phone, picked up his large bag of vegetables, boarded the bus, and began his journey home. When he arrived at his doorstep, he saw Lu Tianxian fishing under a parasol by the river and greeted her with a smile. Lu Tianxian glanced at the dishes he had brought and asked curiously, "What are you having for lunch?" Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said, Bo chicken. Do you want some?" Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up. "Can you make it into skewers? I'm craving it." Jiang Wei smiled and nodded. "Of course. Skewered hot pot and boiled chicken are actually not that different. One is eaten cold and the other hot, and the taste is similar." After chatting with Lu Tianxian for a bit, Jiang Wei went back inside to prepare lunch. He chopped up the beef bones and put them in a pressure cooker to stew, preparing to make a rich broth that would need to simmer for 2 hours to become fragrant. Most people use pork or lamb bones, but Jiang Wei prefers the flavor of beef bones, especially with beef tallow. That's what makes it authentic. At noon, he brought the prepared skewers to the riverside pavilion and called out to Lu Tianxian, "Come and eat." Lu Tianxian got tired of fishing, so she packed up her fishing rod and walked toward the pavilion, ready to have a good meal. While eating skewers, Lu Tianxian smiled contentedly and said that she had been craving spicy food lately, wondering if she was pregnant with a girl. Jiang Wei looked at her helplessly and said that she had only missed her period for about 10 days. So what was she thinking? She was probably just craving something sweet. While they were eating, Lu Tianxian suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Jiang Wei how he suddenly had the money to buy this villa. She had also taken a liking to this one before, and she heard that it originally belonged to a company owner but was later seized by the court due to bankruptcy. Jiang Wei put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and then smiled, saying that the story of buying this house was quite convoluted. He said that the day he returned to Shanghai, he happened to encounter a few people acting suspiciously on the street. Feeling suspicious, he secretly followed them for a while, and then suspected that they might be spies, so he went to the security bureau to report the case. He even took out his phone to show Liu Tianxian the news report praising him, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Liu Tianxian asked, puzzled, "What does this have to do with buying a villa?" Jiang Wei said that he was at the State Security Bureau at the time when he ran into a high-ranking official from the Procuratorate. The man happened to be complaining about the lack of participants at each auction. The two chatted casually for a few minutes, and they hit it off immediately. He bought the house for 20 million yuan. Liu Tianxian was stunned. "Then where did you get 20 million?" Jiang Wei was quite generous, saying that he earned it by speculating on virtual currency. But this thing is extremely risky, and he was only trying it out on a small scale. He explained that last month he invested 10,000 yuan in a cryptocurrency called Mint Coin, which suddenly skyrocketed in value, earning him nearly 70 million yuan. Liu Tianxian's eyes lit up. "How do I buy it?" Jiang Wei quickly advised her not to touch such high-risk cryptocurrencies. If she really wanted to try it, he suggested she buy some Bitcoin. He said that although Bitcoin's price increases slowly, it is stable, and he had just bought 50,000 units yesterday. Influenced by Jiang Wei, Liu Tianxian was also tempted. Instead of choosing the mint coins that Jiang Wei had previously bought, she followed his example and purchased 50,000 Bitcoins, spending a total of 500,000 yuan. Bitcoins have recently risen to 10 yuan each, and Liu Tianxian also felt that this investment was quite reliable. Jiang Wei recalled a friend who grew up in an orphanage 2 years ago. 1 yuan could buy 2 Bitcoins. If he had accumulated more back then, he would be making a fortune now. As the two were chatting, Liu Tianxian suddenly remembered and asked, "Have you bought a car? It's inconvenient to buy groceries here without one." Jiang Wei said he hadn't yet, and was planning to buy a Sihuan 8 for commuting in the near future. Liu Tianxian said earnestly, "Hurry up and buy it. I'm counting on you to help me buy groceries. It would be great if someone could deliver groceries." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei had a sudden inspiration and immediately came up with an idea. This vegetable delivery business can actually be turned into a project. He suggested building a platform to connect local vegetable farmers, allowing them to sell their vegetables directly online. Farmers could earn money, customers could save money, and the platform could collect handling fees and shipping fees. Liu Tianxian thought it sounded pretty good and suggested adding restaurants as well, allowing customers to order online and have their food delivered directly to their homes. Jiang Wei slapped his thigh and said it was a great idea, but the problem was that none of them would manage the company. Liu Tianxian suggested hiring a professional manager. "We would only be responsible for investment and providing ideas, and the rest would be handled by professionals." Jiang Wei nodded and said he could invest 40 million. He added that there would be another wave of mint coin sales tomorrow, which was expected to bring in another 50 million. Liu Tianxian was also willing to participate, saying she would contribute 10 million, with her own 20% stake, Jiang Wei 70%, the professional manager 5%, and the remaining 5% distributed among the company's senior executives. Jiang Wei thought the allocation was reasonable and readily agreed. Unexpectedly, Liu Tianxian was incredibly efficient. Jiang Wei had barely finished writing the plan when she found a professional manager through a headhunter. This man, named Huang Pengtao, was in his 40s, dressed in a sharp suit. He introduced himself as a graduate of Tsinghua University with an MBA and previously the general manager of Huanghe World Trade Company. Jiang Wei handed him the business plan and asked him to take a look and see if it was feasible. Huang Pengtao flipped through it, frowning and nodding at the same time. He thought to himself that the business plan was poorly written, but the idea was amazing and the market potential was huge. He earnestly asked the two of them how much money they planned to invest. Jiang Wei immediately replied, 50 million, I'll contribute 40 million, and she'll contribute 10 million. The shareholding arrangement was also clearly stated. Huang Pengtao would receive 5%, and the remaining 5% would be reserved for future senior executives as profit-sharing rights, which are non-transferable and would be reclaimed upon their departure. Huang Pengtao felt that although 50 million was not a lot, it wouldn't be a big problem to start in Shanghai. He suggested that if the business took off later, they could raise funds in 3 rounds, releasing 30% of the shares to expand into the national market. Jiang Wei didn't quite understand, so Liu Tianxian explained that they could raise up to 39% of the funds while maintaining controlling ownership. Huang Pingtao nodded and said that was fine. He had already called a lawyer, and they would sign a contract soon. Then he asked if they had decided on a name for the company. Neither of them could think of one right away. Liu Tianxian pondered for a while and suggested, "Have you eaten yet?" She explained that the name was down to earth and a common greeting, so users would immediately know what they did. Jiang Wei immediately thought it was a good idea, and Huang Pingtao nodded in approval. A short while later, the lawyer arrived, and both parties formally signed the employment contract. Huang Pingtao then immediately began preparing for company registration and other preparatory work. With the matter temporarily settled, Jiang Wei and Liu Tianxian had some free time again. During this time, Liu Tianxian's favorite activity was fishing by the river. Sometimes she had a great catch, and sometimes she returned empty-handed. While Jiang Wei and Liu Tianxian were enjoying a peaceful life, scientific research was in full swing across the country. At an aircraft manufacturing plant in Chengdu, engineers worked through the night, meticulously refining complex design blueprints. The Mingdi 35 fighter jet is a highly technically challenging aircraft. Even with the blueprints and material formulas in place, the real challenge lies in achieving the required machining precision. Currently, even the most advanced machine tools in China can only achieve a precision of 0.005 millimeters. Meanwhile, top-tier equipment abroad has already compressed precision to an astonishing 0.0001 millimeters. The manufacturing precision required for the Mingdi 35 is an even more staggering figure of 0.00001 millimeters. Even with another 30 years of development, China may not be able to meet this requirement using existing technology. However, this challenge has also spurred a major leap forward in domestic machine tool technology. It's important to understand that the overall technology of the Mingdi 35 fighter jet is 50 years ahead of the rest of the world. Meanwhile, at the National Chip Research Center, a 1-nanometer lithography machine, dubbed a killer weapon, is being comprehensively dissected and studied by the team. Researchers are disassembling, analyzing, and mapping the lithography machine, gradually uncovering its technological secrets. Successfully replicating it would mean my country has the capability to break the global chip market's monopoly and could even trigger a major reshuffling of the global chip industry. On the other side, Jiang Wei took a taxi to the Sihuan auto dealership in Songjiang Prefecture. The dealership was small, with only about 20 cars parked inside, making it seem rather deserted. Jiang Wei was dressed casually in a beach short-sleeved shirt and shorts, paired with old-fashioned leather sandals. This outfit made him look nothing like a customer looking to buy a luxury car. The sales staff were all busy serving customers, and no one specifically came up to him. Jiang Wei walked over to the A8 and looked down at the car's features and interior. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Wei? He looked up and saw a thin young man wearing a business suit and a name tag on his chest. Who are you? Jiang Wei frowned. He didn't recognize the person in front of him at all, but the voice sounded familiar. The man smiled. I am Hung Xuan. Don't you remember me? Jiang Wei felt the name sounded familiar, but couldn't quite place the face. Han Xian said helplessly, third fatty. Upon hearing this nickname, Jiang Wei immediately pictured a chubby boy. His memory immediately clicked. The third fat guy back then weighed at least 260 or 270 pounds, but now he's slimmed down to a model's figure. Jiang Wei grinned. Third brother. Every fat guy is indeed a potential star. He's actually quite handsome now that he's lost weight. He was somewhat surprised. Weren't you taken back by your biological parents? I remember your family was quite wealthy. San Pengzi, also known as Han Xian, was Jiang Wei's brother from the orphanage. He had been abducted and sold into slavery, but was later found by his biological parents, and the two hadn't seen each other since. Han Xian shook his head with a wry smile. It's a long story. Then, he changed the subject and asked, You're here to buy a car? Which one have you got your eye on? Jiang Wei pointed to the A8, this one. Han Xian was slightly surprised. This is the top-of-the-line version, the new A8, 1.4 million. How about we choose a lower-spec version and modify it a bit? It'll be about the same. Jiang Wei waved his hand. No need, this color. Let's go sign the contract. He wasn't too particular about cars, This A8 was dignified and sophisticated, and it reflected his status on certain occasions, so he quite liked it. Seeing this, Han Xian could only smile and say, "Looks like you're doing pretty well." The two chatted as they walked towards the front desk. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman in a business suit approached, smiling and greeting them. "Xiao Han, you close a deal?" Han Xian quickly introduced, "Sister Ling, this is my childhood friend Jiang Wei. He's here to buy a car today." "Hello," Jiang Wei politely waved. Then, Han Xian led Jiang Wei to sign the car purchase contract. Sister Ling also came over and gave Jiang Wei a discount of over 20,000 yuan, bringing the final price to 1.38 million yuan. "By the way, can you handle the registration for this car?" Jiang Wei asked. Han Xian nodded. "Yes, I'll handle it for you. This car has a 3.0T engine. The purchase tax is about 210,000 yuan, and with other fees, it will be around 220,000 yuan. Jiang Wei readily agreed and signed the agency agreement. Because Han Xian still had work to do, Jiang Wei didn't bother him any longer and left the car dealership after signing. Back home, Lu Tianxian was curled up on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, seemingly engrossed. Jiang Wei walked over and sat down, casually asking, "What are you looking at?" "A Chinese ghost story is out. I'm checking out what netizens are saying," Lu Tianxian said, handing him the screen. Jiang Wei glanced at the score and frowned, noting it was only 5.8. "That's too low," Lu Tianxian sighed. "Now I don't even know what roles to take." At the height of her popularity, she starred in dramas like Chinese Paladin, The Story of Roses, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Demigods and Semi-Devils, all of which received high ratings. However, in recent years, her works have been declining in quality, and she seems to have hit a plateau. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. "How about trying to film Zhu Xian?" Lu Tianxian hesitated slightly. "Zhu Xian? Never heard of it. It's a web novel, very popular. I used to read it when I had free time while working on construction sites," Jiang Wei explained. He remembered that when Zhu Xian was serialized, there were no mainstream novel platforms yet. It was published by Huanjian. Lu Tianxian nodded. "Then let me take a look." Seeing that she had started to look through her phone seriously, Jiang Wei didn't disturb her any longer and casually picked up his fishing box, preparing to go fishing by the lake. He felt he was having too much free time lately, with no investment pressure and no worries about making a living. He spent his days either wandering around or fishing, feeling like he was being completely spoiled. Jiang Wei wanted to spend some quality time with Lu Tianxian, but she's pregnant and needs more rest. Staring out the window, Jiang Wei suddenly realized before, when he was so busy he was practically collapsing, rest was a joy. But now that he's completely free, life has lost its appeal. The phone rang suddenly. Jiang Wei glanced at the screen. It was an old acquaintance, Zhao Lianjiang, calling. He answered immediately and asked, "What's up, Lao Zhao?" Zhao Lianjiang didn't mince words on the other end, saying directly, "I sent you a bunch of advertising pictures. Help me identify which ones are purple level. Also, make a trip to the commercial district platform while you're at it." It turns out that ever since Jiang Wei proposed the idea of a grading system, the think tank has been very interested in it. This time, they specifically designed a series of advertisements to evaluate the judgment ability of Jiang Wei's system through practical testing. In particular, the technical sophistication of the advertisements aims to clarify the boundaries between the green and purple levels and prepare for accumulating more experience in the future. Jiang Wei boarded a bus and traveled a long way to the commercial district. He first went to the market to buy some seafood, then carried his spoils to the bus stop, intending to complete his mission there. The bus stop wall was covered with 3 rows of all sorts of advertisements, displaying a dazzling array of military equipment, motherships, and warships. He looked at them one by one. The first one was the Mingdi 45 fighter jet, which had a flight speed of Mach 55, stealth capabilities, and was quite cheap at 370 yuan. It also came with technical information. This is marked in green. Next is the Mingdi 50 fighter jet, with slightly higher performance, Mach 69, and similar other specifications, also marked in green. The next image shows the Mingdi 75 fighter jet, which supposedly can fly to Mars and has a top speed of 20,000 kilometers per second in space, and is listed in purple. Next came a row of advertisements for industrial machine tools, fully equipped with everything from lathes to grinding machines. Among them, those with a precision of within 0.0001 millimeters were still in white grade. However, One unit with an accuracy of 0.000001 millimeters was classified as purple. This indicates that only products that far exceed current industrial limits will enter the purple category. Jiang Wei continued watching the advertisements, noticing that the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was still only white. But when it came to the amphibious nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, with a displacement of 130,000 tons, it was already classified as blue. And the Interstellar System Navigation Warship, a futuristic concept, was unsurprisingly marked in purple. Jiang Wei took out his phone and quickly snapped a picture of the advertisement. Then he sat down on a bench at the station and began to analyze it. He discovered that this grading mechanism did indeed follow a pattern. Existing technological products, even the most advanced ones, would only be categorized as white. Technologies that are about 10 years ahead of their time, such as some space technologies, are marked in blue. Green typically represents achievements that are 40 or 50 years ahead of their time. Technologies that are far from being realized and will likely not appear for at least 70 or 80 years are listed in purple. For example, machine tools, even the most advanced industrial mother machines in the world today, only achieve a precision of 0.0001 millimeters. This limit, which the Earth has already achieved but is difficult to surpass, is still only classified as white. However, once the precision is broken through to an unbelievable level, it will be judged as purple by the system. Jiang Wei watched for a while, then the bus arrived, and he took the seafood home. Once home, he immediately used a secure phone to relay all the advertisements he had seen to Zhao Yinjian. He also reported his analysis of the advertisement ranking system. The next day, Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian were fishing by the lake. The lake was calm, and the sunlight shone on the water, creating a particularly pleasant scene. At that moment, a brand-new Audi A8 slowly drove into the lakeside parking lot. After the car stopped, a young man got out. It was Han Xian, Jiang Wei's old friend. Jiang Wei looked at the license plate and joked, "You're really quick. You've already got the license plate on." Han Xian smiled wryly and said, "I was busy all day yesterday and only finished this morning." He then walked over to the two of them and sat down on the grass to bask in the sun. Lu Tianxian glanced at him curiously and whispered to Jiang Wei, "Is this your friend?" Jiang Wei nodded. "My childhood friend, Han Xian." Upon hearing the introduction, Han Xian's gaze shifted, suddenly turning to Lu Tianxian with a look of surprise. "You are Lu Tianxian?" Lu Tianxian nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'm Jiang Wei's neighbor." Han Xian looked surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be neighbors with a big star." Jiang Wei joked, "Didn't you return to a wealthy family? How come you're a car salesman now?" Han Xian waved his hand and said helplessly, "A wealthy family is a wealthy family, but unfortunately, it's a trap." He sighed, "My family adopted a son, and that guy's a green tea BTCH. He's always scheming to frame me. My parents actually believed him. Later, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I simply cut ties with them." Jiang Wei didn't press further, as it was Han Xian's private matter. But Han Xian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Jiang Wei, could you lend me some money?" Jiang Wei was taken aback, then asked, "What for?" Han Xian became serious. "Do you still remember my childhood dream?" Jiang Wei smiled. "Of course I remember. Back then, you were always saying you wanted to be a director and that you'd sexually harass female stars." Han Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. "You still remember joking around when we were kids?" He paused for a moment and continued. "I've saved over 60,000 yuan by selling cars in the past 2 months, but I'm still short over 40,000 yuan. I wrote a script and plan to film it as my graduation project. The budget is insufficient, and I don't want to make a mediocre film. I want to make a good one." Jiang Wei asked, "It's not that weird plot you mentioned back then, is it? The kind where the god of war returns to save his wife?" Han Xian smiled awkwardly. "You still remember that kind of joke?" Lu Tianxian, who had been silently fishing, almost burst out laughing when she heard the god of war rushes to a brothel to boost his wife's sales. She suppressed a laugh and asked Han Xian, "Are you the director of the short film Sunflowers in Bloom?" Han Xian was taken aback and nodded. "Yes, have you seen it?" Lu Tianxian nodded. "I really like that one. I didn't expect you to be that genius director Han Xian." Jiang Wei became interested. "Is he famous?" Lu Tianxian shrugged. "He's quite famous at school, but not really well known in the industry." Jiang Wei understood. "No wonder I've never heard of him." He patted Han Xian on the shoulder with a smile. "Send me your Zafubo account number. I'll transfer the money to you later." Han Xian left shortly after. Jiang Wei then transferred the money, a total of 40,000 yuan. For him, this amount of money was nothing. He casually asked Liu Tianxian beside him, "Do you know someone named Han Xian?" Liu Tianxian nodded and said she had heard of the name. It turns out that Han Xian was the first-place winner of last year's microfilm competition. His film, Sunflowers in Bloom, won an award, and she had paid special attention to it at the time. However, it seems that someone has been suppressing him ever since. Based on the conversation between Jiang Wei and Han Xian, she guessed that the Han family in Shanghai was behind it all. For anyone else, winning an award and securing investment would be a piece of cake. Media companies would usually support a small budget of tens of thousands of yuan without hesitation. But Han Xian was failing, hitting walls everywhere. This clearly indicated that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Jiang Wei nodded after listening and asked, "How much do you know about the Han family?" Liu Tianxian thought for a moment and said that the Han family wasn't actually a large family. Hongguang Equipment, Hongguang Media, and Hongguang Publishing House combined had assets of about 10 billion yuan. They seem to have a lot of assets, but they're not exactly a giant in the entertainment industry, she continued to explain. Hongguang Media isn't very well known and doesn't have many big IP projects, so its influence is limited. As they chatted, Jiang Wei suddenly stared at Liu Tianxian and remarked that she had lost some weight recently. Liu Tianxian ignored him and instead brought up the novel Jiang Wei had recommended to her. "I've already finished reading that novel. The copyright isn't expensive. I can buy it. But the special effects are a problem." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei immediately declared that he could handle it. He happened to have resources and connections with people who understood special effects. Jiang Wei also had a little plan in mind. Since he hadn't decided what his system would do yet, why not try the special effects industry? By the way, Celestial Fairy, how much does 1 minute of special effects cost these days? Liu Tianxian thought for a moment and replied that the price range was quite large. The cheaper ones cost at least 30,000 yuan per minute, while the more expensive ones, like those from Marvel, could reach 5 or 6 million yuan. Jiang Wei's eyes widened in shock. The sheer amount of money involved was outrageous. Just thinking about the grand scale of films like Zhu Xian, it would take hundreds of millions to make one. No wonder so few people in China dare to make special effects blockbusters. Liu Tianxian gave an example. A movie spent 90 million on special effects alone, but it still suffered a huge box office loss. Jiang Wei was intrigued and felt that this industry was worth trying. With the support of the system, building a world-class special effects company would definitely be a promising venture. Liu Tianxian didn't object. On the contrary, she thought it was a good direction. Actually, special effect companies don't burn through too much money. The main investments are in computer equipment and talent. Around 10 million yuan is enough to get started. Jiang Wei immediately decided to act, packed his fishing gear, and went straight home. On his way home, Jiang Wei made a phone call. "Hello, Director Zhao. What's up, Xiao Jiang? Why are you contacting me all of a sudden?" Zhao Yinjiang's voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Wei didn't beat around the bush and said directly that he was planning to start a special effects company and didn't want to be idle. Zhao Yinjiang readily agreed, saying he could help with some promotional advertising. After all, the system originally belonged to Jiang Wei, so it was reasonable for him to use it to develop his own projects. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the car, he saw Liu Tianxian carrying a net bag containing 7 or 8 fish, getting into the electric sightseeing vehicle. "Are you going out?" she asked curiously. Jiang Wei replied as he got into the car. "Yes, I'm the kind of person who likes to get things done quickly. I'm going to find someone to set up the company now." The car drove out of the residential area and headed straight for Shanghai University. Shanghai University is located in the northern part of the city center in the Baoshan district. Upon arrival, Jiang Wei drove around for a long time before finally finding a parking space. Then he made a phone call and arranged to meet someone. A moment later, a smartly dressed, capable-looking woman walked towards him. She wore a simple suit, her hair neatly styled, and exuded confidence. "Sister Momo, are you going for a powerful businesswoman look now?" Jiang Wei joked. "Is this your new car?" The other person glanced at the car, a look of surprise on their face. "Yes, just picked it up." Jiang Wei patted the hood with a smug look. Before they'd exchanged more than a few words, the other person's tone suddenly changed. Jiang, please take me in. I'm good at being cute and affectionate. I can whine and whimper." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was speechless, Sister Shu Shu, aren't you tired of playing? It turned out that this wasn't Yin Mo, but her twin sister, Yin Shu. The two looked exactly alike, but their styles were completely different. Yin Mo is mature and capable, while Yin Shu takes a youthful and beautiful approach. What makes them even harder to tell apart is that their voices are almost identical. My sister has something to do. Let's eat hot pot first. She'll be here soon, Yin Shu said. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement, and the two chatted as they walked. I heard you struck it rich. Tell me a way to make it too. Yin Shu said with a grin, grabbing his arm. My path isn't suitable for you. Jiang Wei shook his head. Have you found an internship yet? He asked. Yin Shu complained that she hadn't found anyone yet. Being too beautiful is also a burden. Are you trying to keep me as a mistress? Jiang Wei laughed and said, with your acting skills, you should really go into acting. Yin Shu proudly said that she was already auditing acting classes. Jiang Wei then brought up the serious matter. I'm here to talk to your sister about a collaboration. We're planning to start a special effect company. Wow, you're going to be a boss, then I'll be your secretary. She immediately became interested, looking both joking and seriously expectant. Jiang Wei smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll support you for 10,000 a month, are you in? Before he could finish speaking, a man's voice, trembling with tears, came from behind him. Yunimo, for a mere 10,000 you. The two turned around and saw a young man wearing a plaid shirt with a worrying receding hairline. He was fairly good-looking, but his hair really affected his appearance. Jiang Wei immediately realized that this guy was probably pursuing Yunimo. If you give me 11,000, I'll quit dating him immediately, Yin Shu continued to tease. I'll give it to you. The young man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Just then, another voice came from behind. What are you giving me? The young man turned around and saw that it was Yin Mo himself. He was completely dumbfounded, and when he looked at Yin Shu, he realized that he had been tricked. Yin Mo asked with a playful look, Li Wei, what were you so excited about just now? Yin Shu interrupted with a laugh. Sis, he was just... Please don't say it. I'll treat you to Haida Leo this weekend. Li Wei quickly begged for mercy. He admitted defeat after being tricked by the two sisters. Yin Shu smiled and agreed to let him off this time. Jiang Wei couldn't help but ask, is he your sister's suitor? Yin Shu nodded. Yes, he's in the same class. He's been pursuing her for a long time, but she hasn't agreed yet. Jiang Wei brought two old friends to a familiar hot pot restaurant and chose a quiet private room as soon as they entered. They ordered several of their favorite dishes, and before they even started eating, he got straight to the point and began to explain his plan. I want to start a special effects company and work on special effects projects from now on, Jiang Wei said firmly, his eyes serious. Yin Mo frowned upon hearing this and couldn't help but remind him, this industry isn't easy. The equipment and technical requirements are quite high. As someone with a background in special effects, Yin Mo was well aware of the competition and costs within the industry. But Jiang Wei remained calm, saying casually, my friend can handle the equipment and technology. What we lack now are people and a company. How much money are you planning to invest? Yin Mo asked tentatively. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Aside from the cost of equipment, I plan to set aside 10 million as startup capital. Then he looked at Yin Mo and said, I want to open a company in Songjiang Prefecture. Do you know if any of my classmates are willing to work with me? He sincerely said, if you become the director, I will give you 10% of shares, and I will also set aside another 10% as management bonuses. At this moment, Yin Shu spoke up, I want shares too. She shook Jiang Wei's arm, looking innocent and coquettish. Jiang Wei chuckled and teased. You've already been treated like my mistress, and you still want shares? I'm ignoring you if you don't give me shares. Yin Shu pretended to be angry, pouting and refusing to speak. Jiang Wei chuckled and shook his head. Yin Shu was a natural-born actress. She didn't need any rehearsal for her performances. All right, you'll be the vice president, and I'll give you 10% of the bonuses, he said, picking up food with his chopsticks, trying to appease her. The meal had barely started for a few minutes when Jiang Wei suddenly brought up another name. I saw Fatty San, he said calmly, but it caught the attention of Yin Mo and Yin Shu. How is he now? Yin Mo recalled that old time. The five of them came from an orphanage and formed a small group there, relying on each other for support. Lu Dazhuang was the eldest, Yin Mo was second, Yin Shu was third, Han Xian was fourth, and Jiang Wei was the youngest. Although they were not related by blood, They were as close as real brothers and sisters. Upon hearing Han Xian's name, Jiang Wei slowly explained his current situation, causing both of them to become serious. By the way, any news about Brother Dazhuang? Jiang Wei asked casually. Yunimo shook his head. Haven't heard anything, but he should be doing well. Lu Dazhuang was abducted child and was only found by his parents 16 years later. The two middle-aged people who had endured hardships back then were now all white-haired and looked as if they had aged 20 years when they were found. Yin Shu suddenly asked, "You didn't start this company just to help Han Xian, did you?" Jiang Wei denied it. No. What he needs isn't charity, but an opportunity. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, so Yin Mo interrupted. Let's stop talking and eat. The three of them ate hot pot in silence, and an hour later, when they were all so full they could barely move, they slowly got up and left. Walking down the street, Yin Mo reminded him, "You start making preparations first. I'll bring my classmates over to take a look next Monday." Okay. Jiang Wei nodded, and after seeing them back to school, he turned and headed towards the parking lot. Seeing his beat-up car in the distance, surrounded by 7 or 8 young men in white t-shirts, each holding a baseball bat, Jiang Wei remained silent. He pretended to tie his shoelaces while secretly taking out his phone and calling the police. As he approached, his phone's video recording function was already on, the camera pointed at the ground, held in his hand. Reaching the car, the men stopped, and the leader of the group provocatively shouted, "You're Jiang Wei? The one who lent Han Xian money?" Jiang Wei calmly replied, "Yeah. Is it illegal to lend money?" The man snorted unhappily. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you want to be taught a lesson?" He took a bottle of strong liquor from the motorcycle's trunk and poured it directly onto the vehicle. He then pulled out a lighter, lit the banknotes, and casually tossed them onto the car. Flames immediately erupted. Flames streamed in through the broken window, billowing black smoke, and the interior of the car burst into flames. Jiang Wei stood silently watching, his video recording never ceasing. A few seconds later, police sirens sounded in the distance. Seeing the police car approaching, the youths exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly surprised that someone had actually called the police. The leader, however, seemed unconcerned, even shrugging as if he were fearless. The fire grew larger, and Jiang Wei retreated more than 10 steps to avoid being caught in the blast. "Now you know fear," the man warned him menacingly. "If you dare to help Han Xian again, you'd better watch your step." Jiang Wei didn't retort, looking at him calmly as if watching a low-level farce. As soon as the police car came to a stop, several officers rushed over to put out the fire. "Who called the police?" "What happened?" one of the officers shouted. "I called the police." Jiang Wei raised his hand. "They smashed my car and set it on fire." At this moment, the young man who was leading the group came out, looking nonchalant. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Han Su." The police officer's expression immediately changed upon seeing him, and he smiled obsequiously. "Oh, it's young Master Han. What's going on?" Han Su casually said, "I just smashed his car and burned it. I can afford to pay for it." After saying that, he got on his motorcycle and was about to leave. The police didn't stop him at all and just let him go. Jiang Wei stood there, looking at everything before him. "Are you just going to let him go like this?" The policeman said impatiently, "He'll pay compensation. Don't make a fuss." Jiang Wei didn't argue further, turned around, and left silently. He turned off the recording, sent the video to Zhao Lianjiang, and then made a phone call. "Director Zhao, my car was burned in the parking lot of Shanghai University." "What?" Zhao Lianjiang was stunned. "What happened?" "I sent you the video. You'll see when you watch it." "Okay, I'll handle this." Zhao Lianjiang's tone instantly became serious. Jiang Wei's identity is special. Although he appears low-key, he has people secretly protecting him. Unless his life is in danger, those people won't easily take action. Zhao Lianjiang opened his phone, watched the video, and felt increasingly aggrieved. These people were utterly lawless, completely disregarding the law. Jiang Wei had just arrived home when the phone rang. It was Han Xian calling. On the other end of the line, Han Xian sounded apologetic, saying he hadn't expected the loan to cause him trouble. Jiang Wei didn't seem to care much and said calmly, "It's all right. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit, and you can send me a car over while you're at it. Also, get the license plate replaced." This situation can't be entirely blamed on Han Xian. For years, Han Xian has been suppressed by his own family, unable to find stable employment and forced to make a living through odd jobs. Changing jobs means living in constant fear, terrified of which boss Han Su will punish. He lives cautiously, always on guard. Meanwhile, after leaving the parking lot, Han-soo went to a private club with a few friends. He was surrounded by women, one on each side, looking quite smug. A young man with dyed blonde hair leaned close to his ear and asked somewhat uneasily, "Brother Soo, you smashed Jiang Wei's car today, are you all right?" Han-soo smiled dismissively. "What happened? What's so special about his beat-up Audi A8? I might be a little more wary if it were Rolls-Royce. This kind of nouveau riche with no background. We could just smash it up." Hearing him say that, the others around him immediately started to flatter him. Brother Soo is really amazing. He's thought of everything so thoroughly. Brother Soo is absolutely brilliant. Everyone praised Han-soo, making him feel quite smug. He picked up his glass, took a sip, and said with a hint of disdain, "I even checked it out. This Jiang Wei is just a nouveau riche with a little money. He has absolutely no connections. What's so scary about someone like that, with no power or influence?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. Han-soo frowned, and seeing it was his father calling, his expression immediately turned serious. "Turn off the music and be quiet," he shouted, and the entire private room fell silent instantly. He pressed the answer button, his tone calm. "Hello, Dad?" But a furious voice came from the other end of the line. "Did you offend someone today?" Han-soo was stunned for a moment. No. His mind raced, and the only person he could think of was Jiang Wei. But he immediately dismissed the idea. This guy was poor and had no connections. How could he possibly cause any trouble? On the other end of the phone, Han's father continued to roar. "Today our house was raided by the fire department, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Bureau, and the Quality Inspection Bureau. I asked your uncle, Liu, and he said you caused trouble today? What exactly did you do?" Han-soo quickly protested. "I really didn't offend anyone. Could be Han Xian's doing." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Very few people knew of Han Xian's existence. Almost only his family knew his identity. Before Han's father could respond, the door to the private room at the club was suddenly kicked open, and more than a dozen police officers rushed in. "Everyone, don't move. Arrest them all." Han-soo's face turned deathly pale instantly. His father, on the other end of the phone, erupted in fury upon hearing the commotion. Before the call even ended, Han's father was already convinced that Han-soo was lying. His once obedient and well-behaved son had dared to deceive him. This filled him with utter disappointment. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was fishing by a lake in the suburbs, with Liu Tianxian beside him, holding a fishing rod. The two chatted, the atmosphere relaxed and leisurely. "Would you like me to introduce you to my best friend?" Liu Tianxian suddenly asked him. Jiang Wei smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't want to ruin that young girl's life." Liu Tianxian didn't take it seriously and continued to tease. "Aren't you jealous? What if you really get together with her?" "I have no plans to get married." She shrugged, looking indifferent. Jiang Wei, holding his teacup, smiled and shook his head. "I'm not the kind of person who flirts with everyone." As they were talking, Liu Tianxian suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Bitcoin surged yesterday, it doubled." Jiang Wei nodded. "Keep it. It'll probably keep going up." Just then, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind. "Xian, when did you learn to fish?" Liu Tianxian's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Chang, come sit down." She took a folding chair out of her fishing tackle box and placed it next to her. Jiang Wei curiously sized up the girl named Chang. She was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but her eyes and face shape were very pretty. "This is Jiang Wei, my neighbor. Isn't he handsome?" Liu Tianxian introduced with a smile. "He's quite handsome." Chang nodded politely in response. Jiang Wei also greeted him. "Hello. Want to try fishing?" Liu Tianxian asked Chang. "Okay, but I've never fished before." Chang took the fishing rod and clumsily cast the line, imitating Liu Tianxian. Suddenly, the sound of a car came from not far away, and Jiang Wei recognized Han Xian at a glance. "Jiang Wei, I brought the car for you." Han Xian got out of the car and handed him the keys. Jiang Wei took the keys and casually asked, "How's your graduation project going?" "We're still looking for actors, so progress isn't fast." Han Xian waved his hand, then hurriedly left, saying he had to go to school that afternoon. After Han Xian left, Liu Tianxian brought the topic back. "How's your special effects company doing?" Jiang Wei replied, "Huang Pengtao is already contacting people to handle the formalities and find a venue." He then added with a smile, "Once the company is established, you have many acquaintances in the industry, so please introduce me to some clients. I guarantee the quality of the special effects." No problem, Lu Tianxian readily agreed. Just then, a scream broke the silence. Chong Chong suddenly gripped the fishing rod tightly, clearly indicating that the fish she had hooked was quite large. Jiang Wei, hurry and help, Lu Tianxian shouted. Jiang Wei went over and took the fishing rod, immediately feeling an amazing pull. While controlling the fishing line, he said in surprise, "You're incredibly lucky. This fish probably weighs 20 pounds. Lu Tianxian laughed from the side. It's a newbie perk. Jiang Wei continued to tease. Then your newbie perk is much smaller, only 2 pounds. After patiently playing the fish for 20 minutes, it finally ran out of energy, and Chong Chong used a landing net to scoop it up. This giant carp was a full 90 centimeters long. Jiang Wei took the pliers Lu Tianxian handed him and carefully removed the fishhook. Such a big fish. Let's take a picture together, Jiang Wei said, handing the pliers to Chong Chong. Xian, take a picture of me and send it to me later. Chong Chong smiled happily. She took off her hat and mask, revealing a pure and pretty face. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Yifei's glamorous beauty, she was still a rare beauty. Jiang Wei glanced at it, somewhat surprised. It really is quite beautiful. He put the fish into the fish basket, and the entire lake returned to calm. The water shimmered in the sunlight, as if everything that had just happened was as natural as the movement of the wind and water. In the afternoon, Jiang Wei sat alone at home, idly flipping through TV programs. Usually at this time, he would be with Lu Tianxian, eating, chatting, or playing games at her house after fishing. But today was different. Lu Tianxian's best friend was visiting, so she naturally didn't have time to come see him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting his boring afternoon. Jiang Wei frowned slightly. He usually had a very small social circle. Apart from Lu Tianxian, only Han Xian had ever visited this villa. He walked to the door and saw on the access control monitor that there were 3 women and 1 man standing outside. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old and looked somewhat reserved. Jiang Wei opened the door and asked with a hint of wariness, "Who are you looking for?" The man immediately bowed and introduced himself. "Mr. Jiang, I am Han Su's father, Han Chongzhen. I have come to apologize to you today." It turns out that after Han Su was arrested, Han Chong used his connections to get into the police station, where Han Su was thoroughly interrogated, and that's how he learned Jiang Wei's name. He investigated the address overnight and went to the address in person today. Upon hearing Han Su's name, Jiang Wei's expression turned cold. Before Jiang Wei could speak, the young girl beside him impatiently interjected, "So what if my brother smashed your car? You can't just pay him back with 2 more, can you?" Jiang Wei's eyes darkened, and his tone was calm but full of pressure. "Mr. Han, is this the attitude of your family?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chong slapped the girl across the face. "Dad, you hit me?" The girl covered her face, incredulous. "Shut up." Han Chongxin's face was filled with anger, his tone icy. Seeing her father's anger, the girl lowered her head and said nothing more. Han Chong quickly apologized to Jiang Wei, saying he had failed in his duty to discipline his children. Jiang Wei coldly looked at them and asked directly, "What exactly do you want from me?" Han reiterated in a lowered tone and humbled his attitude. "I earnestly request Mr. Jiang to spare the Han family and also give my son Han Su a way out." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei sneered, took out his phone, and showed them the video he had taken yesterday. In the video, Han Su acted arrogantly, behaving like a petty thug leader, his arrogance palpable. The 3 women's expressions changed upon seeing the video. The 2 daughters, in particular, had always thought their brother was sensible and well-behaved, never expecting him to be such a different person behind their backs. Jiang Wei put away his phone, looked at Han Xian, and said calmly, "Considering you are Han Xian's family, if you are willing to sever ties with Han Su and compensate me for the car expenses, I can have people stop taking action against your company." Hearing this, Han Chongxin was stunned. He had thought he would have to spend hundreds of millions to avoid disaster, but he hadn't expected Jiang Wei to actually show leniency. Just then, the middle-aged woman beside him suddenly became agitated. "Impossible. We will never abandon Su." Jiang Wei's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Chongzhen. Han Chongzhen's face darkened, and he said to his wife in a low voice, "Go wait in the car." The woman looked unwilling, and after taking a few steps, she kept turning back before finally getting into the car. After his wife left, Han bowed to Jiang Wei again and apologized, saying, "I apologize to you for her words and actions." Jiang Wei said calmly, The car was bought for $1.4 million, and with the purchase tax and other fees, it cost a total of $1.62 million. Han Chongxin didn't hesitate and immediately wrote a check for $2 million and handed it over. Jiang Wei took the check and said, "I'll have someone stop." After saying that, he closed the door without looking back. Outside the door, Han Chongxin finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the car with his two daughters. Inside the car, Han Chongxin's eldest daughter, Han Li, asked him, "Dad, are we just going to abandon our little brother like this?" Han Chongxin gave a bitter smile. "It's not that we don't care, it's that we can't save him. Jiang Wei just clearly told me that it's either save the Han family or save Han Su." Hearing this, his second daughter, Han Xiu, frowned. "Dad, isn't he just an orphan? You used to say he had no background and no money. What's there to be afraid of?" Han Chong sighed. "You don't understand. After Han Su's incident, several of our factories were investigated one after another, and we were constantly fined and ordered to rectify our operations. I've heard that the person who did this is a very important figure in Kyoto. So, we can only endure it for now." After saying that, he added in a serious tone, "When we get back, we need to remove Han Su from the household registration. The Han family can no longer bear this stain. For businessmen, reputation is more important than money, especially when it comes to issues involving the company's credibility." Han Li hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Dad, what do you think Jiang Wei's background is?" Han Li replied, "I guess there are two possibilities. One is that his parents once worked in a state secret agency. The other is that he has connections. I'm more inclined to believe the first one." If Jiang Wei heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. He didn't have any special background. His parents disappeared when he was young, and he only had a vague memory of a woman in a white dress playing the piano. But these outsiders didn't know this, and it was precisely this mystery that made them hesitant to act rashly. Han Li thought for a moment and then asked, "How about we bring Han Xin back? After all, if they sever ties with Han Su, the Han family would have no heir." In fact, although Han Su was nominally an adopted son, he was actually Han Chongxin's illegitimate son, which was not uncommon in wealthy families. Han Su remained silent for a moment, then said, "No rush. I need to investigate further." He suddenly realized that perhaps he had misjudged Han Su before. He had initially thought Han Xian was weak-willed and incapable of achieving anything, but now, looking back, he realized that Han Su was the real troublemaker. Jiang Wei had already returned inside and was watching television idly. Actually, he had considered letting the Han family go. Zhao Yinjiang had called that morning to say that the Han family's business itself didn't have any major problems. Furthermore, it wasn't certain whether it was the Han family or Han Su who was targeting Han Xian. That's why he backed down, choosing to stop for Han Xian's sake. From now on, he believed the Han family would never dare to do anything to Han Xian again. Chapter 13, Special Effects Equipment, Party. Factory direct sale, complete special effects equipment at a rock-bottom price. Leading the world for 39 years, top-tier special effects equipment, software, and materials, all at a drastically reduced price. Not $380 million, not $38 million, not $3.8 million, just $388. Bring home the complete set of special effects equipment. Blue. Another outrageous advertisement. Last time they put up an ad for selling fighter jets, and I even bought one. I also bought one back. I have to say that whistle-sounding fighter jet model is really exquisite. Where's that ad? I want one too. This is the phone number. Contact me yourself. Guess what we're selling this time? Oh, and it's the same mold factory's contact number again. Honestly, this mold factory's advertisement is more exaggerated than Jean Cola, a popular Chinese herbal medicine. Yeah, they were clearly selling models, but they said they were selling fighter jets. If they were to sell an aircraft carrier that day, I would buy one. Guess what we're selling this time? Just make a phone call and you'll find out. Then a group of people started making phone calls next to the advertisement. Haha, what we're selling are 3D printers, which are used to print models and figurines using plastic. You create a model on your computer, and then you can print it out on the printer. This thing is great. I want to buy one. It's not expensive anyway. I want one too. It'll save me money to buy a toy for my son. A group of people were chatting, while Jiang Wei dialed a number in the back, and then made a phone call. Hello, I want to order the complete set of special effects equipment. I'll pay with Zfubo. Yes. Jiang Wei hung up the phone, and then transferred 388 yuan to Zhao Jiang. Experience plus 4,900. Hey bro, you bought one too? A fat man asked Jiang Wei. Yes, I'm a fan of Slam Dunk. With this, I can get some friends to do some modeling, and then I can get a complete set of character models. Jiang Wei nodded. That's a good idea. I run a virtual shopping business. How about you ask your friend to put the model on this website and sell it? The fat man handed over a business card. Jiang Wei looked at the somewhat simple-minded fat man and never expected him to be a small business owner. Okay, no problem, but what price do you think would be appropriate? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. 10 yuan is appropriate. This price is neither too high nor too low, the fat man said earnestly. I understand. I'll get in touch with them in a bit. Jiang Wei put away the business card and boarded the bus. Back home, Zhao Lianjiang called. Director Zhao, has the goods arrived? They're blue. To be honest, I think the blue ones will earn more experience points, Jiang Wei said directly. Does the blue one earn more experience? How much experience did you gain? Zhao Lianjiang asked eagerly. 4,900 experience points. The green range should be between 5,000 and 15,000. If you use blue, you can level up quickly in a short time. There will be a blue ad every 3 to 4 days instead of an ad every month. Also, Director Zhao, have you noticed that green manufacturing is particularly difficult? This seems to be the reason why basic industries are not doing well, Jiang Wei said seriously. Indeed, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. This discovery also made Zhao Lianjiang realize the problem. Upgrading requires a lot of experience, but you can't keep up with the number of attempts. If Jiang Wei's system upgrades to level 10, following this pattern, he'll likely have tens of thousands of experience points. At that point, he'll be able to use not only purple, but also red systems. I understand. I will discuss it with the higher-ups. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. By the way, Director Zhao, your model factory must be making a lot of money, right? Jiang Wei asked curiously. We started making money after you came along. That place is where disabled veterans, police officers, and firefighters are put to work. It's a business that's operating at a loss. But we've made quite a bit of money lately, selling 50 or 60,000 fighter jet models alone, Director Zhao said with a smile. Previously, the Songjiang Veteran Mold Factory relied on government funding to survive, but it hasn't needed any government funding for the past few months. Moreover, the benefits have been improved significantly. We've been making a profit recently. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei called Yinmo again. Modeling is an essential skill for creating special effects. Sister Momo, are you in class? Computer class. I'll introduce a part-time job to your department. Jiang Wei recounted what happened that day. Okay, keep it up. Jiang Wei smiled and hung up the phone. If this deal goes through, there's still the advertising today and people's willingness to buy. You can definitely make a lot of money making model creations. Just as Jiang Wei was watching TV to pass the time, there was a knock on the door. Sister Shu, Fatty-san, why are you two here together? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw that the people who came were Yun Shu and Han Xian. I came to have a drink with you, he said, gesturing to the bag in his hand. Jiang Wei glanced at it. It contained 2 cases of beer. Little brother, I'll be your sugar daddy from now on. Please let me live in a big villa. Yin Shu instantly transformed into a vixen and snuggled up to him. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes speechlessly. Come in, I'll order some takeout. Jiang Wei took out his phone and started operating it. Little brother, what is food delivery? Yin Shu asked curiously. It's food delivery, where someone delivers food from a restaurant to your home, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. These days, the Eat It delivery service has been launched. It has to be said that Huang Pengtao's efficiency is top-notch. A large number of networks were deployed in a short period of time, and food delivery has become widespread in Songjiang Prefecture. There's such software? Please recommend it to me. Yin Shu immediately became interested. Jiang Wei handed the phone to Yin Shu. Yin Shu picked up her phone and started tapping on it. Before long, a table full of snacks to go with the drinks was ordered. Jiang Wei, have you resolved Han Su's matter? Han Xian asked curiously. I received a call from my older sister today, hoping I would come back. Her attitude was much better than before. After much thought, I realized that Jiang Wei might have been involved since he was now a very wealthy man. Upon arriving at the villa area, they ran into Yin Shu, who then noticed that Sanpongzi had actually lost weight and didn't even recognize him. After discussing it, the two went to the commercial street outside the villa area and bought 2 cases of beer. Yes, it's been sent in. It probably won't be out for a while. Jiang Wei smiled. How long will the sentence be? Han Xian asked curiously. It should be 7 to 10 years, Jiang Wei said directly. Jiang Wei couldn't determine exactly how much time had passed. According to Zhao Yinjiang, it should be between 7 and 10 years. The two main charges are bribing the police and damaging other people's property. What are you talking about? Yin Shu asked the two of them. The day before yesterday. Han Xian explained what had happened. He deserves to go to jail, Yin Shu said indignantly after hearing the whole story. Fatty, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just call the police. It's better for everyone, Jiang Wei instructed Han Xian. Okay. Han Xian shook his head. Chapter 14 Yin Shu's Alcohol Tolerance. The takeout is here. Jiang Wei heard the doorbell ring and hurriedly opened the door. Darling, have you missed me? Upon opening the door, she found it was Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian immediately came up and hugged Jiang Wei's neck. Jiang Wei gestured with his lips, indicating to Lu Tianxian to look inside. Seeing that there were two other people sitting inside, I immediately felt embarrassed and let go of their hands. The two people inside stared at each other with their mouths agape, completely astonished. We can't tell anyone about what's going on between us. Jiang Wei pulled Lu Tianxian to sit down on the sofa. Understood. I promise I won't tell, Han Xian assured him directly. Oh dear, so you have a boss's wife now. No wonder you're keeping her as your mistress, Yin Shu suddenly said with a hint of resentment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei rolled his eyes. Xian, this is Yin Shu. She graduated from the Shanghai Drama Academy and loves acting. Jiang Wei suddenly introduced jokingly. Oh, Yin Shu, hello. Lu Tianxian was stunned for a moment after hearing Jiang Wei's introduction. He then realized something and greeted Yin Shu. By the way, Sister Shu, why didn't Sister Momo come today? Jiang Wei asked curiously. She's defending her thesis. I defended mine yesterday. Yin Shu opened a can. Little Jiang, tell me honestly, did you try to take advantage of the fairy sister after you became rich? Yin Shu asked seriously. Is it possible that she's richer than me? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yin Shu was speechless for a moment. It seems like it might be true. Lu Yifei is a national goddess, and she's been in the industry for 6 or 7 years. It seems to be true that he is richer than Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, what exactly is your relationship with Shu? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. From the conversation just now, Lu Tianxian felt that Yin Shu and Jiang Wei seemed to have a very close relationship, but it didn't seem like they were boyfriend and girlfriend. She's my third older sister, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm clearly the second sister, Yin Shu said unhappily. Okay, we're from the same orphanage. You know, orphanages are different from the outside world. There are 5 of us. We've made a complete set of brothers and sisters, Jiang Wei said simply. She and Sister Yuma are twins. Because they look exactly alike, it's hard to tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. So they often compete to be the older sister, but Yunma is the recognized older sister, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's clearly because Yun Mo is too scheming. She deliberately dressed maturely, which caused this. Yin Shu looked unhappy. Hee. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxian burst into laughter. Ding dong. Jiang Wei heard the doorbell ring and glanced through the peephole. It was a deliver man in a yellow uniform. Sir, here's your takeout. Remember to give us a 5-star review. The deliver man handed over the package. Okay. Jiang Wei took the package. All right, the snacks are here. Let's start drinking. Jiang Wei came in carrying a bag. Let's drink, Yin Shu exclaimed excitedly. Here you go, sister-in-law. Yin Shu opened a beer and placed it in front of Lu Tianxian. She doesn't drink. Jiang Wei took a beer and placed it in front of him. Then I went to the refrigerator and found a box of juice. Where did you buy this? It tastes really good. Lu Tianxian took a bite of the cold dish, and her eyes lit up instantly. It's called Huilan Delicatessen. It's on Tianfu Road. Jiang Wei took out his phone and looked at the shop's address. I think we could rate the shops with stars. The higher the star rating, the more people approve of them, Lu Tianxian suddenly said. I think it's feasible, Jiang Wei nodded. Then she took out her phone and called Huang Pingtao, telling him about Lu Tianxian's idea. This takeout? Have you eaten yet? You don't own this takeout company, do you? Yin Shu asked curiously. I opened it with Tianxian, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Come on, let's drink. 2 hours later, Han Xian fell asleep on the sofa, while Yin Shu slumped on the coffee table. I'll take him to the guest room. Jiang Wei pulled Han Xian up and walked towards the guest room on the first floor. After settling Han Xian in, Jiang Wei sat down in the living room. Sister Shu, stop pretending, get up. Jiang Wei nudged Yin Shu and sat down on the cushion next to the coffee table. Shu is clearly drunk, Lu Tianxian said, puzzled. Then Yin Shu sat up, picked up her chopsticks, and ate a couple of bites of cold dish. Yin Shu is a man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How could you get drunk so easily? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Oh, you noticed that? Yin Shu exclaimed calmly. When you're surprised, at least show some expression. Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Sai, do you think I should become a star? Or be your mistress? Yin Shu asked with a smile, leaning back on the sofa. Become a star? A talent scout has taken a liking to you, Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Well, a talent scout from an entertainment company called Home to Media said, I have a connection with them, and they want me to sign with them, Yin Shu said directly. Don't sign it. Home to Media has considerable capital, but its achievements in the entertainment industry are minimal. Moreover, the company has a terrible reputation. There are frequent reports of pimping and unspoken rules within the company. Lu Tianxian hurriedly tried to stop her. Sai, it seems I can only be your mistress. Please raise the fee for keeping me. Yin Shu pouted. Jiang Wei looked helpless. He was really stuck with the term, keeping a mistress today. Here, this is the company address. We're hiring tomorrow, and you'll be in charge. Jiang Wei gave Yin Shu the new company's address. Such an important matter as recruitment. You're letting one of my mistresses handle it? Yin Shu asked charmingly. You're the general manager's secretary and also the company's executive vice president. Is there a problem? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Okay, no problem. Yin Shu nodded speechlessly. Are there such part-time jobs? My main job pays less than my part-time job. All right, here's some money for you. Go shopping today and dress more maturely for work on Monday. Jiang Wei took a wad of cash from the TV cabinet and handed it to Yin Shu. They know. Yin Shu took the money and started counting it. Jiang Wei shook his head. Little Jiang, my sister, and I are going to visit the orphanage on Saturday. Do you want to come along? Yin Shu asked Jiang Wei. Sure, I haven't been back for a while either. Jiang Wei nodded. Bye-bye. I'm leaving now, don't miss me. Yin Shu smiled charmingly, picked up her bag, and left Jiang Wei's villa. Yin Shu really isn't drunk? Lu Tianxian only just realized that Yin Shu didn't seem drunk at all. Yin Shu isn't sensitive to alcohol, let alone a little beer. It would take 3 bottles of baijiu to get her drunk, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Last year, when Jiang Wei celebrated his birthday, he invited a few of his co-workers to join him. Yin Shu ended up coming and drinking with everyone. Jiang Wei was completely drunk, and all the workers around him were passed out, but Yin Shu was fine. Chapter 15, Returning to the Orphanage. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Jiang Wei got up early. Today is Saturday. I made an appointment with Yin Shu yesterday to go back to the orphanage. You're up so early, Lu Tianxian asked sleepily when she saw Jiang Wei sitting up beside her. Yeah, I'm going back to the orphanage today. Now that I have money, I'm planning to go to the small commodities market to shop for clothes, school bags, toys, and the like, Jiang Wei said directly. I also want to go. I've been staying home for so long. Lu Tianxian sat up as well. Okay, let's go hire a car first, Jiang Wei agreed. Staying home every day isn't a good thing either, and there's no media presence in places like orphanages. After the two finished washing up, Han Xian got up, still sleepy-eyed. Are you planning to go for a morning run? Han Xian asked curiously, looking at Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian's attire. No, I'm going back to the orphanage today to go shopping at the small commodities market, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I don't have anything else to do. I'll go back with you, Han Xian quickly said. Then hurry up. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the small commodities market in Jiang Wei's car and quickly found 2 box trucks. Then we went on a shopping spree at the small commodities market, buying everything from clothes to school bags and then toys. They bought more than a dozen television sets. There are also more than 50 computers. Heavenly Fairy, what did you buy? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian. The books are all extracurricular books, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Oh, right, there are also a lot of comics as well as paintbrushes, paints, paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, and other such things for drawing, Lu Tianxian added. That's good. Jiang Wei nodded. In the end, the group purchased 2 truckloads of supplies. Jiang Wei drove the 2 men, along with a truck, all the way to the warm welfare home. Looking at the somewhat old building, the surrounding walls bear the marks of time. Is this the orphanage where you grew up? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Yes, this orphanage is quite old, It was built in the 1980s, Jiang Wei said as he stopped the car. Uncle Lu, please open the door. Jiang Wei knocked on the door of the guardhouse. Little monkey's back. Look at you, you've struck it rich. A spirited, booming voice rang out. I've made a little money and haven't been back for over 3 months. You're still so healthy, Jiang Wei said with a smile to the old man. Grandpa Lu has sharp eyes, and when he looks at people, he gives off a chilling feeling. Years ago, Grandpa Lu went to the battlefield and made many meritorious contributions in the counterattack against the monkeys, but he was eventually discharged because of killing prisoners of war. You're quite the talker, lad. Old Lu chuckled as he took out the keys and handed them to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei unlocked the large lock on the gate, pushed it open, and let the 3 carriages in. Little John's back. You've struck it rich, a middle-aged man in a volunteer uniform asked with a smile. Thank goodness. Uncle Lee, where's Grandma Dean? Jiang Wei glanced around and asked with a smile. They went to make purchases, bringing 2 trucks. Are they here to donate? Uncle Lee asked directly. Yes, call someone over to unload the truck, Jiang Wei said directly. This truckload was donated by me, and that truckload was donated by my friend, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Old Jiang, Xiaomei, go and call the older kids over so we can unload the goods, Old Li shouted to the 2 volunteers not far away. New. Before long, Old Jiang arrived with more than 100 children. Brother Jiang Wei, you're back. A tall little girl ran over happily when she saw Jiang Wei. Yuan, you've grown taller again, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right, bring a few strong men and get the pork off the pig, Jiang Wei called out with a smile. Instantly, a dozen or so boys, each about 1.8 meters tall and with a strong build, appeared. Xiao Jiang, why did you buy 3 big pigs? Old Li asked upon seeing the pork. To ensure they can eat pork, you know how frugal Grandma Yang is. If she buys too little, the pork stew might turn into stir-fried pork, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Ha ha, the children around laughed. Actually, Grandma Yang wasn't being stingy. She just wanted the meat to last longer. Am I stingy? A voice suddenly reached Jiang Wei's ears. Grandma, I was wrong, she said, covering her ears and squatting down. Jiang Wei immediately backed down. As the former leader of the children at the warm welfare home, Jiang Wei was naturally the one who got disciplined the most. Grandma Yang has a special skill, twisting ears, which is extremely painful. All right, I won't punish you today, Grandma Yang said kindly. All right, everyone, let's move our things. Girls, go to that truck and move our things, Jiang Wei said to the group. A group of people began unloading the truck. What is your relationship with this Miss Liu? Grandma Yang asked Jiang Wei as she led him to a less crowded area. Friends. Jiang Wei didn't dare to reveal their relationship. Your girlfriend is pregnant. You should get married soon. Grandma Yang patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. How did you know? Jiang Wei was completely stunned. Although this Miss Liu is wearing a mask, you can tell from her face, and she looks very familiar, Grandma Yang said, looking at Lu Tianxian. Grandma, when did you become a charlatan? You can even read faces now, Jiang Wei asked curiously. You're the charlatan. With that, she instantly grabbed Jiang Wei's ear. Grandma, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jiang Wei endured the pain and quickly admitted his mistake. Seeing that Jiang Wei admitted his mistake, Grandma Yang took the opportunity to let go of him. Jiang Wei went over and pulled Lu Tianxian over. Heavenly Fairy, this is Grandma Yang, Jiang Wei introduced to Lu Tianxian. Grandma Yang found out you were pregnant, Jiang Wei said softly. How did you know? Lu Tianxian looked at Grandma Yang in surprise, as she herself was not showing any signs of pregnancy. I never expected my pregnancy to be discovered so quickly. It's all right, I won't tell anyone. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Grandma Yang said kindly. Put your hand here, let me take a look, Grandma Yang said to Lu Tianxian. Okay, sure. Lu Tianxian reached out her hand. Your body is very healthy, and the child is fine too. Oh, by the way, you can't eat cold things anymore, as it will affect the child's development, Grandma Yang instructed. Let me see your tongue. Lu Tianxian glanced around, then turned her back to the crowd and took off her mask. No wonder you look familiar, Xiao Wei. You've really made something of yourself. You've managed to snag a big star. Grandma Yang glanced at Jiang Wei. His gaze fell on Lu Tianxian's tongue. There's nothing wrong, you're fine. If it's inconvenient for you to go to the hospital for a checkup, just come to our orphanage's clinic and I'll examine you, Grandma Yang said earnestly. Yes, thank you, Grandma Yang, Lu Tianxian said hurriedly. Good boy. Xiao Vi. Da Zhuang. Sieg. Grandma yang suddenly Siged. What happened to Brother Da Zhuang? Jiang Wei asked, stunned, upon hearing Da Zhuang's name. I felt there was something wrong with Grandma Yang's tone. Da Zhuang was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, and it's already in its late stages. I estimate he'll be gone in a few months. Sigh. All I can do now is stabilize his condition. Grandma Yang shook her head. Where is Da Zhuang? Jiang Wei asked directly. They were broke at the clinic, and when they heard I was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, they came to me for help. Grandma Yang sighed. Grandma Yang also felt sorry for Da Zhuang's fate. I was abducted by human traffickers when I was a child. I was found and returned to my family 7 years later, but I ended up with cancer. Moreover, Da Zhuang is very young, only 25. I'll go check on Da Zhuang, Jiang Wei said, heading towards the infirmary. Chapter 16 Reunion with Lu Da Zhuang, Cancer Treatment Drugs. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Jiang Wei found a Zhuang in the back ward. Da Zhuang's mother looked even older. Her hair was completely white, and she sat next to Da Zhuang, lost in thought. Da Zhuang. Jiang Wei felt a pang of sadness when he saw the emaciated man on the sickbed. Xiao Wei. Da Zhuang looked at Jiang Wei with difficulty, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Annie, what kind of cancer does Da Zhuang have? Jiang Wei asked Da Zhuang's mother. Bone cancer, oh dear. Da Zhuang's mother sighed. Bone cancer? It's all right, Andy. I have a classmate who works at a medical research institute. Last time we drank together, I heard that they've developed a drug that can treat bone cancer, and there's a high probability that it can cure bone cancer, Jiang Wei said directly. Really? Da Zhuang's mother's eyes lit up instantly, filled with hope that Jiang Wei was telling the truth. Really? I'll contact my classmate later and see if we can get Da Zhuang to participate in the drug trial. Although there are risks, it's better than waiting to die without any hope, Jiang Wei said confidently. You must help Da Zhuang, he's still so young. Da Zhuang's mother pleaded, her voice filled with emotion. No problem. Oh, by the way, Auntie, I'll transfer some money to you, Jiang Wei said directly when he saw Da Zhuang's mother, who was wearing patched clothes. Da Zhuang's mother hesitated for a moment before taking out her bank card. Jiang Wei took the bank card and transferred 100,000 yuan into it using Zifubo. Brother Da Zhuang, hang in there, I'll definitely get you the medicine, Jiang Wei said, holding Da Zhuang's withered hand. Thanks. We're brothers, no need for thanks. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei chatted with Da Zhuang's mother for a while. Now Da Zhuang's family is ruined. Da Zhuang's anti-cancer medicine costs 50,000 yuan per bottle. In 2 years, the family sold their house and land and went out to work day and night. I couldn't hold on any longer, so I finally turned to Grandma Yang for help. Fairy, do you want to go back together? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian, who was teaching children to draw. How about you come pick me up this afternoon? Lu Tianxian clearly didn't want to go back. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. As soon as Jiang Wei got into the car, he dialed Zhao Yinjiang's number. Director Zhao, are you busy? Jiang Wei asked over the phone. I'm not in a hurry. I'm having tea at the tea house. Would you like to come over and have some tea together? Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Okay, here's the address. Old Wharf, Riverside Tea House, Room 8. Zhao Yinjiang stated the address directly. Bang bang. Little Wei, are you leaving? Jiang Wei's car window was knocked on. It turned out to be Yin Shu and Yin Mo. Sister Shushu, Sister Momo, I just saw Da Zhuang in the infirmary. He has bone cancer. A classmate of mine said their research institute has a special drug for treating bone cancer. I'll go contact them now. I'm off. Jiang Wei said goodbye and hurriedly drove away. Upon hearing the message from Jiang Wei, Yin Shu and Yin Mo were stunned. After thinking for a moment, they also headed towards the infirmary. Jiang Wei drove for more than half an hour and arrived at the Riverside Tea House at the Old Wharf. Director Zhao were their guests just now. Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw Zhao Lianjiang tidying up the tea table. 2 friends from the research institute came out for tea, and one of them complained to me about not having enough research funding, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile, as he prepared a teacup for Jiang Wei. We don't have enough funding. Jiang Wei shook his head. By the way, why did you contact me today? Zhao Yinjiang poured Jiang Wei a cup of tea and asked with a smile. Director Zhao, I've thought a way to make money that might generate a lot of research funding for the country, Jiang Wei said after a moment's thought. What method? Zhao Yinjiang asked, intrigued. Anti-cancer drugs? I've heard they're extremely expensive. If it's a miracle cure for cancer, Wouldn't we be able to make a lot of money? Jiang Wei said earnestly. Our country also has a large number of cancer patients, so it's not appropriate to sell it at a high price. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei began to ponder. I do have an idea. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and came up with a solution. What method? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. Medical insurance. This drug can be directly included in our medical insurance. At that time, the retail price will be 100,000 yuan, and after medical insurance reimbursement, it will be 100 yuan. It can be sold abroad at the retail price. If 10 million cancer patients take the drug, that will be 1 trillion yuan, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I heard that medical insurance isn't even widely available yet. Could we make it universally available, and could we promote the price of 100 yuan in the media, showing that medical insurance reimburses 99 of the cost, to impress foreigners, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Xiao Jiang, it's a pity you're not in politics, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. I instantly felt that Jiang Wei's plan was feasible. Jiang Wei's approach had one advantage. It could win over the hearts of the people and inspire patriotism among the entire population. Most importantly, it might not have cost that much money. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianjiang took out a piece of paper and started writing on it. Technology for sale. Formulas and technical data for a highly effective cancer treatment, capable of treating bone cancer, leukemia, stomach cancer, brain cancer, and many other cancers. Sold at a rock-bottom price. You won't regret it for just 100 yuan. Add one more thing. 2 bottles of treatment medicine will be included as a bonus, Jiang Wei said to Zhao Lianjiang. Okay, sure. Zhao Lianjiang added another sentence, and then wrote his contact number on it. Technology for sale. Formula and technical data for a highly effective cancer treatment. 100% effective in treating bone cancer, leukemia, stomach cancer, brain cancer, and many other cancers. Sold at a rock-bottom price. Only 100 yuan. You won't regret it. 2 bottles of the treatment medication are included. Contact number 13, green. The green ones, separate them and make them into a single cancer drug, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Green is tolerable, but separating them would be a waste, and there are more than 200 types of cancer, Zhao Lianjiang said after thinking for a moment. My brother from the orphanage has bone cancer, Jiang Wei said to Zhao Lianjiang after thinking for a moment. Well, I think we should test the difficulty of manufacturing the drug first, and see if we can make it, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Thank you, Director Zhao, Jiang Wei said gratefully. Director Zhao's meaning was too obvious. It was just official rhetoric. I tore down the technology sale ad and started writing again. Technology for sale, formula and technical data for a highly effective treatment of bone cancer. 100% guaranteed cure. Sold at a rock-bottom price, only 100 yuan. You won't regret it. 2 bottles of the treatment are included. Contact number 13, blue. Blue, Jiang Wei said directly. Keep it in that warehouse. I'll have someone deliver it to you later, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and made a call. Chapter 17, Powerful Drug Effects. After chatting with Zhao Lianjiang for 2 hours about all sorts of things, Jiang Wei left the tea house. They returned to the orphanage. Xiao Jiang, someone just delivered a small box to you. As he reached the door, he was stopped by the gatekeeper, Uncle Lu. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Jiang Wei took the package. After opening it, there was a bottle of medicine inside. The medicine had no label, and there were only 2 pills in the bottle. Inside the box, Jiang Wei found a handwritten instruction manual. Take 1 pill every 3 days, 2 pills for 1 course of treatment. Jiang Wei put the medicine in his pocket and went to the infirmary. In the infirmary's living room, Lu Tianxian, Yin Shu, Yin Mo, Grandma Yang, and Zhuang's mother were eating a dish called pig-killing feast. Lu Tianxian was gnawing on a pig's trotter, which made Jiang Wei feel that Lu Tianxian's fairy-like image had instantly collapsed. Eating, Jiang Wei sat down next to Lu Tianxian. Auntie, this is medicine. Take 1 pill every 3 days, 2 pills for 1 course of treatment. Jiang Wei handed the medicine from his pocket to Da Zhuang's mother. They've conducted clinical trials on over 100 people, and they all recovered. I heard that full-scale clinical trials will begin next month, Jiang Wei said directly. Is this medicine for treating cancer? Grandma Yang asked Jiang Wei in surprise. Yes, it's specifically for bone cancer. I have a junior high school classmate who works at a medical research institute in Shanghai. I heard they've conquered several types of cancer, Jiang Wei said softly. Upon hearing this, Grandma Yang fell silent. According to the doctor, this medicine should not be used. If anything goes wrong, Jiang Wei will be held accountable. However, Jiang Wei said that the first phase of clinical trials had been passed, and more than 100 people had recovered, so the probability of problems was very small. Are you sure you want to use it? If something goes wrong, Xiao Jiang and his classmate might go to jail. Grandma Yang looked at Da Zhuang's mother. I'll call my husband, Da Zhuang's mother said, suppressing her excitement. Okay, sure. He handed his phone to Da Zhuang's mother. Da Zhuang's mother returned shortly afterward. I trust Xiao Jiang. Even if something goes wrong, we won't hold Xiao Jiang responsible, Da Zhuang's mother said earnestly. Grandma Yang nodded. The two went to the back and gave Da Zhuang the medicine. Do you have classmates who work at the research institute? Yin Shu asked curiously. Even though I only have a junior high school diploma, does that mean I can't have some amazing classmates? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. You're only 22. Most of your junior high classmates have just graduated from university, right? Yin Shu said speechlessly. She and Yunma were both 23 years old when they graduated from university. We were classmates for only 1 year. He went to take the high school entrance exam in the first year of junior high and then spent 2 years in high school, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Genius. How did you meet him? Yun Mo asked with a smile. When he was in the first year of junior high, he was blackmailed by a few thugs. I beat them up, and Grandma Yang was even called to the school. That was the time I got really badly beaten up, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Oh, that child. What's his name again? Yin Shu thought for a moment, but couldn't remember the name. It's best not to recall their names. They're a classified unit. Jiang Wei interrupted his recollection. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. Yin Shu shook her head. By the way, where did you get all that special effects equipment? It's so advanced, Yin Mo asked Jiang Wei. Sister Momo, have you been to the company? Jiang Wei asked. I went there this morning and even participated in the recruitment before coming here. It's a pity I didn't recruit anything particularly outstanding, Yin Mo said, nodding. That equipment was developed by a friend, and I spent this much money to buy it. Jiang Wei gestured with his hand to indicate 6. It's not expensive. Yuan Montak nodded. There's just a lack of materials. We need to build a material library soon, Yin Mo said directly. Are your special effects really that amazing? Lu Tianxian asked directly. That's amazing. With that equipment and software, we're a top-tier international special effects company, Yin Mo said after a moment's thought. Then hurry up and make a fantasy-themed special effects clip. I'll introduce you to a business opportunity. The special effects fee will definitely be substantial, Lu Tianxian said directly. What script? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian curiously. Old Goose, Heaven Scar, mentioned the other day when we were chatting that Director Li is looking for a special effects company, Lu Tianxian said directly. Filming is expected to be completed by September, Lu Tianxian added. Okay, I'll make it when I get back on Monday. Yin Shu agreed immediately. It's already famous even before it's opened, Jiang Wei chuckled. That depends on whether Director Li approves, Lu Tianxian said speechlessly. It's all right. I'm sure I'll like it, Jiang Wei said confidently. Xiao Wei, is this medicine really going to be widely available? Grandma Yang asked Jiang Wei when she returned. His face showed excitement. Yes, I estimate that full-scale human trials will begin next month. I don't know the specifics, and neither does he. Jiang Wei nodded. Great. I never thought we could conquer cancer. Grandma Yang said excitedly. After taking the medicine, Grandma Yang observed Da Zhuang's condition for about 10 minutes. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Dazhuang found it easier to speak and felt his pain had significantly decreased. I used to be in so much pain that I couldn't sleep, but I actually fell asleep just now. Grandma Yang checked Dazhuang's pulse and found that it was getting stronger, indicating that the medicine was very effective. After dinner, Jiang Wei went to check on Lu Dazhuang and found that Lu Dazhuang was sleeping very soundly, with a smile on his lips. Jiang Wei left the ward and strolled around the orphanage. I saw Lu Tianxian leading a group of girls to paint under a tree. It must be said that Lu Tianxian's watercolor painting skills are quite good. Jiang Wei arrived at the basketball court at the back and suddenly saw Han Xian sitting on the edge of the basketball court, in the corner of the flower bed, with red and swollen eyes, staring blankly at the sky. Third fatty, what's wrong? Jiang Wei walked over and asked. Have you gone to see Brother Dazhuang? Han Xian asked Jiang Wei. Don't worry about crying. Dazhuang is fine. I just went to my classmate and got him some lab-made bone cancer treatment. He'll get better soon. Jiang Wei patted Han Xian on the shoulder. Da Zhuang and Han Xian have the best relationship, even better than Jiang Wei and Da Zhuang. Really? Han Xian looked at Jiang Wei, as if trying to discern whether it was true or not. Really, Da Zhuang is asleep now. Go ask Grandma Yang and see if it's working well, Jiang Wei said directly. Brother Jiang Wei, come play basketball, we're one short. Suddenly, a tall, strong young man shouted at Jiang Wei on the basketball court. Okay, I'll be right there. All right, go ask. Jiang Wei nudged Han Xian and walked towards the basketball court. Soon, a basketball game began on the basketball court. Jiang Wei, once a king among children, now dominates the basketball court. Chapter 18, The Business Introduced by the Celestial Fairy. After returning from the orphanage, Jiang Wei paid no further attention to the orphanage. However, Da Zhuang recovered very well. In less than a week, Lu Da Zhuang was able to walk, but the recovery will take a long time. I also went to the hospital for tests, and the cancer cells in my body have completely disappeared. Recovery can only be a slow process, but Lu Da Zhuang and his family have no intention of leaving the orphanage. Grandma Yang insisted on keeping him here. After recovering from cancer, Grandma Yang prescribed tonics to help Da Zhuang recover quickly. Jiang Wei returned to the villa with a bag of vegetables, seafood, and meat. When will they arrive? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian. Hurry up and do it. I'm going to pick someone up. Give me your car keys. Lu Tianxian held out her hand. Here you go. Jiang Wei handed the key to Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian then drove out to pick them up. Sister Momo, Sister Shu Shu, you're here. Jiang Wei entered the kitchen and found Yin Shu and Yin Mo busy in the kitchen. I've peeled the potato for you. Yin Shu put the potato down. Jiang Wei looked at the potatoes, then at the trash can. Sister Shu Shu, you've peeled this skin almost a centimeter thick, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Sister Shu, go prepare the drinks. I'm afraid you'll blow up my kitchen. Jiang Wei pushed Yin Shu out. Yin Shu glanced helplessly at Jiang Wei, then went to get busy. Yin Shu has a nickname, the Kitchen Destroyer. 7 or 8 years ago, Grandma Yang took the older children for a physical examination, and Yin Shu was left behind to take care of the remaining younger ones. Lao Yu, who was cooking lunch at noon, fell ill and was hospitalized. Then Yin Shu was pushed into the kitchen by a group of hungry children. That day, more than a dozen bowls in the kitchen were smashed, 2 pots were burned, the dish rack collapsed, and flour from the cupboard was scattered all over the floor. From then on, Yin Shu was forbidden from entering the kitchen. Yin Mo helped Jiang Wei wash vegetables and prepare fish and shrimp. I went to the orphanage yesterday. Da Zhuang is recovering well and can walk slowly now, Yun Ma said while washing vegetables. That's normal. Han Xian tells me about Da Zhuang's situation every day. Jiang Wei nodded. Do you think this deal is feasible? Jiang Wei asked Yun Mo. Don't worry. I dare say that no one in China could do better than us in terms of fantasy special effects, Yun Mo said confidently. I think you made a huge profit by buying that special effects equipment and software for 6 million, Yun Mo said seriously. 60 million. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes at Yun Mo. No wonder it worked so well, but it's worth it even at 60 million. Yun Montak nodded. Jiang Wei began to busy himself in the kitchen. I made braised pork, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, deep-fried fresh mushrooms. An hour and a half later, Lu Tianxian returned with 2 people. Come sit down, everyone, and let's eat, Jiang Wei called to several people. Jiang Wei, this is Director Li. Lu Tianxian introduced the middle-aged man. Director Li has a middle parting, his hair is a bit gray, and his square face makes him look very composed. Hello, Director Li. I am Jiang Wei, the General Manager of Magic Shadow Special Effects. This is Yun Shu, the company's Executive Vice President, and this is Yun Mo, the company's Technical Director. Jiang Wei quickly introduced the group to Director Li. Is this your studio? Director Li looked around and saw that it didn't look like a studio at all. No, this is my home. The company is only a 10-minute walk from here. Considering you flew in from the Northwest at noon, I cooked a meal at home. After you eat, we'll watch the special effects short film we made, and then we'll visit the company later, Jiang Wei hurriedly explained. Jiang Wei, this is Damimi. Liu Tianxian introduced Damimi. No need for introductions. She's a top star, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Hello, Damimi. It's nice to meet you. Jiang Wei greeted her. Let's eat first. Would you like some drinks? Jiang Wei asked. Don't drink too much. Give me a bottle of beer, Director Li said directly. Yin Shu found a bottle of beer on the ground next to her, opened it, and handed it to Director Lee. Mr. Zhang's cooking is quite good, Director Lee said with a smile after taking a bite of the pickled fish. I used to be an apprentice in a restaurant, and I also learned a skill from someone. My skills are passable. Mr. Jiang started from scratch, Director Lee asked after hearing this. Ah, yes, this is the second company I've invested in. Jiang Wei nodded. Soon everyone finished their meal and came to the living room. Yin Shu plugged the USB drive into the TV. Then they played the short films they produced on television. An antique and magnificent architectural complex appeared, nestled amidst the clouds, looking incredibly realistic. As the camera zoomed in, Jiang Wei instantly fell out of character. Yin Shu and Yin Mo appeared in the video. Yin Shu was dressed in a dark green ancient costume with peacock blue accents, while Yin Mo simply wore professional women's clothing. One person is holding a toy sword, and the other is holding a ruler. The two approached each other and pretended to exchange a sword strike. It exploded instantly from the middle, and, as the camera zoomed out slightly, you could see the surrounding buildings collapsing one after another, which looked very realistic. Sister Momo, our company's budget isn't tight, is it? Why not at least change into ancient costumes? What's with the ruler and toy sword? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. However, Director Lee, who was standing next to him, stared wide-eyed. The location you chose for the backdrop is perfect for filming fantasy dramas, Director Lee asked excitedly. The green canopy? The background is a special effect. We used 3D modeling, so it's very realistic, Yin Shu said, pausing for a moment. That company was just established. Sister Tianxian said you were about to find a partner, so we rushed to get it done, Yin Shu quickly explained. I'd like to visit your company. Oh, and I'd like to cut a short clip to test the special effects. Director Lee seemed a little skeptical. No problem, we'll go right away. Yin Shu agreed immediately. By the way, based on the standard, how much would it cost per minute for special effects? Director Lee asked after thinking for a moment. This price is 50,000 per minute, Yin Shu said directly. As long as the special effects are good in a short time, we'll go for it, Director Lee said earnestly. There's one more scene, Yin Shu said directly. In the next video clip, the majestic and magnificent Nanshiman, South Heaven Gate, suddenly appears, standing high above the heavens. The building was radiant yet not dazzling. Yin Shu appeared at the entrance of the South Heavenly Gate and charged in. Wielding the golden cudgel, he wreaked havoc, causing buildings to collapse one after another. The effect is better and more realistic than before. How much does this special effect cost per minute? Director Lee stared wide-eyed at the television in disbelief. Even Hollywood couldn't create such special effects. 200,000 a minute is more suitable for movies. It's a bit of a waste for TV series, Yin Shu said seriously. That's true. It would be a waste to make it into a TV series. Director Lee nudda. Can you create science fiction scenes? Director Lee asked after thinking for a moment. Okay. Yin Shu nodded. Let's go for a tour. After finishing his tour, Director Lee couldn't wait to visit the company. Director Lee, I won't be going. The flight was a bit bumpy today, and I'm not feeling well, Demimi said to Director Lee. Then you go find a place to rest first. I'll go by myself. Director Lee nudda. Sister Shu, Sister Momo, why don't you show Director Lee around? Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment, seeing that Demimi had stayed behind. Okowo. Chapter 19 Night Raid. Aren't you going back today? Jiang Wei asked, looking at Demimi in front of him. I'm not going back. I'm not an actor from Heaven's Scar. I just came to visit your company, Demimi said, sipping her beer. By the way, are there really such big fish in the river across the river? Wasn't that the big fish that Chan caught up with just up there? Demimi asked with a curious look. Yes, but catching a big fish depends on luck. Especially here there are many boats, but very few big fish, Jiang Wei said with a smile. When the ferry returns, I'll go fishing too, Demimi said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Ring ring. Suddenly Jiang Wei's phone rang. Hey Sister Shu, what's wrong? Jiang Wei asked directly when he saw that it was Yin Shu. It's nothing, it's just that this deal is probably done. We only did 2 seconds of special effects, and Director Lee was already very satisfied. Yin Shu directly shared the good news. That's good, a great start, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, otherwise it would be a waste of all the equipment you bought. Yin Shu laughed heartily. Okay, I have to go now. Yin Shu hung up the phone. Did you get the special effects pack for Heaven's Scar? Demimi asked curiously. It's basically done. Jiang Wei nodded. Honey, I brought the stuff. Let's go fishing. Lu Tianxian pushed open the door and called Honey out. Oh, right away. Demimi got up and put on a big sun hat. Jiang Wei also took fishing rods, bait, and fish baskets from the storeroom and came to the riverbank. Jiang Wei, are you fishing with earthworms? Lu Tianxian asked curiously when she saw Jiang Wei catching earthworms. Earthworms are good for fishing, but sometimes the bait isn't enough and the fish won't bite, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Anyone who's fished knows that beginners should use earthworms. After all, fishing bait that is too hard or too soft will affect the fishing. Just like Jiang Wei when fishing, he liked to use 7 parts fragrant and 3 parts fishy and use fermented rice for baiting. When he was too lazy to prepare fish bait, Jiang Wei used earthworms. Give me an earthworm too. I'm afraid of bugs. Demimi handed over the fishing hook. Jiang Wei smiled and hung the earthworm up there. Honey, what kind of fish are you planning to catch that you're using wire? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The bigger the better, Demimi said earnestly. Okay. Jiang Wei shook his head speechlessly. There might not even be any fish in the river ahead that require the use of wire. Fishing lines are generally divided into nylon lines, PE lines, and wire lines. In this river, a large PE line is sufficient. Jiang Wei started fishing, while Lu Tianxian and Demimi whispered to each other. Sometimes, Yang Mi would glance at Jiang Wei from time to time, leaving Jiang Wei completely bewildered. That evening, Jiang Wei brought the fish home. There were 5 or 6 crucian carp inside. Dejected, Demimi sat on the sofa watching TV with Lu Tianxian. Honey was out of the running today. I didn't get to enjoy any of the new player benefits. Jiang Wei simply made a sauerkraut fish, a crucian carp and tofu soup, a stir-fried vegetable dish, and a cucumber salad. The 3 of them had a meal. Honey, isn't filming Ancient Song a bit hectic right now? Lu Tianxian asked casually. They've moved on to a new location. They just went to the northwest to film the day before yesterday. They finished filming the scenes in Xiangshan. But this drama should make a lot of money. I invested 4 million. Yang Mi said directly. Hearing what Yang Mi said, Lu Tianxian nodded. During location changes, there are usually 2 or 3 day gaps, during which the director is the busiest, as they use the time to plan the next shooting schedule. Shall we have a drink? Demimi soudainly suggested. You and Jiang Wei can drink. I'll just have juice. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Do you have any alcohol? Yes. Jiang Wei brought over a case of beer. Let's play cards. You drink for the fairy. 3 cards a cup. Demimi took a deck of cards from the liquor cabinet. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei watched as Demimi skillfully shuffled the cards, guessing she had played quite a bit. Later. We've had enough to drink. Let's rest. Jiang Wei wasn't drunk at all. After all, it was just beer, and we only drank about 6 or 7 bottles. I lost badly today. Tianxian, you played poker so well, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Most actors are good at playing cards. They might only rehearse 1 scene a day and spend the rest of the time playing cards together, Lu Tianxian said with a smile as she tidied up her cards. Oh, I see. Jiang Wei was taken aback. I'll arrange a room for Demimi. You go and rest. Upon hearing Lu Tianxian's words, Jiang Wei got up and went to take a bath. After all, Lu Tianxian is one of the owners of her own house. After washing up, Jiang Wei lay down on the bed and fell asleep. That night, Jiang Wei felt the door being pushed open. Then the familiar scent of shower gel entered Jiang Wei's nose. Jiang Wei habitually held the person in his arms and continued sleeping. Stop fooling around. You're pregnant, Jiang Wei said, still confused. But one hand still wouldn't listen and caused trouble, so Jiang Wei opened his eyes. Honey, it's you? Jiang Wei's eyes widened as he realized it was Honey. 100,000 words of harmony. The next day, Jiang Wei got up early and made breakfast. Then Lu Tianxian walked downstairs looking unhappy. What's wrong? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I just feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianxian looked at Jiang Wei and shook her head. What happened last night was arranged by Lu Tianxian. After all, she was used to resting with Jiang Wei and knew that Jiang Wei had been enduring a lot of pain. Moreover, she had no intention of marrying Jiang Wei. Although Jiang Wei is now a wealthy man, but he absolutely couldn't get past his mother, nor could he get past his father. The mother preferred to find a partner who was educated and wealthy. The father, however, preferred that Lu Tianxian find someone within the system. Jiang Wei didn't meet either of the criteria, and his wealth was just a bonus. Therefore, marrying Jiang Wei is impossible. And what would happen if they got married and ended up having a feud like her parents? Lu Tianxian could hardly believe it. So I chatted with Yang Mi about Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was good-looking. Although not particularly handsome, he possessed a masculine air, especially the 4-hour battery life. Then the night raid occurred. Hearing the sounds from the room made Lu Tianxian feel uncomfortable. How about we get married? I promise I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Jiang Wei guessed what was bothering Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian shook her head. She couldn't imagine what married life would be like. She was happy with things as they were. Perhaps one day I won't be able to stand this kind of life anymore, or I'll want a home, and I might leave or marry Jiang Wei. I'm going to check on Mimi. Lu Tianxian ate a simple breakfast and went upstairs. Ring, ring. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and saw that it was Yin Shu calling. Little Wei, come over and sign a contract, Yin Shu said directly. No. Jiang Wei drove to the company and found more than 20 people slumped over the desks. Yin Mo and director Li were having breakfast in the reception room, but both of their eyes were red. Didn't you guys sleep at all last night? Jiang Wei asked curiously. No, we've signed the contract. I'm going back to sleep, Director Li said directly. Director Li is still very excited. I never expected that a price of 50,000 yuan per minute would come with such special effects, perfectly matching my expectations for television. Okay, let's sign the contract. Chapter 20. Cancer Cure Product Launched, Veterans Gratitude. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. I just redeemed the cancer treatment medication a couple of days ago. According to Zhao Yinjiang statistics, there are more than 200 types of cancer in the world, and more than 30 million cancer patients worldwide. There are 4 million patients in China. 2 weeks ago, Jiang Wei developed a drug that could fight all cancers. It was launched and sold quickly within half a month. Nationwide, ultra-fast distribution. In the past few days, newspapers and television across the country have been reporting wildly that a drug that can cure cancer has been launched nationwide, priced at 100,000 yuan, but after medical insurance reimbursement, it costs only 100 yuan. The two busiest places these past 2 days have been the hospital and the medical insurance office. In the medical insurance service hall, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, walked inside. Sir, are you also covered by medical insurance? A staff member asked as he approached. Yes, little daughter, where do we queue? The old woman looked at the bustling crowd around her, but couldn't find a place to queue. Sir, is your family member's cancer in the early, middle, or late stages? The staff member asked directly. It's late stage, alas. The old man sighed. The old man's name is Xiao Shan. He served in the army when he was young, but was disabled and discharged during the counterattack against the monkeys. The son became a narcotics police officer, and the daughter-in-law is also a narcotics police officer. 10 years ago, they both passed away. Xiao Shan raised his granddaughter alone. Half a year ago, she complained of stomach pain and went to the hospital for a checkup. She was diagnosed with cancer, and it was already in its late stage. There is no cure. Even chemotherapy is ineffective. Finally, Xiao Shan found a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and with the doctor's help, his granddaughter's life was saved. Sir, this way. There's a special channel for late-stage patients, which can expedite the process. You can use your medical insurance to buy medicine by tomorrow at the latest. However, you can't lie. We will verify the situation with the hospital, and if it's not true, you won't be able to apply for medical insurance for 3 months, the staff member said as they walked. This is my granddaughter's medical record. She's barely hanging on and could die at any moment, Xiao Shan said, taking out the medical record. The staff took it and examined it. It was indeed late stage, and it had been going on for 6 months. There are way too many people in the late-night section today, a staff member said, frowning as he saw 30 or 40 people in the late-night corridor. Sir, are you a disabled veteran? The staff member asked after thinking for a moment, seeing Xiao Shan standing upright. Yes, he was injured during the counterattack against the monkeys. Xiao Shan nodded. Then your granddaughter is considered a veteran's family member. Let's go over there. With that, the staff member led Xiao Shan to the innermost window for critical care of military personnel and their families. There's no one at this window right now. Xiao Shan handed over the documents. Your granddaughter is not only a military dependent, but also a martyr's dependent. The staff member looked at the documents and quickly began processing the application. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Shan received his medical insurance card. Sir, you have priority access. Once you exit the Medical Insurance Bureau office building, there's a small building on your right. Just give this slip to the staff inside, and you can pick up your medicine directly. The staff handed over a receipt. Thank you, little daughter. Upon hearing that he could buy medicine directly without having to queue at the hospital, Xiao Shan quickly walked outside, leaning on his crutches. Upon arriving at the collection point, Xiao Shan handed the receipt to the staff. He also took out his medical insurance card and handed it to the staff. Sir, you don't need your medical insurance card. The medical insurance for families of martyrs is 100% reimbursed. We've already reimbursed you, the staff member said, handing the medical insurance card back. Thank you, country. Xiao Shan hurriedly accepted the medicine after hearing that they didn't want the money. Seeing the money he had left, he hailed a taxi on the street. He hurriedly rushed to buy Baikatang. Since the granddaughter couldn't be left alone, Xiao Shan found a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to take care of her. In less than half an hour, Xiao Shan arrived at Baikatang. Old Xiao, you got your medical insurance sorted out so quickly. Qian Shu, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor at Baikatang, asked hurriedly when he saw Xiao Shan return. Xiao Shan was only gone for less than 2 hours, but he came back unexpectedly. Yes, the country is so kind. Qianqian's medicine could be obtained for free directly from the medical insurance, Xiao Shan said excitedly. Yes, that's great. I heard this medicine costs 100,000 yuan to make, but with medical insurance, it only costs 100 yuan, Qian Shu said with a smile. That's what truly proves that the country belongs to the people, Xiao Shan said with a smile. Qian Shu took the medicine, took out 1 tablet, and brought Xiao Shan to the ward. He then gave it to the semi-conscious Xiao Qianqian with warm water. The country lost money this time, but the people benefited, Qian Shu said while taking Xiao Qianqian's pulse. The country won't lose money. The domestic price is 100,000 yuan, but it's a cancer-specific drug that the whole world needs. Selling it abroad will definitely make money. A patient working on a computer next to them said to the two. Xiao Li, tell me in detail. Qian Shu became interested. It's definitely going to lose money domestically. I heard online that the production cost of this drug is 100,000 yuan, not even counting the research and development costs. I estimate that tens of billions of yuan have been invested in this drug. Domestically, we can't make money for the sake of the people, but it's different abroad. I reckon the government will add the production costs, research costs, and money allocated to us for medicine to the price of foreign medicines. Who knows? We might even make a fortune with this drug, Xiao Li said with a smile. Haha, as long as the country doesn't suffer losses, that's fine, Xiao Shan said with a smile, looking at Xiao Qianqian, whose complexion was getting better and better. According to online analysis, the main reason why the drug price is so low is that anti-cancer drugs from abroad are too expensive, which has drained most families' finances. The government has set the price so low in order to save everyone's lives, Xiao Li said, sharing the information he found online. The reality was completely different from what Xiao Li had guessed. The production cost of a bottle of anti-cancer drug is 80 cents. In order to enable rapid production, Zhao Yinjiang not only added the drug formula and manufacturing technology to the advertisement, but also added a drug production line. Jiang Wei gained 14,800 experience points, which means he almost turned into a purple ad. The medicine that costs 80 cents is now being sold for 100 yuan a bottle, which is a huge profit. After all, that's more than 10,000%. However, for cancer patients, a drug costing 100 yuan is too cheap. In the past, anti-cancer drugs cost 5 or 6,000 yuan. In just a few years, the money was gone, the savings were gone, and the house was gone. Unfortunately, anti-cancer drugs can only delay the onset of the disease, not effectively treat it. Now there's a drug that can treat cancer, and it only costs 100 yuan. That's incredibly cheap, a steal. Chapter 21, The Legendary Life of Obio. Shanghai 7th People's Hospital. A fat man with big ears. Hello, I'd like to buy medicine to cure my cancer, the middle-aged man said directly. Medical insurance card. The person inside said directly. I don't have a medical insurance card, and it's too late. I'll pay with cash, the middle-aged man said hurriedly. ID card, medical records. The person inside said directly after glancing at the middle-aged man. If you have money, you can buy it directly. The government allows that. Zhengao. The doctor glanced at the ID card and then entered the ID number into the system. Your nationality is American, so this medicine is not for sale to the public right now. He then handed the documents and ID card to Zhang Ao. Doctor, my daughter's cancer is very serious. Please help me, Zhang Ao pleaded. These are the regulations. and I can't do anything about it even if you beg me. But in 10 days, it will be exported, and the drug will also be sold to patients of all nationalities, both domestic and foreign. Come and buy it then. Next one, the doctor said impatiently. Please, I really need the medicine. Zhang Ao continued to plead. Get out of the way, you idiot. The burly man behind him shoved Zhang Ao aside. Zhang Ao, who had been pushed away, wanted to get angry, but when he saw that the person who pushed him away was a 2-meter-tall, fierce-looking strong man, he didn't dare to get angry. Doctor, my niece is sick. Here's her medical insurance card and medical record. He then took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it in. All right, go get the medicine. The receipt was printed in less than 30 seconds. The burly man took the receipt and went to get the medicine. At the pharmacy, I handed over the receipt and the doctor gave me the medicine. Then the burly man hurriedly left. Zhang Ao looked at everything and felt envious. I wish I still had Chinese citizenship. Unfortunately, China does not recognize dual citizenship. Left with no other choice, Zhang Ao had to leave. Why won't you sell me the medicine? This is discrimination. I'm going to find a reporter to expose you. A blonde foreigner shouted in the lobby of the Third People's Hospital. Because you're not from our country, the country will definitely prioritize treating people from our country. If you're not satisfied, go back to your own country and buy medicine, a college student said mockingly. Does their country have a cure for cancer? Probably so. Isn't their country a developed country? Yes. Hurry back to your country and buy it. They definitely have it. A group of people started talking all at once, making sarcastic and suggestive remarks. The foreigner was quickly driven away by the cacophony of voices from the crowd. Such incidents occur all over the country. People need to make comparisons to show how they are treated well. Foreigners don't have it, but we do, and foreigners can't even buy it. I instantly felt a surge of pride. News of cancer cures is being widely reported online, on television, and in newspapers. The internet is full of passionate posts praising the country. In an instant, everyone became a Buddha. In the Black House, Abio sat in the main seat. As the leader of the United States holds a very high position globally. Oddbit used to haul bananas in the African continent, but later switched to driving a car. Unfortunately, neither of these jobs could support the family. So he traveled all the way to the United States and, with the support of his brothers, became the leader of the United States. This marked the beginning of Oddbio's legendary life. We absolutely cannot introduce cancer cure. Who knows if this drug is safe? A representative from Ruihue Pharmaceuticals exclaimed. Anyone with eyes can see that this medicine is safe. However, if the drugs are introduced, the huge market will simply disappear. With effective treatments available, who would be foolish enough to use anti-cancer drugs? I agree. Imports must be restricted, another representative next to him said loudly. Anti-cancer drugs are very important. If we do nothing about them after they are introduced to the public, it could trigger protests by tens of millions of people, which is something we cannot afford, Audrey said to the two men. He didn't want to bring it in, but there was nothing he could do about it. We'll conduct military exercises with Japan, South Korea, and a few other countries in Japanese waters as a deterrent to force them to reveal their formula, the defense minister said earnestly. Hold a global meeting at the Matchbox building and get the rabbit to hand over the formula, the chief of staff said seriously. Okay, let's find someone to hold a meeting at the Matchbox building first. Audrey nodded. Military exercises would be far too expensive. For the U.S., which is plagued by various fiscal deficits, conducting exercises is a waste of money. Such methods are only used when there is absolutely no other way. Moreover, even in exercises, the suppression of the rabbit is very limited. Finally upgraded. Jiang Wei looked at his panel and smiled. System level 7, experience 482/100,000, upgrade. Host, Jiang Wei. Points, 3,256. Check-in. After exchanging for the prescription, you can exchange for blue items approximately every 3 days. Jiang Wei successfully accumulated 50,000 experience points. System sign-in. Jiang Wei signed in, wanting to see how much experience he would gain after leveling up. Points plus 6,250. Upon seeing this number, Jiang Wei immediately noticed the pattern. Level 1, 100. Level 2, 200. Level 3, 400. Level 4, 800. Level 5, 1,600. Level 6, 3,200. Level 7, 6,400. His movements fluctuated within a certain range. Wen Jiangwei was at level 6. His highest sign-in record was 3,390, and his lowest was 3,005. It's very likely that the range is plus or minus 200. Let's try to reach level 8. We can get a blue item every 2 days now. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. 100,000 experience points isn't a lot. It's 4,000 once and 40,000 in 10. It will take about 25 tries to upgrade. If you watch the ads every 2 days, it will take less than 2 months. After the upgrade, Jiang Wei's mood improves significantly. According to this pattern, level 8 requires 12,000 experience points. Level 9 should require 24,000, and level 10 should require 48,000. Even with 48,000, getting a red ad is still very difficult. Jiang Wei dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. Director Zhao, good news. We've been upgraded, and we've found the pattern to the point system. Each sign-in gives about twice the points of the previous level. This time, we have over 6,200 points. Jiang Wei directly shared his discovery. Xiao Jiang, the reward has been announced. The price will be lowest between 3 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Buy 1 million mint coins and sell them at 10:20 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, besides the money, you're now considered part of the system. So there are some honors, but they won't be awarded to you yet. We'll give them to you later, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei sensed that Zhao Lianjiang was deliberately hiding something. However, Jiang Wei understood what Zhao Lianjiang meant. In fact, Zhao Lianjiang was deliberately censoring certain words. Who knows if there are high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft eavesdropping on communication systems? These communication systems will set keywords. Zhao Lianjiang was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding these keywords. Shall we have some tea at the old wharf tomorrow afternoon? Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. That tea house from last time. Chapter 22, the special effect company gets busy. Jiang Wei arrived at the company early in the morning. I saw Director Li, Yang Mi, Tang Tang, and several actors at the company. 70 or 80 people in the company are busy at their computers. Director Li, filming is finished so quickly. Jiang Wei looked at Director Li, who was discussing the plans, and asked curiously. No, it's another location change, but the special effects are almost done. We're aiming for release during the National Day holiday, Director Li said with a smile when he saw Jiang Wei arrive. Because special effects are inexpensive, Director Li plans to use them extensively. Moreover, Director Li discovered that Jiang Wei's special effects company could produce special effects very quickly. 1 person per minute, and the special effects can be completed in 10 hours. My own TV series is expected to be only 1,500 to 1,600 minutes long. The calculated time for using special effects is only 1,400 minutes. Based on the number of people working on the special effects here, at least 40 minutes can be completed in a day. The special effects can be completed in about a month. Time's a bit tight, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. It's very tight. We estimate that filming will be completed by the beginning of next month, so we'll take turns filming to give us more time, Director Li said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Honey, you're here too. Jiang Wei greeted Honey. President Jiang. Demimi greeted him somewhat fearfully, yet her heart was pounding with excitement and a sense of longing. What happened last time left some psychological trauma on Demimi. Unlike Liu Yifei, Yang Mi was not a virgin. Demimi had 2 boyfriends before, so she knows a lot about that area. 2 ex-boyfriends, one for 20 minutes, the other for 15 minutes. As it turned out, when it came to Jiang Wei, just like Liu Tianxin's account, it took a full 4 hours. I feel like my skeleton is falling apart. President Jiang, this is Tang Tang. Demimi introduced Tang Tang to the person next to her. Hello, Miss Tang. Jiang Wei shook hands politely. President Jiang, aren't you going to participate in the work? Tang Tang asked curiously. I don't know how to make special effects. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals, Jiang Wei said with a smile as he poured tea for the 2 of them. By the way, Honey, did the fairy recommend our special effect company to you? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. No, it was Tianxian who introduced him to Gugu. I was visiting the set at the time to check on the progress, and then I came along. Demimi shook her head. I see. Jiang Wei nodded. Ding dong. Jiang Wei heard his phone ring, picked it up, and saw that it was a text message from Zhao Lianjiang. I have something to do. You guys have some tea first, he said, standing up and walking to the empty computer next to him. Open a website for trading mint coins online. Jiang Wei was stunned when he saw the price above. Yesterday's mint coin was worth 1 cent. Now it's worth $20. I quickly got to work and sold the mint coins I bought. Is this a stock? Demimi asked curiously when she saw what Jiang Wei was doing. No, it's virtual currency, Jiang Wei said directly. After thinking for a moment, I opened another website. Wow, Bitcoin is going to skyrocket. Jiang Wei was stunned when he saw the price. When Jiang Wei bought Bitcoin, it was only 10 yuan. Now it's 490 yuan. The current price of 50,000 Bitcoins is approximately 25 million. Mr. Jiang, do you make money trading this? Tang Dang asked curiously, looking at Bitcoin. Yes, when I bought them they were 10 yuan each. Now, they're 490 each. It's been about 2 months, Jiang Wei said with a smile. So profitable? Tang Tang stared at Jiang Wei with wide eyes, completely incredulous. It just so happens to be the peak of the price increase, but I don't recommend you buy. After the peak, it will drop sharply. Watch the trend. Jiang Wei brought up the trend chart. Bitcoin's current fluctuations are at their peak. However, overall, Bitcoin will become more and more valuable, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Give me this website address. I want to buy some too, Tang Tang said seriously, observing the trend. By the way, what about that mint coin you made earlier? Demimi asked after thinking for a moment, having seen Jiang Wei's actions. If you want to play this. That one is too dangerous. More than 90% of people lose money there. Jiang Wei shook his head directly. Besides, mint coins are hard to buy and hard to sell. Jiang Wei continued, trying to dissuade Demimi from her idea. Okay. Demimi nodded. Jiang Wei shut down his computer, feeling great. After chatting with Tang Dang and Demimi for a while, Jiang Wei left the company. Jiang Wei went to the warm orphanage and saw Han Xian helping Lu Dazhuang walk. Hey, fatty, did Tycoon come to the orphanage today? Jiang Wei asked Han Xian. No, what's wrong? Han Xian asked curiously. Who struck it rich and bought a Rolls Royce? Jiang Wei pointed to the car parked not far away. I'm going back to the Han family home. It's in their car. Han Xian said, a little embarrassed. Oh, I see. Jiang Wei nodded. Brother Dazhuang, how's the recovery going? Jiang Wei asked Lu Dazhuang. I can walk now. Grandma Yang said that if I rest well, I'll be almost back to normal next month, Lu Dazhuang said with a smile. That's good. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Dazhuang, who was still having some difficulty walking, with a big smile. Lu Dazhuang is completely different now compared to last month. Last month, Lu Dazhuang lay in bed like a withered skeleton. Lu Dazhuang has gained some weight now. He's not as thin as he used to be. Where are Uncle and Aunt? Jiang Wei asked curiously, glancing around. I found jobs for Uncle and Aunt. Aunt is a very good cook and works as a chef at fooding restaurant across the street, while Uncle works as a warehouse manager there. Han Xian pointed to fooding restaurant not far away across the street. How long has Annie been working there? My former boss sent me a message a couple of days ago recommending Feuding Lu. Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. About half a month. Annie now earns 20,000 yuan a month, Han Xian said with a smile. The owner of Feuding Lu across the street must be ecstatic. He's made more money in the last 2 weeks than he used to in a whole month. It seems Annie's cooking skills are exceptionally good, Jiang Wei laughed. Brother Dazhuang, are you feeling any better these past 2 days? Jiang Wei asked casually. Much better, but that research institute you mentioned, it's really that impressive, Lu Dazhuang said with a smile. That research institute is just a branch specializing in bone cancer. Jiang Wei shook his head. I heard that the cancer cure was jointly developed by several top research institutes in China. Jiang Wei casually dropped a bombshell. That's probably it, Lu Dazhuang said, sitting down by the flower bed. Brother Dazhuang, what are you planning to do after this? Jiang Wei asked Lu Dazhuang. Let's get some money first and open a garment factory. I studied fashion design at Suzhou University, and I originally planned to open a factory, Lu Dazhuang said earnestly. I'll invest some money in you then. Jiang Wei nodded. Chapter 23, Your Family Has Been Found. Director Zhao, what are you looking at? You seem to be having a good time. Jiang Wei arrived at the tea house's private room and saw Zhao Lianjiang looking at a tablet with obvious delight. My friend sent me a video of him beating up a foreigner, showing off how good he is. Zhao Lianjiang handed over the tablet. Jiang Wei's gaze fell upon the screen. Above, a well-mannered middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was engaged in a violent fight in a semicircular conference room. 7 or 8 foreigners were lying on the ground, some covering their eyes, some clutching their stomachs. A white-haired foreigner was shouting something. The middle-aged man slipped out of the security guard's encirclement and punched the white-haired middle-aged man in the eyes twice. The middle-aged man was surrounded by security guards again. "This is the Matchbox building." Jiang Wei saw a sign and asked Zhao Lianjiang. "Yes, the one with glasses is my comrade in arms. He transferred to the diplomatic service because he became nearsighted," Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "Let me see what's ahead," he said, dragging the progress bar to the front. When the middle-aged man at the front was speaking, he was hit by a folder thrown at him by a white representative below. The middle-aged man looked over, and a shoe flew over. The middle-aged man grabbed the shoe and walked toward the person who had lost it. He started whipping the cigarette with a loud clang, and by the time everyone reacted, the white man was already scrambling away in a disheveled state. Several more representatives clashed with the middle-aged people. A middle-aged man can kick a kid and punch a kid. By the time the security personnel realized what was happening, the middle-aged man had knocked down 7 people with a single punch and kick. Seeing the middle-aged man being pulled away, a white man stepped out, seemingly blaming the middle-aged man. Then that's what happened. "That's really impressive. He took on 8 people at once and didn't get hit by anyone." Jiang Wei smiled and handed the tablet back. "That's right. That guy used to be a combat instructor," Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "By the way, what kind of meeting is this? They've even started fighting." Jiang Wei asked curiously. "It's nothing. It's just that the big boss of the U.S. who's involved in the banana trade wants us to release our cancer cure technology. I guess it's something big pharmaceutical companies around the world are up to," Zhao Lianjiang said casually. "By the way, is it safe for us to chat here?" Jiang Wei looked around. "It's safe. This is a contact point. Only our top-tier members can enter." Zhao Lianjiang nodded. "So, what direction should we take next?" Jiang Wei asked Zhao Lianjiang. "Machine tools, materials, batteries, and fighter jets." Recently, the think tank heard about a project called South Heavenly Gate Project, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "Oh, by the way, have your partner changed their nationality back?" "The higher-ups have already spoken to them," Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei paused for a moment, then recalled that the celestial immortal seemed to be of American nationality. "Ah, okay." Jiang Wei nodded. For Jiang Wei's safety, Zhao Lianjiang investigated everyone around Jiang Wei. The fact that Liu Tianxian was Jiang Wei's girlfriend was also discovered. Then, they dug deeper into Liu Tianxian's life abroad and found nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the property management company for the villa complex, where Jiang Wei currently lives, is staffed by personnel from the State Security Bureau. "By the way, we found out about your parents," Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Jiang Wei looked at Zhao Lianjiang in confusion. "Your parents are both from Guishi and live in Shanghai. They are both veterans. 20 years ago, there was a conflict between Yunjia Village and Jiangjia Village in Guishi. Your parents participated in the war. At that time, mortars were even brought out. Your parents beat someone to death and were sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. They entrusted you to a nanny, but after receiving the letter, the nanny seized your family's property and abandoned you. By the way, your parents' house is only 500 meters away from your current house, right at the easternmost edge of your Riverside Villa area," Zhao Lianjiang said, relaying the information. "The easternmost part of the Riverside Villa? That particularly luxurious Suzhou-style garden building?" Jiang Wei asked after recalling for a moment. "Yes, that's right. Your parents were already worth tens of millions 20 years ago," Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "Okay." Jiang Wei nodded. "By the way, when are they coming out?" Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. "Your mother was released a week ago, and your father has 3 months left," Zhao Lianjiang said directly. "Do you have their contact information?" Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. "No." Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. "Okay." Jiang Wei nodded. "Director Zhao, I've had my tea. I should go back now." After hearing the news about his parents, Jiang Wei was in a state of turmoil. "Don't call me Director Zhao anymore. Just call me Old Zhao." Zhao Lianjiang patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. "Okay, Lao Zhao." Jiang Wei smiled and left the private room. Jiang Wei left the tea house and drove home. After entering the villa area, Jiang Wei drove to the easternmost part of the villa area, to the Su family's garden villa. He wanted to see the place he used to live in, but Jiang Wei had no recollection of it at all. Upon arriving at the villa, a police car was parked in front, and a heated argument could be heard in the yard. Jiang Wei thought for a moment, then went to the door and looked inside. A middle-aged woman with a somewhat aged appearance and a stylishly dressed woman are arguing. However, both of them spoke in dialects that Jiang Wei could not understand. However, the stylishly dressed woman was detained by the police. The elderly middle-aged woman was about to hit someone, but was stopped by 2 policemen. "Officer, what happened?" Jiang Wei asked the police officer not far away. This house originally belonged to Lin Meiji, but because she was in jail, it was given to Su Fangfang so that she could take care of the child. However, Su Fangfang lost the child, and we don't know where he is now, said the policeman on duty at the door. "By the way, do you know that Su Fangfang?" the police officer asked Jiang Wei. "I don't know him. I'm the owner of Villa number 7. A friend told me today that he found out about my background and that this used to be my home, so I came take a look," Jiang Wei said directly. "What does your friend do?" The police officer was taken aback. They checked the child's whereabouts yesterday, but unfortunately, there was no record. As it turns out, it came to me today. "People from the State Security Bureau," Jiang Wei said directly. "No wonder, Aunt Lin. It seems your son has been found." The policeman at the door called out to the inside. Lin Meiji, who had been struggling and trying to hit someone, stiffly turned her head and looked at Jiang Wei. "So," upon seeing Jiang Wei, his eyes widened and he rushed over to hug Jiang Wei. This left Jiang Wei completely bewildered. Jiang Wei hadn't expected to have relatives and didn't know how to deal with them, so he just stood there blankly. Seeing Lin Meiji hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably, Jiang Wei didn't know what to do. It took Lin Meiji a while to stop crying and let go of Jiang Wei. "How about we do a paternity test? I'm afraid there might be a mistake," Jiang Wei said after a moment's hesitation. "Even without me doing this, I can confirm that you are my son. You and your father looked exactly alike when you were young." As he spoke, he took out a wallet from his pocket, inside which was a wedding photo of the 2 of them. The man in the photo did indeed look exactly like Jiang Wei. "Officer, what do we do now?" Jiang Wei asked the policeman after thinking for a moment. "This house will be sealed off for now. We'll return it to your family after we've investigated the matter. You can take your mother back to your home first," the police officer said directly. "All right." Chapter 24, The Celestial Fairy Successfully Changes Nationality. Jiang Wei drove Lin Meiji back to Villa number 7. "Fairy, you're home." Jiang Wei was a little taken aback when he saw Lu Tianxian sitting on the sofa. I don't know how to introduce Lu Tianxian now. After all, Lin Meiji was born in the 1960s, so her thinking was relatively conservative, and she had lived in a secluded place like a prison for 20 years. "Who is this Annie?" Lu Tianxian looked at Lin Meiji curiously. Why would Jiang Wei bring back an outsider? Lu Tianxian had met most of Jiang Wei's friends. Tianxian, this should be my biological mother," Jiang Wei said, scratching his head. "Aren't you an orphan?" Lu Tianxian asked, startled. "I am an orphan, that's true, but I'm not son Wu Kong, who sprang from a stone." Jiang Wei was speechless. "Hello, Auntie." Lu Tianxian realized what was going on. "Hello," Lin Meiji quickly greeted, looking at Lu Tianxian. "I want to know what the relationship is between this stunningly beautiful girl and Jiang Wei." Son, how did you find me?" Lin Meiji asked, sitting down to voice the question that had been on her mind. "I have a friend in the State Security Bureau. You know how they are. For their own safety, they investigate even their friends. As a result, they found out about you all," Jiang Wei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Meiji was completely stunned. "That friend told me that my old house was at the far east end of the neighborhood where I live now. So I want to take a look, and that's how I ran into you." "Oh, what a coincidence." Lin Meiji hadn't expected this situation either. "By the way, young lady, you must be Jiang Wei's wife," Lin Meiji asked seriously after looking Lu Tianxian up and down. Lu Tianxian was also stunned. "By the way, Fairy, do you want to change your nationality back?" Seeing that Lu Tianxian was stunned, Jiang Wei quickly changed the subject. "I want to, but do you know how difficult it is to get my citizenship back? I've applied several times." Lu Tianxian nodded. "You should find someone to help you. My friend has some authority and can get you a way in," Jiang Wei said directly. "Great, I'll go make the call right now." With that, she happily left Jiang Wei's villa. "What's your relationship with that girl?" Lin Meiji asked Jiang Wei after Lu Tianxian left. "Yes, boyfriend and girlfriend," Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. "Is the child in her belly yours?" Lin Meiji continued to ask. "You figured it out?" Traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Wei was taken aback. "Well, I guess you could call me a half-battlefield medic. I'm a medic in the Women's Special Forces team, Lin Meiji said after thinking for a moment. Oh, that child is indeed mine, but she has a fear of marriage because of her family situation, Jiang Wei said earnestly. That's wonderful. I'm going to have a grandson, Lin Meiji exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Hearing Lin Meiji's words, Jiang Wei felt relieved. By the way, which prison is your father, Jiang Yunlin in? Lin Meiji asked calmly. Guishi 4th prison. I'll be released in 3 months, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I'm going to see your father. Please help me with Su Fangfang's matter, Lin Meiji said. Oh, okay. Jiang Wei was taken aback for a moment. By the way, son, do you have any money? I had to borrow money from the clan elders to come to Shanghai, Lin Meiji said after thinking for a moment. Do you have a bank card now? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. No, the passbook is with your father, Lin Meiji said, shaking her head. Come on, let's go out and open a bank account. I'll transfer money to you. Jiang Wei led Lin Meiji to the commercial street and opened an account using Lin Meiji's ID card. I bought him a cell phone and some clothes. I went to the beauty salon to get dressed up again. Jiang Wei discovered that his biological mother possessed a natural air of nobility. However, after Lin Meiji finished shopping, she asked Jiang Wei to take her to the train station. However, Jiang Wei escorted him to the airport, since the train journey from Shanghai to Guishi takes more than 10 hours. Jiang Wei bought him a plane ticket and flew directly to Guishi. After seeing Lin Meiji off, Jiang Wei arrived at Lu Tianxian's house. Upon seeing Jiang Wei, Lu Tianxian exclaimed excitedly and threw herself at him. Don't get excited, you're pregnant. Jiang Wei quickly reassured her. Okay. Lu Tianxian tried to calm herself down. Jiang Wei, my nationality has been changed back. I didn't expect them to give me a green light. It only took 4 hours to change it, Lu Tianxian said with a beaming smile. Okay, I got it. Let's celebrate tonight, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No, my mom is coming over in a bit. Lu Tianxian shook her head. By the way, where is Auntie? Lu Tianxian asked after thinking for a moment. I went back to Guishi to see my biological father, Jiang Wei said, shaking his head. Were you abducted? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. No, the thing is, Jiang Wei told Lu Tianxian the information he had obtained from Zhao Yinjiang. No wonder guns are banned in China, Lu Tianxian remarked. That kind of thing happens quite often, especially in the South, where clan is very important, Jiang Wei nodded and said. By the way, Celestial, how did you switch to American citizenship? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. My uncle made it for me. Probably because of school. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Oh, right? You were just a child back then. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and nodded. By the way, when is your aunt coming? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. They called and said they were about to board, probably in 2 or 3 hours, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on Lu Tianxian's door. Could it be your aunt? Jiang Wei asked, startled. No, I'll go take a look. Lu Tianxian glanced through the peephole. They opened the door and let 2 people in. When Jiang Wei saw the people, it was Mi and Tang Tang. I brought so much seafood. Lu Tianxian looked at the bag with a smile. Yeah, we need to eat something good. The crew's diet meals make me feel like I've lost my sense of taste, Tang Tang said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Tang Tang suddenly noticed Jiang Wei. Come over for a chat. I live in Villa number 7, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yang Mi, who was standing next to Jiang Wei, rolled her eyes at him. They've already gotten someone pregnant, and they still claim they're just visiting. Jiang Wei, try your cooking today. Lu Tianxian took the bag and handed it to Jiang Wei. Okay. Jiang Wei took the bag and went to the kitchen to prepare the seafood. Seeing Jiang Wei's familiar demeanor, Tang Tang looked at Lu Tianxian and sensed something between them. I have great news to tell you. I changed my citizenship back today. Lu Tianxian excitedly shared the news with the 2 people. Really? Demimi looked at Lu Tianxian in disbelief. Really? My mom will be here in a bit, and will bring her ID card. Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Chapter 25 Building a Moon Palace Tourist Area. After eating seafood at Lu Tianxian's house, Jiang Wei returned home. The events of this period have left Jiang Wei somewhat directionless. I used to want to make a lot of money and date the prettiest girls. Now I have money, and I also have a pretty girl. Jiang Wei opened a can of beer and sat down on a deck chair in the yard. It's mid-August now. the hottest time of year in Shanghai. Jiang Wei now seems to have lost his goal. Making rabbits stronger is something we've been working on all along. What goal should we set? Jiang Wei asked, sipping his wine and gazing at the sky. Set a goal. Suddenly a voice came. Jiang Wei looked over and saw that it was Zhao Lianjiang. Zhao, old Zhao, what brings you here? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw that the person who came was Zhao Lianjiang. It's all right. There were a lot of things we didn't talk about at the tea house this morning. Let's continue our conversation, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. Okay, I'll go find you some chilled beer. Jiang Wei stood up. Yeah, I drove here. I don't drink and drive. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. Good. Jiang Wei got Zhao Lianjiang a bottle of chilled floral tea and then sat down. Feeling like you have no goals in life? Zhao Lianjiang asked with a smile. Yes, a little. Jiang Wei nodded. Then let's find a target, like building a Guanghan Palace tourist area on the moon, Zhao Lianjiang said, pointing to the moon. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Jiang Wei was stunned. With you around? It's not absurd at all, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. All right, the boss called me back then, hoping you could get the horn-sounding 60 feature working. Make sure to accumulate points during this time, Zhao Lianjiang said quietly. What's going on? Jiang Wei was stunned. Due to production technology limitations, Zhao Lianjiang and Jiang Wei have stated that they estimate they will not be able to produce the 60-speed horn this year. The cancer cure is causing trouble. The U.S. is demanding that we release the formula and process for the cancer cure at Matchbox Building, but we refused. Next, they'll probably be conducting military exercises around us, Zhao Lianjiang whispered. The domestic agents are too amazing. They even found out about this? Jiang Wei asked, stunned. However, what the agents discovered was not just what they deduced. The U.S.'s three-pronged approach. First, coercing the U.S. by uniting numerous countries at the Matchbox Building. Second, joint military exercises. And third, economic, technological, and energy sanctions. The first tactic has passed, and the third tactic won't work on us. Economic sanctions can help our economy maintain its internal circulation, and we have technology to rely on. So only the second move can put pressure on us, so we need to send a few Siren 60s to disrupt the U.S. military's exercises, Zhao Lianjiang explained simply. After listening, Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, aren't you afraid that my identity will be exposed if you come looking for me like this? Jiang Wei asked in a low voice. Don't worry, it won't be exposed. Fewer than 10 people know your identity, and fewer than 20 people know that there is such a person as you. The people who put up the advertisement are from the model factory. They just thought it was an advertisement for selling models. How many points do you have now? Zhao Lianjiang asked in a low voice. 95,000 is enough for tomorrow, Jiang Wei said directly. Let's meet at the usual place tomorrow, Zhao Lianjiang said before leaving. Jiang Wei continued to lie there, gazing at the moon in the sky. Build a Guanghan Palace tourist area, Guanghan Palace. Jiang Wei thought of it, as if he had a new goal. What should the moon palace look like? Jiang Wei began to imagine. The fairy is at home, and you're drinking alone here all by yourself, a voice suddenly called out. Dammy, what brings you here? Jiang Wei looked up and saw that it was Demimi. I came over for a bit and saw you spacing out, Demimi said casually. I wasn't daydreaming, I was just thinking about something, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What are you thinking about? Demimi asked curiously. Let's think about building a Guanghan Palace tourist area on the moon and see what would be suitable, Jiang Wei said honestly, admitting that he had indeed been pondering this question. Demimi laughed out loud, thinking that Jiang Wei was joking. Do you dare to think of something even more outrageous? Demimi said with a laugh. How about we think about it? Is the Jade Emperor in the troposphere or the stratosphere? Jiang Wei joked. Giggle. I have nowhere to go tonight. Can I stay at your place for the night? Demimi looked at Jiang Wei. Her meaning was very clear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei felt a surge of excitement. I couldn't help but reminisce for a moment. Let's go stay at Tianxian's house. She was quite upset about what happened last time, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Why don't you stay at your place? It's not convenient at my place. Lu Tianxian walked in from the door. Lu Tianxian felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Yang Mi and Jiang Wei's conversation, but quickly subsided. ? Jiang Wei looked at Lu Tianxian and sensed that she was in a bad mood. Honey, go back to the room you stayed in last time and rest. Lu Tianxian nudged Honey. Okay. Demimi blushed slightly and went inside. What happened? You seem to be in a bad mood, Jiang Wei asked. My mom just told my dad about my pregnancy, and they started arguing again. It was really fierce. Lu Tianxian said, feeling upset. It's all right, don't take it to heart. Jiang Wei quickly reassured him. Mwah. Jiang Wei wiped away her tears and comforted her, and she finally stopped crying after about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't cry. It's bad for the baby and for the eyes when a pregnant woman cries, Jiang Wei said earnestly, wiping away her tears. By the way, let's keep our relationship like this. I don't dare to get married, Lu Tianxian said to Jiang Wei very seriously. If you want to get married that day, and I haven't overcome my fear, then let's break up, Lu Tianxian said suddenly and calmly. It's fine to keep it this way. Why bring in Yang me? Jiang Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. It's all because you're too capable. For hours, who can stand that? Lu Tianxian rolled her eyes at Jiang Wei. All right, I should go back now. Lu Tianxian patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. By the way, where's Tang Tang? That auntie was arguing. It's not good for Tang Tang to be alone at your house. Jiang Wei asked as he saw Lu Tianxian off. We're home now. Tang Tang is a local. Lu Tianxian glanced at Jiang Wei. Go back to sleep. Jiang Wei rubbed Lu Tianxian's head. Lu Tianxian nodded. After seeing Lu Tianxian off, Jiang Wei returned home and took a cold shower. The weather in Shanghai has been unbearably hot lately. Jiang Wei turned on the air conditioner and lay down on the bed. A short while later, Demimi came in wearing a bathrobe. A few minutes later, a soaring soprano voice rang out from the bedroom. Chapter 26, Pharmaceutical Negotiations. In the office of the Kyoto 4 Pharmaceutical Factory, a group of camel-dwelling people with white cloths on their heads were chatting quietly among themselves. On the other side, the bear-like people dressed in suits were whispering to each other. Finally, the meeting room door was pushed open and 5 or 6 people walked in. Hello, everyone. I am Su Jiangwo, the chief negotiator from the Ministry of Commerce, and I am in charge of this negotiation. The man in his 40s, who is leading the negotiations, introduced himself. This is Huang Wei, general manager of the 4th Pharmaceutical Factory in Shanghai, and this is Han Zhong, the technical director of the pharmaceutical factory. The 3 of us will be in charge of this negotiation. Su Jiangwo introduced the people around him. We want to import cancer cure? What's the price? The leader of the camels asked directly. Prince Mansour, the price is $30,000. After all, our costs are very high. The cost of the medicinal materials alone is 100,000 renminbi. It took 15 years, 47 research institutes, and the research cost was as high as 455 billion renminbi. So the price is high. Su Jiangwo gave the answer directly. Well, is it possible for us to have the agency rights for the camel region? Mansour asked directly. Sure, as long as you purchase 200,000 boxes, we will directly grant you the distribution rights, Su Jiangwo said directly. No problem, Mansour agreed immediately. Prince Mansour went to great lengths to secure this opportunity for negotiations. If one were to obtain the right to act as an agent for the cancer cure, one would gain sufficient political capital, which would be of great benefit to one's future succession. As for money, I'm the richest person in the world. I'm just a piece of cloth over my head. Do I need to calculate it? It's just a mere $6 billion, isn't it? We need 500,000 boxes of cancer cure. When can we get the goods? Mansour asked directly. It's fine now, as long as you pay, Su Jiangwo said directly. No problem, let's sign the contract. Mansour agreed immediately. Prince Mansour, do we need to prepare for the signing ceremony? Su Jiangwo asked after thinking for a moment. These wealthy people all like to be in the spotlight and make a name for themselves. Of course. Mansour nodded. Representative Su, to be honest, this price is too high. We can't afford it. Is there anything else we can use to pay? The representative of the Mao asked Su Jiangwo directly after seeing that the two had reached an agreement. Although Russia is the second strongest military power, its economy is severely lagging behind due to the problems caused by the Russian bear. Russia has 700,000 cancer patients, which would require $14 billion. This is not a small expense for the Mao either. Of course, oil and natural gas are both fine, but the price will only be 80% of the international oil price. Su Jiangwo agreed immediately. Oil and natural gas are cheap in Russia. Although China has a vast territory and abundant resources, it is also an oil-deficient country due to its large population. Okay, we need to talk about the price of imported crude oil. The Russian representative felt that the international oil price of 80 was a bit too low. So I planned to continue negotiating the price and try to get more profit. This negotiation went too smoothly. Jiang Wei and Zhao Lianjiang asked, staring blankly at the negotiation footage being broadcast on television. In Jiang Wei's mind, negotiations shouldn't be a back-and-forth wrangling, fighting for profits penny by penny. How did it turn into a simple chat? And they managed to take down the sand camel. The Russians didn't say much, just that they would switch to paying with oil, and they wanted to discuss the price of the oil. These two are the easiest to get, and they're from friendly countries. The prince wants political capital, and he's not short of money. As for the Russians paying with oil, their oil is cheap, and most importantly, they've been under sanctions, so their oil prices aren't going up. They can make more money selling to us, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Hearing Zhao Lianjiang's words, Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, what about Baba sheep, North Korean sheep, and San Mao? I haven't seen them being purchased, Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It's important to know that North Korea is China's highest diplomatic rank, followed by Pakistan, then Russia, and only then China. These three countries didn't make much money. They each sent 50,000 boxes under the guise of aid and spent 100,000 to buy the missing items. They still made a good profit. Zhao Lianjiang laughed. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Providing 50,000 boxes would only cost 50,000 yuan. They make their money back as long as they buy just one box. Jiang Wei watched the live broadcast while enjoying tea and snacks. It seems that Prince Mansour is very happy and feels that he has made a profit. Jiang Wei saw the signing ceremony. The two sides shook hands and took photos, and Mansour's lips were curled up in a big smile. Su Jiangwo, who was shaking hands and taking photos next to him, had the same expression. Isn't a win-win situation? Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. All right, Jiang Wei smiled. By the way, tomorrow is the first time the fighter jets will make their debut. Let's come here for tea again, Zhao Lianjiang invited with a smile. No, I'll watch it at home tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow, and I invited a bunch of people to a party. Jiang Wei refused directly. I was just chatting with Zhao Lianjiang and got some news. The U.S. will use its second tactic tomorrow. A stealth fighter jet sounded its siren for 60 seconds, which was broadcast live domestically, ostensibly to show the military exercises of the world's strongest military power. Okay, by the way, Longwu Battery Factory went bankrupt and was auctioned off next Monday. Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said out of the blue. Dragon Tiger Battery? Jiang Wei asked, stunned. I don't recall ever having a factory called Longhu Battery, and it seems like it has nothing to do with me. Longhu Battery was a top seller 20 years ago. It was your father's business, but it has since gone bankrupt. It was a bestseller for 7 or 8 years in the 1990s. Your dad is still quite wealthy. How about we take over Longhu Battery and get a technologically advanced battery? Zhao Lianjiang asked with a smile. Besides chatting with Jiang Wei, the other purpose of this meeting was to persuade Jiang Wei to take over Longhu Battery. The government plans to develop electric vehicles, and batteries are essential. The official reward given to Jiang Wei for his contributions to the country was still considered too little by those in power. Although Jiang Wei was secretly incorporated into the military and given honors, these honors could not be announced until after Jiang Wei's death. Therefore, the higher-ups planned to have Jiang Wei take over Longhu Battery, giving him the high-end battery industry as compensation. All right, I'll take over. Jiang Wei nodded. I'll make a call when I get back, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Jiang Wei left the tea house, glanced at the time, and drove to the airport to wait. Lin Meiji called yesterday and said that her flight was at 9 a.m. today and she would arrive in Shanghai at 12:30 p.m. By the time Jiang Wei arrived at the airport, it was already noon, and by the time he parked the car, it was already 12:30. I rushed to the airport arrival gate and ran into Lin Meiji, who was just coming out. Mom, did you see Dad? Jiang Wei asked directly. I saw it, that's great. Let's go to Rongshanfang for a meal. Mom has money now, Lin Meiji said happily. How rich? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It's about 200 million, Lin Meiji said casually. The Dragon Tiger battery is going to be auctioned off next week. Should we buy it? Jiang Wei asked directly. What are you going to do with it? Lin Meiji was taken aback. I invested in a battery project, and it's paid off. I'm going to buy Longhu Battery and start producing it. Jiang Wei said earnestly. Let's not buy it. Longhu Battery's equipment is too outdated and can't keep up with the times. Lin Meiji shook her head. Jiang Wei heard this, but said nothing. The two went to Rongshan and had a meal of local Shanghai cuisine, which cost them 50 to 60,000 yuan. The food was delicious, but the meal cost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which made Lin Meiji feel a little distressed. After all, back in the day, you could eat your fill of local Shanghai cuisine in Rongshan for just 100 yuan. Chapter 27, Received, over. Jiang Wei, watching TV. Han Xian, carrying 2 cases of beer, pushed open the door and came in. Lu Dazhuang followed behind. He is now able to walk normally. However, you can't lift heavy objects. After all, bone cancer severely affects muscles. Blue bag beer. I've never had this beer before, Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I've never had this before either. It must be good wine. We have 3 cases in our wine cellar, Han Xian said, putting down his beer. What movie is this that uses an aircraft carrier? Lu Dazhuang asked curiously as he sat down beside him. It's not a movie, it's a live TV broadcast, a live broadcast of a joint military exercise between the US, South Korea, and Japan, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Huh, this can be broadcast live. Han Xian looked at the TV in surprise. Who would use a regular military exercise for live streaming? It involves too many confidential issues. The released videos are guaranteed to contain no secrets that could be leaked. This was a clandestine live stream. I watched it when it first started, and they said 10 J-60 fighter jets were tracking and filming us, Jiang Wei explained with a smile. 4 days ago, Zhao Yinjiang asked Jiang Wei to use the Mingdi 60 fighter jet advertisement. In addition to technical data and production equipment, he also requested 10 Mingdi 60s. The Mingdi 60 possesses thermal stealth, electromagnetic stealth, optical stealth, and low noise capabilities. It can reach a top speed of Mach 75, which is enough to go to the moon. However, the oxygen inside the spacecraft will be exhausted after a maximum of 6 hours of flight. Most importantly, the Mingdi 60 uses a completely new engine called a planetary power engine. By manipulating magnetic fields, the purpose of flight can be achieved. Therefore, it does not produce any sound when flying at non-supersonic speeds. Under normal conditions at low altitudes, without exceeding the speed of sound, the noise produced should not exceed 60 decibels. The trilateral naval exercise in the waters of Japan and the Philippines is officially commencing. Please respond upon receipt. A chat conversation from an English radio station came on the TV. Roger that, over. Roger that, over. Received, over. Huh. Upon seeing the scene on television, Jiang Wei burst out laughing. Ha ha. Whose subordinate is this? So showy. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Lu Dazhuang also laughed out loud. There's nothing you can do. It's another country's military exercise, and you just reply with received. What's wrong? Han Xian put down his wine and asked curiously. The TV was showing a 3 kingdoms exercise, and our pilot shouted received, over. Lu Dazhuang said with a smile. What kind of fighter jet is this? I've never seen one like it before, Han Xian asked with curiosity. The layout inside is nothing like any of the fighter jets currently in use in China. Honk 60. I even have a Honk 60 figurine in my collection, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mingdi 60 already has figurines? Han Xian's eyes widened in surprise. It's been around for a while, Jiang Wei said with a smile. As a military enthusiast, I didn't even know our country had fighter jets that sound their horns. Han Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the screen. Unfortunately, it is currently optically stealthy, so the outer fuselage cannot be seen from inside. Let me see the figurine, Han Xian said excitedly. On the second floor, on the left, in the first room, there are 7 figurines inside. Go see for yourself. Jiang Wei pointed to the second floor. I'll be right back. With that, she excitedly ran upstairs to the second floor. A short while later, he returned with 2 model airplane figurines. Where did you buy them? Han Xian asked, looking at the 2 very futuristic figurines with delight. Go behind the sign at the bus stop in the commercial district. If you find an advertisement for fighter jets, just call and order one, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll order one when I leave, Han Xian said with a broad smile. This is the command post. The U.S. missile destroyer is about to attack target ship number 4. In English. Roger that, over. Roger that, over. Received, over. Are the Americans so oblivious? Haven't they noticed there's an extra person yet? Han Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then burst into laughter. Ha, that's really funny. Jiang Wei laughed as well. The plane flew to a point not far above a ship. Then a missile destroyer was seen launching a missile. The plane gave chase and created a sonic boom cloud not far from the missile, but it was obscured by the missile's exhaust plume. The aircraft and missile flew parallel to each other, and about 2 minutes later, a target ship came into view. The plane broke away from parallel flight and followed at a distance. The missile struck the target ship rapidly, hitting its side instantly. The target ship, which was 50 meters long, was instantly blown into 2 pieces. The U.S.'s anti-ship missile doesn't seem to be that fast. Only Mach 4, Liu Dazhuang said seriously. Isn't the speed pretty fast? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's definitely not slow. This should be an outdated model, Han Xian nodded. Jiang Wei, did you just describe the speed of our siren-sounding fighter jet? It seems to keep up with missiles very easily, Han Xian asked curiously. There's no introduction, but judging from its appearance, it's faster than a regular missile. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei knew the specific parameters, but he couldn't reveal them. After all, the parameters of the siren-sounding fighter jet are top secret. Missile successfully hit target ship, over. Who are you? An angry voice crackled through the fighter jet's radio. Oops, we've been spotted. The pilot made a cheeky sound. Ha ha. People across the country watching the live broadcast on television were amused by this stunt. There's no way around it. He's just too despicable. At the same time, the communications officer in the 7th Fleet's command room ran straight into the command room. Mark, what happened? Commander Thomas Andre of the 7th Fleet asked loudly as he saw Mark rushing in. Commander, our radio signals have been compromised. Someone has been monitoring our radios, Mark said urgently. Is someone monitoring the radio? Andre asked, taken aback. Someone just reported to me in Chinese, translated by the communications team's translation expert. They reported that the missile successfully hit the target ship before Japan could report it, Mark said hurriedly. This is a serious problem. Andre frowned after hearing this. Radar team, have you detected any aircraft from other countries in the sky? Andre picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and asked loudly. Sir, no anomalies detected on the radar. The radar team's report came quickly. Sonar team, have you detected any submarines from other countries? Andre continued to ask. Sir, no other country's submarines detected, the sonar team reported. Damn it, how do they do that? Andre shouted angrily. Chapter 28 Birthday. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Andre finished shouting, the phone on the table rang. Hello, Mr. Odibio. Andre answered the phone quickly upon seeing the number. General Andre, the exercise is canceled, and the fleet is to return to base, came the helpless voice of Odbio from the other end. Mr. Odibio, the exercise has only been going on for half an hour, and they've only fired once just now, Andre asked, puzzled. I know, just find some excuse to end the exercise, Odibio continued. Mr. Odibio, why? Andre asked, puzzled, even though their communication channels have been hacked. However, this problem can be overcome. As long as the signal band is constantly modified, the other party doesn't have a good solution. The Chinese national television station broadcast the military exercise live worldwide, and the Harpoon missiles were filmed by the Chinese fighter jets throughout the entire process. Odbiao was filled with humiliation. I'm supposed to be the world's policeman, but I never expected to be bullied like this. Furthermore, feedback from the live stream and the directing department indicated that no enemy fighter jets were detected. Moreover, the live broadcast showcased the superior performance of the opposing fighter jets. The Harpoon missile, traveling at least Mach 4, easily caught up. Judging from the speedometer readings, the other party's speed may be faster than expected. Moreover, their own radar cannot detect the other party, nor can the naked eye detect it. The other side has such fighter jets, but has kept it a secret. He recently recovered from cancer and is now a fighter jet with a siren blaring. Everything is unknown. I understand, Mr. Odbio. Andre hung up the phone. From the information provided by Odbio, Andre understood Odbio's thoughts. The most important thing now is to preserve our strength. The enemy's stealth fighters that are undetectable. Their own 7th Fleet couldn't handle it. 2 or 3 sorties would be enough to destroy the 7th Fleet. This is the consequence of technological gap. It's like a stealth fighter versus a second-generation fighter, often with a ratio of 1 to over 100. In the Black Hall, Audrey sat in the conference room, his face extremely grim. The 7th Fleet just made a huge joke on a global scale. The military exercise was broadcast live in its entirety. I wonder how other countries are mocking us now. Charles, I need an explanation for why I haven't received any information about Horn 60. According to the serial number, the 60th siren has already been released. There must have been many models before it. This project must have been established for more than 10 or 20 years. Why haven't we heard a word about it? Audrey asked the director of the Special Agent Bureau. Boss, infiltration with the rabbits is difficult, but today our agent in Shanghai sent a message that there's a factory called Veteran Mold Factory. They have 12 models of the enemy's siren fighter jets. Siren 10, 20, 22, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, and 70. We only recently noticed this, but we can't infiltrate this mold factory. Charles shook his head. The appearance of the fighter jets, with their sirens blaring, was so sudden. It was the first time they had ever heard of such a thing. Why can't it penetrate? Adebayo asked curiously. Everyone around Charles was watching him. Because this factory is used to employ disabled police officers, soldiers, and firefighters, getting in is easy, but infiltration is extremely difficult. Besides, rabbits are different from us. Many of them are willing to live in anonymity for their entire lives. They have no idea what these bases are researching. Charles gave himself a reason. So what do we do now? Adebayo asked the crowd after hearing the question. We protested to the rabbits. After all, the live broadcast was done without our permission. Chief of Staff Marnes said after a moment's thought. There's no need to say that again. Are you trying to make the U.S. lose face on the world again? O'Durbio retorted directly. We control most of the world's crude oil, so we can use crude oil to impose sanctions, Senator Scott suggested after a moment's thought. That's unrealistic. Given the relationship between China and Russia, if China's crude oil is sanctioned, China can simply import it directly from Russia. Don't forget, Russia is also a major oil producer. Audrey shook his head in opposition. Chief, perhaps we can use chips to punish the rabbit, Charles suggested. That's feasible, Baron. Call the chip companies tomorrow to discuss the sanctions. O'Debbie nodded and said to a member of parliament. Yes, Chief. Baron nodded. That's it? How boring. Han Xian said speechlessly as he watched the three armies withdraw. The whole world has seen it. What are we going to do if we don't end it? Lu Dazhuang laughed. Look at the trending topics. It's only been a few minutes, and it's already trending. Jiang Wei showed his phone to the two of them. The top trending topic was, received, over. The second rule is a 3+1 country exercise, with one country responsible for live streaming. The U.S. has made a laughingstock all over the world now, Lu Dazhuang laughed. What are you laughing at? Yin Shu and Yun Mo came in carrying 2 tote bags, looked at the three of them laughing, and asked curiously. Just look at the trending news, and you'll see, Lu Dazhuang said with a laugh. Xiao Mo, Xiao Shu, you're here. Lin Meiji greeted them warmly. Yesterday, Lin Meiji met Yin Shu and Yun Mo, and today she met Lu Dazhuang and Han Xian. Lin Meiji has become acquainted with several of Jiang Wei's friends. Hello, Aunt Lin. Yin Shu and Yun Mo hurriedly greeted her. Please sit here with them. The food will be ready soon, Lin Meiji said before going into the kitchen. Auntie, let me help you. Yin Shu was about to go in and help. No, I'm afraid the pot of home will explode. Lin Meiji refused without hesitation. Ha ha ha, Sister Shu Shu, another one has discovered you're a kitchen killer. Jiang Wei laughed out loud. Ha ha, is it possible that I am Yun Mo? Everyone looked at Yin Shu. The two were dressed identically, both wearing white dresses and light makeup. For a moment, Han Xian, Jiang Wei, and Lu Dazhuang looked at each other, unable to tell who was who. There was no way to tell them apart. They were indistinguishable in appearance. Yes, Momo. Gumin. Lin Meiji nodded when she heard it was Yun Mo. Then Yun Mo, who hadn't spoken a word, walked into the kitchen. Sister Shu Shu, is it fun? Jiang Wei looked at Yun Shu speechlessly. Just trying to trick you guys, he said, walking over and sitting down next to Jiang Wei. You're amazing. Jiang Wei gave a thumbs up. Happy birthday, Lil Wei, she said, handing the 2 boxes to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took the bag and placed it behind the sofa. This was bought with my first pot of gold. Aren't you touched? Yin Shu instantly transformed into a fairy. Have you been paid yet? Jiang Wei asked, somewhat bewildered. It's been paid. It was the salary I received the day before yesterday. Son, come and have some cake. Chapter 29, The Shocking and Destructive Plan for the Chip Industry. While Jiang Wei was celebrating his birthday, the world was also in turmoil. The Russian emperor put down his tablet and only smiled after the military exercise ended. I never imagined that the rabbit's technology had developed to this level. The sirens of fighter jets. I never expected them to have such a backup plan. The emperor looked at a group of military generals and said with a smile, Your Majesty, will the rise of the rabbits pose a threat to us? Autorev asked seriously. No, the rise of the rabbits is beneficial to us. Someone is drawing fire for us. The emperor shook his head. It also diverted the attention of the U.S. By the way, contact the rabbit. I'll go visit him, the emperor said directly. Yes, Your Majesty. Amar, the rabbit's fighter jet is very powerful. Go to the rabbit and find a way to import it. Money is not a problem, the king said to a prince in a camel palace. Yes, father. But what about the eagle? Amar asked, frowning. Now, the camel is an ally of the eagle. If the sand camels were to change their standard weapons, it would signify a breakdown in relations between the two sides. The henchmen of the five great powers basically all use the weapons of the five great powers. Ignore him. With the appearance of the whistling fighter jets, the U.S.'s position as the world's #1 is not so secure anymore, the king said directly. Understand, father. Baka, why didn't we know the fighter jets were sounding their horns? Abe shouted at the intelligence minister. Great minister, this is a secret project. The rabbit has many secret projects, and we can't detect them, Koizumi Ayagoro said helplessly. Smack! What use are you? Now get out of here immediately and get this straight. Abe slapped Koizumi Ayagoro across the face and shouted. Jiang Wei sat in the tea house, leisurely drinking tea and listening to music. Director Zhao, why are you so late today? Jiang Wei glanced at the time. He was half an hour late for the agreed time. Catching spies, huh? Lately, a lot of spies have been going to the veteran mold factory to inquire about things. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. What do you want to achieve by asking me out this time? It can't just be a billboard ad. Jiang Wei asked seriously. Our agents in the U.S. have received information that the U.S. is up to something again, targeting our chip industry, Zhao Lianjiang stated directly, revealing the purpose of the operation. Understood. Jiang Wei nodded. Zhao Lianjiang took out a booklet, which contained many advertisements. How many points do you have now? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. More than 74,000. Jiang Wei glanced at it and reported the number directly. These 7 advertisements should all be blue. Zhao Lianjiang took out 7 advertisements. Factory direct sales. Factory direct sales. 13 nanometers lithography machine, technical data, design drawings, and production equipment sold as a package at a rock-bottom price. The entire technology set is only 1 yuan. Contact number, 13 Mu. Factory direct sales. Factory direct sales. 10 nanometers lithography machine, technical data, design drawings, and production equipment sold as a package at a rock-bottom price. The entire technology set is only 1 yuan. Contact number, 13 Blue. Factory direct sales. Factory direct sales. 7 nanometers lithography machine, technical data, design drawings, and production equipment sold as a package at a rock-bottom price. The entire technology set is only 1 yuan. Contact number, 13 Blue. They're all blue. Should we exchange them? Jiang Wei asked after looking at them. No rush. Take a look at this one. He then pulled out another advertisement. For world peace, for the sake of love and justice, I'm selling detailed information on global spies. Not 998, not 888, just 8.8 yuan. Detailed information on global spies, sold as a package. Welcome to purchase. You won't lose out. Contact number, 13 Light. Who wrote this ad? Jiang Wei spat out a mouthful of tea and burst out laughing. I wrote this on the phone while watching cartoons with my daughter yesterday, Zhao Lianjiang said, laughing at himself. The think tank has learned how to exploit bugs. This ad is white, Jiang Wei said directly. Haha, that's great. Zhao Lianjiang burst out laughing. The National Security Bureau is related to national security. With this capability, we can eliminate all the domestic spies. This way, there won't be any spies threatening national security in the short term. I want all of these advertisements. Zhao Lianjiang placed all the advertisements on the table. Jiang Wei didn't hesitate and dialed the number again and again. In about 5 minutes, all the advertisements came true. By the way, why did you buy so many lithography machine blueprints? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Actually, it's all about destroying the global chip industry. We'll directly produce 14-nanometer chips, and after a while, we'll produce 10-nanometer chips, making the other side feel like they can never catch up thus giving up their research, Zhao Lianjiang said, after thinking for a moment. That can't be right. Chips are related to the future. How can we give up research? Jiang Wei asked blankly. Why not? Countries like the U.S. research chips to make money. If they don't make money, do you think those capitalists would throw their money away? Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. After hearing Zhao Lianjiang's words, Jiang Wei thought about it and felt that it should be so. After all, countries like the U.S. are dominated by capitalists. Capital will not be invested in research and development if it does not generate profits. This would create a vicious cycle. No one invests in research and development. Research and development makes no progress. No one invests. And ultimately the chip industry goes bankrupt, leaving it reliant on imports. Not all countries are like the rabbit, willing to suffer losses to conduct research for the sake of national rejuvenation. By the way, are you planning to buy the Dragon Tiger battery? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. I haven't decided yet. My mom said that Longhu Battery's equipment is already very outdated, and I've also asked someone to investigate it. Jiang Wei shook his head. Buy it. Longhu Battery's R&D department is very capable. The most valuable thing is not the equipment, but the researchers, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Moreover, the country will develop towards electric vehicles in the future, and electric vehicles will become the mainstream. After all, oil resources are limited, and we must get rid of the limitations imposed by oil, Zhao Lianjiang continued. The most crucial point is, aren't you planning to build the Moon Palace tourist area on the moon that would require at least 1 or 2 trillion US dollars? Right, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. You're right. I'll buy it tomorrow. Jiang Wei nodded. If they really wanted to build a Guanghan Palace tourist area, it would cost a lot of money. By the way, regarding the notice from above, you're responsible for handling the points for the next month. Try your best to make the battery factory bigger and stronger, Zhao Lianjiang said, relaying the notice. Okay, I'll buy the Dragon Tiger battery at the auction tomorrow. Jiang Wei nodded. All right, I'm going back now. I'm off to arrest people according to the list. Zhao Lianjiang put down his teacup, stood up, and left. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and then left. According to some of the survey results, Longhu Battery's price may not be cheap, given its impressive footprint of 200 acres. Although industrial land is relatively cheap, it costs at least 200,000 yuan per unit of land area, while the price in the suburbs is cheaper at 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per Chapter 30 Buying the Dragon Tiger Battery Factory. At the Shanghai auction house, Jiang Wei found his seat and casually sat down in the lobby. The Shanghai auction house is a long-established auction house. Foreclosure auctions are usually held at auction houses in Shanghai, with one auction held at the end of each month, lasting for 1 day. The earliest items auctioned by the court were antiques and factories. Young man, is this your first time buying something at a judicial auction? An elderly man with a goatee asked Jiang Wei. Yes, I've never been here before, sir. Are you a regular customer? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I am Li Dihai, an old man and a collector. Let's see if I can find anything good. What's your name, young man? You look familiar. Li Dihai asked with a smile. Mr. Li, my name is Jiang Wei. I've taken a liking to the Longhu battery and plan to bid for it today. Jiang Wei stated his purpose directly. Dragon Tiger battery? Young man, your surname is Jiang? What is your relationship with Jiang Yinlin? Li Dihai carefully examined Jiang Wei and then recalled something. Is this my father? Does elderly know him? Jiang Wei asked directly. Yes, I know you. I retired from Longhu Battery. However, Longhu Battery's equipment is very outdated. The only valuable things are the research projects and the researchers, which are not very valuable. Li Dihai shook his head. About my eye on those researchers. I have plenty of technology and equipment, Jiang Wei said directly. Then let's buy it. Li Dai Nudda. Jiang Wei chatted with Li Dihai for a while and learned that Li Dihai used to be the R&D director of Longhu Battery. They know a great deal about the situation inside the Dragon Tiger Battery. Welcome, distinguished guests, to our monthly judicial auction. The auction is now officially open. Please welcome the first item up for auction, Chongqing Electronics Factory. Chongqing Electronics Factory was founded in 1965. Why did it start with an antique auction instead of a factory auction? And this Chongqing Electronics Factory has failed to sell at auction several times already. Li Dihai was taken aback when he heard that the first item to be auctioned was an electronics factory. Why is it usually an antique that starts the game? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. Just have a good omen, Li Dihai said with a smile. This Chongqing Electronics Factory covers a huge area up to 1,500 acres. The starting price is 900 million. The location is too good. If it can be converted into residential land, Chongqing Electronics Factory would be worth at least 30 billion, let alone 900 million. Li Dihai introduced Chongqing Electronics Factory. Jiang Wei shook his head after hearing this. This land is worth 600,000 per mu. It's far too expensive for industrial land. The price of general industrial land is between 50,000 and 200,000. 900 million. Suddenly, someone raised a sign. Instantly, everyone in the auction house focused their attention on that person. Jiang Wei looked over and felt that the face looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he seemed to have seen it before at the security bureau. Thinking about it carefully, and considering Zhao Lianjiang's behavior yesterday, it seems he's planning to scrap the Chongqing Electronics Factory and build a lithography machine factory instead. The following item is from Longhu Battery Manufacturing Company, Limited, a company that recently went bankrupt. Longhu Battery was founded in. The auctioneer launched into a long introduction to the Dragon Tiger battery. Who would want this dilapidated factory? Apart from the industrial land, everything else is worthless. Good factories can be auctioned off here. That's true. Starting bid, 30 million. Please place your bids, the auctioneer announced. The surroundings fell silent instantly. No one uttered a sound. 30 million. Jiang Wei held up the sign in his hand. Guest number 12 has offered 30 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The surroundings remained quiet, and no one made a bid. 30 million for the first time, 30 million for the second time, 30 million for the third time sold. The auctioneer announced the sale amidst an awkward atmosphere. The auctioneer couldn't help but smile at the successful sale of two factories. In particular, they disposed of the Chongqing Electronics Factory, which had been unsold for over a year. The battery manufacturer's price was within Jiang Wei's expectations. The battery factory is located in the suburbs, not far from Songjiang Prefecture, where industrial land is cheap. The land was only worth 60,000 yuan per mu, and the authorities required that the land be used to operate a battery factory, which led everyone to give up on buying the factory. Jiang Wei left his seat to swipe his card and get the paperwork done. From now on, Jiang Wei will be in charge of Longhu Battery. Seeing Jiang Wei leave, Li Dihai thought for a moment and then left the auction hall as well. With the help of staff, Jiang Wei completed the paperwork for Longhu Battery. Mr. Huang, are you busy right now? Jiang Wei had no experience in taking over a factory, so he simply called Huang Pengtao, the general manager of Chalima. I'm not busy, Mr. Jiang. Is there something you need? Huang Pengtao asked curiously from across the table. Huang Pengtao was very satisfied with Jiang Wei as chairman. I'm extremely satisfied. I used to be the general manager at Yellow River World Trade Center, where there were a chairman, vice chairman, executive director, and shareholder representative above me. The four forces are interfering with each other. It's either you who opposes it, or someone else who opposes it. This led to slow business development, and as a result, a group of leaders blamed themselves for not being able to develop the company properly. After the contract expired, Huang Pengtao left the Yellow River World Trade Center. After joining ELE.me, being the general manager has become incredibly easy. The chairman and vice chairman briefly outlined the company's development direction. Then I left it to myself, and I no longer interfere in company affairs. For a professional manager, this is simply the best boss. The best bosses in the past were coal mine owners. Coal mine owners, because their families own mines, often have low levels of education and are not good at management. Most importantly, they all have self-awareness. They leave professional matters to professionals, and their only responsibility is to spend money. I acquired Longhu Battery Factory, but I have no experience in managing a factory, so I'd like to ask you to come and help me out, Jiang Wei said somewhat embarrassedly. Okay, I don't have anything planned for today. Huang Pengtao agreed immediately. Then let's meet at the entrance of the Longhu Battery Factory. Jiang Wei nodded. Then drive to Longhu Battery Factory in Songjiang Prefecture. When they arrived at Songjiang Prefecture, Huang Pengtao was already there. He was talking to a few people at the door. Chairman Jiang. Huang Pengtao greeted Jiang Wei. President Huang. Jiang Wei smiled and waved. This is Mr. Jiang, who bought Longhu Battery. Huang Pengtao introduced the three. This is Su Hui, the workshop director of Longhu Battery. This is Zhou Fengyan, the director of the research lab of Longhu Battery. And this is Jiang Meiling, the vice president of human resources. Hello, everyone. We'll be working together from now on. Jiang Wei shook hands with the three men in turn. Take me inside for a tour. Then we'll gather together for a short meeting, Jiang Wei said to the three. President Jiang, what is your relationship with Jiang Yunlin? Jiang Miling asked curiously, looking at Jiang Wei. He's my father. Do you know him? Jiang Wei asked, startled. Yes, I know him. When I first joined the factory, I was a staff member in the Human Resources Department, and I often saw him. Jiang Miling nodded. Is he President Jiang's son? Zhou Fengyan asked curiously. Zhou Fengyan had never met Jiang Yunlin, since Jiang Yunlin had been imprisoned 20 years ago. Jiang Miling nodded. Jiang Wei toured the factory area and the research and development laboratory. The research lab is currently on holiday, and most of its employees are working part-time as teachers at various universities in Shanghai. The production workshop has completely stopped production, and no one is maintaining the equipment anymore. There's a thin layer of dust on it. Moreover, even Jiang Wei, an outsider, could see that the equipment here was exceptionally outdated. Chapter 31, Jiang Wei's Plan. Let's have a brief meeting today. I've now bought the factory. To be honest, the reason I bought this factory was because of its R&D team and the industrial land. Jiang Wei stated his purpose directly. Zhou Fengyan was taken aback when he heard Jiang Wei's words, but then a smile appeared on his face. Their R&D team is considered top-notch in the country. Director Su, now that the company is up and running, I have very advanced production equipment, so I need you to clean out all 4 production workshops. As for the equipment inside, get rid of it if you can, and sell it as scrap metal if you can't. I understand. Shuri nodded hurriedly. I'll give you 10 days, Jiang Wei said directly. HR is in charge of recruitment. Get the staff recruited as soon as possible. Director Zhou, dispose of all the equipment in the laboratory, but keep the data. I'll have someone send over brand new experimental equipment in a few days. The new battery is extremely powerful, but I won't go into details. You're to take over the research and development. And have all the researchers sign confidentiality agreements, Jiang Wei said to the 3 of them. Clear. Old Huang, do you know any professional managers? Someone capable and worldly wise, Jiang Wei asked after a moment's thought. Having seen the world, Huang Pingtao didn't quite understand Jiang Wei's meaning. We live in the internet age. Everyone has seen the world. This company will be huge in the future. As a manager, you'll meet mayors, top international capitalists, and foreign leaders. You can't do without seeing the world, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Hearing Jiang Wei's serious expression, Huang Pengtao frowned. Chairman Jiang Wei, it's bound to grow very large. Huang Pengtao asked after thinking for a moment. Currently, dry cell batteries are controlled by non-Fu battery and Huada battery. First, our batteries are very advanced, far ahead of the international level. Second, it is related to policy. Our country is an oil-poor country, so electric vehicles will become the mainstream in the future. We won't produce dry cell batteries. This is inside information, and it's estimated that it will be released in 1 or 2 months, Jiang Wei told Huang Pengtao. Huang Pengtao nodded upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. If there is indeed policy support, then Longhu battery is now in the eye of the storm. Moreover, with globally leading technology, it will expand rapidly, like inflating a balloon. This also piqued Huang Pengtao's interest in Jiang Wei's background. To be able to obtain such information, there must be someone supporting them behind the scenes. It's highly likely that Jiang Wei was released by the other side to make money. There really is such a person, and he just happens to be free. Huang Pengtao thought about his friends and realized that there really was someone like that. Tell me about it, Jiang Wei asked directly upon hearing that such a person existed. That person's name is Ma Weigua. He's a year ahead of me in school. He used to be the general manager of Donghua Coal. More than 3 years ago, after Donghua Coal was acquired, he left the company after serving as general manager for a year. Then he'll keep traveling and having fun everywhere. I could actually get him to come out of seclusion, Huang Pengtao said seriously. All right, we must invite them. Jiang Wei didn't even consider conducting an interview. Jiang Wei had heard of Donghua Coal before. It was the largest coal company in northwestern Shaanxi. To be able to become the general manager of a company like that, one must be exceptionally capable. Why would one need an interview? Okay, I'll go make the call now. Huang Pengtao got up and left the meeting room. Huang Pengtao found Ma Weigua's phone number on his phone and dialed it directly. Taozi, what's up? A lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Ma, are you still not up? Huang Pengtao asked with a smile. I'm up. I'm sunbathing on the beach in the South China Sea right now, Ma Weigwa said lazily. What's up? What do you need me for? Ma Weigwa asked casually. I'd like to ask Brother Ma to come out of retirement. I have a boss here who's basically a hands-off manager. He bought a battery factory, and he has the technology, equipment, and R&D team. He's planning to expand and strengthen the business, and he needs to hire a professional manager, Huang Pengtao said directly. How much is the annual salary? I won't do it if it's less than 5 million. Ma Weigwa immediately became interested. Given the boss's usual style, there's no salary. I guess he'll give me 5% of the profits, just like I do. The bigger you get, the more money you can make, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Battery manufacturers have to compete with companies like Nanfu Battery, and making money won't be easy, Ma Weigwa said calmly. A 5% dividend would have been worth at least 1 billion yuan for Donghua Coal in the past. However, for a battery factory, even with only 5% of the shares, the annual dividends would probably be minimal. It's easy money. The battery factory is preparing to produce electric vehicle batteries in the future, and the government is going to give strong support to electric vehicles. And our boss's batteries are world-leading, Huang Pengtao continued. You've seen that battery? Ma Weigwa felt like he was being fooled when he heard this. No, we just bought the factory. I helped my boss with his previous company because he said he had world-leading special effects technology. As for the special effects, I reckon even Hollywood can't do it. Don't worry, come on over. If the boss can't do it, you can just quit, Huang Pengtao continued. Can he really be a hands-off manager? Ma Weigwa was intrigued. I'm now the general manager of Chiling Company. I've been here for a little over 2 months, and we've met 6 times. 4 of those times, I was the one who needed to contact him. I made 14 phone calls, most of which I did. You can tell how cleanly I've washed my hands of this business, Huang Pengtao said earnestly. Okay, give me the address. I'll come over tomorrow. Ma Weigwa was completely tempted. After Donghua Coal was merged into the State Coal Corporation, Ma Weigwa served as its general manager for a year. This was also the most frustrating manager position Ma Weigwa had ever held, as he had to satisfy the will of his superiors. To prevent others from framing you, you not only have to engage in intrigue and backstabbing, but you also have to be subject to constraints from all sides. However, due to the constraints imposed by various parties, he cannot fully utilize his abilities and will eventually be driven to despair. So, for the sake of his own lifespan, Ma Weigwa simply resigned. When he was a manager for a coal mine owner, he saved money and put it in the bank. The monthly interest was enough for Ma Weigwa to live a carefree life. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Huang Pengtao smiled when he heard Ma Weigwa agree. Back in the meeting room, I saw 4 people chatting casually. Chairman Jiang, we've invited you to come out of retirement. By the way, what kind of treatment will you receive? Huang Pengtao thought for a moment and asked seriously. Same as you, 5/10 of the shares, with the remaining 5/10 going to senior management and the research team, Jiang Wei said directly. Chairman Jiang, Ma Weigwa will be arriving tomorrow. Would you like to meet him? Huang Pengtao suggested. We definitely need to meet him and sign the employment contract. Jiang Wei shook his head. Where shall we meet? Come directly to my house. I'll treat him to dinner. You have the legal department draft an employment contract based on your contract. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Okowo. Chapter 32 Sanctions and Counter-Sanctions. The next day at noon, Huang Pengtao brought a middle-aged man who was about the same age as him to Jiang Wei's house. He has a square face, eagle eyes, and a hooked nose, giving him a very imposing appearance. Chairman Jiang, this is Ma Weigwa, Huang Pengtao introduced to Jiang Wei. Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Jiang Wei. Hello, Chairman Jiang. We're just having a casual meal today, Mr. Huang. Did you bring the contract? Jiang Wei asked Huang Pengtao. I brought it. I'll get the food. You can sit down. Jiang Wei went to the kitchen and took the food out of the insulated box. I gave everyone a bowl of rice. Chairman Jiang, did you cook this yourself? Huang Pengtao asked curiously as he looked at the dishes. I glanced into the kitchen just now, and there was no one there. Yes, I used to be an apprentice in a restaurant, so my skills are passable, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Have a meal. After the meal, Jiang Wei cleared away the dishes and came to the living room. Mr. Ma, have you read the contract? Jiang Wei asked directly. Chairman Jiang, I've seen it, but shouldn't we conduct the interview first? Ma Wei was said seriously. Let's skip the interview and just chat casually. Jiang Wei shook his head. If you can't even manage yourself, you shouldn't be interviewing others. Mr. Ma has taken over Longhu Battery. How do you plan to develop it? I currently have a very advanced battery with good energy storage capacity. I received inside information that the higher-ups will strongly support electric vehicles and electric buses. Jiang Wei asked earnestly. Do you have the specific parameters of the battery? Ma Weiguo felt this was unreliable. There's only one parameter, 20 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, Jiang Wei said, recounting the data he had discussed with Zhao Lianjiang. Really? Ma Weiguo's eyes widened. Really? How could a project I invested in be fake? Jiang Wei said directly. With such good batteries, what's the point of further development? Just find domestic electric vehicle manufacturers, electric car manufacturers, agricultural machinery manufacturers that produce three-wheel vehicles, and mobile phone manufacturers. Tell them about energy storage, and wait for business to come to us, Ma Weiguo said simply and bluntly. If 1 kilogram of gasoline truly contains the equivalent of 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity, gasoline-powered cars would likely be obsolete within 10 years. By the way, should we stir up some trouble and strangle the countries around the world? Ma Weiguo asked seriously. I'll think about it, Jiang Wei said seriously. All right, let's sign the contract. After signing, you'll take over Longhu Battery, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, sure, Ma Weiguo nodded. The two signed an employment contract. Huang Pingtao then left with Ma Weiguo. Check in. Plus 6,530. Mom, you stayed at Tianqin's house for another day? Jiang Wei asked with a smile as he saw Lin Meiji come in. Yes, Tianqin's morning sickness has been quite severe these past few days, and she's lost weight, Lin Meiji said with some concern. Jiang Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Has she lost weight? She's gotten a bit rounder. Ding ding. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and glanced at it. Mom, I have to go out for a bit. Jiang Wei left with his phone. We drove to the Riverside Tea House. Hey Lao Zhao, what's the matter this time? Jiang Wei asked with a smile as he entered Zhao Lianjiang's private room. Come over here and let me show you face-changing, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Did the tea house hire a face-changing master? Jiang Wei looked around. There didn't seem to be any advertisements. Take a look at this, he said, turning on the TV, which was showing a live news broadcast. Let's have some tea first. Zhao Lianjiang started brewing tea. By the way, these are the battery parameters I found online. You should have enough points by now. So let's look at an advertisement first. Zhao Lianjiang handed the data to Jiang Wei while making tea. Jiang Wei looked at the parameters above and began to study them. Currently, 1 kilogram of batteries on the market can hold approximately 0.1 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This 1 kilogram energy storage capacity is converted into 20 kilowatt-hours. Extra long lifespan and fast charging. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and came up with 2 requirements. Add wireless charging technology, and the charging distance will be 100 meters. Safety is a must. And by the way, this high-voltage charging. What do these current density and power density mean? It would be best to add resistance to low temperatures and high temperatures. Minus 120 degrees Celsius, isn't that too low? The two were discussing battery advertising, but neither of them really understood batteries, which are a technical thing. After all, one is highly educated, but his major doesn't match the requirements, while the other only graduated from junior high school. So the two of them got together and studied the battery parameters, constantly using a tablet to look up battery parameters online. After working for more than half an hour, an advertisement with densely packed parameters appeared. Factory direct sale of batteries, technology, and production equipment at rock-bottom prices, research equipment. Battery energy density, 20 kilowatts per hour per kilogram. Input. Also selling supporting wireless charging technology and production equipment. Green. Green. Jiang Wei smiled. That's good. Jiang Wei skillfully picked up the phone and dialed a number. Zhao Lianjiang on the other end answered the call smoothly and then made the payment. 100,000 points deducted. All right, done. Deliver it to the factory for me tomorrow, Jiang Wei said with a smile as he saw the points deducted. No problem. By the way, what are you going to do with the remaining points? Zhao Lianjiang suddenly asked. I haven't thought it through. I don't know what to do. Jiang Wei shook his head. Then let's build cars. In our country, mid to high-end cars are basically all from foreign car companies, Zhao Lianjiang suggested. That works too. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Oh dear, it's starting. Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Oh. Jiang Wei hurriedly picked up the tablet. Switched to the video software that Zhao Lianjiang created back then. Radisson, my sisters, Jiang Wei couldn't understand English, but Chinese translation was conveniently provided below. At a press conference, Audrey Eugene held a press conference and vigorously promoted the theory of the rabbit threat. "What are you watching on TV?" Jiang Wei asked with a smile. "You'll see soon enough there are 2 minutes left." Zhao Yinjiang glanced at the time. Jiang Wei glanced at the television. It was still showing commercials. Then I continued watching the tablet. "We will ban chips larger than 280 nanometers from entering China, and at the same time increase chip export tariffs by 300%. No wonder they made such a fuss up front. They're waiting here," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Our live TV broadcast has started." Zhao Yinjiang looked at the television. The television screen switched to a press conference. Press conferences are usually held in the morning or afternoon. There are very few press conferences in the evening. "Hello, everyone. I am Wang Ruya, the spokesperson for this press conference. In order to protect our country's rare mineral resources and ensure the country's sustainable development, my country will completely ban the export of rare earth elements. This is the first item on the agenda of this press conference. Are you guys up to something?" Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Yes, they banned chips. We ban rare earth elements," Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. "Modern chip production is inseparable from rare earth elements, also known as rare earth metals. Autobio must be furious." Jiang Wei looked at the tablet computer, showing Autobio speaking with great enthusiasm, and couldn't help but laugh. "So what if you're furious? The rare earth metal smelter we exchanged last month is already in production. It's even more advanced than the one in the US, and now it even has chip technology," Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "Okay, that's impressive. Now, I'm announcing the second thing. As we all know, the chip industry used to be controlled by developed Western countries. But today, I'm honored to tell you that my country has successfully developed a 13-nanometer lithography machine, which is capable of mass-producing 13-nanometer chips. From now on, my country's chip industry will be far ahead." Chapter 33. Audrey coughs up blood as he ventures into the automotive industry. "Now we'll move on to the Q&A session," Wang Ria said to the numerous reporters below after finishing her presentation. "Hello, spokesperson. I am Li Hui, a reporter from Zhuang TV. After the complete ban on rare earth exports, how will the mining of rare earths be handled? On the 14th of this month, my country successfully developed rare earth smelting technology and put it into production. The monthly smelting capacity is as high as 29,000 tons, which is enough to consume the rare earth mined by my country," Wang Ruya said with a smile. "Hello, spokesperson. I'm Kovins, a reporter from the Washington Daily News. China's rare earth exports account for more than 90% of the global total. How do you handle and view the impact on the global market?" Kovins asked with a questioning tone. "We are just a rare earth mining country. We have our own smelting plants and prioritize allocation to domestic plants. As for foreign markets, what do they have to do with us?" "Hello, spokesperson. I am Han Sueji, a reporter from Shanghai Daily. May I ask about my country's chip industry?" "The troublemakers are here. Look at the tablet," Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Jiang Wei looked at the tablet. After Adbio's speech ended, the ban was issued. "Chief Odbio, hello. This is Li Sirui, a reporter from Rabbit Village TV. I just received news from China that our country has completely banned the export of rare earth elements, and at the same time released rare earth metal smelting technology, as well as a 13-nanometer lithography machine. Will this affect your ban?" Li Sirui asked, holding the microphone and suppressing a laugh. When Audrey heard the news, his mind went blank for a moment. "Are you sure?" It took Biao a while to control his expression. Of course, Li Sirui handed the tablet in her hand to the security guard on duty next to her. Audrey took the tablet computer, which was playing a video of the press conference. After seeing the chip manufacturing plant and rare earth smelting plant switch during the press conference, Biao's blood rushed to his head instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The scene instantly descended into chaos. A group of security personnel were either providing first aid or making phone calls. After 5 minutes of emergency treatment, Audrey finally woke up. "I thought he was so angry he died." Jiang Wei shook his head as he watched Biao being revived. "Well, at least you didn't die of anger." Zhao Yinjiang was also a little disappointed. If Adbun had died of anger, he would have been remembered in history as the first national leader to die of anger. "By the way, I've noticed you seem to have a lot of free time lately," Jiang Wei said with a smile. We've caught all the spies from various countries, so we're naturally less busy now. All we need to do is control entry and smuggling, Zhao Yinjiang said with a relaxed expression. Was today's face-changing performance exciting? Zhao Yinjiang asked with a smile. The blood-spitting performance was spectacular, but no one died to add to the excitement. Jiang Wei put down his tablet. Ha. Jiang Wei returned home after 10 p.m. Honey, why are you so late coming home today? Lu Tianxian, wearing pajamas, sat on the sofa drinking water. I went to have tea with a friend and chatted for a while. Jiang Wei changed his clothes and sat down next to Lu Tianxian. I have good news for you, Lu Tianxian said excitedly. What good news? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Have you eaten yet? We completed our second round of financing today. Do you know how much it was? Lu Tianxian said excitedly. When Lao Huang gave his report a few days ago, he said he expected to raise 5 billion. Judging from your appearance, it should be more than 5 billion, right? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. 12 billion, more than double the target. It was Mr. Li from Baidu who raised the funds. At that time, Lao Huang even said that we might not need a third round of financing, Lu Tianxian said excitedly. She invested 10 million to acquire 20% of the shares, which, based on the current market value, makes her a billionaire with a net worth of over 20 billion. All right then, let Lao Huang handle it. Jiang Wei nodded. Aren't you excited at all? Lu Tianxian asked curiously, looking at the composed Jiang Wei. Money is just a string of numbers. It's meaningless. Jiang Wei rubbed Lu Tianxian's head. After 2 rounds of financing, Jiang Wei holds 50% of the shares. Based on this market value, Jiang Wei's net worth is approximately 60 billion yuan. But this 60 billion isn't real money. It's just an estimated value. You're pregnant? Don't get too excited. It's not good for your health. Jiang Wei helped Lu Tianxian lie down on the bed. Honey, I've gained weight. I'm now 110 pounds, more than 4 pounds. Mom said today that she was worried you'd lose weight because of your morning sickness. Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh. I can't get any fatter. Losing weight is too tiring. Just as the two were being all lovey-dovey, the press conference that had just taken place went viral online. Audrey vomited blood. Sanctions and counter-sanctions. Shocking. Audrey Eugene did this at the press conference. 13-nanometer lithography machine. Rise of great powers. Wang Piku's new song. The ban on rare earth exports has had a significant impact on the global economy. Haha, that expression is interesting. Jiang Wei laughed out loud. Honey, what are you laughing at? Lu Tianxian looked at Jiang Wei, confused. Look, Jiang Wei showed Lu Tianxian the circle emoji. The face that was originally meant to be crossed out has been replaced with the image of ODBO. What's so interesting about this? Lu Tianxian asked, puzzled. Let me look for it for you. Jiang Wei started searching on his phone. I quickly found a video on Baidu. The video above shows Audrey Eugene looking at a tablet, vomiting blood, and fainting. No wonder you're laughing. Lu Tianxian laughed too. By the way, I'm planning to open a car manufacturing plant. Do you want to invest? Jiang Wei asked seriously. Do you have the qualifications? The automotive industry requires a license to operate, Lu Tianxian said seriously. You don't need to worry about these things. I have ways to get them. I also have the equipment and technology, Jiang Wei said directly. Then I'll invest 2 billion, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. You have that much money? Jiang Wei stared blankly at Lu Tianxian, who didn't seem to have a lot of money at all. A loan. We can easily get a 2 billion yuan loan by mortgaging our shares in ELTME, Trilima, to the bank, Lu Tianxian said directly. I see. Then let's build a bigger one. Jiang Wei nodded upon hearing Lu Tianxian's suggestion. Then I'll take out a loan too. My 50% stake should qualify me for a 5 billion loan, right? Jiang Wei asked after a moment's thought. No, you have to consider the third round of financing. I'll pay 20, you pay 40, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. On the food delivery platform, she took advantage of Jiang Wei, and the shares she raised were all transferred from Jiang Wei's shares. 7 billion is enough without raising funds. I'll take 20% of the shares, and you'll take 80%. After all, production equipment and technology cost money, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. There's no need for us to split our money so clearly. You should be 33. Jiang Wei shook his head. All right. Chapter 34, Lu's Mother's Inquiry. After 7 or 8 days of treatment, Autobio, was finally discharged from the hospital. However, I felt extremely listless and depressed. Since taking office, the U.S. has made 2 global laughingstocks. There are already people causing trouble and trying to force him to step down. Mr. Odibio, what should we do about the rabbit now? Baron asked seriously. Let's pause for now, find the rabbit's weaknesses, and activate all the undercover agents within the rabbit's territory, Otter said weakly. Boss, all the spies inside the rabbit camp have been captured. Not one has escaped. Baron paused for a few seconds before reporting the news to Odibio. What's going on? Audrey asked with a serious expression. These past few days we've been getting news of our agents being captured by the rabbits. It seems like all of our agents have been discovered, and none of them have managed to escape. Baron lowered his head. Damn it. How did they get so much information on agents? Puff. Odibio, who had just arrived at the Black Hall, spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Doctor, call the doctor quickly. Baron's voice rang out in the office instantly. Old Zhao, the equipment can be delivered now, and the Longhu battery is ready. After Malwaigwa called Jiang Wei, Jiang Wei contacted Zhao Lianjiang directly. Okay, I got it. I'll have someone send it over to you in a bit, Zhao Lianjiang replied with a smile. By the way, I have some good news for you. Audrey has vomited blood again and is in the ICU, came Zhao Lianjiang's gloating voice from the other end of the line. What's going on now? Jiang Wei was completely stunned. All the spies we deployed in our country have been arrested. They're so angry. Zhao Lianjiang burst out laughing. Okay, I understand. By the way, I've secured the site for the car manufacturing plant. When will the permit be issued? Jiang Wei asked after a moment's thought. It will be ready soon. It's already in the final approval stage, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. New. Jiang Wei had some free time again, so he picked up his fishing box and discovered that the bait inside was all used up. Jiang Wei shook his head and walked away from the residential area. Then I bought bait and earthworms at the fishing tackle shop across from the community. When I got home, I found Lu Tianxian, Lin Meiji, and Lu's mother were all there. Lu's mother stared at Jiang Wei. Lu Tianxian lowered her head, and Lin Meiji awkwardly smiled. Jiang Wei suddenly had a bad feeling, wondering if his secret had been exposed. Come here, Lu's mother called out to Jiang Wei in a stiff tone. Oh, Jiang Wei put his things down and sat down opposite Lu's mother. He gave an awkward laugh. What do you do for a living? Judging from this house, your family must be well off, Mrs. Lu asked, frowning. I'm unemployed, but I've started a few companies, Jiang Wei said sheepishly. Upon hearing that he owned a company, Lu's mother's expression softened slightly, but only slightly. How's your income? Mrs. Lu asked directly. Have you eaten? Expenditure is 4.5 billion. Revenue is 1.91 billion. The special effects company's gross revenue is 70 million. The battery factory and car factory are under construction and have no revenue. But the market value is not bad. The market value of Chalima is now about 120 billion. Jiang Wei scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother first frowned, then relaxed her brow. What educational background do you have? Lu's mother asked, as if she were judging a case. I graduated from junior high school. Jiang Wei was even more embarrassed. It seems you're from a wealthy family. Your family must be very supportive of you, Mrs. Lu asked directly. However, it's a bit strange that even if a rich kid doesn't do well in school, they'll still be sent abroad to a university and spend millions to get a degree. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, only had a junior high school education and did not spend money to gain prestige. He can be considered a self-made man. Sai, his father, Zhang Yunlin, and Lin Meiji explained to Lu's mother from the side. Hearing Lin Meiji's explanation, Lu's mother's expression improved considerably. Although he doesn't meet my expectations or requirements for a son-in-law, at least he's a capable person. When do you plan to marry the fairy? Lu's mother asked seriously. I'm available anytime, but Tianxian is afraid of marriage. Your argument with your uncle will make her give up the idea of getting married. Jiang Wei sat down next to Lu Tianxian and put his arm around her shoulder. Perhaps it was Jiang Wei's bluntness that finally gave Lu Tianxian the courage to face her mother. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Lu's mother's voice abruptly stopped. Sai, I won't press her any further. I'll just treat the fairy well. Lu's mother stood up, picked up her bag, and left Jiang Wei's house. His back view was somewhat desolate. After all, the daughter he had raised with such care was no longer listening to him. Moreover, because of their own circumstances, they dare not get married. Phew, that scared me to death. Lu Tianxian patted her chest and let out a long breath. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you from now on. Jiang Wei patted Lu Tianxian on the back. Lu Tianxian nodded. How about we get married? Jiang Wei suggested after thinking for a moment. I'm not ready yet. Lu Tianxian was clearly tempted, but after a while she shook her head. I still can't muster the courage to get married. Let's go fishing, Lu Tianxian suggested, changing the subject. Okay, sure. Jiang Wei nodded. Lin Meiji shook her head as she watched the two leave. But he immediately smiled. The biggest problem with marrying Lu Tianxian was her mother. Now that Lu's mother is no longer involved, the only remaining issue is her fear of marriage. According to Lin Meiji, who has been through this problem can be overcome over time. Jiang Wei brought Lu Tianxian to the riverbank and baited her fish. I'll move in with you from now on, Lu Tianxian suddenly said to Jiang Wei. Are you planning to marry me? Jiang Wei asked, somewhat surprised. I'm still considering it. If my mom doesn't object, we can live together and get used to it, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. That's great, Jiang Wei agreed cheerfully. The two fished and chatted, with Lu Tianxian occasionally playing on her phone. Honey, I have some news for you, Lu Tianxian suddenly said in a serious tone. What news? Are you making money there again? Jiang Wei asked curiously. My sweetheart has rented my villa. I'll stay there whenever I come to Shanghai, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. That's not a good idea, Jiang Wei said after a moment's hesitation. Even if we get married, I will still let Yang Mi stay with you, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Heavenly Fairy, this isn't a play, Jiang Wei said, shaking his head. I know I can't handle your stamina for 4 hours. Besides, you're from a wealthy family now. It's normal for wealthy families to have a mistress. What kind of wealthy family am I? Jiang Wei was speechless. A few months ago, Jiang Wei was a penniless young man. Even now that he has money, Jiang Wei doesn't feel like he's from a wealthy family. You'll soon be part of a wealthy family. Chapter 35 Speculations on Level Demotion. Ma Weiguo watched as a large amount of equipment was brought in, and the advanced level of this equipment could be seen from the eyes of the people researching batteries around him. That's incredibly advanced. Otherwise, the people around them wouldn't have those expressions. It seems I made the right decision to come to this factory. No wonder Huang Pengtao said that his boss was a hands-off manager. They completely washed their hands of the responsibility. Even a major event like the delivery and installation of the equipment didn't happen. Boss, you're here. Just as Ma Weiguo was directing everyone to install the equipment, Jiang Wei arrived at the factory. Old Ma, I need to talk to you about something this time, Jiang Wei said directly. What's the matter? Ma Weiguo looked at Jiang Wei with suspicion. Logically, shouldn't we ask about the installation progress? I entrusted someone to handle the paperwork for a car manufacturing plant. The land is on that wasteland across the street. These are the formalities. I plan to merge the battery factory and the car factory into a group company. In the future, all the machinery manufacturing will be placed in this group company, Jiang Wei explained directly. Ma Weiguo was stunned for a moment. I'll leave the factory construction to you. We can sign a new employment contract another day, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, boss. Ma Weiguo agreed immediately. After reviewing the documents, I found only government approval documents. There were no construction documents at all. There is also a dedicated bank account for the construction of the factory worth 7 billion. The workload has increased again. Ma Weiguo shook his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. Mr. Zhao, are you busy? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You're really something, Dingfeng Glue. Let's call a few people. All right, see you at 8 o'clock tonight. Ma Weiguo hung up the phone and shook his head. Ma Weiguo was very familiar with social engagements. Especially when I worked for a state-owned enterprise, I had to socialize every day. I never expected to find myself socializing again. Jiang Wei left the battery factory and went directly to the tea house. Old Zhao, what are your plans for development recently? Jiang Wei asked directly. Basic industries. How else can we develop them? The industrial system has 41 major categories, 207 medium categories, and 666 minor categories. How much have we actually accomplished? Okay, not much was completed. After hearing so many categories, Jiang Wei counted the number of blue entries in basic industry and realized that there really weren't many. The think tank has made a suggestion. Upgrade all the blue industries, and perhaps the level in your system can be downgraded, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. Demotion. Jiang Wei frowned, somewhat puzzled. Yes, it's about downgrading. If the blue system is fully completed, then the green ads might also turn into blue ads, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. Through research on the situation and the proportion of time, the think tank deduced that if the industry were fully developed, a downgrade might occur. If a downgrade occurs, the tech tree will be unlocked very quickly. Given Jiang Wei's leveling speed, he quickly accumulated 12,000 points in a single sign-in session, and then 24,000. With the time it took to achieve the same result as last year, the blue tech category could be downgraded. So that's how it is. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, come with me. Zhao Lianjiang stood up, walked to the wall, and pushed a book of the I Ching, creating an opening in the wall. An elevator was visible inside. It was very small, only about 1 meter by 1 meter in appearance. Gleaming. Jiang Wei hurriedly went inside. I pressed the close button and then pressed the arrow down. The elevator arrived at the bottom shortly afterward. This used to be a database, but it was moved. Zhao Lianjiang turned on the light. The walls inside were covered with advertisements, all of them blue, according to Jiang Wei. This is what we're going to achieve next. My position as the director of the Security Bureau is likely to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. While there are no undercover agents around the country during this period, it's a good time to hand over the reins to you. From now on, you can come here from time to time, not every few days, just once every 10 days or half a month, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. Here's a card. Show it to the front desk, and they'll let you into that tea room. Zhao Lianjiang handed over a card. Understood. Jiang Wei nodded. This is a special red phone that can call directly into my office without being eavesdropped on by anyone, Zhao Lianjiang said, pointing to the phone on the table. I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. We'll meet less often from now on, to prevent others from spying on us, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. To prevent others from spying? Why not just exchange for a national undercover agent quota every 6 months? Jiang Wei asked, frowning. That's possible, but undercover agents also have their uses. What use is it? Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Undercover agents were still useful. Strategic intimidation, using incomplete information to achieve our goals, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. How do you threaten them? Jiang Wei asked, intrigued. It's very simple. Just quietly release a message with a small amount of information, such as that the Research Institute has developed a missile. The agents will follow this information, gather information near the Research Institute, and send a few researchers to casually spread a few slightly exaggerated parameters during their conversations. The agents will compile the information and send it back, at which point the other side won't be able to confirm whether it's true or not. Since the other side can't determine the exact type of weapon, they can only research ways to counter it, which waste their financial and material resources. And it can also intimidate the other party, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei understood. He hadn't expected it could be done this way. Well, there's so many twists and turns. Jiang Wei shook his head. We'll implement these ads one by one. The address for each ad is below it, Zhao Lianjiang said, pointing to the label hanging below. Understood. Jiang Wei nodded. All right, we've seen this place. Let's go up. Zhao Lianjiang pressed the elevator button directly. Is this a fingerprint lock? Jiang Wei then realized that the button was different from the usual buttons. Yes, we'll go upstairs to take your fingerprints later, otherwise you won't be able to come down, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. The two arrived at the tea room, where Zhao Lianjiang took out a fingerprint scanner and began recording Jiang Wei's fingerprints. All right, you can come here directly from now on. By the way, we won't be using mint coins for rewards anymore. The higher-ups will approve land for you to use for free as a reward. Anyway, the battery factory's income won't be more than the battery factory's daily income in the future, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Paying large bonuses to individuals continuously or causing a company to suffer massive losses can have an impact and be easily observed by those with ulterior motives. Okay, Jiang Wei scratched his head. Chapter 36, Watching Movies and Science Fiction Products. Honey, let's go see a movie tonight. Lu Tianxian greeted Jiang Wei as he returned home. Isn't it inappropriate for you to appear in public like this? Jiang Wei asked seriously, looking at Lu Tianxian, whose belly was slightly protruding. Gugu and his team have booked a theater on the Bund. It's a very private film club, so we can just go there and watch it, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei was also aware of these private film and television clubs, which operated on an invitation-only basis and offered excellent privacy. It is a private club primarily catering to businessmen and celebrities. Therefore, the service fee was high, and although Jiang Wei had money, he never went there. After having dinner prepared by Lin Meiji, Jiang Wei set off with Lu Tianxian. Originally, I planned to take Lin Meiji with me, but Lin Meiji didn't want to go and wanted to go to the square in the commercial street to do square dancing. More than an hour later, the two arrived at a 3-story European-style building on the Bund. After showing the invitation image on their phones, the two entered the movie theater. Tang Tang. Lu Tianxian went straight to greet her. Heavenly Fairy, you've arrived. Mr. Jiang, good evening. He ran into Tang Tang at the door. Good evening, Jiang Wei greeted with a smile. We'll go in first, Lu Tianxian said with a smile, linking her arm with Jiang Wei's. Oh, right. The movie's over, and there's a dinner party on the 3rd floor. Do you want to join? Tang Tang asked after thinking for a moment. Never mind, I need to go to bed early and not stay up late. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Okay. Tang Tang nodded. The two went inside and found that there were already 7 or 8 people sitting there. Brother Gu. Lu Tianxian greeted him with a smile when she saw a familiar face. Heavenly Fairy, President Jiang. Gu Gu greeted Lu Tianxian with a smile and invited Jiang Wei to sit down with them. Heavenly Immortal, who is this? At this moment, a young man in his 30s walked over. Ming Ji, this is my boyfriend Jiang Wei, Lu Tianxian quickly introduced. Hello, Brother Ming. Jiang Wei greeted him with a handshake. Heavenly Fairy, is your boyfriend someone outside the entertainment industry? He looks unfamiliar, Ming asked curiously. Yes, I've opened a few small companies, Lu Tianxian said directly. Ming Ji, President Jiang, is practically an insider in the industry. He has a company that does special effects. They're not only fast, but the quality is also incredibly high, Gu Gu said with a smile. You know the movie I filmed, Heaven's Scar, right? Gu Gu said earnestly. Ming nodded. All eyes turned to Gu Gu. The special effect for the movie I filmed, Heaven's Scar, are over 1,400 minutes long. Based on the normal special effects time, it's estimated that it won't be completed until May next year. Do you know how long it took him to build his company? Gu Gu asked excitedly. 2 months? I remember The Legend of the Condor Heroes was released a few days ago, Ming said after a moment's thought. It's only been a little over a month. Look how good the special effects are, and the price is cheap too. It's only 50,000 per minute. If those special effects were in Hollywood, they would cost more than 50,000 per second, Gu Gu said with a smile. Looks like I priced it too low. Is the price difference that big? Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's good enough. Special effects are too expensive in China. Nobody uses them. Gu Gu shook his head. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Huang Ming. Let's keep in touch. Huang Ming quickly stood up and handed over a business card. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Qian Guozhong from Huanla Film Television Investment Company. Let's cooperate in the future. In a short time, Jiang Wei received 7 business cards, some from celebrities and others from film and television companies. Jiang Wei then realized that this was not just watching a movie, but also a group of people exchanging ideas. For the film and television industry, Jiang Wei's speed in producing special effects means accelerating cost recovery. A TV series with special effects takes about a year to produce and air. If Jiang Wei can complete the project in 2 months, then the filming, editing, and production cycle can be compressed to 5 to 6 months. With 1 month of broadcast time, the cost can be recovered in 7 months. This means that they will be able to invest in another TV series in 7 months. The faster money flows, the faster it generates more money. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Angela. The girl next to Huang Ming sat down when she saw that Huang Ming hadn't come over and greeted Jiang Wei. Hello. Jiang Wei nodded. Fairy, did you come here just to watch a movie today? Tang Tang asked with a smile as she sat down next to Lu Tianxian. Yes. I've been staying home for a long time and haven't been out for ages. You said in the group that you were organizing a movie outing, so I came over to relax, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. I see. What movie is playing today? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Limitless 2 has just been released, Tang Tang said with a smile. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and realized that he did not remember ever watching such a movie. It's time to play. Tang Tang saw the screen light up and said with a smile. Jiang Wei also moved to the screen. The movie started playing, and Jiang Wei, who rarely comes to the cinema, also began to watch it. As the story unfolded, Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. The function of the NZT-48 inside caught Jiang Wei's eye. This stuff is great. It's perfect for a slacker like Jiang Wei. With this tool, Jiang Wei felt he could learn a lot on his own. At least not like now, when Jiang Wei feels quite useless. Without the system, Jiang Wei feels he can't do anything. He owns 4 companies, all of which are managed by hired employees. Jiang Wei also wanted to get involved in management, but he really didn't know the intricacies of the process. As for learning management, Jiang Wei really couldn't get into it. It wasn't that Jiang Wei didn't try, but that he simply didn't have the talent. As the movie ended and the end credits were rolling, Jiang Wei looked to the side and saw Lu Tianxian and Tang Dang whispering to each other, having a great time. Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Lu from Zhengda Film Television. Qian Guozhong brought over a middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Jiang Wei, the general manager of Magic Shadow Special Effects Company. I hope we can cooperate in the future, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I had no idea Lao Qian had mentioned that. This is my business card. Mr. Lu handed over a business card. Mr. Lu, Tianxian, and I came here today, thinking it would just be a regular movie screening, but we didn't expect this kind of interaction. We didn't bring business cards, so let's exchange phone numbers and arrange to have tea sometime, Jiang Wei said apologetically. It's all right, Mr. Lu said with a smile. Jiang Wei dialed President Lu's number on his mobile phone. The two exchanged phone numbers. Qian Guozhong introduced Jiang Wei to several colleagues, including a director. After chatting for a while, Jiang Wei roughly understood why Lu Tianxian had brought him along. These people are all from the Magic Circle, a term referring to a specific online community or organization. However, Lu Yifei is not from Shanghai Entertainment Circle, but from the Beijing Entertainment Circle. In a short while, Jiang Wei received 7 or 8 more business cards. Chapter 37, The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon, King Odbo. Tang Tang, aren't you going home? Jiang Wei asked curiously as he watched Tang Dang get into the car with Lu Tianxian. I'm staying at your place tonight and fishing with Tianxian tomorrow. It's all Lao Gu's fault for corrupting me, Tang Dang said with a smile. Lao Gu can be considered a fishing enthusiast in the entertainment industry, but there are quite a few fishing enthusiasts in the entertainment industry as well. Heavenly Fairy, you're showing off that big fish to Tang Tang again, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Well, Lao Gu was supposed to come too, but his agent arranged his schedule. I don't have many days off left. I have a variety show in a couple of days. Tang Dang leaned back lazily in the back seat. It seems you celebrities are quite busy, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's incredibly busy, especially after the TV series aired. We're busier every day with constant commercial performances. Especially during the National Day holiday, I didn't get a single day off. I don't have any schedules today, but those filming TV dramas are relatively free, though I keep getting yelled at by the director. Tang Dang had a lot of grievances to say, as if she felt much better after venting. By the way, aren't you going to the dinner party later? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I'm not participating. Actually, I'm just here for fun. Those film and television companies have a hard time getting resources. Although I am a local, I am not from the Magic Circle, so their investments will be prioritized from Magic Circle. Tang Dang looked completely indifferent. Heavenly Fairy, I feel that Tang Dang is quite suitable to play Biao, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It really suits her. Lu Tianxian carefully examined Tang Dang. Who is Biao? Tang Dang was inexplicably scrutinized. I recently purchased the copyright to Jade Dynasty and plan to adapt it into a film. I've already found several screenwriters and the original author to adapt the script. Filming will begin after my baby is born, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Is there an original novel? Let me see it, Tang Dang asked curiously. I searched for Zhu Xian online myself. My husband recommended this novel, and I've read it 7 or 8 times already, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Let me see. Tang Dang took out her phone and started searching online. Jiang Wei drove back to the villa. Lu Tianxian led Tang Dang to the bedroom, while Jiang Wei went to the study. Old Zhao, are you asleep? Jiang Wei called Zhao Lianjiang directly. I'm not asleep yet. I was just about to go to sleep, Zhao Lianjiang said casually. Today, I want to see a movie with Tianxian. The movie was called Liberty Never Ends too. There was a pill in it called something like N48. I thought it was quite interesting. The movie was also quite interesting. You said there's that medicine, and it would be great to be a scientist. I recommend you take a look, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll go see a movie when I have some free time, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Zhao Yinjiang, on the other side, understood what Jiang Wei meant. Jiang Wei had his eye on the potion in the movie and wanted to make it happen. So Zhao Yinjiang also became interested in the movie. Wife, I'm going out for a bit, Zhao Yinjiang said to his wife in the bedroom. Where are you going? You finally have a regular get-off-work schedule. A soft female voice came from inside. Let's go see a movie. There's information coming from abroad in the film, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Watch a movie? Wait, pay the grain tax first. The woman's voice inside became somewhat irritable. Important information, gotta go. With that, he grabbed his coat and ran off. You come back here right now. Zhao Yinjiang got into the car and let out a long sigh of relief. It is said that women are like flowers at 20, wolves at 30, and tigers at 40. At least we escaped paying the grain tax today, Zhao Yinjiang muttered to himself. We found a movie theater nearby, and, following the movie title Jiang Wei mentioned, discovered the newly released film, Limitless 2. Zhao Yinjiang entered the theater and started watching. More than an hour later, Zhao Yinjiang left the movie theater, his face filled with excitement. If this drug can be manufactured, the speed of scientific research will increase significantly. As for side effects, the advertisement will state that there are no side effects. However, this still needs to be discussed with the higher-ups. Zhao Yinjiang went directly to the State Security Bureau, used a red phone to call his superiors, and explained what happened in the movie. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then a few instructions were given before the call ended. Then I contacted the think tank. On the other side, in the Black Hall, ODBO, with a crooked mouth and the appearance of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King, looked at the report in his hand. It wasn't that Audrey wanted to give a wicked smile. It was mainly because he was so angry last time that he vomited blood, which led to a minor stroke. The impact wasn't significant, except that one corner of his mouth turned up, resulting in a permanently crooked mouth with a wicked smile. Chief Odbo, we've obtained a useful piece of information from a Barbarian diplomat, Baron announced as he entered the office. When Audrey heard that the information came from Barba Sheep, he immediately became interested. The rabbits had little suspicion of the Barba Sheep, so they were able to access information that the Barba Sheep didn't know. What news? Audrey asked directly. The rabbit is carrying out an advertising campaign. Based on the information we have previously gathered, we have concluded that the rabbit is engaging in strategic intimidation. Although the advertising plan doesn't have specific details, the veteran mold factory produces a large number of molds. During the last Japanese naval exercise, the Chinese exposed the Siren 60 fighter jet. So we come to the conclusion that China is engaging in strategic intimidation abroad. The information we got from the veteran mold factory was not a coincidence, but rather something that the rabbit deliberately released. During the exercise, the 60 fighter jets were deliberately exposed, and as a result, a series of fighter jets from the veteran mold factory sounded their horns, thus achieving a deterrent effect. After all, the Siren 60 fighter jet is too frightening. It can strike secretly, and even a carrier strike group can't stop it, Barron said seriously. Sigh, it's an open conspiracy. Even if we know about it, there's nothing we can do. Audrey continued with a wicked smile. If Jiang Wei knew that the other party had such ideas for the advertising plan, he would probably laugh out loud. There's no real conspiracy involved. The veteran mole factory is just a front. Jiang Wei left the study and returned to his room, where he found Tang Tang and Lu Tianxian lying on a bed, chatting away. Honey, could you pour me a glass of water? Lu Tianxian said with a smile as she saw Jiang Wei come in. Okay. Jiang Wei poured a glass of water for Lu Tianxian and another glass of water for Tang Tang at the tea bar. Honey, why don't you go sleep across the street? All right. Jiang Wei nodded reluctantly. My beautiful wife has been taken by someone else, and it's a woman. Jiang Wei went to the tea machine, poured himself a glass of water, and walked towards the room opposite. Is there something wrong with your sense of taste? Why does it taste a little bitter? Jiang Wei took another sip, checked it, and found no bitterness. Jiang Wei took a shower and then went to bed. After sleeping for a while, I felt a burning sensation in my abdomen. In his daze, Jiang Wei sensed someone entering the room. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Chapter 38. Tang Tang asks for shelter. Why did you come to keep me company? 5 hours later, the anger was finally suppressed. Actually, well, let's put it this way. After you changed the nationality of the fairy last time, I had my own ideas. However, Tianxian is my good sister. I've been chatting with her a lot lately. Tianxian told me to give myself to you, and that you should be my support. Sai, You have no idea how dark the entertainment industry is. If you don't have a powerful family or a strong backer, you'll have a really tough time in the entertainment industry. I was able to make it in the entertainment industry thanks to my teacher and a group of senior classmates. This is a favor, but favors eventually run out, and then there will be no one to help. Just like the lonely Ningku in The Scar of the Sky, I was fortunate that Gugu argued for me and got the role. I was almost given away by the investors to someone else. So I plan to make you my backer, to protect me. As for resources, I've made some money over the years, and I can invest it myself, Tang Tang said earnestly. Officially, I can speak to people, but the only one who can influence the entertainment industry is a special effects company. Jiang Wei shook his head. Moreover, this special effects company doesn't have much influence. That's already amazing, Tang Tang said earnestly. Lu Tianxian had told him about Han Xian. The Han family in Shanghai was far more powerful than any major entertainment company. Brothers Entertainment Company has a market value of just over 7 billion, while the Han family's market value exceeds 10 billion. As a result, the Han family came begging for mercy after only 2 days. With such a background, she was more than protected. Moreover, the Han family had secretly spread information about Jiang Wei's methods. In Shanghai's business circles, many people know about Jiang Wei's methods. If you need anything in the future, just call me. If I need shelter, just lend me a hand, Tang Tang said earnestly. Okay, Jiang Wei agreed. Jiang Wei realized he had fallen into depravity. Besides Tianxian, this was the second woman he had been with. Is developing in the direction of becoming a stallion. Let's sleep, I'm exhausted. Tang Tang snuggled against him, looking completely worn out. Okay, sure. Jiang Wei closed his eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. He hadn't expected that Tong Tong's first time was still intact. Jiang Wei woke up at 10 a.m. I went to check the master bedroom first, and found that Lu Tianxian wasn't there. I saw Lu Tianxian and Tang Tang fishing by the river from the window. Son, get up. Lin Meiji said with a smile when she saw Jiang Wei get up. I'll go get you breakfast. Why are you up so late today? Lin Meiji asked casually. I didn't sleep well last night. By the way, I have to go to court this afternoon. Su Fangfang's case is going to have its first hearing. Do you want to come with me? Lin Meiji said, carrying a bowl of porridge and 2 steam buns. I'm not going. Didn't attorney Zhang say a few days ago that it would take at least 10 years and the house would be back soon? Jiang Wei shook his head. The investigation into Su Fangfang's case, which lasted for more than 2 months, mainly focused on the issue of economic losses. The investigation was quite tedious, given that more than 20 years had passed and many things were very difficult to investigate. It was already very fast that the investigation was completed in 2 months. The case was finally brought to public prosecution a few days ago, and the trial will begin this afternoon. Jiang Wei guessed that Zhao Lianzhang would come to him in the afternoon. Fine, I'll go by myself. Lin Meiji didn't mind Jiang Wei's refusal. That's a criminal case and a public prosecution at that. She doesn't have to go. She doesn't need to be in the plaintiff's seat. The plaintiff is the police station. Jiang Wei took a fishing rod and fish basket from the storage room by the door and went to the riverbank. How was the harvest? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Not bad, it's quite good. It caught 7 or 8 crucian carp, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. My place is pretty good too. I have a 3-pound carp and 2 mandarin fish. Tang Tang gave Jiang Wei a resentful look. Looks like we'll catch some fish today, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I baited the hook with an earthworm and started fishing. Ring ring. Jiang Wei heard the ringtone and took out his phone. Old Ma, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the phone. Oh, the company has signed 7 orders. You can handle them yourself. Okay, got it. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Ma Weigua, sitting opposite him, looked utterly helpless. This hands-off boss is even more thorough than a coal mine owner, not caring about anything except finances and shares. Finance is merely a matter of oversight. It can be said that the control has been completely delegated. In Ma Weigua's view, this is a good thing, but it also brings a lot of pressure. Honey, why did Mr. Ma call you? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. It's nothing, just that we signed supply orders with a mobile phone company, a computer company, and a few other companies, with a total order value of 50.3 billion, Jiang Wei said casually. Wow, then I'm a billionaire, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. After Jiang Wei planned to merge the battery factory and the car factory into a group company, he discussed the shareholding issue with Lu Tianxian, and also his future investment plans. The Weitian Group was established some time ago, with Jiang Wei holding 70% of the shares and Lu Tianxian holding 20%. These are just orders, not profits. The profits are only 40 billion, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's not bad either. 8 billion, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Tang Tang, standing next to her, looked completely bewildered. This was a business worth hundreds of billions. Why was she so calm? When will our car factory be able to start production? Lu Tianxian asked casually. We're still doing infrastructure construction. Infrastructure construction takes about 6 months, equipment installation takes about 2 months, and production verification and debugging takes about 4 months, so it won't be until at least this time next year. Jiang Wei swung the lever. Oh, it'll be a long wait. Wow, you're amazing. You're so rich now. Tang Tang asked with a curious look. It's just assets, not cash, Lu Tianxian said with a smile and a shake of her head. I wish I had that many assets too, Tang Tang pouted. I've been in the industry for 10 years, and through my own efforts, I've only earned a little over 100 million. The entertainment industry is a place where you can make money quickly, but the expenses are also very high. Promotion and marketing both cost money. I'll include you in my next investment, Jiang Wei said casually while fishing. Great. You have to take me with you. Tang Tang exclaimed excitedly. Make sure you bring it. Tang Tang, you've caught a fish. Jiang Wei hurriedly reminded her when he saw that Tang Tang's float had already gone under. Tang Tang realized what was happening and quickly pulled her up. Big catch. Tang Tang was pulling hard on the fishing rod, struggling a lot. Jiang Wei reeled in his fishing rod and stood by, ready to help at any moment. 20 minutes later, Tang Tang finally pulled the fish up. It was a full meter long. Honey, what kind of fish is this? It looks a bit like a silver carp, but its scales are too big, Lu Tianxian asked curiously when she saw the large fish. This is a grass carp. Like carp, grass carp can grow very large, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Hey fairy, take a picture for me, it's so heavy. Tang Tang took off her mask, picked up the fish pliers, and struck a simple pose. Lu Tianxian quickly helped take a few photos. Jiang Wei took the resistance scale and measured the weight. Goodness, 35 gene, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm going to post a Weibo update. Tang Tang smiled as she held up her phone to post a Weibo update. Jiang Wei then helped put the fish into the fish basket. The group continued fishing. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Gugo, what did you fish? In the river opposite Villa Number 7, in the South Suburb Park Villa area, Songjiang South Commercial District. What? You're coming too? Mr. Jiang, Gugo also wants to come here to fish, Tang Tang asked Jiang Wei. Let him over. I'll let the gatekeeper know. Jiang Wei nodded. Yes, Gugo, you can come over here. Okay. Gugo said he'll be over soon. He's so envious of the big fish I caught, Tang Tang said with a smile. Chapter 39, The Possibility of Color Downgrading. Here, have some tea. Zhao Yinjiang poured Jiang Wei a cup of tea. The drug you suggested last night has been approved by the higher-ups. Here's an advertisement. Zhao Yinjiang took out an advertisement and casually stuck it on the wall behind him. Factory directs sales of NZT-48. This drug enhances brain processing speed, unlocks brain potential, giving you photographic memory, superior language skills, abundant energy, and clear thinking. Each pill can maintain super processing speed for 10 hours with no side effects. All technical data and production equipment are now available for sale. Not 880,000, not 88,000, just 8.8 yuan. You won't regret it. Includes 10 sample bottles, 100 pills per bottle. Purple. It's purple. Why not make it permanent? Jiang Wei asked curiously. There are 2 reasons. One is the issue of the brain's capacity, and the other is the issue of safety, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Is there a problem with the brain's ability to handle it? Jiang Wei frowned. Are you surprised that most of those top scientists are so thin? Those people eat nutritious meals every day with specially assigned nutritionists. Do you know why? Zhao Yinjiang asked with a smile. I don't know. Jiang Wei shook his head directly. He's just an ordinary person. How could he know these things? Because scientists expend far more mental energy than ordinary people, and even more than the vast majority of manual laborers. If the brain enters a supercomputing state, we also prepare nutrient solutions to prevent problems caused by insufficient nutrition. Didn't it say there are no side effects? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Can physical exertion be considered a side effect? The law of conservation of energy, Zhao Lianjiang countered with a smile. I don't know. Jiang Wei shook his head, unable to make a judgment. By the way, there's also the security issue. Are you worried about it being stolen? Jiang Wei asked curiously. No, it's to prevent anyone from betraying us. Scientists are just ordinary scientists if they don't have this drug. Only those with it are super scientists, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. I understand. By the way, could you give me some of this medicine? Jiang Wei asked earnestly. What do you need this for? Zhao Yinjiang asked, puzzled. You know my situation. I've tried, but I really don't have the talent. With this medicine, I plan to self-study the courses from junior high to university, and then learn something like financial management, psychology, or architectural design, Jiang Wei said earnestly. No problem. I'll give it to you after the safety tests are done. Zhao Yinjiang agreed immediately. By the way, how much experience do you need to level up? Zhao Yinjiang asked directly. Jiang Wei invoked the system. System level, 7 experience, 84592/100,000 upgrade. Host, Jiang Wei. Points, 12,548. Check-in. I'm still a little over 15,000 short. I'll be able to upgrade the day after tomorrow. Jiang Wei calculated briefly. Okay, got it. Zhao Yinjiang nodded. According to the pattern, the next level should require 500,000 experience points. Let me calculate it, he said, taking out a calculator. Then we started calculating. This drug will be postponed for about 83 days. We will prioritize upgrading it. After the upgrade, it will only take 41 days to make this advertisement a reality. Prioritize the upgrade. Upgrading and exchanging for this medicine will take 124 days, which is 4 months. Let's do a test first and exchange for the medical medicine first. Exchange all the medical supplies and see if this medicine will turn green. If it turns green, then a downgrade will be inevitable, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei began to analyze the situation. After some analysis, it was indeed as Zhao Yinjiang said. If you exchange the medicine first, it will take 166 days, or 5.5 months. I'll go down a bit and first categorize the pharmaceutical technology for you. Okay, then I'll be going now. Jiang Wei nodded. After leaving the old dock, Jiang Wei did not go anywhere else, but returned home. Gugu, have you caught any big fish yet? Jiang Wei stopped the carriage and noticed a young man wearing a sun hat sitting by the river. No, they're all Crucian carp and mandarin fish, not even a single carp. Gugu shook his head. Then take your time fishing. I'm going back to eat first. Jiang Wei waved his hand. When Jiang Wei returned home, he saw Lu Tianxian sitting in a recliner reading a book. Honey, Mom left you some food in the kitchen. Just heat it up and eat it yourself, Lu Tianxian said with a smile when she saw Jiang Wei. What did you have for lunch? Jiang Wei asked casually. Mom's sour soup sea base is so delicious, but it smells a bit pungent, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Why does it smell a bit bad? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. They added pickled bamboo shoots, which have a pungent smell, Lu Tianxian stated directly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei also became interested. Jiang Wei learned Shanghai cuisine, official cuisine, northeastern cuisine, and some snacks from Laoyu. Normally, sour soup sea base is served with sour soup and tomatoes, but this is the first time I've seen it with pickled bamboo shoots. Jiang Wei went to the kitchen, found the vegetables, and microwaved them for 5 minutes. I made some rice and started eating. I couldn't help but exclaim that the taste was exceptionally good. Pickled bamboo shoots are added to the sour soup sea base to enhance its flavor. The sourness and unique aroma of pickled bamboo shoots can be combined with the freshness of sea base, making the whole dish more appetizing and richer in flavor. Wow, Tang Dang is trending on social media. Lu Tianxian said with a smile, holding her phone. What's trending? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Look, Lu Tianxian took off her scarf. Jiang Wei saw the trending topic above. Candy fishing. Tang Dang is actually a fisherman. Tang Dang caught a 35-pound grass carp. How can something so trivial make it to the trending topics? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. That's how it is with celebrities. They're scrutinized by reporters and ordinary people with a magnifying glass. A 35-pound fish can be caught every day, but when it comes to Tang Tang, it becomes a trending topic. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Okay, really. Never mind, I won't say any more. Jiang Wei shook his head. I'm going fishing with Gugu, Jiang Wei said, stretching a bit. Go ahead, I'm going to take a nap. Lu Tianxian waved her hand. I don't think there are any big fish here. I haven't even caught a single carp, Gugu said seriously as he saw Jiang Wei sit down with his fishing rod. Chan Chan caught a big fish a while ago, and Tang Tang caught one today, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I licked, Gu Yi nodded helplessly. Mr. Jiang, do you invest in movies? Gugu suddenly asked Jiang Wei. I might invest in some for fun, but forget about big-budget movies, I can't afford them. Jiang Wei shook his head directly. Jiang Wei currently has a little over 200 million yuan in his hands. The investment isn't large, it'll be around 5 million. Su Guanto has a notebook and is looking for investors. He called me yesterday to see if there are any suitable investors, Gugu said directly. Then have him come over here. I need to take a look at the script, Jiang Wei said earnestly. 5 million was not much for Jiang Wei. I'll call right now, Gugu said, taking out his phone. You've gone illegal. Chapter 40 tests, outrageous advertisements. Mom, what was the verdict? Jiang Wei asked with a smile when he saw Lin Meiji's smiling face after finishing the meal. Su Fangfang was sentenced to 14 years in prison, ordered to return 8 million yuan in assets, and also received a house, Lin Meiji said with a smile. How can there be so many? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. She sold the antiques in the house. Oh, and the house is now registered in my name. I'm moving in, Lin Meiji said casually. How about we wait for Dad to come out? He'll be out in another month, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I plan to restore that house to its original state. Su Fangfang messed up the interior decoration. Lin Meiji shook her head. Oh, Jiang Wei nodded. Renovating it again? Wouldn't it be bad to live there? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. That's right. We'll move it when your dad comes back. Lin Meiji finally realized. Ring ring. Director Li, are you not busy? Jiang Wei answered the phone and asked with a smile. I'm busy promoting it everywhere. Let me introduce you to some business. Director Li took a liking to the special effects of Heaven Scar and contacted me. I happen to be in Shanghai today. Shall we get together tonight? Director Li asked with a smile. Forget about the get-together. I have something to do tonight. Just contact Yin Shu for the special effects. Yin Shu is in charge of the special effects company now. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and then declined. I'll host the dinner another day, and we'll get together, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Yin. Director Li agreed with a smile. Are you going out tonight too? Lin Meiji glanced at Jiang Wei, somewhat puzzled. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Wei did not go out at night. A friend invited me for tea. I'll definitely be back before 10 o'clock, Jiang Wei said, carrying a bowl of food. That friend? Lu Tianxian asked, a little curious. That guy from the National Security Bureau. The news reported a while ago that he'd captured a lot of spies, and he's been quite relaxed lately, so he invited me for tea, Jiang Wei said casually. Oh, then go ahead. Lu Tianxian nodded. After the three of them finished eating, Lin Meiji and Lu Tianxian went to watch TV. Jiang Wei drove away from home and arrived at the Riverside Tea House at the Old Wharf. Old Zhao, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The think tank at the top has been incredibly creative since they got the ability to buy things for movies. Look at all these advertisements that have been sent out. Zhao Yinjiang placed a stack of papers on the table. Jiang Wei took it and started reading. What a wild idea. Buying dinosaur eggs. Jiang Wei laughed. There are even bigger ones. Zhao Yinjiang smiled. This is even more outrageous. Directly buying Ultraman. Okay, this is even more outrageous. Buying monsters, haha. By the 9-yang divine skill, old Zhao posted it on the wall. Jiang Wei became interested. As a citizen of the rabbit country, who hasn't dreamed of being a martial arts hero, Zhao Yinjiang hurriedly pasted the advertisement on the wall. Jiang Wei looked toward the advertisement. Martial arts manual giveaway. The 9-yang divine skill is only 10 yuan. For details, please contact us. There are no color grades. Jiang Wei shook his head in disappointment. It seems that martial arts are ultimately just a fantasy. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. What about this one? Zhao Yinjiang stuck the dinosaur egg on the wall. Purple. The two tested the ad for more than 10 minutes before finally finishing the test. Only advertising that addresses both technological and practical aspects will be effective. However, elements from fantasy, martial arts, and xinxia genres cannot trigger the advertisement to real-life system. All right, we've tested the range. I need to submit a report to the higher-ups now. Zhao Yinjiang tossed the advertisement into the shredder. It's getting late, I should go back. Jiang Wei also stood up. By the way, given this situation, I reckon the higher-ups will be heavily promoting science fiction movies, TV series, and animations. Don't you have a special effects company? Prepare some science fiction materials in advance, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Understood. Lao Zhao, Jiang Wei said earnestly. By the way, why promote science fiction? Jiang Wei asked casually. Because of imagination. Look at this NZT-48. Scientists didn't consider it, but the screenwriter did. Encouraging the development of science fiction is to unleash the imagination of the entire population. By the way, how will the higher-ups support the development of science fiction? Generally speaking, science fiction movies, TV series, anime, and novels are eligible for tax reductions and exemptions, including personal income tax. However, I heard that the higher authorities have created a rating system, and the higher the rating, the greater the tax reduction and exemption. All right. A while after Jiang Wei left, Zhao Yinjiang also left the tea house. Back home, Jiang Wei took a shower. The temperature in Shanghai in October is already quite cool. The daytime temperature is around 25 degrees Celsius. Upon entering the bedroom, Lu Tianxian was scrolling through Weibo on her phone. What are you looking at? Jiang Wei asked curiously, noticing Lu Tianxian laughing from time to time. Look, Lu Tianxian leaned over and handed the tablet to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh when he saw what was on the screen. It's a trending topic, stemming from a Weibo post by Guga. Guga caught a 3.5-pound grass carp by the river and then posted it on Weibo. Then Tang Tang also posted a Weibo post, saying that Guji's version was only 1/10 of hers. Then Gugu earned the nickname 1/10 Song. Looking at the various comments below, Lu Tianxian spoke to Jiang Wei. By the way, Tianxian, I received some news. The higher-ups are strongly supporting science fiction works. Jiang Wei told Lu Tianxian the news. Is the information accurate? Lu Tianxian looked at Jiang Wei seriously. It should be accurate. Someone specifically told me to invest more in science fiction, saying there's support from above. Jiang Wei said earnestly. Tell Tang Tang this news. It will help her, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Wei was puzzled. Tang Tang knows what to do. Use the information to gain a favor. Okay, sure. The higher-ups support science fiction, so let's buy the copyrights to all of Lu Cixin's works, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. W. Jiang Wei was taken aback. You're Lu Cixin, the author of The Three-Body Problem? You haven't read The Three-Body Problem? Lu Tianxian looked at Jiang Wei strangely. No, Jiang Wei shook his head. As a fan of fantasy, martial arts, and xinxia, Chinese fantasy genres, Jiang Wei basically doesn't read science fiction. Then you can check tomorrow. I'll ask someone to find out Lu's phone number. Lu Tianxian picked up her phone and sent a message. Okay, go to sleep. It's almost 10:30. Jiang Wei nudged Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian lowered her hand. By the way, I'll tell Tang Tang in a few days. Let's finalize the deal onto Lu's work first. I'm afraid someone else will snatch it away from Lu. Lu Tianxian thought for a moment and said seriously. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, is Tang Tang's figure better or mine? Lu Tianxian suddenly asked. Jiang Wei was momentarily stunned. This was a question of life and death. You were so good to me before I got pregnant. Tang Tang was too thin, Jiang Wei said earnestly. You have good taste. Go to sleep. Chapter 41 talking about cooperation with Lu Cixin. Hello, Lu, I'm Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei quickly introduced himself when he saw Lu. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I heard you're planning to buy the film and television rights to all my science fiction works, Lu Cixin asked curiously. Yesterday, I received a call from Zhu Tong, the vice president of the Federation of Literary and Art Circles, who said that a friend of mine in Shanghai named Jiang Wei wants to buy the copyrights to all of my science fiction works. He hoped to come to Shanghai to meet her, and, out of politeness, Lu came to Shanghai. Yes, we're planning to invest in science fiction TV series and movies, Jiang Wei said earnestly. You really like my work? Which one do you like? Lu asked curiously. Please get in the car. Jiang Wei invited Lu to get in the car. You drive yourself? Lu asked curiously. I'm neither a celebrity nor a well-known tycoon, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu, I only started reading your work last week. My wife is a fan of your work. I've only finished reading the first and second parts of The Three-Body Problem over the past few days, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Oh, I see. By the way, how do you plan to present The Three-Body Problem? Lu Cixin wasn't angry after hearing this. To be honest, I don't know. Jiang Wei shook his head. I don't think there's any need for us to continue talking, Delu said, frowning. No, I have high hopes for the three-body problem. How to present it is the director's job, isn't it? As for the cost of special effects, to be honest, I only have one special effects company. The effects are good and the price is cheap. I also have some assets, so I'm not afraid of spending money, Jiang Wei said directly. Upon hearing this, Delu was visibly taken aback. You're not the director? Lu asked curiously. According to Zhu Tong, it was director Li who made the call to him. So Lu Zixin thought Jiang Wei was a director, and that Jiang Wei drove an Audi A8, which is considered a luxury car in the eyes of ordinary people, but an ordinary car in the eyes of the wealthy. That's why Lu Zixin thought Jiang Wei was a new director. No, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the chairman of Eating Meal, the chairman of Magic Shadow Special Effects Company, and the chairman of Weitian Group. Jiang Wei introduced himself with a smile. Sorry, I thought you were a director. I didn't expect the chairman of Weitian Group to be so young, Delu hurriedly apologized. Weitian Group is currently the hottest group company in the country. Its subsidiary, Longhu Battery, received orders worth tens of billions of yuan in a short period of time, and several car companies announced their entry into the electric vehicle industry. Because Weitian Group solved the most important thing about electric vehicles. It's okay. After all, I've never appeared in public before. By the way, let's go to Magic Shadow Special Effects first and have them demonstrate their skills to you. Let's go to the old Shanghai restaurant tonight for some local Shanghai cuisine and try some local specialties. Jiang Wei arranged the itinerary. No problem. Mr. Jiang, director, do you have anyone suitable to arrange? Lu asked curiously. No, take your time choosing. If all else fails, we'll find something decent and cast a couple of sci-fi movies for them to practice with, Jiang Wei said directly. That puts my mind at ease. Liu nodded. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Liu asked after thinking for a moment. How much can we lose? Not much. Jiang Wei shook his head. If we were to film The Wandering Earth, the special effects would be no less impressive than those in Iron Man. It's said that Iron Man's special effects cost $200,000 per second, which is no small sum, Lu Zixin said earnestly. Didn't I just tell you? Our special effect company is cheap and just as good as Hollywood studios, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Really? Delu didn't believe it. Really? Have you seen The Scar of the Sky? Jiang Wei asked directly. I've seen it. The fight scenes are spectacular, but the scenery is the most outstanding. I don't know where the director filmed it, but I recognized Elephant Mountain. Ironically, Elephant Mountain has the worst environment in the film. I want to travel to all those places, Lu said with a smile. Is it possible that those landscapes were all special effects? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Impossible, right? If it's special effects, we'd lose a fortune. Lu shook his head, then suddenly realized something and looked at Jiang Wei, who was driving. Heaven Scar has 1,400 minutes of special effects, and most of the scenery is created using special effects, Jiang Wei said directly. Really? Delu asked in surprise. If that scenery is special effects, how much would it cost? You should know that Iron Man cost over $200,000 per second, I've heard. Really, that special effect is the second-tier special effect, which costs 50,000 yuan per minute. The first-tier special effect costs 200,000 yuan per minute. Even if it's a 200-minute special effects video, how much money could it cost? Jiang Wei said with a smile. On the way here, Jiang Wei finally got a chat with Liu Bei. Jiang Wei drove to the Magic Shadow Special Effects Company. Your operation isn't very large, only a little over 100 people, right? Delu asked curiously, looking at the busy crowd inside. We're expanding. After all, we're not very well known, but we've expanded very quickly. We've only been established for 3 months, and we've gone from over 60 people to more than 130 now. It's not easy to recruit special effects staff, Jiang Wei said. Special effects companies range from small-scale companies with around 200 employees to medium-sized companies with 500 to 600 employees, and large-scale companies with up to 5,000 to 6,000 employees. Wow, Lu, a surprised exclamation suddenly came from the other side. Who are you? Delu looked over and saw Yun Shu running over with a look of surprise on her face. This is Yun Shu, the company's executive vice president. I only hold the title of general manager, but she's actually in charge, Jiang Wei quickly introduced. Slap. Yun Shu patted her forehead. You've introduced yourself to the wrong person. I'm Yun Mo, the head of special effects at our company. Yun Mo then realized that this was a guest. Sister Momo, you have this side to you too. Jiang Wei laughed out loud. Dalu looked completely bewildered. Mr. Jiang, another client? Yin Shu walked over from behind. Twins. Dalu then realized that Jiang Wei had mistaken him for someone else. This is Yin Shu, the company's executive vice president. Jiang Wei quickly introduced. Sister Shu, Sister Momo. I plan to buy the film and television rights to all of Lu Cixin science fiction works. You two can demonstrate the capabilities of our special effects company to Lu Cixin. Jiang Wei entrusted Lu Cixin to the two of them. By the way, Sister Shu, negotiate the copyright deal, but don't exceed 50 million. Jiang Wei whispered to Yin Shu. Don't worry. Yin Shu nodded. Jiang Wei went to the lounge, took out his tea set and tea leaves, and began to brew tea. During her time with Zhao Yinjiang, Jiang Wei learned a lot about tea brewing techniques from tea connoisseurs. From lifting the lid, adding tea leaves, shaking to release the aroma, appreciating the tea, pouring water, skimming the foam, and finally, good fortune arrives. Snap, the tea lid falls onto the table. Well, Jiang Wei's tea brewing skills are still not up to par. Jiang Wei sipped his tea and started playing on his phone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin Shu and Dalu walked in with smiles on their faces. President Jiang, we need your signature. Yin Shu handed over a contract. Jiang Wei looked at the total amount spent. It was 30 million, not too much, but not a small amount either. Dalu, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Jiang Wei shook hands with Dalu after signing the 3 contracts. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Your company's special effects are truly amazing. Even Hollywood can't reach that level. Lao said with a smile. With such special effects technology as a guarantee, as long as you find a reliable director, your work will definitely be perfectly recreated. Sister Shu, let's invite Sister Momo and go to the old Shanghai restaurant for dinner together, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll go get Momo right now. Chapter 42, Picking Up Father from Prison. At the entrance of the 4th prison in Guangxi province, Jiang Wei waited alone. Lin Meiji entrusted the task of picking up Jiang Yunlin from prison to Jiang Wei. Because Lu Tianxian was suffering from severe morning sickness, the task of taking over Jiang Yunlin's duties was handed over to Jiang Wei. Lin Meiji stayed to take care of Lu Tianxian. Jiang Wei sat in the car and glanced at the time. It was 8:50. Under normal circumstances, he would be released from prison at 9 o'clock in the morning. At the prison gate, there was only one car belonging to Jiang Wei. It seems that only Jiang Wei will be receiving people today. It was finally 9 o'clock, and Jiang Wei got out of the carriage to wait. Creak! The small door to the prison opened, and 3 people came out, 2 of them strong but older. 2 men, both around 50 years old, one with a scar on his face, walked out of the prison's small gate looking menacing. However, they all followed behind the middle-aged man. When a middle-aged man stopped, they also stopped. Dad, Jiang Wei called out to the middle-aged man. Xiao Wei, come this way, my son is here to pick me up. Jiang Yunlin walked over with a smile. The 2 followed. Son, this is your Uncle Lei, and this is your Uncle Nya. They're both very kind. Jiang Yunlin introduced the 2 men. Jiang Wei's mouth twitched involuntarily. Was this amiable? More like grotesque. Uncle Lei, Uncle Nya. Jiang Wei called out twice. Hello, nephew. The 2 men exchanged friendly smiles. Son, this car is nice. Jiang Yunlin said with a smile as he looked at the car. It's rented. It costs 2,000 yuan a day, Jiang Wei said casually. Jiang Wei rented a large G-class car in Guishi. Shall we go straight back to Shanghai or to Jiangjia village? Jiang Wei asked directly. Let's go back to Shanghai, Jiang Yunlin said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Then I contacted the car dealership to pick up the car, and the delivery location was at the airport. Son, you own several factories. Find some gatekeeper jobs for your Uncle Lei and Uncle Nya, Jiang Yunlin said to Jiang Wei. Dad, none of my factories are suitable. My companies all have security equipment and technology, and they cooperate with the government. The security guards and patrol personnel are all sent by the Kyoto Iron Guard. There's also the Edict Company. That building is under unified management, which I can't control. Jiang Wei shook his head. You could open your own factory. Shanghai has been developing its southern suburbs these past few years, and opening a sand quarry could be quite profitable, Jiang Wei suggested after a moment's thought. Southern suburbs? Jiang Yunlin frowned. It's the area between Songjiang Prefecture and Shanghai. There's a lot of construction going on there recently, so sand pits are quite scarce. Sand is quite expensive right now. 1 cubic meter of sand costs 80 yuan. Jiang Wei said with a smile. If there's business, why are sand pits so scarce? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. It's a land issue. Land in Shanghai is incredibly expensive. Jiang Wei shook his head. In Shanghai, agricultural land cannot be used for sand pits, and all wasteland is in the hands of the government. The wealthy look down on the profits from operating sand quarries, while the poor cannot afford to buy land. How much is 1 mu? Jiang Yunlin asked, intrigued. A place in a mediocre location costs around 200,000 yuan. To open a sand quarry, you need about 40 acres, which would be roughly 8 million yuan. Not many. Jiang Yunlin nodded. Boss, isn't 8 million too much? Uncle Lei's eyes widened. Salaries are high now. In Shanghai, a high-level white-collar worker can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. You can even become a 10,000 yuan household in a month, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Such a high salary. Uncle Lei's eyes widened. Jiang Wei nodded. I never imagined that things would change so much in 28 years. Back then, I was just working for a salary of 50-odd yuan, Uncle Lei remarked. I originally thought that after working in prison for more than 20 years, I would have saved more than 10,000 yuan, which was a lot. I didn't expect it to be only a month's salary for others. Everyone remained silent the entire way. Jiang Wei arrived at Guishi Airport and returned the car to the car rental company. Jiang Wei arranged for the group to sit down, then went to the counter to buy them plane tickets. Uncle Lei and Uncle Nya looked around curiously, filled with a sense of novelty. We still have an hour before boarding. Let's find a restaurant and grab a bite to eat first, Jiang Wei said to the three of them after buying their tickets. Okowo. The four of them found a restaurant inside the airport and each ate a bowl of noodles. One meal costs a month's wages. Uncle Nya sighed after seeing Jiang Wei pay 200 yuan. By the way, what kind of work do you do inside? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The jobs in prison are all simple and tedious. Many of the free toys and similar items given away in stores are produced in prisons. Printed exam papers and textbooks too, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. That's not exactly strenuous physical work, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Jiang Wei suddenly realized that he seemed to know why textbooks were relatively cheap. Now, in prison, the monthly salary is only 200. The main costs in printing are paper, machine, and labor. Paper and machinery costs are unlikely to decrease, but labor costs have decreased by more than tenfold. Jiang Wei remembered that last year the dean asked him to help Xiao Lan and Xiao Jun sign up, and the textbook fee was only 55 yuan. One book costs about $4 and a few cents. After chatting casually for a while, I was notified by the airport that it was time to check in and board the plane. Back then, I didn't have the nerve to ask Lao Lei and the others. What is this iron guard you're talking about? Jiang Yunlin asked Jiang Wei. Kyoto Tetsuo is a security company, and its employees are all veterans. It is the only security company in the country that is allowed to carry firearms. You've been imprisoned because of clan disputes. Now the country has a complete ban on guns, and private individuals are prohibited from owning or possessing guns. Most of the Kyoto Iron Guards come from the Kyoto Military Guard and primarily serve key private companies and state-owned enterprises. Ordinary private companies can't hire them. Only companies with strategic partnerships with the state are qualified to do so. So the two of them aren't a good match. After all, they both have criminal records, Jiang Wei explained earnestly. That's definitely not appropriate. Jiang Yunlin nodded. From Jiang Wei's words, we can tell that those companies all have cooperation with the government. By the way, how are your companies doing? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. Back in the day, our Dragon Tiger battery would have people like the mayor bringing them over for cooperation or just for a visit. It's all right, probably a few 100 billion, Jiang Wei said directly. So much. You're not the richest man in the country, are you? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously, his eyes wide. No, there are plenty of people richer than me. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei has never paid attention to who the richest person in China is. However, a rough estimate suggests it's in the hundreds of billions. 3 hours later, the group landed at Shanghai Airport. Jiang Wei drove to a high-end hotel in Songjiang Prefecture and checked Uncle Lei and Uncle Nian. Then he took Jiang Yunlin back to the Riverside Villa. Yunlin, you're back. Stepping into the small building, one could see Liu Tianxian and Lin Meiji practicing calligraphy in the courtyard. Lin Meiji hurriedly came forward to greet her. What's this? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously upon seeing Liu Tianxian. Daughter-in-law. I'll go get the brazier, you stay here. Lin Meiji hurriedly walked inside. Jiang Yunlin glanced at Jiang Wei speechlessly and could only stand there helplessly. Less than a minute later, Lin Meiji came out with a stainless steel basin containing firewood. Wife, are you planning to make me walk over the fire pit, or are you planning to burn me? Jiang Yunlin looked at the flames that were more than 3 feet high and stood there helplessly. Puff. Lu Tianxian couldn't help but laugh. I just added a little alcohol. It'll be gone in a bit, Lin Meiji said irritably. A few moments later, how much alcohol did you add? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously, seeing that the flames hadn't gone down. It's only half a bottle. How much more can it have? Lin Meiji said casually. All right, give me a glass of water. I'm going to have to wait. Jiang Yunlin was completely exasperated. Mom, Jiang Wei and I are going back first. We're sleepy. Lu Tianxian yawned. Go back and get some sleep first. Then we'll have dinner together tonight. Chapter 43. The color has been downgraded. Time flies, like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall. Is your wife about to give birth? Zhao Yinjiang asked with a smile. My due date is approaching, just 7 or 8 days from now, Jiang Wei said cheerfully. Go to this address to give birth. This hospital is not open to the public. Zhao Lianjiang handed over a card. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Wei accepted it with a smile. Take a look at this advertisement. Zhao Lianjiang took out the advertisement from last time. Factory directs sales of NZT-48. This drug enhances brain processing speed, unlocks brain potential, giving you photographic memory, superior language skills, abundant energy, and clear thinking. Each pill can maintain super processing speed for 10 hours with no side effects. All technical data and production equipment are now available for sale. Not 880,000, not 88,000, but only 8.8 yuan. You won't regret it. Includes 10 sample bottles, 100 pills per bottle. Green. It's turned green. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. Good, huh? Zhao Yinjiang burst out laughing. It seems there's chemical technology involved. No wonder the last time we finished with medical and biotechnology, the levels didn't drop. This time, with the improvement of the chemical industry, the levels have finally dropped. Furthermore, our guess is most likely correct. Once basic industries are widely adopted, the current green will turn blue, Zhao Lianjiang said excitedly. By the way, how many points do you have now? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. System level, 9, experience, 1447/1 million, upgrade. Host, Jiang Wei. Points, 6,405. Check-in, over 6,000. At the current rate, it's about 24,000 a day, so it should take about 4 days to exchange for them, Jiang Wei said seriously. Great, huh? Zhao Yinjiang's face was full of smiles. After the medical technology was upgraded, a group of people thought it would be downgraded, but it wasn't. The think tank eventually reached a conclusion, which will likely involve biotechnology. So they sent Jiang Wei to work on biotechnology, but he still didn't get demoted. A group of people were disappointed, concluding that their assumption of a downgrade might be false. Finally, someone suggested that the medicine might involve chemistry, and to give another try. After all, they had been experimenting for so long, and they couldn't bear to give it up. Undeterred, a group of people then planned to develop chemical technology. The fact that they've been downgraded means that the downgrade that a group of people envisioned has actually happened. This way, a lot of time can be saved. By the way, the think tank at the top has come up with another advertisement. Take a look. Zhao Yinjiang took an advertisement out of his briefcase. It was stuck to the wall. For sale, brain development pills. These pills enhance brain processing speed, unlock brain potential, permanently develop the brain, and increase brain development rate by 10 with no side effects. All technical data and production equipment are now available for sale. Not 880,000, not 88,000, but only 8.8 yuan. You won't regret it. Includes 10 sample bottles, 100 pills per bottle. Red? The red one, based on the current sign-in points, will take 400 days, Jiang Wei said seriously. It's taking too long. Let's wait for the downgrade. Besides, the technology is too advanced and not easy to implement. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. I'm currently using the blue ones to gain experience while simultaneously upgrading basic industries. 1 year is enough to advance all industrial projects by 39 years. Moreover, with the NZT-48 drug, brain-developing pills are no longer necessary. When it comes to technology, if you jump too far ahead, you're likely to lose things. Just like the technology that has advanced by 39 years, think tanks estimate that a lot has been lost. Take a look at this advertisement. Zhao Yinjiang took out another advertisement, selling textbooks for various industries that are 5 years ahead of the global standard. Price, 20 yuan, right? What's this for? To train talent. Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. I'm not quite sure either. There are several of them. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. Then they posted 6 more advertisements, selling textbooks for various industries that are a decade ahead of their time globally. Price, 20 yuan, right? Selling textbooks for various industries that are 15 years ahead of the global standard, priced at 20 yuan, blue. Selling textbooks for various industries that are 35 years ahead of the global standard, priced at 20 yuan, blue. The first 2 are white, and the last one is blue. Not much, haha. Exchange this after you get the NZT-48, Zhao Yinjiang instructed. No problem. I'll put this in the secret room in a bit. Zhao Yinjiang took the advertisement down and put it in his briefcase. I've had my tea. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now to go back and be with my wife, Jiang Wei said with a smile, seeing that everything was over. Go ahead, Zhao Yinjiang nodded. Heavenly Fairy, what are you doing? Jiang Wei asked, noticing the large and small bags in the living room. Lin Meiji was packing her things, and Jiang Yunlin was helping her move them. Going abroad? My baby is due soon. If I give birth in China, it will be exposed, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. You need a visa to go abroad, but we didn't get one, did we? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. No need. You don't need a visa to go to Al-Camel. You can stay for 30 days. Besides, Al-Camel's medical technology is among the best in the world. Lu Tianxian shook her head directly. All right, no need to go abroad. Here. Jiang Wei handed the card Zhao Yinjiang had given him to Lu Tianxian. What's this? Lu Tianxian took the card, saw the hospital on it, and asked curiously. It's a hospital within the National Security Bureau, not connected to external hospitals, and everyone there has a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting them from revealing the patient's identities. By the way, I heard from Lao Zhao that the doctors inside are all reserve field medics, the kind who are highly skilled, older doctors who have retired from the front lines, Jiang Wei said earnestly. These people can treat any disease, and they are best at emergency care. They are much better than the emergency departments of ordinary large hospitals. Then we won't go abroad. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxian realized there was no need to go abroad. To avoid being discovered by paparazzi when going abroad, I need to make sure I can continue being an actor. Although I'm quite laid back, I don't take on many commercials or TV dramas, maybe only one a year. Unlike those particularly hardworking actors who do 5 or 6 TV series a year. But I also quite like being an actor. Is this hospital reliable? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. Reliable? It will definitely not be exposed, Jiang Wei said directly. Oh, then there's no need to go abroad. All right, I'm going to the battlefield. The client doesn't need to keep an eye on things anymore. Jiang Yunlin waved his hand. Not long after Jiang Yunlin left, he found a place and established a sand quarry, a large sand quarry covering 200 acres. I heard that their monthly income has exceeded 30 million this month. Chapter 44, Too Many New Year's Goods, Han Haitao's Fake Donation. Tang Tang, what brings you here today? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Nothing to do, Sai. I really am just a bonus, Tang Tang said speechlessly. What's going on? Jiang Wei asked curiously. My parents went on a trip to celebrate their 32nd and a half wedding anniversary. They came back today. If I hadn't called them, I wouldn't have known they went on a trip abroad. Sai, I'm just a bonus in their love story. Someone who's ignored in everyday life. Tang Tang laughed as she said this. They all forgot to tell me they went on vacation, and when I got home, I found the house covered in dust. When I was a child, I was often ignored. If I told them to attend a parent-teacher conference on the first day, they might forget about it on the second day and go fishing or hiking together. They often forget about me, but thankfully they never skimp on my allowance to prevent me from going hungry, Tang Tang complained helplessly. What do your parents do? Don't they have to work? Judging from Tang Tang's age, his parents should be a little over 50. Both are white-collar workers, doing quite well. Both companies offer good benefits and plenty of holidays. Tang Tang shook her head. By the way, it's almost Chinese New Year. Take me with you, Tang Tang suddenly said. Uncle and Aunt, aren't you coming back for the New Year? Jiang Wei was taken aback. The two of them went to Australia for tourism. I need to apply for a visa to go, and 4 days is simply not enough time. Tang Tang shook her head. Hearing this, Jiang Wei understood Tang Tang's helplessness. Other parents are waiting at home for their children to come home for the Chinese New Year, but many children can't come home for the holiday. When it came to Tang Tang, the daughter had gone home, but the parents had run away. Okay, let's celebrate the New Year together. Jiang Wei agreed. By the way, when is the Heavenly Fairy's due date? Tang Tang asked after thinking for a moment. The third day of the Lunar New Year. Then why aren't you going abroad? Tang Tang asked curiously. I'll give birth domestically. Don't worry, I found a good hospital, and it won't be exposed, Jiang Wei said directly. Oh, that's good. Tang Tang nodded. By the way, where's the fairy? Tang Tang asked, looking around. They're watching movies in the home theater upstairs, Jiang Wei said, pointing casually. I'm going upstairs to find the fairy. Tang Tang nodded. Go ahead, I'm going to buy New Year's goods. Jiang Wei packed his things, then went to Jiang Yunlin's villa and got in the pickup truck. There are quite a few things to buy for the New Year. Jiang Yunlin originally planned to go back to Jiangjia village for the New Year, and on New Year's Day, he would have a long street feast, with each family serving 5 dishes, and the whole village would eat together. Considering Liu Tianxian's situation, it was decided to spend the Chinese New Year in Shanghai. Jiang Wei drove to the Shanghai market to start shopping, mainly for dried fruit, meat, fruit, seafood, and then couplets, window decorations, and lanterns. I also bought 1,000 yuan worth of fireworks and firecrackers. As for vegetables, I bought them on New Year's Day, so they would be fresh. Although Jiang Wei was a southerner, he had the same lifestyle as northerners. Because Grandma Yang was from the north, Jiang Wei was also influenced to resemble a northerner. After delivering the items to his home, Jiang Wei drove to the market. I called a car to load up the things, and in less than 2 hours, the car was almost full. Then they drove to the Warmth Welfare Home in the city. Uncle Liu, you've even started smoking a pack of cigarettes. Jiang Wei saw Uncle Liu, the gatekeeper, holding a pack of cigarettes and smoking at the door. It was a gift from Xiao Xian. Grandpa Liu smiled broadly. Here, I'll offer you one as a token of my respect. Jiang Wei took a pack of cigarettes from the passenger seat and handed it to Grandpa Liu. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take it. Grandpa Liu accepted the cigarette with a smile. When Jiang Wei arrived in the courtyard, he saw a Rolls-Royce and a refrigerated truck next to it. Little Jiang is back. I forgot to call you. He brought another truckload, Old Li said with a smile when he saw Jiang Wei. Third Fatty has delivered the New Year's goods first, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Uncle Li, this is for you. Jiang Wei handed Uncle Li another cigarette. He, another one. Uncle Li chocolate. Everyone come and help unload the goods, Uncle Li called out to the inside. In no time, more than 20 people came out. Brother Jiang, you've sent over 3 more pigs. We'll have pork to eat for a long time this year. Yuan came over and was delighted when she saw the contents of the crate. How much did your brother Han Xian send? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. 1 pig, 1 cow, and 10 sheep. Brother Jiang, did you buy firecrackers here? Yuan looked inside. Firecrackers aren't allowed in the city, so we only have small firecrackers and sparklers, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's great. Brother Han didn't buy any. By the way, where did Grandma Yang and the others go? Jiang Wei looked around and found that Grandma Yang was not there, nor was Han Xian. They say a celebrity donated 500,000 yuan to our orphanage, and Grandma Yang went to help with the publicity. Brother Han took Grandma Yang there, Yuan said with a smile. The government's funding is calculated based on the number of children, ensuring that the children in the orphanage are well-fed and clothed. But if you want to eat well and dress well, you basically have to rely on donations. Celebrities donate money mainly for the sake of their reputation, so Grandma Yang is quite familiar with this kind of thing. Cooperate in the way that is appropriate. As long as I get the money and the benefits in the end, that's all that matters. Just as the two were chatting, another car arrived, followed by a refrigerated transport truck. Yin Mo and Yin Shu came down and stared at each other, wide-eyed, at the refrigerated transport trucks that Jiang Wei and Han Xian had brought. There's so much meat, there's nowhere to put it, Old Li said helplessly. Finally, they filled every possible place to stuff meat, and there were still 4 pigs and 4 sheep left. Grandma, you're back. Just as the group was discussing how to deal with the meat, Yin Shu saw Grandma Yang return. The group went to greet them, but Grandma Yang and Han Xian did not look well. Third Fatty, what happened? Jiang Wei asked, frowning. Sai, that Han Haitao from Mango TV staged a charity donation photo shoot. He gave a check card for 500,000 yuan, but actually gave a check for only 10,000 yuan. Several deans are planning to tell the media about it. As a result, he was beaten by his bodyguard. If I hadn't protected Grandma, she would have been beaten too, Han Xian said with a grim expression. Han Haito, what's his background? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. I'm not sure yet. I just asked my assistant to inquire. Han Xian shook his head. You didn't even discuss it before buying these things, and now there's so much extra meat. Grandma Yang looked at the extra meat with a helpless expression. What are you doing here? Lu Dazhuang stopped his motorcycle tricycle in the yard. Grandma, we just started our business and don't have much money, so we bought some meat and brought it over. Lu Dazhuang opened the tarpaulin, revealing 2 freshly slaughtered pigs inside. Slap. A group of people slapped their foreheads speechlessly. We've already delivered them all, and there's nowhere left to store them, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Forehead. 2 minutes later, another person was added to consider how to handle the meat. Meat frozen in the refrigerator may spoil if stored for more than 6 months. The 4 freezers in the kitchen are now completely filled with meat. There were still 6 pigs left over. The more than 100 children in the orphanage could eat as much as they wanted, and by the time the new year came, they would only have been able to eat 1 pig. Forget it, let's not keep it. Let's give it to other orphanages. Xiao Xian, contact those 5 orphanages from today. Have each of them come and take 1 pig. The remaining pig can be used as welfare for the caregivers. Grandma Yang finally made her decision. Okoo. Chapter 45. If you can't touch him, touch his father. When Jiang Wei returned home, he saw Tang Dang and Tianxian playing Go. You guys actually all know how to play Go. Jiang Wei leaned closer to take a look. However, Jiang Wei couldn't understand it. Although the rules of Go were simple, it required memorizing many fixed patterns. It's not very beginner-friendly. The rule of Go is that you only have 1 breath. As long as you have 1 breath, you can live by connecting a region. However, if he loses his last breath, then this whole area will die. The so-called liberties are empty spaces. If a piece is vertical, horizontal, and left/right sides are all blocked, then it has no liberties. I studied it when I was little, but I didn't have much talent, so I could never become a professional player. Tang Dang shook her head. I'm pretty much the same. I use them to cultivate my temperament. I know a little bit of everything, like playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm best at hand drawing, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Looks like I'm the worst at everything. Of all the arts, I only know how to play chess. Jiang Wei shook his head. Ding dong. Jiang Wei took out his phone and glanced at it for a few moments, then frowned. Han Xian just sent Jiang Wei a message with Han Haitao's background in it. Han Haitao's father, Han Guohao, is known as the richest man in Jiangnan, with assets of over 30 billion yuan. It involves 3 types of industries: real estate, finance, and entertainment. Jiang Wei shook his head. If it was a matter of life and death, finding Zhao Lianjiang would be fine. It would be going too far to involve Zhao Lianjiang in a case of fraudulent donations. Therefore, Han Haitao is not an easy person to deal with. The only connection between the 2 companies' businesses is in special effects. As for banning Han Haitao, Jiang Wei couldn't do it. After all, Han Haitao is also a major investor. Why are you investigating Han Haitao? Lu Tianxian asked curiously after glancing at Jiang Wei's phone. Today, I went to the orphanage to Jiang Wei told Lu Tianxian about it. Han Haitao has gone too far, Tang Dang said angrily. This Han Haitao is not easy to deal with. He owns an entertainment company, and it's a large-scale operation. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Does anyone know a good private investigator? Jiang Wei asked the 2 men after thinking for a moment. Private investigators are illegal in China. I'll give you a phone number. It's an information service company. They won't investigate private matters, but if you want to investigate Han Haitao's family, they can do it for you as long as you pay them, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Why are private investigators illegal? Jiang Wei asked curiously. In TV dramas, domineering CEOs often hire private investigators, but it turns out that private investigators are illegal in China. Because it violates personal privacy, as long as the individual isn't investigated, there won't be any problems, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei found a phone number in the text message and contacted by May Information Service Company. After some discussion, a deposit of 1 million was agreed upon, and after the information was found, another 4 million was paid. The main job of By May Information Service Company is to collect information. We handle general business operations and information coordination. Of course, they also collect information about the behind-the-scenes dealings and scandals of some companies. When two companies collaborate but don't know each other, they will need information services. Jinling, by May Information Service Company. By May stared blankly at the recorded information. They're actually investigating the Han Group, which can be called the richest family in Jiangnan, but the Han family started out in real estate. Is this the deal with the Han family? A smile appeared on by May's lips. The Han family's origins are not clean. After all, about half of those who started in real estate have shady backgrounds. Bai Mei started making phone calls, and the group worked together to investigate. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mei found an old file box in the archives room. Sigh, it's a pity there's no evidence for any of this. Bai Mei shined. It contains the history of how the Han Group rose to prominence. Unfortunately, these were all interview excerpts, with no substantial evidence whatsoever. What are you thinking about? Lu Tianxian nudged Jiang Wei. Want to do something else? Jiang Wei carefully helped Lu Tianxian sit down. Then think about it slowly. Lu Tianxian shook her head. It would be great to have a think tank to help me with problems. It's quite frustrating to be alone and not see the way forward, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Think tank, when I can't figure something out, I ask netizens on Weibo, and many people give me advice, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Think tank, netizens. Jiang Wei fell into deep thought. After a while, he stood up, went to the study, and wrote down what he wanted to say. After putting his things away, Jiang Wei went to the bedroom. Go find Tang Tang, my hands are still sore, Lu Tianxian said as she saw Jiang Wei come in. Heavenly Fairy, you're about to give birth and can't be separated from someone. Jiang Wei shook his head. Dad went to see Uncle Nya and the others today and won't be back tonight. Mom is taking a shower. Lu Tianxian pointed to the bathroom. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. With someone to take care of him, Jiang Wei felt relieved. I left home and arrived at Villa number 8. Who are you chatting with? Jiang Wei entered Tang Tang's bedroom and found that Tang Tang was chatting with someone. I was chatting with Zhang Wei Tian, but Han Haitao blocked me. I wanted to get some information from him, Tang Tang said without looking up. No need for that. It's unnecessary, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Why? Aren't you looking for information on Han Haitao? How can you deal with Han Haitao and blacklist him without dirt on him? Tang Tang asked curiously. I just wanted to vent my anger. I'm not some arrogant genius who can just blacklist people all the time. Jiang Wei shook his head. Then why did you have someone investigate Han Guohao back then? Tang Tang looked up, her face full of confusion. If someone can raise someone like that, their family is probably not good people either. We need to strike at their vitals, hit them where it hurts, and then tell them the reason behind it. Whether he can even make it in the entertainment industry is another matter. Jiang Wei shook his head. Sigma, hey, is that what you think? Tang Tang looked surprised. The normal way to deal with someone in the entertainment industry is to find dirt on them, spread it all over the internet, and force them to quit the industry because of the pressure, right? This is a tactic used by almost all entertainment companies, and, of course, they also add some framing methods. It seems like this kind of direct attack on the capital behind the other party has never happened before. There are artists who are implicated by the power of capital, but it is rare for artists to implicate capital. Yes, I don't have much influence in the entertainment industry, so I can only resort to such methods, Jiang Wei said earnestly. This Han Haitao is really no good. Look, Tang Tang showed the chat interface to Jiang Wei. The reason Zhang Wei Tian was blacklisted was because he saw Han Haitao kneeling before a South Korean entertainer. Then he was blacklisted by Han Haitao. He's a Korean idiot. Jiang Wei shook his head. Stop investigating. Wait for news from the information service company. Even if we release this information, it won't do much good for him. He has capital and money behind him, and his reputation can be whitewashed. So give his father a good beating and let his father control him. I'm going to take a shower. Soon after, the sound of a soprano singing filled the room. Chapter 46 Arrangements for Protection. Old Ma, what's up? Jiang Wei asked, still half asleep in bed. Chairman Jiang, you're still not awake? Ma Weiwa glanced at his watch. It was already 8:30. Your phone call woke me up. What's up? Jiang Wei asked, sitting up. Wei Tian Group's annual meeting is this afternoon. Would you like to come? Ma Weiwa invited. I'm not going. Today I have to fry meatballs, make dumplings, fry glutinous rice cakes, and put up couplets. I don't have time for that. Oh, right. Let's give all the employees a month's salary in red envelopes in my name and Lu Tianxin's name, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Giving all employees a month's salary as a bonus wouldn't amount to much money. Longhu Battery and Weitian Auto together only have a little over 3,000 employees, so a few tens of millions of yuan would be enough. Okay, I understand. Ma Weigua nodded and hung up the phone. He shook his head helplessly. This is a more decisive departure than even coal mine owners. When I used to work for coal mine owners, they would come over at the annual meeting to make their presence known and personally give bonuses to their employees. He came here specifically to make a splash and win over people's hearts. Jiang Wei was speechless when Ma Weigua hung up the phone so decisively. I took a shower, went to the study, and took out what I had written yesterday. Then he called Ma Weigua again. Ma Weigua was somewhat surprised when he received the call. Old Ma, there's something I had an idea for yesterday, but you hung up the phone too quickly and I didn't have a chance to say it. Go ahead, Ma Weigua said, quickly taking out his notebook when he heard that Jiang Wei had another idea. Here's the thing. I plan to create an app called Creative Workshop to collect netizens' creative ideas and categorize them. Then, based on the reviewer's assessment, the creativity level is determined and the purchase is made accordingly. For example, Level 1 creativity costs 50 yuan, Level 2 creativity costs 100 yuan, Level 3 creativity costs 200 yuan, Level 4 creativity costs 400 yuan, Level 5 creativity costs 800 yuan, Level 6 costs 1,600 yuan, Level 7 costs 3,200 yuan, Level 8 costs 6,400 yuan, Level 9 costs 12,800 yuan, Level 10. The highest level is 16. The more complete and creative the idea, the higher the rating. Many people have ideas, but they can't realize them. If we buy and run a Level 16 creative idea, we can give the creator 5% of the shares, Jiang Wei said earnestly. By the way, let's contact some companies and industries we don't work in and co-own the software, with us taking the lead. After hearing Jiang Wei's idea, Ma Weigua was a little stunned. Jiang Wei only gave a general overview, and the scope was very vague. However, Ma Weigua understood the purpose of this software. Okay, boss, I've got it. I'll get the software out as soon as possible. Ma Weigua nodded. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing, Jiang Wei said, hanging up the phone. Jiang Wei hung up the phone, and Ma Weigua began to plan seriously. After a while, his eyes lit up and he added military industry to the plan. Although he didn't know much about his boss's background, he was certain that the boss could contact the higher-ups. With this military industry sector, it can be allocated to several military universities and weapons companies. This software can be considered a great tool for building connections. Ma Weigua made a simple plan categorized by category, but as for detailed supplements, it would require the collective wisdom and efforts of the group. Jiang Wei hung up the phone and heard conversation coming from the kitchen. When Jiang Wei went inside, he found Jiang Tianlin rolling out dumpling wrappers, while Lin Meiji, Lu Tianxian, and Tang Tang were making dumplings. Mom, what kind of filling is this? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw the filling Lin Meiji had made. This is toba, made with walnuts and peanuts, Lin Meiji said with a smile. This stuff can also be used as dumpling filling. Jiang Wei couldn't help but shake his head. Dad, you're so good at rolling out dumpling wrappers. You must have been a chef before, right? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Jiang Tianlin rolls out dumpling wrappers very quickly, basically one wrapper every 3 or 4 seconds. For an average person, rolling out dumpling wrappers takes at least 10 seconds. You notice that? Back then, we started out with a dumpling restaurant, Jiang Tianlin said with a smile. No wonder I have such a talent for cooking. Zucchini, egg, and wood ear mushroom filling, pork filling, none of them are to my liking. Jiang Wei shook his head. What kind of filling do you like? Lin Meiji asked with a smile. You guys wrap the yellow carrots, pork with pickled cabbage, and pork with scallions. I'll do it myself, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Make me some meat and seafood dumplings. I haven't had them in ages. Lu Tianxian asked Jiang Wei to make her some dumpling filling when she heard him say that. When the two first started living together, Jiang Wei made Lu Tianxian some meat and seafood dumplings, and Lu Tianxian immediately fell in love with the taste. Okay, I'll make it for you. Jiang Wei smiled and went to prepare the dumpling filling. Jiang Wei busied himself in the kitchen. Before long, the two kinds of fillings were ready. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the phone as soon as he saw it was Zhao Lianjiang calling. Come over to the Riverside Tea House and have a chat. Okay, I'm leaving now. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. I'm going out for a bit. Don't bother preparing lunch for me. Jiang Wei said to the group. When you come back, buy 6 cases of good wine. I want to give them as gifts, Jiang Yunlin instructed. Okay, I got it. Jiang Wei changed his clothes and went out. Before long, we arrived at the Riverside Tea House next to the old pier. Old Zhao, what's up? Planning for next year? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I heard from them that you're investigating Manhwa. How? Zhao Yinjiang asked directly. How did you know? Jiang Wei was stunned. He had only looked up Manhwa Hao. So how did Zhao Yinjiang know? You are a key person of national concern. We will protect your safety in all aspects. The country will also do its best to resolve your personal issues and try to resolve them without you having to get involved, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. Jiang Wei's safety was crucial to the future development of the country. In just over half a year, the country's science and technology have leaped forward by 30 years. As long as Jiang Wei is around, within 10 years, no, 5 years, the country will inevitably become the hegemon of the blue planet. Therefore, Jiang Wei's safety must be well protected. Moreover, Zhao Yinjiang believes that Jiang Wei has very sound values. They're trying to turn me into a spoiled brat. Jiang Wei shook his head. No, right, for your safety, the higher-ups have assigned you 2 bodyguards from Zhonghai. They are nominally Kyoto Iron Guards, 1 man and 1 woman, and 4 servants. All 4 of them are secret agents trained by the state. These people will be coming to report to you soon. Also, the government has prepared 2 bulletproof vehicles for you. They look like ordinary civilian bulletproof vehicles, but they are actually made entirely of military-grade materials. It has an 1,800 horsepower diesel engine that can withstand machine gun fire, a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour, and a weight of 15 tons. A total of 1.44 million, remember to pay. Zhao Yinjiang provided a payment account for Zafubo. Isn't driving an armored car a bit excessive? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It's not an exaggeration. Anyone with assets exceeding 1 billion doesn't own a bulletproof car. The Defender just looks like an ordinary bulletproof car on the surface. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. These 2 Defenders of yours are made with the most advanced materials in the country. It took 5 months just to manufacture them. Once the country's materials science and technology develops, we'll get you 2 better ones. Chapter 47, Becoming an Archaeologist. Materials technology, can we get our hands on global materials and formulas for free? Jiang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Materials research and development depends on fate, or more accurately, on luck. For example, in carbon steel, the proportions of carbon and iron are determined, and then the mixture is smelted. From 99.9 to 0.1, it was smelted down to 0.1 to 99.9. Of course, this is just a rather extreme statement. After the experiment, select the better materials from this batch. Ultimately, it was found that adding 0.6% yielded the best results. Then try again within this range to find the best one. Of course, if it were really that simple, material science would have advanced to an unknown extent long ago. Alloys require mixing 2, 3, or 4 materials to eventually find the useful ones. Therefore, material science is all about luck. If you're lucky, you might accidentally discover a new material. If you're unlucky, you'll never discover new materials in your entire life. Global materials and formulations? Zhao Yinjiang's eyes lit up instantly. That's a good idea, Zhao Yinjiang was instantly delighted. Many foreign manufacturers possess confidential material technology. These technologies are so advanced that you can't buy them, even if you have the money. Wait a minute, I need to write 2 advertisements. Zhao Yinjiang searched for paper in the cabinet. Ding dong. Jiang Wei opened his phone and found a text message with an email address inside. The person who sent the message was by Mei. Old Zhao, can I borrow your tablet for a moment? Jiang Wei said directly. Here you go. Zhao Yinjiang took a tablet out of the cabinet behind him and handed it to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei entered the email address and opened the email account using the password sent in the text message. I downloaded the attachment and started reading it on my tablet. His complexion grew increasingly grim. There are actually people like this. Jiang Wei angrily put down the tablet. Zhao Yinjiang picked up the tablet and started watching. He frowned after a while. Some of the information here had evidence, but most of it was based on eyewitness accounts. Furthermore, they uncovered substantial evidence of collusion between officials and businessmen, with officials acting as their protectors. I've taken care of Han Haitao's matter for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Yinjiang put the tablet away. They were afraid that if Jiang Wei saw the following information, it would affect his confidence in the country. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Zhao Lianjiang started writing on the table, and soon a simple advertisement appeared. Selling high-performance materials and formulas from 1800 to 2050 worldwide for only 8.8 yuan, not 8,800. Bring global materials and formulas home. Contact number 13 Blue. Blue 1, 10,000 points, got all the materials and formulas in the world for free, haha. Jiang Wei laughed directly. Make it happen quickly, Zhao Lianjiang urged. Okay, right away. Jiang Wei followed the procedure, made the call, and paid the money. Experience plus 4,850. It's a success. Jiang Wei nodded. I made a fortune, haha. Zhao Lianjiang burst into laughter. The world's materials and formulas, if purchased, might not be available even for trillions of dollars. Moreover, there are materials and formulas for the next 39 years. This experience is not right. 4,850, that should be before 1800. There are also very useful formulas, Jiang Wei said seriously. Materials, while related to technology, are also subject to chance. The Industrial Revolution began in the 1760s. This refers to the Industrial Revolution, which began in 1760. Moreover, there are materials from ancient times that may have been overlooked. Could there be an ancient formula that's still useful today? Zhao Lianjiang thought for a moment. Recall any potentially useful material from your memory. By the way, King Gojin of Yu's sword hasn't rusted even after being underground for 2,000 or 3,000 years. We still don't know what the material is. Zhao Lianjiang's eyes lit up instantly. Stainless steel doesn't rust, does it? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. Who says stainless steel won't rust? It just has strong resistance to oxidation. If you leave it in a field for 20 years, it will rust all over with pits and bumps. Many cities use stainless steel water pipes, which accumulate yellow rust inside over time, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. That sword hasn't rusted for 2,000 or 3,000 years, which is a bit outrageous. Jiang Wei scratched his head. I'll write another advertisement. Zhao Lianjiang picked up a marker and started writing again. The advertisement was finished in no time. Selling materials and formulas that existed on Earth from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Not 8,800, not 888, just 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and formulas home. Contact number 13. Red. Jiang Wei said bluntly. Jiang Wei couldn't quite understand why it had turned red. Red? How is that possible? Zhao Lianjiang couldn't understand it either. Could the things recorded in unofficial histories be true? Zhao Lianjiang muttered to himself. Unofficial history? What is that? Jiang Wei asked, bewildered. In Jiang Wei's view, history should not be the primitive man, then the Paleolithic Age, the Neolithic Age, then the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, the Qin, Han, and 3 Kingdoms periods, the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties and 10 Kingdoms periods, and the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Are there any unofficial histories out there? Don't these dynasties all have official historical records? The classic of mountains and seas records many things, such as Pangu, Manhwa, Fuxi, and foreign Atlantis and Sumerians. Let's be archaeologists today and try to find out what era and what place we're in, Zhao Lianjiang said, picking up his pen and starting to write. I was using my tablet to search for things online. Then I started writing the advertisement. Selling materials and recipes from Asia dating from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Red. I didn't expect it to be the first one. Great, keep going. Zhao Lianjiang continued writing. For sale, materials and recipes from the Rabbit Kingdom dating from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Red. Still red. Okay, continue. For sale, materials and recipes from the area north of the Yellow River dating from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Blue. Looks like there are good things in the north too. Let's continue. For sale, materials and recipes from Yunnan, Fujian, Guangdong, Guizhou, and western Hunan provinces, dating from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Blue. It's also blue. It can't be in Sichuan, can it? Zhao Yinjiang muttered to himself after studying the map for a while. He took out another piece of paper and continued writing advertisements. Selling materials and recipes from Sichuan dating from 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Red. Red. Could it be Sank Singdui? Zhao Lianjiang checked some information. The most famous site in Sichuan is Sank Singdui. This discovery has unearthed many things, some of which are quite revolutionary. Selling materials and recipes from Nanxing dating back to 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Green. It's green, probably around Nanxing, Jiang Wei said seriously. For sale, materials and recipes from Guanghan dating back to 100,000 BC to 1800 AD. You won't regret it. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the materials and recipes home. Contact number 13. Red. Red. Let's continue. Continuously shrink the spatial scope. Finally, it was found in Shuangfu Village, located to the south of Shuangfu Village. It's a not-so-large area because the map can't be divided into smaller, more detailed sections. The two then located the historical time, eventually pinpointing it to between 24,300 BC and 24,100 BC, a period marked in red. It's already past 3 o'clock. I've troubled you to play the role of an archaeologist with me for a while. Zhao Yinjiang smiled broadly as he looked at the summarized data. Without spending anything, I got a freebie and even learned about ancient history. Old Zhao, if it weren't for your sudden inspiration, I wouldn't have known that this could be used for archaeological research, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. It seems there's a big secret hidden beneath Shuangfu Village. I'll report this to my superiors. Maybe we can unearth something valuable. Zhao Lianjiang wrote a summary, then threw all the advertisements into the shredder. By the way, when will the support for science fiction works be implemented? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. A press conference will be held on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 48, Around the Lunar New Year. You've all put up the couplets, Jiang Wei asked with a smile as he entered. You had a housekeeping service person put it up. You should hire a few nannies here. It would save you some money. Lu Tianxian shook her head. We've already hired them, 2 drivers and 4 nannies. We really are on the same wavelength, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Can we trust him? Lu Tianxian asked with some concern. I trust him. Old Zhao introduced me to a housekeeping company founded by a retired veteran. Those who served in the army for 2 years and then retired were not given jobs, and many of them did not have any skills. This housekeeping company helps find jobs, such as drivers, nannies, and cleaners, which don't require much skill. We specifically introduce people who are relatively wealthy. The salary and benefits are good, Jiang Wei explained with a smile. Oh, by the way, I bought 2 cars. I'll give you one, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What kind of car? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. The Defender, an armored off-road vehicle. I found that old Zhao was good at sales, so I was inexplicably persuaded and bought 2. Jiang Wei couldn't think of a suitable reason either. Hee, you've had that experience too? Lu Tianxian laughed. There's no way around it. Almost everyone goes through something like this, especially those eloquent clothing salespeople. You feel the item is just SOSO, and wearing it is just SOSO too. The salesperson's praise made you feel so superior. Then, without my knowledge, I ended up paying for something. By the way, is your aunt coming back for the new year tomorrow? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. I'm not coming back. I have something to do in the U.S. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Not even coming back for the new year. Jiang Wei shook his head speechlessly. Yes, she's relieved now that you're here. Lu Tianxian smiled and continued reading her book. All right. In the afternoon, 2 cars arrived at Jiang Wei's house, accompanied by 2 drivers and 4 nannies. You're the people assigned by old Shui. Jiang Wei looked them over. The men were all standing very upright. We were introduced by General Manager Shui. Come sit down and introduce yourself. My name is Lu Wei. I am a troop carrier driver, and I have an A-level driver's license. My name is Dong Si. I am an armored vehicle driver, and I have an A-level driver's license. The 2 burly men with buzz cuts introduced themselves. My name is Yang Jiji. I am a cook in the kitchen. I specialize in Sichuan cuisine, Beijing cuisine, medicinal cuisine, pasta dishes, and nutritious meals. My job is as a chef. My name is Yao Mei. I'm a service worker, and my job is housekeeping. My name is Lei Ying. I'm an ordinary infantryman, and my job is cleaning. My name is Li Jingwen. I'm an air defense infantryman, and my assigned job is cleaning. The group introduced themselves. My wife is a celebrity, so we need to keep a secret from the public. That's why I'm offering you relatively better treatment. The housekeeper will pay $20,000, the chef $18,000, and the driver and cleaner $15,000. I'll have someone bring the contracts and confidentiality agreements over in a bit. If there are no problems, we can all sign the contracts. No problem. Boss, are the benefits this good in Shanghai now? Boss, which cuisine do you prefer? The benefits are good, but the cost of living is also high. Shanghai is one of the most expensive cities in the country. Jiang Wei shook his head. Nowadays, the average white-collar worker in Shanghai earns between 3,000 and 5,000 yuan, while white-collar workers in the financial industry can earn between 8,000 and 10,000 yuan. Of course, private drivers and private chefs generally earn higher salaries, usually around 12,000 yuan, because many things need to be kept secret, and there are also security issues. Yang Zhizhi is a relatively ordinary chef. If she were a well-known chef, her annual salary would be over 300,000 yuan. Are they the nanny and driver hired by the family? Lu Tianxian asked directly as she came downstairs and saw the crowd. Lu Tianxian, boss, you're amazing. Yes, the new nanny and driver. This is the driver. Jiang Wei introduced them to Lu Tianxian. Jiang Wei arranged for the group to stay in the villa's annex, also known as the nanny's quarters. In the afternoon, Jiang Wei was dragged by his mother, Lin Meiji, to buy a bunch of things needed for having a baby. After all, Lu Yifei is about to give birth. Neither Jiang Wei nor Lu Tianxian had any experience in this area. These shops are basically closed from the 1st to the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. When they returned, Yin Shu and Yun Imo also came over. Yang Zhizhi and Jiang Wei worked together to prepare a New Year's Eve dinner. After the New Year's Eve dinner, a group of people gathered in the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. After watching it, I felt like apologizing to the previous Spring Festival Gala. Because of her pregnancy, Lu Tianxian went to bed early. Fireworks are also prohibited in Songjiang Prefecture, but small firecrackers are not allowed. The night was relatively quiet. I woke up from a nap. Jiang Wei went into the courtyard and set off a string of firecrackers with 1,000 explosions, which was considered as opening the door. Jiang Wei stayed home on the first day of the Lunar New Year and had nothing else to do except send New Year's red envelopes and blessings in the company's group chat. Jiang Wei, wearing thermal underwear and a leather jacket, went fishing by the river. Little boy, you're fishing on the first day of the Lunar New Year. You must really love fishing. An old man's voice suddenly came from the roadside. Jiang Wei looked in that direction and saw an old man who looked to be around 60 years old, with his hands behind his back, looking at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei remembered this old man. He seemed to be the owner of Villa Number 3. He has 2 sons. The elder son inherited the family business, while the younger son seems to be a director with a non-mainstream style. However, Jiang Wei and the old man were not close. They were merely nodding acquaintances. Uncle Chun, it's mainly because I have nothing to do and I don't need to pay New Year's visits, so I'm looking for something to do. Little friend, don't you have any work partners? Don't you need to move around? Grandpa Chun asked with a smile. Yes, we spent the New Year together. What kind of business do you do, young friend? Grandpa Chun walked over and asked with a smile. The internet, as well as energy and entertainment, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Entertainment? What does that mainly involve? Maybe we can collaborate with my little rascal. My little rascal, sigh. He's neither good at academics nor martial arts, but he does have some talent. He only makes science fiction films, and they always get bad reviews, and he loses money. The company's dividends have all been lost in this, Grandpa Chun said helplessly. My company mainly does special effects, so maybe we can collaborate, Jiang Wei said casually, not giving a definitive answer. Is it a sci-fi film? Currently, apart from Hollywood blockbusters, science fiction films have no domestic market share. Filming science fiction requires a huge investment, and not just any investment. Special effects? Do you have any sample footage, or have you done special effects for anyone's work? Grandpa Chin's eyes lit up instantly. The biggest flaw of my son is his lack of special effects. Hollywood special effects are too expensive. I can't afford to hire them for my own son. The special effects in China are, well, let's just say they're not great. We did the special effects for Heaven's Scar, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The special effects of Heaven's Scar? Grandpa Chun thought for a moment, then realized he seemed to have seen that TV series. Jiang Wei took out his phone and found a circle player on it. The scenery here is basically all special effects, filmed under green tints. He had watched the TV series, and the scenery in it was very beautiful. I want to travel, but I can't find a place. It left a deep impression on me. How much does this special effect cost per second? Grandpa Chin's eyes lit up. A second? Less than 1,000 yuan, 50,000 a minute. That's the third-tier special effects. The second-tier special effects cost 200,000 yuan per minute, while the first tier costs 1 million yuan per minute, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's so cheap. My little rascal is home right now. I'll call him over. Grandpa Chun hurriedly left. Chapter 49, The Special Effects Business is a Success. Jiang Wei had been fishing by the river for a while when he saw a red-haired man in a suit walking over. Hello, are you General Manager Jiang? Red Hair asked as he approached Jiang Wei. Hello, you must be Grandpa Chin's son. Jiang Wei nodded. Yes, my name is Chen Geng. I've heard that your special effects are exceptional. Could you tell me more about them? Chen Geng pleaded. I can't explain it clearly. Please wait a moment. Jiang Wei shook his head. Then he took out his phone and called Yun-Mo. Mr. Jiang, you run a special effect company, yet you can't even explain how good the special effects are? Chen Geng asked Jiang Wei after he finished his call. Leave professional matters to professionals. I am the investor, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I know whether the special effects are good or bad, but I don't know how to describe them professionally. Let me put it this way. You know Iron Man, right? Our third gear special effects are about the same as Iron Man 1. The second tier is better than Transformers. The first tier special effects are incomparable. Wait a minute, I'll have Yun-Mo take you to see it, discuss cooperation, and talk to Yin Shu, Jiang Wei said casually. Okay, let's go black market, Chen Geng suddenly reminded him. Jiang Wei quickly pulled the fishing rod, and instantly a tremendous force came through. Holy crap, a behemoth. Help! Jiang Wei was almost dragged into the mess. Chen Geng also rushed over to help. It took the two of them more than 10 minutes to drag the fish to the shore. A carp about 1.5 meters long. Song Jiang has such a huge creature. Chen Geng looked at the giant fish being dragged up in astonishment. 52 kilograms. Jiang Wei said with a big smile. Take a picture for me. I want to show it off. Jiang Wei handed his phone to Chen Geng. Little Jiang, you've caught a big fish. It's huge. Yin Shu jogged over, looking at the big fish with great curiosity. This is Yin Shu, the head of the special effects company. This is Yun-Mo, the special effects manager from the special effects company. Jiang Wei introduced the two to Chen Geng. This is Chen Geng, a director who wants to visit our special effects company. Jiang Wei introduced Chen Geng with a smile. This director Chen is a wealthy man. He can afford to splurge on special effects, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Jiang Wei just looked up Grandpa Chen's company. It's called Tianyu Precision Engineering. It mainly produces high-precision mechanical equipment and has a very large scale in China. The company has a market capitalization of approximately 8 billion, but it is not a listed company, so the market capitalization is accurate. It makes a profit of about 600 to 700 million every year. Therefore, Jiang Wei estimated that Chen Geng's share of the profits must have been over 100 million. The main point of judgment is that Grandpa Chun calls his second son Little Rascal. In Shanghai, this term isn't an insult, but rather an affectionate one. You can tell from the way he addresses his son that Grandpa Chun dotes on his second son. I know director Chun. His last movie, Super Future Warrior, cost 90 million to make. The plot was okay, but the special effects were terrible, and it only grossed 6 million at the box office, Yin Shu said with a smile. We were discussing just a few days ago that if we redid the special effects of the futuristic warrior, it should be able to go toe-to-toe with Iron Man, Yun-Mo said with a smile. Really? Chen Geng felt much better after hearing Yin Shu and Yun-Mo say that. Seriously, the plot is comparable to Hollywood, but the special effects are terrible, Yun-Mo said earnestly. I'll go find the original footage. We'll go to your workplace later and give me a few seconds of effect video. Chen Geng jogged straight home. The time-traveling warrior was arguably his deepest concern. We couldn't afford Hollywood's special effects company, so we had to use a domestic one. He had seen the fight effects in Sky Scar, but he didn't know how the sci-fi effects were. However, there's hope. If it can really achieve special effects like Iron Man, It will definitely make a lot of money. A short while later, Chun Gung returned with a hard drive. Then the three of them went to the shadow. Jiang Wei struggled to bring the fish home. What a big fish! Jiang Tianlin exclaimed in surprise as he saw Jiang Wei dragging the fish in. Son, how about giving this fish to your father? Jiang Tianlin asked earnestly. Why do you want this dried fish? Jiang Wei asked Jiang Tianlin curiously. It's a gift. Mr. Ma from Nanhu Construction likes to eat fish, especially big fish. If we can secure the river sand supply from Nanhu Construction, our monthly income will increase by at least several million. Jiang Tianlin circled the fish, examining it closely. Okay, I didn't know what to do either. Jiang Wei nodded. I'm going to find something, you wait here. With that, she ran off excitedly. You're such a grown-up, yet you're still so impulsive, Lin Meiji said with a look of dissatisfaction. Jiang Wei took the fish to the water tap outside, where he watered the lawn and poured water into the big fish to prevent it from dying. Soon after, Jiang Tianlin arrived in a small truck with a plastic sheet covering the truck bed. The two men worked hard to load the big fish onto the truck, then went to the riverbank and pumped water into the truck bed. Jiang Tianlin then used nylon rope to make a net on the truck bed. Son, I'm going to deliver the gift. Jiang Tianlin waved and drove off in his truck. When Jiang Wei returned home, Lin Meiji was watching the Spring Festival Gala rebroadcast with Liu Tianxian. Get up, we're going to the hospital tomorrow. Jiang Wei sat down next to Liu Tianxian and touched his stomach. My due date is the day after tomorrow. Let's go the day after tomorrow. Liu Tianxian shook her head. Do you have any common sense? The due date means you should give birth, not that you're preparing to give birth. Jiang Wei was speechless. Liu Tianxian looked at Lin Meiji, and Lin Meiji nodded. What should I bring? Liu Tianxian asked hurriedly. Just bring 2 sets of clothes, and make sure you stay warm when you're discharged, Jiang Wei said with a smile. And your ID card and household registration book. We don't have a marriage certificate, so it seems only your birth certificate can be issued, Jiang Wei said seriously. Liu Tianxian nodded. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and saw that it was Yin Shu. Sister Shu, what's wrong? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Director Chun just signed a top-tier contract for the remake of Time Warriors. Wow, I'm rich. Huh? Yin Shu's excited voice came from the other end of the line. All right, I got it. Jiang Wei shook his head speechlessly. Time Traveler is a 90-minute movie. Even with the highest-end special effects, how much money could it possibly generate? Even if it's all special effects, it'll only cost 90 million. 90 million was not much for Jiang Wei. However, Yin Shu was very happy because this was the second special effects job their studio had received. During this period, the company has been producing materials. The source material can be said to be the foundation of a visual effects company. Chapter 50 Liu Tianxian gave birth and visited the car factory. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, I took Liu Tianxian to an internal hospital located in the northern suburbs. The sign outside read, Military Medical Research Center. Upon entering, Jiang Wei presented his recommendation card and ID card before allowing the two of them in. Then I completed the hospitalization procedures. Guga likes fishing so much. Jiang Wei asked Liu Tianxian with a smile. Yes, I really like him. He's a famous fisherman in the entertainment industry. Liu Tianxian nodded while eating an apple. He's fishing by the river in front of our house again. Jiang Wei pointed to the scarf, where Gugu was by the river in front of his house, holding a big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. Then there's a photo of someone laughing so hard their eyes are practically disappearing. It's all your fault. What fisherman wouldn't want to catch a fish weighing over 100 pounds? Liu Tianxian smiled and rolled her eyes at Jiang Wei. By the way, what are you looking at? Looking at your phone in late pregnancy is bad for your eyes, Jiang Wei said, noticing Liu Tianxian playing on her tablet. I'm reading the script for Zhu Xian. The screenwriter and the original author finished the script before the new year, and I'm currently reviewing it. Liu Tianxian said earnestly. My stomach hurts. Liu Tianxian suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. Upon hearing that he had a stomachache, Jiang Wei quickly stood up and pressed the call button to call a doctor. After the doctor arrived, he wheeled the person into the examination room. Jiang Wei hurriedly called his mother, Tianxian, and his parents. In less than 10 minutes, they wheeled her to the delivery room. Jiang Wei hurriedly handed the items in. Today is not my due date yet, but I didn't expect to give birth so soon. Jiang Wei waited anxiously in front of the delivery room. Then, after waiting for half an hour, the sound of a baby crying came from inside. Congratulations! It's a beautiful baby girl. A doctor came over carrying a baby and handed it to Jiang Wei. This is the fastest natural birth I've ever seen in my 20 years of medical practice. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, the doctor remarked. Is the master all right? Jiang Wei inquired. It's all good. Don't worry. I'll be out in a few minutes. The female doctor's voice was relaxed. Okay, thank you, doctor. She's given birth? Jiang Wei had just returned to the ward and put his daughter down when he heard Lin Meiji's voice. When Lin Meiji saw the baby, she looked incredulous. When she gave birth to Jiang Wei, it took her 7 or 8 hours to deliver the baby. It had only been a short while since I received Jiang Wei's call. It takes less than 40 minutes to get here from home, all on the highway. Yes, thankfully we arrived early. Jiang Wei nodded. They arrived at the hospital less than 3 hours ago. Lin Meiji and her family originally planned to come tomorrow, since her due date is tomorrow. Jiang Wei left the child with Lin Meiji and went to the door of the delivery room. After waiting for 5 minutes, the delivery room door opened. Jiang Wei looked inside in surprise. Lu Tianxian actually walked out on her own, but you could tell she was quite weak. You're really messing around. We can't afford to get tired right now. Jiang Wei walked over and picked Lu Tianxian up in his arms. Put Lu Tianxian on the bed and cover her with a blanket. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Tianxian, his face flushed, looking a little shy. After thinking about it for a moment, I didn't dwell on it too much. We're outside, not at home, so it's normal to feel shy when being carried in a princess carry. Actually, Lu Tianxian had a lot of ideas right now. How did I end up having a baby? Why would I post an ad offering a large sum of money to have a child? Jiang Wei gets more and more handsome the more you look at him. I just put up one ad, and now I'm a billionaire. Well, I do now. Why did I include Tang Dang and Damien in this too? But this guy has amazing stamina for hours. Fairy, the baby is crying. Feed him her. The first breast milk is the best. Lin Meiji handed the baby to Lu Tianxian, interrupting Lu Tianxian's reverie. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Ma, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the phone. You guys are too fast. The first mass-produced car is already out. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. In just over 4 months, from building the factory to producing the first car. Okay, I'll go over there in a bit. Jiang Wei nodded. Has the factory produced its first car? Lu Tianxian asked Jiang Wei. Okay, I'll go take a look later, Jiang Wei said seriously. Go quickly. Lu Tianxian waved her hand. Lu Tianxian was also a little scared. If Jiang Wei stayed any longer, she might start having all sorts of wild thoughts. Jiang Wei arrived at Weitian Group. On the left side of Weitian Group Road is Longhu Battery, and on the right side is a car manufacturing plant. When Jiang Wei arrived at the company, he saw Ma Weigua, wearing a down jacket, standing at the door. Old Ma, we're building this way too fast. Jiang Wei looked at the factory buildings, standing tall, with some people around paving the ground. Boss, if it weren't for your connections, we wouldn't have been able to build it so quickly, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Has a powerful background? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Yes, the construction of our factory cost just over 400 million. Under normal circumstances, even if Beijing Construction were to build it, they wouldn't go all out. But Beijing Construction is going all out to build, and there's almost no profit left. You should know that Beijing Construction was formerly an engineering core unit. Understood. Jiang Wei nodded. It's estimated that Zhao Yinjiang or Zhang, he from the State Security Bureau, made the move. However, it's most likely that Zhang he will say hello, since Zhang he is in Beijing. Jiang Wei was taken to the testing ground on the edge. A bright red car was speeding along the track, its speed estimated to be over 300 kilometers per hour. Is this our car? Jiang Wei asked blankly. Yes, the first one read, a great start, Ma Weigua said with a smile. How's the car's performance? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2 seconds, with a maximum range of 15,000 kilometers and a minimum range of 6,700 kilometers. The range of a pure electric vehicle is sufficient, Ma Weigua said with a smile. And it's safe enough. How come this car can't be damaged even by a big truck? In the 100-kilometer-long truck sandwich test, our car was almost completely intact. How long is the battery life of our takeout containers? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The range varies, but the batteries in our delivery trucks are all 500 degrees Celsius. Under normal usage, they should last for about 5,000 kilometers. Even in winter, it can guarantee a range of 4,000 kilometers, Ma Wei said simply. Then why is the lowest mileage on our car only 6,700 kilometers? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. The crazy guys who built the car took it to the Antarctic ice sheet for testing. It ran a total of 6,700 kilometers when the temperature was below minus 80 degrees Celsius. Our cars have a climate control system, and the system is running at maximum power, Ma Wei said with a helpless expression. It's hard to find talent to manufacture cars. Apart from college graduates from prestigious universities and experienced people, you can only look for troublemakers who have been fired by major companies and are on their blacklists. These troublemakers have no problem with their abilities. They just have extreme ideas. Just like Su Mao, the current chief engineer of automobiles, he was originally the deputy chief engineer of BASF Automobile. A new electric vehicle manufactured by BASF Motors was sent to northern Siberia for testing. I managed to run 40 kilometers in temperatures of minus 55 degrees Celsius. This situation led to the new electric vehicle being returned to the factory, and the news was also revealed by the media. Then Su Mao was fired. Chapter 51 Car Performance. After chatting for a few minutes, the red car finally stopped. A blonde-haired man got out of the car. Jiang Wei suddenly realized that there seemed to be quite a few red-haired, green-haired, and yellow-haired people in their company. Erji, how's the new car? Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? Ma Wei asked casually. It's fine, no major problems. It's just that the tire noise gets a bit loud after reaching 300 kilometers per hour, Huang Mao said with a smile. That's fine then. Ma Wei nodded. The tire noise is a bit loud at 300 kilometers per hour. Is that a problem? Who would drive more than 300 kilometers if they had nothing better to do? In reality, most people drive at speeds below 120 kilometers per hour, and very few can reach 150 kilometers per hour. Our first car is a commercial vehicle. Jiang Wei looked the new car over and admired its stable and dignified appearance. No, this is a bulletproof commercial vehicle. There are others, a sedan, a sports car, and an SUV. An armored car can drive at over 300 kilometers per hour. Jiang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Keep in mind that the best Defender he bought only had a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Yes, our latest high-power electric motor has 2,000 horsepower, and this vehicle only weighs 4 tons, Ma Wei said earnestly. It's so lightweight. My 2 Defenders each weigh 15 tons, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This is a regular bulletproof car, only level 3. Yours is probably top of the line, Ma Wei said with a smile, pointing to the Defender. This car must wear out brake pads a lot, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's quite expensive. People who drive fast will probably need to replace it after 50,000 kilometers. And who is this? The blonde-haired man asked Ma Wei. This is our company's chairman. It's normal that you haven't met him before. When I came last time, the factory had just started operations, Ma Wei said with a smile as he introduced Jiang Wei. Hello, Chairman Jiang. I am Wang Erji, an automotive motor research engineer. Huang Mao introduced himself with a smile. Luckily, I didn't name him Wang Jinji, Jiang Wei joked with a smile. We can't call it Foundation. Wang Erji nodded in agreement. Where are the other cars? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's in that garage over there, Ma Wei said, pointing to a row of warehouses. Jiang Wei and Ma Wei walked toward the warehouse. Inside, there's a silver gray and black-themed sports car, a coupe type with a very futuristic appearance. The off-road vehicle has a black and gray main body, and there are ambient lights on the body cover. Sedans, on the other hand, are vehicles for family and peaceful living. Are our designers science fiction enthusiasts? Jiang Wei looked at the 4 cars. The sports cars and SUVs all had a very futuristic feel. Yes, both the SUV and the sports car were designed by Li Yumin, a recent college graduate. Aren't they beautiful? Very beautiful. By the way, how are these cars priced? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. This family sedan costs $120,000, the SUV costs $180,000, the sports car costs $500,000, that business sedan outside costs $2 million, and this SUV also has a bulletproof version, priced at $3 million, but the production line is still under construction. Isn't $180,000 too cheap for this SUV? It looks so good, Jiang Wei asked, stunned for a moment. It's not cheap. The performance of this car is about the same as that of an electric car that costs around 200,000 yuan. It just looks good and has a more powerful engine. What about the sports car? Jiang Wei asked curiously, looking at the sleek, futuristic-looking sports car. This car has a top speed of 650 kilometers per hour and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.7 seconds, which can beat all foreign sports cars. But in China, it's all old Wang's fault for stirring things up, saying he wanted to drive down the price of sports cars. Their new sports car costs 490,000 yuan and has similar performance to this one. How much will it cost us? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Not much, around 230,000. Ma Weigua shook his head. Where's that SUV? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Around 120,000. All right, I'll test drive it. Jiang Wei got into the SUV and examined the interior, which was quite high-end. Ma Weigua ordered someone to open the warehouse door. Jiang Wei slowly drove the car away. Then they started running on the track behind them. From slow to fast, I have to say this off-road vehicle is really well made. It's an automatic car with a comfort mode and a power mode. Jiang Wei did a simple test and found that the power mode could accelerate to 100 kilometers per hour in about 4 seconds. Then I tried out a sports car. The sports car accelerates very quickly, but the interior space feels a bit small. The car is very quiet. You can hardly hear any noise. How safe is our car? Jiang Wei asked curiously. They have all undergone truck crush tests. Our frame is made of special steel produced by Fengtian Iron and Steel Plant, so you can rest assured. Ma Weigua had a nonchalant expression on his face. This material was provided by the security department, which consists of people from the Kyoto Iron Guard. Ma Weigua still had questions. This was the advice given to him by the person behind Jiang Wei. Moreover, tests have shown that this alloy has an astonishingly high strength. As long as the structure is reasonable, 2 large trucks can sandwich each other for 100 kilometers without any problems. At most, the front and rear bumpers will be damaged. There won't be any problems with the main frame. That's good. By the way, deliver this sports car to my house. I'll keep it as a collector's item, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll have someone send it to you in a bit. By the way, we're holding a new car launch event on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Chairman, you absolutely must attend such an important occasion, Ma Weigua said earnestly. Okay, call me in advance. I'm afraid I'll forget, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay. Ma Weigua was speechless. When Huang Pengtao approached him, he said that the boss was like the coal mine owner, leaving professional matters to professionals. He rarely interferes in factory affairs. As a result, the boss himself delegated power more thoroughly than the coal mine owners. I was finally able to unleash my full potential and work with abandon. Ma Weigua led Jiang Wei on a tour of the factory area, which took about 2 hours, and they finally got a basic look around. The factory area is very large, exceeding 1,500 acres, not including the test track. When Jiang Wei returned to the hospital, he found Lu Tianxian playing with a baby. You're back. What do you need me for? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Nothing much. I just need to attend a new car launch event on the 8th day of the new year. Take a look at our new car. Jiang Wei opened his phone's photo album and handed it to Lu Tianxian. Wow, this sports car is so beautiful. Lu Tianxian couldn't take her eyes off it. How much is this? Lu Tianxian asked, pointing to the sports car. 500,000. So cheap. Lu Tianxian looked at Jiang Wei. In Lu Tianxian's eyes, such a beautiful sports car must cost at least 2 million. Yeah, our Battery Alliance's CEO, Wang, is up to something, trying to drive down the prices of sports cars overseas. They produced a sports car that costs 490,000 yuan. Jiang Wei said helplessly. Chapter 52. Exchanging NZT. 48. Preparing to exchange for controlled nuclear fusion. Old Zhao, what brings you here today? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Nothing much. Just wanted to invite you to have tea at the Riverside Tea House, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, see you in an hour. Jiang Wei agreed immediately. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Old Zhao wants to have some tea with me, Jiang Wei said to Lu Tianxian. Mom, thank you for your hard work, Jiang Wei said to Lin Meiji, who was reading the newspaper. Go ahead and get busy. I'll take good care of things. Lin Meiji didn't even look up. Jiang Wei, my mother is coming over this afternoon. Could you tell the hospital to let her in? Lu Tianxian said directly. I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. After informing the security department, Jiang Wei left the hospital and drove to the Riverside Tea House at the Old Wharf. Old Zhao, what do you want? Jiang Wei asked directly. Take a look. Zhao Lianjiang handed over a stack of photos. Another archaeological expedition? Jiang Wei asked with a smile, looking at the numerous murals in the photos. No, this is a discovery we made in Shuangfu village, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Jiang Wei picked up the photo and started looking at it. Is this an alien? Look, doesn't this picture look like a spaceship? Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's not an alien. It's an antique from a ritual in the underground palace, and its appearance is identical to this. As for the spaceship, it is this thing, which is also a sacrificial offering. Zhao Yinjiang showed Jiang Wei his discovery on his phone. The outline did indeed resemble a spaceship, but judging from the antique, it had nothing to do with alien spaceships. Our biggest discovery is this. Zhao Yinjiang pulled out the last photo. Jiang Wei looked over and saw a colorful stone. Our tests show that this is a meteorite. It contains all the elements found on Earth, but it is characterized by high wear resistance, high heat insulation, high temperature resistance, high strength, corrosion resistance, and lightweight. This meteorite weighs only 125 grams, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Looking at the comparison in the photos, Jiang Wei realized that the meteorite was at least the size of a fist and possibly even larger. The shot put is estimated to weigh 5 kilograms, and the steel is estimated to weigh 1 kilogram. Its strength is twice that of manganese steel, making it practically the ideal aerospace material, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. So, according to you, we can land on the moon? Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. Can't the rocket's payload be increased to 100 tons at a time? Jiang Wei asked after analyzing the situation. The think tank's analysis suggests that at least 300 tons of payload can be added, enough to transport an entire international space station at once, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Among the materials we obtained last time were data on rocket fuels from various countries, and we have developed a new type of rocket fuel, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. By the way, the matter with Han Haitao is settled. Zhao Yinjiang suddenly changed the subject, then took a piece of paper from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Wei. This Han Haitao doesn't have a criminal record. Jiang Wei looked at the contents of the paper. Han Haitao is not guilty, but Han Guahao has a long history of misconduct. Yeah, he has moral issues and has already been blacklisted. This Han Guahao will probably get life imprisonment or the death penalty, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Come on, take a look at this advertisement. Zhao Yinjiang then took out an advertisement from his briefcase. Jiang Wei looked over there. For sale, complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Not 8,800, but only 8.8 yuan. Bring home complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Contact number 13 purple. Purple. Our country is short of electricity. Jiang Wei was taken aback. Anyway, in Shanghai, apart from circuit maintenance, it seems like there has never been a power outage due to a lack of electricity. We don't lack electricity, but 75% of our country's electricity comes from thermal power plants, which pollute the atmosphere. Moreover, our country is an oil-poor country. If we can use electricity to replace oil, we can save a lot of production costs. Once we crack the formula for that meteorite, we can collect helium-3 on the moon. We'll have enough helium-3 on the moon for a long time, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. How many points do you have now? Zhao Yinjiang asked casually. More than 256,000. Jiang Wei glanced at the panel. Yes, we can exchange for controlled nuclear fusion technology in a month. Go and implement NZT-48 first. What other teaching materials are there? Zhao Yinjiang stood up and opened the door to the secret room. Jiang Wei slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. I was so focused on the new year that I forgot. Jiang Wei shook his head. That's normal. That's normal. We can't give scientists extra tasks during the new year, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. If this drug is developed before the Chinese New Year, I guarantee that those scientists won't even celebrate the new year. All right, I'll make it happen. Jiang Wei walked into the elevator and entered the secret room. In the secret room, Jiang Wei found advertisements for NZT-48 and teaching materials. Then I dialed Zhao Yinjiang's number. After finishing, Jiang Wei returned upstairs. Zhao Yinjiang is making tea in a fancy way. By the way, when will your bulletproof off-road vehicles start production? Zhao Yinjiang asked directly. I estimate next month. What? Are you going to make some purchases? Jiang Wei asked curiously. No, I'm just introducing you to some business. It's about Iluo and Shaluo. They want to buy military vehicles, but we can't sell ours. Your bulletproof off-road vehicle, according to estimates, can reach the level of a world-class military vehicle. After we broadcast the U.S. military exercises live, the Camel region seems to be moving closer to us, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. The Camel region mainly produces oil. If we develop toward electrification, it won't be of much use to us, will it? Jiang Wei asked curiously. How could it be useless? Petroleum is the king of chemicals. So many things can be produced using petroleum. The nylon and plastics we use every day can all be produced from petroleum, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Okay. The two chatted over tea for over an hour. After leaving the Riverside Tea House, Jiang Wei took a photo in the car and sent it to Yin Shu, Yin Mo, San Pengzi, and Lu Dazhuang. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hey, what's up? Less than a minute after I sent the picture, I received a call from Fatty San. So it was you who did it. I only saw on entertainment news this morning that Han Haitao had been blacklisted. I was thinking it was so satisfying that he had fallen from grace, but I never expected it was you who did it. Han Xian rattled off a bunch of things. I didn't do it. I just had someone investigate Han Guahao, who is Han Haitao's father. Han Haitao has offended quite a few people in the entertainment industry. It's just a case of everyone kicking him while he's down, Jiang Wei said with a smile. You're awesome. By the way, when is your wife being discharged from the hospital? Let's celebrate, Han Xian asked with a smile. I think I'll go home to recuperate after giving birth tomorrow, since there's nothing much going on, Jiang Wei said with a smile. By the way, what's your daughter's name? Han Xian asked curiously. Jiang Yue, nicknamed Wei Wei, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 53, The Idea of Making Weight Loss Drugs. I've gained weight again. Lu Tianxian looked utterly dejected. Wife, only 60 kilograms, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. For someone of Lu Tianxian's height and weight of 60 kilograms, she is not fat at all. At most, she exceeds the standard. It's only been a few days, and I've already gained more than a pound. By the time I finish my postpartum period, I'll probably gain another 10 pounds. Losing weight is so tiring. Lu Tianxian still looked completely exasperated. Losing weight. It's okay, I'll go see Grandma Yang after I finish my postpartum period. Grandma Yang knows traditional Chinese medicine for weight loss, and it works very well. There was a volunteer sister who weighed over 300 pounds. Grandma Yang prescribed her Chinese medicine, and she lost a lot of weight, dropping to 50 kilograms in just 6 months, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up instantly when she heard about this kind of weight loss method. Losing weight. Jiang Wei suddenly had an idea. Starting a weight loss drug company would definitely be very profitable. Moreover, it's very profitable, given that half the world population is obese, especially middle-aged people. However, Grandma Yang's weight loss methods vary from person to person, and each person's prescription is different, so it cannot be used as a universal medicine. However, I obtained a weight loss formula from Zhao Yinjiang. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei made a phone call to Zhao Yinjiang. Old Zhao, are you busy? Jiang Wei asked directly. I'm a bit busy. I have some external tasks. What's up? Zhao Yinjiang asked with a smile. My wife said she wants to lose weight today. I think diet pills have a lot of potential. Look at the streets now. You can see one fat person out of every 3 people. So diet pills are a good business, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of the land and factory permits for you. You can start building the factory first. Zhao Yinjiang agreed immediately. It was just a pharmaceutical factory. It wasn't a big deal compared to Jiang Wei's contributions. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Then Jiang Wei dialed Huang Pengtao's number. Old Huang, are you busy? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I'm maddened by the sheer volume of work. It's being rolled out nationwide now. There's just too much to do. Huang Pengtao complained helplessly. Oh, do you know any good professional managers? Ideally, someone with the capabilities of someone like you or Ma Weigua, Jiang Wei said earnestly. There really is one, but this person doesn't have a good reputation. His abilities and conduct are fine, Huang Pengtao said seriously. Not a good reputation? What happened? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Her ex-husband said she was a lesbian, but there was no evidence. It was just a rumor, Huang Pengtao explained. As you know, these kinds of rumors are very unfriendly to women. How did they get divorced? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Her ex-husband cheated on her because he couldn't stand that she was a lesbian. Oh, I understand. Please arrange a time for us to meet, Jiang Wei said after a moment's thought. Okay, I understand. Su Ming has been resting for more than 2 years, so she should be coming back to work. Let me know when the time comes. I want to open a weight loss drug factory, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, I'll let you know as planned. Huang Pengtao nodded. By the way, boss, how effective are the diet pills? Huang Pengtao asked after thinking for a moment. You can lose a pound a day without exercising. Jiang Wei simply stated a statistic. Good stuff. After hanging up the phone, Huang Pengtao found Su Ming in his contacts. Su Ming is Huang Pengtao's junior, 8 years younger than him, only 32. Su Ming, a recent graduate, worked as Huang Pengtao's secretary for a period of time before being poached by a coal mine to become its general manager. However, by the time Su Ming became general manager, the coal industry was already in its late stages. After being nationalized, Su Ming and manhwa could not stand the constraints of the system. However, I stayed for much longer, only leaving the year before last. Hello, is this junior sister Su? Huang Pengtao asked directly. Brother Huang, what's up? If it's nothing important, don't bother me while I'm admiring the handsome guy. A hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Are you admiring some handsome guy? Are you getting all worked up? Huang Pengtao asked with a smile. The gym. There's a handsome guy over there. 8-pack abs and tight pants. Su Ming's panting voice came from across the way. Okay, let's get down to business. My boss is looking for a professional manager. Has he considered coming out of retirement? Huang Pengtao asked with a smile. How about the salary? I won't do it if it's less than 2 million. Su Ming said directly. There is no salary, but shares and dividends. I should receive a lot of dividends this year, compared to less than 6 million last year. However, manhwa's dividends are substantial, reaching as high as 500 million after deducting taxes, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. How many shares did Weitian Group give us? Su Ming asked curiously. I'll have 5% of the shares too, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Then what do you want me to do? Branch office general manager. Su Ming asked after thinking for a moment. The boss wants to get involved in the weight loss drug industry and set up a new factory, but he is short of a general manager. Diet pills? What kind of ingredients and metabolism do they have? Su Ming became interested. As a 32-year-old woman, maintaining my figure requires a lot of exercise. The demand for weight loss drugs is naturally very clear. I don't know, I'm not sure, but everything the boss brought out was good stuff. Huang Pengtao shook his head. How can you be so sure? The boss said that you can lose a pound a day without exercising, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. It's fake, right? Su Ming finally said after a long while. Really? Huang Pengtao said directly. When is the interview? Su Ming asked impatiently. Su Ming's travels over the past 2 years have significantly reduced her income. Any time is fine. Call me the day after tomorrow when you arrive in Shanghai. Why can't it be tomorrow? Su Ming asked curiously. Because the boss is going to hold a press conference with manhwa tomorrow, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Okay, I'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. Let's have dinner together, Su Ming said with a smile. You seem short of money, Huang Pengtao asked with a smile. Professional managers at their level are not short of money. I'm short on money, so I recently started taking care of a handsome young man. I don't even talk about love, but that doesn't stop me from raising puppies, Su Ming said with a smile. Okay, but don't say that in front of the boss. New. What kind of boss do we have? Don't let an outsider give unsolicited advice to an expert, Su Ming asked after thinking for a moment. Our boss, like coal mine owners, delegates authority very thoroughly. I've been with the company for 8 months, and I haven't met with the boss more than 20 times, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. I like this kind of boss. Please put in a good word for me when the time comes. Chapter 54 New Car Launch, Jiang Wei's Promise. Conference Hall of Songjiangfu International Hotel, Shanghai. Jiang Wei looked at the reporters sitting behind him, with a podium in the middle. The large screen in the background displays the words Weitian Group Subsidiary, Shanghai Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Plant. New Car Launch Event. Jiang Wei arrived at the front row of staff and saw reporters in front of him. Goodness, Zhuang TV, Rinrin Daily. All these media outlets had come to attend a small car launch event. These are official media outlets. Apart from official media, the rest are local media. There were about 60 or 70 people who came. There are also some online media outlets, and these are all from the largest group of portal websites with about a dozen people each. This isn't a new car launch event. It's a state-organized press conference. Even Jiang Wei believed it. Among these reporters were quite a few foreigners. Old Ma. Why did you invite so many reporters? Even Zhuang TV is here. Jiang Wei asked Ma Weigua curiously. I didn't invite them. They came on their own. Ma Weigua shook his head. Ma Weigua only invited reporters from local TV stations and portal websites. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the new car launch event at the Shanghai Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Plant. I am your host, Su Jing. Next, please welcome General Manager Ma Weigua to introduce the car's performance to everyone. After Su Jing finished speaking, she stepped aside from the stage. Ma Weigua got up for next to Jiang Wei and walked to the podium. Hello, everyone. I am Ma Weigua, the General Manager of Weitian Group. Welcome everyone to the new car launch event for electric vehicles in Shanghai. We are launching 4 models this time. The first one is the Weitian Haomai A1. This Haomai A1 is a level 3 armored business sedan with very powerful performance. It uses the Weitian Julie engine, which has 3,000 horsepower. As for the battery, I won't go into details. Currently, most electric vehicles in China use our Weitian Longhu batteries. The safety aspect is also self-evident. Everyone saw the video of Mr. Wang cutting the battery with a fire axe during a live broadcast 2 months ago. However, our car uses even more batteries. Ma Weigua introduced the Haomai A1 at length. Next, let's look at the second car, the Excellence L1, which is positioned as a family sedan. It has the same number of batteries as the Haomai, but its power is not as good as the Haomai. It only has 700 horsepower, but that's enough for a family car that weighs only 1.7 tons. The top speed can reach 400 kilometers per hour, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour is only 2.7 seconds. However, we equipped this car with a speed suppressor, so it can only achieve a 2.7 second time in power mode. After all, this is a family car. To cater to women, the speed suppressor is mainly designed to soften acceleration. In power mode, the acceleration is extremely ferocious. With a little force, the car accelerates like lightning. Under normal driving conditions, the speed is 7 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. Another aspect is the safety of this vehicle. It is extremely safe, having undergone truck pinch testing. Even if 2 trucks traveling at 100 kilometers per hour sandwich you, the frame will not be damaged. The safety is extremely high. This car's exterior is just so, and the decoration is quite simple, so I won't go into details. Everyone will go to the test track for a test drive later, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Our third vehicle is for off-road enthusiasts. Ma Weigua pressed a button on the remote control. Wow, it's so beautiful. Rugged, sturdy, futuristic. The moment the picture appeared, a group of people below exclaimed in admiration. This Tiger C1 is suitable for both off-road driving and family use. This car has 2,600 horsepower, a 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration of 3.3 seconds, a body height of 2 meters, and a chassis height of 40 to 45 centimeters. As for the off-road performance, you'll all have to test it yourselves in a bit. I can give you some data. A 60-degree slope is a breeze, and it can climb a 72-degree slope in a short distance, Ma Weigua said with a smile to the reporters. Moreover, when driving in the wild, you just need to step on the gas, and the rest can be left to the shock absorbers. Of course, if your driving skills are lacking and you crash, we won't be responsible, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Ha ha! Clap, clap, clap. Loud applause and laughter rang out from below. There's also an upgraded version of this car, the Tiger CB1, which will be released next month. The last car, developed by a sports car enthusiast, is the Lightning S1. Ma Weigua pressed a button on the remote control. In an instant, a pure white sports car with clean lines appeared on screen. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. The sports car I saw last time had a silver gray and black theme, but I didn't expect it to be so beautiful in pure white, with a strong sense of science fiction. This sports car has 1,800 horsepower and a top speed of 650 kilometers per hour. However, I don't recommend speeding. It accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.7 seconds. Ma Weigua gave a detailed introduction to the car. The people below were drooling over the sports car, because this sports car has such a futuristic aesthetic. Ma Weigua gave a long and detailed introduction to the sports car's performance. Next, please welcome Chairman Jiang Wei to speak. Ma Weigua invited Jiang Wei up. Jiang Wei walked onto the stage and came to the podium. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Wei. the chairman of Weition Group. To be honest, I don't know much about these things. In the company, I'm also a hands-off manager, basically not involved in the operation, and it's all up to Ma Weigua. A few days ago, Lao Ma came to see me and said earnestly, "Boss, our factory is a new factory. Although the cars look pretty good, people don't trust us. In order for the car to sell well, a heavyweight person needs to vouch for it. Therefore, on behalf of the chairman of Weition Group, I would like to make a few guarantees to everyone. First, within 20 years of the vehicle's ownership, within 500,000 kilometers, if the mileage of a fully charged vehicle is less than 4,000 kilometers, the battery will be replaced free of charge. This is written in the contract. Secondly, within 10 years and 200,000 kilometers, for any engine malfunction excluding human-caused damage and natural disasters, we will provide free repair or replacement. Thirdly, the chassis is covered by a lifetime warranty. We will replace it free of charge for the rest of the time, excluding damage caused by human error or natural disasters. I guarantee these 3 things, and all 3 will be included in the purchase contract. You can buy cars from my company with confidence. Now I will announce the prices of the 4 cars. Generous, 1 million. Excellence, 120,000. Tiger, 200,000. Lightning, 500,000. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. The price of this car is incredibly low. The data that Ma Weigua just introduced, with just the word excellent, is comparable to luxury cars worth millions both domestically and internationally. I didn't expect it to be only 120,000. Now, please welcome Chairman Jiang Wei, General Manager Ma Weigua, Chief Engineer Qianji, and Deputy General Manager Lu Guoqin to their seats. The interpreters are in place, the host said, stepping to the side. After speaking, he left the center of the stage and went to the edge. Chapter 55, New Car Launch. The group of people each took their seats. Now it's time for the Q&A session. Please, reporter from Zhuang TV, ask your question, the host announced from the sidelines. Chairman Jiang, hello. I am Bing Bing, a reporter from Zhuang TV. What were your thoughts that made you agree to propose those 3 guarantees? On the one hand, we need the market. On the other hand, we have the confidence that comes from the quality of our cars. If you knew the brutal test the car underwent, you would have made the same choice as me, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Chairman Jiang, what kind of test gave you such confidence? Bing Bing asked curiously. The people from the Research Institute drove in Antarctica for half a month, covering 6,700 kilometers. Even with the air conditioning on at its highest power to maintain the temperature inside the car, the fully charged Tiger SUV still ran out of power. In China, under normal driving conditions, the mileage would be at least 15,000 kilometers. Moreover, this car has undergone extensive testing, such as long-term testing with the engine running at full speed. To be honest, the data I provided was actually very conservative, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It seems Chairman Jiang is very confident in the quality of his cars. Thank you for your reply, Chairman Jiang. Please let the reporter from the People's Daily ask their questions. The host called out names from the list. Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Zhou Jun, a reporter from the People's Daily. Why is the Lightning S1, with its excellent performance, outstanding speed, and sufficient safety, priced at only 500,000? In Mr. Wang's words, it's about bringing down the price of sports cars, to make sports cars affordable for people with a little money. I personally support Mr. Wang's idea, so the price is set at 500,000. Moreover, sports cars don't cost much to produce. The high price is due to 2 main factors: technology patents and brand costs, which are essentially advertising costs. Of course, another part is the value of precious metals and gemstones. Moreover, advertising costs accounted for the majority of the expenses, Ma Weigua said with a smile. So what we need to do is bring sports cars back to their true price, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Mr. Ma, what is the actual cost, and approximately what percentage of the total cost? Zhou Jun continued to ask. A sports car worth tens of millions of dollars, not counting patent costs, brand promotion costs, and precious metals and gems, would not exceed 500,000. Our company is self-sufficient in all parts, and the electronic control system is also our own. Apart from purchasing chips, there are no other costs. Even if we sell it for 500,000, we can still make a profit. Our technology has no patent fees. It's all our own, Ma Weigua said to everyone with a smile. Clap, clap, clap. A series of loud applause erupted. Next up, please welcome Chairman Jiang, I am Wu Lu, a reporter from Shanghai Daily. May I ask what direction Weitian Group will take next? Ask Mr. Ma about that. I'm just the one who put in the money. Apart from supervision, I don't participate in the company's operations, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, you'll have to ask me. I'm just an employee, but the boss treats me like a chairman, managing everything, Ma Weiguo said with a smile. Chairman Jiang, aren't you worried that General Manager Ma would just take a salary and not do any work? Wu Lu asked curiously. So, I didn't give him a salary, but only 5% of the job shares. How much money he can earn depends entirely on the annual profit sharing. If he doesn't work hard, how will he get dividends? If there's no profit, he won't get a single penny, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Ma, can you tell me about your dividend income last year? Wu Lu asked expectantly. The people around him were also full of gossip, eager to know the income of Ma Weiguo, the king of wage earners. 500 million after tax. There's nothing to hide. After all, Longhu Battery is really profitable, Ma Weiguo said with a smile. Wow! A chorus of exclamations arose from the surrounding area. Professional managers are paid very high salaries. Everyone around them knows that. In their eyes, there are many professional managers who earn millions in salary. There are also those who earn tens of millions in salary. But I've never heard of anyone earning over 100 million yuan a month. Mr. Ma, in which direction will Weitian Group develop in the future? Wu Lu continued to ask. We will be launching a software and app called Creative Workshop tomorrow. What kind of software is the Creative Workshop app? Wu Lu continued to ask. Creative Workshop is software that gives everyone a chance to make money. Our company, together with various industries and major companies, has launched a creative request to the whole country. Creativity is scored according to different levels, and the higher the level of creativity, the higher the price. The specific details will be released on the Creative Workshop website tomorrow. How much money can an ordinary person earn from this Creative Workshop? Wu Lu continued to ask. Look at the creative rating. Level 1 creative works are worth 50 yuan. Level 2 is worth 100 yuan, and the value keeps doubling, with a maximum of 16 levels. Of course, level 16 is different. For level 16 creative ideas, we will invest in the owner of the creative idea, giving them 10% of the shares. Those with management skills can come and work for the company. Those who lack management skills are appointed as directors within the company on a temporary basis. The highest pay is level 15, which pays 800,000. Whether you can make big money depends entirely on your creativity. We also sincerely welcome companies to join our creative workshops. After the press conference, Ma Weiguo led the team to the test track to visit the new car. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, went home. The main force arrived at the test track of the electric vehicle manufacturing plant in Shanghai. Wow, this car is even more imposing than in the pictures. Bing Bing's eyes lit up as she looked at the Tiger. Although Bing Bing is petite, she loves off-road vehicles, especially powerful ones. Can I take a test drive? Bing Bing asked the staff. Yes, but you can't leave the test track. The staff member handed the keys to Bing Bing. Bing Bing drove the car directly to the test track with its rugged terrain. The off-road vehicle test track is a rugged dirt road and a rocky area. Bing Bing drove straight into the muddy road. I never expected that the famous journalist Bing Bing would be an off-road enthusiast, Ma Weiguo said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Sihana, a reporter from Camel Today. Will these cars be used for export? A female reporter from Camel Country approached Ma Weiguo. Of course they're for export, but the export price is much higher than the domestic price. Ma Weiguo didn't seem to care. Can I obtain the agency rights for the Camel region? Sihana asked earnestly. You need to have enough money. Ma Weiguo carefully examined Sihana. Sihana was dressed rather casually in a professional journalist suit. My father is Prince Lars. Although I don't have much money, I can come up with 200 million US dollars. Ma Weiguo took out his phone and searched for Prince Lars on the search engine. Then I found the person on Forbes. His personal assets are 8 billion US dollars, and he owns 7 oil fields. We can cooperate, but if it's a personal collaboration with you, then your father needs to personally vouch for you, Ma Weiguo said earnestly. 200 million US dollars, roughly 1.6 billion, is a lot on the surface, but not a lot in the car dealership business. No problem. Chapter 56, Su Ming and the Effects of the NZT 48 Potion. Of Bolang City God Temple Branch in Shanghai is a long-established local Shanghai cuisine restaurant. Although it's not as famous as the old restaurants, it's definitely a well-established establishment in Shanghai. At 10 a.m., Jiang Wei arrived at the city god temple, entered the shop, and, after telling the waiter about the Plum Blossom Hall, he was led into a private room. There were 3 people in the private room. Huang Pengtao, a woman in her 30s with an average appearance, but a heroic air, and a handsome young man with a cold and aloof appearance, wearing a black suit, looking like a domineering CEO from a TV drama. Chairman Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Su Ming, the former general manager of Shanhua Koljong Yuan Company, and this is his personal assistant, Gu Shiyan. Su Ming, this is my boss, Jiang Wei, Huang Pengtao said as he saw Jiang Wei enter. Hello, Chairman Jiang. Su Ming and Gu Shiyan quickly greeted him. Hello, Jiang Wei greeted with a smile. Miss Su, this weight loss pill can reduce your weight by 1 pound a day. How do you think such a product can be developed to achieve rapid growth? Jiang Wei asked bluntly. That's easy. We'll find a famous, overweight female celebrity, have her record videos every day, and see how it goes. The main target audience for diet pills is women, because women are more concerned about their body shape. Moreover, if diet pills have no side effects, they don't need much advertising. Word of mouth is the best way to spread the word, Su Ming said earnestly. Okay, I think it's a good idea. Jiang Wei nodded. The land has already been approved. I'll give you the drug information and samples in a few days. You can register the company first. As for the company name, you can decide that yourself, Jiang Wei said directly. Old Huang, did you bring the contract? Jiang Wei asked Huang Pengtao directly. I brought it. Huang Pengtao took out a template contract from his briefcase. Jiang Wei took it and glanced at it. It was indeed the same as Huang Pengtao's contract, without any modifications. Jiang Wei handed the contract to Su Ming. Is the interview over already? Su Ming was taken aback. You were recommended by Lao Huang, so there was no need for a formal interview. Besides, being a manager at Myth Company means you must be quite capable, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Chairman Jiang, how much money has the company invested? Su Ming asked curiously. 300 million. Let's build the factory and production equipment first, which are currently being manufactured, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I understand. Su Ming, note that. I'll leave the specifics to you, Jiang Wei said, giving direct instructions. After the company is registered, send it to me, and I'll find someone to buy the land, Jiang Wei instructed. Our company doesn't have any land yet. Su Ming was taken aback. No, don't worry. Once it's registered, the land will be secured quickly. I have the connections, Jiang Wei said directly. Su Ming turned to look at Huang Pengtao, wanting to confirm the situation. Huang Pengtao nodded in confirmation. When Ma Weiguo applied to purchase the land, he contacted Jiang Wei, and the land was approved the next day. It can be said that everything went smoothly. Okay, when will you give me the investment agreement and the funds account? Su Ming said directly. Here, all the documents. Jiang Wei handed over the file bag. Okay. At this point, the waiter started serving the dishes. This restaurant also serves local Shanghai cuisine, Jiang Wei said with a smile when he saw the dishes being served. President Jiang also has his own research on food, Su Ming said with a smile. Su Ming is not a foodie, but she found this restaurant online. It's all right. I personally quite like it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The taste is a bit different from the old restaurants. Jiang Wei shook his head. The best local cuisine is from the old restaurant, but this one is pretty good too. After the meal, Jiang Wei said goodbye to the others and left. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hey Lao Ma, what's up? Jiang Wei answer Lao Ma Gun. Our car will be launched in a week, and we will need a brand ambassador and to place advertisements on various TV stations. Boss, who do you think is suitable to be the spokesperson? Ma Weiguo asked directly. Tang Tang. I'll have him sign the contract in a bit, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I understand. Ma Weiguo nodded and hung up the phone. Spokespersons don't really matter, as long as they don't have any scandals and are popular. Tang Tang is quite popular and has no scandals. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and made a call to Tang Tang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. What can I do for you? Tong Tong's businesslike, calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Wei knew that Tang Tang must be in a public place or a place with many people on set. Do you have time this afternoon? Jiang Wei asked directly. Yes, I'm auditioning at the film set today. It'll be my turn soon, and it'll be over around 3 p.m., Tang Tang said, glancing at the time. Okay, take your agent with you. Go to Wei Tian Group this afternoon. The new car endorsement deal has been decided for you. Your agent can discuss the specific endorsement price with them. Jiang Wei explained the situation. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Okay, you're busy. I have something to do. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hey, Lao Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei had just hung up the phone when he received a call from Zhao Yinjiang. Come to the Riverside Tea House and have some tea, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile, inviting Jiang Wei to the Riverside Tea House. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour, Jiang Wei agreed. Brother Liu, to the Riverside Tea House, Jiang Wei said to his driver, Liu Wei. Okay. Liu Wei drove the Defender toward the old dock. Liu Wei had gotten used to Jiang Wei's frequent visits to the Riverside Tea House. This is simply a person's personal lifestyle habit. Old Zhao, what's the big deal? Jiang Wei sat down and watched Zhao Lianjiang brew tea in his usual way. Jiang Wei also tried to learn this method of brewing tea, but he could never quite master it, especially the trick of twisting the lid, which always caused the lid to fall onto the table. Here you go. Zhao Lianjiang poured Jiang Wei a teacup and handed him a small bottle. The bottle is very small, about the thickness of a thumb, and about 3 centimeters high. Jiang Wei took the bottle, opened it, and saw that there were about 70 or 80 pieces inside. Have you tested the effects? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, it works very well. One of the mathematicians in the think tank took this medicine and solved the Hodge conjecture. Zhao Lianjiang looked like he was in a pain. Solving the Hodge conjecture would require giving speeches everywhere, which would be detrimental to the confidentiality of the think tank's identity. The higher-ups are still discussing ways to solve this problem. There are no side effects. Just take 1 pill every 2 days at most, and it's best to eat a big meal of meat and fish before taking it. Beef jerky is the most effective, Zhao Lianjiang advised with a smile. Why? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. Because it's extremely mentally taxing. One person ate it on an empty stomach and fainted near the end, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. Okay, I'll go buy books and beef jerky in a bit. Chapter 57 discussing weight loss advertisements. Difficulties in researching the 5-colored stone. By the way, let's get some ad for the weight loss pills up, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Since the weight loss pills are for personal use, the think tank cannot be involved. Otherwise, Jiang Wei's identity would be exposed. Because the communication between Jiang Wei and his think tank was one way, Jiang Wei knew of the think tank's existence, but the think tank only knew that such a person existed. But with a population of 1.4 billion, who knows which one it is? The more people who know Jiang Wei's true identity, the more dangerous his living environment becomes. Yes, I've been thinking about diet pills these past few days. My goal is to lose at least 1 pound and at most 1 kilogram a day. I'm afraid that anything too high might be harmful to my health. Furthermore, it has the effect of eliminating stretch marks and tightening the skin, Jiang Wei said, explaining what she wanted. Actually, we can also add some other functions, such as detoxification, beauty enhancement, and skin whitening, Zhao Lianjiang added. What you said has reminded me. We can remove scars, freckles, and wrinkles. What else do women need? Jiang Wei said, then pondered. Oh, and it can also help with breast enhancement. Why don't you just add the aphrodisiac too? Zhao Yinjiang rolled his eyes upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. This is a weight loss drug, not a breast enhancement drug, and not a male enhancement drug. That makes a lot of sense. Based on the diet pills, we can divide them into men's and women's versions and add an aphrodisiac function for men's versions. Let's break it down further for women, with breast enhancement being a separate category. Breast enhancement can be achieved while losing weight. This makes it unfriendly to some older women, while another product detoxifies, beautifies, whitens, removes scars, removes blemishes, and eliminates wrinkles. Let's make another one specifically for postpartum recovery and weight loss, to remove stretch marks and restore uterine function, Jiang Wei said seriously. Let's get some professional scar removal medication to address the scar problem, Zhao Lianjiang suggested earnestly. Jiang Wei looked at Zhao Lianjiang in confusion. People with skin grafts or burns don't need weight loss functions. I suggest you separate all the functions. Skin whitening and similar features have a very broad audience, not just for overweight people, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. Like my wife, a set of whitening cosmetics cost more than 1,000 yuan, but the effect was not good. A set of anti-wrinkle products costs over 2,000 yuan, and I only earn a little over 7,000 yuan a month, Zhao Lianjiang complained about the price of cosmetics. Then the combination of spot removal and scar removal is slightly less effective than professional scar removal. By the way, hair regrowth, that's definitely profitable. Stop thinking about losing weight, just start a health supplement company, Zhao Lianjiang suggested. But wouldn't this be a devastating blow to the cosmetics industry? Jiang Wei said after thinking for a few minutes. There are only about a dozen or 20 cosmetic companies in China right now, and none of them are very well known. Most big brand cosmetics are made in foreign countries. The impact on our economy is very limited. And then there are domestic cosmetics companies, mostly making foundation, perfume, lipstick, and alike. Zhao Yinjiang held a tablet computer, looking at the data on it. All right, I'll have Su Ming register it as a health product company and add these to its business scope. Jiang Wei nodded. Weight loss drugs and aphrodisiacs should be kept separate. Ideally, aphrodisiacs should have the function of repairing the nerves of the corpus cavernosum and tonifying the kidneys. I think it's a good idea. Jiang Wei nodded. Zhao Lianjiang took out a keyboard, connected it to the tablet, and started typing. This is an equipment upgrade, Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Yes, it's the latest tablet. With a keyboard, it can be used as a laptop, and it can connect to a printer via Bluetooth, Zhao Lianjiang laughed. Yes, it's quite advanced. Jiang Wei nodded. Isn't this whitening a bit excessive? Whitening by 1 shade every 3 days. Jiang Wei said seriously. That's really great. 5 days per degree, I guess. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Isn't this scar removal process too slow? It takes 40 days, Jiang Wei said seriously. It's already very fast. If it took 7 days to heal burn patients, it would be too easy to attract the attention of international cosmetics companies. 40 days is not too much, and it will have practical effects. Okay, you have a point. Jiang Wei nodded. If it can repair all the scars on the body, 40 days is indeed not a long time. Zhao Yinjiang skillfully used the tablet to display the advertisement. For sale, a complete pharmaceutical production line and supporting production and research materials, including weight loss pills minimum 500 g, maximum 1 kilogram daily weight loss, postpartum weight loss pills minimum 500 g, maximum 1 kilogram daily weight loss, effective in eliminating stretch marks and restoring uterine health, scar cream, whitening cream, beauty cream, freckle cream, wrinkle cream, aphrodisiac, and more. A complete set of high-capacity production equipment, complete technical data, complete research materials, and 3 kilogram samples of each. Price, 88 yuan. A great deal. Contact number, 19 green. Green ones, they can be sold. Your idea is good. Buy the whole set at once, Jiang Wei said earnestly. We discovered this when we bought textbooks last time. The think tank also found that when buying physical items, the price isn't based on weight, but on the number of items. If you buy more than 10, the price automatically increases by 1 level, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. All right, I'm making a call. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and dialed the number. After a series of actions, 100,000 points were deducted. By the way, last night we received news from the research institute that the research on the 5-colored stone is facing difficulties, Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. 5-colored stones? What are those? Jiang Wei was taken aback. It's the meteorite I showed you last time. The research institute named it the 5-colored stone, Zhao Lianjiang hurriedly explained. Oh, what's causing the research difficulties? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. The multicolored stone hardly reacts with any chemical substances, so there's no way to know its metallic components, Zhao Yinjiang said helplessly. Can't we use fire to observe? I remember in junior high chemistry, when we observe elements, we always used fire to observe the spectrum, right? Jiang Wei was taken aback. We can't reach that temperature. We've tried it, 3,800 degrees Celsius, and it doesn't change color at all. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. Then what do you want me to do? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Of course, I'll use your abilities. The think tank sent an advertisement asking you to use your abilities to analyze the composition of the 5-colored stone, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Let me see. Jiang Wei nodded. Selling the composition percentage of the 5-colored stones from the Qinling C851 Research Institute, priced at 1 yuan. Contact number green. Green, not enough points. Jiang Wei shook his head. Take a look at this one too. For sale, Qinling C851 Research Institute's artificial smelting technology for multicolored stones, complete training equipment, priced at 1 yuan. Contact number red. It's red. It seems this technique is exceptionally advanced. Jiang Wei shook his head. This technology is very important. It's related to our space program. We have to work on the red one too. It costs 24,000 a day, so it will take about 400 days. How much more experience do you need to level up? Zhao Lianjiang asked after thinking for a moment. System level 9, experience 39507/1 million upgrade. Host, Jiang Wei. Points, 65,400. Check-in. We're short 960,000 experience points. At 30,000 experience points every 3 days, it will take about 90 days on average, Jiang Wei calculated. Same old method, upgrade metallurgical technology, and see if we can lower the level. If not, just buy the red one. Once we have 58,000 points, it will only take about 90 days, so we won't lose anything, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. Okowo. Chapter 58, The Source of the Results. Zhao Lianjiang's Secret Probe. After leaving the Riverside Tea House, Jiang Wei went to a local ethnic food store in the commercial district and bought 50 caddies of beef jerky. It has to be said that prices in Shanghai are really high. Jiang Wei found online that beef jerky from the grasslands costs about 90 yuan per pound. However, in the store, completely dried beef jerky costs 220 yuan per pound. Then I bought 5 pounds of milk tofu and 5 pounds of milk residue from the store. Then I went to the pharmacy and bought more than a dozen boxes of digestive tablets. Jiang Wei has tried beef jerky before. It's hard to digest, but it's undeniably very filling. Eating a pound of beef jerky will keep you full all day. Jiang Wei went to the bookstore again and bought all the textbooks from junior high to university, as well as books on financial management, accounting, and psychology. He also bought some books with good-sounding titles. For example, books like If You Can't Lead a Team, You'll Only Work Yourself to Death, and Half a Move Against Heaven were available. Jiang Wei didn't know whether these books were good or bad, and he would decide after he finished studying them. Honey, why did you buy so many books? Lu Tianxian asked curiously when she saw Jiang Wei bring back a bunch of books while watching TV in the living room. We need to study. We're a nation of billions now. How can we manage without some education? Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's good. Let me see what books you bought. Lu Tianxian leaned closer. These past 2 days, Lu Tianxian has finally gotten used to it and no longer blushes when facing Jiang Wei. High school textbooks. Lu Tianxian saw that the stack of textbooks on top was actually for the first year of high school. Textbooks from junior high to university, as well as books on psychology, finance, and business management. Many of these books are just for decoration, Lu Tianxian said speechlessly. My bookshelves in the tea room are empty. They can serve as decorations. Jiang Wei laughed directly. Lu Tianxian laughed out loud. Jiang Wei moved all the items to the tea room and then arranged them in categories. Where's the baby? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian. Your mom and my mom are with you. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Since the baby was born, the two of them have been taking care of the child. Lu Tianxian wanted to mentor him, but was rejected because she lacked experience. Aside from feeding the baby, I spend the rest of my time resting. By the way, what industry do you think we should invest in next? Jiang Wei asked seriously. Or artificial intelligence and AI robots. The investment isn't that big. A few $100 million would be enough, Lu Tianxian said, looking at the book. Jiang Wei glanced at the book. The contents were in English, and the title was also in English. What kind of book is this? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The Galactic Empire. By the way, how's that weight loss drug factory we invested in doing? Lu Tianxian asked. I met with Su Ming this morning and asked her to register the company, Jiang Wei said directly. All right, I almost forgot. Jiang Wei quickly took out his phone and found Su Ming in his contacts. Hello, Chairman Jiang. Su Ming's voice came from the other end of the line. Sister Su, it's like this. Our factory's new products include weight loss pills, postpartum weight loss pills, scar removal cream, freckle removal cream, whitening cream, wrinkle removal cream, breast enhancement cream, beauty cream, and aphrodisiacs. Take a look at the registered business scope, Jiang Wei said, explaining the products they would be selling to Su Ming. I understand. Su Ming, note that. By the way, I have some exquisite bottles made. I'll send you samples tomorrow, and then make them into trial products. Send me one of each type here, Jiang Wei instructed directly. I understand. I'll find celebrities and start testing the effects of our weight loss pills right now. Don't just focus on diet pills, test and film whitening creams and the like too, so we can use them in our promotions later, Jiang Wei said directly. What are the effects of whitening cream? Whitening cream can lighten skin by 1 shade in 5 days, and scar removal cream can restore burned skin in 40 days. You can read the instructions for the rest, Jiang Wei said directly. Understood, Chairman Jiang. Su Meng note that. Jiang Wei hung up the phone and saw Lu Tianxian looking at him with a face full of curiosity. What's wrong? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Where did all these good things come from? Lu Tianxian asked, her face full of curiosity. I bought it from Lao Zhao. Don't tell anyone else, Jiang Wei whispered. Isn't that old Zhao from the State Security Bureau? Lu Tianxian asked, looking puzzled. Yes, they're also responsible for the security of secret bases. These things are byproducts of research conducted by those top secret bases, and the state takes care of their lives. But many people's parents or children live outside. Sell these things through Lao Zhao, and then give the money to the family members. These are the things that cost this much. Jiang Wei gestured with a 3. This was Zhao Lianjiang's idea, since Jiang Wei's research results would continue in the future, and there would always be a source for them. The best way is to come from a secret base protected by the Security Bureau, so that others can't investigate. Moreover, judging from Zhao Lianjiang's words, he wanted to set up a special site to sell some byproducts researched at the secret base. This was used to conceal the origin of Jiang Wei's products and also to provide bonuses to the families of the staff in the secret base. 30 million? Lu Tianxian asked. 300 million, but the money hasn't been paid yet, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's so expensive, but you can make a lot of money just from one diet pill. Yes, this deal was very profitable. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei finished tidying up everything and saw Lu Tianxian eating beef jerky in small bites. Can I eat this during postpartum confinement? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. Sure. I just checked. It shouldn't be eaten too frequently. Lu Tianxian nodded. Jiang Wei saw Lu Wei and the others leave. Heavenly Immortal, you must keep what I'm about to say a secret and not tell anyone, Jiang Wei said earnestly. What did you say? Lu Tianxian asked, looking puzzled. Old Zhao gave me a bottle of medicine, the kind used by people in the secret base, that can make the brain highly active and greatly enhance things like memory. One pill lasts for 10 hours, but it cannot be used continuously. Take one pill every 3 or 4 days. And I need to get enough nutrition, so I bought so much beef jerky. I plan to take the medicine and learn all of these things, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Really? Isn't it the same as the drug in Endless World? Lu Tianxian was stunned for a moment. Pretty much, but this one has no side effects and is very expensive, costing 100,000 yuan per pill to last for 10 hours. Jiang Wei nodded. No wonder it wasn't used outside. Lu Tianxian nodded. Even if it's cheap, you can't use it recklessly. Jiang Wei shook his head speechlessly. That makes sense, Lu Tianxian nodded. I don't know if this has any side effects on postpartum women. You can take it after your confinement period, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Lu Tianxian nodded. Jiang Wei took the medicine bottle, went to the safe, opened it, and put the medicine inside. This safe is a concealed safe with an outer protective layer. The safe can only be seen after the protective layer is pulled back. Chapter 59, Learning with NZD48, I really have no talent. The reason Jiang Wei told Lu Tianxian was actually because Zhao Lianjiang instructed Jiang Wei to do it. The main concern is that Lu Tianxian might have connections with the U.S. After all, Lu Yifei grew up in the United States. Although we've quietly investigated, we can't be 100% certain. So let Jiang Wei share it with Lu Tianxian. Jiang Wei was completely unaware of this, and since sharing it with his wife wasn't a bad thing, he figured it wasn't a bad thing at all. Lu Tianxian had to ensure that there were no problems with Jiang Wei's existence, given how important he was. The next morning, after having breakfast, Jiang Wei greeted Lu Tianxian's mother, Lin Meiji, and then went to the study. Then I started eating beef jerky. I have to say, beef jerky is really delicious, but eating too much of it makes your jaw hurt. Moreover, he was thirsty, and after drinking several large glasses of water, Jiang Wei took the net, 48 out of the safe. He poured out one pill and ate it, then opened his junior high school textbook. In less than a minute, Jiang Wei felt his mind become exceptionally clear. In the Chinese textbook, there was a poem that seemed unfamiliar, but after glancing at it a few times, Jiang Wei felt he had memorized it. Seeing this speed, Jiang Wei began to flip through the book quickly, each page taking no more than 10 seconds. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Wei finished studying the first-year junior high school Chinese textbook. Memorize everything that is taught inside. Jiang Wei continued studying, and within a morning, he had completed all the junior high school courses. Continuing his efforts, Jiang Wei began studying high school books. With a foundation from junior high school knowledge becomes much easier to understand. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, finally having finished his studies. Jiang Wei spent a day studying all the textbooks from junior high to senior high school, and he could feel that he had memorized them. After drinking a few sips of water, Jiang Wei felt his mental clarity diminish. I recalled the junior high school textbooks I had studied, and they are still vivid in my mind. I then searched the bookshelf for 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of mock exams, and found a math test paper. Then give yourself a test. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei reluctantly put down his pen. Sigh, people are really all different. I guess I'm just not cut out for studying. Jiang Wei shook his head. In the test we just took, which had a total score of 100, Jiang Wei scored 70. The main problem lies in a lack of mental agility. You learn from the textbook, but that's instruction, not flexible application. How's your study going? Lu Tianxian asked with a smile as she came in. Sigh, I'm really not cut out for studying. In just one day, I memorized all the textbooks from junior high to high school. But once the effects of the medicine wore off, I took the test myself and got a score of 70, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Why? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. It's a matter of imagination and associative ability, a difference between people, Jiang Wei said directly. But even if I can't apply what I've learned from these books, at least I won't be illiterate anymore, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, that's true. I asked Ting Tang to go by the book. I plan to learn acting, singing, composing, cultural literacy, dance, martial arts, musical instruments, and business management. I want to learn everything, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Okay, let's talk about it after I finish my confinement period. Jiang Wei nodded. Okay, let's go down for dinner. Lu Tianxian finally revealed her purpose. Walk. As soon as Jiang Wei came downstairs, he saw Tang Dang come in carrying a dozen or so thick books. Heavenly Fairy, I've bought all the books you wanted, she said, placing the books on the coffee table. Has Tang Tang eaten yet? Jiang Wei asked casually. No, I only ate breakfast today because I was shooting an ad. Tang Dang shook her head. Dinner is almost ready. Let's eat together. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, what was the endorsement contract like yesterday? Jiang Wei asked Tang Tang casually. 45 million over 5 years, with 2 to 3 commercials shot each year. It's quite lenient, but you just need to be careful about your reputation, Tang Tang said simply. Oh, Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, the boss gave me some top-tier resources, so I'll be quite busy for a while, Tang Tang suddenly said. What resources? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The leading lady in 2 blockbuster movies and a regular host on Day Day Up, Tang Tang said with a big smile. Oh, that's good. Jiang Wei nodded. I feel like the resources are just SOSO. In fact, the hosts of Day Day Up are the most important resource. What is most important for a celebrity? It's about exposure. The higher the exposure, the greater the fame. Dinner's ready. Yang Jiji started bringing out the food from the kitchen. Lin Meiji, holding the baby, walked down the street chatting and laughing with Lu's mother. I put the doll on the sofa and came over to eat. Why isn't Dad here today? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I went fishing with Mr. Li from Hangzhou Public Construction. I don't know what's so great about fishing. We don't lack fish. Lin Meiji shook her head. She went to cultivate her network of contacts, Mrs. Lu said with a smile. I know, but I don't know why they chose fishing. Lin Meiji shook her head. Because it's exciting. People like fishing because of their hunting instincts, and this is more common among men. I read a psychology book today. It said that human instincts are like a man seeing a long, straight, round stick and want to pick it up. Because such a stick is suitable as a weapon, it's entirely human instinct. The instinct to hunt still flows in our blood, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Is that so? My daughter-in-law is very knowledgeable. Lin Meiji nodded. After dinner, Jiang Wei went to see his daughter. I laughed and said that my daughter eats and sleeps all day long and can't do anything except move her arms and legs. After playing with his daughter for a while, Jiang Wei was chased away by Lin Meiji, who disliked him for being unclean. Lin Meiji had never raised a child before, so she raised her granddaughter as if she were Jiang Wei when he was a child. Son, there's a long street feast in Jiangja village on the 15th of the lunar month, with zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, being distributed. Are you going? Lin Meiji asked Jiang Wei. Mom, even a celestial being is in confinement after childbirth. It wouldn't be good for me to leave. Jiang Wei said helplessly. All right then, we'll hold the ancestral worship ceremony on the morning of the 15th, which will be a good opportunity to add your name to the family genealogy. We can add it next year on the 15th. Lin Meiji thought for a moment and then shook her head. Oh, then can Wei Wei also be included in the family tree? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Not yet. Children must be 10 years old to be included in the family genealogy. Otherwise, you'll have it written in the family genealogy. Lin Meiji shook her head. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Just be back by the 20th of the first lunar month, Lu Tianxian said as she entered. Why? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Because my mom is going back to Beijing on the 20th, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. I don't need to go back. Old Jiang can take him, Lin Meiji said casually. Then you can go wherever you want. Am I being rejected? Giggle, giggle. Chapter 60 Damimi is setting up a studio and returning to her hometown to pay respects to her ancestors. I heard Tang Tang ran away. Damimi asked curiously. What do you mean ran away? They went to the film crew. Jiang Wei was speechless. Didn't I compensate you for 3 days and then run away because I couldn't stand it? Damimi teazit. Okay, what Yang Mi said is indeed true. By the way, I'm planning to set up my own studio. Do you want me to invest in it? Damimi asked seriously. Sure. What are the specific rules? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It's still in the preparation stage, and we expect to need 100 million yuan. I can personally contribute 50 million yuan, Damimi said earnestly. Okay, I'll cover the remaining 50 million. I want half the shares. Jiang Wei agreed immediately. At most 49, I want absolute control. Damimi shook her head. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know any science fiction writers? I'm planning to invest in a science fiction TV series, Damimi asked Jiang Wei. I only know Lu Cixin. I don't know anyone else. Jiang Wei shook his head. Forget about Lu Cixin. Sigh, we can't afford him. The country is now strongly supporting science fiction films, and they've even waived the tax on box office revenue. However, the requirements for tax exemption for science fiction are very high. It must be highly innovative and must be hard science fiction, not soft science fiction. And then there's the issue of whether a director wants to add science fiction to a film or whether it's a science fiction movie. The State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television has to categorize it and put it under the science fiction category. This means there are almost no science fiction scripts left. Damimi Lookidelpis. Lu Cixin is the most famous science fiction writer in China. As for other science fiction writers, hard science fiction is rare. I have all of Lu Cixin's works, but Lu Cixin has very high standards, Jiang Wei said with a smile. However, it's not impossible to create science fiction works, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a few seconds. What method? Damimi asked curiously. Why don't you turn your studio into an entertainment company and then collaborate with major online novel platforms to launch a science fiction creative campaign? We will then collaborate with major websites to jointly develop science fiction works. I remember entertainment companies have an admission system. These novel websites have established a partnership, allowing them to use your company's admission privileges, Jiang Wei explained. Damimi started to think after hearing this. Currently, the film and television industry requires a distribution license to release movies and TV series. And this issuance license is very difficult to obtain. But I don't have the distribution license either. Damimi shook her head. Even if you set up your own studio, you still have to be affiliated with Rongxin Company. Only then can one be qualified to issue. It's all right. I'll have someone take care of it for you, Jiang Wei said directly. But has your contract with your original company expired? Jiang Wei asked directly. A few more days. Damimi nodded. That's fine. You get the entertainment company up and running first, and I'll put in a good word for you, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Damimi nodded. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Damimi asked Jiang Wei. I'm going to my ancestral home in Guishi tomorrow. My father wants to take me to pay respects to our ancestors and register our family genealogy. Jiang Wei shook his head. Never mind then. There's a gathering in Beijing's elite circles tomorrow, and I'm planning to introduce you to some connections, Damimi said with a smile. Take Yin Shu with you. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Magic Films is currently developing, especially in science fiction films. Special effects companies will be very popular. All right. By the way, I have 2 rabbits in my bedroom. They're so cute, hopping around all the time. Do you want to go see them? Demimi beckoned with her finger. Ugh. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Lu Tianxian, Jiang Wei took a plane to Guishi, then rented a car and headed towards Jiangjia Village. Finally, in the evening, we arrived at Jiangjia Village. Jiangjia Village is located in a very remote area, and the roads are not easy to travel, with about 10 kilometers of muddy roads. Fortunately, the car was quite good. It was an off-road vehicle with excellent off-road performance. Upon entering the village, Jiang Wei's first impression was its antique charm. The still houses in Guishi are clustered together. Next to Jiangjia Village is a small lake. Led by Jiang Tianlin, Jiang Wei arrived at a group of buildings in the center. This village has existed for a long time, hasn't it? Jiang Wei asked Jiang Tianlin. Yes, our village was built during the Ming Dynasty. According to our family genealogy, we are descendants of Jiang Ligong, a calligrapher from the Ming Dynasty. We moved here from what is now Ruishi. It has a history of nearly 600 years, Jiang Tianlin told Jiang Wei, introducing the history of Jiangjia Village. Moreover, during the War of Resistance against Japan, more than 200 people from our village went out to join the army, but only one of them came back in the end. Your great-grandfather, Jiang Jingjia, also joined the army and died in battle at Luodian, Jiang Yunlin told Jiang Wei. When you go to see the clan leader later, you have to kowtow to him, understand? Jiang Yunlin instructed. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Yunlin with a puzzled expression. The clan chief is your 4th great-grandfather, Jiang Jingye, who was the only one who survived the war against Japan. Don't be scared by your 4th great-grandfather, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Is your appearance terrifying? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. It's not about looks, you'll see when you meet me, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Upon arriving at the central building, Jiang Yunlin knocked on the door. Come in, came an old voice from inside. Jiang Yunlin pushed open the door and led Jiang Wei inside, while Lu Wei remained outside. Young Yunlin is back. The old man came out carrying a teacup. 4th grandfather, Yunlin wishes you good health and longevity, and that your life be as long as the southern mountain. Jiang Yunlin quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Jingye. 4th grandfather, Jiang Wei wishes you happiness, joy, and abundant blessings. Jiang Wei also kowtowed. All right, get up, come and sit down. Jiang Jingye smiled and called the two over. Jiang Wei then got a clear look at Jiang Jingye's appearance. Jiang Jingye was very old, with wrinkles all over his skin. It gives people the feeling of someone who is very old. However, Jiang Wei was startled the moment he saw the eyes. Those were sharp, menacing eyes. When you look at someone, you give off a chilling feeling. Yunlin, this is your son, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jingye asked, looking at Jiang Wei. Yes, this time when I come back, I'll add Jiang Wei to the family genealogy, Jiang Yunlin said directly. Should we change his name? He belongs to the Da generation. I remember when he was little, you named him Jiang Dequan, I think. Jiang Jingye asked. No, I won't change it. My son runs a company outside. Changing the name would involve too many issues. Just adding a former name will suffice. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. All right, Xiao Wei, you've worked hard all these years, Jiang Jingye said, looking at Jiang Wei. Chapter 61. Transforming Jiangjia Village into a tourist area. Sai, our village is poor, and not many people have been to Shanghai in all these years. Your parents said that once we've settled you in, we haven't bothered with you anymore. Back then, I entrusted the matter to Su Fongfong so that you could have a Shanghai household registration, since the quality of education in Shanghai is much better than here. I never thought Su Fongfong would lose you. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. Su Fongfong was a girl who was abducted by human traffickers. I took her in as a nanny back then. She was gentle and kind of home. I saved her, so I can say that I did her a favor. I never expected her to do such a thing, Jiang Yunlin sighed. Never mind, everything's fine now. Jiang Wei shook his head. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Sister Su, what's the matter? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw that it was Su Ming. These past few days, I've recruited a small team to research weight loss drugs. Other medicinal herbs are easy to obtain, but hibiscus flowers are hard to buy. There's a lot of demand for this stuff, but it's very rare in the medicinal herb market. We need to acquire a piece of farmland in Guangdong province or the Guishi area for professional planting. And it needs to be at least 5 square kilometers. Only that size can meet the factory's needs, Su Ming said directly. Should the hibiscus flowers be wet or dry? Jiang Wei pondered for a moment. It needs to be dry. The dry powder costs 100 yuan per kilogram, but unfortunately we can't buy the amount we need. We need about 2,500 tons per year, Su Ming said, after thinking for a moment. Okay, I understand. I'll find someone to help me get it done when I get back to Shanghai. Jiang Wei nodded. New. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei went to the window and looked at the large lake not far away, its water a vibrant green. This is truly a wonderful place for fishing, with beautiful scenery and clear waters, Jiang Wei said to himself with a smile. It is indeed a good place. I used to fish in this lake when I was a child. There were huge fish. My third uncle once pulled out a 130-pound carp from this lake. Jiang Yunlin and Jiang Jingye walked to a spot not far from Jiang Wei. That's not considered big. The year before last, Yunwei caught a net full of fish in the lake, and the biggest one weighed 230 jin, 115 kilograms, Jiang Jingye said with a smile. It's a pity our road is difficult to travel. Otherwise our village could make some money raising fish. Sigh. Jiang Jingye sighed. Dad, how much does it cost to build a 4-lane, 2-way road? Jiang Wei pointed to the road they had come from. I've calculated it. It would cost around 300 million, but I don't have that much money. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. So much money. What about building cement roads? Jiang Wei thought for a moment, thinking that rural areas and similar places all have cement roads. They're all pretty much the same. The problem isn't with the materials, it's mainly with the environment. The road we came from was a long, winding mountain road, about 15 kilometers long. Although it was not steep or dangerous, it was made of rock, and it would be very expensive to repair. That 15-kilometer road will cost about 12 million per kilometer, Jiang Yunlin said seriously. Is that so? The cost is too high. What do you think about developing tourism here? Jiang Wei said seriously. Who would come to this remote and impoverished place for tourism? Jiang Jingye shook his head helplessly. This place is so unique. These buildings are history. We can build another residential area over there and use it as a hotel. There's still big fish in the lake, a paradise for anglers. I'll find some celebrities to promote it, Jiang Wei said with a smile, outlining his idea. By the way, can hibiscus flowers be planted here? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Just now, Jiang Wei remembered that Su Ming seemed to have mentioned that hibiscus flowers could also be grown in the Guishi area. The main planting area is in Guangdong province, but the climate of Guishi is similar to that of Guangdong province. Hibiscus? What does it look like? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. I'll find you a picture. Then he searched for hibiscus flowers. Oh, big red flowers, there are lots over there. Jiang Jingye pointed in a direction. Jiang Wei looked in the direction the finger was pointing and saw a splash of red. Is there anyone familiar with this place who can show me around? I want to get acquainted with this area, Jiang Wei said earnestly. I'll give the village chief a call. She's practically the only outsider in our Jiangjia village, Jiang Jingye said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded, and Jiang Jingye went to make a phone call. After waiting for a while, a woman dressed in Miao ethnic clothing walked over. She is very beautiful and has worn exquisite makeup. Hello. Are you Mr. Jiang Wei? The woman asked as she approached. Hello, I'm Jiang Wei. Are you the village chief? Jiang Wei asked curiously. My name is Yang Qi, and I am a college graduate serving as a village official. Yang Qi introduced herself. Does our village have any unique features? Take me to see it, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes. First of all, they're ancient buildings. The buildings here are very distinctive, belonging to the stilted building type of stilted architecture, and this place has a history of more than 600 years, Yang Qi introduced to Jiang Wei as they walked. Moreover, this area can be developed into a red tourism zone because there are many martyrs from the anti-Japanese war here. This way, there are karst landforms here, but it's a bit far away, about 3 kilometers in that direction. There are also big fish in this lake, making it a perfect place to develop into a fishing spot. I have a classmate who's a fisherman, and he often comes here to fish. The main reason why this place can't develop is the road, just a highway that goes up and down the mountain. Oh, right, I'll take you to one of my favorite places. With that, she led Jiang Wei toward the back of the mountain. By the way, I heard from the clan chief that you plan to build a tourist area here. Yankee asked curiously. Well, I have a preliminary idea. I can come up with the money for road repairs and construction. It just depends on whether it's worth investing 4 or 500 million here, Jiang Wei said directly. But you have to prove that this place is worth my investment, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's great, Yankee exclaimed instantly. I have a lot of plans here and have contacted many tourism companies. I heard that road construction alone will cost hundreds of millions of yuan, so no one is willing to invest. After all, the tourism industry recoups its investment very slowly, Yang Qi said happily. Okay, let me see it in a bit. Jiang Wei nodded. However, Jiangja village is not well known, so we have to spend a lot of money on promotion. Look over there, isn't it beautiful? Yang Qi pointed to the east of the village. Jiang Wei looked over and saw a river, not very wide, probably only 40 or 50 meters across, with the green mountains on both sides appearing and disappearing in the distance. It's beautiful. It would be perfect to make a raft for boating on the river, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I think so too, Yang Qi said with a smile. Chapter 62 Yang Qi's Gossip. Before long, Yang Qi led Jiang Wei to a small cave. The entrance was very small, only 2 meters high and 60 centimeters wide. There are signs of artificial excavation around. After walking in for about 10 meters, Jiang Wei noticed a light above. Looking up, you could see the sky not far away. After walking a winding path for nearly 100 meters, the view suddenly opened up. This is a natural fissure-shaped cave. There's a small waterfall cascading down opposite the cave. There are lush small trees on the rock walls on both sides of the cave. Moreover, this place is quite spacious, about 70 or 80 meters wide and about 300 meters long. However, as it was getting late, the light inside the cave was a bit dim. This used to be a place where villagers took refuge from disasters. This is the living area, Yang Qi said, pointing behind them. Behind it is a closed cave, more than 40 meters high and about 50 meters deep. You can see the shacks that people used to build. This place is suitable for building houses. We can build a section here, and another section can be built on the open space along the river over there. However, the entrance passage needs to be expanded, the outside needs to be renovated, and a parking lot needs to be built, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang has excellent taste. That's what I was thinking too. I'll show you my design sketches when we get back. By the way, you can also catch big fish here. The water from that waterfall flows into an underground river, and then into the river you just saw, Yang Qi explained earnestly. I understand. Are there any other special features? Jiang Wei looked around. We could also build guest houses along that riverbank, but I hope Mr. Jiang will give the guest house locations to the villagers, Yang Qi said earnestly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Are there any other places? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. There's also a karst cave downstream, but it hasn't been developed yet. If it were developed, it would be very beautiful. Oh, right. I plan to cooperate with the villagers to plant hibiscus flowers, which are called big red flowers by the locals, Jiang Wei said directly. What do you need a big red flower for? Yankee asked, Buzlet. I own a health product factory that needs hibiscus flowers. After the flowers wither, I dry them, grind them into powder, and buy them at market price. Hibiscus is a medicinal herb, but it's not a common one, so it's difficult for us to buy large quantities of it. So we need a planting base, Jiang Wei said directly. How much does the dried hibiscus powder cost? Yankee asked seriously. About 100 per kilogram. Jiang Wei quoted the price directly. Yang Qi was stunned when she heard the price. How much does that cost per year? Yang Qi asked after thinking for a moment. About 2,000 to 3,000 tons. Upon hearing this number, Yang Qi quickly did the calculations. 1 kilogram costs 100, so 1 ton would cost 100,000. 2,000 tons, that's 200 million in revenue. Although the people in Jiangja village have enough to eat and drink, their income is really low, with the average annual income per household in the village being only about 12,000 yuan. The total population is approximately 800 people in 220 households. All right, let's go back. Show me your design drawings, Jiang Wei said directly. By the way, Mr. Jiang, how much do you plan to invest in advertising? And how do you plan to advertise? Yang Qi asked after thinking for a moment. That's a matter for professional managers. I don't directly participate in the management, but I will bring in some celebrities. For example, Gugu. This lake must be his paradise. Find some more directors you know, and send them photos of this place. It can be used as a filming location for TV series and movies, Jiang Wei said directly. Wow, you know Gugu. You must invite Gugu over. Yang Qi's eyes sparkled. Before long, we arrived at the center of the village. Led by Yang Qi, they arrived at the village committee office. The office was very simple, with 5 or 6 chairs and a desk with a laptop on it. Yang Qi took a stack of papers from his desk and handed them to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei began to read it. It has to be said that Yang Qi put a lot of effort into Jiangjia Village. Not only were tourist routes planned, but also the activities and attractions in each location were also planned. The stream upstream of Jiangjia Lake has been planned as a rafting project. The caves also have routes planned out. Small paths have also been planned along the lake. Another thing is that a large area of homestays was planned next to the village, and then a small market was planned in the middle. As Jiang Wei looked at the planning map, the planned elements kept appearing in his mind, forming a three-dimensional picture. Especially the cave we just visited, with its stilted building design, blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Brother Liu, how do you feel? Jiang Wei wanted to hear what ordinary people thought. It's beautiful. If it were me, I could stay for 2 or 3 days, Liu Wei analyzed. That's fine. Jiang Wei nodded. I'll come back to discuss cooperation once I return to Shanghai and find a suitable professional manager. By the way, you should do the preparatory work first. You need to communicate with the villagers about planting hibiscus flowers. After all, it's a completely new type of planting, and I'm afraid the villagers might lack confidence and assurance, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Okay, I understand. I'll have the clan leader discuss it with everyone. There shouldn't be any problems, Yang Qi said with a smile. After she came to Jiangjia Village, whenever she encountered a problem that was difficult to solve, she would go to the clan chief, and a few phone calls would resolve it. In the village, the clan chief's words carry great authority. All right, I'll head back now. I've been traveling all day and haven't even had dinner yet. Jiang Wei waved his hand. Mr. Jiang, are you also from Jiangjia Village? Yang Qi followed up. This is my hometown, but I've never been here before. My father grew up here, Jiang Wei said simply. Oh, are you going to the clan chief's house? Yang Qi asked directly. Yes. Let's go together and discuss today's matters with the clan leader, Yang Qi said with a smile. What kind of business does Mr. Jiang run? Yang Qi asked as they walked. Batteries, cars, takeout, health products, and special effects, Jiang Wei briefly listed. With so many industries, Mr. Jiang, are you a second-generation rich kid? Do you have any gossip about rich families like the real and fake heiresses, or the domineering CEO falling in love with Cinderella? Yang Qi asked with a face full of curiosity. Stop daydreaming. It's practically impossible for a domineering CEO to fall in love with a Cinderella, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Why? Yang Qi asked, full of curiosity. First of all, the personal perspectives of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella are different. It's true that wealthy people like to form marriage alliances to build stable relationships. Secondly, if you want to marry into a wealthy family, you need to have the ability and a broad perspective, because wealthy men prefer wives who can help them. In business, the simplicity and kindness of Cinderella is basically a person's weakness. Would you find a weakness and exploit it on yourself? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Won't. That settles it then. A domineering CEO falling in love with a Cinderella only happens in TV dramas, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The two arrived at the clan chief's house and found Jiang Yunlin and a group of people drinking and playing drinking games. Jiang Jingye was also sitting in the crowd, participating in the event, but he didn't have a wine glass in front of him. Chapter 63 Great Kindness is like a great enmity. Seeing a group of people drinking, Yang Qi's eyes lit up. He sat down in the empty seat next to the clan leader and immediately joined in. Then he drank 3 glasses of wine and ate a few bites of cold dishes. Then they started playing cards, shouting, and yelling. What an extraordinary woman, Jiang Wei muttered to himself. Jiang Wei sat next to Jiang Yunlin for a few minutes and chatted briefly with him. Unlike the card games like Jia Jinhua in the north, the game played in Guixi at drinking parties is called Shuiyu. Each player receives 4 cards, divided into 2 sets, a head card and a tail card. The cards are compared against the dealers. The unit digit of the cards is used. It equals 1. J/Q/K equals 10. Pairs are called protect. If both the head and tail cards are higher than the dealers, the player wins. If only one set is higher, it's a tie called pass. Special hand types include fish, 2 pairs, the highest, and the 2 sets of zeros, the lowest. Jiang Wei didn't participate. He just watched from the sidelines. After all, Jiang Wei really had no interest in drinking. Jiang Wei only enjoyed eating barbecue and drinking beer during the hottest part of summer. Jiang Wei had absolutely no interest in Baijiu. Chinese liquor. People describe baijiu as having a full-bodied fragrance, elegant and delicate taste, rich and mellow flavor, lingering aroma, smooth and refreshing taste, and a gentle sensation in the throat. But Jiang Wei couldn't taste any of those qualities. It was spicy but hard to eat. I don't know how others tasted it. Even though it was Russian, Jiang Wei didn't find it particularly delicious. I wonder what people who love wine are thinking. After playing for more than half an hour, an older woman came up with a plate. Okay, we finished eating. Soon the table was filled with dishes, but Jiang Wei had no appetite for any of them, because it felt like there were no seasonings at all. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Yunlin and asked how to eat this. This is blanched. Eat it with soy sauce. Jiang Yunlin said, handing the soy sauce bottle to Jiang Wei. Never mind, I'll just go to the kitchen and make some sauce myself. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei felt he couldn't bring himself to eat the pork belly dipped in soy sauce. Jiang Wei took the bowl to the kitchen, where the old lady who had served the dishes earlier was busy. Handsome, what's wrong? The older woman asked curiously. If you don't like boiled food, come over and make your own sauce, Jiang Wei said directly. All the seasonings are here. The woman opened a cabinet. Jiang Wei looked at it once and made a sauce by using minced garlic and vinegar as the base, and adding chili oil, sesame oil, chili peppers, chopped green onions, and other ingredients. Is this how it's eaten in Shanghai? Yang Qi asked curiously, looking at the base of the sauce. This is how they eat on the grasslands. They cook mutton and beef directly with salt, scallions, and ginger, and then eat it directly. If you get tired of the same old thing, just make this kind of sauce, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I see. Make me a bowl too. I want to try it, Yang Qi said, blushing. Okay. Jiang Wei went to the kitchen again and prepared a bowl for Yang Qi. Delicious. Yang Qi took a bite and gave a thumbs up. It's just that the original flavor has been suppressed, Yang Qi said after savoring it for a moment. If we want to develop a tourist area in the future, we can't just serve boiled dishes. People from other places might not like boiled dishes, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll be careful, Yang Qi nodded. What tourist area? The middle-aged man next to me asked curiously. Secretary Jiang, Mr. Jiang Wei, brought an umbrella here to build a tourist area and also plans to establish an agricultural cooperative company, Yang Qi said directly. It's going to be incredibly expensive to set up in our village, Secretary Jiang said earnestly. I know, but also requires professional evaluation. I will leave these to professional managers to handle, Jiang Wei said directly. Let Jiang Ditsai manage it. He resigned from his position as general manager of the freight company some time ago, Jiang Jingye suggested. Let a professional manager handle it. I don't know what's going on in our clan. Jiang Ditsai grew up in this village and has too many relatives involved. His relative is looking for a job and needs him to arrange it. If he doesn't do it well, he might offend someone. Won't they be insatiable and try to extort more money by using their relatives as a form of moral blackmail? Therefore, it is best to let professional managers handle this kind of thing. There are no family ties, so they will not be morally coerced. It is best to follow the rules. I personally hate trouble, so adding a professional manager is the best solution, Jiang Wei said directly to everyone. With a professional manager, we'll do everything according to the contract standards. To avoid damaging relationships and saving face among relatives, Jiang Wei added. Yes, that's definitely the best way. Jiang Jingye nodded. Jiang Jingye's suggestion was simply to find Jiang Datsai a job close to home, without much consideration. After Jiang Wei finished speaking, Jiang Jingye understood what Jiang Wei meant. He also greatly admired Jiang Wei's composure, noting that Jiang Wei immediately recognized the problem. Although it was a large clan, there were still some conflicts among its members. Will those who are close to Jiang Ditsai bully those who are not? Will the matter be handled fairly once it falls into Jiang Ditsai's hands? With public opinion leaning to the left, it's impossible to remain impartial. Therefore, the best choice for outsiders is to follow the rules and the contract. If Jiang Datsai were to take the position, the Jiang family's interpersonal relationships might become chaotic over time. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, let's eat. Jiang Jingye invited everyone to eat. After a short while, everyone finished their meal and left. Xiao Wei, those are all relatives. What you said back then was a bit excessive, Jiang Yunlin said to Jiang Wei. Yunlin, don't talk nonsense. This child sees things clearly, and the timing is good too. Xiao Wei is not yet included in the family genealogy today, so in a sense he is an outsider. So when he says this today, no one will blame him or think he is undermining the unity of the clan. Now that we've said it, no one will cause trouble because of this in the future. Moreover, acting in accordance with the contract is the fairest approach. Moreover, with this guarantee of fairness, no one in our village will think he is biased in his dealings. In fact, it will unite our family as one and make us more united. Jiang Jingye explained directly for Jiang Wei. The old man understands perfectly, Jiang Wei said with a smile. If I couldn't understand this, I would have wasted 100 years of my life. That's because the Kai came back and has been fishing every day, starting to neglect his duties. Jiang Jingye laughed. Actually, there's another consideration. The principle that great kindness can turn into great enmity. So, I used a collaborative approach. To be honest, spending 3 or 500 million yuan directly wouldn't be much for me, Jiang Wei said with a smile. A great favor can turn into a great enmity. Jiang Yunlin couldn't quite understand. If I directly spend money to turn the village into a tourist area, I won't receive any benefits. Everyone has to be grateful to me for my great kindness. At first it's fine, but as time goes on, they find that they can't repay this great kindness, and they will feel pressured. After a while, they will wish that I, their benefactor, will disappear. They no longer feel this pressure when I disappear, so they feel as if I have a great debt of gratitude as a great enmity. So this way, they get rich through labor, I make money through tourism, and there's a professional manager in the middle, which makes everyone happy. They think I made money from investing in tourism, so they won't be very grateful. Sending some local specialties or something will be enough to express my gratitude, so there won't be much pressure, Jiang Wei explained with a smile. You're really something, starting from scratch, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. No wonder Su Fangfang abandoned you. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. This has nothing to do with a great favor. It's purely due to greed. Because the clan is poor and can't leave, the two of you have been sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve, and you'll never get out of here. You've abandoned me, taken over the properties. Isn't it good to be your own wealthy businesswoman? Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm overthinking it. Chapter 64, Ancestor Worship. The next morning, Jiang Wei was woken up early and asked to change his clothes. Last night, I stayed in my family's old house, and the interior decoration was comparable to that in the city. After Jiang Yunlin was released, he probably spent a lot of money on the old house. Jiang Yunlin led Jiang Wei to the ancestral hall at the back, in front of which was an open space. The open space was already packed with people. Jiang Wei was taken into the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall is very large, estimated to be 300 square meters. Behind it is a small staircase made of stones, with memorial tablets placed on each step. Jiang Wei made a rough estimate and thought it was around 20 or 30,000. 200 or 300 of them were adorned with large red flowers, and their incense sticks were thicker than those of others. Jiang Jingye sat in the clan chief's seat, surrounded by 4 clan elders. Xiao Wei, this is Zhang Yuda. According to seniority, he is your second grandfather. Hello, second grandfather. Oh good child, Zhang Yuda greeted kindly. This is Jiang Yumin, who is also your second grandfather according to seniority. Hello, second grandfather. Handsome, are you married yet? Jiang Yumin asked with a smile. I know, but I'm currently in postpartum confinement and haven't been able to come over, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I was planning to introduce Xiao Yang to you, but it seems I don't need to, Jiang Yumin waved his hand. Jiang Wei shook his head. This is Jiang Yuqiu, and this is your 4th grandfather. Hello, 4th grandfather. Wow, you're really tall, handsome. You're the tallest in our village. This is Jiang Yuyin, your 5th grandfather. Hello, 5th grandfather. Okay, sure. Jiang Yuyin was a taciturn old man. When Xiao Wei came back this time, he immediately took a liking to the scenery here and plans to build a road here and turn this place into a scenic area. All 4 nodded, clearly having learned the news from the people who had been drinking with them the day before. I plan to dedicate a separate page to Xiao Wei, recording her life story, Jiang Jingye said earnestly. 4th uncle, handle this carefully. Creating a separate page isn't something that can be done overnight, Jiang Yuyin said earnestly. We've reserved it for now. There aren't many people on the family tree lately, Zhang Yuda said directly. Record their identity first. Okay, I understand. Let's reserve it first. Jiang Jingye nodded. Jiang Wei listened to their conversation and understood what they meant. The tourist area had not yet started construction, and a single page was not enough to convince everyone. That's why we're allowing it to be reserved. We'll record it when the project starts. However, Jiang Wei didn't care. Jiang Wei grew up in Shanghai, although Shanghai also has clan concepts. But Grandma Yang is from Northeast China, and people from Northeast China don't have a strong sense of clan. Seeing that Jiang Wei showed no signs of anger, Jiang Jingye felt relieved. Jiang Jingye took out the family genealogy and began writing on the table in the ancestral hall. Our Jiang family has so many ancestral tablets, so why is there so few people in Jiang family village? Jiang Wei asked Jiang Yunlin in a low voice. Because they've all moved out. The Jiang family genealogy lists 70 or 80,000 people, but we're just renting land here. The surrounding farmland is not enough to support 70,000 to 80,000 people. It can support at most 4,000 to 5,000 people. Especially in the last century, when people believed that more people meant more power, our village had more than 40,000 people. Then a large number of people left our village because they had no land. There's a grand ceremony every 12 years. Then you'll know how many people there are, Jiang Yunlin explained to Jiang Wei in a low voice. I knew it. With so many memorial tablets, how could there be so few people? Jiang Wei nodded. Grandpa, it's 9 o'clock. We can begin the sacrificial ceremony. Okay, I'll finish writing it right away. Jiang Jingye nodded. After writing for another minute, Jiang Jingye put down his brush. Xiao Wei, the family genealogy has been entered. Go and queue up with your father, Jiang Jingye said to Jiang Wei. Oh, Jiang Yunlin then led Jiang Wei outside, and soon they lined up in the middle. The team is shaped like a cone. What do you queue like this? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. The middle section is the main lineage, and the sides are the branches. Are we the direct descendants? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, you're the second grandson of this generation. Your eldest uncle is the first in line, Jiang Yunlin introduced with a smile. Oh, I understand. Jiang Yunlin, the second son. The host, holding a megaphone, began recounting the life stories of the ancestors who had made significant contributions. Then the eldest uncle's family went in first to perform the sacrificial rites, and Jiang Wei and Jiang Tianlin were placed at the very front. Jiang Wei listened with curiosity as he learned about his ancestors' deeds. Before long, the host introduced that from the Ming dynasty to the Qing dynasty, there were 7 county magistrates and 1 prefectural governor. Then Jiang Wei was led into the ancestral hall by Jiang Tianlin. After entering the ancestral hall, Jiang Wei followed Jiang Yunlin in kneeling and kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. With our ancestors above, Jiang Yunlin and his son Jiang Wei bow in gratitude for their virtues and protection as we grow. We pray for the prosperity of future generations and the continuation of our family business. We respectfully wish our ancestors rest in peace and that our descendants will prosper for generations to come. After getting up, he took Jiang Wei and received a copper coin pendant from Jiang Jingye. Jiang Wei looked at the copper coin and began to examine it curiously. It was an antique. Is this a direct shipment of antiques? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, our Jiangjia village was quite wealthy during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Moreover, it is located in a remote area and has not been affected by war. During the War of Resistance against Japan, more than 1,000 people from our village died in the battle to defend it. The Japanese have been attacking for 3 days, but they haven't been able to break through, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Is this Yongla Tongbao coin valuable? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's worthless. There's a lot of it in stock. I estimate it's only worth a few dozen yuan. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. All right, it's more valuable than Kangxi Tongbao coins, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Can we go back today? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. We're going back tomorrow. We'll hold a memorial service in the morning and distribute zongzi in the afternoon. At least you'll participate in the Lantern Festival, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. By the way, isn't our village only inhabited by the Jiang family? Why are there so many Miao people here? Jiang Wei arrived at his doorstep and saw a group of people dressed in Miao costumes dancing in the small square in the center. Our neighboring village is a Miao village. Intermarriage between the 2 villages naturally leads to the presence of Miao people, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. I see. I'll go take a look. Jiang Wei nodded. Upon arriving at the small square in the center, one sees Yang Qi dancing in the middle with a group of women and young people. Mr. Jiang, you've come over. Yang Qi saw Jiang Wei, walked over, and sat on the stone steps next to Jiang Wei. The singing and dancing were quite good. This kind of dance is very interesting. When the tourist area opens, will there be many programs like this? Jiang Wei asked curiously. 17 or 18, I guess. Yang Qi said after thinking for a moment. By the way, once the tourist area opens, let's recruit some beautiful meow women to dance, Jiang Wei suddenly said. Yang Qi looked at Jiang Wei strangely. I saw a joke online with a picture. The promotional picture was of a group of beautiful meow women dancing. He drove over 1,000 kilometers to the scene, and then a group of old ladies were dancing, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Giggle. This is the reality. There are practically no young people left in the village now. They've all gone out to work, Yang Qi said helplessly. Also, the internet here is terrible. Once the tourism project is finalized, you'll need to get the internet and such sorted out, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Yang Qi nodded. Chapter 65, What's the point of having an aircraft carrier? The next morning, Lu Wei drove Jiang Wei and Jiang Yunlin away from Jiangjia village. Last night, Jiang Wei saw the biggest zongzi in his eyes, weighing more than 400 jin in total. The food was shared among everyone in the village. Jiang Wei lost interest after a few bites of the meat-filled rice dumpling. While in the orphanage, Jiang Wei developed a northern palate from Grandma Yang, preferring sweet zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, to meat ones, which he simply couldn't appreciate. Sister Su, have you been busy these past few days? Jiang Wei called Su Meng. Not busy, just checking the construction site. In our area, there's a layer of rock underneath, so the foundation and such are simple, and there's not much to do. The main thing is to conduct interviews and recruit suitable people, Su Meng said casually. I plan to set up a hibiscus planting base in my hometown of Guishi, Jiangjia village, and at the same time transform Jiangjia village into a tourist area. Have someone check out the situation there and set up a tourism company and an agricultural cooperative. At that time, this company will be affiliated with the health product company. By the way, what's the name of our health supplement company? Jiang Wei asked Su Meng. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's question, Su Meng completely believed Huang Pengtao's words. He was indeed a hands-off manager. I've had my company for almost a week now, and I still don't know its name. Chiotzi Health Products Company, Limited. Let's get those two companies up and running and turn them into a conglomerate, Jiang Wei said directly. I understand, Su Meng nodded in agreement. This is a good thing for Su Meng. Since agricultural and tourism companies are affiliated with his group, it means his income will also increase. Honey, do you think I've gotten fairer? Lu Tianxian asked with a smile as she walked over. She's become much fairer. Jiang Wei nodded. Did you take the postpartum diet pills too? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Lu Yifei looks thinner now. Yeah, I lost more than a pound a day and 4 pounds in 3 days. My breasts seem to have gotten a little bigger too. The instructions also say it can improve the quality of breast milk, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. That is indeed true. Jiang Wei nodded. When Zhao Yinjiang was advertising on the computer, that line did indeed appear. By the way, when you go back to pay respects to your ancestors, what fun things are there to do? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. There's nothing fun about it, just a lot of people. In the Jiangjia village area, the houses are all made of wooden stakes. I looked it up online, and it's called a stilted house, which is a type of log cabin building. The village is quaint and charming, and there's a very beautiful cave over there where people use to take refuge from disasters. Moreover, the surrounding scenery is also very beautiful, so I plan to invest in a tourist area in Jiangjia village. However, Jiangjia village is too remote. There's only a dirt road that goes over the mountain for getting in and out, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Do you have any photos? Let me see them. Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up. Jiang Wei took out his phone and showed Lu Tianxian what he had filmed. It's really beautiful, a great place to film fantasy dramas. Lu Yifei's eyes lit up after seeing it. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the call as soon as he saw it was from Zhao Yinjiang. Let's go to the Riverside Tea House for tea, Old Zhao said directly. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Jiang Wei nodded. You just got back and you're going out again in a little while. Lu Tianxian said with some dissatisfaction. Well, Old Zhao invited me for tea. Let's see if we can get some good stuff from him, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, go ahead. When you come back, stop by the baby store and buy me some things. Jiang Wei went out to build connections and find products, which Lu Tianxian understood. She now owns 20% of the Chiotzi Group. Such a great product is sure to make a fortune. We arrived at the old private room of the Riverside Tea House. Hey Lao Zhao, I just got back and you call me over already? Jiang Wei sat down opposite Zhao Lianjiang. There's a member of the think tank who is an archaeologist. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Let's see if we can find the location of the imperial seal of the state. I want to see what the difference is between finding things and making things, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Looking for something? Didn't we get the 5-colored stone for free? Jiang Wei was taken aback. It's free, but it's not about finding it. He wants you to try and see if you can find something. If we can find it, then we can use the system to find out where the American secrets are stored. We can even know the location of the U.S.'s global nuclear missile deployments and detailed information, such as their routes, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Getting the locations for deploying munitions is easy. Just put up an ad and say you're buying munitions deployment locations around the world from the U.S., Jiang Wei said, pausing for a moment. But the U.S. nuclear submarines are always on the seabed and can be launched from sea, so we can't monitor the seabed. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. All right, Jiang Wei said, indicating that he understood. Zhao Lianjiang took out his keyboard and started writing advertising copy. Old Zhao, why don't we use points to buy aircraft carrier battle groups? 10 aircraft carrier battle groups are still 10, which can save trillions. Jiang Wei asked curiously. Do you know what the strategic significance of an aircraft carrier is? Zhao Lianjiang asked, typing with 2 fingers without looking up. A large warship. It can carry airplanes and fight the enemy. What's wrong with that? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The strategic significance of an aircraft carrier is that it serves as a floating airfield in order to extend its operational radius. Our Mingdi 60 fighter jets are capable of global strikes, meaning they have the largest combat radius. So what's the point of having aircraft carriers? Moreover, in the future, rockets, bombers, and the like will have a global combat radius, making aircraft carriers meaningless. I heard that the Variag is even planned to be sold after it is built. I see. Jiang Wei scratched his head, completely unaware of this possibility. The Navy will mainly consist of missile ships and destroyers in the future. Once missiles have sufficient range, the Navy will likely be phased out, and the maritime force will mainly consist of the Coast Guard. That's why we didn't purchase naval technology, Zhao Lianjiang explained with a smile. Take a look. Zhao Lianjiang placed it on the table. Selling the location of the imperial seal of the Qin dynasty, giving you a chance to find the treasure. Detailed location and precise satellite coordinates included. Price, 8.8 yuan. Contact me at 138 if interested. White, Jiang Wei said directly. It seems this thing is only related to technological development. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Jiang Wei picked up the phone and made the call immediately. Hello, I need information about the imperial seal of the Qin Empire. Okay, 8.8 yuan, transaction via Zafubo. Please send your detailed shipping address in the group chat. Okay. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and finished setting everything up after a few steps. What do you think the imperial seal of the state is? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The accurate record was lost in the possession of Li Tsongka of the later Tang dynasty. Some unofficial historical records also state that it was lost by Emperor Shun of the Yuan dynasty. As for Huang Taiji's imperial seal, it was a fake, which has been confirmed. So, we don't know exactly where it is, but it's either in Luoyang or on the grasslands. Chapter 66. The imperial seal of the state has been found. The car is launched. Hello, I got it. Send professional diverse. Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Then he hung up the phone. Found it. Where is it? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. In Xingluo Lake in Luoyang. It seems that when Li Tsongka jumped from Xuanwu Tower, the imperial seal of the state probably fell into the moat. The imperial seal of the state belonging to Emperor Yuan Shundi was a fake. As expected, the things recorded in unofficial histories are completely unreliable, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. That makes sense, Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, what does the imperial seal of the state look like? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I don't know. Once it's unearthed, we'll show it to everyone on Zhuang TV. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. By the way, after discussions with the think tank these past 2 days, we've finalized the source information we mentioned to you last time. We'll be holding auctions on the 1st of every month in 4 cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Chongqing. The auction is conducted in the form of blind boxes, so no one knows what's inside. As for the proceeds from the auction, we have established an anonymous foundation, part of which is responsible for providing benefits to the families of those scientists who are living in anonymity. The other part is medical assistance, allowing those scientists to dedicate themselves to the country without worry, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. That way you'll have a source of technology for research and development. Nobody knows what's inside the blind box. You can say what it is, and that's what it is, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Does the country have that much technology? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. To be honest, I was shocked when I investigated. There were 18,000 useless byproducts from those secret bases. I only investigated less than half of the bases. There will continue to be more, with 100 auctioned at a time, totaling 1,200 items a year, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. All right, it seems I have a source for my products now, so I don't need to worry about anyone investigating. Jiang Wei nodded. Our verification was successful. Let's go back and be with our wives, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, I'll head back now. Jiang Wei waved his hand. Jiang Wei exited the subway station and walked towards the nearby Shanghai Auto City. This is the largest car dealership market in Shanghai. This place brings together almost all the world's car brands. Jiang Wei opened a law firm, but his income was not high. Electric cars have recently become popular in Shanghai because they are inexpensive. Jiang Wei, who can't afford a gasoline car, wants to buy a vehicle for commuting. Welcome to the Shanghai Auto City. I'm your sales associate, Hu Lily. What type of car are you looking for? Jiang Wei was stopped by a salesperson as soon as he entered the Auto City. Electric cars, Jiang Wei said directly. What price range of electric vehicle are you looking for? Do you need an off-road vehicle or a sedan? Hu Lily asked directly. Jiang Wei, dressed in a suit and impeccably groomed, was clearly not going to choose a pickup truck or a small van. Sedans and SUVs, priced between 100,000 and 200,000 yuan, focusing on safety and comfort, Jiang Wei said after a moment's thought. Come with me, Hu Lily invited. Jiang Wei nodded and followed, soon arriving at the edge. The logos on them are all for domestic car brands. Are they all domestically produced cars? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Mr. Zhang, if you want to buy an electric car, you should buy a domestic car, because the performance of domestic cars is better than that of foreign cars. Of course, for gasoline-powered cars, it's best to choose a joint venture vehicle within your price range, Hu Lily explained with a smile. I don't know much about cars, so why are domestically produced cars the best? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Because domestically produced cars use Longhu batteries, which are very safe. Other cars are afraid of being punctured because a puncture could cause an explosion. But Dragon Tiger batteries are different. Even if you chop them in two with an axe, there will be no danger. Moreover, the Dragon Tiger battery has a large capacity and a long range. But the downside is that it charges slowly, taking about 5 hours to fully charge, Hu Lily explained professionally. Long distance? How far? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It depends on which company the car is from. For Weitian Automobile Company, under normal circumstances, it's 20,000 kilometers. Other companies are basically around 7,000 kilometers, Hu Lily said with a smile. Why is there such a big difference? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Because Longhu battery belongs to Weitian Group, and Weitian Group's cars are more expensive than other cars. It's the same family car, but this one is slightly inferior in performance, and it costs 80,000 yuan more. Weitian's Excellence, 120,000 kilometers, more than that, because Weitian Group is willing to use high-quality batteries. Of course, selling it for 120,000 is absolutely worth it. Weitian Group's cars are safer than other brands. You can see for yourself by looking at the stress tests here. Hu Lily led Jiang Wei to the compartment of Weitian Auto. Jiang Wei looked up and saw a powerful truck trap test playing. Boom! Car parts flew everywhere on the screen, and the front of both trucks were blown off. The car in the middle, Haomai, had no damage to its bumper. The only loss was scratches on the paint. Wow, that's incredible. Do all the vehicles in a Weitian Group have this level of protection? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. No, this Haomai is not a good reference. It's an armored car. Even if you get shot by a rifle, it won't do anything. Hu Lily shook her head. No wonder. Jiang Wei nodded. Then a new scene appeared, a family sedan. Then the two trucks accelerated to 100 miles per hour and sandwiched the car. Boom! The two cars collided. Zhuiyue was stuck between the two cars. After the truck was moved, only the front bumper and headlights of the vehicle were damaged. The rear bumper and headlights were also damaged. The rest of the vehicle was completely intact, without even being twisted. This is outrageous. How much does this car cost? Zhang Wei admitted that he was tempted. This car has a base model price of $120,000 and a high model price of $150,000. This car is the Weitian Zhiyue I just mentioned. This is a family car. Then an off-road vehicle appeared on the screen. Conduct another sandwich test. Upon seeing this SUV, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. This SUV was so beautiful. I glanced around, but it didn't seem to be that car. This car is no longer here? Zhang Wei asked. Yes, this Weitian Tiger is selling very well, and the car is in the warehouse. How much does this car cost? $200,000. Then a sports car appeared on the screen, and Zhang Wei's eyes lit up at the sight of it, but he didn't intend to consider it. But the look of this sports car is just too attractive. The next scene was a bit surreal, showing a Tiger off-road vehicle speeding across the ice field. A thermometer on one side measures the temperature inside and outside the car. It was minus 80 degrees Celsius outside the car and 25 degrees Celsius inside. Is this also a car test? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Batteries are sensitive to cold. This is a cold resistance test. After testing, cold resistance tests were conducted on the Antarctic ice sheet. I drove 6,700 kilometers in Antarctica with the air conditioning on at the highest temperature. Moreover, Weitian Auto is guaranteed in quality. The chairman of Weitian Auto personally guarantees it, as stated in the contract. Let's just go off-road like this. Zhang Wei looked at the off-road vehicle and decided to drive it home. Chapter 67, Major Traffic Accident, Car Fire. Baijun drove his newly bought Lightning sports car home, feeling quite satisfied. At a press conference a while ago, Baijun saw Lightning and his eyes widened in disbelief. Baijun is a sports car enthusiast, but he is just an ordinary rich second generation with family assets of only 1 or 200 million. So I couldn't afford expensive sports cars, and I only collected 2 in total, 718 and a 911. Both of these cars are entry-level sports cars. After buying the Lightning this morning, I couldn't wait to rush to the sports car club. Then the test drive began. The powerful acceleration allowed Baijun to increase his lap time by 15 seconds on the club's track. Although it didn't break the record of 1 minute and 30 seconds for one lap, it still reached 1 minute and 37 seconds. It's worth noting that the first place was won by a Koenigsegg. Moreover, the drivers who emerged were professional racers, not small-time drivers like him. When we arrived at the middle ring road, there was a traffic jam. The road ahead was completely blocked for several hundred meters. However, Baijun had already gotten used to it. Traffic jams on the central ring road had become a daily occurrence. Because the largest entertainment and shopping area in Tianjin is right in front of it, there are often traffic jams. Beep, beep, beep. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing this sound, Baijun looked in the rearview mirror and was instantly terrified. An out-of-control garbage truck, like a runaway bull, crashed into the car in front of it. This garbage truck is a large truck. How could ordinary cars and SUVs possibly withstand being run over by a truck? Bang! Before Baijun could react, he was hit by the truck. However, the car wasn't broken. Instead, it was pushed away by a garbage truck. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous impact stunned Baijun, because the front of his vehicle had a triangular arc, turning it into a bulldozer-like tool that shoveled away the other vehicles. The other vehicles escaped danger. Although they overturned, unlike the vehicles behind them, many of which were crushed into wreckage. After realizing what was happening, Baijun put the sports car in reverse and started accelerating. I didn't dare to floor the accelerator, but instead gradually increased the power. With the car in front blocking its way and the sports car using reverse gear to accelerate, the garbage truck finally slowed down. After moving forward for more than 100 meters, the sports car finally stalled due to reverse gear. My rear bumper. My front bumper. Baijun got out of the car, saw the bumper was broken, and cried out in pain. Dude, your car is pretty good. It was sandwiched between 2 vehicles, and only the bumper got damaged, someone nearby said in surprise after hearing Baijun's yelling. That's right. If I hadn't seen how safe and beautiful this car is, I would have bought it. Shortly afterward, ambulances and police cars arrived. Then the surveillance footage was retrieved. Several busybodies filmed the surveillance footage and the scene. The situation was posted online. The video quickly went viral online. They never imagined that such a safe vehicle would be pushed around by a truck and used as a shovel, as seen on the surveillance footage. Then, reverse and stop the truck, turning off the engine. The final photos from the scene showed that only the front and rear bumpers were damaged. Everything else was fine. "Honey, let's buy that Tiger from Weition Group," Xiao Yuanyuan said to her husband. "Why did you downgrade? Didn't you have your eye on the A6? What happened?" The husband, too, was about to enter the store on the 4th Ring Road when he heard his wife's words and asked curiously. "Buying the A6 was my wife's suggestion, and my mother-in-law also gave me 200,000 yuan. That Tiger design is beautiful, and it's sturdy, durable, and safe," Xiao Yuanyuan said earnestly, looking at her phone. "How did you figure that out?" Tu Gang came over and saw his wife watching someone promote a car on a video platform. "That's all bragging. And in winter, electric vehicles can't even go 200 kilometers. We're in Heilongjiang province," Tu Gang said speechlessly. "Honey, how long has it been since you paid attention to cars?" Xiao Yuanyuan asked with a smile. "Honey, I'm an oil well worker. After a long day, I only have time to answer the phone in the evening for a video chat. I don't have time to pay attention to cars," Tu Gang said helplessly. 6 months ago, domestic cars all switched to a new battery, which can easily provide a range of several thousand kilometers. However, I felt that domestically produced electric vehicles were unreliable, so I chose the A6. I found videos of the stress tests on the website of Weition Auto that the blogger just mentioned. Look, Xiao Yuanyuan found the official website of Weition Auto on her phone, and then showed a stress test. "Where is this, Siberia?" Tu Gang saw the Tiger driving on the snow chains kicking up a lot of snowflakes. "No, it's Antarctica." The Tiger was on the Antarctic ice sheet with the air conditioning on full blast, carrying 600 kilograms of cargo, not counting the people. Then we drove 6,700 kilometers. During the test, the outdoor temperature was minus 80 degrees Celsius. It only gets to minus 40 degrees Celsius here in winter, so it must have taken at least 10,000 kilometers to drive, Xiao Yuanyuan said casually. "Then how can you be sure he's safe?" Tu Gang asked, also becoming curious. "If you can drive 10,000 kilometers in winter, then buying an electric car is a huge bargain. The main reason why electric vehicles are not selling well in the north is the cold weather and the short range of electric vehicles. Take a look at this." Xiao Yuanyuan flipped through the pages and pulled out a car trap test. "Holy crap, is this for real?" Tu Gang saw that after being sandwiched between two trucks, Meng was trapped between the two large trucks. Afterwards, only the front and rear bumpers of the truck were damaged. The main frame was completely unharmed. "Really, I just saw the accident video on QQ. Wait a moment." Then I flipped through the circle and found the video of the Lightning sports car being hit. Then came a major traffic accident on the Jincheng Bridge. "Look, this looks like an A6. It's all crushed. If there had been someone in the passenger seat, they would have been dead." Then the video showed a sports car being used as a shovel to overturn a pile of trucks, and finally the sports car brought the truck to a stop. "Wow, the engineer who could develop such a sturdy car must be a bit crazy," Tu Gang concluded after reviewing it. "Honey, you guessed it all along," Xiao Yuanyuan said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Tu Gang asked, puzzled. "Just like you said, the engineers at Weition Automotive, as that blogger just mentioned, are all troublemakers. They are basically top performers fired by large companies because of their rather crazy behavior. Some tested cars in Siberia, which caused a model to fail, and another drove a new car into a swamp to test its ceiling. In the blogger's words, everyone here is crazy because all the new cars have been tested by these crazy people. Okay, let's go see the Tiger." Such incidents occur all over the country. Especially after the major car accident in Tianjin went viral online, Weition Auto became the first choice for many people. After all, when it comes to cars, safety is more important than anything else. Moreover, the performance of Weition Auto is in no way inferior to that of other companies' cars. Chapter 68, Guiding Lu Tianxian. Finally finished learning. People really do need talent. Jiang Wei looked down at the fading clarity and gained a clear understanding of himself. Knowledge broadens one's horizons, but things like psychology are often learned superficially. They've learned and memorized, but they can't apply it flexibly. They lack judgment. "Finished your studies?" Lu Tianxian walked in and brought Jiang Wei a glass of milk. "I've finished learning. Gold shines through, but I am just a piece of iron," Jiang Wei said helplessly. "Giggle. Sigh, my parents are arguing again. It's like a tangled mess, no matter how hard I try to sort it out. There's no right or wrong, It's just a complete mess, Lu Tianxian sighed. Jiang Wei had no way to explain the situation. After thinking for a while, Jiang Wei said, I think the things in this world are like a tangled mess. The more you try to untangle it, the easier it is to get yourself tangled up. It's like that thing playing with a ball of yarn. We watch it and have a good laugh, but after a while, it gets itself tangled up in it. Sometimes, don't take people and things too seriously. Their arguments are their own business. Just like the ball of yarn that Dong Dong played with, he couldn't untangle in the end. So he simply cut the yarn and threw it away. What's past is past. Let's walk together into the future. Thinking too much makes it easy to overlook the scenery in the distance. So don't think about it, don't worry about it. Let it develop naturally. Maybe one day, Dong Dong will grab the ball of yarn by its own paw, find the key spot, and open it up on its own. Even if it's not untied, we can just leave it there and ignore it. It won't get any worse, Jiang Wei earnestly advised. How did you come to this conclusion? Lu Tianxian asked, looking at Jiang Wei, who is 3 years younger than her, with curiosity. It's probably due to different perspectives. I've seen too many people and things. After graduating from junior high school, I failed the high school entrance exam and entered the workforce. At the time, I thought that going to school wasn't important, as I had the strength to survive. Then I started looking for a job. I was 16 and not yet an adult, so no one wanted me. Then Lao Yu introduced me to a job as a chef's apprentice. After 2 years of apprenticeship, my master was very satisfied with my skills. With this skill, why would I be afraid of not having enough to eat? Then reality slapped me in the face. I was too young. No one would even give me a chance to be a chef. Then I started to reflect on myself and figure out where things went wrong. Finally, I came up with a reason, which is the problem of communicating with people. When I was out of work, I went to construction sites to observe all sorts of people. Then I discovered that people are pursuing cars, houses, and beautiful women. It's understandable to pursue these things, but once one is satisfied, people will pursue the next one instead of being satisfied with the status quo. They won't stop just because they've been satisfied. When there are too many things to pursue, people forget what they want most. I've been thinking about what I want. A stable life, eating and drinking every day, calling up a few friends for barbecue and beer. When you know what you want, then look back at the people and things in the past. Many things don't matter because you want them so much that you get caught up in them. So relax and look at this issue from a different perspective. Your parents' arguments are like that ball of yarn. They were originally one, but because of their own issues, they've become a jumbled mess. Just keep an eye on both sides and avoid this ball of yarn, Jiang Wei said earnestly. What you say makes sense, but it's impossible to do. Lu Tianxian shook her head. I understand. Let's take it slow. Relax and don't overthink it. It's just a tangled ball of yarn somewhere. Jiang Wei hugged Lu Tianxian, comforting her. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Why is Lao Ma calling me? Jiang Wei answered the phone, puzzled. Old Ma, what's wrong? Let me report on this month's car sales, Ma Wei was said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei immediately turned on the speakerphone. This month, Zhuiyue produced 5,700 vehicles, shipped 5,700 vehicles, and sold 5,400 vehicles, with sales revenue of $648 million and net profit of $98 million. The production of the Fierce Tiger series was 6,200 units, with 6,000 units shipped out and 5,800 units sold, generating sales revenue of 1.16 billion yuan. Net profit was 349 million yuan. In a flash, 1,200 vehicles were produced, 1,000 were shipped out, and 1,000 were sold, generating 500 million in sales and 200 million in net profit. How Mai produced 400 vehicles, shipped 400 vehicles, achieved sales of 400 million, and net profit of 200 million. Ma Weigua gave a brief report of the data. Okay, I understand. Take out 50 million and distribute it as bonuses to all the factory employees equally. Tell them that if they work hard, they'll get their share of the bonuses, Jiang Wei said directly. Received. I'll have someone handle it. By the way, Mr. Jiang, take a look at the Creative Workshop app and see if there are any potential investment opportunities, Ma Weigua said directly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Why did you give bonuses to your employees without Ma Weigua saying anything? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Ma Weigua is reminding me that the company is making money. It also means that all the factory employees have worked hard. We're testing the waters indirectly, trying to get some benefits for the employees, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Normally, Just sending me a financial statement would suffice. There's no need for a report, Jiang Wei laughed. I see. So I issued a bonus to all the employees to celebrate our successful start. Jiang Wei nodded. You know all this? Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Yeah, that's normal. People go out to work to make money. Just put yourself in their shoes and you'll understand. Wei Tian Group is a company owned by both of us. Although neither of us will manage it, it is still very important to win people's hearts. So giving out bonuses in real money is the best motivation. Anyway, our company is very profitable. During holidays, we can throw out a few million or even a few million in bonuses, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, it's not much anyway. Lu Tianxian nodded. Since receiving her dividends, Lu Tianxian has stopped looking at the money. There's just too much of it. She puts it in the bank to earn interest, and the interest alone is enough for her to live on for several lifetimes. By the way, we haven't met your father yet. When shall we go and meet him? Jiang Wei suggested. Let's wait until summer vacation. He's too busy. He can only call after 9 p.m. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Chapter 69, the U.S.'s Scheme. In the Black Hall of the United States, O'Dwyer, suffering from a stroke, wore a wicked smile as he looked down at the numerous capitalists below. Chief, we must ban electric vehicles from entering the international market. The situation is very serious. If it flows into the U.S., our oil consumption will decrease significantly. At that time, our control over oil will be ineffective and will seriously affect the United States' international standing, Hans Franklin said with a serious expression. Especially this Longhu Battery Company, we must sanction it, and then find a way to acquire it. Battery technology must be in our hands, Hans added. Is there any way to acquire it? Abio asked Hans. No. To be honest, we started investigating Jiang Wei, the chairman of Wei Tian Group, as soon as Longhu Battery appeared. This person is hard to describe. He is not a good manager and doesn't even care about the company. Moreover, because the rabbits' crackdown on special agents was so intense, a large number of the investigators we dispatched were arrested. Therefore, we can only inquire through the normal channels of the joint venture. Therefore, the information is not detailed. Let me share with you the information we have gathered from our investigation. Jiang Wei, male, Han nationality, 23 years old, father Jiang Yunlin, mother Lin Meiji. I've worked as a chef and on construction sites. I later heard that I made my fortune by trading cryptocurrencies. Then we founded the Eat Me delivery company, later acquired my father's factory, and then grew and expanded. The source of the battery technology is very likely a legacy project from his father's company. Also, Jiang Wei was an orphan from a young age, and our people found this out on the battlefield in Shanghai. Jiang Wei's father and mother went to prison when Jiang Wei was young, and Jiang Wei was sent to an orphanage. Jiang Wei grew up in a warm welfare home in Shanghai and had a very strong sense of independence from a young age. That's all the useful information we've gathered. We sent people to Wei Tian Group to acquire its battery business with an investment of $10 billion US, but the acquisition was unsuccessful. The second offer of $50 billion US was also rejected, Hans said seriously. Mark, do you have any ideas? Odibio asked Mark. Boss, there's nothing we can do. The agents we sent were arrested as soon as they entered the country. We only have 2 people who have successfully infiltrated, and they're in Guangdong province. So kidnapping and assassination are not feasible, Mark sighed. I think we can use public opinion to make them unable to stay in Rabbit. Once they leave Rabbit, we can arrest them at any time, said Becken, chairman of Niche Cars. How do we activate it? Odibio asked directly. Since the battery came out, we have also been investigating Jiang Wei, and we have discovered that Jiang Wei has an ambiguous relationship with actress Lu Xian. We will use this point of attack to attack Jiang Wei, first make a big fuss, and then hire online trolls to release all sorts of dirt on him. They will be maliciously attacked and unable to stay in China, so they will flee abroad. Then we will capture them, Becken said seriously. Will this work? The leader asked, frowning in surprise. In the U.S., isn't it just about having an ambiguous relationship with a female celebrity? It's not a big deal. The Kardashians are always in the news, but nothing seems to have happened to them. Chief, I'm an expert on rabbits. People from rabbits, especially in the entertainment industry, are very concerned about their reputation. A bad reputation can lead to a boycott of a celebrity, Becken said earnestly. All right, proceed according to your plan. The leader nodded and made the decision. Mr. Becken, your company must have suffered heavy losses in Rabbit too. Hans asked directly. Of course, last month's sales on Rabbit were only a little over 9,000 vehicles. A complete slashing, Becken said helplessly. Rabbit's domestically produced cars are now frantically swallowing up the car market through batteries. Just like BYD, whose stock increased more than 40 times in just a few months. We're basically operating at a loss in the Rabbit market, Becken said, expressing his frustration. We're also very sad right now, Hans sighed. Everyone around lowered their heads, because losing the Rabbit market was a devastating blow to them all. For example, niche cars sell up to 10 million vehicles annually on Rabbit Auto, and this market accounts for roughly 2/5 of the revenue from niche cars. Seeing the silent crowd, the leader sighed. Since he came to power, the U.S. economy has begun to recover, and then he was reelected. After his reelection, the economic recovery trend seemed to come to an abrupt halt. First, in the military field, China's fighter jets sounded their horns, directly broadcasting the entire process of the U.S. military's large-scale military exercises. Since his reelection, not a single day has gone smoothly. All sorts of things have happened. Arms sales to the United States are now declining rapidly. Moreover, the relationships between many allies are not as strong as they used to be. All right, meeting adjourned. Regarding the battery industry for the Rabbits, Becken, you'll be in charge, and Mark, you'll assist me, the leader instructed. Yes. After the meeting, a group of people went to the conference room of the niche car company. Holding a small meeting is not a small undertaking if we want to cyberbully Jiang Wei. It requires a lot of funding, Becken said directly. Funding is not a big deal. We at Cadillac will contribute $10 million US. Our company, Shell Petroleum, invested $10 million. For them, contributing funds is a small matter. They're all wealthy, and tens of millions of US dollars are not a big deal. In just 5 minutes, the funds used to deal with Jiang Wei reached $210 million US. Now that the money is in place, everyone contact the company that partnered with Rabbit and have them gather an online army to prepare for action, Becken said directly. Everyone nodded and left the meeting room. Director Mark, wait a moment. Bacon called out to Mark as he was about to leave. Mr. Becken, is there something you need? Mark asked curiously. Director Mark, we need to train more people. We're blind right now. We can donate the money. We also need to give them hope of becoming American citizens, Bacon suggested. I understand. Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Becken. Mark nodded. Bacon is stating a fact. Because the U.S. does indeed have many stateless people. They could do anything they want. Chapter 70 Tech Blind Box Auction. There's a tech blind box auction today. Want to come along? Jiang Wei asked with a smile when he saw Lu Tianxian doing yoga early in the morning. What kind of tech blind box? Lu Tianxian asked, intrigued. It was old Zhao and his team who set this up. They plan to auction off the byproducts they developed at the secret base. These things cannot be used for military purposes, but they are fine for civilian use, Jiang Wei said with a smile. They pack these things into blind boxes, hand them over to auction houses, and auction them off according to their categories, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This is so interesting. I want to participate. Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up instantly. I've been staying at home for a month during my postpartum confinement period, and I'm almost going crazy for being cooped up at home. What time does it start? 10 o'clock at the Shanghai auction house. Jiang Wei stated the time directly. Okay, give me the sports car keys. I want to drive it, Lu Tianxian said directly. In the big mouth at the entrance, Jiang Wei said directly. This is an anonymous invitation. You can't get in without it. Jiang Wei handed over an invitation. Lu Wei drove, taking Jiang Wei with him as the first to set off. When I arrived at the auction house in Shanghai, the parking lot was already full of luxury cars. Jiang Wei's Defender was inconspicuous among a group of luxury cars. As soon as Jiang Wei stepped out of the parking lot, he saw Lu Tianxian drive in. She quietly waved to Jiang Wei with her hand. Jiang Wei went in first and, following the location on the invitation, found a seat in the middle of the first row. Hello, Chairman Jiang. As soon as Jiang Wei sat down, the person next to him greeted him. Hello, Mr. Wang. Jiang Wei recognized him. It was Wang Fu from BYD. What's going on with today's blind box auction? Wang Fu asked in a low voice. I heard from a friend that it's some secret research institute that's auctioning off technologies that can be used in civilian applications. I don't know the specifics, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Wang Fu, who was standing next to Jiang Wei, was taken aback by what he said. I was just casually asking around, but I didn't expect there to be inside information. Moreover, Wang Fu was somewhat curious about Jiang Wei's background. They came to Shanghai to attend this auction at the invitation of the municipal government, without being given any specific information, because the municipal government also doesn't know the specific details. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wei actually knew inside information. Where did Chairman Jiang get this information from? Wang Fu asked in a low voice. I can't say. Jiang Wei shook his head. All right, then I won't ask. Wang Fu shook his head. Chairman Jiang, can your Weitian automotive batteries be sold? Wang Fu asked with a smile. Aren't you using it right now? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. I mean the kind of battery that can travel 20,000 kilometers. Wang Fu said directly. You guys have one on your truck. We have 3. Just add 2 more. Jiang Wei was speechless. Isn't this your new battery? Wang Fu asked curiously. No, it's just 3 batteries, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right, Wang Fu said helplessly. After Weitian Auto went public, they bought one and studied the battery inside. As a result, the battery's voltage was higher than theirs, and its output current was also higher. This doesn't feel like the batteries they use. So they didn't dare to disassemble it violently, since they didn't know how powerful a battery explosion could be. Given such a high density, could it be a high-explosive bomb? Moreover, they tested the casing, and it turned out to be a high-strength casing. Wang Fu picked up his phone and sent a message to the people at the research institute. Lu Tianxian sat down next to Jiang Wei, instantly attracting the attention of many people. However, Wang Fu was not surprised at all. He glanced at it twice and then looked at the auction stage. Because Jiang Wei's company has 2 fixed shareholders, one named Jiang Wei and the other named Lu Tianxian. Distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the Shanghai Auction House. I am auctioneer Yuqing. This auction is organized by the Anonymous Foundation, which was jointly established by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the military. The proceeds from the auction will become the Anonymous Foundation, which will be used to provide welfare and medical care to the families of researchers who work for the country and remain anonymous. This auction is very special because the auction products are blind boxes, and we will auction blind boxes according to their categories. The blind boxes contain information on various technologies or inventions, and everyone is welcome to participate. There is also a special rule at the auction. The blind box will be open on the spot, and if it is not what you need, you can continue bidding. If someone takes the blind box, opens it, and then returns it, the technology cannot be auctioned off again. The auction is now officially open. Please welcome the first item, the auctioneer announced loudly. The first item is a materials category, a metallurgical item, with a starting bid of 1 million. Please place your bids now, the auctioneer announced loudly. The people around quieted down and looked at each other. Seeing that everyone around him was thinking, Jiang Wei gestured to Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian nodded. 1 million, Lu Tianxian said, holding up her sign. 1 million for the 14th. Anyone else bidding? It's already 1 million. Are there any gentlemen or ladies willing to raise the price further and take the risk? The auctioneer saw that no one was bidding higher and knew why. Although 1 million is not a lot of money for the people here, no one wants to lose it easily. Everyone wants to see what's inside the blind boxes. 1 million for the first time. Is anyone else going to raise the price? 1 million the second time. 1 million for the third time. Congratulations to Ms. Number 14 for winning the first item and becoming the first person to try it out. Ms. Number 14, would you like to open the blind box or take it with you? Open the blind boxes, Lu Tianxian said directly. Madam, please come up on stage to open the blind box. The auctioneer invited Lu Tianxian up. Lu Tianxian took the scissors from the waiter and opened the blind box. Then I took out the papers and hard drive inside. Would you like to take it with you? Or will the auction continue? The auctioneer asked directly. Continue the auction. I'm not interested in the materials. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Okay. The auctioneer nodded and took the papers from the hard drive. The auction of lot number 1, high fatigue-resistant alloy spring steel, with a tensile strength of 1354 MPa and a yield strength of 720 MPa, is now beginning. The auctioneer read out a long list of details. The auction is now beginning. The starting price is 1 million. Please place your bids, the auctioneer announced loudly. Mr. Number 4 bids 50 million. A middle-aged man in the middle raised his paddle. Mr. Number 25 bid 80 million. A middle-aged man on the right raised his paddle. Who is that? Jiang Wei pointed to the middle-aged man who had just held up the sign. That's Situ Jin, the chairman of Nanjing Iron and Steel Group, Wang Fu whispered. There's a networking reception at 7 p.m., and I'll introduce you to some people, Wang Fu said directly. Thank you. Jiang Wei nodded. Mr. Number 4 has bid 110 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? Mr. Number 44 has bid 120 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? Mr. Number 25 has bid 220 million. Is there anyone who bid higher? 220 million is the first time. 220 million the second time. 220 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Number 25, the auctioneer announced loudly. Chapter 71. Jiang Wei's affair with Lu Tianxian is exposed. The auction continued, and soon Lu Tianxian received a bank notification on her phone for 201 million. The first crab smells delicious, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. That's true, a profit of 20,000%, a successful businesswoman next to her said with a smile. However, Number 4 lost money on the colored metal he just bid on, the strong woman said with a smile. It's worth it. Colored metals have a wide range of uses, such as decorations, building materials, signs, and even train carriages, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Indeed, we can make a small profit. The successful woman thought for a moment and nodded. How long will this auction last? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. I don't know, but at this rate, it will probably last 2 to 3 days, Jiang Wei said with a smile, holding the auction list. Next, please welcome auction item number 7. People kept raising their hands. The transaction price of blind boxes has been fixed within a certain range, basically around 22 million. This transaction price isn't high, but it's not low either. The auction was suspended at noon. Let's go eat, Jiang Wei said softly. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian left their seats one after the other. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction house, Jiang Wei had only taken a few steps. A group of reporters rushed up and blocked Lu Tianxian's way. Hello, Lu Tianxian. I am Yao Wei, a reporter from Sina.com. Today, it was revealed online that you are being kept by someone. Is this true? How much water does the person who's keeping you have? Who is the person who is supporting you? Lu Tianxian was instantly surrounded by a group of reporters. Upon hearing what was being said inside, Jiang Wei hurriedly walked over to the security guard and gave him some instructions. 30 or 40 security guards came out, separated the reporters, and escorted Lu Tianxian to the parking lot. Back home, Lu Tianxian looked anxious. I'm discussing countermeasures with Lu's mother. What should we do? Lu Tianxian sat next to Jiang Wei, her face full of anxiety. Why don't we just make it official and tell the truth? Jiang Wei said directly. Isn't that the end of everything? Lu Tianxian was stunned for a moment. Being kept as a mistress is immoral, but marrying into a wealthy family is a different story. As for not being married, let me be honest. I'm afraid of marriage, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Like Lu Tao, no one will gossip if she gets married like that, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Yes, I'll discuss it with my mom. Lu Tianxian nodded. Then I want to make a phone call. Jiang Wei waited for a while, and then Lu Tianxian returned. My mom said this is the best choice, but it won't be easy to get roles in the future. Lu Tianxian shook her head. Wife, have you forgotten that we are capital? The 200 million we earned back then was enough for you to make a blockbuster movie, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I haven't spent money in a long time, I forgot. Lu Tianxian laughed instantly, forgetting that she was also a big spender. You are your own capital. As long as your reputation isn't ruined, you'll have plenty of resources. She is, after all, a billionaire. Then let's hold a press conference this afternoon at the Guamao Hotel in Songjiang Prefecture, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. Okay, I'll ask old Ma to make a decision, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Tianxian nodded. Jiang Wei called Ma Weigua and explained the situation. After arranging things, Jiang Wei began to ponder who had exposed Lu Tianxian's situation. Only a few people knew about Lu Tianxian's situation. Yin Shu, Yin Mo, Han Xian, Lu Dazhuang, Grandma Yang, and then Tang Dang and Mimi. Jiang Wei always felt that there was something wrong with the situation. Jiang Wei thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a solution. These people wouldn't reveal the information. Jiang Wei went to the study and dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. Old Zhao, are you busy? Jiang Wei dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. I'm busy. I'm investigating your case, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Who exposed my relationship with Lu Tianxian? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Foreign forces, let's meet at the Riverside Tea House at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Knowing that it was a foreign force, Jiang Wei roughly guessed what was going on. It's not about the car, it's about the battery. After a while, Jiang Wei thought of a possibility, that Lu Tianxian would be implicated by being exposed online. But what good does it do to drag yourself into this? None of the companies you own are publicly listed. It is a sole proprietorship, not a publicly listed company. Even if their reputation is ruined, the impact won't be significant, unless they have a deeper plan. However, Jiang Wei couldn't figure it out either. Honey, we can go now, Lu Tianxian reminded Jiang Wei, who was deep in thought. Wife, I'm the one who dragged you into this time, Jiang Wei said, standing up. What's going on? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. The channels for exposing the information are overseas. The only thing we can attract attention overseas is batteries. Although I don't know what kind of conspiracy they're plotting, it's definitely related to batteries, Jiang Wei said seriously. Could it be that they're planning to force us to go abroad? Lu Tianxian pondered for a moment before saying. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Tianxian in confusion. Many celebrities choose to go abroad after their scandals because they won't be attacked or surrounded and beaten by anti-fans overseas. Fans in the entertainment industry are crazy these days. If a celebrity's career collapses, a group of people will chase after them and hurl insults. That's why many celebrities choose to go abroad after their scandals or controversies, Lu Yifei said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was taken aback. The U.S. has agents all over the world, but there are probably not many in China now. It seems that those foreign car manufacturers used underhanded tactics. Some time ago, Ma Weigwa told me that Franklin, Niche Auto, and several other companies, including Cadillac, were going to acquire Longhu Battery Factory. The highest bid has reached $50 billion US. However, Ma Weigwa refused. Our Longhu battery is very profitable, worth $50 billion US. We can earn it back in 2 years, so why would we sell it? So, I suspect that car manufacturers from all over the world used underhanded tactics. As soon as I leave the country, they will find a reason to arrest me, Jiang Wei said seriously. Well, let's hire some bodyguards then, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. All right, by the way, how's the preparation for your Zhu Xian TV series coming along? Jiang Wei asked casually. The director has been chosen, and we're currently preparing the production team. Casting will begin in a few days, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Oh, by the way, Yinshu also got a role, Lu Tianxian suddenly said. Who are you playing? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Jean Pinger. Don't you think Yinshu's outward appearance is very similar to Jean Pinger? Lu Tianxian said with a smile. I didn't find anything. Jiang Wei shook his head. When Yinshu was serious, she was very capable, but she was also a drama queen who liked to act occasionally. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Wei walked through a passageway formed by a group of security guards to the press conference venue. Chapter 72, Clarification and Advertising. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian walked into the venue chatting and laughing, which surprised the surrounding reporters. Lu Yifei's demeanor doesn't seem like she's being cyber-bullied. It's more like she's holding a regular press conference. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Tianxian. You all know me, so I won't waste any more time on small talk. Just ask your questions. Hello Ms. Lu, I am Su Shu, a reporter from Sina.com. There are many rumors online that you're being kept by a sugar daddy, but there are no photos or other evidence to prove it. Is it true? Su Shu asked directly. From a certain perspective, it could indeed be said that she was being kept, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Puff. Jiang Wei had just taken a sip of water when he spat it out. Boom! The scene instantly descended into chaos. All right, everyone quiet down, Jiang Wei quickly said. Ms. Lu, this is Zhang Ming, a reporter from Weibo. How much is the maintenance fee? Zhang Ming asked in sequence. Yes, I'll take 20% of the shares in Chi Ma, 30% of the shares in Weitian Group, 20% of the shares in Moing Special Effects, and 20% of the shares in Xiaozi Group, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Boom! The scene instantly erupted, and a group of reporters excitedly discussed with the people next to them. They all know whether you've eaten or not, and the Weitian Group knows it too. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianxian owned 20% of the shares in the two conglomerates. Who could withstand that? All right, quiet down, Lu Tianxian said with a smile after a while. Continue asking questions, Lu Tianxian said, seeing that she had quieted down. Hello, Lu Tianxian. I'm Jiang Hui, a reporter from Xinhua News Agency. Is he your boyfriend? Jiang Hui asked directly. He's my boyfriend. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Wei. Let me explain the situation to everyone, Jiang Wei said, taking over the conversation. I have a normal marital relationship with Tianxian, but we are not actually married. As for Tianxian, she is afraid of marriage because of her family background, so she is currently maintaining a marital relationship without marriage. As for being kept, it's really not true. Did you eat it? I invested 40 million, and Tianxian invested 10 million. As for Wei Tian Group, he invested 2 billion, and I invested 5 billion. That's how it is, Jiang Wei said directly. So that's how it is. Mr. Jiang, I'd like to ask, do you know who deliberately released this information? Quan News asked directly. According to the information I received, this news was released by foreign forces, and they deliberately hired online trolls to amplify it. On the way here, Tianxian and I analyzed it, and it is very likely that this is to combat and incite cyberbullying against Tianxian and me. At that time, I'll have no choice but to go abroad for my personal safety. These forces cannot act domestically, but they may be able to do so abroad. So you guys are very likely being used as hired guns by them, Jiang Wei said, revealing his guess. Hello, Ms. Liu. I am Zhou Yi, a reporter from iQIYI.com. Will your official announcement affect your acting career? Yes, but have you forgotten that I'm now a major investor with assets worth tens of billions? Liu Tianxian said with a smile. Boom! The crowd erupted in envy once again. A net worth of tens of billions. How many people in this era have a net worth of tens of billions? Nationwide, there are fewer than 500 people with assets exceeding 10 billion. Hello, Ms. Liu. I'm Liu Yi, a reporter from a beauty magazine. Are you wearing no makeup today? What do you mean no makeup? You're obviously wearing makeup. Your face is so white. Wasting a chance to ask a question. It really is a bare face. I only wear lipstick. Liu Tianxian nodded. Really? Is Liu Yifei's skin in such good condition? Ms. Liu, what products do you use for skincare? Liu Yi continued to ask. These are products from Xiaozi Group, but their factory is still under construction, so I'm using samples, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. The interview lasted for an hour, with a wide variety of questions, including one about how long Jiang Wei's performance lasted. Did you call that reporter from the beauty magazine just now? Jiang Wei asked directly in the car. Yes, since this is such a hot topic, it's a good opportunity to give him a shout-out. Liu Tianxian nodded. That's a huge profit, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Let's go to the banquet hall of the Shanghai auction house tonight, and we'll get to know a bunch of people there, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, now we can go together openly and legitimately. Liu Tianxian smiled and leaned on Jiang Wei's shoulder. When Liu got home, her mother was already waiting for her in the living room. Heavenly Fairy, how is the situation? Liu's mother asked anxiously. It's all right, the response has been quite good. These people were largely used as pawns. Jiang Wei also explained the reason. So most reporters will report the truth, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. That's good. Mrs. Liu nodded and started browsing portal websites. Scrolling to Weibo, I saw the pin post. Liu Yifei claimed she was being kept by a sugar daddy, and the cost is unimaginable. When Liu's mother saw the title, she paused for a moment, then frowned. After clicking in and taking a look, I smiled. The rumors about being kept by a sugar daddy are just a gimmick. Most of the comments below are from people asking Jiang Wei to take them in as a sugar daddy. They don't ask for as much as they would for their own daughters. Seeing this, Liu's mother felt relieved. Puff. Liu Tianxian burst out laughing. What's wrong? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Look at your scarf. Liu Tianxian laughed, her body trembling with joy. Jiang Wei curiously opened his scarf. Then I saw many people tagging me, asking to be taken care of. Upon seeing the name above, Jiang Wei paused for a moment, then shook his head speechlessly. Then edit it on your phone. Tag Gugu, tag Li Ming, tag Qinggung. You guys have gone too far. I am male. I like women, and I do not fencing. Liu Tianxian laughed even harder. Then Jiang Wei discovered that many female celebrities had tagged him. Tang Tang, Demimi, Tian Tian, and others, whether I know them or not, all tagged me. Among them, Chang Chang's post was the most unusual. Chang Chang tagged herself, saying she wanted to be Liu Tianxian's mistress, steal her away, and make the mistress the official wife. Do all people in the entertainment industry like to ride the coattails of trending topics? Jiang Wei asked speechlessly. Yes, The topic of being kept by a sugar daddy is so trending today, we definitely have to ride the wave of popularity, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. But Gugu and the others are definitely just having fun, and at the same time, trying to boost our official announcement. Lu Tianxian shook her head. That should be the case. Jiang Wei nodded. We've rested enough. Let's set off and meet some people. Chapter 73, Exchanging Supercomputing and Industrial Machines. When Jiang Wei woke up early in the morning, he felt discomfort in his facial muscles. Yesterday's business meeting left Jiang Wei very unhappy. I originally thought that business cocktail parties were just about exchanging a few words about future development, and some people would try to attract investment. As a result, Jiang Wei felt that those people were all bragging. They exaggerate the quality of their project, but don't mention much actual content. It seems like they're just trying to trick people into investing. So Jiang Wei got to know a lot of people and collected a lot of business cards. Then Jiang Wei vowed never to attend such business cocktail parties again. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Wei arrived at the Riverside Tea House. Old Zhao, do you think it's appropriate for a security bureau chief like you to come to the Riverside Tea House every day for tea? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. What's wrong with that? The security bureau is so relaxed these days. Zhao Yinjiang said with a big smile. Zhao Yinjiang felt he had never enjoyed such a leisurely life before. In the past, the State Security Bureau would arrest people every few days and search for secret agents everywhere. The current Security Bureau is mainly responsible for guarding customs and smuggling routes. What brings you here this time? Aren't you going to save up for 1,000,000 experience points? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Yes, there's something I need to take care of ahead of time. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. The country encountered problems in replicating the Siren fighter jet and needed a supercomputer. Our supercomputer performance was not good enough, so we needed a more advanced supercomputer. And then there are 10 ultra-high precision industrial machine tools, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Oh, and we also budgeted for artificial intelligence that can monitor global networks. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Let's start with the supercomputer, the top-of-the-line green one. Zhao Lianjiang pulled out a stack of advertisements. Manufacturer's rock-bottom price for a world-class supercomputer. Speed, 120 petaflops/second, 500,000 cores. Only 8.8 yuan. Take it home for just 8.8 yuan. White, Jiang Wei said directly. Look at this. Manufacturer's rock-bottom price for a world-class supercomputer. Speed, 1,200 petaflops/second, cores, 9 million. Only 8.8 yuan. Take it home for just 8.8 yuan. Blue. It seems that the development of supercomputing is progressing faster than expected, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Manufacturer's rock-bottom price for a world-class supercomputer. Speed, 12,000 petaflops/second. Cores, 90 million. Only 8.8 yuan. Take it home for just 8.8 yuan. Green. Continue. Manufacturer's rock-bottom price for a world-class supercomputer. Speed, 40,000 petaflops/second. Cores, 320 million. Only 8.8 yuan. Take it home for just 8.8 yuan. Green. Still green. Is it that fast? The technology in 2042 is more advanced than we imagined, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Check out this ultimate version. Manufacturer's bargain price for a world-class quantum supercomputer. Speed, 500,000 quadrillion floating point operations per second. Cores, 9,800,000,000. Only 8.8 yuan. Take it home for just 8.8 yuan. Green. Still green. This will do. It'll last us for over 10 years, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Let's exchange them. Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Old Zhao, you forgot to add my contact number, Jiang Wei said helplessly. I didn't write this advertisement. It was written by the think tank. I'll rewrite it. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. Once this batch of redemptions is complete, you'll need to start accumulating points carefully once the statistics for the metallurgical industry are finalized. I heard that the higher-ups conducted a comprehensive survey of the metallurgical industry. I plan to find out the actual situation of the domestic metallurgical industry, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. All right, manufacturer's bargain price for a world-class quantum supercomputer. Speed, 500,000 quadrillion floating point operations per second. Cores, 9,800,000,000. Only 8.8 yuan. Bring home all technical data on the quantum supercomputer. Contact 139. Green. Jiang Wei made the call after seeing the advertisement. I went through the process smoothly. Experience plus 14,950. This advertisement really hit the mark on the limits of green. It's almost 15,000, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right. I remember we exchanged for a high-precision industrial machine tool. Jiang Wei asked curiously. We're conducting an experiment to see if the original item is downgraded to white after the exchange. The main problem is that industrial machine tools are too difficult to manufacture. It takes about half a year to replicate one using industrial machine tools. All right, Jiang Wei nodded. Factory direct sale of 1,000 sets of world-class complete industrial machine tools at a drastically reduced price. Precision. Contact number 139. Green. I'll add some more. Factory direct sale of 9,000 sets of world-class industrial machine tools at a drastically reduced price. Precision. Contact number 139. Green. Still green. Factory direct sale of 10,000 sets of world-class industrial machine tools at a drastically reduced price. High precision. Contact number 139. Purple. It turned purple. That's right. There are also quantity restrictions on goods. The white one should be between 0 and 99, and the blue one should be between 100 and 999, following a regular growth pattern. How did you determine that adding 10 more units would increase the level? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's calculated based on the exchange rate. There's no technical data in this. Based on the ratio of data to materials, data accounts for 90%, while materials account for about 10%, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. All right, exchange this. Zhao Lianjiang took out an advertisement that read 9,999 units. Jiang Wei skillfully dialed the phone and completed the order. So, do we need 10,000 sets of industrial machine tools? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Who would complain about not having enough ultra-high precision machine tools? Zhao Lianjiang laughed. The last one, look at this one. Manufacturer sells level 4 artificial intelligence, capable of monitoring global networks, interactive dialogue, and ignoring firewall defenses. Purple. Do you have enough points? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. Not enough. Jiang Wei shook his head. One purple one requires 1 million points. Let's save it for now. There's no rush. We'll need it once the supercomputing deployment is complete, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. There's more. Who exactly orchestrated yesterday's public opinion? Jiang Wei frowned. The U.S. Who else could it be? Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. It seems I was right. Chapter 74, Fatty's Dark History. Xiao Jiang, your creative workshop software is pretty good, Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Question mark. Jiang Wei looked at Zhao Lianjiang in confusion. The workshop doesn't seem to be of any use to the Security Bureau. I met with Mr. Liao from Beibing Company the day before yesterday, and we talked about your creative workshop. Since your creative workshop went online, the military industry has actually become the most popular. When it comes to manufacturing weapons, the whole nation has a wildly creative mind. Drones, in particular, have been used in incredibly creative ways. Someone designed a rocket-propelled drone platform. It can carry a large number of drones and travel hundreds of kilometers. It seems that people in our country have a serious fear of insufficient firepower, Jiang Wei said with a smile as he listened to Zhao Lianjiang's words. It is indeed quite serious. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. By the way, how's the excavation of the imperial seal of the state going? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It was unearthed a long time ago and is currently being repaired. After staying in the mud for a long time, a layer of stones has formed on top of it. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. However, it will be broadcast on Zhuang TV's news at 7 p.m. tomorrow, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. Understand. I must see what the imperial seal of the state looks like. Jiang Wei nodded. Hey, fatty, you've got a girlfriend now. Jiang Wei came out of the riverside tea house, thought for a moment, and then went to the orphanage. He saw Han Xian wearing a casual suit, with a woman in a dress next to him. Han Xian and the woman turned around, and Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment because he had seen this woman before. She's the stunning beauty that Han Xian calls Sister Ling. Sister Ling, it's you, Jiang Wei asked in surprise. Hello, Xiao Jiang. Sister Ling greeted him a little shyly. Hello. Jiang Wei quickly stepped forward grabbed San Pangzi by the collar and pushed him hard, pinning San Pangzi against the climbing frame. Tell me honestly, when did you two get together? Jiang Wei said with a fierce look. Confess now, or I'll expose your dark past, Jiang Wei threatened. Where did I get a dark history? Han Xian asked, puzzled. You have quite a few embarrassing stories to tell, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. What dark history? Tell me about it, Grandma Yang asked with a smile as she approached Sister Ling. When I was a child, a wealthy man came and donated a VCD player and a projector to us, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Stop talking, I admit defeat. Han Xian immediately covered his face. Grandma Yang and several elderly volunteers burst out laughing. Only Sister Ling looked puzzled. What's so strange about a VCD player and a projector? Xiao Jiang, continue, I want to know, Sister Ling said curiously. If you've admitted defeat, just tell me quickly. When did it start? Jiang Wei asked directly. More than half a year ago, my family said they had found me a marriage partner, but I never expected it to be Sister Ling, Han Xian said helplessly. Boring, no excitement at all. Jiang Wei released San Pangzi's clothes. Xiao Jiang, what exactly is this embarrassing past? Sister Ling asked, leaning closer. It's nothing much. When he was a kid, a classmate tricked him, saying he would give him an Ultraman DVD. When he got home and opened it, it said that anyone under 18 must be accompanied by a parent. So he immediately called everyone in the orphanage to watch. The beating he received made San Pangzi scream even more pitifully than the female lead in the movie. Anything else? Sister Ling asked, intrigued. Yes, for example, Grandpa Jiang used to be a Buddhist and would worship Guanyin every day. Guanyin head was covered with a cloth, and then Fatty Sam replaced the Guanyin inside with his Ultraman. Grandpa Jiang had been worshipping for more than 3 months when he was cleaning the cloth and discovered that Ultraman had been replaced inside. Grandpa Jiang was Grandma Yang's husband. When Jiang Wei was lost, there was no identification information or surname. They took the surname Jiang from Grandpa Jiang, who passed away 5 years ago. So how did you catch Han Xian? Sister Ling asked curiously. The personal belongings in the orphanage are all numbered. You can tell just by looking at them. Giggle, giggle. Anything else? Sister Ling laughed. Yes, you don't know. Fatty Sin accounts for half of the dark history of everyone in the academy when they were young. Another time, San Pangzi didn't want to go to school and said that she was pregnant. Aunt Lin gave San Pangzi a Jigong stomach pill and said that it was a birth control pill and that if she took it, she would not have a baby. Then the 3 fat boys were sent to school. Jiang Wei laughed. Stop talking, I admit defeat. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Fatty Sin looked utterly helpless. Hey Fatty, you used to have a face as thick as a city wall. Why are you so shy now? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Han Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jiang Wei. Was that shyness? That's because he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his goddess. It's springtime. Let's have a barbecue in my yard. I'll prepare the grill, and you can prepare the charcoal and ingredients. Let's invite our friends over and have a get-together, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. This group of people hadn't had a get-together in a long time. I think it's a good idea. Han Xuan nodded. Bring the ingredients over at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Let's get ready. Jiang Wei waved his hand. No. Hey, this is a great idea. I think we should invest in it, Jiang Wei said, lying on a deck chair in the courtyard with a tablet in his hand. What is that? Lu Tianxian looked curiously at Jiang Wei's tablet. The tablet has a creative workshop app, but when it comes to Jiang Wei, it's all about creativity. It's a slow-paced variety show that lets celebrities experience making intangible cultural heritage, which I find quite appealing, Jiang Wei said earnestly. The name is quite simple. You're learning a craft with me, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian began to read it carefully. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, was considering the feasibility. Jiang Wei really enjoys watching videos of people cleaning carpets and repairing horseshoes. They always give off a sense of tranquility. Can this kind of slow-paced variety show become popular? Lu Yifei asked after watching it. He should be able to get up. My personal idea is to keep him quiet, that kind of feeling where he's quiet one moment and lively the next. People are under too much pressure these days, and variety shows like this are a good way to relieve stress. When you see someone washing carpets or trimming horseshoes, do you ever watch them for quite a while? You don't really understand what that thing means in the future, but you just want to look at it for a while, Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Yes, I do watch it when I'm bored, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. So this variety show should be very successful. Let me see who came up with this idea. Jiang Wei opened the backstage. Do you know a director named Lu Pin? Jiang Wei thought for a moment, but had never heard of the name. No. Oh, someone for Shanghai. I'll call them over for barbecue later. Jiang Wei tapped the reserved phone number inside. Chapter 75, The Gathering. Why did you choose this variety show about intangible cultural heritage? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Lu Pin arrived much faster than Jiang Wei had anticipated, in less than an hour. It was only during the self-introductions that Jiang Wei learned that Lu Pin was a student in the Department of Directing for Magic Plays. And he's only a junior in college. She was a junior to Han Xian, 2 years his junior. My grandma is a paper-cutting artist, and she cuts them very beautifully, but I'm clumsy and I can never learn how to do it, Lu Pin said nervously. So if I wanted to promote paper-cutting techniques, let more people know about them, and find an apprentice for my grandmother, Lu Pin said earnestly. That's good. Jiang Wei nodded. Xiao Wei. Hey, Lu Pin, what are you doing here? Han Xian was carrying a large bag of things. Behind them were Lu Wei, Dong Si, and Yang Zhizhi, with Lu Wei and Dong Si each carrying a large bag. Yang Zhizhi was carrying more than a dozen basins. Senior Han. Lu Pin's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Han Xian. Lu Pin was extremely nervous while chatting with Jiang Wei. Third fatty, do you know him? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. We're from the same school, so it's not unusual for us to know each other. Lu Pin is a well-known, talented woman in the directing department, Han Xian said with a smile. Is it possible that there are too few female students in our directing department? Lu Pin said after several seconds. Are there very few female students in the directing department? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. Yes, there are 16 students in total across 4 graduating classes. Lu Pin note that. All right. By the way, what are your thoughts on the selection of participants for this variety show? Jiang Wei asked directly. 2 female celebrities and 5 male celebrities. We need someone strong, physically fit, skillful, or clumsy. Ideally, someone clumsy should be combined with someone strong and physically fit, otherwise it's easy to tarnish the image of a celebrity, Lu Pin said earnestly. That's a good idea. However, I have a suggestion, to make the variety show more quiet, like trimming cow hooves or cleaning carpets. Of course, it's not that there's no sound, but rather that the crafting process involves many steps, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Hearing Jiang Wei's words, Lu Pin was stunned for a moment. Aren't variety shows all about watching celebrities interact? I think this is good. It reduces stress. Han Xian nodded. Lu Pin looked at Han Xian in confusion. As a genius senior, I would definitely support him. Variety shows need to have unique features. It's hard to stand out with the same old interactions, so why not choose a unique feature? People are under so much pressure these days. Quiet handicrafts can actually highlight the unique features, Han Xian explained to Lu Pin. Honey, come and cut the meat. Lu Tianxian looked at the large piece of beef tenderloin, unsure of where to begin. All right, you two come and help too, Jiang Wei said directly. Things were already laid out on the table at the edge of the lawn. Yang Zhizhi had already left. After all, we're doing the barbecue ourselves today. Jiang Wei picked up a knife to process the beef. Beef for grilling had to have its tendons and membranes removed, otherwise it would be tough to chew. The beef Han Xian bought was of good quality, but the cut was not good. It was meat from the hind leg of the cow. For grilling, it's best to use beef tenderloin, as this cut has less connective tissue and is more tender. Jiang Wei used a knife to continuously remove the fascia and then cut it into small strips. I believe you now. It's true you're clumsy, Jiang Wei said with a smile, looking at Lu Pin who was cutting meat diagonally across from him. Giggle. Junior, come help me skewer these. Han Xian, wearing gloves, was skewering chicken wings and vegetables by himself. Ah, okay. Lu Pin put down the cleaver and went to skewer the food. Jiang Wei looked at the pieces of meat of varying sizes and shook his head. You're all busy, let's help out. Lu Dazhuang came over with Yin Shu and Yun Mo. Lu Dazhuang was carrying 2 cases of beer, while Yin Shu and Yun Mo were each carrying 1 case. Sister Momo, why did you come with Brother Dazhuang? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's nothing. Our company orders uniforms from Brother Dazhuang's clothing factory. Then I saw your invitation and came, Yin Mo said with a smile. You guys are really fast. I set off before you, but you arrived first. Chen Geng walked over carrying a box. Director Chun, these are the ingredients we brought ourselves, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yeah, a box of oysters, a man's energy booster. Those who know, Chun Gung said with a smile. Perfect timing. None of the three fat guys bought any seafood. Sister Shu, I'm giving you a task. Greet the guests. Jiang Wei said hurriedly when he saw Yun Shu preparing to help. Okay. Yun Shu nodded. Seeing Yun Shu head to the entrance of the residential area, Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. If Yun Shu were to take charge, there would be no point in having this barbecue party. The term kitchen destroyer is no joke. Soon after, Yin Shu arrived with a group of people. Gu Gu, Shi, Tang Tang, Director Li, and several unfamiliar female celebrities, presumably from Director Li's film crew. Hello everyone, come and help out. Today we're all doing our own thing, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I brought some fish. I'll prepare them myself, Gu Gu said with a smile, holding the bag. Blackback, Lao Gu, did you catch this fresh? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Yes, today a group of us went to visit the site, and there happened to be a fish pond there, Gu Gu said with a smile. Director Li, have you taken on another new TV series? Jiang Wei asked Director Li. Yes, Pocahontas will start filming the day after tomorrow, Director Li said with a smile. Judging from the name, we're going to use special effects again, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Liu is here too. Director Li greeted Liu Dazhuang with a smile. You two know each other? Jiang Wei looked at the two of them strangely. We were introduced by General Manager Yun. All the costumes for our film crew were custom-made from General Manager Liu's factory, Director Li said with a smile. Director Li washed his hands and then helped skewer the meat. The group of artists who followed also went to help. Mr. Yun, we have a few more people who have gone shopping. Could you please pick them up? They won't be able to come in without someone, Director Li said directly. Okay, I'll go right now. Yin Shu grabbed a drink and left. Hello, fairy sister. My name is Zhang. The actress brought by Director Li greeted Liu Tianxian. Hello, are you a newcomer? Liu Tianxian asked with a smile. Yes, Senior Brother Gu introduced me to a minor character, saying he'd introduce me to some people. So he went and processed the fish himself. Zhang Yi glanced at Gu Gu speechlessly. Giggle. Heavenly fairy. Don't you think her voice is quite unique? Jiang Wei suddenly said. Yes, it gives off a seductive vibe. Liu Tianxian nodded. How many days of filming will you be involved in Director Li's movie? Liu Tianxian asked after thinking for a moment. It's all ahead, about a week. Zhang Yi explained the situation. Yes, I plan to adapt the novel Zhu Xian into a long-running TV series, which is expected to have 200 episodes. There's a main supporting character named Xiao Bai, and your image and voice are quite suitable, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. If you're free tomorrow, I'll take you to an audition. Thank you, Sister Fairy. Chapter 76, The Prince's Visit. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin Shu brought back a group of people. Huang Pingtao, Ma Weiguo, Su Ming, Yu Yin, Wang Fu, and Li Fu. Sister Su, your dark circles are quite heavy. You need to get some rest, Jiang Wei said to Su Ming after greeting the others. I can't help it. I'm too busy, always running around. I don't have time to look at handsome guys, Su Ming said with a smile. How's Sister Su's progress? Jiang Wei asked casually. The factory is still laying the foundation, and the factory buildings are expected to be completed in June. In Jiangjia Village, the tourism company and the agricultural cooperative company have been established. Su Ming briefly introduced the company's situation. That's good. Jiang Wei nodded. Mr. Jiang, the oysters are ready. Come and eat. Shin Gung was busy in front of the oven. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Wei quickly skewered the meat from the basin. After washing my hands, I went to Chun Gung's grill. A group of men were gathered around the grill. There was only one woman, Yin Shu. Sister Shu Shu, why are you staring at Yin? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Looking at handsome guys, don't you understand? Yin Shu blushed slightly, then gave Jiang Wei a forceful glare. Then why don't you look at me? I'm a handsome guy too, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Ugh, I've seen too much of this. I'm tired of it. I've been rejected, Jiang Wei said, feigning hurt. Mr. Jiang, try my cooking. Chun Gung handed over an oyster. Delicious. These oysters are so plump. Jiang Wei took a bite, savoring the sweet taste with hints of garlic and a touch of spiciness. Chairman Jiang, do you sell your triple batteries? Li Fu asked Jiang Wei. Today they went to see Ma Weiguo to discuss purchasing batteries, and then Ma Weiguo brought them here. I discussed it with Lao Ma, and I personally feel it's worth selling, Jiang Wei said directly. Our cars prioritize safety, not mileage, Jiang Wei stated directly. Indeed, the stuff your bunch of troublemakers made is definitely safe enough. Li Fu nodded in agreement. Our triple battery costs 40,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to use it? Jiang Wei asked directly. I remember Geely Auto. Those electric cars were priced between 70,000 and 80,000. Add 30,000 and it's about the same price as our Zhuiyue. They won't be able to sell them then, Jiang Wei said seriously. That makes sense, Li Fu nodded. It is precisely because of this price difference of 30,000 to 40,000 that Geely Auto continues to sell like hotcakes. Looks like we need to create some troublemakers to make the car safer. Li Fu shook his head. At this moment, Dong Si walked over to Jiang Wei and whispered a few words to him. Old Ma, have our bulletproof off-road vehicles been produced yet? Jiang Wei asked Ma Weigua. Mass production started the day before yesterday. What's wrong? Ma Weigua asked curiously. Do you speak camel language? Jiang Wei asked directly. No, Ma Weigua shook his head. I know how to do that, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. The celestial fairy can actually speak camel language. Yuyan looked at Lu Tianxian in surprise. Isn't that normal? I'm fluent in 8 languages, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Tianxian's words, Jiang Wei realized that Lu Tianxian seemed to have been learning the language while taking NZT 48 these past few days. All right, Prince Amir of A Camel will be coming over in a bit. You'll act as his translator, Jiang Wei said directly. Prince Amir is here to buy a bulletproof off-road vehicle. Ma Wenguo realized. Yes, our bulletproof off-road vehicles are level 5 bulletproof vehicles. I estimate that Prince Amir will purchase a large batch. Jiang Wei said directly. How much do you want to buy? Ma Weigua asked curiously. Tens of thousands, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Because Jiang Wei didn't know the exact number either. When Ma Weigua heard this number, he was stunned for a moment, knowing that it was tens of thousands of units. Sales revenue was approximately 30 billion. This is no small number. Let's go to the door to greet them, Jiang Wei said directly. Just as he finished speaking, 5 luxury cars came in from the intersection and parked in the parking lot. Jiang Wei, along with Lu Tianxian and Ma Weigua, hurried over. Jiang Wei saw an officer get out of the car, followed by a middle-aged man with a white cloth on his head. The middle-aged man had a mustache and looked to be around 40 years old. Greetings, Prince Amir. I am Jiang Wei, chairman of the Weitian Group. Jiang Wei went over to shake hands and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Are you having a party? Emil asked with a smile as he saw a group of people barbecuing. Yes. Can I participate? Of course, Jiang Wei said, leading a group of people to a spot under the shade of a tree. After a brief chat, Jiang Wei understood the situation clearly. Jiang Wei hadn't expected that he wouldn't need a translator. Emil was actually a translator. Jiang Wei invited Yang Zhizhi to come and have a barbecue. Mr. Emil, how many bulletproof off-road vehicles do you plan to purchase this time? Jiang Wei asked directly. What are the specific performance characteristics? Emil asked directly. Old Ma, tell me about our bulletproof off-road vehicle. Jiang Wei asked Ma Weigua to introduce it, because Jiang Wei himself wasn't very familiar with its performance. Our behemoth armored off-road vehicle weighs 14 tons, has a 4-wheel drive engine that provides 5,000 horsepower and a top speed of 380 kilometers per hour. Glass can withstand attacks from anti-material sniper rifles like the Barrett. Our vehicles also have the Xuanwu Intelligent Shield, which can interfere with some weapon attacks. Because we want to sell them to the public, our cars also have modification interfaces and some open-source systems. Moreover, our bulletproof off-road vehicle has a diamond-shaped frame, making it impervious to RPG attacks from the front, Ma Weigua explained. Then he took a tablet and handed it to Emil, on which a test video was playing. My off-road vehicle has excellent shock absorption. It can be used as a rally car in the wild, Ma Weigua said with a smile. How much does this car cost? Emil's eyes lit up as he watched the video. The domestic price is 3 million. If it's shipped to a camel with import and export tariffs, it'll probably be around 3.5 million, Ma Weigua estimated. How long would it take to manufacture 50,000 units? Emil asked directly. Upon hearing this number, Ma Weigua was taken aback. If we operate at full speed, it will take 6 months. If we increase production capacity slightly, and we're operating around the clock now, we can produce 300 vehicles a day, Ma Weigua calculated. Jiang Wei was stunned when he heard the number, and looked at Prince Amir with a puzzled expression. Jiang Wei knew that Emil had come to purchase military vehicles, but the camel army only seemed to have 30,000 to 40,000 people. Did they really need 50,000 military vehicles? After a few minutes of consideration, Jiang Wei thought of a possibility. Emil might be making the purchase on behalf of the Camel region. The Camel region has a total of over 500,000 troops. If we use 50,000 bulletproof off-road vehicles as military vehicles, the number is indeed about right. After chatting for a few more minutes, Emil and Jilby Wadey reached a cooperation agreement, becoming the agents for the two companies' sales rights in the Camel region. Can you take me to see the armored vehicle? Emil asked directly. Sure. Ma Weigua and Emil's group left, but Jiang Wei stayed because there were guests there. Chapter 77: Investing in Variety Shows. Mr. Jiang, such a big business opportunity. Aren't you going to take a look? Li Fu asked with a smile. I'm just an investor. Sales and all that are decided by Ma Weigua. Jiang Wei shook his head. Mr. Jiang, when will we sign the contract for the variety show we discussed back then? Lu Pin asked as she approached. Okay, Demimi and the others will be here soon. Let's register under Demimi's company. Don't worry, we'll follow the contract with Creative Workshop, Jiang Wei said directly. What variety show? Li Fu asked curiously. Li Fu is in a great mood right now. He and Ma Weigua came to a barbecue party and ended up finding a distributor in the Camel region. They'll be signing the contract tomorrow morning. This, Jiang Wei handed over the tablet. There's nothing particularly outstanding about this, but it has policy support. Li Fu glanced at the proposal and frowned. Jiang Wei found a video of repairing horse hooves. That's the feeling I got from filming it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Li Fu held up his tablet and watched the video. It was captivating, with a way of making you want to keep watching. I have a feeling this will be a huge hit. I'll definitely watch it. Li Fu looked at the plan again and discovered its strengths. Do you need sponsorship? Li Fu asked Lupin. You'll have to ask General Manager Jiang about that, Lupin said after a moment's thought. How about we set up an intangible cultural heritage fund, and at the end of the year, we can hold a small auction to auction off the star's achievements and donate the proceeds to the fund. You should send someone to participate in the auction and have the auctioneer bid in your company's name. For example, Geely Auto offers 200,000 yuan, while BYD offers 250,000 yuan. This is how they advertise. As for the naming rights, we'll offer a price on schedule, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I think it's a good idea, Li Fu nodded. I'd like to participate too, Mr. Wang said with a smile. President Jiang, could I be a regular on a variety show? I'm strong and don't have any idle baggage, Yu Yin said earnestly. I think it's good he's got the looks, Yin Shu interjected. No way. I'm a most handsome. He stole my thunder, and I hold grudges. Jiang Wei pretended to refuse. Ha! Giggle. President Jiang, I'm the most handsome. No arguments allowed, Gu Gu said with a smile. Everyone around burst into laughter. All right, just kidding. What do you think, Director Liu? Jiang Wei asked Lupin. Sure. Yu Yin is also very popular. Lupin, note that. By the way, who in the entertainment industry has the best hands? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Song Li and Su Jinglei often share their handicrafts, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. I'm only half an hour late, and you've already eaten half of it. Demimi came to the lawn and said to everyone with a smile. Come and sit down, Jiang Wei invited directly. Honey, just now. Jiang Wei told her about Lupin. Okay, we'll register it under our company name. Demimi agreed immediately. However, we still need to find an experienced assistant director. It's Lu's first time directing, and I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it, Demimi said earnestly. You'll have to consider it. I'm not familiar with these things. Jiang Wei nodded. Demimi nodded. We found all the sponsors. This is Mr. Li from Geely Auto, and this is Mr. Wang from BYD, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Soon after, Demimi called in legal personnel and signed a contract. Jiang Wei invested 50 million and Demimi invested 20 million to set up the stage. As for Geely and BYD, they needed to sign a sponsorship contract with the legal department. 1/10 of the profits were given to director Lu Pin. Parties like this are so much more comfortable. I don't have to put on a smile and listen to people bragging about their projects, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. It seems you didn't have a good impression of the last party. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. I feel like I never want to participate again in this world. You have to judge the essence of the project by understanding the other party's language. It's so troublesome, Jiang Wei said, shaking his head. That's normal. These people like to package their projects in a very attractive and promising way. Then they find people to share the risks, which is why they promote their projects so enthusiastically, Li Fu said with a smile. Okay, come on, have a drink. Jiang Wei nodded, picked up a beer bottle, and invited the two to drink. What does Brother Han do? Mr. Li asked Han Xian when he had nothing else to do. I'm also a director. Including Lu Xiumei, there are 4 directors here. This is Director Chun. His home is in Villa number 3. Han Xian is indeed a director, but he's a second-generation rich kid. The Hongguang equipment manufacturing plant is his family's business, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Director Chun is also from a wealthy family. His family manufactures high-precision equipment parts, Jiang Wei explained to President Li and President Wang. Xiaohan, can your family produce high-precision ball screws for automobiles? Li Fu asked Deng Xuan. I'm not sure, I'll call and ask. Han Xian shook his head. Fatty, aren't you the heir of the Han family? How come you don't even know this? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. My dad is only 48 in his prime, and I don't need to manage the company. When they get old, I'll just find a professional manager to take care of them. It's no big deal. Han Xian shook his head. All right. Han Xian picked up his phone and dialed Han Chongxin's number, then hung up shortly after. We can produce it, but we need your specific parameters. My father will be here in a bit, Han Xian said directly. By the way, Director Chun, can your family's business produce asynchronous motors? Li Fu asked Chungung again. For cars. Chungung asked after thinking for a moment. Yes. Li Fu nodded. I'm not too sure about that either. I'll call my brother over later, but he should be able to give birth soon, Chungung said directly. Mr. Li, why are you buying things everywhere? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Our electric vehicles have such a huge influence that our motors and other components are all imported. There are restrictions over there, so we're taking advantage of this time, before the contract expires, to find a new manufacturer, Li Fu said helplessly. By the way, do you have patents for your asynchronous motor technology? General Manager Wang asked Jiang Wei. Ask Lao Ma about that. Lao Ma runs Wei Tian Group, and I'm just in charge of collecting money, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll ask Lao Ma later. Li Fu nodded. Soon after, Han Chongxin and Chun Yang arrived and began to talk with General Manager Li and General Manager Wang. Chan Chang, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. Lu Tianxian went over to greet Chan Chang when she saw her arrive. After all, Chan Chang is her best friend. Chapter 78, Lu Tianxian's Learning Methods. Gugu, you're here too. Chang Chang greeted Gugu with a smile when she saw him grilling lobsters. Chan Chang, why are you so late? Gugu asked with a smile. There's nothing I can do. I'm auditioning, Chan Chang said helplessly. Okay, shall we have lobster? Gugu pointed to the lobster above. I'm not eating. I want to see who grilled the best stuff. Chan Chang laughed and walked away. This chicken and bone skewers looks so appetizing. What brand is it? Chan Chang asked curiously when she saw Yang Ziji's chicken and bone skewers. I didn't buy it. I made it myself, Yang Ziji said with a smile. Try it. Yang Ziji handed over a handful of chicken cartilage skewers. It tastes really good. Chan Chang nodded with a smile as she ate. Jiang Wei, is the grilled fish ready yet? Chan Chang asked curiously when she saw the grilled fish on the grill in front of Jiang Wei. No, I'm still a little unfamiliar with the area. Jiang Wei glanced around. Jiang Wei, which TV station do you think will buy our variety show? Demimi asked seriously. Mango TV and similar shows all love talent shows and fast-paced variety shows, Demimi said seriously. Well, we're promoting intangible cultural heritage, so we can send it to Zhuang TV station. I have connections there, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. If we could get on Zhuang TV, that would be a huge win, Demimi said earnestly. Make sure the filming goes well. Director Liu, it's about fixing horse hooves or the feeling of washing carpets, Jiang Wei earnestly instructed. Okay, I understand. Lu Bin not dead. Fairy, can you take a picture for me? Chan Chang suddenly handed her phone to Lu Tianxian. When Jiang Wei was flipping the fish, Chan Chang behind him gave him a back-patting motion. Why are you filming this? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Send a scarf. Then I saw Chan Chang write on her Weibo. The first day of trying to steal a goddess's mantle. Then upload the photos below. Hee hee. Lu Tianxian burst out laughing. The outdoor barbecue finally ended at 7 p.m. Everyone left satisfied, especially President Wang and Li Fu, who had successfully found replacements. Who introduced that prince today? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. In terms of diplomacy, these vehicles will actually be used as military vehicles in the Camel region, Jiang Wei said directly. A while ago, I received a call from above, asking me to reserve an interface in the car. I just didn't expect to buy so much, Jiang Wei said, shaking his head. That's not illegal, is it? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. It's not illegal. We're selling civilian armored vehicles, which aren't armed, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Moreover, our vehicles can be equipped with machine guns and used as light tanks, Jiang Wei said with a smile. By the way, how did you learn 8 languages? Did you have any tips? Jiang Wei asked in a low voice. Yes, there are techniques. Except for English, other languages all have logic. As long as you find the logic and then memorize the words, you can do it, Lu Tianxian said directly. Why exclude English? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Because the underlying logic of English is flawed, it requires memorizing a large number of words. For example, in English, bull is bull, cow is cow, milk is milk, beef is beef, undercut is beef, and sirloin is beef tenderloin. There is no vertical connection between them. If there's a vertical connection, milk should be cow milk, and beef should be bull meat. It is precisely because there is no vertical connection that English has such a large vocabulary. To be honest, I have to look up words in the dictionary every now and then when I read American newspapers, because I don't recognize many of the words. I can pronounce them, but I don't know what they mean. Lu Tianxian shook her head. I've also noticed your problem with learning. You're trying to memorize things as quickly as possible. Learn slowly, and when you have the medicine, think more creatively, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. I'll show you something fun. Lu Tianxian stood up and sat down next to Jiang Wei. The first day of poaching a celestial beauty's husband. Jiang Wei looked at the contents speechlessly. Then came a chorus of supportive voices. What's so fun about this? Jiang Wei asked, speechless. Look at this. Then Lu Tianxian opened Gu Ji's scarf. Gugu reposted Chang Chang's Weibo post and added a comment below. The photo was taken by Lu Tianxian. Then Chang Chang tagged her. How can I not expose her? By the way, let's watch the news together tomorrow night, Jiang Wei suddenly said. Is there any important news? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. The imperial seal of the state has been found. It was found in Xingluo Lake in Luoyang, Jiang Wei said directly. Where did you get this information from? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. I overheard it while chatting with Lao Zhao, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Ma, what's up? Jiang Wei's phone rang, and he saw that it was Ma Weigua. Boss, the contract has been signed, came Ma Weigua's voice from the other end of the line. Oh, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Boss, 52,000 units, with a net profit of 2 million per unit. Ma Weigua was overjoyed. Oh, don't get so excited. Make sure the follow-up is handled well. Jiang Wei said helplessly. Boss, aren't you even a little bit excited? Ma Weigua asked helplessly, listening to the calm voice. What's there to get excited about? When you have a lot of money, it's just a string of numbers. 20,000 yuan a month is enough for me to eat well, drink well, and have fun. There's no difference between a few 100 million and tens of billions, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. All right, Ma Weigua wasn't as excited after hearing Jiang Wei's words. How much was the deposit? Jiang Wei asked directly. They paid in full up front and demanded that we not sell to others and focus on delivering the goods to them first, Ma Weigua said directly. They really trust our company, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Upon hearing this, Ma Weigua shook his head. Was this trust? This was guaranteed by the higher-ups. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have paid in full. Although the other party has a lot of money, they're not stupid. Moreover, through the accompanying officers, Ma Weigua also learned some things, namely, what kind of use those external interfaces Jiang Wei had told him would have abroad. This is a military sale disguised as a civilian product. Yes, take out 200 million and give everyone in the factory a big bonus in my name and Tianxian's name to encourage them to work hard. They'll get plenty of bonuses. Okay, I'll have someone send it later. Ma Weigua shook his head. Ma Weigua was speechless at his boss's habit of showering employees with money. Last month, a new car was launched, costing 50 million yuan, with each person receiving a red envelope of 15,000 yuan. However, once the red envelopes were distributed, everyone was excited, and they produced more than they were allowed every day, while the yield rate remained high. When equipment malfunctions, employees voluntarily run to restore it as quickly as possible. This is the most practical support employees can give to a boss who spends money recklessly. No employee dislikes a boss who throws money around. If there's anything you really dislike, then it's definitely Sa Shao. Honey, how much money did you make this time? Lu Tianxian asked curiously after Jiang Wei hung up the phone. A net profit of 100 billion. Chapter 79, The Imperial Seal of the State, and Lu Tianxian's plans to publish a book. The next evening at 7 o'clock, Jiang Wei and his family sat in front of the television to watch the news on Zhuang TV. The first 10 minutes of the 7 o'clock news are still the same old tradition. Generally speaking, there are 3 periods. The first 10 minutes, leaders are inspecting various places. The next 10 minutes, people are living happily. And the last 10 minutes, wars are raging everywhere abroad. In fact, these news stories all contain various kinds of information about wealth. For those who play the stock market and make investments, watching the 7 p.m. news is a must because it provides insights into short-term market trends. At 7:10, it became a reporter's interview record. Hello everyone, I am reporter by song. Today we are at Xingluo Lake in Luoyang. Based on the calculations of archaeologists and big data, it is highly likely that the box containing the imperial seal of the state, which Li Tsongka of the later Tang dynasty jumped from the Xuanwu Tower, will drift into the water. Bai Song explained in detail why the excavation was necessary. Found it. A diver held up a box covered in mud. Let's go over there quickly. The scene shifts to a black box covered in mud and with a decaying exterior. However, judging from the degree of decay on its surface, this box is not simple. Otherwise, after being underground for thousands of years, it's impossible for there to be only surface decay. The experts used specialized tools to pry open the box. It was filled with black sewage. The sewage was drained, and a large seal appeared in the box. The expert carefully took out the seal. This is definitely the imperial seal of the state. Look at this corner. It's been patched with gold. The professor's hands were trembling with excitement. Professor Li, isn't gold yellow? Whose is it? The diver next to him asked curiously. After the gold and silver in the river are corroded, they all turn black. However, this imperial seal has been underground for too long. Look, the mud and sand on it have all turned to stone. Then the scene shifts to a museum's restoration room, where a group of people are restoring the imperial seal of the state. After the restoration was completed, a 5-dragon seal appeared on the television screen. Due to the underwater environment, many parts of the jade seal's exterior became dirty and filthy. These filthy places appeared blackish gray. However, it could be seen from some unpolluted areas that the imperial seal of the state is made of pure white Hetian jade. It's not as imposing as I imagined, Lu Tianxian said earnestly, looking at the imperial seal of the state. Yes, the dragons back then were different from the dragons we have now, Jiang Wei said earnestly. But with this treasure appearing, does that mean we're the legitimate ones? Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Dad, there are no emperors anymore. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Yunlin speechlessly. The imperial seal of the state is of utmost importance to every Chinese person, as it represents the orthodoxy of Chinese civilization. Jiang Wei was bored, so he opened Weibo and started browsing. As a result, the top trending topic on Weibo was the imperial seal of the state, and the subsequent buzz was overwhelming. It seems that the matter of the imperial seal will not be resolved anytime soon, Jiang Wei said with a smile. At 10 p.m., Jiang Wei lay in bed, scrolling through Weibo on his phone. Ha! What are you looking at? Laughing so happily. Lu Tianxian was wearing pajamas and drying her hair. There are a lot of jokes on Weibo about the imperial seal of the state being found today. Let me read you a few. The imperial seal of the state was discovered by the police when it was dug up in the family's land. Police officer, sir, please open the door and cooperate with our search. Me, search? What search? Who dares to search my bedchamber? Police officer, sir, the antiques unearthed from the ground belong to the state. If you can hand over the imperial seal and admit your mistake, we can plead for you and exempt you from criminal punishment. Me, I admit my mistake. What mistake have I made? If the Lanting preface is unearthed, I will hand it over myself. But if the imperial seal of the state is unearthed, it means that I am the man of destiny, and the mandate of heaven has been given to me. Please return my empire to me. Giggle. There's more down there. Police, I heard you dug up the imperial seal of the state. Me? Nonsense, I didn't. Police officer, I'll give you one more chance. Did you lie? Me, how dare you? I didn't. Why would I lie to you? Me, guards. This man dares to question me. Drag him out and execute him. Hee hee. These people are really talented, Lu Tianxian said with a laugh. You're quite talented. By the way, when will your Zhu Xian TV series start filming? Have you chosen a location? Jiang Wei put down his phone and asked Lu Tianxian. We filmed entirely in green tents. I rented a warehouse from the director, right behind the commercial district, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Your filming costs are a bit high, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's planned to have 150 episodes, each 45 minutes long. The total cost is only a little over 300 million, which is more than enough for special effects like those in Heaven's Scar, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Now you treat money like a number two, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, I plan to make a classic, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Well, now you're chasing fame again, Jiang Wei said with a smile. In order to create a classic, I came up with a plan, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. What plan? Jiang Wei was taken aback. This week, I plan to use that medicine to hone my acting skills and give the best possible portrayal of a person, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Don't do anything reckless. There can't be any problems with the acting. Jiang Wei hurriedly stopped him. What problems could possibly arise? Lu Tianxian asked, puzzled. That brother couldn't get out of character and died. We'll have to work on it slowly and analyze it, Jiang Wei said helplessly. There are many people in the entertainment industry who get so caught up in their roles that they can't get out of character, but fortunately, most of them get over it after a while. Sigh, you misunderstood. I didn't get into character the way my brother did. I could say I didn't get into character at all. Have you forgotten that there is a science called microexpressions? So, I plan to design a set of microexpressions based on the script and then memorize them so that I don't have to put in any effort to be emotional or even have any emotions at all, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. You can act like this. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Yes, this is the method approach. To be honest, most of those who can't get out of it are the experience approach. They imagine themselves as the characters, and over time, they even believe that they are those characters. Our method school doesn't focus on incorporating emotion, but rather on studying what kind of expression is appropriate for what kind of scene. Personally, I'm somewhere between the method acting style and the experiential acting style. I use the method acting style to experience the life of this character, so there's no risk of not being able to get out of the role. Sharp, I plan to study micro-expressions in detail and then publish a book. Publish a book? You can't make a name for yourself in a TV series, but you can in a book. I've already thought of a title, The Method. Yes, I wrote down each of the facial expressions needed for acting, one by one, using micro-expressions. If the actors can't find the right feeling, they can look for solutions in the book, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Impressive. Jiang Wei gave a thumbs up. Chapter 80 Level Cap and Limit Break. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 months have been exceptionally peaceful. Lu Yifei went to the warehouse to film every day, and Jiang Wei went with her a few times, but he couldn't figure out what she was supposed to be doing. This is normal, though, since it was a fragment that was not continuous at all. Over the next few months, Jiang Wei would occasionally visit the secret chamber to exchange for technology according to the plan of his advisors. In 3 months, the metallurgical technology exchange was almost complete. Metallurgy is now mainly divided into 3 categories: hydrometallurgy, pyrometallurgy, and electrometallurgy. However, these 3 types have many branches. One of them is even green, using high-frequency oscillation crushing technology. It can be considered an evolution of powder steel metallurgy. It involves using high-frequency vibrations to pulverize metal into extremely small particles. These particles are mixed together, then compressed and heat-treated. Parts processed in this way are much stronger than those processed from powder steel. According to Zhao Yinjiang, there is an evolved version, which involves crushing the material into molecular form. This configuration allows for better metal cold pressing. However, Jiang Wei couldn't understand it. Old Zhao, you're 2,000 experience points away from leveling up. In the study, Jiang Wei quietly made a phone call to old Zhao. Let's go to the Riverside Tea House later, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. When Jiang Wei arrived in the courtyard, he saw Lin Meiji and Lu's mother spreading a blanket on the lawn. There was a table next to them, with a small stove on it, where water was being boiled. The two chatted while drinking tea. The daughter was placed on the blanket and was trying to roll over. "Mom, I won't be back for lunch, so don't prepare lunch for me," Jiang Wei said to Lin Meiji. Although Yang Zhizhi mainly cooks the meals at home, Lin Meiji also participates. Lu Wei drove Jiang Wei to the Riverside Tea House. After entering the private room, Zhao Yinjiang had not yet arrived. Jiang Wei picked up the teacup and began to brew tea. Lift the lid, add tea leaves, shake to release the aroma, appreciate the tea, pour water, skim off the foam, twist the lid shut, and your luck begins. After brewing tea using a set of tea makers, Jiang Wei drank a whole teacup. "It tastes good." Jiang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Then began the second brewing of tea. Jiang Wei finally learned how to screw on a cap. After finishing reading all the books the day before yesterday, there's nothing left to learn. So, after 3 attempts, I successfully mastered the technique of screwing the lid on when making tea. The remaining techniques are relatively simple. I already knew them. "You've even learned how to make tea like I do," Zhao Yinjiang said as he walked in carrying his briefcase. "I was studying with the medicine the day before yesterday, but I ran out of books, so I wasted them. I went to have tea instead, and that's how I learned it," Jiang Wei said nonchalantly. "What did you learn about medicine?" Zhao Yinjiang asked curiously. "I've learned a lot. 8 foreign languages, then junior high and high school textbooks, university business management textbooks, then accounting, psychology, sociology, history, a lot of financial management books, strategic management, and so on. I also learned a little about micro-expressions and interpersonal relationships, just to broaden my horizons and at least make myself less likely to be deceived. I also learned some martial arts, such as Tai Chi, Bajiquan, Bagwazang, Tong Biquan, and the Black Dragon 18 Hands. After learning them, I realized that there weren't many killer moves in them," Jiang Wei said seriously. "That's normal. Many killer moves have been lost," Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. "Furthermore, many moves have been categorized as low class, such as eye gouging, throat locking, groin kick, double peak ear piercing, monkey stealing peach, and black tiger stealing heart. In real life or death battles, these techniques are far more useful than martial arts moves. And when you hit someone, you should make a fist and use the knuckle of your middle finger to hit them. When kicking someone, the point of force should be the toes, not the instep as it is now. A true master's punch is no less powerful than the punch made with brass knuckles." "I didn't expect you to know." Jiang Wei nodded after hearing the explanation. "I forgot. You also come from a military background, so it's normal for you to know these things." Jiang Wei nodded. "How did you become interested in martial arts?" Zhao Yinjiang asked curiously. "It's because the fairy has become interested in martial arts. She said she doesn't necessarily have to be a martial arts star in the future, so she bought a bunch of martial arts textbooks," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Okay." Zhao Yinjiang nodded. "Look, the metallurgical industry is done. Take a look at this." Zhao Yinjiang took out a piece of paper. Jiang Wei looked at the paper. "Manufacturer sells intelligent prosthetics. These prosthetics monitor nerve signals and are controlled automatically. Excellent performance, 99% synchronization rate. Contact number, 139 green. Green," Jiang Wei said directly. "There's very little research on brain waves and neural signals. However, some laboratories abroad have already studied brain waves and used them to control mouse pointers. Luckily, it's not purple." Zhao Yinjiang nodded. "This is the market that the higher-ups have given you. It will be included in the medical insurance program later," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. "Go buy a blind box at next month's blind box auction," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Wei nodded. "That advertisement wasn't something the think tank came up with, was it?" Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. "No, it was Director Zhang from the State Administration that came up with it. The higher-ups gave you a portion of the medical device market and asked Zhang he to write it. Don't worry, there's no think tank involved," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. "Take a look at this advertisement." Zhao Yinjiang took out another advertisement. "Factory directs sales of liver regeneration products, effective in treating hepatitis A, B, and C, with a 100% recovery rate and no side effects. We sell complete production equipment and drug research data. Contact number, 139 blue. Blue. Exchange." Jiang Wei skillfully dialed the phone and placed an order. Experience plus 4,920. "It almost turned green," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "System upgrade. System. System level, 10, experience. 0 out of 0, break the limit. Host, Jiang Wei. Points, 1750. Check-in. It seems like you can't level up any further at level 10. There's a limit that's been broken, Jiang Wei said, frowning. The experience section has also turned gray. It seems we can't gain experience anymore, Jiang Wei said, frowning. I'll send this message to the think tank. Is there any explanation for this limit breaking? Zhao Lianjiang asked after thinking for a moment. There's no explanation, just a button with the words break limit written on it, and the button is currently grayed out. Jiang Wei shook his head. I do have a guess, Zhao Lianjiang said after a long pause. What guess? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Two aspects. One is the level of civilization, and the other is the actual level of civilization. What's the difference? After hearing this, Jiang Wei seemed to think that there was just one more practical point. One is theoretically achievable, and the other is practically achievable. According to scientists' estimates, the civilization on our planet belongs to the category of planetary civilizations. That is to say, they basically live on planets, while Type 2 civilizations travel freely within star systems. Therefore, this breakthrough likely requires that a civilization reach level 2 before it can accumulate experience again. All right, Jiang Wei nodded. Chapter 81, Testing Science Fiction Technology. Let's take another look at this advertisement for the 5-colored stone. Zhao Yinjiang took out the previous advertisement for the 5-colored stone from his briefcase. For sale, Qinling C8 51 Research Institute's artificial smelting technology for multicolored stones. Complete training equipment, priced at 1 yuan. Contact number red. It's still red. Jiang Wei shook his head. Now it's close to 60,000 points a day, so 10 million isn't a lot, Jiang Wei said directly. No need. Since we're restricted, let's focus on developing other technologies. There's no need to rush. Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. Zhao Yinjiang has a clear understanding of just how fast technology is developing. Many of our technologies are decades ahead of those of the United States. However, the rabbit likes to play dumb to catch the tiger, so it develops its power secretly. Currently, the only high-tech weapon we have deployed against the outside world is a fighter jet that is whistling its horn. Others, let alone those abroad, didn't know. Even Jiang Wei, who was deeply involved in state secrets, didn't know. By the way, take a look at this stack of advertisements and determine the color. For sale, Captain America Super Soldier Serum, safe version. Comprehensive enhancement of strength, speed, endurance, and reaction time. The serum strengthens metabolism, eliminates fatigue substances, grants sustained stamina, extends lifespan, and provides superior resistance to injuries, viruses, and bacteria. Contact 139. Purple. Purple. Great, that's wonderful. Zhao Yinjiang's eyes lit up instantly when he heard it was purple. It should be related to ZNT-48, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. When manufacturing NZD-48, pharmaceutical, chemical, and biotechnology were comprehensively upgraded. It should be. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Zhao Lianjiang then took out another advertisement. For sale, full power armor technology, extreme speed assassination. Possesses a movement speed of 300 meters per second, intelligent movement assistance. Titan's Wrath. Contact number 139. It's red. Is this something from that movie? Jiang Wei asked with a curious look. Time-traveling warrior. You didn't know about the special effects that Shadow creators did? Zhao Yinjiang said speechlessly. Lately, I've been either studying or resting, and I'm not a movie enthusiast, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This movie, Time Warrior, is incredibly popular. It grossed 2 billion yuan in just half a month after its release. Let's take a look at this one. Zhao Yinjiang took out another advertisement. For sale, complete Mark II armor and technology set. Mark II. Mach 3 flight speed, intelligent assisted flight. Contact number 139. Red. Zhao Yinjiang continued flipping through the advertisements, and Jiang Wei discovered that most of them were related to Marvel. The Hulk and Pym particle ads were not activated. The 6 Infinity Stones did not activate the ads. After all, there are many things in it that are very unscientific, such as the Sorcerer Supreme. Another point is that the virtual world in the Matrix is also red. In Terminator, the T-100 is purple, while the T-1000 and TX are red. Jiang Wei discovered that among the science fiction works featured in the advertisements, there was only one in China, a time-traveling warrior. I've finished watching the commercials, so I'll be going now. Jiang Wei waved his hand, seeing that there was nothing else to do. Wait, Since we can't accumulate experience points anymore, let's use the green exchange. At your current rate, you can get 15 different types once a month. I'll prepare them for you downstairs. Zhao Yinjiang hurriedly instructed. Isn't green technology difficult to manufacture? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. With so many high-end industrial machine tools and so many intelligence-enhancing drugs, I'm afraid we won't be able to build them, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. All right. By the way, could I keep that matrix technology? Jiang Wei suddenly said. What do you need that for? Zhao Yinjiang asked, taken aback. Virtual online games. A lot of novels are about virtual online games lately, and I feel that this field has a lot of potential. Besides, if I make money from virtual online games, I'll have the money to build the Moon Palace, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll save it for you, Zhao Yinjiang agreed with a smile. All right, I almost forgot controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Wei suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen controlled nuclear fusion today. Zhao Yinjiang also realized what was happening. The elevator button was pressed, and the two entered the underground secret room. I found an advertisement for controlled nuclear fusion in the cabinet. For sale, complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Not 8,800, just 8.8 yuan. Take home the complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Contact number 13 purple. It's still purple. Right now, it should be 58,000 points a month. It would only take a little over 10 days to reach 1 million. Should we redeem this first? Jiang Wei suggested. Yes, I'll mention it to the higher-ups first. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Okay, we'll get in touch then. Jiang Wei nodded. After bidding farewell to Zhao Lianjiang, Jiang Wei arrived at the opposite side of the magic show. This is where Jiang Wei used to eat most often. Aunt Sheng, give me 6 crab, roe soup dumplings, Jiang Wei said loudly as he walked into the shop. Hey, Jiang Wei, you've struck it rich. A middle-aged woman greeted Jiang Wei with a smile. Yes, I've got a little money now, so I plan to eat my fill of crab roe soup dumplings, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll serve it to you right away, Aunt Sheng said with a smile. Boss, are these crab roast soup dumplings good? Lu Wei asked curiously. Delicious, very delicious, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Aunt Sheng's skills are definitely among the top in Shanghai, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I have to try it properly. Lu Wei nodded. Soon Aunt Sheng brought out 6 plates, each containing a large crab roast soup dumpling. These buns are so big, how much do they cost? Lu Wei asked curiously. Aunt Sheng's prices are very fair. 30 yuan isn't expensive at all, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Then take a disposable straw from the chopsticks box next to it. Insert the straw into the bun and suck from the inside first. The fresh and delicious flavor of crab roe explodes in your mouth instantly, creating a feast for the taste buds. Delicious! Jiang Wei took a sip, a look of satisfaction on his face. Lu Wei followed suit and took a bite. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Boss, when we go to Beijing, I'll treat you to the most authentic doji, fermented mung bean juice, Lu Wei said earnestly. No, I've had that stuff before. I doubt anyone outside of the capital likes doji, fermented mung bean juice. Jiang Wei quickly refused. In no time at all, Jiang Wei finished off 3 crab roast soup dumplings. Aunt Sheng, take 6 soup dumplings with you, Jiang Wei said to Aunt Sheng when he saw that Lu Wei hadn't finished eating. New. Chapter 82 Variety, show ready to launch. When Jiang Wei returned with the crab roast soup dumplings, he found that there were several more people in his house. Director Lu, I almost didn't recognize you. You've gotten so much darker. Jiang Wei looked closely and then realized it was Lu Pin. Lu Pin's face darkened 3 shades. Hello, Song Li. Hello, Su Jinglei. Jiang Wei greeted the two. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The two quickly stood up to greet him. Although they are household names among female celebrities, they are no match for the massive capital investment of Jiang Wei. Through the banquet, they also learned about Jiang Wei. Director Lu, what brings you here this time? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Our variety show, Learn a Craft Together, has produced 9 episodes for the first season, and the remaining 3 episodes will be filmed soon. So we're looking for broadcast channels now, Lu Pin said directly. So fast. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Pin. Yes, because we record in alternating directions, it's faster. Lu Pin, note that. Did you bring the finished product? Jiang Wei asked directly. I brought it. Lu Pin took out a portable hard drive. By the way, what were those 9 episodes about? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Tanya Nuejo, Inc., Long Quan Indonesian, Inc., Gong Fans, Mother of Pearl and Laid Chess Pieces, White porcelain, Yao Bian Tiamu bowls, as well as enamel bottles, case-eye handkerchiefs, and double-sided embroidery, Lu Pin recounted. There's a movie theater on the second floor. Let's watch it there, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Pin nodded, and the three of them followed. Jiang Wei turned on the light, connected the external hard drive to the computer, and then played the video of Tong Yen Huema on it. Then I turned off the lights and sat down next to Lu Pin. The scene begins with a beautiful landscape. Then the target changes to a convoy of vehicles, consisting of Weitian off-road vehicles. The convoy came to a difficult section of road, but eventually made it through, and they also talked about Weitian Auto. Then the convoy arrived at a courtyard in the mountains. An elderly man in his 70s was sitting in the courtyard. The motorcade arrived, and the celebrities stepped down one by one. First it was Chao Gu, then Song Li. After all, they're a husband and wife team. Then came the banquet, followed by singer Su Chong, veteran actor Zhang Yi, and finally Su Jinglei. Hello everyone, I am Wang Aijuan. In the coming days, I will teach you how to make tongue oil ink. Hello, Master Wang. Many celebrities bowed. The main raw materials for tongue oil ink are tongue oil, raw lacquer, and lard. Now let's assign tasks. 2 people go to collect raw lacquer, 4 people go to shell tongue oil seeds and press them for oil, and 1 person goes to buy pork and render oil. Wang Aijuan assigned tasks to everyone and then returned to the house. Song Li and Chao Gu took their tools and seashells to collect raw lacquer. The process of preparing raw lacquer was fraught with problems, especially since Brother Chao didn't wear rubber gloves, which caused him to come into contact with the raw lacquer. My hands are red and itchy due to an allergic reaction. Song Li was left to collect lacquer alone. The surrounding sounds were quiet, with bird song and the fragrance of flowers accompanied by soft music. The remaining 4 men were shelling tongue oil seeds in the yard. Su Jinglei went to a nearby village to buy pork. Jiang Wei watched quietly. Then, using the traditional method of pressing oil, Wang Aijuan said that freshly extracted oil cannot be used. It must be dried and sun-dried. Then, using an equal weight of oil, I replaced the dried tongue oil. Then everyone went to cut bamboo to make a frame. Then comes the process of mixing oil and raw lacquer and refining the smoke. This process is very quiet, with only busy people around. Then there's a skipped sequence: the moon at night, the fog in the morning, and the white clouds in the sky. A group of people were busy preparing materials: cinnabar, gold powder, and pearl powder. Then comes the process of washing the smoke and boiling the glue, during which fewer celebrities appear. Everything seemed very quiet and peaceful, giving people a very stress-relieving feeling. Then, raw materials such as cinnabar and gold powder are added. Next comes ink mixing, allowing the ink and glue to blend perfectly. This is a very long process. You're treating Yen like an ox, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. There were only 2 people doing the ink work, Zhang Yi and Yu Yen. However, Zhang Yi was middle-aged after all, and his physical strength was not as good as Yu Yan's. We tried it too, but after a few tries, Master Wang rejected it, Song Li said helplessly. The scene then shifts again, showing Song Li and Su Jinglei each carving their own molds. Then the ink stick is pressed down, and the wood ash is absorbed. Then hang them up to dry. Finally, it's gilded. Then Wang Aijuan and the others said some words of encouragement. Finally, in a room, a small auction was held. Li Fu actually went there in person and spent 250,000 to buy the Tongyan Huema ink. Then, he immediately inscribed the words Tongyan Huizhou ink on the spot. The quality is quite good. It has the entertainment value and the quiet atmosphere, which is great, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Mr. Jiang, is it possible to appear on Zhuang TV? Lu Pin asked expectantly. Yes, if the rest are all of this quality, there won't be any problem with Shangzhuang TV station, Jiang Wei said directly. I guarantee there won't be any problems with the quality. Lu Pin note that. Song Li and Su Jinglei also smiled. They must have suffered terribly learning those skills. But if I could get on Zhuang TV, that would be absolutely worth it. Because Lu Pin told them to work hard and produce the best results, so they could definitely be featured on Zhuang TV. They did their best. What are you looking at? Where are these tourist attractions? Lu Tianxian asked curiously as she entered. No, it's the variety show we invested in. It's doing quite well, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Let me see it too, Lu Tianxian said, intrigued. Jiang Wei played the next episode on his computer. The second part is the making of enamel. Today we're making cloisonné enamel on a copper base. Each person selects a copper base and then designs it. Then everyone got busy. After the design is completed, the enamel blocks are selected, and then they are ground into powder. This episode was entirely filmed indoors. After everything was ready, everyone began the welding work. During the drawing and design process, just now, Jiang Wei saw that Song Li had drawn his portrait on the design drawing. The copper body chosen is a flat pot. Then everyone began the welding work, which was the most important part, wire welding. Each person has their own dedicated display lens. When Jiang Wei saw Yan's work, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was just too ugly. Then, under the master's guidance, everyone made the product step by step and then fired it. Su Jinglei won first place. Her landscape paintings are very distinctive, and they sold for 250,000 yuan during the auction. The second place went to Song Li, whose self-portrait was very distinctive and sold for 150,000 yuan. Yu Yin, who came in last, was taken away as junk for 100 yuan. Haha, Yin is a bit clumsy, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. Wife, how is it? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It's great. The pressure from a very busy day has really eased up. Lu Tianxian nodded. You guys continue filming. I'll take a look at this first, find the right people, and have Yami talk to them, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 83 Variety Show Submission. The next morning, Jiang Wei got up and continued watching variety shows. Lu Yifei went to the warehouse to film. In the afternoon, Jiang Wei finally finished watching the variety show. The filming was excellent, and the celebrities in it didn't act pretentious at all. Several episodes will also feature guest appearances. Jiang Wei dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. Old Zhao, do you know anyone at Zhuang TV station? Jiang Wei asked directly. No, what's wrong? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. I have a variety show here that promotes intangible cultural heritage. Let's see if it can be broadcast on Zhuang TV, Jiang Wei said directly. Upload the variety show to your cloud drive and send me the address. I'll have someone contact you. Zhao Lianjiang readily agreed. Jiang Wei copied an episode, uploaded it to a cloud drive, and sent the address and password to Zhao Lianjiang. Zhang Rui is the Minister of Culture and Publicity at Zhuang TV station. My main job is to plan and promote domestic culture. Therefore, Zhang Rui planned to shoot several promotional videos. It involves face-changing and various promotional videos for Peking Opera. This year, the requirement from above is to play 2 promotional videos. But there isn't a script that's good enough for me yet. Just as Zhang Rui was thinking, the phone rang. It was the station director calling, asking me to watch a video and see if it was suitable for promotion. Zhang Rui turned on his computer, found the address, entered the password, and downloaded it. Then I started watching it. The story begins with pleasant scenery, followed by a motorcade, and then the learning of skills. As he watched the process unfold, Zhang Rui's eyes gradually lit up. This variety show is very special. Unlike the mainstream lively variety shows, it is very quiet. Even when the celebrities chat for the sake of variety show effect, it doesn't seem very lively. After reading it, Zhang Rui's eyes lit up. This variety show perfectly aligns with cultural promotion. This kind of variety show is more cost-effective than doing your own promotion. Then I found a Mimi's phone number in the cloud drive. The two sides began discussing the issue of broadcasting rights. When Jiang Wei returned home, he saw Lu's mother and Lin Meiji each playing with a baby. Seeing this situation, Jiang Wei was helpless. The two of them have become addicted to taking care of the child and don't allow Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian to take care of the child either. Jiang Wei didn't know what kind of hobby it was to be addicted to taking care of children. One of the two figures held a small sand hammer, and the other held a rattle drum. The doll in the middle lay down, holding a teething toy. The baby has just started teething and is biting the toy hard. Jiang Wei went to the study and picked up a copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to read. Jiang Wei used to have difficulty reading classical Chinese texts, as he lacked sufficient cultural literacy to understand them. Especially with classics like the Analects and the Tao Te Ching, one cannot understand them without sufficient cultural literacy. Jiang Wei can now only understand the classical Chinese version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Honey, come with me and let's learn a craft together. Lu Tianxian walked in and tugged at Jiang Wei's arm. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Tianxian strangely. It's so dark in the audiovisual room. I'm scared to be alone here, Lu Tianxian said, something that Jiang Wei found hard to believe. During her pregnancy, Lu Tianxian often watched TV dramas in the home theater, and only now is she starting to feel scared. However, Jiang Wei felt that Lu Tianxian was becoming increasingly clingy. Wife, how's the filming of Jade Dynasty going? Jiang Wei asked casually. About 2 more months, Lu Tianxian estimated the time. So fast. Jiang Wei was taken aback. Yes, it's all filmed in green tents, so there's no need to change locations, which makes it very fast, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Moreover, the content to be filmed the next day will be released the day before, giving us ample time of practice. All right, my book is almost finished, especially thanks to several veteran actors who gave me a lot of suggestions. I've included almost all the expressions and movements that can be used in acting. Lu Tianxian had a big smile on her face. However, this book isn't so easy to learn. After all, managing facial expressions is quite difficult, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I talked with Teacher Li. If this book is completed and published, we will set aside a year to study facial expression management so that my method can be carried forward. I also plan to include methods for managing facial expressions at the beginning. When the time comes, I can learn from this book and act well too, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Then we need to publish and promote it quickly. Nowadays, TV dramas are full of Mary Sue dramas, and the male leads are all expressionless domineering CEOs. I haven't watched any TV dramas properly in the last few years, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Lu Tianxian nodded. Upon arriving at the media room, the two began watching. After watching one episode, Lu Tianxian stopped watching. After watching it, I felt relaxed, Lu Tianxian said, stretching her muscles. I'm gonna do yoga. After coming out, Lu Tianxian walked towards the yoga room. You already have a great figure. Why do you still do yoga every day? Jiang Wei asked curiously. To maintain muscle strength and appearance. Although diet pills can improve body shape, they don't necessarily change muscle mass. My belly doesn't look as good as it used to. I need to get back in shape, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Wei nodded. Lu Yifei loves beauty and is an actress, so maintaining her figure is perfectly normal. Go find Yangmi. I have to film tomorrow. Yangmi is here today. Lu Yifei pushed Jiang Wei away. If you spend the night together, don't even think about getting up before noon tomorrow. All right. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei arrived at Villa number 7, where Demi was busy at the coffee table by herself. What are you busy with? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw Demi. The variety show is scheduled to air on Zhuang TV, and now there's a lot going on. Many celebrities want to participate in the show. For the remaining 3 episodes, celebrities are fighting tooth and nail to participate, Yangmi said helplessly. What are the remaining 3 episodes? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Making Pipa, mother of Pearl and Lade Xiao, and paper cutting, Demi said earnestly. And we made a fortune from this variety show. The price offered by Zhuang TV station is a minimum of 1.5 million, starting from a 1% increase in viewership. For every 0.1% increase, they will give an additional 100,000, Demi said with a smile. Oh, it's just a little bit of money. Jiang Wei nodded indifferently. This stuff doesn't make much money. A 2% viewership rating is 2.5 million, 3% is 3.5 million, and 10% is 15 million. 12 episodes, each with 10.5 million views. The total is only 120.5 million. After deducting investment costs, the profit is only tens of millions. The net profit is several hundred million. That's quite a lot. Demi shook her head. Where did these hundreds of millions come from? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Secondary playback rights, website authorization, and website advertising revenue sharing. It's just that this money comes a little slower. Demi shook her head. All right. By the way, how did you get here? Demi asked curiously. They were driven out by the celestial beings and have nowhere to go. And I also want to see those 2 bouncy rabbits you keep in your bedroom. Demi gave Jiang Wei a flirtatious, disdainful look. Then he turned off the computer and took Jiang Wei to the bedroom. Chapter 84 Action Technique. Mr. Li, it's been a long time. You've lost a lot of weight, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm so busy expanding markets everywhere. I don't have anyone as capable as Ma Weiguo under my command, Li Fu said helplessly. Is Mr. Jiang looking for another startup project? Li Fu asked curiously. No, I just came here to have some fun and buy a blind box, Jiang Wei said casually. Mr. Jiang is indeed well-funded, with over 20 million. It's just a bit of fun for him. Li Fu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. It's not like Mr. Li is short of money. This year, your car sales account for 1/5 of the national total, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Haha, thank you, thank you. Li Fu burst out laughing. Since the advent of Dragon Tiger batteries, foreign cars have become incredibly unreliable because electric vehicles offer such a high cost-performance ratio. With a range of 6 or 7,000 kilometers, although charging is a bit slow, taking 4 hours. But with mileage already at 6 or 7,000 kilometers, what more could you ask for? By the way, I'm planning to launch a project where buying a car is equivalent to making a donation. Do you want to participate? Li Fu suddenly asked. What kind of event is it? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. If you buy a car from our company will donate 500 yuan to a designated charitable foundation. Li Fu explained in one sentence. Do you trust any foundations outside? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Anyway, you can't trust the cross-shaped flowers. Guochocho happened the year before last. Li Fu shook his head. Then let's set up a foundation that is open and transparent, with all donations verifiable and subject to online oversight, Li Fu said earnestly. I think it's a good idea, Jiang Wei nodded. Let's discuss setting up this charitable foundation another day, Li Fu nodded. Let's bring Mr. Wang along too, and the three of us can jointly establish this company, Li Fu added. Sure, but talk to old Ma. I don't get involved in these things, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll find Lao Ma. Li Fu was also familiar with the situation of Weitian Group. Everyone in the business world knows that Weitian Group has a manager who has completely abandoned all responsibility. They only oversee the company's finances and leave everything else to the professional managers to fully utilize their abilities. Moreover, professional managers are fed so much that others have no room to make a difference. Moreover, Weitian Group has no intention of going public. Apart from relying on Rabbit Chip for chips, everything else is produced by itself. All business tactics had no effect on the Weitian Group. I'll offer 25 million, Li Fu said, holding up a sign. Number 12 has bid 25 million each time. Is there anyone offering a higher bid? 25 million for the second time. Is there anyone who will bid higher? 25 million for the third time sold. Sir, number 12, would you like to open the blind box or take it home? The auctioneer asked directly. Open the blind box. Li Fu walked up, took the scissors, untied the straps binding the blind box, and then opened it. The high-strength automotive frame design and materials can withstand the impact and compression of heavy trucks traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. Li Fu's eyes lit up instantly when he saw this document. Shall we continue the auction? The auctioneer asked directly. I want to auction it. I want to take the data with me. With that, he picked up the hard drive and left. Li Fu came down with a big smile on his face. Their biggest problem with cars is that the car structure is not safe enough. To be precise, there is no security for Weitian. With this structure, although it can't be sandwiched between Weitian's two heavy trucks, its safety is definitely among the highest in China. If I use this framework to develop another car, I can earn even more profit. And we should promote it like Weitian did. Weitian's promotional method is based on extreme violence testing. Peeking too. What good stuff? Jiang Wei asked curiously. A car frame, a military vehicle frame that wasn't selected, and a source of metal materials. Li Fuman smilet. Then you've hit the jackpot. Jiang Wei nodded. We really made a fortune, Li Fu said with a smile. When are you going to film? Li Fu asked curiously. Next, Jiang Wei said casually. Okay. Li Fu nodded. Jiang Wei came here for leisure, so it didn't matter where he was filmed. Next up is the auction of medical technology. Please welcome the first blind box. A staff member dressed in a cheongsam brought out a blind box. Jiang Wei has already looked at the auction list. Li Fu bid for the last item, the automobile invention. Now, it's a medical technology blind box. Starting bid 1 million. Please place your bids, the auctioneer shouted. 25 million. Jiang Wei held up a sign, offering a high price directly. With such a high price, competing for a medical technology blind box, others probably wouldn't even bother. Mr. Number 15, 25 million. 25 million. Is there anything higher? 25 million. 25 million for the first time. Any higher bids? 25 million for the second time. If you're interested in any guests, please continue to bid. 25 million for the third time, bang, sold. Mr. Number 15, would you like to open the blind box? The auctioneer asked directly. Auctioneer Jiang Wei had met him and knew he was from the Weitian Group. It seems that the Weition Group's businesses do not involve the medical field. I won't open it. I'll take it home and scratch lottery tickets myself, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Huh? Jiang Wei's words immediately amused everyone around him. However, they were also aware of Jiang Wei's resources. I bought the blind box. I'll try my daughter's luck when I get back, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Goodbye. I'll buy another one when the auction materials come up later. I'm having a lucky streak today, Li Fu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei waved his hand, paid the fee, and left the auction. Jiang Wei drove to the Riverside Tea House, went to a secret room, and made a phone call to Zhao Lianjiang, ordering technical data and production equipment for mechanical prostheses. The technical data was collected in the tea room of the Riverside Tea House. When Jiang Wei came up, there was already a portable hard drive placed at the door. Jiang Wei received the portable hard drive, opened the blind box, put the new hard drive inside, operated the printer on the tablet, and printed a simple instruction manual according to the advertisement. The hard drive that was auctioned off was placed in a secret room. When I called Zhao Lianjiang earlier, I told him to return the hard drive to the auction house. Jiang Wei returned to the villa with the box. The weather was nice today, and Lu's mother and Lin Meiji were taking care of the child on the lawn under the tree. After the baby rolls over, it should roll back over after a while. It shouldn't crawl for too long. Come on, baby, open a blind box for Daddy. Jiang Wei took off his shoes, sat on the blanket, and then removed the strap from the blind box. The box was placed in front of Jiang Wei, and she was quickly attracted to it, her little hands weakly groping for it. Jiang Wei took out his phone and filmed an unboxing video for Jiang Wei. A moment later, Jiang Wei opened one side of the box. Jiang Wei took the paper out of the camera and placed it in front of the lens. Chapter 85 Chu Jun, preparing to establish a medical device company. Jiang Wei took out his phone, posted the video on his WeChat Moments, and wrote, "Let's see my daughter's luck. Old Huang, do you have any suitable managers to recommend in the medical device field?" After posting on his WeChat Moments, Jiang Wei called Huang Pengtao. "Boss, there really aren't any suitable people. Many of them already have jobs, and they're not quick to switch jobs. You don't know this, but professional managers often have non-compete agreements when they change jobs, stipulating that they cannot enter this industry within 2 or 3 years. In the medical device industry, it's best to have someone who has experience in medical device management. There are just too many intricacies involved," Huang Pengtao said earnestly. "By the way, ask Lao Ma. I remember Lao Ma's ex-wife was a manager at Unsi Medical Equipment Factory." Huang Pengtao suddenly thought of Ma Weigua. "Okay, I'll call Lao Ma. If all else fails, I'll find a headhunter. Oh, and prepare the professional manager contract and have the legal department send it over," Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. "New." After hanging up Huang Pengtao's call, Jiang Wei called Ma Weigua. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Ma Weigua asked with a smile. "Old Ma, what are you doing?" Jiang Wei asked directly. "I'm at the amusement park with my daughter and son," Ma Weigua said with a smile, as lively sounds came from around him. "Oh, I have a question for you. Do you know any professional managers in the medical device industry?" "I need a manager for medical devices," Jiang Wei said directly. "I know one, but he's very straightforward and stubborn. He got into a fight with the chairman of Tsukang Medical Devices because he wanted to use lower quality raw materials to save costs. In the end, I was fired, and then Tsukang Medical Devices company blacklisted me from the industry. This Tsukang Medical Devices is a large company, and I've heard it has powerful backers, though I don't know who they are," Ma Weigua said earnestly. "Oh, what's your name? Help me arrange a meeting," Jiang Wei said with a smile. Safety is very important in the medical industry, and Jiang Wei felt reassured upon hearing that this was the manager's background. After all, Jiang Wei didn't intend to be a heartless boss. With the country behind them, what can they do that won't make them rich? His name is Chu Jun. He's 45 years old, a balding middle-aged man with a rather old-fashioned appearance and an air of officialdom, Ma Weigua said with a smile. The person lives in the Songjiangfu commercial district, where he runs a computer shop. I feel like I've seen this person before. Is he the owner of the Xia Shua computer store? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. You've actually met him. We live quite close by, Ma Weigua said with a smile. All right, by the way, how are our car sales these past 2 months? Jiang Wei asked casually. Last month, Excellence sold 115,000 vehicles. Our production capacity is limited, otherwise we could have sold more. The best-selling model is the Tiger, with a total of 130,000 units sold. Lightning sold 10,000 units, and How My sold 1,200 units. The total profit is around 14 billion, Manhwa reported directly. That's great. Next quarter, we'll set aside 200 million yuan to give out bonuses to all employees, and we'll split them equally, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, boss, Manhwa replied, already used to his boss's extravagant spending. Moreover, this behavior is supported because the company's employees are so enthusiastic about their work that there's no need for the company to offer empty promises as motivation. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei left the study and took Lu Wei with him. Arriving at the computer mall in the commercial district, I found Xia Shua computer in a corner. Hello, what kind of computer do you need? The middle-aged man in the shop stood up. We're not buying a computer. I'm coming to you, Jiang Wei said directly. What do you want? Chu Jun looked at Jiang Wei with a puzzled expression. Jiang Wei was dressed in a sporty style, while Lu Wei behind him was dressed in a suit, but judging from his behavior, he seemed more like a bodyguard. I acquired a technology at today's auction, a prosthetic limb controlled by brainwaves. I feel it has great potential, and after having it verified by experts, I can confirm it's very promising, Jiang Wei stated directly. So, I plan to set up a medical device factory, but I'm not good at management, so I plan to hire a professional manager. Ma Weiguo recommended you to me, Jiang Wei said directly. Xiao Ma should have told you that I've been blacklisted by the industry, Chu Jun said directly. I know, this prosthetic leg of mine has the ability to flip a table, and I also have quite a background, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The other party's background seems to be that of a vice mayor, but I don't know which one exactly. I only overheard the chairman on the phone once, saying that a vice mayor surnamed May had the same background as him and that the two didn't get along, Chu Jun said directly. And over the years, I've secretly investigated Seekong's medical devices, and the quality isn't very good. Some barely meet the standards, and some don't even meet them, Chu Jun said helplessly. You haven't reported this to the quality inspection department? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I reported it, but it went unanswered. I even received a warning. Chu Jun shook his head. I'll discuss this with my superiors. Do you have any plans to return to public life? Jiang Wei asked directly. What kind of treatment? Chu Jun asked directly. Only 5% of the job shares, the same as Ma Weiguo's treatment, Jiang Wei said directly. To be honest, according to experts, if this mechanical prosthesis were to hit the market, it would be worth at least hundreds of billions, Jiang Wei said directly. The benefits are pretty good. By the way, how is Ma Weiguo's income? These past few months, it's been several hundred million each month, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Where is our factory located? What is the name of our company? Chu Jun asked directly. The company hasn't been registered yet. As for the land, find a suitable piece of land next to Longhu Battery, and I'll buy it. You handle the company's paperwork yourself. I'll give you the registration documents tomorrow, Jiang Wei said directly. Ma Weiguo has never talked to you about me, Jiang Wei asked curiously. I haven't spoken to Xiao Ma on the phone in a long time. When Weitian Group was first established, they purchased a batch of computers from me. Chu Jun shook his head. I understand. I'm lazy and not good at management. So company registration, factory construction, and subsequent management will all be your job. I'll find someone to supervise the company's finances, Jiang Wei said directly. Mr. Jiang, why did you choose me? Tu yun est curiously. Because of your personality, you put quality first. I don't need to worry about product quality issues. Just send me to jail, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I'll take care of the computer shop first. I'll ask you for the information tomorrow morning. Chu Jun agreed immediately. Chapter 86, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, came from an orphanage. What should we do with the shop? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Sell the computers to the surrounding shops, and then sublet the shops directly, Chu Jun said directly. Oh, Jiang Wei nodded. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Zhao, what do you want? Jiang Wei asked directly. Let's get together at the Riverside Tea House tomorrow at noon, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay, I understand. By the way, Lao Zhao, it seems we've spotted a big tiger. Tigers? Where are the tigers? Dong Si and Lu Wei, who's with you? Oh dear, I wasn't talking about that tiger. I was talking about corrupt officials. Jiang Wei immediately understood that Zhao Lianjiang had misunderstood. Who is it? Old Zhao asked curiously. I don't know the specifics, but his position is the vice mayor of Shanghai, and he has colluded with Seekong Company, A case of collusion between government officials and businessmen, Jianwei said directly. Okay, I understand. I'll have someone investigate. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Okay, let's meet tomorrow. Oh, by the way, send me some of that rock tea you had. I had it last time, and it was really good. Jiang Wei said with a smile. No, that stuff is so expensive, 2,000 tael. I saved up my savings for a long time to buy it. Zhao Lianjiang refused without hesitation. As a civil servant, how easy was it for him to save up some money? That little bit of secret stash of money was his bonus that he secretly saved up. As for the tea house, it was one of the offices. The tea inside is communal. He finally managed to bring his own tea, only to have it coveted by Jiang Wei. Okay, forget it. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hey, Yuan, what made you think of calling me? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Brother Jiang Wei, I got 734 points on the college entrance exam. Yuan screamed from the other end of the line. Yuan, I remember you were recommended to Peking University. Why are you taking the college entrance exam again? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Brother Jiang Wei, there's a bonus for the top scorer in the college entrance exam. The school called to say they'd give a 100,000 yuan reward, and municipal government would give 300,000 yuan. You can get that money for free. Yuan said excitedly. Okay, I understand. I'll bring the ingredients over in a bit, and we'll have a nice meal to celebrate, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, I'll invite a few classmates over to play too. Yuan chattered excitedly like a little bird. Jiang Wei hung up the phone and went downstairs, where he saw Lu Tianxian open the door and come in. No scenes today, Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. The male lead had too many scenes and was under a lot of pressure, so he suddenly fainted. He'll probably have to rest for a few days, Lu Tianxian said with a helpless expression. Can't we film other people's scenes? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The male lead arrived late, so the rest of the scenes are basically related to him, Lu Tianxian said casually. Stopping filming for a day must be a huge loss, right? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It's not a big deal, just the venue fee and the crew salaries, only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Tianxian shook her head. By the way, are you going out? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Yes, Jiang Yuan scored 731, making her the top science student in Shanghai this year. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some ingredients to celebrate today, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Wow, Yuan is so amazing, Lu Tianxian exclaimed. I'll go with you too. Lu Tianxian quickly came over and put on her shoes. Jiang Wei nodded. They called Lu Wei and Dong Si and went to the supermarket in the commercial district. I bought over 20 pounds of beef tenderloin and also prepared eggplant chives, tofu skin, and a whole bunch of other things. The orphanage has more than 100 children, and they need a lot of food. It took 4 shopping carts to complete the shopping. 2 cars arrived at the warm welfare home, where tables were set up outside, and a group of teenagers were helping with the work. Brother Jiang Wei, you've arrived. A beautiful 19-year-old girl ran over. Pretty girl, Jiang Wei said with a smile when he saw the girl. Seeing how Liang was running, Jiang Wei quickly tried to catch her. Just as they were about to receive it, Anita Mui suddenly turned and hugged Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian, I like you the most. Can I get your autograph? Liang asked excitedly. Jiang Wei slapped his forehead hard. Oh no, Anita Yuan's eccentricities have struck again. Okay, I'll sign it for you in a bit. Lu Tianxian quickly broke free. I'll go find a notebook right now. With that, she ran off in a flurry of activity. Who is she? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. You probably haven't met Jiang Liang. She only came back during the summer vacation. She's now at Harbin Institute of Technology, majoring in missile research and development, Jiang Wei said with a smile. However, Liang has a problem. She's prone to being out of touch with reality. Her physical actions and thoughts don't match, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. When I was little, I was so absent-minded that I often bumped into things like telephone poles, lampposts, and trees, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. There's such a problem? Lu Tianxian was taken aback. It's nothing serious, just take some vitamin B12. You probably just forgot to eat these past few days, Jiang Wei shook his head. Oh, I thought it was a neurological disorder. Lu Tianxian shook her head. It's a congenital disease that can't be cured, but it doesn't have much of an impact. You just need to take vitamin B12 every day. Jiang Wei shook his head. You bought so much stuff again, Grandma Yang said helplessly, looking at the things Jiang Wei was carrying. Not much, just enough for one meal, Jiang Wei said casually. That's enough for 5 meals already. Dazhuang bought enough for 1 meal, Han Xian bought enough for 1 meal, Yunma bought enough for 1 meal, the school sent enough for 1 meal, and you brought out enough for another meal. Grandma Yang was speechless. Next time you come, make sure you confirm who's buying the items first, Grandma Yang said directly. Understood. Jiang Wei nodded helplessly. Yuan, come here. Jiang Wei waved to Yuan when he saw her greeting her classmates. Brother Jiang Wei. Yuan ran over and called out to Jiang Wei sweetly. Hello, sister-in-law. Then he politely greeted Lu Tianxian. Hello, Yuan. This is a big gift package that your sister-in-law prepared for you. Lu Tianxian took out a tote bag and handed it to Yuan. Thank you, sister-in-law. Come on, let's take a picture together so that this academic failure can bask in your talent, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. You're a terrible student? Are you trying to make me lose my way? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. I only scored 420-something on a college entrance exam, barely making it to the 3rd-tier university cutoff, Lu Tianxian said helplessly. Because of the quality of education abroad, Lu Tianxian's college entrance examination scores were not high. All right, go play with your classmates. Jiang Wei smiled and patted Yuan's head. Okay. Yuan took the gift bag and went to find her classmates. Lu Tianxian posted a message on Weibo while holding her phone. Wow, so many people like this. Jiang Wei opened his phone and found a huge number of likes on his WeChat moments. You actually made your daughter do this? Lu Tianxian said speechlessly after seeing her WeChat moments. Chapter 87 Interview. Mr. Jiang Wei, are you here to see the top scorer in the college entrance examination? A voice came from behind Jiang Wei as he and a group of people were skewering meat. Who are you? Jiang Wei glanced at him. He didn't recognize him. Mr. Jiang, I'm Zhang Bin, a reporter from Shanghai TV. I asked you a question during the Weitian Group's car launch event, Zhang Bin said directly. Oh, you're here to interview Yuan. Jiang Wei understood what was going on when he heard that they were reporters. Although terms like top scorer in the college entrance examination are not very popular, they still generate a fair amount of buzz. Yes, Mr. Jiang. May I interview you briefly? En ben requested. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Thank you, she said, gesturing to the cameraman. Mr. Jiang Wei, you've also come to see the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Are you planning to sponsor her education? Jiang Wei asked directly into the microphone. Jiang Yuan is like my younger sister. She called me today to say she got 730 or 740 on her test, so we bought some ingredients and came over to celebrate, Jiang Wei said casually. Sister? Isn't Jiang Yuan an orphan? Zhang Bin was taken aback. Yes, I also grew up in this orphanage, and my surname is from Grandpa Jiang, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Many people on the internet are saying you're a rich kid, but you're actually an orphan, Zhang Bin said curiously. Well, it's hard to explain. I could be considered an orphan, a second-generation rich kid, or a self-made millionaire, Jiang Wei said with a smile, without pausing his work. We have plenty of time. Feel free to speak. The entire internet is very curious about your identity right now, Zhang Bin said directly. When I was a little over 2 years old, a clan war broke out. At that time, guns were not prohibited and my parents were called back to fight. The news made quite a stir back then, the Guishi Jiangjia village brawl case. My parents were both soldiers. They killed someone because of this and were sentenced to life imprisonment. In order for me to be able to study in Shanghai, they entrusted me to a nanny and gave her several million yuan. As a result, the nanny abandoned me, and I was sent to a welfare home in Shanghai. She probably felt that being sentenced to life imprisonment meant she would never get out. I grew up here. When my parents came out, I already had some wealth and could be considered a self-made man. At that time, Eli.me was already doing quite well. As for the second generation of rich kids, my parents are both wealthy, with a net worth of tens of millions 20 years ago, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, which industry are you planning to invest in recently? Zhang Bin asked directly. Intelligent robots, artificial intelligence, and intelligent prosthetics, Jiang Wei said casually. These industries are all in the spotlight, but the investment is a bit large, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I see. Mr. Jiang, many people describe you as a modern-day coal boss. What's your opinion on that? Zhang Bin asked directly. That's great. I'm only responsible for providing the funds and setting up the project. The professional manager will handle everything, and I just need to keep an eye on the finances. I'm not good at management or business operations, and I don't have a good strategic vision, so it's best to hand it over to a professional manager so that he can give full play to his talents. This is a professional matter, and it should be left to professionals. I sent Ma Weigwa to the research department to investigate. I said, "Old Ma, the company is planning to develop a drone. Ma Weigwa is going to work on it. Can you make it work?" Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I haven't studied it, so I might not be able to make it." Zhang Bin was taken aback. "So, professional matters should be left to professionals. If I interfere, I'll only become a stumbling block to the company's development," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, how much was your first pot of gold?" Zhang Bin asked curiously. "My first pot of gold was 2,400 yuan, which was my first month's salary." "Where did your startup capital come from?" Zhang Bin asked after thinking for a moment. "It was a reward from a security bureau. It was an accidental discovery that uncovered a group of walking 5 million, Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Let's say 500,000. Zhang Bin suggested. 5 million. Go check the announcement from last year's on the State Security Bureau's official website, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Zhang Bin picked up his phone and found the official website of the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, and sure enough, he found it there. It is indeed 5 million. Ben indeed. It seems they've discovered a rather important infiltrator, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right, what would you like to say to young people starting their own businesses today? Zhang Bin asked directly. If you want to start a business, you can have nothing, but you must have a mouth. You must know how to wave the flag and shout slogans. Like Mustache in World War II, he became a leader with just his words. There are many such examples in history, such as our kings and generals born with a special destiny. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise, equal distribution of land and exemption from taxes, no corvée labor, no taxes, and so on. Do you think they can succeed if they don't have a silver tongue? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Jiang. By the way, aren't you going to interview the top scorer in the college entrance exam? She's the main character, Jiang Wei said directly. It's not time yet. I expect the education officials will be here soon, and we'll do the interviews together then, Zhang Bin said directly. That makes a lot of sense, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Brother Jiang, I want to eat grilled sausage, but Grandma won't let me. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's leg was hugged. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei wiped his hands clean with a rag and a wet wipe. Then he picked up the incredibly cute Jiang Mingming. Then they kneaded Jiang Mingming's face into all sorts of funny faces. Brother Jiang, 1 minute is up. Hurry up and think of a solution for me. Jiang Mingming pushed Jiang Wei's hand away. Wow, so cute. Lu Tianxian grabbed Jiang Mingming and pulled her over. Then he started rubbing Jiang Mingming's face. That's easy. The first trick is to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Tell Grandma that there's a phone call coming from the office. As soon as Grandma Yang leaves, go find Dazhuang and look at your brother Dazhuang pitifully. His weakness is that he's easily swayed by people's feelings, especially when it comes to children. When Grandma Yang comes back, you hide and finish your sausage before you come out, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No wonder I said Ming Ming. You're getting more and more tricks up your sleeve. So you're the one who taught you. Grandma Yang's voice came from behind. Oh dear, Grandma, I was wrong. Jiang Wei suddenly felt his ear being pulled. I'll never dare to do it again. Jiang Wei quickly admitted his mistake. Grandma Yang then released Jiang Wei's ear. Grandma Yang's ear-twisting skill is so painful. Jiang Wei complained to the reporter next to him, rubbing his ear. Brother Jiang, even you get punished sometimes. Ming Ming giggled when she saw Jiang Wei's ear being twisted. Ming Ming, you should know that there are many masters among ordinary people, but mistakes happen in the underworld. Your brother just made a mistake by accident, Jiang Wei explained to Ming Ming in a serious tone. Chapter 88, Shocking Advertisement. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Sister Sue, what's wrong? Jiang Wei received a call from Su Ming as soon as he returned from the orphanage. President Jiang, our product officially went into production today, and we also bought advertisements on various local TV stations. The advertisement went live today, and the advertising budget for this month is 210 million, Su Ming said directly. Okay, I'll turn on the TV later and watch our promotional ads. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian invested 1 billion yuan in the cosmetics company of Qiuzi Group. By the way, Do you have a stable source of hibiscus flowers now? Jiang Wei asked directly. They've already planted them in Jiangjia village. I bought 450 tons in the market, which is enough to supply the hibiscus planting base in Jiangjia village, Su Meng said directly. By the way, how's the construction of the tourism company over there going? Jiang Wei asked directly. The road has been repaired. The local government was so helpful, providing assistance and giving us the green light all the way, Su Meng said with emotion. To be honest, this was the smoothest thing Su Meng had ever done. She had just finished with the previous department when she arrived at the next one, where everything was already prepared for her. All she had to do was sign and collect her documents. Especially when it comes to road construction, as soon as a contract was signed with the municipal government, the largest road and bridge company in the area came over and wanted to take over a section of the road. Su Meng took a look, found no problems, and signed the agreement. The construction team arrived the next day, and in a little over 2 months, a two-way 4-lane expressway was completed. And another thing is that the municipal government is too enthusiastic. I've been there for a few days, and during the day I'm busy with errands, and at night I'm hungover. It's all about the municipal leaders. I can't avoid them. Su Meng kom lai spechao let's. What about the construction of the tourist area? Jiang Wei asked directly. Guishi City construction is underway and is expected to be completed in about 5 months. Although the amount of work is not large, it is very complicated. By the way, boss, the Guishi municipal government sent me 2 cases of a liquor called Briefcase. Would you like to try some? Su Meng asked directly. Sure, send me a case. Jiang Wei nodded. His own father, Jiang Yunlin, would probably like it, since it's a local specialty. I'll send both cases over to you. I've been hungover for 5 days straight, and I'm terrified of this liquor, Su Meng said helplessly. It's not surprising that the leaders of Guishi were so enthusiastic. Jiangjia village and Yunjia village are located in remote mountainous areas, making road construction difficult. It's really hard to justify approving a road for just 2 small villages. Therefore, the poverty problems in Jiangjia village and Yunjia village have become a major challenge on the road to poverty alleviation. Now that we've finally found a sucker willing to spend hundreds of millions to build a road, as long as it doesn't violate any rules, they'll definitely speed things up for you. What if the sucker runs away because of time constraints? Therefore, the municipal government directly planned a fast lane with green lights all the way. After hanging up Su Meng's call, Jiang Wei turned on the television, which hadn't been turned on for a long time. Why did you turn on the TV today? Lu Tianxian asked curiously when she saw Jiang Wei watching TV after coming downstairs. Today, Chiosi's health products are being promoted, Jiang Wei said directly. Really, that's great. I'll send a set to Changchang when it's released. Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up. Lu Tianxian also has a lot to say about those health products and cosmetics. After rubbing against it a few times, Changchang's skin became a shade lighter. Iawayuna im au Germani. Today I received a bizarre advertisement for this Chio CI whitening cream. My goodness, I'm a black person and they want me to try a whitening cream? I wanted to refuse, but the price they offered was too high, so I couldn't refuse. I'll just use it for 2 months and keep a daily record. So I answered it. Below is my skin whitening record. Then there's the daily check-in, with a full 30 seconds of check-in recording. Then it changed from a black face to a face with light white skin. Then Hao Gu exploded. Lu Tianxian burst out laughing, because Hao Gu looks very similar, with a white face and a black mouth. When black people were born, their lip color was similar to their skin color. However, the color of his lips remained unchanged, while his skin remained white. Mr. Su, can we terminate this contract amicably? I look terrible like this. Okay, the termination fee is 50 million. Shotzi Group, you've gone too far. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? I'm going to go to the South China Sea and get my revenge. Hao Gu cried out, after which the Chotzi Group's logo appeared. Haha, it was that brilliant strategist who came up with the idea of whitening black people. Jiang Wei laughed while remaining speechless. This is truly baffling. I never expected that Sister Sue's team of planners would have such talent. But this also demonstrates the strength of our company's products, doesn't it? Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Wei nodded. After waiting a while, Li Xiang's weight loss record appeared, but it wasn't as funny as Hao Ji's. This time, Li Xiang simply explained the situation and began recording her weight loss journey. I lost 1.5 pounds today, even though I didn't exercise much. She's lost another pound and 2 ounces, and she'll soon be a stunning beauty again. Then it was recorded that Li Xiang went from 150 pounds to about 90 pounds in 2 months. It seems I need to keep this medicine on hand. After having a child, I became prone to weight gain. With this medicine, I no longer have to worry about getting fat, Li Xiang said with a smile to the camera. Then the image shows a bottle of Chiotzi slimming pills and the Chiotzi logo. This thing is sure to sell like hotcakes. By the way, how much is it priced? Lu Tianxian asked curiously after reading it. 300 yuan a bottle, 30 pills a bottle, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's so cheap. You're not losing money, are you? Lu Tianxian was stunned when she heard the price. It has such good results and is so cheap. These days, people spend thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan to lose weight, and some even open special weight loss training camps, which are doing very well. We won't lose money. The cost price of one bottle is 50 cents, which is a profit of 60,000. How could we possibly lose money? Jiang Wei shook his head directly. But isn't advertising the most expensive part of cosmetics? Lu Tianxian paused for a moment. Su Meng said that we'll only promote it for a month, covering the whole country. People will eventually buy it, and if they find it effective, they'll spread the word. Then we could just find a spokesperson and do some promotion, Jiang Wei said directly. That's true. Lu Tianxian nodded. Jiang Wei understood Su Meng's idea and agreed to Su Meng's explosive promotion in the first month. Hello, everyone. I am Su Zhini, a retired firefighter. Today, the leader brought a representative from Chiotzi Group to let me try their scar removal cream. His face was contorted with grime, covered with burned scars. By the way, would scar removal cream work for my face? They gave me 5 million and asked me to try it out and record my progress every day. Today is the first day, and there's not much effect yet. Then it lasted for 7 or 8 days. I feel like this area has turned into dead skin. I checked the instructions, and it said that you don't need to worry about the skin hardening and just let it fall off naturally. Just use it every day. Then came a series of daily check-in records. The dead skin peeled away, revealing tender, pink skin, no longer bearing scars like before. Besides such a perfect skin tone, fair with a rosy glow, it's just that this area is a bit of an eyesore. Su Zhini pointed to the unburned skin. Hey, I think my eyebrows are growing back. Hee hee, I'm about to become a handsome guy that everyone loves again. Su Zhini admired himself in the mirror. Then Su Zhini made a phone call to Chiotzi's manager, complaining that there were too few samples, only enough for the face and neck, and that he had many scars on his body. After the commercial ended, Jiang Wei and Lu Yifei exchanged a glance. The effect is quite stunning. Chapter 89, popular before it's even sold. Li Sheng sat in the fire brigade office, receiving an unusually high number of phone calls today. They were all asking about Su Zhini, whether it was true or not. Li Sheng got annoyed by the numerous phone calls he received, so he contacted the Municipal Public Security Bureau and posted about the matter on their official website. After all, this is true, and it's good news for all firefighters. Many firefighters are discharged due to burns and remain disabled for life. Hello, wife. Li Sheng answered the phone as soon as he saw the number. Old Li, the shop is all set up today, but it's not open yet. There are so many people in front of our shop. His wife's panicked voice came through the phone. Then we'll open for business. Li Sheng said helplessly. I'd love to, but the product hasn't arrived yet. It's on its way. I just contacted them, and it won't be delivered until around 10 p.m. Okay, I'll ask for leave and go back. Li Sheng nudda. This shop was opened by Li Sheng after seeing how well Su Zhini's product worked, so he used his family's funds to help his wife open a shop. With such a great product, it would be strange if the store didn't make a profit. Moreover, Chiotzi Group offers high commissions. You can earn 10 yuan for each whitening cream sold and 20 yuan for each slimming pill sold. Moreover, the cost of opening a store is not high. All you need is a shop and a business license. Moreover, the other party supports taking the goods first and paying later. After writing a leave request at the political commissar's office and handing over his work to the political commissar, Li Sheng hurriedly left the fire station and went to the shop entrance. Hundreds of people were gathered in front of the shop, waiting for it to open. Everyone come over here, Li Sheng shouted as he arrived at the door. Are you all interested in buying Chiotzi's products? Li Sheng asked loudly as he saw people gathering around. Hello, are you the shop owner? A middle-aged man with a pockmarked face asked curiously. This is my wife's shop. You've gathered so many people here. You've scared her, Li Sheng said directly. I wanted to ask, do Chiosi's products really have that kind of effect? The middle-aged man inquired. I'm not sure about other products, but scar removal cream definitely has that effect. I am from the Tieshi District Fire Brigade. There's a firefighter in our team who was retired due to burns named Sujini. When the representatives of Chiotsi Group contacted our fire brigade, I introduced Sujini to the job, since Sue was injured and unemployed and was living on subsidies. Whether it works or not, that's $5 million in revenue. With the interest alone, Xiao Su can live a very comfortable life. I saw the results, and about 20 days ago, I had my wife prepare for the store with all her might. I don't know how effective other products are, and I can't guarantee it, but the scar removal cream is absolutely amazing. We're out of stock right now. Please come back tomorrow morning, Li Sheng announced loudly. Boss, is that scar removal cream expensive? The middle-aged man with the scar asked curiously. It's a bit pricey, 300 yuan a bottle, and the quantity is enough for about 50 days, Li Sheng replied with a smile. With that kind of effect, what's so expensive about 300 yuan? The middle-aged man said with a smile after hearing this. Because of this scarred face, it's hard for me to find a job. I've tried many ways to remove the freckles, including quite a few folk remedies. But it had no effect at all, at most a slight change. Even this slight change cost several $1,000s. After a busy day, Li Sheng finally managed to persuade everyone to leave. Then I went to a print shop, got an opening banner with the exact opening date, and rented an inflatable archway. Around 10 p.m., a truck carrying a load of goods arrived at the shop. This truckload of goods was worth over 10 million yuan. Li Sheng mortgaged his property, took out a loan of 1 million yuan, and paid a deposit. The remaining amount needs to be settled within 2 months. The reason Li Sheng dared to do this was mainly due to Chiotsi Group's strategy. Products could be returned within 2 months with a full refund. Therefore, Li Shengkai is not afraid of not being able to sell them. If they cannot be sold, he can simply return them. Sahana was bored at the hotel and turned on the TV. Since becoming the agent for Vision Autos, Sarhana had to quit her beloved job as a journalist. However, their incomes have increased dramatically. After promotion, Weitian Auto became a hit in the Uluwatu area. Flash sales are especially profitable. You can buy 500,000 worth of goods from Rabbit, and with tariffs and other fees, you can make 600,000. In the Alamo region, it could be sold for 200,000 US dollars. That's roughly 1.4 million, a 100% profit. Due to the booming sales, she had to personally travel to China to expedite the delivery of goods and request an expansion of production. Another reason for the booming sales is that a group of thieves stole a wealthy man's Haomai car. The car couldn't stop in time and crashed into an armored vehicle belonging to the U.S. military, sending it into a ditch. The vehicle itself wasn't damaged. After the thief was caught, the police retrieved the dashcam footage, which was then posted online, shifting public attention from performance and appearance to security. The speeding vehicle, traveling at 150 kilometers per hour, collided with an American armored vehicle, resulting in only a large scratch on the paint. The armored vehicle on the other side had its side pillar broken, requiring the replacement of its main frame. The loss amounted to millions of dollars, while the luxury car was only worth $800,000. So Sarana's main purpose this time was to urge Haomai to give birth. Then an advertisement for Chiosei appeared on TV, showcasing how GE's skin whitening record. Lord, is this true? Seeing how GE's skin turned from black to white, Saihana's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, the black on the scalp and lips is too jarring. After thinking for a moment, Saihana dialed Ma Weigua's number. I want to see if this advertisement is true. Si, Emer. Ma, I'm Saihana. Can I ask you something? Saihana asked directly. Sure. I just saw a product from a company called Chiotsi Group, a whitening cream that can whiten the skin of black people to that of white people. Is that true? Sahana asked curiously. It's true, I can confirm it because that's another industry my boss invested in. I just called Su Ming to ask who came up with this crazy idea of using whitening cream on black people. Whitening cream contains a substance that dissolves melanin, but black people will turn dark again if they don't use it for a long time, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Is it really that effective? Sahana was still a little incredulous. The effects are real, there's no exaggeration. If you want to become a distributor, I suggest you distribute all our products, including weight loss pills, postpartum weight loss pills, scar removal cream, freckle removal cream, whitening cream, wrinkle removal cream, breast enhancement cream, beauty cream, and aphrodisiacs. The results are excellent, better than you can imagine, Ma Wei said with a smile. Really? Sahana's eyes lit up. Her figure had changed. Real? Could you take me to visit the Chiotzi group? Sayana asked earnestly. Of course. I would be very happy to be a partner. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Ma Wei hung up the phone and then called Su Ming. I explained what happened. Chapter 90 Selling Have You Eaten? Second World. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Huang Pengtao arrived at Jiang Wei's home with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mr. Jiang, this is our company's third largest shareholder, Mr. Li Hong. Huang Pengtao introduced the middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Li. Jiang Wei greeted them with a handshake, then led the two into the tea room. I made them both a cup of tea. Chairman Jiang, have you eaten? Do you have any plans to go public? Li Hong asked directly. What are the benefits of going public? Jiang Wei asked directly. It can increase market value and obtain a large amount of funds. Based on our market capitalization, the stock price could increase by about 3 times after listing, which would be around 450 billion, Li Hong explained. What are the downsides? Jiang Wei asked Huang Pengtao directly. The downside is that the chairman of the company has less say. There's also the issue of facing supervision under securities laws and the possibility of a hostile takeover, Huang Pengtao stated directly. After listening, Jiang Wei took out his phone and called Lu Tianxian. After everyone had a few sips of tea, Lu Tianxian came over, dressed in casual clothes, and sat down next to Jiang Wei. Old Huang, have we eaten? What's the revenue to profit ratio? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. About 10% net profit. What was the net profit for the first half of this year? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Total revenue was 33.5 billion yuan, and net profit was 3.67 billion yuan. The main expense was the wages of the delivery staff, Huang Pengtao said directly. Upon hearing about this profit margin, Jiang Wei frowned. It seemed rather low. Like the Weitian Group, their monthly net profit is much higher than this. Weitian Group is currently expanding its production capacity, and its future profits will be even higher. Etingma's revenue for the past 6 months was only 3.6 billion. Mr. Li, if we sell 90% of our shares in Chilim, how much would you pay to acquire them? Jiang Wei asked after a moment's thought. Jiang Wei is now somewhat dismissive of the meager profits from ele.me. I saw the virtual world of the Matrix that day. It was at the red level. Jiang Wei set his sights on the online gaming market and paid special attention to the revenue of several gaming companies. According to inquiries made by people in the industry, the daily revenue of the game LOL is in the hundreds of millions. If you can monopolize a portion of the market, the profits will be extremely high. They might earn more than Weitian Group. Chairman Jiang wants to sell his shares in Chilim. Li Hong was taken aback. I feel the profits are a bit low, and going public is too troublesome. Jiang Wei nodded. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Lu Tianxian frowned, also considering the potential profits. The company's revenue of 3.6 billion in the first half of the year is indeed not high. If you could get a sum of money comparable to the market value, that would seem pretty good. I also agree to the sale. Lu Tianxian nodded. Boss, have you eaten yet? This is a high-quality asset with a bright future, Huang Pengtao advised Jiang Wei when he heard that Jiang Wei wanted to sell the company. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I'm planning to start a game company, and you'll be the general manager with the same salary as before, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Boss, how about we sell it after it goes public? Upon hearing about the new job Jiang Wei had arranged for him, Huang Pengtao immediately changed his mind. Judging from a boss's track record, this is probably going to be another big company. Moreover, the profits of game companies are definitely better than those of eating. I need to discuss this with the board of directors, Li Hong said after thinking for a while. The next room is a study with a computer. Let's get to an agreement as soon as possible, and we can discuss the rest later, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay. With that, Li Hong left the tea room. Honey, why did you eat it? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Old Huang, you also feel that have you eaten has actually entered a period of slow development now, Jiang Wei asked directly. Well, it's not too slow. It can probably double in about 2 years, Huang Pengtao said directly. Why do you want to sell? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. The listed shares must account for at least 25% and at most 75%. In order to obtain more funds, we must join forces with Mr. Li to maintain control. And we also have to deal with hostile takeovers and the like. So I plan to sell Alim directly. Convert some cash and invest it in the gaming industry, Jiang Wei said directly. I have inside connections and a laboratory where I successfully developed a brainwave recognition device. I invested tens of billions of dollars in them to obtain exclusive commercial licenses. At that time, we can study the second world. The profits from that will be much higher than those from eating ma, Jiang Wei said directly. But achieving a second world isn't that easy, is it? Huang Pingtao said helplessly. Besides, the current servers can't handle this kind of game. Huang Pengtao said directly. Can the supercomputer handle it? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It can be run, but there's nowhere to buy a supercomputer. Huang Pingtao was even more speechless. Insider information suggests that Tian Erchao is about to be eliminated. I can use my connections to buy it at cost price, Jiang Wei said directly. Really? Huang Pingtao was stunned for a moment. Really? Jiang Wei said directly. Now that the country has tens of thousands of quantum supercomputers, why bother with old and outdated supercomputers? 2 days ago, Zhao Lianjiang called and exchanged all the data on the quantum chip and the lithography machine. If we have a supercomputer as a server, we should be able to set up a virtual world, Huang Pingtao nodded. How many units can you buy? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. We should be able to buy 40 units, which would cost around 80 billion, Jiang Wei said directly. You're a game company. You plan to invest hundreds of billions. Lu Tianxian was stunned for a moment. It's not just a game company, it's the second world. In the future, we might be working in the second world. We're spending 100 billion to buy a future, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Huang Pengtao's eyes lit up. If he were in charge of such a company, even if he only got 1 share, let alone 5, it would still be a huge sum of money. Yes, I'll go too. I'll invest 20% of the shares, Lu Tianxian said directly. No problem. Jiang Wei nodded. Lu Tianxian is his wife, and she owns 20% of the shares. He would give her away even if she were given to him for free. By the way, I'm really good at using those guys under me. Should we ask them over as well? Huang Pingtao asked after thinking for a moment. You decide what to do. You have control over 5 of the shares in this position, Jiang Wei said directly. Understood, boss. Huang Pengtao nodded. I've gotten used to this hands-off approach from my boss. However, if the second world is involved, the shares of these 5 positions need to be divided into more shares. We also need to launch an equity incentive plan to attract top talent. Chapter 91, The 300 Billion Deal. Inquiry into purchasing a supercomputer. Boss, who taught you how to brew tea? Huang Pingtao asked with a smile as he sipped his tea and ate his snacks. With a friend you don't know. Jiang Wei smiled and shook his head. Old Zhao. Lu Tianxian asked with a smile. Jiang Wei nodded. Creak. The door to the tea room opened, and Li Hong walked in with a serious expression. Chairman Jiang, have you eaten? After discussion, we can invest 300 billion to acquire the 90% of the shares you and your wife hold, Li Hong said earnestly. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Wei looked at Li Hong expressionlessly. Li Hong's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he hadn't paid enough. However, Jiang Wei did not mean that. Jiang Wei originally had a target price of 200 billion, and he planned to sell his shares to Li Hong. I never expected there would be an extra 100 billion. That's a whopping 100 billion. They acquired it at a price double the original price. Jiang Wei glanced at Lu Tianxian, who nodded, indicating that the price was acceptable. I agree. Let's go with 300 billion. Jiang Wei nodded. But does Mr. Li have that much money? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. No, but the bank does. They offer loans with letters of intent, plus stock-backed loans from our company, which should be enough to cover the cost. Once the company goes public, we'll use the proceeds from the tradable shares to repay this loan. Our money will be back, Li Hong said with a smile. At most, we'll be burdened with a few hundred billion in loans, and we'll get our money back in 2 or 3 years. All right, as long as I get the money, that's fine, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Old Huang, I'm entrusting the transaction to you. Just come to me if you need anything, Jiang Wei said directly. Mr. Huang, would you be interested in joining our Chindu company? The salary and benefits are the same as Chilim's, and you could continue managing Chilim's business, Li Hong invited with a smile. No, it's much more enjoyable to work under a boss. The big boss and the second boss only supervise one accountant, so I can give full play to my abilities. When I joined your company, I really disliked the feeling of being controlled by various shareholders, Huang Pengtao said with a smile, declining the offer. My boss is about to launch another massive project, and I can't afford to fall behind. Okay, Li Hong shook his head. Which company wouldn't covet a top talent like Huang Pingtao? They couldn't afford to offer him more shares. Moreover, Huang Pingtao's refusal was within Li Hong's expectations. Boss, I'll take General Manager Li to handle the acquisition matters first. Huang Pingtao left with Li Hong. Selling Eat It will instantly bring in 60 billion. Lu Tianxian jumped up excitedly after Li Hong left. Don't worry, 60 billion is nothing to us. It's just a number. Jiang Wei shook his head. By the way, did you eat after buying it for 300 billion? Did President Li and the others lose money? Lu Tianxian asked after thinking for a while. No loss. We can't afford to lose. After listing, the market value will increase. Before listing, the market value is meaningless, but after listing, the market value becomes meaningful. At this time, various financial activities can be carried out. With another 2 or 3 years of development, its market value may exceed 500 billion. That extra 200 billion is actually what they earned, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Then we're selling at a loss. Lu Tianxian was taken aback. We didn't lose money. The profit margin in the food delivery industry is too low, only 10%. If we don't go public, we make too little money. If we go public, the risks are too high and there will be too much trouble. However, because of their stable returns and near monopoly in the market, they are considered very high-quality assets, and the stock industry loves companies like this the most, Jiang Wei said earnestly. All right. Oh, right. My father has returned to China. We're going to Beijing tomorrow, Lu Tianxian suddenly said. Okay, by the way, what gift should we prepare? My dad likes to drink a little wine and also tea, so let's bring some wine and tea, Lu Tianxian said after thinking for a moment. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. I'll go out and get things ready, Jiang Wei said with a smile. After Jiang Wei came out, he called Zhao Lianjiang and arranged to meet at the Riverside Tea House. Jiang Wei left home and drove to the Riverside Tea House at the Old Wharf. Just as Jiang Wei arrived at the tea house, Zhao Lianjiang also arrived. Jiang Wei bumped into him in the parking lot, but did not greet him for safety reasons. Why didn't you bring Lu Wei or Dong Si with you today? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. I left in a hurry and forgot to call you, Jiang Wei said casually. There aren't even any special agents in the country right now, and this car is bulletproof, so what's there to be afraid of? Remember to bring it next time. Your safety is the most important thing, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. By the way, what brings you here this time? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. I've discovered a problem that we haven't considered before, breaking down technology into smaller parts for exchange, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Today I'm thinking about how to extract virtual reality technology from the Matrix. Then I analyzed the Matrix. First, I looked at the virtual reality in the Matrix, which is divided into 3 parts: human body power generation, brainwave recognition and connection technology, and computer technology. Take it apart and replace it? Zhao Lianjiang was taken aback. Yes, if we take it apart and replace it, for example, a lithography machine, if the software and equipment are separated, will there be a downgrade? From the perspective of gaining experience, the difference between 4,000 and 915,000 is threefold. Could we analyze that the technological content of purple is 3 times that of green? But the purple one costs 1 million. If we break it down into a combination of 4 technologies, wouldn't it only cost 400,000? Jiang Wei said seriously. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. If that's the case, it can save a lot of points. By the way, was the film technology compilation done by the think tank last time? Jiang Wei suddenly wondered if the think tank would find out if he developed virtual reality technology. No, my secretary compiled it. My reason was to give the people at the secret base some ideas. That's good. If it was the think tank's idea, I'll have to come up with a new one, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Are you planning to use this technology? Zhao Lianjiang asked. Yes, I only need brainwave receiving and input technology. Today, Li Hong and I discussed selling Chalima and starting a game company. Use virtual reality technology to create a second world. It doesn't need to be a complete reality like the Matrix, but it needs to be close to reality. Yes, I'll discuss it with my superiors. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. By the way, do you sell used supercomputers in our country? Jiang Wei asked directly. You want to buy it? Zhao Lianjiang asked, taken aback. Yes, virtual reality can't be handled by ordinary servers. It will probably require supercomputers, Jiang Wei said directly. You're too late. They've already been sold. There were a total of 65 supercomputers. Shaluoto, Lodo, and Aluvo each bought 20. Then Bai Bangzi bought 2, Babiang bought 2, and the remaining one was bought by Sanmao, Zhao Lianjiang said helplessly. Chapter 92, New Supercomputing, Discovering Blind Spots. However, if you want it, I'll have Rabbit Core Company assemble a supercomputer with our new chips for you. The price won't be high, probably around 1 billion per unit, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. So cheap. Jiang Wei was taken aback. Completely independent, with no patent fees. In fact, in high-precision manufacturing, the bulk of the profits come from patent fees, Zhao Lianjiang sighed. Okay, order me 100 units, Jiang Wei said directly. Puff. Zhao Lianjiang spat out his tea. 100 units? This number was somewhat beyond Zhao Lianjiang's expectations. Yes, we plan to use the supercomputer as a server. Jiang Wei nodded directly. The newly built quantum supercomputer, although it cannot reach the operating speed of the supercomputer we exchanged, will be able to reach 1/5 of it without any problem. What do you need 100 of these for? Zhao Lianjiang was speechless. Then let's take 10. If we don't have enough later, we can order more, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. By the way, did we make money from the supercomputers we sold? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Of course we made a profit, a huge profit at that. $3 billion per unit, a full 180 billion, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. This is too expensive. With such a high profit margin, why don't the Americans sell it? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Supercomputers are national strategic assets. It's only because we have such advanced technology that we don't know which country would sell them, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, how much does your have you eaten company sell for? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. 300 billion is one step closer to the amount of money needed to build the Guanghan Palace tourist base on the moon, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, next time you come, exchange for the super soldier serum, Zhao Lianjiang said. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Also, the mastermind behind the last online bullying of you has been found. Boo. Companies like Oddborg, Shell, and niche companies, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. The higher-ups asked me to ask you whether you want to retaliate, Zhao Lianjiang asked seriously. How should we retaliate? Jiang Wei asked, intrigued. We'll expose the U.S.'s global intelligence network to the world through hacking, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Wow, that's ruthless. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. The value of the U.S. intelligence network is extremely high. Rebuilding it would probably cost hundreds of billions of dollars. You write the advertisement, and I'll implement it. Jiang Wei nodded. Zhao Lianjiang took out a tablet and keyboard and started writing on it. Soon after, Zhao Lianjiang placed an advertisement in front of Jiang Wei. It's Sailor Moon again. Jiang Wei looked at the script speechlessly. To uphold love and justice and protect the peace of the earth, we are now selling detailed information on spies and agents from countries outside of China, worldwide, for only 9.8 yuan. World peace will be achieved. Contact number 139 White. With that, she picked up the phone and called Zhao Lianjiang. Make payments skillfully. Experience plus 80. All right, it's a success. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, I'm going to visit my father-in-law tomorrow. My wife said he likes wine and tea. We have the wine, but the tea is hard to come by. Do you know any channels for buying tea? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. How about we put up an ad to sell it? Zhao Lianjiang suddenly thought of a solution. The best tea in China is the Hongpao from the mother tree in Yishan, Fujian. There are only 6 tea trees, and 1 kilogram of tea costs 5.2 million yuan. They only produce about 1 pound a year. How about we advertise that we can buy 100 tons? Zhao Lianjiang suddenly suggested. Are you planning to make money with luxury goods? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Yes, those who can afford to drink the mother trees to Hongpao are definitely rich. 100 tons is 200,000 caddies, which is worth trillions, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Are there really that many people buying them? Jiang Wei was taken aback. We'll sell it quietly, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, whatever makes you happy. As he spoke, Zhao Lianjiang began writing an advertisement. For sale, 100 tons of premium-grade de Hongpao tea from the original trees of Yishan Mountain, Fujian Province. Price, only 8.8 yuan. You won't regret it. Contact number, 139 White. Why not buy more? Jiang Wei asked curiously. 100 tons is already very difficult to handle. It will take several years to sell it, Zhao Yinjiang said speechlessly. Speaking of tea, do you think we could exchange it for plant seeds, like high-yield hybrid rice? Jiang Wei asked earnestly. Plant seeds. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Zhao Yinjiang began to ponder. Zhao Yinjiang suddenly realized that this was their blind spot. People's eyes were focused on industrial technology and the military field, while they had forgotten about plants and agriculture. I'll write an advertisement, you could try it. After all, plant seeds are living things, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. He then picked up his tablet and started writing. Factory direct sale, 100 kilograms of hybrid rice seeds with a yield of 3,000 kilograms per mu. These seeds are resistant to severe cold, pests and diseases, poor soil, drought, and salinity. Price, only 8.8 yuan. Contact number, 139, purple. Purple. Let me see if I can buy the animals, Zhao Lianjiang said as he wrote the advertisement. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. In no time, Zhao Lianjiang finished the advertisement. Selling 1 million head of Japanese chickens and beef at a rock-bottom price of only 88. Bring home 1 million head of Wagyu beef. Contact number, 139 Ed. The red ones probably mean you lost too many, Jiang Wei said directly. Haha, the color doesn't matter. The main thing is to verify whether I can exchange for an animal. Zhao Lianjiang laughed out loud. From now on, everyone can have a giant panda, Jiang Wei suddenly said with a smile. Haha. All right, that's all for today. I need to report what happened today, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. I'll have someone send you 10 caddies of tea later, Zhao Lianjiang said, throwing the advertisement into the shredder. Should we try to exchange for a person? Jiang Wei suddenly said. The person who made the exchange? Extortion ads. Zhao Yinjiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's give it a try, he said, taking out the tablet he had just put away. A short while later, an advertisement appeared. I have successfully kidnapped Abe Shinzo, the leader of Japan. Worldwide delivery available. Contact number, 139. It can't be activated. Jiang Wei shook his head. It seems there's no way to redeem the person. Either the system has a moral setting, or it's because humans are advanced animals, Zhao Lianjiang analyzed. All right, I need to report it right away. Chapter 93, Lu Tianxian. She has no goals in life. When Jiang Wei returned to Villa number 7, the doorman handed him 2 large boxes. Jiang Wei took the large box, opened it, and inside were 2 plastic vacuum-sealed bags. This packaging is really rudimentary. Jiang Wei shook his head. When Jiang Wei returned home, he saw Lu Tianxian packing their clothes. Lu Tianxian only brought a small amount of cosmetics. The rest were clothes. There weren't many clothes, just enough to fit in 2 backpacks. These backpacks are meant to be taken on the plane, unlike suitcases which can only be checked in. You're back. What kind of tea did you buy? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Good stuff, let's try it. Jiang Wei put down a box. Okay. Lu Tianxian quickly finished getting things ready. Jiang Wei arrived at the tea room, carrying a box. As soon as you tear open the vacuum packaging, a fragrant aroma of tea wafts out of the box. It smells so good. The smell of tea made their eyes light up instantly. With this aroma, it was just ordinary tea. Expensive items are things you can't buy. After all, her husband had connections everywhere. He could bring down a business tycoon with just a word. However, despite having such power, her husband never acted recklessly. What kind of tea is this? It tastes so good. Lu Tianxian took a sip and her mouth was filled with the aroma of tea. Wooey rock tea, top grade, you can't buy it anywhere else, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Honey, I suddenly have billions, and I suddenly realize that I have no goal in life. As for fame, once I publish the book Method School, my name will be remembered in history. I have the money now, but I don't know what to do with it in the future, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. That's normal. I was also confused when I first became rich. After discussing it with Lao Zhao, we set a goal. For example, I think it's a good goal to build a Guanghan Palace tourist area on the moon. We will build a Guanghan Palace tourist area on the moon, although it will take a long time and require a huge amount of funding. I think this is a good goal, so I'm moving towards it. Why don't you set a goal like me, such as playing Chang'e at a lunar tourism base? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Giggle. No wonder those rich people do things that are unprofitable and don't bring much benefit. So that's what everyone thinks. Lu Tianxian suddenly laughed. That's probably the thinking. If you don't have a goal, find a suitable one for yourself. As long as you have this goal, you will always have a goal. By the way, I contacted Lao Zhao today. I didn't expect that the supercomputers, which were only obsolete a few days ago, will be sold out so quickly, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Oh, does that mean our second world plan is ruined? Lu Tianxian was taken aback. No, Rabbitcore has a product that was discontinued as soon as it was designed. Its operating speed is even more advanced than the world's most advanced supercomputer, so we can have this supercomputer. And the price is cheap, only 1 billion, but they only have enough chips for 10 units, Jiang Wei said directly. That's good. I've thought it all out. When a second world goes live, I want to build a dedicated film and television base there. The reason why it's difficult to film fantasy, Xuanhuan, and prehistoric themes well now is largely due to the limitations of film studios. That's a good idea. Jiang Wei nodded. This tea is really fragrant. Jiang Wei sipped the tea, and the taste was better than he had imagined. By the way, what kind of effect does your prosthetic limb have? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. I saw a sample at Lao Zhao's place. It's very advanced. How should I put it? Its hands can be made to look just like a normal person's, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That thing, didn't you buy it at the auction? How is it related to old Zhao? Lu Tianxian asked, stunned. The blind boxes all slipped out from Lao Zhao's place, don't you think? Jiang Wei said helplessly. Are you guys doing something underhanded? Lu Tianxian was stunned for a moment before whispering to Jiang Wei. You guess. I knew it. Otherwise, how could I have bought them so accurately every time? Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Jiang Wei laughed. Boss, a man named Chu Jun is here to see you. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in the tea room rang. Bring him to the tea room, Jiang Wei said directly. Receive. After waiting for 2 minutes, Lu Wei brought Chu Jun in. Boss, your place is heavily guarded, Chu Jun said with a smile. Since this is your first time here, they don't know you. Next time you come, you could just walk in, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Jiang Wei naturally understood what Chu Jun meant, but he didn't say it outright. Boss, do you know anyone at the high-precision manufacturing plant? Chu Jun asked directly. What do you need this for? Jiang Wei asked, frowning. The technical data you gave me shows that the production of prosthetics is very difficult, and the production equipment he requires is also very difficult to manufacture, Chu Jun said earnestly. You don't need to worry about the equipment. You just need to focus on building the factory. I've already commissioned someone to manufacture the production equipment, Jiang Wei said directly. I understand. You noted it. By the way, I received news today that the tax and quality inspection departments have moved into Sikong Medical, Chu Jun said directly. Oh, I see. It's not a big deal. Jiang Wei shook his head. Hearing Jiang Wei's reaction, Chu Jun couldn't help but wonder about Jiang Wei's background. How can an ordinary person be so calm? They didn't care at all, even though they were the ones who caused it. This made Chu Jun even more curious. However, Chu Jun was able to control his curiosity. Moreover, I've had quite a few exchanges with Ma Weiguo these past few days, and I've gained a better understanding of my boss. For example, their company can tolerate troublemakers that other companies can't. The boss didn't care about those crazy employees at all, and even their bonuses were never reduced. By the way, the mayor visited our company yesterday and would like to meet with you, Chu Jun said. I don't have time. I'm meeting my father-in-law tomorrow. Jiang Wei shook his head. Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. When did meeting his father-in-law become more important than meeting the mayor? However, considering that Jiang Wei could easily challenge Sikong's power, it seems quite normal for him to refuse the mayor's request. Heavenly Immortal, how many days shall we stay in the capital? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. My dad will only be back for a week. There's so little vacation time this year, but he'll be back for Chinese New Year, Lu Tianxian said directly. Could you please reply to him? I'm inviting him to dinner next Monday night. Could you write down the itinerary for me and let me know when it's time? I'm afraid I'll forget, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 94 Meeting the Father-in-Law. The next morning, Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian arrived in the capital and took a taxi all the way to the 3rd Ring Road. We stopped next to a small courtyard house. Wife, your family is quite wealthy. You can afford a courtyard house. Jiang Wei asked with a smile. No, this is my maternal grandmother's courtyard house. She bought it in the 1980s for just over 10,000 yuan. Later, my mother bought the adjacent courtyard garden for over 30 million yuan. Lu Tianxian shook her head. This courtyard house has now been transformed into a garden, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. My father-in-law is a public official. Does he also live here? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. We won't stay here. We'll stay in the diplomatic community. We'll stay here for the next few days, put our things down, and then we'll head out, Lu Tianxian said, shaking her head. Jiang Wei checked the time. It was only 10:30. By the way, what are some of the special delicacies in the capital? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Tomorrow, I'll take you around a play, eat Peking duck, wash hot pot, listen to crosstalk, then stroll around the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, and we'll have pretty much seen all of Beijing, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay, you arranged the itinerary. Jiang Wei nodded. After putting down their clothes, Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian went to the garage. Is today an odd or even number? Lu Tianxian asked directly. What is odd-even number? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. Never mind, I'll check it out. Lu Tianxian took out her phone and checked. Drive this one, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Beijing has vehicle restrictions, so I prepared 3 cars here. The restrictions won't affect all 3 cars at the same time, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei got into the car, and Lu Tianxian turned on the navigation after getting in as well. You're not even familiar with your father's house? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. I've only been there a few times, Lu Tianxian nodded. Following the navigation, Jiang Wei arrived at the diplomatic community and, upon seeing the guards at the entrance, understood what was going on. As its name suggests, the residential complex is housing for diplomatic personnel. Lu Tianxian and Jiang Wei registered their identities and then entered the residential compound. Upon arriving at the house, Lu Tianxian entered the password, which opened the door directly. The password was Tianxian's birthday. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man wearing an apron and holding a spatula stood in the doorway of a room. The middle-aged man had a square face and a dignified appearance. The only resemblance between him and Lu Yifei was their noses. Dad! Lu Tianxian ran over and hugged the middle-aged man's arm. Dad! Jiang Wei called out as well. Sai, you didn't bring the baby? Mr. Lu was a little disappointed. That was his granddaughter. Dad, the baby is only a few months old and can't fly, and it's not suitable for long train journeys either, Lu Tianxian explained with a smile. Come here for the Chinese New Year, and bring it to me then. Mr. Lu shook his head. Okay, Lu Tianxian readily agreed. You take over, I'll have a chat with Xiaojiang. Mr. Lu handed Lu Tianxian an apron and a spatula. Lu Tianxian took the things and gave Jiang Wei a look that said, good luck to you. The two sat down on the sofa. Did you take a picture of my little grandson? Mr. Lu asked directly. Here you go. Jiang Wei took out his phone and brought up the photo album. Dad, this is my first time visiting, so I brought you some tea and wine. Jiang Wei placed the items on the coffee table. She looks exactly like Tianxian when she was little. Mr. Lu looked at the photo with a kind smile on his face. Perfect timing. We're out of tea at home. Brew me a pot, Mr. Lu said directly. Mr. Lu's eyes were only on his granddaughter, and he didn't even lift his head. Jiang Wei opened the box and then opened the outer vacuum bag. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of tea wafted over. Mr. Lu's eyes immediately looked away from the photo. What kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Mr. Lu looked at the large box that Jiang Wei had found with a curious expression. Wui rock tea, Da Hong Pao. You really can't buy it without any connection, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I've had Da Hong Pao tea before, but it doesn't have this rich aroma, Mr. Lu asked curiously, looking at the tea leaves. Moreover, judging from the large tea box that Jiang Wei brought, there must be a considerable amount of tea inside. Mr. Lu immediately stood up to boil water and then took out an exquisite tea set. Son-in-law, I heard you're quite wealthy now, Mr. Lu asked directly. Yes, we have several $100 billion in cash. Jiang Wei nodded. How much do you spend in a month? Mr. Lu asked directly. It didn't cost much, maybe 20 or 30,000. It was mainly spent on food, and occasionally I'd buy some good stuff when I came across it, Jiang Wei said directly. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Mr. Lu immediately found Jiang Wei much more agreeable. Mr. Lu also knows several self-made millionaires and has chatted with them about their children. Basically, rich kids spend money like water, with monthly allowances exceeding $1 million. But for Jiang Wei, 20,000 to 30,000 was enough to solve the problem. I heard you don't manage the company at all? Mr. Lu asked directly. Leave professional matters to professionals. If I get involved, I will only become an obstacle to the company. So I'll leave it to the most talented people to manage, and I'll just find an accounting firm to oversee the finances of a few companies, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, that's good. Mr. Liu nodded. The water's ready. Hearing the boiling sound, Mr. Liu immediately stood up. When Mr. Liu arrived with the teapot, he was making tea. It smells delicious, Mr. Liu said with a smile. Mr. Liu sipped his tea, his face full of reminiscence. Jiang Wei took a sip, and it tasted similar to the tea he had yesterday. Xiao Jiang, where can I buy this tea? It must be expensive, Mr. Liu asked directly. It's not cheap. I know someone who deals in Wui Rock tea, and this tea is a high-quality item that circulates within their circle, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Zhao Yinjiang has now become a tea merchant. It really tastes good, but it's too expensive. I can't accept it, Mr. Liu said with a hint of regret. Dad, don't worry about accepting it. This tea has no market price, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Liu's father immediately understood. This was something that wasn't readily available, so there was no market price. You could say it cost any price per kilogram. Okay, I'll take it. Give me a little more another day, Mr. Liu said with a big smile. Dad, there are 10 pounds in here, Jiang Wei said helplessly. So many, there really are some. Mr. Liu picked them up and found that there were indeed 10 pounds. Dad, husband, come and eat. Liu Tianxian's voice came from the kitchen doorway. Let's go eat. Mr. Liu carried a teapot and teacups to the dining table. I'll go help serve the dishes. Jiang Wei went to the kitchen. How did the conversation go? Liu Tianxian asked in a low voice. That's good, Jiang Wei said directly. Soon after, 6 dishes and a soup were served. Xian, when did you start liking braised pork so much? Mr. Liu asked curiously. I've always liked it, but I only eat a little bit to maintain my figure, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. You don't need to maintain your figure anymore. No need to maintain it. It's fine as it is now, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. Chapter 95, Giving a Gift to Oddbio. After dinner, Jiang Wei sat on the sofa and scrolled through his phone. Liu Tianxian was in the room, helping her father pack his things. Plans can't keep up with changes. Originally, they planned to eat roast duck, but Mr. Liu had to go see his granddaughter. Liu Yifei's filming, which had been postponed with great difficulty, no longer needs to be postponed. The moment Jiang Wei saw the headline on Weibo, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Haha. Jiang Wei was practically rolling around on the sofa. Xiao Jiang, what are you laughing at? Mr. Liu asked curiously as he came out. Dad, the leader of the U.S. military, Oddbio, is in a hospital again, coughing up blood. He also had a stroke, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What's so funny about this? Mr. Liu asked curiously. However, the person honestly walked over. Watching a spectacle is in the nature of Chinese people, especially an international spectacle like this. Mr. Liu sat next to Jiang Wei and flipped to the top of the news. Then, you could see that the corners of Oddbio's mouth turned up in a strange way. Haha! Now, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King has become a clown. Mr. Liu couldn't stop laughing. Haha! How did A.O. de Biao get stroke? Mr. Liu asked curiously. It should be related to the hacking incident last night, Jiang Wei said directly. What hacking incident? Mr. Liu asked curiously. Last night, hackers breached the Black Temple's official website and posted a list of American agents around the world. That's not all. They also put the list of spies on major global portal websites. This is like putting the U.S.'s face on the ground and rubbing it back and forth, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No wonder Audrey had a stroke. It would be strange if anyone didn't have one, Mr. Liu said with a smile. After reading the gossip, Mr. Liu went to tidy up his things again. Jiang Wei continued watching videos, and then he saw a poll trending at number 4 on the hot search list. What would be a suitable gift for someone who has suffered a stroke due to anger? The 5th is Wang Piku's new song. Jiang Wei clicked on it out of curiosity. Seeing the gift ranking list made me laugh again. Number 1, The Joker's Red Nose, with 550,000 votes. Second on the list is The Joker's Rainbow Hair, with 520,000 votes. Third on the list is the clown costume, 450,000 votes. Fourth on the list is the Joker's shoes, with 320,000 supporters. Ranked 5th, three-way milk powder, 50,000 supporters. Jiang Wei almost burst out laughing when he saw the comments below. You've gone too far. How could you humiliate me like this? And to make matters worse, you didn't even take me with you. Personally, I think the red nose is especially suitable for Adbio. What the heck is this three-way milk powder? Why isn't it the lipstick I'm supposed to give them? The effects of the three-way formula on adults are not obvious, so I also support the upstairs neighbor sending lipstick. I sent you this photo. Do you think it's suitable? Photo. JPG. The above is a photo from the press conference, showing Adbio dressed as a clown, without missing a single detail. Jiang Wei also typed a message on his phone. You people have no compassion. He had a stroke, not a clown. I'll feel sorry for him for a second. Haha. I just couldn't help laughing for 5 minutes. After glancing at the screen and seeing that there were no problems, I selected send. Soon after Jiang Wei's reply, a large number of people responded with their own messages. Yes, that's right. How can you talk about a patient like that? You have no compassion. I'll laugh for 10 minutes first. I thought it was the enemy. Their sword were too fast. After I looked closely, I realized it was President Jiang. Watch my time reversal technique. Time goes backward. Since President Jiang dares to laugh, it seems there's no reason not to. Let's laugh first as a sign of respect. Jiang Wei read a few replies. Lu's father had already packed everything. The tea boxes on the table were all put away. The group returned to the courtyard house, picked up their belongings, left the car, and took a taxi to the airport. Jiang Wei spent money to buy 3 plane tickets to Shanghai. By the time we arrived in Shanghai, it was already 5 p.m. You're something else, Mr. Lu said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Wei's bulletproof car. Jiang Wei smiled, but didn't say anything. The Defender is an armored vehicle used internally, so Mr. Lu naturally recognized it. Jiang Wei drove back to the Riverside Villa area. Jiang Wei took Lu's father to see the child. Once inside, Lin Meiji was the only one there. He was happily singing nursery rhymes to the baby. Mom, this is Tianxian's father, Jiang Wei introduced. Brotherin? Lin Meiji asked, startled when she saw Lu's father. Are you Lin Meiji? Mr. Lu asked after a long while. You two know each other? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, he's a college classmate. He's a year ahead of me. We're both students at Wuhan University, Lin Meiji said with a smile. Mom, you're not even in the same province. How did you get into Wuhan University? Jiang Wei asked with a gossipy look on his face. Lu Tianxian behind her also looked completely astonished. I never expected that my father and Aunt Lu would know each other. Mom is from Hu province. She joined the army after graduating from university, and that's how she met your father, Lin Meiji said with a smile. It's amazing that Xiao Jiang is your son, Mr. Lu said with a smile. My dear granddaughter, call me Grandpa. They've only been a few months old, and they already want the baby to talk. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian left the bedroom and went to the tea room. My dad and your mom definitely have something going on, Lu Tianxian said with a serious expression. What problem could there be? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Your mom's gaze toward my dad is strange, Lu Tianxian said seriously. How did you figure that out? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. I could tell from her micro-expressions. The moment your mom looked at my dad, she blushed, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Really? Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Really? Lu Tianxian nodded solemnly. What exactly is their relationship? Jiang Wei pondered. I'll go see if my dad's back yet, Jiang Wei said. Just as Jiang Wei arrived on the first floor, he saw Jiang Yunlin returning from outside. Dad, do you know the fairy's father? Jiang Wei asked directly. I don't recognize him. Jiang Yunlin shook his head. Tianxian's father and mother were classmates in college, Jiang Wei said directly. Hey classmate, who is it? They've come to our house. Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. Yes, I'm looking at you, Wei. Jiang Wei nodded. I'll go and get to know them. Jiang Yunlin then headed towards the second floor. Jiang Wei hurriedly followed. Upon entering the room, Lin Meiji was making tea. Mr. Lu was playing with a doll on the foam carpet. Brotherin, Jiang Yunlin greeted Lu's father directly. Yunlin, what a coincidence. Ha ha, Mr. Lu said with a smile when he saw Jiang Yunlin. Dad, do you know each other? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Yes, after I was discharged from the army, I opened a dumpling restaurant in Wuching for a year, and brother and was a regular customer, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Back when your maternal grandfather was still alive, your mother started her business in Wuching so that it would be convenient for her to take care of him. After your grandfather passed away in 1986, we came to Shanghai to do business. No wonder. Chapter 96, The Forgotten Investment. Lu Tianxian's father stayed for a week before returning to France. I learned that Mr. Lu is the principal of a Confucius school abroad. However, The unit is in diplomacy. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Jiang Wei saw an incoming call on his phone. It was from Su Ming. Sister Su, what's wrong? Jiang Wei asked directly. Our cosmetic sales figures for the first week are in. How much? Jiang Wei asked directly. A total of 12 million bottles, with a total profit of 2.6 billion. And we also reached an agency agreement with the camel merchant Sihana, who has prepaid a deposit of 200 million US dollars, Su Ming said excitedly. Oh, that's great. By the way, set aside 50 million from the net profit to give everyone a celebratory red envelope, split equally in my name and Liu Tianxian's name. Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, boss. Su Ming hung up the phone. I just called Ma Weiwo to tell him the good news, and he told me to call the boss, as there's a surprise waiting for me. Su Ming hadn't expected this surprise. Now Su Ming finally understood why Huang Pingtao said that the boss could easily accumulate gold coins. Jiang Wei took his fishing tackle box, went to the riverbank, opened his parasol, and began fishing. Suddenly a car drove in and stopped not far behind Jiang Wei. President Jiang. A bald man walked down. Director Su, is the movie finished? Jiang Wei recalled that he seemed to have invested 5 million in Director Su. Director Su was speechless. Did the director not care at all about the movie he invested in? It's been out of theaters for a long time, but the box office revenue came in today, so I'm bringing you the money, Director Su said with a helpless expression. It's likely that Jiang Wei, the investor, has completely forgotten about this investment. To be honest, Jiang Wei had indeed forgotten. If Jiang Wei hadn't met Director Su today, he wouldn't have even remembered this investment. How many are there in total? Jiang Wei asked directly. I didn't invest much money at the time, a total of 50 million, and I don't know the total box office figure now. The total box office is 1.266 billion. According to your 30% share, that's 379.8 million in total, Director Su said simply. All right, transfer the money to this card. Jiang Wei took out his wallet from his pocket, found a card, and handed it to Director Su. Okay. Director Su took the card and had his secretary operate it on the computer. Soon after, Jiang Wei received a payment notification on his phone. Okay, received. Director Su, would you like to go fishing together? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Are there any big fish here? Director Su asked curiously. Yes, Chan Chan caught a big fish weighing several tens of kilograms here, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Give me a fishing rod. Director Su immediately became interested. Director Su skillfully cast his line and began fishing. Mr. Jiang, you don't care about film investment? Aren't you afraid I'll embezzle this money? It's hundreds of millions. Su Zheng asked with a smile. To be honest, it wasn't until I saw you that I remembered I had invested money in you. It's been so long that I'd almost forgotten I'd made an investment, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No guande. Director Su touched his bald head. Mr. Jiang, I'm currently preparing to shoot another movie. Would you like to invest? Director Su asked with a smile. Since his last movie became a huge hit, he has accumulated a considerable amount of money. Although he didn't get as many as Jiang Wei, he still got 12. He received over 100 million. Do you have a script? Jiang Wei asked directly. I have it. I didn't bring it with me when I came. Director Su nodded. Let's read the script before we decide, Jiang Wei said directly. Mr. Jiang, does your company hire directors? Director Su suddenly asked. You want to expand Mimi's entertainment company? Jiang Wei asked curiously. No. I have a cousin who is a senior in the directing department at the Shanghai Theater Academy and is doing his internship this year, Director Su said earnestly. What's your name? Jiang Wei asked curiously. His name is Li Fan, a graduate this year. These days, it's hard for directors to find work. Many investors look at a director's age first. Director Su complained. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and made a call. Director Liu, do you know Li Fan? Li Fan, the one who graduated from your school this year. Oh, I understand. Li Fan is a genius director. How come no company wants him? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. These days, most people who graduate from directing programs go to film studios to find production assistant jobs. Then build good relationships with some directors and become an assistant director. You'll slowly build up your experience over 5 or 6 years. Then you can find scripts and investors yourself. And that's when entertainment companies will want you. Director Su said helplessly. So that's how it is. Jiang Wei nodded. I just asked around, and your cousin Sci-Fi film won second place for this year's Outstanding Works. Have your cousin go to Mimi's company and have him find 2 suitable sci-fi scripts to practice with, so I can see his skills and potential. I own the copyrights to all of Liu Cixin's science fiction works. If they have good potential, I can hand them over to him for filming, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll have my cousin report for duty later. Director Su said with a big smile. If my cousin signs with the company now, he can avoid 10 years of detours. Director Su also wanted to help his cousin, but his cousin was good at science fiction. Science fiction is notoriously expensive. You need to have your own money to burn it. You've gone under the float. Jiang Wei saw Director Su about to make a phone call, and the fishing float instantly went under the float. Then the fishing rod slipped from my hand in an instant. Damn it, a big shipment. Director Su hurriedly grabbed the release rope. This strength is definitely for a big shipment. Director Su was completely excited. He pulled the fishing rod up in no time, then used the fishing rod and the big fish to pull it. Jiang Wei called Yang Jiji and brought her a picnic blanket and a pot of tea. They drank tea while watching Director Su fish. After about an hour, the big fish was finally pulled out of the water. A big catfish. I have a huge thing now, too. Director Su laughed and asked his assistant to take a picture, which he then sent out. Mr. Jiang, I'll be leaving now. Director Su greeted Jiang Wei with a smile. Go ahead, but don't get lost, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang understands me. Director Su said with a smile. The fisherman's boasting was definitely indispensable. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Mr. Jiang, was Director Su fishing at your place just now? Gu Ji's call went directly to Jiang Wei's cell phone. Yes, a catfish weighing 45 pounds, Jiang Wei said directly. Sai, why am I not destined to be a big spender? Gu Yi said. You have time to go fishing now, Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Yes, there are transitions. It will take 5 days to complete the transitions, Gu said with a smile. I know a place with big fish. Do you want to go? Jiang Wei said directly. How big is the fish? Gu asked curiously. 2 years ago, there was a big fish weighing 230 jin, 115 kilograms. Yes, I absolutely have to go, Gu agreed immediately. I'll send you a phone number in Jiangjia village, Guishi. When you get to Guishi, contact her, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm leaving tomorrow, Gu said excitedly. Chapter 97, The Scapegoat Fatty. Yangqi, how's the tourist area construction going? Jiang Wei hung up Gu Ji's call. The crack homestay and the homestay next to the village are now completed. The goose houses along the river are under construction, but the main problem is the lack of tourist facilities, Yangqi said directly. Oh, that's fine then. By the way, Gu is going to Jiangjia village tomorrow. He's unfamiliar with the area, so could you go pick him up and ask him to promote it for us? I estimate it will attract quite a few anglers, Jiang Wei said directly. Ancient song. Is that the ancient song from the Scar of the Sky? Yankee exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I left him your phone number. I'll send it to you later. He should arrive by noon tomorrow, Jiang Wei said directly. By the way, take good care of him. He's mainly going fishing. Remember to ask the villagers to find some good fishing spots for Gu so he can catch a big catch, Jiang Wei added. No problem, I'll definitely handle it perfectly for you. Yang Qi agreed immediately. Black Hall of the Eagle, Otter. Biao's lips twitched. He always had a smile on his face, and he couldn't seem to get serious, while his mouth was also a little hard to close. Mark, have you found out? Who did it? Audrey asked Mark with a smile. We haven't found out the details, but we can confirm that the other party's computers are extremely fast. We had to use some of the supercomputing power to restore the official website. Mark shook his head. So that means the other side also has a supercomputer? Odibio asked seriously. Yes, there are supercomputers too, and their computing power is quite high. Mark nodded. There are only about 20 companies with supercomputers in total, and only 3 of them can do something like this. Which one do you think is most likely? Oderbai asked Mark directly. Anything is possible. It could be someone testing the performance of a supercomputer, the most unreasonable one. Especially since we have access to the world's top supercomputer, we might even be able to test its performance, Mark analyzed earnestly. So what do we do? Mark continued to ask. Go to Matchbox Building and submit a proposal to prohibit countries with supercomputers from selling supercomputers to countries without them, Odibio said. Would such a proposal be useful? Mark asked doubtfully. The company that sold the supercomputer is China, and China is still developing quietly, but it has shown its fangs. Especially the fighter jets that are sirens blaring, those fighter jets that we know nothing about, are now a sword hanging over the heads of countries around the world, but there is nothing we can do about them. Now they're trying every possible means to find information about this fighter jet. Moreover, this fighter jet is completely undetectable by radar. Moreover, it's optically invisible, so satellites can't do anything about it. Therefore, we cannot use force to threaten the enemy when we haven't detected their fighter jets. Right now, we have no countermeasures, so anything we say is just empty talk, Audrey said seriously. I understand. By the way, it seems the congressman is preparing to initiate impeachment proceedings, mainly concerning your image. Mark was about to leave when he thought for a moment before speaking to Audrey. Oddbio is a capable leader, and Mark doesn't want him to step down. But now, photos of Oddbit with a red nose are circulating everywhere online. Online, Audrey is now referred to as the famous clown Audrey. This severely damaged Audrey's image, far more so than when he had a crooked mouth. When he made a crooked face, the international students gave Oddbio the nickname Crooked Mouth Dragon King. Although it's meant to be disdainful, it looks quite imposing. I see. After Mark left, Audrey leaned weakly against his chair, looking as if he had lost all his energy. The blows came one after another, without stopping for a moment. As for the impeachment by the senators, O'Dwyer didn't care, since he had already been the leader of the U.S. The next day, Jiang Wei was summoned by Chu Jun and brought to the mayor's office in Shanghai. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Please have a seat. Shanghai Mayor Wang Heping invited Jiang Wei to sit down. We plan to develop the area surrounding the Weitian Group into a high-tech manufacturing park. What are your development plans? Many high-tech companies will move in there, Wang Heping said directly. We need a lot of land. If we don't have enough land for development, we will likely have to build factories in other provinces and cities, Jiang Wei said directly. Isn't leaving the entire west side enough for you? Wang Heping asked curiously. That piece of wasteland is enough, but there are other plans for the future, Jiang Wei said directly. Moreover, we plan to establish a supercomputing center there, and supercomputing is also a major power consumer, Jiang Wei said directly. Wang Heping instantly understood Jiang Wei's meaning. He wanted to build a supercomputing center there, as supercomputing is a major power consumer. If we supply power to other businesses, we're worried about insufficient power. Understood. What is Mr. Zhang's next investment project, and does it require policy support? Wang Heping asked directly. Anything is fine as long as it's normal. Jiang Wei refused outright. After chatting with Wang Heping for a while, Jiang Wei felt that they hadn't really talked about anything. After leaving the municipal government building, Jiang Wei shook his head and called Zhao Lianjiang to find out what was going on with Mayor Wang. Old Zhao, what's the deal with that Mayor Wang? Jiang Wei asked directly. What? What happened? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. Mayor Wang talked to me today, and he said a lot of empty words. It feels like they're testing me in various ways, Jiang Wei said seriously. What are you testing? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. Are you familiar with Red Coral Investment? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. So what if it's a company run by 3 generations of people? Zhao Lianjiang said directly. I know what they mean. They probably think I need money because they see me selling food. So I wanted to test whether my companies were interested in making a move, Jiang Wei said with a smile. You guessed wrong. I guess they were testing your attitude, asking if you wanted to invest, Zhao Lianjiang asked with a smile. Jiang Wei nodded. The people who invest in Red Coral generally prefer to use small amounts of money to exchange for shares. Their network of connections is their greatest value, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. I guess they want to invest a small amount of money to test your attitude and background first. It's nothing serious. I'll just have someone issue a warning. Chapter 98, Exchanging Super Soldier Serum. Upon hearing Zhao Lianjiang's words, Jiang Wei did not pursue the matter further. After all, the other party did not take any actual action. They merely tested the waters. They did not show any hostility. Xiao Jiang, how many points do you have now? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. 1,400,000. System level, 10, experience. 0 out of 0, break limit. Host, Jiang Wei, points, 1042972. Check-in. By the way, it also prompted me to gain experience before breaking the limit, but it didn't accumulate and the experience is still 0. I understand. The analysis above suggests that breaking through the limitations will most likely require developing all the red technologies to overcome the restrictions. That means the red technology has turned white, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. Oh, right, there's one more thing, which is the technology for exchanging super soldier serum. And then there's a requirement to test the limits of the system, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. How we test the limits? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Dark matter is the key to breaking through to the first level civilization level. Our current energy source, in the end, is still boiling water. And then there's the application of electricity. And then there's the controlled nuclear fusion reactor we're currently building. But all three of these are for generating electricity. Electricity, from the Industrial Revolution to the present day, although it hasn't reached its peak, it's not far off. The application of electricity has entered a bottleneck period. The electric motor, invented hundreds of years ago, still uses the same principle today. Nothing has changed. Technology and electricity are tightly intertwined. It can be said that most things cannot function without electricity. Modern electronic technology is built on electricity. Without electricity, global technology would regress by a century. So, to break through to the first level of civilization, we need a completely new energy source to break the monopoly of electricity, which is why people have turned their attention to dark matter, Zhao Lianjiang explained with a smile. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Come on, take a look at this advertisement. Zhao Lianjiang took out an advertisement. Factory direct sale, dark matter extraction device for sale, only 9.8 yuan. Take the dark matter extraction device home. Contact number, 139. There are no color markings, Jiang Wei said directly. That's right, you shouldn't be able to exchange for it before the limit is broken, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Then electricity can travel freely within the solar system? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Of course, with controlled nuclear fusion, we can use ion thrusters in the future. Although the thrust of ion thrusters is currently very small, we can find ways to increase it. For long-distance navigation, the most important thing is sustained thrust. Controlled nuclear fusion provides sustained thrust, and when combined with ion thrusters, it's a perfect match, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Come on, let's continue looking at the ads. Take a look at this one. Zhao Lianjiang took out another ad and placed it on the tea table. Jiang Wei looked over. Detailed information on ion thrusters sold directly from the manufacturer. Powered by a controlled nuclear fusion device, providing 50 tons of thrust with a self-weight of 100 tons. Contact number, 139. It has no color. Jiang Wei shook his head directly. This isn't right. Let me ask you something. Zhao Lianjiang pressed the elevator button and went downstairs. Jiang Wei was drinking tea in the tea room, and he had to admit the taste of this Dahong Pao was simply unbeatable. All right, Director Zhang has gone to consult the think tank, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. How much thrust do our current ion thrusters have? Jiang Wei asked curiously. A thrust of 40 or 50 grams, Zhao Lianjiang said after thinking for a moment. That must be the 100-ton weight you set up, which limited the thrust, Jiang Wei said seriously. I'll delete it and start over. Zhao Lianjiang also thought it was possible. He then connected the tablet to the printer, and soon an advertisement appeared. Factory direct sales of ion thrusters, powered by a controlled nuclear fusion device, providing 50 tons of thrust. Contact number, 139 at red, Jiang Wei said directly. It seems there really is a weight limit. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. But if it's too heavy, a large thrust is useless. The thrust-to-weight ratio is the most important thing, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. That makes sense, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Ding dong. Zhao Lianjiang's phone rang, and he glanced at it. I'm going downstairs for a bit. With that, he left his seat and went downstairs. Jiang Wei continued to drink tea and wait. Less than 3 minutes later, Zhao Lianjiang came up with a tablet. Then I connected the printer and printed out several advertisements. Factory directs sales of ion thrusters. Powered by a controlled nuclear fusion device, providing 50 tons of thrust with a self-weight of 200 tons. Contact number, 139 at red, Jiang Wei said directly. The one that weighed 100 tons just now was the theoretical limit, but it seems that it won't reach the theoretical limit. All right, the testing is almost done, and we already have a development path. Take a look at this last advertisement, he said, pulling out an advertisement and placing it in front of Jiang Wei. Factory direct sales of space elevator steel cables. Only 8.8 yuan. Take the space elevator steel cable home. Contact number 139 ed. Red. Ah, it seems science fiction can become reality, Zhao Lianjiang said with a laugh. Space elevators have always been something from science fiction. Because the requirements for materials are too high, the weight of the 36,000-meter-long cable itself can break it. An aircraft carrier's arresting cables can withstand an impact force of just over 100 tons, while the steel cables of a space elevator weigh tens of thousands of tons. For sale, Captain America's Super Soldier Serum Safe version. Comprehensive enhancement of strength, speed, endurance, and reaction time. The serum strengthens metabolism, eliminates fatigue substances, grants sustained stamina, extends lifespan, and provides superior resistance to injuries, viruses, and bacteria. Priced at only 1.8 yuan. Take home the Super Soldier Serum, which includes 10 sample vials, detailed research data, and a set of production equipment. Contact 139. Purple. Jiang Wei took out his phone and dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. Experience plus 14,200. The exchange was successful, Jiang Wei said directly. Old Zhao, is this Super Soldier Serum also an important resource for civilization upgrades? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, the overload that humans can withstand is limited, just like fighter jets with siren blaring, which have overload-resistant equipment inside. Otherwise, if fighter jets exceed Mach 4, humans won't be able to handle it, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Chapter 99 Ancient Song makes the headlines. Dong Tsue has a very pretty face, but her figure has nothing to do with being hot. It weighs a full 170 pounds. With 3 bottles of Chotzi weight loss pills in hand, I finally returned home. I've gained weight since I got married. Dong Tsue considers herself a person with perseverance. But my husband is a great chef, and his cooking skills are amazing. If he doesn't eat it, he'll try all sorts of ways to please him and tempt him with delicious food. 3 years into her marriage, Dong Tsue went from a 100-pound beauty to a 170-pound beauty. I overheard my husband chatting with a friend and realized that he had done on purpose. She loves herself too much, but because she's not good-looking, she's afraid she'll cheat on her husband. So she deliberately eats high-calorie foods to gain weight so that no one will fall in love with her. Dong Tsue felt both touched and helpless about this situation. After seeing the documentary video filmed by Li Xiang in the advertisement, Dong Tsue instantly found the right weight loss drug for her. Eat whatever you want, and you can lose a pound a day. After 3 months, you'll become a beautiful woman again. I secretly hid the medicine so my husband wouldn't find out and took 1 pill every day. Then I grabbed some snacks and went to watch my show. Old Zhao, is it still possible to buy this medicine? Zhao Lianjiang's wife asked him, holding a bottle of aphrodisiac. Sure. What's wrong? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. My brother-in-law is having problems with that area, and he can't find this medicine anywhere, Zhao Lianjiang's wife said with a smile. Okay, I'll find someone to get 2 boxes. Zhao Lianjiang agreed immediately. That's great, Zhao Lianjiang's wife said with a big smile. Since the aphrodisiac was introduced, Zhao Lianjiang obtained some, due to his internal connections. Finally, the matter of delivering grain to the state has been settled. They wouldn't hide at their workplace from time to time because of issues related to public grain rations. Zhao Lianjiang picked up the phone and called Jiang Wei. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the phone. In front of him, Lu Tianxian was taking pictures, and behind him, Chong Chong was massaging his shoulders. Another aphrodisiac? Old Zhao, the medicine is good, but you can't overuse it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Oh, it's for my brother-in-law. Okay, I'll have someone deliver it to your house later. Jiang Wei agreed immediately. Old Zhao, that brother-in-law is fictional, right? Jiang Wei asked jokingly. Huh? Hearing Zhao Lianjiang's exasperated voice from the other side, Jiang Wei burst out laughing. Chong Chong, you finished filming. Lu Tianxian handed the phone to Chong Chong. Yes, I posted it on Weibo. Chong Chong sat down next to Lu Tianxian with her phone in hand. Chong Chong, how many times are you planning to film this, stealing the corner scarf? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Many times. You and the fairy have been very popular, so I've been riding on that coattails, Chong Chong said with a smile. Feel free to mooch off me. Jiang Wei said with a smile. Ah, ancient songs are on the front page. Chong Chong exclaimed after posting on Weibo. What headline? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Look, Chong Chong handed the phone to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took the phone and saw Gugu and Yang Qi struggling to lift a large bluefish. Gugu laughed like a complete idiot. It seems Gugu has had a good harvest, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Heavenly Fairy, this is Yang Qi, the one I told you about. Jiang Wei pointed to Yang Qi next to Gugu. This hat is so pretty, I want one too. Lu Tianqian's eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Qi, who was wearing silver jewelry. These things are hard to buy. How about we have a craft learning variety show make this, and you can go and auction it off? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I think it's a good idea. Lu Tianqian nodded. The silver head ornaments worn by Miao people are basically prepared by their fathers for their daughters, and they only prepare one set in their lifetime. Therefore, it is difficult to buy those silver ornaments. Because these silver ornaments are expensive and cannot be used frequently. That's why there's no market for it. Then tell the Mimi to contact Lu Pin, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Tianxian nodded. Chong Chong, haven't you been filming any TV dramas lately? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Jiang Wei noticed that Chong Chong had been very free lately. He would come to see Lu Tianxian every 2 or 3 days. I filmed a TV series, and it's currently in post-production. I haven't been able to find a script for it due to scheduling conflicts, Chong Chong said nonchalantly. Oh, okay. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, that story about learning a craft with me has been broadcast, Lu Tianxian said to Jiang Wei. So how's it going? Is it popular? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It's very popular, with a viewership rating of 4.2. I got this information from Yangmi. When producing this, the dropout rate was incredibly low. The viewership for one episode went from 0.8 to 4.2, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. Is this a high rating? Jiang Wei was taken aback. He really didn't know anything about ratings. It's extremely popular, it's incredibly hot, Chong Chong said earnestly. A rating of over 2% is considered a viral hit, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. All right, whatever makes you happy. You won't make much money anyway. Jiang Wei shook his head. That makes sense, Lu Tianxian nodded. Ever since I learned about the speed at which the Weitian group makes money, the little money that people in the entertainment industry earn really seems like a drop in the ocean. Weitian Group currently generates around 15 billion renminbi per month. On average, that's 500 million a day. Even if you learn a craft with me, you won't earn as much in a whole season as Weitian Group in a single day. You're all for Versailles, aren't you? You don't give us poor people any face. Chong Chong was speechless as she watched the two talking. No, Lu Tianxian shook her head directly. In fact, we earn about 600 or 700 million a day, Jiang Wei said, lying down. Heavenly Fairy, please hug my thigh. Please hug my golden thigh. Chong Chong immediately grabbed Lu Tianxian's leg in a quirky and mischievous manner. Chong Chong, I think you and Yin Shu will definitely get along very well, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yin Shu? Chong Chong looked at Jiang Wei strangely. I've never met Chong Chong and Yin Shu, Lu Tianxian explained speechlessly. Chong Chong was here at the last gathering too. Jiang Wei was taken aback. Yin Shu and Yun Mo left first. They left before singing. I see. Jiang Wei recalled that Yin Shu and the others had indeed left first. Yin Shu is in charge of the special effects for the Shadow Demon. Her personality is a bit like yours. She likes to act from time to time, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Oh, introduce me to him another day, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Give me a little acting, you drama queen? Chong Chong asked with a smile. Well, aren't you a drama queen too? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Introduce me to him another day. Chong Chong nodded. Okowo. Chapter 100 Organizing a Charity Auction. Ah, Mr. Jiang, good news. Jiang Wei was still groggy when he got up in the morning, but he answered the phone. Yang Qi's scream came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Wei quickly put the phone away. What good news? Jiang Wei stretched. More than 200 tourists came this morning, all of them to fish, Yang Qi said loudly. Oh, I see. With Gu Ji's popularity, attracting 200 people isn't difficult, Jiang Wei said helplessly. That makes sense, Yang Qi nodded. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Jiang Wei went downstairs, where Yang Jiji had already prepared breakfast, simple fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. After having breakfast, Jiang Wei went to the gym to start exercising. Although I have a good figure now, I still need to maintain it. Sure enough, people are easily burdened by a comfortable life. Find something to do. After finishing his exercise, Jiang Wei went to the recliner in the yard. Jiang Wei picked up the tablet and opened the creative workshop. See what interesting ideas you can come up with. A singing competition? That's unoriginal. Upon seeing the copy, he shook his head rather bluntly. Remote control racing car competition. Make your own. I checked the creativity level and the description. The creativity level is classified as level 5, which is equivalent to 800 yuan. The school will probably buy this idea. How boring. Jiang Wei lay on the recliner, put down his tablet, and had nothing to do. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wei dialed Han Xian's number. I haven't contacted Han Xian for quite some time. Hey fatty, what are you doing? Jiang Wei asked as soon as the call connected. To make a movie, Han Xian said directly. What movie? Your King of Soldiers series. Jiang Wei asked curiously. What King of Soldiers series? Han Xian asked, taken aback. That's the one. The King of Soldiers returns, finds his wife sold to a brothel, and summons 100,000 soldiers to boost his performance. When the King of Soldiers returned, he saw his daughter living in a doghouse. In a fit of rage, he built her a luxurious doghouse. The King of Soldiers returned and saw his younger brother being bullied by thugs. He instantly flew into a rage, shouting, "Only I can bully my brother," and joined the bullying group. Besides, stop, don't say anymore. Han Xian already knew what Jiang Wei was going to say. We're filming a movie called Struggle, Han Xian said helplessly. If Jiang Wei were to continue speaking, all his quirky childhood ideas would be exposed. What made you think of calling me? Han Xian asked with a smile. Nothing much, just bored and don't know what to do, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Then find something to learn, something in the arts, it'll kill a lot of time. For example, practicing calligraphy or learning a musical instrument, Han Xian said speechlessly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei went to a bookstore in the commercial district and bought some calligraphy practice books. He then went to a stationery store and bought calligraphy brushes, ink, inkstones, and Xian paper. Jiang Wei felt that practicing calligraphy was also a good option. However, Jiang Wei's handwriting was mediocre, and he had never actually studied calligraphy. Carrying a bunch of things, Jiang Wei began his calligraphy practice. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. The water pushes the boat, but the shore remains unmoved. President Jiang, our scenic area is a hit. More than 500 people came today, and more than 300 of them want to stay overnight, Yang Qi replied excitedly. Yang Qi, these are all minor matters. You don't need to tell me, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. How much profit can a tourist area make in a year? President Jiang, if things continue to be this popular, earning tens or hundreds of millions a year will be a piece of cake, Yang Qi asked earnestly. I earn 600 to 700 million a day. I have two purposes for building the tourist area. First, to create a prosperous road for my hometown, and second, to find a hibiscus planting base. That income really isn't much, Keyboard explained helplessly. Yang Qi on the other end was speechless. I've lost all interest in sharing good news. It turns out that in Jiang Wei's eyes, an income of hundreds of millions was so insignificant. Okay. Yang Qi hung up the phone helplessly. Actually, I wanted to invite Jiang Wei back to see the results of the construction, but Jiang Wei wasn't interested. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Mr. Li, are you not busy anymore? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Li Fu is a well-known workaholic, taking a break from a busy schedule. Our Out of the Mountains Foundation needs to hold a charity auction and then broadcast it live to raise awareness. You know a lot of people in the entertainment industry, so see if you can invite some celebrities to participate, Li Fu said directly. This time, our 30-odd companies have implemented an unspoken rule. Celebrities of the same level who attend this auction will have priority in obtaining endorsement rights, Li Fu said with a smile. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Jiang Wei nodded. He had originally planned to work with Ji Li to set up a foundation. Unexpectedly, Li Fu escalated the situation, attracting more and more people to join, mainly from computer companies, mobile phone companies, home appliance companies, and Shotzi Group. This then formed a massive donation chain. To ensure fairness and impartiality for everyone, a famous Hong Kong charity star, known as He Tinlock, was invited to become the chairman, while the chairman of all the other companies became honorary vice chairman. Okay, when does it start? It'll be at the Shanghai auction house at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow, Li Fu said directly. By the way, see if you have anything that you can auction off for charity. We all need to donate something, Li Fu said earnestly. This is a bit difficult. I'm not a collector, and I don't have anything good to offer. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to have anything worth auctioning. It could be a handicraft, or something you make yourself, or something with sentimental value, Li Fu suggested. Okay, I'll figure something out. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Jiang Wei searched the room for suitable items to auction. After searching for a while, it seemed that apart from tea leaves, there was nothing of value. Jiang Wei thought for a moment, found a box, took out half a caddy of Dahong Pao tea, and put it into the tea box. After thinking about it for a while, I called my girlfriend again. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here to call me? Demimi asked with a smile. There's a charity auction at the Shanghai auction house at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow, and we'd like you to invite some celebrities to participate. At the very least, their character must be reliable. By the way, there are more than 30 vice presidents of this charity auction, and they have reached a consensus on a certain clause regarding the celebrities who attend the auction. From now on, their company spokespeople will be selected primarily from those who participate in the auction, Jiang Wei stated directly. What kind of companies are involved? Demimi asked curiously. I'll send you the website address. You can check it out yourself. It mainly deals with mobile phone, computer, home appliance, and car companies. Okay, but is there any other problem with this charity fund? Demimi asked after a moment's hesitation. Don't worry, we've chosen a chairman, He Tianla, who will be in charge. And the donations will be completely transparent, from your hands to the person who uses them. When the time comes, you can directly enter your ID card number to check the details of your donation. Every penny will be clear to him. Jiang Wei naturally knew what Demimi was worried about. Okay, I'll treat you to a larger portion. Chapter 101 Auction 1. Jiang Wei and Liu Tianxian arrived at the auction house in Shanghai, only to find reporters on both sides, and were cordoned off by security guards with a red carpet laid out in the middle. Is this the time to walk the red carpet? Jiang Wei asked Liu Tianxian with a smile. I guess so. This outfit isn't really suitable for walking the red carpet, Liu Tianxian said helplessly, looking at her ordinary dress. You should wear a formal dress when walking the red carpet. Let's go, Jiang Wei said directly. Jiang Wei was dressed in a simple, casual suit. Jiang Wei thought that this auction should be held at the auction venue, where the auction and donation should be made. As Jiang Wei and Liu Yifei walked down the red carpet, a barrage of flashbulbs immediately illuminated their faces. Jiang Wei felt like his eyes were about to go blind. The barrage of camera flashes was like a flashbang. After walking for a while, we arrived at the entrance of the Shanghai auction house, finally having walked the red carpet. Hello, Mr. Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. He Tianla saw Jiang Wei and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. He. You, as the president, are here greeting guests, Jiang Wei said with a smile. There's no other way. All 30-odd vice presidents are worth billions. We can't have them greet guests. Only I am poor, He Tianla said with a smile. President Jiang, come this way. Jiang Wei saw Wang Fu, who was standing next to him, waving at him. The layout of the lobby has changed today, from rows of sofas to a restaurant-like arrangement. Jiang Wei led Liu Tianxian over. Mr. Wang, it's been a long time, Jiang Wei greeted him with a smile. Is Mr. Jiang planning to auction off this box of tea? Wang Fu asked with a smile when he saw Jiang Wei's belongings. Yes, I don't have any hobbies related to collecting, so I don't have anything worth auctioning. My only hobby is drinking tea, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Is it good tea? Wang Fu's eyes lit up. Yes, I got it through inside connections. Brew a pot and try it, Wang Fu said expectantly. All right, I've already added half an ounce more tea anyway. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. Waiter, bring me a pot of hot water and a tea set, Wang Fu called out to the waiter. Okowo. Soon the waiter brought over a set of Yixing clay teapot and hot water. Jiang Wei opened the box, and a fragrant aroma of tea immediately wafted out. Jiang Wei grabbed 7 or 8 pieces and put them into the purple clay teapot. Wang Fu smelled the aroma of tea and couldn't wait to start brewing it. What a fragrant tea! What wonderful tea! Li Hong said with a smile as he sat down next to Wang Fu. Dahong Pao, but this is the first time I've ever seen such a fragrant Dahong Pao, Wang Fu said with a smile. It's somewhat similar to the original Dahong Pao tea tree, but the original Dahong Pao tea tree hasn't been harvested in recent years. And this is new tea, so I don't know what kind of Hong Pao it is from, Wang Fu explained with a smile. Before long, the table for 8 was full of people. Wang Fu poured a teacup for everyone and eagerly took a sip himself. It smells good, almost the same as the original Da Hong Pao tea tree, Wang Fu said with a smile. Indeed, it's slightly inferior to the original Da Hong Pao tea, though I can't quite put my finger on it, said Mr. Dong of Jelly Electric Appliances with a smile. It lacks that aged aroma. It seems that's indeed the case. Mr. Jiang, where did you buy this tea? Wing Fu asked curiously. It's through a friend's insider channel. The price isn't cheap, but I can help you buy it if you need it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Sure, let's exchange phone numbers. The group exchanged business cards. Mr. Li, how are your preparations for the acquisition going? Jiang Wei asked Li Hong. It's almost done. The Hangzhou municipal government has provided a guarantee, and the transaction will be completed in a few days, Li Hong said directly. What are you acquiring? Mr. Wang asked curiously. Since Mr. Li wanted to list ele.me, I simply sold ele.me to him, Jiang Wei said with a smile. How much did you sell it for? Wing Fu asked curiously. 300 billion, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, high-quality asset like have you eaten yet is indeed worth 300 billion. But why would President Jiang give up such a valuable asset? Wing Fu asked curiously. It's not for any particular reason. It's just that going public is too troublesome, and the profits from ele.me are only average, with a profit margin of only 10%. Jiang Wei shook his head. Everyone around fell silent. Selling it because you find it troublesome is too casual. After drinking a few cups of tea, everyone returned to their seats. Mr. Jiang, is this your first time on the red carpet? How does it feel? Demimi asked from the side. It felt like I'd been flashed by a flashbang, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. You'll get used to it. Demimi burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. Old Ma, you're here for the auction too. Jiang Wei sudininotichid ma wangwo. Boss, I just came to show my face and see what good stuff I have, Ma Wei said with a smile. After a few cups of tea, the auction finally began. Hello everyone. I am He Tianle, the president of the Out of the Mountains Foundation. From now on, I will be in full charge of operating and managing the Out of the Mountains Foundation. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Li from Geely Auto, Mr. Jiang from Weitian Group, Mr. Wang from BYD Auto. Their charity sales activities donated the funds to the Out of the Mountains Foundation. Our Out of the Mountains Foundation ensures that donations are traceable and accounts are transparent. After you donate, you can use your ID card to track where your donations go. The financial records are publicly available and transparent on the official website, so you don't have to worry about your donations being embezzled by anyone. We also welcome all financial institutions to conduct public oversight, He Tianle said with a broad smile. All right, enough with the chit-chat. Let's welcome auctioneer Zhu Jing, He Tianle said with a smile. Hello everyone, I am auctioneer Zhu Jing. The auction is now officially starting. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to the Out of the Mountains Foundation. The auction house will not charge any handling fees. The auction is now officially open. Let's welcome our first auctioneer, Mr. Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment and realized that he had been ranked first. Jiang Wei stood up and walked towards the stage. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Wei. I don't have many hobbies except for drinking tea, so I'm selling a box of Da Hong Pao tea that I have collected. Jiang Wei placed the Da Hong Pao tea on the stage. The first item up for auction is Mr. Jiang's red robe. Please place your bids, Zhu Jing announced loudly. I'll offer 2 million. Mr. Li from Baidu has offered 2 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? 3 million, Wang Fu said with a smile, holding up the sign. The sign displayed the company name and company name. Looking at the sign, Jiang Wei couldn't help but sigh. These people really know how to advertise. It's being broadcast live on TV now. Mr. Wang from BYD offered 3 million. 3 million. Is there anything higher? 3,200,000. That's my bottom line. If you go above that price, I'll have Mr. Jiang buy it for me. Mr. Dong of Jelly Electric Appliances has offered 3.2 million. Is anyone going to raise the bid? 3,200,000 for the first time. 3,200,000 the second time. 3,200,000 for the third time. Bang, sold. Zhu Jing brought down the gavel. Jiang Wei smiled and handed the tea leaves to President Dong. Mr. Jiang, now that we've finished our drinks, I'll ask you to buy some more for me, Mr. Dong said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Jiang Wei nodded. Next, please welcome Mr. Wang from Geely Group to the stage with the items for auction. Chapter 102 Auction 2. Wang Fu walked onto the auction stage with a scroll in his hand. Hello everyone. I am Wang Fu from Geely Auto. The item I brought for auction is a fake calligraphy and painting. It was my first collectible, and it has great sentimental value. The reason why the calligraphy and paintings were not destroyed is mainly because the characters inside were very well imitated. This is a copy of Dong Chichan's calligraphy and painting. After realizing it was a fake, I used it as a model for calligraphy practice. Wang Fu briefly explained his collection. Then the details of the calligraphy and painting appeared on the big screen. Jiang Wei saw the characters and thought they were very beautiful. The auction for the calligraphy collection of Mr. Wang from Geely Group will now begin. Please place your bids, Zhu Jing announced loudly. 2 million. I've been practicing calligraphy lately, and I'm missing a calligraphy model. This one looks pretty good to me. Jiang Wei raised his hand and said with a smile. Mr. Jiang Wei, chairman of Weitian Group, has offered 2 million. Is there anyone who will offer a higher price? 2 million once. 2 million for the second time. 2 million for the third time. Bang deal. Jiang Wei went up and took the calligraphy and painting. They took a group photo and then left the stage. Next, please welcome Chairman Li of Baiweidi. Hello everyone, I am Li Fu from Baiweidi. I'm a wine collector. For this auction, I have brought out my best bottle of wine, Handy Mousy, Mr. Li said with a smile. Welcome Mr. Li's collection. The auction will now begin, Zhu Jing announced loudly. 15 million. Lu Tianxian raised her paddle directly. Famous actress and shareholder of Weitian Group, Ms. Lu Tianxian, has offered 15 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 15 million for the first time. 15 million the second time. 15 million for the third time, bang sold. Lu Tianxian went on stage, exchanged drinks with Li Fu, and returned with a big smile on her face. Heavenly Immortal, you still like Thatch? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's for my dad. He loves good wine, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Isn't 15 million for this wine too expensive? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's not expensive. The last time it appeared in auction, the price was 13.5 million. This price isn't expensive, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. The waiter brought over the POS machine, and Jiang Wei took out his bank card to pay for the two items. The auction continued with investors, namely the honorary vice presidents, at the front. The auction items are diverse, including antiques, famous cigarettes and wines, and study supplies. Next, please welcome the famous actor Gu Gu. Zhu Jing invited Gu Gu to the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Yi. My item for auction is a fishing rod set. This fishing rod set is very meaningful to me. The day before yesterday, I used this fishing rod set to catch a 145-pound carp and a 162-pound grass carp. Gu Gu opened the box and took out the lures inside. Let's welcome Gu Ji's auction item, a lure, Zhu Jing said with a smile. The auction will now begin. Please place your bids. 1 million. I'll borrow your luck in catching a big fish, Li Fu said, holding up his sign. Ha ha. Is there a higher price than the million offered by Baiweidi? 1 million once, 1 million a second time, 1 million a third time, bang deal. Next, please welcome the famous actress Lu Tianxian. Hello everyone, I am Lu Tianxian. The artwork I brought is a painting I created myself. Lu Tianxian opened the painting. It's a cute portrait, exceptionally adorable. This child is an orphan from the Shanghai Warm Orphanage. Her name is Meng Meng, and she's very cute, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. So cute, I really want to pinch this little guy's cheeks. So cute. Next up is an auction of Ms. Lu Tianxian's item, a portrait of Meng Meng. The auction will now begin. Please place your bids. 2 million. A middle-aged woman in her 40s held up a sign. Ms. Zhou, chairwoman of Lance Technology, has offered 2 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 2 million for the first time, 2 million for the second time, 2 million for the third time, bang deal. Congratulations to Ms. Zhou on your successful auction. Ms. Zhou walked onto the stage. Ms. Lu, Meng Meng hasn't been adopted, has she? Ms. Zhou asked directly. She hasn't been adopted. If Ms. Zhou wants to adopt, she can. Meng Meng's parents were in a car accident, so there's no need to worry about her biological parents coming looking for her, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Lu Tianxian also knows about Lance Technology which is mainly a supplier of mobile phone accessories. That's perfect. My son is away at school all year round, so it's good for me to raise a daughter, Ms. Zhou said with a smile. I fell in love with Ming Ming the moment I saw her. It's such a coincidence, Ms. Zhou said with a smile. Lu Tianxian returned to her seat. That Ms. Zhou just now wanted to adopt Ming Ming, Lu Tianxian said directly. Mr. Wang, do you know this Ms. Zhou? What kind of person is she? Zhang Wei asked Wing Fu. He's a nice person. He and his wife are very loving, and their son is studying at Peking University, where he enrolled last year. However, I heard that she suffered severe postpartum hemorrhage during childbirth and was unable to have any more children, Mr. Wang said, sharing what he knew. You've checked? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Lance is also a supplier of automotive electronic equipment for our company, so of course we know about them, Wang Fu said with a smile. Okay, then adopting Ming Ming is a good thing. Jiang Wei nodded. Many people who adopt children don't treat them well, but the orphanage can't do anything about it, because the guardians have all been transferred. It took about 2 hours for everyone to finish queuing. However, some celebrities couldn't compete with those wealthy people. Now, please welcome the sponsor of this auction, Mimi, General Manager of Tianqing Entertainment, Zhu Jing announced directly. Hello everyone, I'm Mimi. Tianqing Entertainment has reached a strategic cooperation with major online novel websites. This year, we plan to film 9 TV series and 3 movies. For those who didn't win an auction, you can participate in the auction. 27 people did not win any items. Tianqing Entertainment is now auctioning off 2 male leads for female leads, and the rest are all main supporting roles. He said, putting down more than 20 cards. Honey, aren't you worried about how poorly others will act with such a hasty decision? Huang Bo asked loudly. Don't worry. The Celestial Fairy has created an acting textbook called Method School, so even an extra can follow the book to act, Mimi said with a smile. All the actors immediately looked at Lu Tianxian. The book hasn't been published yet, but it'll be soon. Just wait another month. This set of books is a set of acting instruction books that I developed through research on microexpressions. I welcome everyone's feedback, Lu Tianxian said, picking up the microphone and addressing the crowd. All right, let the auction continue. The auction ended in no time. No wealthy people bid for the actor roles, and the roles were given to those who did not win the bid. Hello everyone, I am He Tianla. This auction raised a total of 223.5 million yuan, which will be used entirely for the construction of Hope Primary Schools and roads in mountain villages. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 103, A Deluge of Scandals. At the headquarters of a charity, Chairman Zhang Yuan watched the live television broadcast with a grim face. Someone actually went so far as to openly create a transparent charity. How are these charitable foundations supposed to survive? In the past 2 years, several scandals have broken out involving charitable foundations, and people have lost confidence in charitable donations. Now, stepping out of the Deshan Foundation and directly engaging in transparent donations, how do they collect charitable funds? Xiaoma, call a meeting of all the board members. Zhang Yuan picked up the phone and made a call to his secretary. Then Zhang Yuan made numerous phone calls to the presidents of various foundations. This incident has severely impacted charitable foundations across the country. Although they are called charitable foundations, the amount of money they make and the amount of illicit income they generate are enormous. Soon after, a multimedia conference was held in the conference room, attended by the foundation's directors and the presidents of various foundations. Zhang Yuanxian showed everyone He Tianla's speech and summary. He then showed everyone the information about the foundation's honorary vice president. This model is having a huge impact on us. What should we do? Those celebrities are easy to deal with. Just make up some scandals and you can take them down. You can get away with it by spending some money. But no matter how these companies are run, they're basically all worth over 10 billion yuan, Zhang Yuan said directly. The same method, creating fake news and massively smearing these companies. They are all manufacturers of cars, mobile phones, and home appliances. They all value their reputation. The president of a foundation said to Zhang Yuan, I can use some of my resources to disrupt the production of these companies, another chairman said. We must bring back transparent charity. It's too blatant, a foundation president said seriously. If this is done, what will happen to our profits? This will cut off our livelihood. Let's use a 3-pronged approach to make them change it back. Use every possible method, otherwise we'll all be finished. When Jiang Wei woke up the next day, he stretched his muscles and then went to Lin Meiji's room to play with his daughter. After making his daughter cry, Lin Meiji kicked him out of the room. After breakfast, Jiang Wei went to his study to practice calligraphy, and the calligraphy copybooks he had acquired from yesterday's auction were perfect for his studies. The characters on the calligraphy copybook are really beautiful. Otherwise, Wang Fu wouldn't have been fooled. After practicing calligraphy for 2 hours, Jiang Wei went to the river to relax and fish. The fishing was good. In no time, 7 or 8 crucian carp, all about the size of a palm, were caught. Suddenly, Jiang Wei wasn't paying attention, and his fishing rod was pulled into the water. Jiang Wei quickly began to pull the safety rope. It took 2 minutes to finally pull the fishing rod up. Then I started to struggle with the fish. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. The water pushes the boat, but the shore remains unmoved. A knife slices lotus root, but the strands don't break. Mountains are high, waters are far, but feelings remain unchanged. Jiang Wei, who was exerting himself, heard his phone ring. Jiang Wei struggled to pull out his phone, placed it on the fishing tackle box, answered the call, and turned on speakerphone. "Mr. Li, if my fish gets away, you'll be fully responsible," Jiang Wei said directly. "President Jiang, something terrible has happened. Everyone who participated in the charity auction yesterday has been smeared." Li Fu's voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Wei was struggling with the fish when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. "What's going on?" Jiang Wei asked, pulling the fish along. "A lot of dirt on major companies has appeared online, such as financial fraud and tax evasion. Our company has also been falsely accused of tax evasion. There's also the fact that a lot of scandals have surfaced about the celebrities who attended the auction yesterday, such as Huang Yao's alleged prostitution and tax evasion." "Who did this?" Jiang Wei asked as he pulled her along. "It should be from major charitable foundations, since these foundations are all listed on the stock market. There must be some gray profits involved. Just now, Mr. Wang for Baiwei called me and said that someone from the tax department came to investigate the taxes. They probably want us to change our policy of fully transparent charitable donations," Li Fu said directly. "All right, I got it. I'll make a call later and take care of things. Don't worry, they're all just paper tigers," Jiang Wei said nonchalantly. "In the face of the state apparatus, those foundations are nothing. Okay, I'll reassure the participating companies." Mr. Li hung up the phone immediately. Li Fu just called to see if Jiang Wei had any solutions. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wei agreed without hesitation. Jiang Wei was a mystery in business circles. No one knew his background. That's why Li Fu sought help from Jiang Wei. They could solve the problem, but it would take time and be quite expensive. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. "Honey, what's wrong?" Jiang Wei asked, pulling the fish along as he answered the phone. "Mr. Jiang, something terrible has happened. The celebrities who attended the auction yesterday have all been targeted with malicious rumors. Many female celebrities have been the subject of false accusations," Demimi said urgently. "I understand. You should reassure them. I'll handle things by tomorrow morning at the latest and put their minds at ease," Jiang Wei said directly. "Can it really be solved?" Demimi asked after a long while. Yang Mi and Jiang Wei have a close relationship, but Yang Mi is unaware of Jiang Wei's abilities. "It can really be solved, don't worry. Those people won't be able to cause trouble for long," Jiang Wei said directly. "Okay, I'll send them a message right now," Demimi said directly. After Demimi hung up the phone, Jiang Wei started arguing with the fish again. After about 10 minutes, the fish was finally pulled up. A red koi carp weighing over 30 kilograms. A koi fish is a rare find. After having Lu Wei take a picture of it, Jiang Wei released the koi fish back into the wild. "Honey, something terrible has happened." Lu Tianxian ran over. "All the celebrities who attended the auction yesterday have been the subject of rumors and scandals, all of which are fabricated," Lu Tianxian said urgently. "I understand. Demimi called me just now, and President Li also called me. The Wei Tian group has also been exposed for scandals," Lu Tianxian said directly. "I know everything." Jiang Wei nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed Zhao Lianjiang's number. Then he waved his hand, signaling Lu Tianxian and Lu Wei to leave. "Old Zhao, something's come up, and I'd like to ask the higher-ups to help resolve it," Jiang Wei said directly. "Tell me about those things that were slandered," Zhao Lianjiang said directly. The higher-ups have already taken notice. I called Director Zhang then, and they've already started handling it. Don't worry, It'll definitely be taken care of before dark. Xiao Jiang, your idea for this matter is good, but it has affected the interests of too many people. However, there's no need for those charitable foundations to exist anymore, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Jiang Wei nodded. Okay, I'll hang up now. By the way, let's arrange a time to go for tea tomorrow, old Zhao said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. Chapter 104, an operation of crushing force. After making the call, Jiang Wei told Li Fu and Mimi to resolve the matter before dark. It's noon now, and it will be dark in about 7 or 8 hours. Everyone was relieved to hear that the problem would be resolved before dark. Li Fu's Geely Auto was subject to a direct tax audit, but before the audit could even begin, he was called back by a phone call. Li Fu has a completely new guess about Jiang Wei's abilities. At the same time, I felt sympathy for those who run charitable foundations. Of all people to offend, why offend someone with such powerful connections? Also, Li Fu had a good impression of Jiang Wei. He's a bit lazy, but he's a good person with good character. Most importantly, he is easygoing and doesn't have the aloofness of those privileged children. It seems I need to spend more time with President Jiang, Li Fu said with a smile. Brother Bo, good news. The agent ran into Huang Bo's office. What good news? Huang Bo asked curiously. The authorities launched a cleanup campaign, and a large number of online trolls were arrested and their accounts were banned. All those posts that were attacking us have been deleted, the agent said excitedly. It seems the organizers have put in a lot of effort. Everything will be fine, Huang Bo said with a smile. In fact, Huang Bo already knew that this might happen when he went to the auction yesterday. However, Huang Bo still went to participate, because this is an opportunity to expose the dark side of charity. Most importantly, the organizers gave him motivation. Because the organizers are top-tier car companies, mobile phone companies, and home appliance companies, Huang Bo felt that the opportunity was enormous when these three forces joined forces to target the charity sector. Brother Bo, we successfully bought at the bottom. The assistant ran in. Brother Bo, what do you mean by buying at the bottom? The agent asked curiously. I had someone buy 110 million shares of Geely Group, Huang Bo said with a smile. I bought it when it hit the daily limit down today. I estimate it will hit the daily limit up tomorrow, and I can make at least 10 or 20 million, Huang Bo said with a smile. Brother Bo, aren't you worried that the stock won't go up? The broker asked curiously. So many leading enterprises, they can't just smear them as they please, Huang Bo said with a smile. Okay, the agent nodded. All right, I almost forgot something important. Hongqi Auto has sent an endorsement offer worth 8 million a year, the agent hurriedly said. It seems this operation is probably related to Hongqi. After all, it's an old factory and a state-owned enterprise. Its connections are much stronger than we imagined. Huang Bo nodded when he heard the company's name. I think so. The agent nodded. In an electronics park in the suburbs, several cars suddenly arrived and more than 20 people got out of them. The leader, carrying a toolbox and wearing a telecommunications company uniform, walked towards a certain company. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Hello, this is the property management of the park. The internet downstairs is down. I need to check the network. The people inside peeked through the peephole a few times. Their attire was indeed that of a telecommunications company. Creak. The heavy security door was opened. The person wearing a telecommunications company uniform saw the door open. He opened the door and instantly kicked the young man who opened it to the ground. Police, don't move. Instantly, plainclothes officers hidden in the corner outside rushed in. In less than 30 seconds, everyone was subdued. Captain Zhang, the arrest is complete. A young man walked over and said to the middle-aged man dressed as a repairman, take control of all computers immediately and save the data on them. Captain Zhang, we found a hidden safe. A policeman's voice came from afar. Team leader Zhang hurried over. It was a safe hidden inside a cabinet, concealed by a sliding mechanism. Seize all the computers, remove this safe, and take it back. Such incidents occur all over the country, in basements, residential buildings, and in online troll companies that usually operate in the shadows. In the face of the state apparatus, it is like a broken eggshell, easily shattered. Zhang Yuan sensed danger at a certain foundation company. The other party consists of leading enterprises, so this is the only way they can deal with them. As for economic measures, they have no other options. President, something terrible has happened. The secretary rushed in. What happened? Zhang Yuan asked, frowning. Just now, All the news articles smearing those companies and celebrities on the internet disappeared. Who did it? Zhang Yuan asked directly. It's not clear yet. President, we've received a notice about the Clean Internet campaign. Another secretary rushed in. Upon hearing the words Clean Internet campaign, Zhang Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Shally, bring me the list of more than 30 companies from yesterday, Zhang Yuan said after a while. Yes. In less than 2 minutes, Shally brought the list. Zhang Yuan looked at these companies, trying to figure out which one had such great power. As I flipped through the pages, an inconspicuous company suddenly came into view. Jilin Automobile Manufacturing Plant. Zhang Yuan quickly flipped to the detailed information at the back. Upon seeing the detailed information inside, Zhang Yuan was instantly stunned. It turns out to be a subsidiary of Hongqi Group and a directly affiliated subsidiary at that. No wonder, it's over. Upon seeing this news, Zhang Yuan instantly felt completely drained. Red Contract Company is something they can target. Vote for strikes will die. President, the police have broken in. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yuan slumped into his chair. He Tianla stayed in his office, anxiously waiting for the matter to be resolved. He Tianla had anticipated this incident yesterday, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. These 30-odd companies are all leading enterprises. Unexpectedly, the other side still launched an attack, and it was the most ferocious retaliation they had ever seen. President, great news. All the negative news online has been deleted. It's the Clean Internet campaign, the secretary rushed in, excitedly announcing. It seems our bosses have joined forces. He Tianla said with a broad smile. That should be true. The crisis is over, haha. He Tianla laughed out loud. I didn't expect our group of bosses to have so much influence, He Tianla said with a smile. President, who did you say was behind this? The secretary asked curiously. It should be General Manager Chun from Jiqing. That's a branch of Hongqi. I only dared to take on this foundation because I saw him among the members, He Tianla said with a smile. Meanwhile, in Jiqing, at the Jiqing Automobile Manufacturing Plant, Chun Yin anxiously awaited a call from above. Chun Yin was just an ordinary employee who worked his way up to the position of general manager of this branch. This incident occurred because of insufficient consideration. The punishment from above is definitely inevitable. Ring ring. Hello, Mr. Huang. Xiao Chun. It's all right. The matter is resolved. There won't be any punishment from above, General Manager Huang said with a smile. Mr. Huang was my mentor back then. Chapter 105 was praised. A scream came from Lu Tianxian's bedroom. What happened? Jiang Wei pushed open the door and found Lu Tianxian calmly scrolling through her phone, while Chang Chang was screaming excitedly. Jiang Wei looked at Chang Chang helplessly, his eyes filled with resentment. His wife had been snatched away by his best friend again yesterday. Whenever the fairy doesn't want her, and when Demi Mi and Tang Tang aren't around, she'll bring Chang Chang over. The companies that participated in the auction the day before yesterday were all praised in the People's Daily, which is the People's Daily, Chang Chang said excitedly. What did you see it? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Weibo headlines. Chang Chang said excitedly. Jiang Wei opened Weibo and saw the headline. Numerous companies and celebrities have been praised by the public in daily reports, hailed as brave individuals who broke the unspoken rules. Wang Piku, suspected of marital discord. Numerous officials have been taken away by the disciplinary commission. Speech by XXX. Jiang Wei clicked on the first item, then saw the link above, followed by the editor's analysis. I took a quick look at the analysis, and it clearly explained the specific events and described the course of events in detail. Then tell the public whose interests this incident targeted. They also told everyone that the smear campaign that surfaced yesterday was deliberately fabricated by these funds to smear and suppress others. The goal is to get the Out of the Mountains Foundation to change its donation transparency system. Then everyone is a brave person who dares to break the unspoken rules. Jiang Wei clicked on the link above and then entered the official website of the People's Daily. The official website's headline featured praise from the People's Daily, with all participating companies and celebrities receiving commendation. Upon seeing these news reports, Jiang Wei glanced at them briefly, shook his head, and paid no attention. Jiang Wei, aren't you excited? Chang Chang asked Jiang Wei curiously. What's there to get excited about? Jiang Wei shook his head. All right. Chang Chang glanced at Lu Tianxian, then at Jiang Wei. Neither of them showed any excitement about this good news. After Lu Tianxian read it, she smiled. After reading it, Jiang Wei simply smiled without showing any other expression. Birds of a feather flocked together. Chang Chang sighed. Li Fu looked at the newspaper in his hand with a smile. Their cars were lined up at the front, followed by Wei Tian Group. Normally, the authorities wouldn't act so quickly on this kind of matter. Jiang Wei played a crucial role in driving the events forward. Li Fudu couldn't quite understand where Jiang Wei got his connections from. It was able to get endorsements from the People's Daily and Zhuang TV. However, stocks should surge today. Huang Ming frowned in his office in Shanghai. That day, he was invited to attend the auction. Huang Ming opened the official website of the Out of the Mountains Foundation and saw that the donations were completely transparent. They analyzed all the possibilities. This charitable donation is destined to be rejected by all charitable foundations. Therefore, Huang Ming gave up participating in the auction. Yesterday morning, I was still feeling relieved that I hadn't participated. Otherwise, he would have been the one being criticized by the entire internet. The situation changed drastically in the afternoon, and all the negative information disappeared from the internet. Immediately afterwards, news came that many people had been taken away. Huang Ming learned about the Out of the Mountains Foundation. Although it was newly established, it had a very strong background. This morning, Zhuang TV and the People's Daily commended all those who participated. This kind of praise made Huang Ming feel uncomfortable. As a public figure, he also wants to be praised in this way. However, those who did not participate in the auction did not receive praise. Being praised by the People's Daily and Zhuang TV is something most artists wouldn't even dare to dream of. Those who are being praised today will undoubtedly see their net worth skyrocket. Although they were attacked for most of the day, they were praised by the public in the daily report, and those rumors were debunked on their own. Alas, what is destined to be yours will be yours, and what is not, you cannot force. Huang Ming sighed and sat down in the boss's chair. His face was filled with regret. Brother Bo, great news. We've hit the jackpot. The agent rushed in excitedly. See, the stock we bought hit its daily limit, and we've made 20 million in profit, Huang Bo said with a smile. It's not that. It's the People's Daily and Zhuang TV that commended all the companies and artists who participated in the auction, the agent said loudly. Where can I watch it? Huang Bo's eyes lit up. There's a link on Weibo. Huang Bo took out his phone and started looking at it. Looks like I can hold on to this stock for another 2 days. I'm going to make a fortune. Huang Bo's face was beaming with smiles. Ring, ring. Hello. Oh, okay. I'm available. Definitely available. No problem. The agent was bent over when he answered the phone. Brother Bo, Zhang Li, the go-to director for Zhuang TV, has invited you to participate in the filming on the 49th, the agent said excitedly. Okay, I understand. Huang Bo nodded with a smile. Cheng Long also followed this silent battle closely, but he didn't dare to participate. After all, it was a fight between top big shots, and if they got involved, they would be easily crushed to pieces. However, Cheng Long supports financial transparency and transparency in the donation process. I smiled when I saw the praise in the People's Daily this morning. Notify the foundation to operate according to the same model as the Out of the Mountains Foundation, Cheng Long said to his assistant. Okay, Brother Long. It'll be much easier for the foundation in the future. We won't have to worry about being doubted anymore. It'll be open and fair, Cheng Long said to himself with a smile. At the same time that Cheng Long issued the order, several other foundations also issued the same order. The remaining foundations are all for charitable purposes. There is no money laundering involved, and they're not afraid of public scrutiny. He Tianle looked at the newspaper with a smile. He was the #1 celebrity to receive the most praise. President, the State Taxation Administration has issued a notice that they will supervise the finances of our foundation free of charge. When was this news received? He Tianle asked curiously. Just now. Furthermore, the State Taxation Administration just called, requesting that we grant the Finance Department access to the accounts, the Secretary stated directly. Notify the technicians to set up an authorized account and send it to the Finance Bureau, He Tianle said with a smile. Chairman, the Finance Bureau moving in isn't a good thing, is it? The Secretary scratched his head. It's a good thing. It increases the credibility of our foundation. With this guarantee, everyone can donate with peace of mind, He Tianle said with a smile. Okay, I'll find a technician right away. He Tianle felt even better after the secretary left. We selected a dozen or so projects that needed planning and began to study them. Chapter 106, the Southern Heavenly Gate Project, is fully launched. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei asked directly, sitting opposite Zhao Lianjiang. The Nanchaman project has been fully launched. The first item is the Beauty fighter jet. This is an advertisement for the Beauty aerospace fighter jet, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Factory direct sale. Beauty space fighter jet, single seat configuration, fuselage length 28 meters, wingspan 13.8 meters, height 6.5 meters, empty weight 34,200 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight 52,000 kilograms. Maximum atmospheric speed reaches Mach 60. Utilizes a micronuclear fusion device, aerodynamic engine, planetary engine, equipped with a 5-ton thrust plasma thruster, and possesses lunar landing capability, able to survive in space for 1 month on oxygen. Factory direct price, only 8.8 yuan. Take the Beauty space fighter jet home, including a complete set of production equipment, detailed design, and our technical data, and 10 Beauty space fighter jets. Contact number, 139 green. It's purple, isn't it? Zhao Lianjiang asked. Green, Jiang Wei said directly. Have we successfully built our controlled nuclear fusion reactor? Jiang Wei asked curiously. They should have come out a while ago. I heard them say yesterday that they did a test, but I don't know the specifics. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. The most advanced technology here is controlled nuclear fusion. Now that controlled nuclear fusion has been developed, it should be possible to miniaturize it within 30 years, Jiang Wei said earnestly. But ion thrusters haven't been realized yet. Shouldn't they be purple? Zhao Lianjiang asked, pausing for a moment. Could it be because one weighs 50 tons and the other 5 tons? Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said, yes, that's possible. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Exchange it. It seems I was wrong, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and called Zhao Lianjiang. She skillfully went through the ordering process once. Experience plus 14,900. Wow, it was almost purple, Jiang Wei said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky. Zhao Lianjiang laughed. We weren't prepared enough this time. By the way, what color is this advertisement? Manufacturer sells virtual reality gaming helmets that achieve human-computer interaction by monitoring brainwave signals, enabling 100% synchronization and true human-computer interaction. Includes 10 sets of production equipment and complete technical documentation. Contact number, 139 green. Green, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Exchange it. Once you've exchanged it, there will be a secret meeting at the end of each month. The think tank above will design the entire advertising campaign for the Southern Heavenly Gate project, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. By the way, when will the supercomputer begin manufacturing? Jiang Wei asked. Once your game company is established, I'll send people from Rabbit Core over, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei nodded, then began making a phone call. Experience plus 14,000. It's almost purple now. By the way, who distributed these? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I'll divide it up. What you need will basically be designed by director Zhang and me alone, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. New. After Zheng Long and Zhou Xiao took pictures of the portrait, they went to the Shanghai orphanage early the next morning. After having her uterus removed due to severe bleeding, Zhou Xiao had always wanted a daughter, so she could have both a son and a daughter. When I saw the adorable picture, I was instantly smitten and wanted to adopt it. After discussing it with my husband, we decided to go and see if they were really that cute, and if so, we would adopt them. Arriving at the orphanage, holding Mengming's portrait, they directly requested to see Mengming. Grandma Yang was a little reluctant to part with Mengming. After all, Mengming could be said to be one of the orphanage's darlings. However, judging from their appearances, both of them are kind-looking people. It can make Mengming's life better. So they had someone call Mengming out. The moment I saw Mengming, my eyes lit up and my heart swelled with joy. Wow, so cute. My hands just can't stop Rua to a Rua. Seeing Zhou Zhao's actions, Grandma Yang felt relieved. Auntie, if you keep massaging, I'll charge you, Mengming said helplessly. The face was kneaded into various shapes. How much per minute? Zhou Xiao was instantly amused. 100 per minute, Mengming said angrily. Need for 10 minutes first, he said, taking out a wad of cash from a small bag. Mengming was completely helpless. Sigh, my cute little face is going to be ruined again. Mengming sighed. Huh? Who else used to like to pinch your cheeks? Zhou Xiao asked curiously. Brother Jiang Wei, Sister Fairy, Sister Yin Shu, Mengming said helplessly. I want to adopt you as my daughter, what do you say? Zhou Xiao asked with a smile. Is there anything good to eat? I like chestnut cake, crispy pastry. Meng Meng listed more than 20 dishes and snacks in a row. Old Yu spoiled Meng Meng with her sweet tooth. He used to be a very skilled chef and loved to feed her, Grandma Yang said with a smile. There's plenty of delicious food at home, and we have a professional chef. And that's how Meng Meng was adopted. That afternoon, Meng Meng was taken to Xiangbei. Back home, Zhou Zhao's son, Zheng Yuan, was sitting on the sofa with a laptop on his lap, busy at work. Dad, Mom, you're back. He looked up to greet them, then looked down again. Suddenly, I looked up and saw the two of them holding hands with the little girl. Wow, so cute. She put down her notebook and walked over to Meng Meng. He reached out and grabbed Meng Meng's face. Hua, hua, hua. Mom, whose child did you kidnap? Zheng Yuan asked curiously. Her name is Meng Meng, our adopted daughter. She'll be your little sister from now on, Zheng Long said with a smile. Great. Meng Meng, tell your brother how old you are, Zheng Yuan asked with a smile. I'm 5 years old. Meng Meng held up 5 fingers. Xiao Yuan, we're going to Shanghai this time for the Weitian Group's display screen bidding. Meng Meng, please keep an eye on things for us these next couple of days, Zhou Xiao said with a smile. Yes, yes. Zheng Yuan agreed immediately. Taking care of such a cute little guy must be a lot of fun. And you can rub it anytime, Rua Rua. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. After putting Meng Meng down, Zheng Yuan grabbed his car keys and left. A short while later, Zheng Yuan returned with 2 bags of things, enough to fill the trunk of his car. Meng Meng, let your brother pet you a few times, and I'll give you a present. 1 minute at most. Meng Meng held up 1 finger. Ha! The next morning, Zhou Xiao saw the contents of the newspaper and was completely baffled. How did he end up in the People's Daily and be commended? After asking Li Fu, I learned what had happened during the time I adopted Meng Meng. Chapter 107, Signing Ceremony. Boss, the share transfer agreement will be signed at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in the lobby of the Qian Yuan International Hotel in the Commercial District. The funds will be transferred directly by the Hangzhou municipal government and banks. Huang Pengtao said directly in the phone call. Okay, I understand. Hurry up and register and set up the game company. We've already prepared the supercomputer and the holographic virtual reality helmet for you. All we're missing is the game company, Jiang Wei said directly. Boss, I understand. Let's rent an office space first, build the game company on that wasteland, and then move there, Huang Pengtao said directly. Hearing that Jiang Wei had everything prepared and was just waiting for his game company to arrive, everyone was excited. After all, a game company needs a lot of talent. The first is the architect, then the top programmer, and then the motion capture personnel. Then there are skilled designers, background copywriters, concept artists, and modelers. Then there's the music and the singers. It covers major departments such as planning, art, programming, testing, operations, and marketing, and is further subdivided, requiring thousands of talents. Talented individuals from all fields. Boss, the game company needs headhunters to find top talent, and that's quite expensive, Huang Pengtao said seriously. Problems that can be solved with money are minor issues. I'll approve 100 million for you to use to recruit talent, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, no problem. Huang Pengtao knew that the deal was done when he heard that 100 million yuan had been approved for poaching talent. Huang Pengtao was instantly filled with energy. This is the future gaming company he's going to control. I'm so excited just thinking about it. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. After thinking for a while, I started calling headhunters and told them about the talents I needed. A top architect, $1 million commission. They're not afraid of those people not working hard. The next morning, Jiang Wei arrived at the hotel early, before 8:20. Unexpectedly, the press conference room was already full of reporters, who seemed to have arrived even earlier than him. Jiang Wei searched around, but couldn't find a place to rest. I reckon this is a meeting venue. Jiang Wei walked straight up to the stage of the press conference and sat down in the seat with his name on it. Mr. Jiang, may I ask a question? A reporter asked from below. Sure, we're bored anyway. Let's chat, Jiang Wei said nonchalantly. Mr. Jiang, I heard that you only have a junior high school education and then you started working. Was it because you couldn't afford to continue your studies? A reporter asked curiously. No, it's because I lack talent, especially in English. I've never passed a test. And then there's mathematics. When people are driven crazy, they can do anything. Except for mathematics, it really depends on talent. If you're bad at math, you'll also struggle with physics and chemistry, and naturally your grades will suffer. I also worked very hard for 2 years, but there was no improvement, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, What is the main reason for your entrepreneurial success? Another reporter asked. Connections. I'm quite good at handling interpersonal relationships, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, your success has inspired many students to look up to you and consider dropping out of school to start their own businesses. What are your thoughts on this? Another reporter asked. Don't take me as a role model. It's meaningless. My success is largely due to luck. When you're in the eye of the storm, even a pig can take off. But some pigs, after taking flight, lacked self-awareness and fell to their deaths. And I'm a person who is relatively self-aware. If I were to run a company, I would be the biggest obstacle to its success. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with learning from the business practices of coal mine owners. Leave professional matters to professionals. My advice to entrepreneurs is to study hard, understand the world, and then find a trend-setting opportunity to stand at the forefront. The more you learn, the easier it is to find that opportunity, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, why did you choose to sell Chilim? Is it because you're not optimistic about Chilim's future? Another reporter asked. No, have you eaten? Is a valuable asset, and it has a significant social impact. Jiang Wei shook his head. The main considerations are twofold. Mr. Li wants me to go public, but I prefer to maintain absolute control of the shares. Another point is that after going public, we can obtain a huge amount of funds to improve the welfare of delivery drivers and create a huge number of jobs. These 2 points conflict, so I simply sold Eat Me to President Li, and I'll find another industry to explore. With 300 billion yuan, I can develop any industry, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Is that all? The reporter's eyes widened. Well, what else can we do? Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hi, Lao Huang. Boss, where are you? We're about to go in. Huang Pengtao's anxious voice came through the phone. I was chatting with reporters at the scene, Jiang Wei said casually. I'll bring Mr. Li and the others in right away. Huang Pengtao hung up the phone. He was waiting outside at 8:30, but his boss arrived earlier than him. Mr. Jiang, if you were to choose a partner, would you prefer a sexy wildcat or an adorable kitten? An entertainment reporter asked from behind. Can I choose who to hire? Jiang Wei looked speechlessly at the reporters behind him. This was supposed to be a business press conference. How did entertainment reporters get mixed up here? At this moment, Huang Pengtao walked in with Li Hong and a group of people. Huang Pengtao introduced Jiang Wei to everyone one by one. 2 notaries, a business president, and a deputy mayor of the city. Besides Li Hong, the remaining shareholders are the 2 major shareholders. Welcome everyone to the signing ceremony for the transfer of shares of Eat Me Company. Our company has reached a deal with Mr. Jiang Wei, the owner of Chilim, to purchase 90% of Mr. Jiang Wei's shares for 300 billion. Now, the signing ceremony will officially begin, Li Hong said directly. Then Huang Pengtao gave Li Hong and Jiang Wei each a contract. I have 3 contracts in my hands. Then Huang Pengtao pointed to the place where he needed to sign. After seeing the location, Jiang Wei signed his name. Huang Pengtao handed the 3rd copy to Jiang Wei in less than 30 seconds. After Jiang Wei and Li Hong signed, the bank president signed, and the guarantor, the vice mayor, signed. Finally, it was notarized by a notary public. The final contract was made in 5 copies, 1 for the notary public, and then the notarized document was presented. 5 notarized documents were taken by the bank, the guarantor, Jiang Wei, and Li Hong. And so, the signing ceremony was completed. Then came the reporter interview. Mr. Li, we won't disturb your interview any longer. Li Hong nodded. What happened afterward had nothing to do with Jiang Wei. Chapter 108 De Mao's Order. Hello, I'm here for an interview. But isn't this interview a bit informal? Shifeng looked around the private room and at Huang Pengtao, who was making tea. There's no other way. The company hasn't been established yet, and the office was just rented. They're still setting up desks, so I'm asking you to come outside for the interview, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Mr. Shifeng, please have a seat. Huang Pengtao invited Shifeng to sit down. Mr. Shifeng, I've looked at your resume that the headhunter sent me. You used to be an architect at EA, earning an annual salary of $500,000. Why did you give up that high-paying job and return to China? Huang Pengtao asked curiously. Can I not say? Shifeng asked, a little embarrassed. Question mark. Huang Pengtao looked at Shifeng strangely. What was there to be embarrassed about? Okay, I want to go back to China and find a partner. I really can't appreciate the looks of those Europeans and Americans, Shifeng said helplessly. I'm already 30, and my mom keeps pressuring me to get married, so I decided to come back to China to look for a job. I didn't expect that just 2 days after I got back, a headhunter contacted me, Shifeng said with a smile. No wonder. Huang Pengtao was speechless. This kind of thing had happened in far too many places. Once you're over 30, the pressure to get married can be incredibly annoying. By the way, can your company really offer an annual salary of $3 million? Shifeng asked directly. A new company should not recruit people from universities and then train them. Then, select a group of experienced programmers and develop them by having senior programmers mentor new ones. This way, the wages are low, but the business can develop rapidly. No problem at all. Have some tea, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Does the company have ample funds? Shifeng asked directly. Well, the boss isn't short of money. Have you heard of brainwave recognition technology? Huang Pengtao asked directly. I know, it's about controlling brainwaves, Huang Pengtao said directly. My boss bought this technology and plans to develop it into a virtual game. This technology is still available for purchase. Shifeng was completely stunned. There is a science and technology blind box auction at the beginning of each month in Shanghai, where you can get anything. It's mainly the technology or byproducts that those secret bases don't want, Huang Pengtao said directly. Will there be stock options as the company grows? Shifeng asked directly. Yes, the boss has set aside 5% of the shares as profit sharing for employees, Huang Pengtao said directly. However, according to my plan, the highest individual bonus I will receive is probably 2 per 1,000, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. This is too little, isn't it? Shifeng frowned. His former company gave him a bonus of 0.5%. That's not some ordinary small game company. That's quite a lot. Once it develops, we could potentially earn tens or even hundreds of millions a year, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. What is your company's registered capital? 1 billion is not a lot, Huang Pengtao said directly. The key is that the boss will provide the company with a supercomputer, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Really? Shifeng was stunned for a moment. They do not have supercomputers. The boss has ordered 10 supercomputers, hoping to create a second world using brainwave recognition technology, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. The boss is going to invest tens of billions in a game company? Is our boss that rich? Shifeng asked skeptically. He's not just rich, he's incredibly wealthy. The boss currently has at least 300 billion in cash flow. Huang Pengtao smiled as he opened a news article, which was about yesterday's trading of Eat It Now. Shifeng was looking at the news when he saw that Huang Pengtao was actually in it. The headline says the two parties have reached a 300 billion deal. The website address is legitimate, and it's not a scam website. To confirm, I searched for Jiang Wei on a search engine. Soon, information about Jiang Wei and recent news appeared on the encyclopedia. Shifeng is certain that this is not a scam. When shall we sign the contract? Shifeng asked after thinking for a moment. Today was just an interview. As for signing the contract, it should be tomorrow or the day after the company is registered, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. There are other interviewees waiting. Leave your phone number, and we'll contact you when it's time to sign a contract, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. By the way, what kind of position will they assign me? Shifeng stood up and suddenly asked. Technical lead, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Shifeng nodded. Huang Pengtao interviewed more than a dozen people in one morning. Since the company is not yet registered, it needs to prove its capabilities first. In about a morning, these dozen or so people filled all the department heads' positions in the company. However, no contracts were signed, only preliminary agreements were reached. After Huang Pengtao completed the company registration, Jiang Wei called Lao Zhao and asked Zhao Lianjiang for a piece of land next to the medical company. The land use rights were granted in less than 2 days. Then they contacted a construction company and started construction. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Ma, what's wrong? Jiang Wei answered Ma Weigu's call. Boss, an order has arrived and you need to sign it, Ma Weigui said directly. What? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Ma Weigui signed off on all the orders, since Jiang Wei had given him full authorization. An order from the Russian government for our bulletproof off-road vehicles. You need to sign off on this kind of order, Ma Weigui said with a smile. All right, how many have you ordered in total? Jiang Wei asked curiously. 5,000 vehicles, no more, no less, Ma Weigui said directly. Well, it's not much. Since we got the order for 50,000 camels, 5,000 felt like a small order. In fact, 5,000 vehicles is already quite a lot. How's the delivery of the camels going? Jiang Wei asked curiously. We've delivered nearly 12,000 vehicles. We've expanded our production capacity, and we should be able to deliver within 6 months at most, Ma Weiguo said directly. Hearing Ma Weiguo's words, Jiang Wei nodded. All right, when do we sign? Jiang Wei asked directly. They came to visit at 2 p.m. and place an order, Ma Weiguo said with a smile. Who introduced you? Jiang Wei asked curiously upon hearing this. They contacted us through diplomatic channels. I don't know who introduced us. Ma Weiguo shook his head. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei came to the lawn in the yard, where Jiang Yue was trying hard to sit up straight. He held a baby teether in one hand and a rattle in the other. Jiang Wei looked at his daughter's adorable appearance and went over to tease her again. Lin Meiji chatted with the wealthy lady from Villa No. 4. The owner of Villa No. 4 is surnamed Sun, and this lady's surname is Zhuge, but her exact name is unknown. Jiang Wei teased Jiang Yue for less than 3 minutes before Jiang Yue started crying. Go away, go fishing. Lin Meiji kicked Jiang Wei in a fit of anger. Jiang Wei was thus driven away. Chapter 109, Receiving the Bear General. At 2 p.m., Jiang Wei arrived at the Shanghai electric vehicle manufacturing plant. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw Ma Weiguo leading a group of senior executives, waiting for them to arrive. Old Ma, do we really need to go out of our way to greet him? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Boss, the diplomats are coming in person. We can refuse to give the foreigners face, but we can't refuse the diplomats, right? Ma Weiguo said with a smile. All right, we really have to give them face, since they've already introduced 2 groups of customers. Jiang Wei also joined the waiting line. A short while later, a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles drove up. Leading the way were 2 military vehicles, followed by red sedans. Ma Weiguo and Jiang Wei hurriedly went to greet them. General Jiang, I am Guijie, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is General Androv. Jiang Jie quickly introduced the leading Russian general to Jiang Wei. Здравствуйте, генерал Андерлов, это Джанвей, и я очень рад приветствовать генерала в качестве покупателя. General Androv, this is Jiang Wei. You are very welcome to come and make purchases. Jiang Wei said in standard Russian. Ma Weiguo, who was behind him, was stunned. His boss actually knew Russian. He carefully examined Jiang Wei to see if someone was impersonating him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang, Androv said in Chinese. It seems we don't have a language barrier, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This is Ma Weiguo, the general manager of Weitian Group. He is in charge of Weitian Group. If you have any requests, you can ask him directly. Jiang Wei introduced Ma Weiguo. Hello, Mr. Ma, Androv said with a smile. Can we visit your bulletproof off-road vehicle production line? Androv asked directly. Of course. Please. Ma Weiguo readily agreed. There's nothing to keep secret. The vehicles are sturdy and durable, qualities that aren't apparent on the production line. Moreover, Weitian Auto has registered patents for all its products, so it is not afraid that others will learn them. Boss, when did you learn Russian? Ma Weiguo asked curiously. My boss is someone with only a junior high school education, and he's a terrible student at that. Now I can even speak Russian. I learned it from the fairy. She explained the rules of Russian, and there are also rules in Russian words, which makes it easier to learn. The main reason I can't learn English is that the words in the middle just don't follow any pattern, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I've discovered that I also have a knack for learning languages, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I see. Ma Weiguo nodded. Ma Weiguo knew that Liu Tianxian could speak the world's mainstream languages. So it wasn't too surprising that Ma Weiguo taught Jiang Wei how to speak a foreign language. After walking for a while, the group arrived at a factory area on the edge of the area. General Androv, this is the production workshop for the behemoth off-road vehicle. Ma Weiguo pointed to the surrounding production workshops. The workshop was very bright, but there were only about 10 people inside, supervising machines. This set of production equipment is fully automated. Apart from monitoring personnel, there is no need for human intervention. The group toured the factory for 5 minutes and happened to see a car rolling off the production line. Can we test drive his car? Androv asked directly. Sure, but you'll need to add lubricant and replace the battery with a working one. The cars we manufacture all come with batteries that are out of power. The batteries will automatically recharge at the parking lot, Ma Weiguo explained. No problem, I can wait. Androv nodded. Can this vehicle be used in the Arctic Circle? Androv asked after thinking for a moment. Of course, the minimum mileage for our car is 6,700 kilometers. This figure was obtained on the Antarctic ice sheet, where the temperature was below minus 80 degrees Celsius, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Androv was speechless. Do you export your regular cars? Androv asked directly. Of course we export, but we don't have any merchants from your country acting as agents, Jiang Wei said directly. Your car would probably sell very well in our country. There are many places in our country where the winters are so cold that cars can't even start, Androv said with a smile. If your country requires it, we can install a special air conditioner on the car. It's the same air conditioner our company used during testing on the Antarctic ice sheet. It can raise the temperature inside the car to 20 degrees Celsius in a short time, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This price isn't cheap, is it? Androv asked with a smile. It's not expensive. The vehicle will cost an extra 7,000 yuan, Jiang Wei said directly. Good stuff at it. By the way, do you allow color changes for this car? Androv asked seriously. I don't know about that. Urji, you're here too. Can we change this car to white camouflage? Jiang Wei saw Wang Urji in the crowd behind him. Chairman, we can make a change. We can exchange it, Jiang Wei said to Androv. A short while later, Ma Weiguo returned with Androv's adjutant and also brought back the car. Jiang Wei understood what Androv meant. He wanted to conduct a spot check to see the performance. General, we can proceed with the test, the adjutant said to Androv. Salanova, you are now to test her. Mr. Jiang, is there any testing area here? Androv asked directly. There's a professional terrain testing ground over there, but if you want a more realistic experience, you can leave the factory area and go to the east. There's an uneven wasteland there. Jiang Wei pointed to the location of the testing ground and the wasteland. Let's test it in the wasteland. We need to see its real-world performance, Androv said directly. The group set off towards the wasteland, which was generally flat, but the ground was uneven. On the other side of the wasteland is a hillside, and on one side of the hillside is a small river, only about 6 or 7 meters wide. The water isn't deep. It's only about half a meter deep if you don't touch it. Красавица, езжай так быстро, как только сможешь, неважно, трясется он или нет. Beautiful lady, drive at your fastest speed. Ignore the bumps, leave the bumps to the shock absorbers. Jiang Wei instructed. Нет проблем, no problem. Jiang Wei nodded, indicating that Sharapova could begin. Jiang Wei returned to Androv's side and saw the car instantly shoot off like an arrow, speeding across the uneven ground. The car only experienced a slight bump. Androv's eyes widened in disbelief. Especially when the off-road vehicle passed by, Androv felt like the vehicle was flying close to the ground. Tires only touch the ground when they are in a high place. Chapter 1, 10A deal is made. The technology in this car is incredibly advanced, Androv exclaimed. A bulletproof car like this really only costs 3 million? Androv asked curiously. Yes, Jiang Wei nodded. Once the price was set, Androv couldn't take his eyes off the car. At a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, enemy artillery shells cannot hit it unless there is a large-scale coverage attack. A comprehensive blow targeting this $3 million car could leave them penniless. Of course, ground-to-ground missiles can also be used for attack. As for manually operated anti-tank missiles, they are basically unable to target vehicles traveling at 300 kilometers per hour. At a speed of over 80 meters per second, it's not so easy to aim, because anti-tank missiles are laser-guided. However, when it comes to exporting and shipping to Russia, plus tariffs and other fees, we don't know how much it will cost. Jiang Wei shook his head. This isn't much. We don't have to pay taxes in our country, but it seems like it's only a few thousand here, Androv said with a smile. That's good. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, how did you find out about our car? This car isn't sold in China. It's exclusively supplied to camels dealers, Jiang Wei asked curiously. A few days ago, the sand camels and the camels got into a fight, and your armored vehicles were converted into infantry fighting vehicles. Look, Androv took out his phone and showed Jiang Wei a few pictures. Looking over, Jiang Wei saw that the exterior of the colossal beast had been fitted with reactive armor, and a large glass window in front had also been covered with protective armor. The area around the sunroof was fitted with a heavy machine gun and ammunition magazine, and a small anti-aircraft matrix was added to the rear. Reactive armor is fitted on the sides, hood, and front. After being modified like this, it won't be able to run fast, right? Jiang Wei asked curiously. At 280 kilometers per hour, even a camel suffers a great loss, Androv said with a smile. Fine, anyway, it's a civilian vehicle I bought, so it's none of my business if they modify it like this. Jiang Wei shook his head. By the way, General Androv, do we need to install an external interface on the vehicle? Those exported to camel-producing regions all have external interfaces, Jiang Wei asked directly. No extra charge? Androv asked with a smile. No need, it's the same price, just an extra cable connecting all the different parts. Jiang Wei shook his head. An external interface is required. By the way, look at the modifications A Camel made. Androv shared A Camel's modifications with him. Jiang Wei looked at the several modified models and couldn't help but shake his head. The camel was equipped with a small rapid-fire grenade launcher on its roof, and there were also vehicles equipped with radar. They're all based on modifications of the celestial beast. They've managed to make the most of just one armored car. Jiang Wei shook his head. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Andre shook his head. Was that an ordinary bulletproof car? He had never seen a bulletproof car that could travel 300 kilometers per hour before. At such speed, it would be difficult for the enemy to defend against when charging into battle. Especially the chassis of this vehicle. Judging from Sharapova's performance, ordinary trenches wouldn't be able to stop it unless a tank gets stuck in a ditch. Sarabova drove the car up a hillside and crashed into a tree. The tree broke off, but the front of the car was undamaged. It took about half an hour for Sharapova to drive back. How are you feeling? Androv asked directly. It feels great, fast, stable, and the chassis is excellent. It provides a very stable feel when running at high speeds, Sharapova said seriously. Mr. Jiang, we're ordering 5,000 vehicles, Androv said directly. No problem. Let's sign a contract now. But what is your payment method? Jiang Wei asked directly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhang Guitao, General Manager of PetroChina East China. We will pay for General Androv's order. A middle-aged man in the entourage said with a smile. Looks like you've made a profit. Jiang Wei immediately understood what was going on. The Russian bear paid the National Oil Company with oil, and the National Oil Company paid for the order with money. Isn't it a win-win-win situation? Zhang Guitao said with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Wei nodded. Androv was also all smiles. It was indeed a win-win-win situation. The Russians sold a batch of oil at a high price, which was only 80% of the international oil price, but they still made a huge profit. Because in the past, when they sold to other countries, they only received a maximum of 60% of the price. Let's go sign the contract. Androv got into the car first. Jiang Wei and his entourage arrived at the conference room. Manhwa has already prepared the purchase contract for signing. Mr. Jiang Wei, I have a nephew who runs a car trading company. What are the requirements to become an agent of your company? Androv asked Jiang Wei after signing the document. There are no conditions. If Mr. Androv's nephews or nieces want it, we can grant you the agency rights, but the car trading company needs to have capital, Jiang Wei said directly. No problem, Zhang Guitao will still pay. My nephew owns 4 oil fields, Androv said with a smile. Okay, Zhang Guitao nodded in agreement. Then there's no problem. Just have Ma Weiguo sign the agency agreement, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay. After signing the contract, Jiang Wei and the others saw Androv off. Old Ma, why do you think the Russians import electric cars? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. Russia has abundant oil resources, and oil prices are very cheap. Filling up a tank of gas only costs a little over 100 yuan. I don't know either, Ma Weiguo shook his head. It's probably related to the cold climate in the Arctic. These 5,000 military vehicles are likely used within the Arctic Circle, Wang Erji said with a smile. Question mark. Ma Weiguo and Jiang Wei both looked at Wang Erji. The cold in Russia is no ordinary cold. Minus 50 degrees Celsius is very common in the Arctic Circle. At minus 50 degrees Celsius, if a gasoline car or a diesel car stalls and is not restarted as soon as possible, the car may not be able to start until next spring. Cities and towns within the Arctic Circle consume a very large amount of oil. Our electric vehicles can run and start at minus 80 degrees Celsius, which can save Russia a lot of resources. Cities north of the Arctic Circle, in particular, will be very popular because they don't have to worry about the vehicle not starting, Wang Erji said with a smile. Is that the reason? Should we also find a distributor for those countries covered in ice and snow? Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said, I think it's a good market. Ma Weiguo's eyes lit up. Although we currently have a strong advantage in competing with domestic companies, We can gain more profits by competing with international car companies for market share. All right, the signing is done. I'm leaving now. Chapter 111, The Lawn Bird Can Be Exchanged. Time flies, and life is like an arrow. The autumn wind blows through the maple leaves, and the autumn leaves finally go crazy. Oh no, the autumn leaves have turned red. It's rare to see maple leaves turn red in Shanghai, signifying a cold autumn. In the past few months, Jiang Wei has gone to the tea house once a month. However, not much technology was exchanged. One is a space mech from the movie The Shadow, and the other is an ant mech from Avatar. There's also a single soldier exoskeleton called the saber-toothed tiger. Jiang Wei was not entirely clear about the specific origin of the name. As for the lawn bird space carrier, it is still red. Jiang Wei and Zhao Lianjiang discovered a mechanism in the system called the minimum allocation mechanism. What does that mean? It means that if there is no minimum specified limit, then it will proceed according to the lowest possible configuration. For example, the lawn bird space carrier, if you don't specify a minimum flight speed or a maximum speed it can reach, it might barely live up to the name space carrier. Forget about flight speed, it'll barely be able to get into space. This discovery came when Zhao Lianjiang suddenly remembered his old notebook, found the space carrier, and discovered that it was purple at the time. Jiang Wei now sees it as green. However, after Zhao Lianjiang reported it, he conducted another test and came up with this mechanism. Changchang, are you still unemployed lately? Jiang Wei asked Changchang. The filming of Jade Dynasty was completed the month before last. Singing has almost become a regular at our home. Only occasionally is it absent. Tang Tang informed the company in advance about the support for science fiction. This year I've been heavily promoted by the company and have been extremely busy, only able to come back home about once every 2 weeks. As for Mimi, since she partnered with several novel websites, she spends most of her time traveling all over the world. Therefore, Jiang Wei harbored deep resentment towards Changchang for taking his wife away. No, I'm not short of money. I don't need to film movies and TV series every day, Changchang said with a smile. He's not short of money, yet he keeps saying he wants to cling to the golden thigh of a celestial being. Jiang Wei looked at Changchang speechlessly. I earn my own money and spend it all by myself. I could never spend it all in my lifetime. But the cost of living in Shanghai is higher than in Beijing. Xu Chang's thoughts suddenly jumped to another level. During this time, Jiang Wei also learned about singing. Changchang's parents divorced when she was 5 months old, and her mother passed away when she was 10. Then he was raised by his uncle. Their similar upbringing, which is somewhat similar to that of Tianxian, led to them becoming close friends. Lu Tianxian watched the two chatting with a smile. She knew that Jiang Wei harbored deep resentment, but she couldn't bear it herself. Tang Tang and Mimi are both extremely busy. There was nothing she could do. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Zhao, what a rare guest. Jiang Wei answered the phone with a smile. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Xiao Wei, are you going out? Lu's mother led Jiang Yue in. Jiang Yue, who is over 9 months old, is already able to stand up and is walking in her walker. Old Zhao invited me to have some tea, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Wei Wei, call him daddy. Jiang Wei walked in front of Jiang Yue, blocking her path. 88. Bye-bye, Wei Wei, daddy's going out. Jiang Wei gently rubbed Jiang Yue's cheek and left with a smile. Jiang Yue is starting to look more and more like Lu Yifei. Lu Wei drove Jiang Wei to the riverside tea house at the old wharf. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei asked Zhao Lianjiang with a smile. Let me show you an advertisement. See if the lawn bird is red or purple now. Zhao Lianjiang directly displayed an advertisement. Factory direct sales. Lawn bird 600,000 ton class aerospace carrier. Takeoff weight 800,000 tons. Capable of lunar landing. Maximum speed of Mach 40 in the atmosphere. Mach 300 outside the atmosphere. Main length 332 meters. Wingspan 884 meters. Equipped with 2 large airborne fusion reactors and 38 plasma engines with 50-ton thrust each. Armed with 90 anti-gravity engines. Capable of accommodating 300 White Emperor fighters and 200 shadow-bearing mechs. Possessing synchronous orbital strike. Capability. Equipped with 2 200,000 megawatt laser cannons. Intercepting laser cannons. Contact number 139 purple. Why did it turn purple? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Because the materials issue has been resolved, Zhao Yinjiang said with a broad smile. How was it resolved? Jiang Wei was taken aback. A scientist at the secret base, after taking an intelligence-enhancing drug, suddenly had an inspiration and figured out the formula given by the five-colored stone. Oh, no wonder. Jiang Wei realized immediately. I really envy these scientists. Their minds are exceptionally sharp, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's right. Those who can enter inside for research all have an IQ of 150 or higher. Those of us who are 120 or 130 won't get involved, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. You're flattering me. I don't have an intelligence of 120. Jiang Wei shook his head. Jiang Wei felt that his intelligence might be lagging behind the national average. It wasn't very high. Your intelligence is definitely 120. You're just not good at math and your memory is average, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Really? Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Intelligence tests not only imagination and learning ability. Your intelligence is reflected in your insight. If you choose the humanities in high school, you will achieve even greater success. And you're good at building connections. You might not even realize it yourself. When we were investigating your past, your classmates and teachers had a very strong impression of you. You can make everyone feel that you are a good person so that they can communicate with you with peace of mind, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. My Chinese is pretty good, but my politics and history are just so. I've never passed English, so even if I went to high school, I wouldn't be able to get into a good university, Jiang Wei said, directly denying it. Because what Jiang Wei said was a fact. You don't need a good university. If you take the civil service exam, you'll definitely become the mayor of a prefecture-level city in the future, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I'll just feel a little smug, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm not trying to compliment you, but the first time you met me, you were able to talk so fluently and try so hard to convince me. When an ordinary person meets me, they're likely to be so nervous that they can't even speak. Even those section chiefs and the like are trembling with fear when they see me. When you met me, you were clear-headed, knew how to persuade me, and weren't nervous at all. This is a very important quality for becoming a high-ranking official. Many people develop it gradually, but you are born with it, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. Okay, you make it sound like I'm some kind of genius. By the way, I have enough points to redeem the purple one, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Let's not exchange it yet. The aerospace carrier base in Qinghai, Tibet isn't finished yet, Zhao Yinjiang refused directly. Okay, contact me when you need to. Chapter 112, Visiting the Game Company. When Jiang Wei returned, he brought back another 10 caddies of Dahong Pao, a type of traditional Chinese robe. The main thing was that one jin of tea was auctioned off, and Jiang Yinlin took it back to Jiang Jingye as a gift, taking 5 jin with him. Lu's mother and Lin Meiji usually drink tea in their spare time. Including Jiang Wei, of the 10 caddies of tea leaves, only a little over a caddy and a half remains. You brought back the tea again. That's great, said Mrs. Lu with a smile as she saw the familiar tea box. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Jiang Wei had just returned home when he received a phone call. What's wrong with Lao Huang? Jiang Wei asked curiously as he answered the phone. Old Huang runs a game company and has very little business outside of mainland China. Boss, our company headquarters is all set up. Would you like to come and take a look? Huang Pengtao invited. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Jiang Wei nodded. I have to go out again, Jiang Wei said, putting down his tea leaves. Go. Jiang Wei drove to the east side of Weitian Group. The game company's full name is Virtual Community Technology Company, Limited. After Jiang Wei went inside, he entered the administration building. The company building is quite interesting. It's shaped like an X and consists of 9 buildings connected by corridors. However, the building is not very tall, only 12 floors. Old Huang, this building is a bit abstract, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's great. The lighting doesn't interfere with each other, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. All right. How's our supercomputing center doing? Jiang Wei asked as they walked. The first supercomputer has been completed. We tested it yesterday, and there were no problems. By the way, boss, can we buy another supercomputer? Huang Pengtao asked seriously. Sure, what's wrong? Jiang Wei was taken aback. 2 days of supercomputing time will be allocated for game development. Moreover, these 2 supercomputers need to be modified, Huang Pengtao said directly. How do we modify it? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Jiang Wei didn't know much about computers. Jiang Wei was also unclear about the specific performance and operation of the supercomputer. This is Lu Zhongyan, our company's technical director, responsible for project planning and overall R&D coordination. Huang Pengtao led Jiang Wei to a common office, which was very large, about 500 square meters, occupying an entire floor. Xiao Lu, this is our chairman, Jiang Wei. Hello, Chairman Jiang. My name is Lu Zhongyan, and I am currently the company's chief technology officer. The CTO wasn't assigned a separate office? Jiang Wei asked curiously. With so many offices, why are they still working in the lobby? Chairman Jiang, is it convenient to call someone? If there's a problem there, I can just give a shout and someone will come right away, Lu Zhongyan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei understood. It wasn't that there was no allocation, but rather that it wasn't needed. That's great. What's the difference between the supercomputer you developed and the one we use? Jiang Wei asked directly. The main problem is the graphics card. Although we are using a supercomputer and rendering is fast, we need even faster rendering, which means we need to increase the number of graphics cards. Our supercomputer can power a large number of graphics cards. Currently, it takes about a minute to render a scene, mainly due to the graphics cards. As long as the graphics card can handle it, we can revise the manuscript at any time, Lu Zhongyan said earnestly. Jiang Wei was taken aback when he heard Lu Zhongyan's words. These words were a little difficult for Jiang Wei to understand. Brother Lu, can we skip for Sai? A young man said with a smile from not far away. This request is indeed a bit excessive, Lu Zhongyan said, scratching his head. That's not just excessive, that's extremely excessive. Back when we were at Xingda, a simple scene would take 5 or 6 hours to render. With such a complex scene rendered in a minute, what's there to be dissatisfied with? The young man not far from Lu Zhongyan said with a smile. Qingyu, I have ideals, and they're clearly achievable, so why not? Wouldn't it be better if we completed the Jianghu project as quickly as possible? Lu Zhongyan said dejectedly. I think Director Lu is right. Since it can be done, it only costs a little money, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Chairman Jiang, that's no small amount of money. It'll cost over 100 million to add more than 10,000 graphics cards, Qingyu said seriously. It's just a small amount of money, nothing serious. Old Huang, if there's any way to improve it, contact Rabbit Core for improvements, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, but we might not have enough operating funds, Huang Pengtao said seriously. Is it that expensive? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Boss, this is incredibly expensive, Huang Pengtao said helplessly. We currently have 4,000 people with an average salary of around 20,000 and a monthly salary of 80 million. 1 billion yuan in operating funds is really not much, Huang Pengtao said. All right, I understand. I'll have someone transfer the money tomorrow, Jiang Wei said directly. By the way, what direction are we planning to develop our first game from? Jiang Wei asked directly. Boss, the project has just been finalized. It's heading towards the development of a martial arts game. The Tianji engine, which we have been developing independently, can be adapted to martial arts and fantasy genres. Most importantly, we have successfully developed a sensory system during this period, Lu Zhongyan said earnestly. The sensing system? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Yes, once you enter the game, you can feel the impact and pain when playing. Plus, we can sell cigarettes, alcohol, and food in the game, Lu Zhongyan said with a smile. Okay, that's good. Jiang Wei nodded. Boss, do you know anyone who knows martial arts? Huang Pengtao asked directly. I don't know a few, what's wrong? Jiang Wei asked curiously. We need martial arts experts to perform and design the martial arts moves for motion capture, Huang Pengtao said directly. I'll contact you another day, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. This is our art department, full of concept artists. Jiang Wei walked through the middle corridor. A group of people are drawing on one side, while the other side is the office area. The people in the office area were made into models based on the images provided by the original artist. After a brief visit, Jiang Wei left the art department. This building houses the programming department. We're responsible for game programming, and the person in charge is Shi Feng, a very talented architect, Huang Pengtao explained briefly. Before long, Jiang Wei arrived at the last building. This is our motion capture department, used to design the movements in the game, Huang Pengtao said directly. Jiang Wei saw a person dressed in black clothes like a hedgehog, with 3 cameras on his head to capture his face, and holding a book in his hand, reading as he walked. On the edge of the computer screen, Jiang Wei saw an NPC who looked like a scholar, holding a book and reading it. This motion capture system is interesting, Jiang Wei said with a smile. At this stage, we are just assigning actions to basic NPCs. Chapter 113 Problems with Motion Capture. Fairy, in entertainment industry, among the people you know, are there any particularly outstanding martial arts choreographers? Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian when he returned home. Yes. Are you looking for someone to film a TV series? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. No. It's our game company that needs people who know martial arts and can create martial arts techniques, Jiang Wei said directly. I'll make a phone call. Lu Tianxian nodded. Teacher Yuan, I am Lu Tianxian. Our game needs a martial arts director. I'm not too sure about the specifics. How about we set a time to meet? You're in Shanghai. That's great. How about we meet tomorrow? Lu Tianxian said directly. Yes, I'll be the host at the old Shanghai restaurant tomorrow. We're so lucky. Teacher Yuan is temporarily unemployed. Let's treat everyone to dinner tomorrow and clear things up, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Oh, right. Sister Sue called me and wanted me to be the spokesperson for Chiosi's products. I refused. Who do you think would be a better choice? Lu Tianxian asked directly. How about we sing for them? Tang Dang and Damien are incredibly busy, Jiang Wei suggested after a moment's thought. Singing isn't appropriate. Lu Tianxian shook her head directly. Why? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. Because Chang Chang is already endorsing cosmetics. If she were to endorse ours, that would be a breach of contract, Lu Tianxian said directly. Okay, let's choose one from Yang Mi's company then, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Yang Mi's entertainment company has been invested in by Jiang Wei and Lu Yifei. Lu Tianxian took 20, Jiang Wei took 29, and the rest were to Mimi. How many artists from the Mimi company do you know? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. How about letting Fatty Doraba come? She's quite good-looking, Lu Tianxian suggested after thinking for a moment. Fatty D, the one who played Ling Long in Jade Dynasty? Jiang Wei thought for a moment. I think I saw it when I visited the set. Yes, her acting is quite good. Lu Tianxian nodded. But she's not fat, so why is she called Fatty D? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Because I couldn't control my eating, I gained weight without realizing it, and then it was all about the gym and diet meals, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. But after our weight loss pills came out, this girl wasn't in such a bad situation anymore, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. All right, you call them Mimi, and I'll tell Su Meng, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Tianxian nodded. The two of them each made a phone call and got the matter settled. For the Autumn Lyric series, the spokesperson isn't that important, but a certain level of brand awareness still needs to be maintained. Chiosi now relies mainly on word of mouth, that is, word of mouth. No one who has used the Chiosi series has said anything bad about the products. Is Chang Chang not here today? Jiang Wei suddenly realized that Chang Chang was not at home. Chang Chang went to Hunan to participate in the show Happy Camp. His TV series has finished post-production. We're doing some pre-launch promotion now, Lu Tianxian said directly. I want to see you wear Wang Yuyan's outfit today. Jiang Wei sat down next to Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Wei. By the way, have you finished writing that book on the methodology school? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. It's finished, but it's being fully improved. Let's see what's missing, Lu Tianxian said directly. Publish it quickly, then the game company will buy a batch, and then the characters in it will have a real acting explosion, Jiang Wei said seriously. Can games even use this? Lu Tianxian was taken aback. It should come in handy. When I went there today, they were recording a story about a scholar, and it felt like something was missing. Just now, when I thought about your book, I realized it was a problem with the acting. The actors in it were terrible, Jiang Wei said directly. Is that so? Then let's find a group of actors from the Magic Theater who can do both action and acting, Lu Tianxian suggested after thinking for a moment. I think it's a good idea. Jiang Wei nodded. Do you have the phone number for Magic Play? Jiang Wei asked directly. Ask Gugu. Lu Tianxian said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and dialed Gu Ji's number. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Where is it? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Are you fishing in Jiangjia Village? Gugu asked directly. In Jiangjia Village again? Jiang Wei was taken aback. This is a fisherman's paradise. I pulled up a big fish last week, Gugu said with a smile. Gugu, are you dating Yang Qi? Jiang Wei asked, always eager for gossip. Jiang Wei has been seeing Yang Qi frequently in Gu Ji's WeChat moments lately. It's not even close to being confirmed yet. Gugu was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Wei to have such a gossip-loving attitude. Ah, by the way, do you have Principal Magic's phone number? Jiang Wei asked directly. What do you want to see Principal Han about? Gugu asked curiously. Our game company needs to perform motion capture, so we need to hire some people, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll send it to you on WeChat. Okay, I won't disturb your date anymore, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No, I don't have a date. Jiang Wei ignored Gu Ji's explanation and hung up the phone with a smile. Are Gu Gu and Yang Qi dating? Lu Tianxian asked gossipily. Probably, but the possibility is quite high. Look at Gu Ji's WeChat moments. Yang Qi has been appearing more and more frequently lately, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Let me see. Lu Tianxian picked up her phone and started looking at it. Jiang Wei received the phone number and dialed Principal Han's number. Hello, who is this? Principal Han's voice came from the other end. Hello, Principal Han. I am Jiang Wei, the chairman of Weitian Group. Jiang Wei introduced himself. Mr. Jiang, is there anything we can do to collaborate? Principal Han asked curiously after hearing Jiang Wei's words. Here's the thing. I've started a game company, and we need people for motion capture, both men and women, who can do martial arts, dance, or play musical instruments, Jiang Wei said directly. How many people are needed? Principal Han asked calmly when he heard that it wasn't a collaboration. There are many, over 100 people, but they're all on short-term assignments, earning 500 a day, Jiang Wei said directly. No problem. I'll send you the post-production director's phone number. You can contact the logistics director directly later, Principal Han said directly. Okay, no problem. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Jiang Wei picked up the phone and called Huang Pingtao. Old Huang, I noticed a problem during my visit today. The motion capture actor's acting skills are terrible, Jiang Wei said directly. The game, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Huang Pingtao was taken aback. This is a big problem. This isn't an ordinary game. It's a fully virtual game. All the actions are right in front of us. And that acting is obviously fake, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, that is indeed a problem. Huang Pengtao nodded. I just spoke with the principal of the magic play, and we reached a small agreement. They will send students over to work. 500 yuan a day. Oh, and by the way, the Celestial Immortal wrote a book called Method School to enhance acting skills. Also, hire a director to judge acting skills, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, no problem. Huang Pengtao agreed immediately. Jiang Wei sent Huang Pengtao the number of the logistics director of the magic play. After giving him some instructions, Jiang Wei hung up the phone. Fairy, go change your clothes. Jiang Wei pushed Lu Tianxian upstairs. Chapter 114, Inviting Guests and Motion Capture. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I am Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian arrived at the old restaurant in Shanghai and waited for a while before seeing a thin, balding old man in his mid-60s. Jiang Wei looked up this Mr. Yuan yesterday. He's the world's #1 martial arts choreographer. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. You're a celestial beauty. Old Master Yuan greeted him familiarly. However, they were quite polite when greeting Jiang Wei. Waiter, we'd like to order. Jiang Wei called out to the outside. Grandpa, come have some tea. Jiang Wei picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Grandpa Yuan. What fragrant tea. This pot of tea must have cost a lot of money. Old Master Yuan asked with a smile. They provided a pot of hot water for the tea I brought myself, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No wonder. Old Master Yuan took a sip. It smells good. It smells really good. Bang, bang, bang. Please come in. The door opened, and Huang Pengtao appeared with Lu Zhongyan and a cute-looking girl. Seat. Mr. Yuan, this is our company's general manager Huang Pengtao and technical director Lu Zhongyan. Jiang Wei introduced Huang Pengtao and Lu Zhongyan. Hello. Hello, Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, boss, this is Zhuge Meiyu, the motion capture supervisor. Huang Pengtao introduced the cute girl to everyone. Jiang Wei looked at Zhuge Meiyu and felt that she looked familiar. After recalling for a moment, he realized that she looked a lot like the owner of number 4, who often drank tea with him. Hello, young lady. Old Master Yuan greeted her with a smile. Do your parents live in the Songjiang Riverside Villa District, number 4? Jiang Wei asked curiously. My sister lives there. I just look a little young, even though I'm already 35, Zhuge Meiyu said helplessly. Feel sorry. Gentlemen, here is the menu. The waiter handed the menus to everyone. After ordering the food, Mr. Yuan, We need a martial arts instructor. We're working on a brainwave control game with the theme of the martial arts world, Jiang Wei said directly. Mr. Yuan, our company's game is controlled by brainwaves, and it's close to a real world. Therefore, we need to equip hundreds of sects and thousands of NPCs with martial arts skills, Huang Pengtao said. This game doesn't have skills. If you want to make your way in the martial arts world, you have to learn martial arts from NPCs, Lu Zhongyan added. Such a large project cannot be completed by me alone, said Grandpa Yuan directly. I can contact a team to do it together. Wouldn't it be interesting if everyone in the country practiced martial arts? Old Master Yuan said with a smile. However, the required salary is not low, Old Master Yuan said with a smile. Grandpa, how much do you need? Jiang Wei asked directly. It's around 20 million, for about 40 people, Old Master Yuan said directly. No problem. Jiang Wei agreed immediately. Old Huang, is there enough space in our building? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Boss, those 10 buildings we built were designed for a population of 10,000, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. How many people does a game company employ? Jiang Wei asked curiously. My former employer had 14,000 employees, Lu Zhongyan said directly. So many people? Jiang Wei felt that his game company already had enough people, but he didn't expect it to be only a fraction of what others had. Let's eat, Jiang Wei invited, seeing that the dishes were all served. The group chatted briefly about gossip. Grandpa Yuan, this is the information for our game sect. We need a wide variety of martial arts skills. Moreover, their styles are also different. For example, the Kung Fu of the Vajra sect is fierce and domineering. The Kung Fu of Shaolin has both strength and softness. The Kung Fu of Wudong uses skills and soft strength, and the Kung Fu of Tijibao is military formation Kung Fu. Each sect has its own unique characteristics, and we need specific slashing data because our physics engine will use this to calculate the injuries, Lu Zhongyan said seriously. No problem. I'll invite 2 more. Basically, as long as it's not a very obscure martial art, we can gather all the boxing techniques and weapons available in the country, Old Master Yuan said earnestly. That's good. Lu Zhongyan nodded. By the way, what's this brainwave technology you're talking about? Old Master Yuan asked curiously. Mr. Yuan, you were the action choreographer for The Matrix. This holographic virtual game is somewhat similar to The Matrix. It works by reading brainwaves, sending brainwaves, and creating an effect in the brain, which is why it appears so realistic. It's like being trapped in the world of The Matrix, except this is a game, Zhuge Meiyu explained earnestly to Grandpa Yuan. Our country's science and technology have developed to this level. Old Master Yuan's eyes widened. Grandpa, the country's behind-the-scenes technological developments may exceed your imagination, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It truly exceeds expectations, Old Master Yuan nodded. Mr. Yuan, how about we visit our company? Zhuge Meiyu invited with a smile. Okowo. The group set off and arrived at the game company. Then we went directly to the motion capture room. How do I use this? Old Master Yuan looked at a row of computers where several people were practicing dubbing. This garment is a tracking suit. The movements you make will be transmitted to a computer and recorded. The recorded data will be transformed into the actions of NPCs in the game, Zhuge Meiyu explained with a smile. Give me a set of clothes. I'll try them on, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay. One of the staff members went to find some clothes. I brought a set of clothes with me. Where is the changing room? Lu Tianxian asked directly. Over there. Xiaosu, take it there. A short while later, Lu Tianxian came out wearing a black bodysuit. Give me a tang sword, Lu Tianxian said directly. The staff brought over a tang sword. Lu Tianxian picked up the tang sword and began to wield it, performing not only the basic 13 moves, but also various coordinated actions. I never imagined that the game's animations were created this way. Old Master Yuan was extremely interested in this. Yes, we need to create a world that is close to reality, so we need to depict human walking movements. Before long, Lu Tianxian performed a sword dance. I went to the computer to see the results. Sure enough, the woman inside started wielding a knife. Although there was no background, her moves were exactly the same as Lu Tianxian's. Honey, we could do some dancing inside. We can recruit people from the dance academy to come and dance, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. I think it's a good idea. Jiang Wei nodded. Boss, this budget needs to be much larger, Huang Pengtao said directly. I don't need your little bit of budget. Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Zhuge, the hair and movements don't match here. Jiang Wei pointed to the movements above, noting that the hair wasn't flowing smoothly. Boss, there are special head coverings and hairstyles for women, but Miss Liu didn't bring one. Oh, I see. I'm misunderstood. Chapter 115, Eradicating Incurable Diseases. Old Zhao, what's up? Jiang Wei asked with a smile as he entered the private room. Here you go. These are 5 from above. Zhao Lianjiang pushed a box over. Captain America's serum. Have you started mass production? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes, there are no side effects. It won't change your body's shape. Its main function is to increase the strength of bones, muscles, and internal organs by about 4 times, and it also has a certain ability to activate thinking. However, you can't inject 2. We injected one of the agents we captured with 2, and he died from a muscle tear, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Use special agents for testing? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Special agents and mercenaries have no human rights, but death row inmates do, so we'll just use special agents, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Upon hearing the statement that spies have no human rights, Jiang Wei thought for a few seconds and then stopped thinking about it. With the launch of liver regeneration, there will be fewer intractable diseases in the future, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. It's fine. Jiang Wei nodded with a smile. By the way, the government is preparing to develop medicines for all the difficult-to-treat diseases, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Aren't you going to develop other technologies? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Technological development is happening so fast, and there's so much information that we're having trouble digesting it all, Zhao Lianjiang said helplessly. The materials provided by Jiang Wei were mostly world-leading, which means that textbooks from elementary school to university would have to be updated. The explosive growth last year and this year has led to a shortage of talent. All right then. Jiang Wei nodded. Zhao Lianjiang turned on the television. It was a live report from Zhuang TV. What big news is it this time? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's nothing serious. It's just that the U.S. has initiated impeachment proceedings to remove Adwai from office, since Adwai Test's image is really inappropriate, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing serious. Jiang Wei shook his head. Who the leader of the U.S. is none of his business. Just watching for fun, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Then the images appeared on the television screen. To be precise, it was a press conference. Jiang Wei looked at the scene on the mountainside, while Adebayo calmly looked at the spokesperson. Although he had a clown-like smile, next to him was the sleeping king, looking excited. So he showed an excited expression. It's pointless. It looks like the impeachment was successful, Jiang Wei said directly. The inside information I received confirms that the impeachment was indeed successful, Zhao Lianjiang nodded. By the way, what about the advertisements for the medicine? Jiang Wei asked directly. Give. Technology for sale. Formula and technical data for a highly effective treatment of ALS amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. 100 cure rate for all types of ALS. Sold at a rock-bottom price. You won't regret it for just 100 yuan. 2 bottles of the treatment medication are included. Contact number 139 blue. Blue. Cheap redeem. Jiang Wei skillfully made a phone call and got the medicine redeemed in less than 2 minutes. Continue. Technology for sale. Formula and technical data for a highly effective treatment of diabetes. 100% guaranteed cure. Sold at a rock-bottom price. You won't regret it for just 100 yuan. 2 bottles of the treatment medication are included. Contact 139 blue. It's blue. By the way, you changed it directly to the top, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Easy. Exchange. Jiang Wei then performed another round of operations on his phone. Before long, Jiang Wei had exchanged the medicine. Continue. Technology for sale. Formula and technical data for a highly effective treatment of hypertension. 100% guaranteed cure. Sold at a rock-bottom price. You won't regret it for just 100 yuan. 2 bottles of the treatment medication are included. Contact number 139 blue. Blue. Exchange. Technology for sale. Formula and technical data for a highly effective treatment for heart disease. 100% guaranteed to cure all types of heart disease. Sold at a rock-bottom price. You won't regret it for just 100 yuan. 2 bottles of the treatment medication are included. Contact number 139 blue. Blue. Exchange. After working for more than an hour, I finally finished redeeming all the advertisements. Of the more than 1 million points, only a little over 140,000 remain. By the way, Xiao Jiang, save up points. Once we've digested this wave of technology, we'll continue to upgrade our basic technologies. By the way, Xiao Jiang, take a look at this advertisement. Zhao Lianjiang took out another advertisement. Factory direct sales, selling all material formulas and production processes for the next 39 years globally, priced at 10 yuan. Welcome to purchase. Contact number 139 Blue. Blue. Okay, exchange it. Jiang Wei skillfully turned the advertisement into reality. When can we exchange for the Luan bird? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. 1 million experience points can be gained in about 20 days. It will take at least 6 months. The engineering corps is working hard to build it. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded. Let's accumulate points carefully and figure out how to prepare for the space elevator, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Sigh. Xiao Jiang, you've been punished, Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Jiang Wei looked towards the television. What's the point of resorting to sanctions again? This is so boring, Jiang Wei said speechlessly. However, he did limit your development, Zhao Lianjiang said seriously. What sanctions were imposed? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Currently, only some of the tires and chips produced by Weitian Group are manufactured by other companies. All others have achieved independent patents. They have restricted the transport of your company's cars and cosmetics to the Gulf of Aden, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. It's no big deal, Jiang Wei said with a smile. So what do you plan to do? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. Railway transport, directly through Russia to Abyssinia, then onto a camel. Although the transport cost is a bit higher, how much higher can it be? Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, it's not a threat after all. Zhao Lianjiang understood instantly. By the way, help me write a few advertisements, Jiang Wei said to Zhao Lianjiang. What advertisement? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. I want to see if there are any corporate spies in Weitian Group, Chiotzi Group, Virtual Community Company, and Guangming Medical Equipment Company, Jiang Wei said directly. Good. You've reminded me. This is a good opportunity to verify whether there are any commercial spies in state-owned enterprises and various departments, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. The list of spies from all countries in the world that we exchanged last time was not a list of commercial spies from companies in those countries. The two exchanged the list. Chiotzi Group has one, but his status is very low. He's a local delivery driver in Shanghai. Zhao Lianjiang was exchanged for a commercial spy from a state-owned enterprise. There were more than 5,400 people. Chapter 116. He became the world's richest man. When Jiang Wei returned home, he found a large group of people gathered there. Ma Weigua, Huang Pengtao, Su Ming, Chu Jun, Yin Shu, Yin Mo, Han Xian, Lu Dazhuang, Tang Dang, Chang Chang, and also to Mimi, Peng Di, as well as Gugu Lupin, Director Li, and a few other familiar celebrities. Welcome home. Slap, slap, slap. Instantly, colorful ribbons fluttered in the living room. I'm telling you, it's going to be very difficult to clean if you do it like this, Jiang Wei said helplessly. What great thing happened today that you all gathered at my house? Jiang Wei asked the crowd. Boss, you didn't know? That's great. Yin Shu ran over and covered Jiang Wei's eyes. Jiang Wei was then pushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Yin Shu let go of her hand. Jiang Wei blinked and looked at the table, where he saw a large cake. There's a string of golden words above it. Congratulations to Jiang Wei on becoming the world's richest man. When did I become the richest man? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. This morning, Forbes released its list of the world's richest people, and you topped the list with an estimated net worth of 930 billion yuan, which is about 127 billion US dollars. Ma Weigua said with a smile. Where would I get that much money? Jiang Wei was taken aback. The market value of Chiotzi and Weitian Group is estimated at 800 billion and 300 billion respectively. Is the market value really that high? Jiang Wei was stunned. More or less, Ma Weigua said with a smile. Market capitalization is just a hollow concept. Jiang Wei shook his head. That's true. If you were to sell Weitian Group, someone would buy it even for 900 billion. Ma Weigua said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was taken aback. Currently, Weitian Group has a monthly net profit of 15 to 16 billion yuan. If you do the math, it seems like it will take about 5 years to earn it back. The batteries produced by Weitian Group cannot be phased out in the short term. They could live off their savings for 10 years. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. The heavenly fairy is now the richest woman in the country, Demimi said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, how does it feel to be the world's richest man? Changchang asked, using a rolled-up piece of paper as a microphone to interview Jiang Wei. I don't really feel anything, except that I feel like we need to get a few more bodyguards, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Huh. The people around immediately burst into laughter. Ms. Liu Tianxian, how does it feel to become the richest woman in the country? Changchang asked Liu Tianxian again. Well, I just want to know how the audience feels when the richest woman in the country puts on a show for them, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. Huh? Old Huang, Old Ma, Old Chu, Yin Shu, Sister Su, let's celebrate me becoming the world's richest man. Give all employees a 20,000 yuan red envelope, Jiang Wei said to the 5 people. Okay, I got it. I'll go and notify the finance department right away. Add another 10,000 to celebrate becoming the richest woman in the country, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. Okay, got it. The group want to make their own phone calls. Why doesn't our company have one? Demimi asked with a smile. Because I'm not the chairman, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, Demimi said helplessly. By the way, Fatty, is your filming of Struggle finished? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's post-production work. I finally managed to take a break and finish it, Han Xian said with a smile. Okay, the movie's out. I'll go support it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I still think you have a better future filming The Return of the King of Soldiers, Jiang Wei joked with a smile. Can we not mention our dark past? Huh. Boss, it's almost New Year's Day. When are we going to give out year-end bonuses? Ma Weigua asked as he came over. I just told the finance department about sending out red envelopes, and they've already given out their year-end bonuses. You can decide how to pay it 3 months' salary, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Okay, got it. The group nodded and started operating on their phones. Come on, let's take a picture together, and then eat cake. Jiang Wei saw 2 cakes on the table. One celebration was for Liu Tianxian, and the other was for Jiang Wei. Brother Liu, help me take a picture, Jiang Wei said to Liu Wei. Dong Si, come over here and take a picture. I don't know how to operate this camera. They're here. A group of people came to the double sofa, with Ma Weigua, Huang Pengtao, Su Ming, Chu Jun, Yin Shu, and Han Xian at the back. Yun Ma and Demimi sat on opposite sides of the sofa, one hand resting on the back of the sofa. Liu Dazhuang and Peng Di stood next to the 2. Gu Gu, Director Li, and Lu Pin then found small stools in the back. Tang Tang, Chang Chang, Jiang Shuin, and Zhu Shudan were squatting in front of the sofa. Get ready to take photos. 321, eggplant. One more. Suddenly, Chang Chang's movements changed, and she hugged Jiang Wei's leg. Tang Tang, who was next to her, followed suit and hugged the other leg. Then Jiang Shuin and Zhu Shudan hugged Liu Tianxian's legs. The people around laughed. After taking a few photos, the photo session ended. Everyone, let's have some cake, Jiang Wei invited with a smile. Jiang Shuin sang a song and took the initiative to cut the cake and spread it among everyone. Celebrities are fawned over elsewhere. But for Jiang Wei, celebrities were only considered to be at the bottom. It's quite warm outside today. Let's go to the outdoor barbecue area, Jiang Wei said with a smile, inviting everyone to join him. I think it's a good idea. It's been a long time since I've had barbecue. A group of people excitedly went outside to prepare. Chang took out her phone and posted a message on Weibo. I found a golden opportunity. Photo.jpg. Tang Tang, Jiang Shuin, and Zhu Shudan followed suit. Jiang Wei, you're trending on social media, Liu Tianxian said with a smile. Jiang Wei took the phone and looked at it. Funny photos of a few people singing ranked 3rd to 6th on the trending search list. The first item is the Forbes Rich list, and the number 1 spot is surprisingly held by him. The second is Liu Tianxian, the richest woman in rabbit-themed businesses. Third, Tang Tang has found a powerful backer. Fourth, she managed to snag a powerful patron. Fifth, Jiang Shuin found a powerful backer. Sixth, Zhu Shudan managed to latch onto a powerful patron. Seventh is Wang Leatherpants Rock New. Jiang Wei clicked on Tang Tang's Weibo, and the replies below made him want to laugh. Tang Tang, I'll give you 5 million. I want that position. Seeking a powerful backer. Do I think there are a lot of big shots in this photo? Tang Tang, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. This is all my savings. Give me your spot. Ha! No wonder some of them took those kinds of photos. Look at the singing. Jiang Wei smiled and clicked on Chang Chang's Weibo, wanting to see what this drama queen, who is just as dramatic as Yin Shu, had said. The corner hasn't been dug down yet. Just wait, it'll steal the spot from the celestial being sooner or later. Image, JPG. This is the umpteenth time they've tried to poach our employees. Is Chang Chang going to turn her best friend into a fake best friend? Singing, I also want to latch onto a rich guy. There's a lot of fun to be had, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 1:17 Prosthetics on the Market. Is Grandpa Zhang here? I'm from the Tieshi District Medical Insurance Bureau. A girl wearing a down jacket, bundled up thickly, pounded on the iron door of a brick house. Creak. The bolt on the inside door was opened. An elderly man, missing a lower leg, opened the door. Although he was using a cane, he stood upright. Girl, what brings you here? The old man asked directly. Grandpa Zhang, my name is Zhao Panpan. I'm here on behalf of the Medical Insurance Bureau to extend my greetings to veteran revolutionaries like you, Zhao Panpan said, carrying a box. Grandpa Zhang peeked out and looked to the left and right. There was no one there, not even reporters. Little Zhao, it's not a holiday or festival. Why are you sending things over? Old Master Zhang asked familiarly. Mr. Zhang was very familiar with receiving visits and condolences. As a veteran who had fought against the Japanese, he was used to receiving visits and condolences from various public institutions during major holidays. Of course, they all came with a bunch of reporters to put on a show. The show was real, but the benefits were also real. They didn't give much, just 1 or 2 bags of flour or rice. However, for Grandpa Zhang, it was enough to eat. For someone who is almost 100 years old, this kind of life is quite good. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for my daughter-in-law who is already over 70. Grandpa, this is a great thing, a smart prosthetic limb. With this, you can walk like a normal person, Zhao Panpan said to Grandpa Zhang with a smile. The Medical Insurance Bureau is giving this to veterans like you, free of charge. Gleaming. Old Master Zhang, leaning on his cane, returned home. The furniture in the house is very new, and the walls are spotless white. It's completely different from the dilapidated feel outside. Grandpa, your house is decorated very well, Zhao Panpan said with a smile as she looked at the room. My great-grandson did it. He said he wanted to switch careers and become a bricklayer, so he used my old man's house to practice. He thinks I'm stupid, Grandpa Zhang said with a smile. What does your great-grandson do? Zhao Panpan asked curiously. Programmers, people who work with computers, Old Master Zhang said helplessly. Giggle. Xiao Zhao, do you know how to install this? Grandpa Zhang asked curiously, looking at the prosthetic limb with a section of the thigh attached. This thigh is clearly longer than my own leg. Grandpa, it's very simple. Just put your leg in, then stand up, and it will automatically adapt, Zhao Panpan said directly. Okay. Old Master Zhang untied his trouser leg, revealing the amputation scar underneath. I couldn't wait to put my legs in. Then stand up, and your legs will instantly appear shorter, making your 2 legs the same length. Grandpa Zhang looked at his feet and consciously tried to move his toes, and his toes actually moved. Little Zhao, why does this leg feel just like mine? Grandpa Zhang asked curiously. Sir, this leg is controlled by detecting nerve signals, just like you control your left leg. But you've had your leg for almost 70 years, so you'll probably have to get used to it eventually, Zhao Panpan said with a smile. Grandpa Zhang tried taking a few steps and found that this leg felt just like his own. I pinched my calf hard, but I didn't feel any pain. Otherwise, even Grandpa Zhang would feel that his legs had grown back. Good stuff. It's just a waste for an old man like me who's almost buried in the yellow earth, Grandpa Zhang said with emotion. Oh no, old man, I don't have a shoe for my right foot. When Grandpa Zhang tried to get out of bed, he realized that he didn't have a shoe for his right foot. Usually, when buying shoes, the other shoe is just thrown away. After thinking for a moment, Grandpa Zhang took out his phone and called his grandson. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. I still have 2 families to see off, Zhao Panpan said with a smile. Stay and have dinner before you go. Let my grandson show you around. He knows this area well. No, I've been there before to your place. I'm not familiar with it. I looked for quite a while. Zhao Panpan shook her head. Zhao Panpan picked up the cardboard boxes on the ground and placed them next to Grandpa Zhang's woodpile before leaving Grandpa Zhang's house. Grandpa Zhang waited on the Kong, a heated brick bed, for more than half an hour before the door was pushed open. Grandpa, why do you need a pair of shoes from me? A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in carrying a shoebox. "Grandpa, are your legs growing back?" The middle-aged man asked in surprise as he saw Grandpa Zhang playing with his toes with great interest. The prosthetic limb was a gift from the Medical Insurance Bureau. Sigh, technology is really getting more and more advanced these days. Old Master Zhang's eyes narrowed with laughter. Grandpa Zhang put on his shoes and started walking on the ground. He got used to the prosthesis in no time. "Grandson, go buy some meat to celebrate that this old man can walk again," Grandpa Zhang instructed. "Okay, I'll go right now." The grandson, who was over 50 years old, ran off excitedly. The mule leading the way, with 3 lanterns and, oh, it has bells on, making that wah sound. Humming a little tune, Grandpa Zhang walked out of his house and strolled around the village. "Grandpa, has your leg grown back?" A 70-year-old man asked Grandpa Zhang. No, it was the girl from a medical insurance bureau who brought me this prosthetic leg as a token of appreciation. It's just like a real leg. I can move it however I want," Grandpa Zhang said with a smile. Along the way, everyone was asking about Grandpa Zhang's leg. "Jiang Wei, look at this." Lu Tianxian showed Jiang Wei her phone. "What is this?" Jiang Wei asked, startled. "These are prosthetics produced by our Guangming medical products," Lu Tianxian said with a smile. "You don't know?" Lu Tianxian asked curiously. "I don't know. I just bought this item at an auction, then had an expert take a look and give it a valuation before I started the medical device company," Jiang Wei said directly. "Your luck is extraordinary." Lu Tianxian was speechless. Jiang Wei looked at the news. The headline was Cyber Grandpa. "This old man is named Mon. He is paralyzed from the neck down and cannot even move his neck. My family spent 5,000 yuan to buy a walking aid from a unit designated by medical insurance. After putting it on, I was able to control the walking aid with my brain and walk around the streets just like a normal person." "That's good," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "It's great. In the future, disabled people won't be a burden. Even someone with high-level paraplegia can take care of themselves," Lu Tianxian said with a smile. "Are our products all being sold by people covered by medical insurance? And for how much?" Jiang Wei asked curiously. "This full-body one is quite expensive, 5,000 yuan. A single hand is 1,200, and a leg is 1,800. Lu Tianxian flipped through her phone. Jiang Wei also saw the prices reported above. 3,000 for the half body, 5,000 for the whole body. This reimbursement rate is good. It covers 80% directly, Jiang Wei said after doing the calculations. "We've done a great thing," Lu Tianxian said with a smile. "All right, what about the metal box I brought back today?" Jiang Wei suddenly remembered the Captain America serum that Zhao Lianjiang gave him that morning. Chapter 118, Injecting Captain America's Serum. Jiang Wei and Yao Mei inquired and found out that the box had been put into the storage room. "Fairy, is your mother here today?" Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. "Yes, I'm at Villa number 1. Lu Tianxian nodded. "Oh, you're looking at dolls over there. Well, my mom's biggest hobby now is taking care of the kids," Lu Tianxian said helplessly. The couple had a baby, but neither of them could handle it. "Call everyone over. Yu Wei, have Yao Mei lead them for a while," Jiang Wei said directly. "What's the important matter?" Lu Tianxian asked curiously. "Yes, that's great news," Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian went over to make a phone call, and soon Lu Tianxian, Jiang Yunlin, Lin Meiji, and Lu's mother gathered at the gym. Jiang Wei went over, unplugged the gym security camera, and then told Yao Mei not to let anyone else come up. Then he took a signal jammer from the cabinet in the gym. "All right, the following information is highly classified. After use, you cannot leave the country unless it is declassified," Jiang Wei said directly. "But is it really okay for us to know such top-secret information?" Mrs. Liu asked, pausing for a moment. "It won't need to be kept secret for long, probably just a few years," Jiang Wei said directly. "But at this stage, it's top secret," Jiang Wei said directly. "Then take the box, enter the password, and open the box. This stuff is called a gene enhancer. It's used to strengthen the body and can increase physical fitness by about 4 times. That means if you have 100 gene of strength after the injection, you'll have about 400 gene," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Why would old Zhao give this to you?" Lu Tianxian asked curiously. "It's related to our game company," Jiang Wei said directly. This was something Jiang Wei and Zhao Lianjiang had agreed upon. "Our first game is Martial Arts World, which contains internal martial arts techniques that require meditation and practice. This thing needs to be installed in the gaming helmet. A little is injected when the person is meditating. Then people will regard this as the effect of internal energy cultivation techniques. Martial arts manuals lose their effectiveness once you reach their peak, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What if we get found out later? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. A delaying tactic. There are no helmets for export, no helmets for foreign buyers. Even if they disassemble the helmet, they won't be able to tell. Also, the helmets made in China will have their reinforcing fluid automatically destroyed once they are disassembled or leave the country, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right. One injection for each person, just an intramuscular injection, Jiang Wei said directly. Jiang Wei picked up one himself. The syringe is very small, containing only about 1 milliliter. Jiang Wei pressed the button, then touched the button behind him, and the injection was completed instantly. Jiang Yunlin also picked up the syringe and injected himself according to Jiang Wei's method. Lu Tianxian and Lin Meiji receive injections in succession. Only Lu's mother was a little undecided. It feels so warm. Lu Tianxian felt warm all over. It'll only take about 5 minutes, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The calories burned off by the group. I feel so hungry, Lu Tianxian suddenly said, rubbing her stomach. I forgot something important. Jiang Wei hurriedly left the gym, went to the study, and took out a large bag of beef jerky. Then I went to the gym. Lu's mother had already received the injection. Jiang Wei saw Jiang Yunlin holding a 100-kilogram dumbbell, exercising his arm with one hand. This thing is perfect for building arm strength, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Jiang Wei took it and casually did a few exercises. It's very lightweight, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The pill he took more than a year ago brought about a qualitative change in Jiang Wei's strength. And this dumbbell is what Jiang Wei uses to train his arm strength. All right, everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today, and be careful not to show off your strength, Jiang Wei earnestly instructed. This stuff also has another function, slowing down aging, Jiang Wei said with a smile. If you tell anyone, the Security Bureau will investigate, Jiang Wei said seriously. Hearing Jiang Wei's words, the group nodded. Then a group of people gathered together to eat beef jerky to replenish what they had consumed. After eating, Jiang Wei worked out in the gym. Others followed suit. After about 2 hours, everyone had basically adapted to the strength. Lu's mother took Jiang Yue to bed. Feeling confident in herself, Lu Tianxian came over and beckoned to Jiang Wei with her finger. At 10 a.m. the next day, Lu Tianxian felt like she was falling apart. I have become stronger, but Jiang Wei is even stronger for a full 7 hours. After eating something, we went to the riverbank and saw Jiang Wei fishing there. The fish aren't biting well because of the cold weather. Jiang Wei, do you know anyone at the publishing house? Lu Tianxian asked Jiang Wei. I don't know you. How come? Your book on the methodology is about to be published. Jiang Wei realized. Yes, it's been perfected. All the expressions that can be used in acting have been perfected. Lu Tianxian nodded. I'll ask around, Jiang Wei said directly. After saying that, Lu Tianxian went back. Jiang Wei thought for a moment, and then called Zhang He. Zhang He works for the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, so he definitely has connections in this area. Xiao Jiang, what's up? Zhang He asked curiously when he saw that it was Jiang Wei calling. Since meeting Jiang Wei last year, Jiang Wei has never called me once. Director Zhang, do you know anyone at a publishing house? My wife has a book that needs to be published, Jiang Wei said directly. I understand. I'll have the editor-in-chief of the publishing house contact you later. Zhang He thought that if they were asking him for a favor, something must have gone wrong. He shook his head helplessly. However, this kind of small favor can be done with just one phone call. Jiang Wei put away his fishing rod and returned home, where Lu Tianxian was reading a book. I've had someone contact you. They'll call you in a bit, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Tianxian nodded. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Wei? This is the teaching press. My name is Lin Yan. A female voice came from the phone. Hello, Editor Lin, this is Jiang Wei. My wife has a book that's going to be published, and she asked me to talk to you about it. Jiang Wei handed the phone to Lu Tianxian after saying this. Okowo. Hello, I am Lu Tianxian. I have written a book on acting called Method. The principle behind the book is like this. Lu Tianxian chatted with the editor. Jiang Wei, meanwhile, was watching videos on Lu Tianxian's phone. Super God Academy. Judging from this name, it must be a newly released anime. Jiang Wei started reading. There were 3 episodes in total. Gene technology, gene computing, quite an idea, Jiang Wei thought to himself. Jiang Wei didn't know if this was even possible, but he could give it a try. Chapter 119, let's start a football league. How do you feel after using Captain America's serum? Zhao Lianjiang asked Jiang Wei. Feeling good. My strength is over 1,000 gene. I didn't measure exactly, but the 300-kilogram barbell felt light as a feather, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Damn, that's perverted, Zhao Lianjiang muttered. After using the serum, he was able to lift a barbell weighing approximately 400 kilograms. Jiang Wei weighs 300 kilograms here and feels light as a feather. By the way, what's the matter that you asked me to come out this time? Zhao Lianjiang asked with a smile. I watched an anime called Super God Academy yesterday, which used a lot of interesting science fiction terms. The main thing is that the genes are good, so I want to try and see if we can exchange those gene technologies. Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, let me take a look first. Zhao Lianjiang took out his phone and started watching the video. Jiang Wei was making tea on the side. After about half an hour, Zhao Lianjiang finally finished watching the animation. I have a concept for this animation, but there's no concrete explanation, so it's not easy to refer to. Why don't you invest in this virtual imaging company and speed up the production process? Zhao Lianjiang suggested after a moment's thought. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei took out his phone and sent a message to the executive group. Who among you is more free? Jiang Wei asked directly. I'm busy talking to a Russian businessman about the Auto Alliance. Ma Wangguo. We've taken on special effects work for 2 more TV dramas and are currently hiring, Yin Shu said. Hu Jiao from Monkey Country wants to be an agent for our products, but she can't leave for the time being. Su Meng. Once the products are manufactured, they're all snapped up by the Medical Insurance Bureau. There's no need for promotion. They're quite idle, said Chu Jun. I'm busy everywhere, there's just too much to do, and my hair is starting to fall out. Huang Pengtao. Old Chu. Go and investigate the virtual imaging company and acquire it to support its development. Old Huang. Open a supercomputing interface for this company, and we can also lend them some of our motion capture equipment. Boss, how many shares should we acquire? Chu Jun asked directly. You can see for yourself, the amount doesn't matter, Jiang Wei said directly. Understood. Tu Yun nodded. Jiang Wei turned off his phone and saw Zhao Lianjiang watching TV. The television broadcast is a football match. Old Zhao, you still like watching football? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Sai, we lost again. Zhao Lianjiang said with a helpless expression. The men's football team's feet still smell so bad, Zhao Lianjiang grumbled. How about we stir things up? Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. What's going on? Jiang Wei asked, bewildered. Use the name of the Get Out of the Mountains Foundation to organize a nationwide charity football match. I'll find someone to handle things with the Football Association for you, so they won't dare to interfere, Zhao Lianjiang suddenly said. Then the competition was launched in a great way. You can consider the ticket sales as donations to charity and also contribute some prize money. I know the owner of Hans Kat's 2nd Division team. We voted online to select the 20 most promising players, spent a little money, and sent them for a year of training. Whether they choose to go out and play football or stay, let them decide for themselves, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. All right, let's do something. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, I use your name. If I had initiated it, the higher-ups would definitely have objections, Zhao Lianjiang suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei understood that Zhao Lianjiang was trying to cause trouble in his name. However, Jiang Wei also agreed that the men's football team was utterly rotten. Okay, no problem. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. I'm going back now. After saying that, Jiang Wei left the security bureau and returned home. When he returned home, the house was deserted and quiet. Lu Tianxian had gone to the capital. Jiang Wei was the only one left at home. Upon arriving at the study, Jiang Wei searched through his contacts and found He Tianla's phone number. Old He, what's up? Jiang Wei asked as soon as the call connected. A road and a primary school are being built in Sichuan, and they're almost finished. I've come to inspect them, He Tianla said with a smile. He was in a very good mood these days, as he had never lacked money since joining the Leaving the Mountains Foundation. Donations from the public have exceeded 1 billion yuan, and the transparent finances have resulted in an additional 800 million yuan in deposits in the foundation's account. In addition, the funds from the 30-odd vice presidents exceeded 2 billion. The projects that He Tianla planned in the past are now being implemented. I'm going to do something, and I need your help, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What's the matter? He Tianla asked curiously. We'll organize a Going Out of the Mountains Cup, a football league. We'll start by forming a team at the village level, then compete at the county level. The county champion will receive a prize of 50,000 yuan. After that, the teams will be reorganized, and the team coach can invite outstanding players from all the teams in the county to form a county team. Then at the city level, the prize money is 1 million. The first place is 500,000, the second place is 300,000, and the third place is 200,000, the same as at the county level. All the best players can be selected. Then it goes to the provincial level, and from there the national league starts, with teams competing for the championship. The champion gets 100 million, the runner-up 50 million, the third place 30 million, and the participation prize is 5 million, Jiang Wei said directly. To prevent anyone from messing things up, we have clearly stipulated that the players will split 80 yuan equally, the coaches will split 5 yuan, the 2 assistant coaches will split 5 yuan, and the remaining 10 yuan will be distributed directly among the participants. President Jiang, this is no small project. It'll cost several billion yuan to complete, He Tianla said helplessly. Not that much. There are 1,400 counties nationwide, so the prize money is about 70 million. There are 333 cities, so the prize money is about 333 million. And there are 34 provincial level units, so the prize money is about 330 million. Add in the venue costs and labor costs, and 1 billion will be enough. With so much funding, if all 30-odd vice presidents contribute, each person would only contribute a little over 30 million. Once the hype builds, we'll make a fortune from advertising and live TV broadcasts, just from this wave of advertising alone. The revenue from television broadcasting rights and ticket sales is all donated to the foundation, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Then comes the final vote, where the people of the whole country vote to select the 20 most promising players, who will be sent to a youth training camp in Hanscat for a year of training, Jiang Wei said with a smile. President Jiang, the biggest problem is the Football Association, He Tianla said earnestly. Don't worry about that. Last time, because we didn't think things through, such a big incident happened. I've already handled this. The Football Association is not the problem. Furthermore, when we select players, we don't select registered players, because registered players are not eligible to participate, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I understand. I'll start organizing it tomorrow, He Tianla said directly. Chapter 120 Discussing the Football League. After discussing it with He Tianla, Jiang Wei sent each vice president a video conference at 8 p.m. Zhao Yinjiang had already called by then. The higher-ups are very unhappy that football can't be developed. If Jiang Wei wants to do it, let him do it. They've already warned the Football Association. At 8 p.m., Jiang Wei opened the video conference room and sent the address to everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good. Brother Jiang Wei. Suddenly, a small head appeared in front of the camera, wearing a beautiful princess dress. Wow, so cute. Ming, we're talking about something. I'll send you a video later. Jiang Wei said helplessly, looking at Ming, who was having her cheeks rubbed. If Ming doesn't say anything, Ming will just look. Ming nodded. I watched football this morning, and the men's team lost again to a small country. I'm very unhappy. So I'm planning to stir things up. Mr. Jiang, you're not going to start a football league, are you? The Football Association won't approve, Li Fu said seriously. Don't worry, we'll do it. The Football Association won't interfere. I've already spoken to someone on their behalf, Jiang Wei said directly. Then let's do it, Mr. Wang said with a smile. I'm planning to do it this way. Jiang Wei recounted what he had done to He Tianla that morning. How about we divide it into districts, draw lots to decide the districts, and have an internal war? I think it's a good idea to do it in different areas. Without a prize, there's no motivation, Li Fu said with a smile. How about we compete for the naming rights for the next edition? Jiang Wei suddenly suggested. There's a next one. Li Fu was taken aback. Of course we'll keep going. What a great advertisement. Even though there's no profit, 30 million yuan is enough to advertise nationwide. Such a competition will heat up the football market, increase the audience, and cover a wide range of advertising, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Indeed, spending 30 million on advertising is definitely worthwhile. But how should we divide the advertising revenue? Before the provincial level, we each have our own advertising. After the provincial level, what about? Zhou Xiao asked directly. It's very simple. It's a match between two provinces, so it involves sponsors from two different companies. It's normal for a match to have two sponsors. Or, in a provincial match, there are two games, one at home and one away. The sponsor for the away game is the one whose sponsor is on the field, Wang Fu said directly. So how will the overall champion be determined? Will it be a points-based tournament or a qualifying tournament? Jiang Wei asked the crowd. Let's go with the points-based system. There are too few qualifying matches, and it won't cost much more anyway. How about we vote by raising our hands? Raise your hand if you're in the points-based competition, Jiang Wei said directly. Everyone raised their hands in unison. It seems everyone enjoys the points-based system, Jiang Wei said with a smile. However, it's too much trouble for us to do it ourselves. We need to find a partner. How and who should we partner with? Wang Fu asked directly. Going to the municipal government won't work. We need to find a unit that is willing to cooperate and fully support us. It's best if you can have influence in the local area. Why not seek cooperation with the cultural and tourism industries? They need visitor traffic, and local tourists are people too. When there are matches in prefecture-level cities, fans come to support the games, and there are also tourists, Jiang Wei said. The Culture and Tourism Bureau? General Manager Wang looked at Jiang Wei with curiosity. The Culture and Tourism Bureau will definitely cooperate fully with anything that benefits tourism, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Some time ago, Su Ming reported to Jiang Wei that Guaishi's Cultural Tourism, their tourism company, and the Cultural Tourism Department were fully cooperating in the negotiations. I think it's a good idea. Mr. Li nodded. What are the regulations for a municipality directly under the central government? Zhou Xiao asked the crowd. Municipalities have districts, right? Districts are divided into communities, and communities are further divided into neighborhoods. A neighborhood is equivalent to a village. A community is equivalent to a county, and a district is equivalent to a city. Wouldn't that solve the problem? I think it's a good idea. After all, municipalities have a large population, so there's no problem with dividing them like this. It's like Shanghai, with a population larger than Xinjiang and Qinghai, Tibet. Does that mean the city-level calculation is also based on this? That's too much investment. It could probably be several times more. Everyone remained silent for a moment. I've done a rough calculation, and the cost will increase to around 2.1 billion. That's not much, less than 70 million for each company. We spend several times that on advertising on Zhuang TV every year. Indeed, spending 70 million on advertising is not a loss. After all, provincial-level companies get national exposure, and it lasts for more than half a year. Indeed, if you're going to get exposure at the provincial level, the advertising resources are pretty much the same, with each team getting 66 games. 66 away games were sponsored, which means the advertisements have toured the whole country, Li Fu said with a smile. In that case, let's find a place tomorrow afternoon to hold a press conference and draw lots while we're at it, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What if other groups want to get involved? Li Fu asked directly. The advertising space at the event is no longer worthwhile if it's just for us. We can sell it and donate the proceeds to the Out of the Mountains Foundation. Yes, it's not good if too many companies are clustered together. Half of the billboards should be occupied by the main venue's advertising, and the other half should be sold to local companies, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I think that our companies should account for half of the business, and the other half should go to the local companies. Yes, that's definitely a good thing. It prevents people from getting tired of the same look. I also think this is good. At least it's fair. If the land is allocated to places like Qinghai and Tibet, where the population is small, it would be unfair if there was only one company. The group discussed for another half hour and formulated detailed competition rules, funding rules, and referee selection criteria. There are also special cases, such as the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, where some people experience altitude sickness. Therefore, the competition venue for the Qinghai Tibet Railway was set up in Sichuan. If this were held in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, athletes would need at least 10 days to half a month to adapt. Of course, provincial-level competitions are held in Sichuan, while competitions within the province are held within their own jurisdictions. As for referees, Wang Fu was able to contact international referee organizations and directly request referees from abroad. As for the city-level referees, They will be handled by the Culture and Tourism Bureau. After discussing it, let's hold a press conference here in Shanghai. How about tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m.? Jiang Wei said directly. Sure, Mr. Jiang is a local in Shanghai, so the preparations for the press conference will be handled by Mr. Jiang, Li Fu said with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'll get the reporters and venue ready. Jiang Wei nodded. After the meeting, Jiang Wei made a phone call to Ma Weigua. Oh Ma, are you busy right now? Jiang Wei asked directly. Not busy. I just had dinner and am digesting my food, Ma Weigua said with a smile. That's good. Here's what happened. Jiang Wei explained the results of today's meeting. Mr. Jiang, this is a big deal. Which company did you give the advertising to? Ma Weigua asked curiously. Give it to Wei Tian Group. Chotzi Group doesn't need it, Jiang Wei said, shaking his head. Okay, I understand. Ma Weigua nodded. Chotzi Group doesn't really need it, because Chotzi Group is currently the most popular health and cosmetics company in the country. Currently, other companies mainly focus on beauty products. The emergence of CI has suddenly put pressure on the beauty industry. Chapter 121 Press Conference. In the afternoon, Jiang Wei arrived at the press conference hall of the Songjiang World Trade Hotel. In the hallway, a large group of vice presidents were chatting. Only He Tianla seemed out of place. There was nothing he could do. These people were always talking about deals worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, and he simply had nothing to say. Is everyone here? Jiang Wei asked He Tianla directly. Mr. Meng from Huawei hasn't arrived yet. I just called, and he'll be here in 10 minutes, He Tianla said hurriedly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Mr. Wang, you've lost weight, and you don't have the same elegance as when you were slightly chubby. Jiang Wei teased Wang Fu with a smile. Nonsense, he's got 8-pack abs, Wang Fu said with a laugh. Huh. Mr. Zhou, how's Ming Ming been lately? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. She's great, very sensible, and quite clever. She has a lot of tricks up her sleeve, Zhou Xiao said with a smile. Since Meng Meng went to their home, the house has been filled with laughter. In particular, Meng Meng was actually taught Sun Tzu's art of war by her brother, and most importantly, Meng Meng actually learned it. Jiang Wei chatted casually with everyone for a while, when a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s walked in gracefully. I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting. No need to apologize, it's not too late anyway. Let's go in and get ready to begin, Jiang Wei said with a smile. A group of people went in one after another and found their seats. Good afternoon, fellow journalists. I am He Tianla. Welcome to this press conference. Yesterday, the Out of the Mountains Foundation launched a brand new charity program called the Out of the Mountains Cup National Football League. This competition is divided into 4 levels: village/township, county/banner, prefecture/city, and provincial league. Our competition will not have registered players participating. It'll be a football extravaganza for everyone. First came the village and town level competitions. He Tianla recounted the results of yesterday's meeting to the numerous reporters. The provincial level participants of this competition will start charging admission fees, and all ticket sales will be donated to the Walking into the Mountains Foundation for charitable purposes. The television and online broadcasting fees will also be donated to the Walking into the Mountains Foundation. The cost of this league will be jointly funded by the companies of the 33 vice presidents. At the same time, we need to find a local businessman from Taiwan to organize the competition in Taiwan. At the end of yesterday's meeting, Wang Fu felt that without Taiwan Island, the National League would be lacking. So at today's press conference, he had He Tianla spread this news. The competition will also increase to 68 matches. Now it's time for the lottery. Honorary vice presidents, please draw lots in turn. First, please welcome Mr. Jiang Wei, chairman of Wei Tian Group, to draw lots. He Tianla took out a container of lots. Only a red rope was left at the top. He Tianla walked towards Jiang Wei with the divination sticks in his hand. Jiang Wei casually drew a divination stick from the container. It says Western Xinjiang above. Western Frontier, this place is truly unfamiliar to me, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Ha! Now, please invite Mr. Wang from Geely Group to draw a lot. He Tianla handed the lot drawing tube to Mr. Wang. Heilongjiang Province. They've given me a bunch of strong men. Boss Wang said with a smile. Next, please welcome Mr. Li, the CEO of Baiwei, to draw lots. Guangdong Province is great. It has a large population, making it easier to select talented individuals, Li Fu said with a smile. Next, please welcome Mr. Meng from Huawei to draw lots. Shanghai is great, a metropolis with tens of millions of people, President Meng said with a smile. After about 10 minutes, everyone finally finished drawing their lots. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Lin Wei, a reporter from the sports channel of Zhuang TV. How should the provincial level unit handle this? The handling method for prefecture-level cities is the same as that for municipalities directly under the central government, and the same applies to provincial-level cities, Jiang Wei said directly. Hello, Mr. Lei. I am Hang Yun, a reporter from Shanghai TV. You were selected to go to Qinghai, Tibet. How do you cope with the high-altitude environment of Qinghai, Tibet? This is a very big question. Ordinary people who go to Qinghai, Tibet cannot adapt to strenuous exercise in a short period of time. The provincial competition is being held in Sichuan, so we don't have to adapt to altitude sickness, Mr. Lei said with a smile. Hello, hey Tianla. I am Li Yun, a reporter from Hunan TV. I would like to ask if the Walking Out of the Mountains Foundation, which is nearly 2.5 billion yuan of untouched funds, is preparing to invest it. We don't plan to invest, mainly because we have too much money and can't use it all in a short time. Our foundation is not a listed company. It's just a charitable organization. The main source of funding is the group of financial backers behind me, as well as social donations. Because of our transparent financial management, people trust our foundation, so we donate a lot of money. We have now started construction on more than 100 Hope primary schools and 17 rural roads. Our investigation and research also take time. Also, this is a press conference for the launch of the Dashen Cup Football League, and we will not be accepting interviews regarding foundation-related issues afterward, He Tianla said helplessly. Hello, He Tianla. I'm Gleaming, a reporter from Fengtian TV. May I ask who initiated this football league? I'm the initiator. I was watching the football match yesterday, and I was so angry that I almost died. The Sea Cucumber team actually lost to a small country. So I came up with a plan to organize my own league so that I wouldn't be subject to the jurisdiction of any particular association. We don't need to register players, but the investment is too big, almost 2 billion. It's too much for me to contribute alone. If we were to do charity, we would definitely lose money. Then last night, we had a video conference. We can't do something that loses money, can we? By spreading out the necessary funds and then advertising themselves, 70 million yuan in advertising fees doesn't seem too expensive for a national competition like this. After all, each provincial team plays 68 games a season, so the advertising effect of that is definitely worth 70 million, Jiang Wei said with a smile. So, you see the Sea Cucumber team losing to a small country, and in a fit of anger, you want to take matters into your own hands? Gleaming continued to ask. Yeah, even if we do it, we won't lose anything, right? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Well done. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. By the way, we've also given everyone a chance to participate. All players in this league, including those from the village level, can cast their votes if they think a player has potential. This voting is done under real names. The top 20 contestants in the voting will be sent to a youth training camp of Hanscat for a year. Whether they can stay in Northern Europe depends on their efforts and talent. We will cover the living expenses of a youth training camp, 100,000 euros per person, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Dong Chung, a reporter from Sichuan TV. Who do you think was the luckiest in this draw? Mr. Chun of Red Contract is the luckiest, fighting on home soil. Mr. Chun waved to the crowd. For this charity event, Mr. Chun applied to his superiors and received approval for dedicated funding. Chapter 122, Preparing for the Football League. Jiang Wei returned home and began to think about how to develop the Western Xinjiang League. I don't even know any people from Xinjiang. Oh wait, isn't there a Fatty D? Right. How could I forget about Doraba? Assign a deputy to Fatty D. Fatty D is a celebrity. When she goes to the Culture and Tourism Bureau to discuss matters, the bureau will definitely give her face. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wei called Yang Mi. Mimi, what are you busy with? Jiang Wei asked directly. Let's see how the post-production of Covering the Sky is going, Mimi said directly. Does Dilraba have any availability? Jiang Wei asked directly. You're available. What's up? Are you going to arrange a role for Dilraba? Yemi asked curiously. No, it's hard to explain in a few words. Bring Fatty D here with you, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, Mimi agreed. Jiang Wei drank tea in the living room for a while, and then Yang Mi brought Dilraba over. Mr. Jiang, You're not planning to take advantage of Fairy Tale's absence to sexually harass Fatty D, are you? Young mi te aset. Go away. Jiang Wei glunged et young mi speechless Leslie. Our Out of the Mountains Foundation is going to organize a nationwide charity league. Jiang Wei explained the situation. Then what do we need Fatty D for? Demimi asked curiously. The region I was drawn for is Xinjiang, but I don't know anyone there. The only person I've ever met from Xinjiang is Fatty D. So I plan to have Fat D as the team leader, and I'll assign you a deputy to handle the work. You're in charge of contacting the local cultural and tourism authorities to get the league going. After all, you're a local, so it's easier to talk to you. Besides, you're a celebrity, so it's easier to resolve this for your sake. Can I do this? Fatty D was stunned for a moment. I think it's fine. As long as we have a good relationship with Fat Doraba, the deputy can handle the work-related matters, right? Demimi asked directly. Yes, you're in charge of building connections and getting things done. And isn't the cultural and tourism sector in Western Xinjiang aiming to develop tourism? When broadcasting live nationwide, you can start by showing some scenic shots. And the commentators will also provide information during the match. Also, there's no rule that the stadium for provincial-level competitions has to be the provincial capital. We can let the local cultural and tourism authorities discuss the venues to enhance local cultural and tourism promotion, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Also, you'll be attending the matches as the leader of the Xinjiang team, which will definitely boost your popularity, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Does Fatty D get paid as the team leader? Demimi asked after thinking for a moment. No, but this is a prize league. If you don't get into the top 3, Fatty D will get a prize of 100,000 yuan. If we get into the top 3, the prize money will be quite substantial. The first place winner will get about 2 million. The second place winner will get 1 million, and the third place winner will get 400,000, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Even without the bonus, I can still be the team leader, Fatty D said earnestly. Why? Demimi asked curiously. Because of official connections, the cultural and tourism industry is interconnected across the country. If they need help in the future, and I bring them so many political achievements, do you think they will refuse? Fatty D said earnestly. Sober. Jiang Wei gave thumbs up. Jiang Wei hadn't thought of this either. Bang bang. Please come in. A middle-aged man walked in. He had arched eyebrows, narrow eyes, and a slightly upturned mouth, giving him a festive air. President Jiang. Come, sit down. Jiang Wei invited the middle-aged man to sit down. Fatty D, this is the deputy I've prepared for you. Yang Xiwen, the deputy director of the publicity department of Wei Tian Group. Jiang Wei introduced the middle-aged man. Hello, Director Yang, Fatty D greeted him. Hello, MS Fatty D. Yang Xiwen greeted her politely. Come, have some tea. Jiang Wei poured a cup of tea for each of the three. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This is the outline of the competition, along with the rules and procedures. Please take a look. Then come up with a specific action for me. The village-level competition is next March, which means you have about 3 months to resolve all the issues. CUN, you need to secure the venues. Choose village-level or county-level venues, and try to select public courts to save money. When it comes to city-level civil war, we'll choose a large stadium. There aren't many city-level matches. In the Western region, I estimate you can rent one for 50,000 yuan a day. There are 68 events at the provincial level. You can ask the Cultural and Tourism Department to arrange them for you, and they will help you negotiate a lower price, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's all I have to say. You guys can talk about the rest, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I think this is simple. Let's go to Urumqi first. I'm a local, and it's the provincial capital. Once the provincial capital reaches an agreement, let the people in the provincial capital call on the people in the surrounding cities to negotiate, and then we will participate. The city level will then contact the county level and the county level organizations at the village level, Pang Di said earnestly. All right, I forgot to mention, the coach can only be from your local area. You can select provincial head coaches from people at all levels. Another thing is to find some professional scouts to help you analyze the players, Jiang Wei added. Yes, that makes sense. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, Yang Siyuan nodded and said. I think we only need to hire a few scouts at the village and county levels and let the cultural and tourism personnel select the players. Those in the cultural and tourism sector will definitely choose the best so that people from their county can travel further, Pang Di said earnestly. Not enough. Yang Siyuan shook his head. We need to turn their players' publicity efforts into political achievements. Only then will they cooperate, Yang Siyuan said earnestly. I think the players' jersey numbers should be placed at the back, not at the front, and the front should be used to advertise the county or city to which they belong. A provincial-level player bringing local tourism advertisements to national competitions is indeed attractive, Yang Siyuan nodded. After discussing it for a while, the two felt it was about time. All right, you'll head to Western Xinjiang tomorrow to get things done. Oh, and go to the Leaving the Mountains Foundation first, and bring a cashier with you. Your expenses can be reimbursed, Jiang Wei said with a smile. President Jiang, can the celebrity soccer team participate in the match? It would add some buzz to the game, Demimi asked after a moment's thought. No, because all the players on the Mingxin football team are registered. Jiang Wei shook his head. Okay. Demimi shook her head. By the way, which group owns Heilongjiang province? Jili Group, what happened? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. Zhu Shudan is from Heilongjiang province. Let's see if they need a team leader. I think it's fine, but there are no fees involved since this is a charity match, Jiang Wei said directly. I know, it's all about generating buzz. All right, I'll ask. Jiang Wei nodded. After Yang Mi, Doraba, and Yang Siyuan left, Jiang Wei opened the charity group and introduced the celebrity team leaders, using celebrities to increase the league's reputation. I also recommended Zhu Shudan, but she didn't agree. They decided to give it to Li Bingbing, since Zhu Shudan wasn't very famous. Chapter 123 Year-End Report. Jiang Wei's tea room. Jiang Wei, Lu Tianxian, Changchong, Yin Shu, Yin Mo, Ma Weigua, Chu Jun, Su Ming, and Huang Pengtao gathered together. Originally, Jiang Wei, Lu Tianxian, and Changchong were drinking tea when Lu Wei said they had all come together, so he invited them to the tea room. Have some tea. By the way, why are you all here today? Jiang Wei poured tea for them. President Jiang, the profit statistics for this year are in. Ma Wei was said directly. How much? Jiang Wei asked directly. This year, Weitian Auto's total profit is 292 billion yuan, and Longhu Battery's total profit is 114 billion yuan. The total profit is 406 billion yuan, Ma Wei was said directly. Yes, it's good. Jiang Wei looked at the financial company's report on his phone, and the overall data was the same. Heavenly Immortal, shall we share the profits? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Old Ma, how much working capital the company holds won't have any impact, Lu Tianxian asked directly. 300 billion is enough, Ma Wei was said directly. With 30 billion in working capital, other companies can't even dream of having that much. Only a company like theirs, where the boss doesn't go public and the profits are high enough, could pull off something like this. A full 400 billion yuan of working capital is sitting in the company's accounts. If it were anyone else, they would have used that money to invest in new industries long ago. Jiang Wei, who doesn't even bother to manage the company, still makes more money than everyone else. Understood, Lao Ma. Leave 30 billion. The executive bonus is 40.6 billion, and the rest will be transferred to our accounts proportionally, Jiang Wei said directly. Old Ma, congratulations, you made 20.3 billion in a year of working, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Huh, the king of wage earners, isn't he? Ma Wei was said with a smile. I'll treat you. I absolutely have to treat you, Chu Jun said with a smile. Sure, it's on me, it's on me. Ma Wei was said, seeing the expressions on their faces as they wanted to eat him. I know someone who sells high-end ingredients. If we spend millions today, I'll be green with envy, Su Meng said with a smile. Get in touch quickly. I want to eat my fill of these high-end ingredients. Yellow croaker, bluefin tuna, and wagyu beef, Huang Pengtao said with a smile. Damn, are you guys just going to extract the marrow and dig out the bones to eat them? Ma Wei was said speechlessly. We've made so much money this year. Today is New Year's Day. Let's calculate the total number of employees and give everyone a 100,000 yuan red envelope. I'll take it out of my account to tell them they've worked hard. I see their efforts, and I hope they will continue to work hard next year, Jiang Wei said to the group. I understand. I'll give you a specific number in a bit, Ma Wei was said directly. New. Ma Wei was mild. His boss's methods were still so approachable and unpretentious. Now that the machine is about to malfunction, the employees are more nervous than the general manager. I'll also give a red envelope of 100,000. Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Now that she has so much money, Lu Tianxian doesn't treat money as money anymore. Okowo. Ma Weiguo readily agreed, and his boss's wife also started throwing money around. He also began to approach people with his wealth. But this is good too. Everyone in the company works together and is united as one. In just a few short sentences, nearly 3 billion was spent. All right, continue the report, Jiang Wei said directly. President Jiang, Chiotzi Group and Chiotzi Tourism Company are currently operating at a loss, but we expect to turn a profit next year. Chiotzi Group's profit is 172.5 billion, Su Meng said directly. How much money would it take to ensure the stable operation of Chiotzi Group? Jiang Wei asked directly. The company needs about 5 billion, as its inventory turnover and consumption are very fast. The supply still falls short of demand, especially from Hanskat's distributor, Scott, who keeps urging us to buy the aphrodisiac. Because of the U.S., our aphrodisiacs were sent to the U.S. by Scott through the mafia, making huge profits and constantly urging for delivery, Su Meng said helplessly. Then let's expand production, Jiang Wei said directly. We've expanded production several times already, Su Meng said helplessly. For a company that supplies goods globally, simply expanding production capacity is a solution, and they are already fully committed to expanding production. All right, after setting aside 5 billion in reserve funds and distributing 17.25 billion in bonuses to senior executives, the rest will be deposited into our accounts, Jiang Wei instructed directly. Okay, I understand. Old Chu, it's your turn, Jiang Wei said directly. The company is currently supplying the National Healthcare Security Administration with all its might, shipping 500,000 units. The profit is not large, about 1,000 yuan per unit, for a total profit of 530 million yuan. We will only see substantial profits next year when we meet domestic demand, Chu Jun said directly. All right, I understand. You executives have received your bonuses, and the company will keep the working capital, Jiang Wei said directly. The company is in its early stages and not profitable yet. The world of Jianghu is too vast, so it's estimated that it won't be launched until the second half of next year or the year after, Huang Pengtao said directly. All right, give a 2 million yuan bonus to everyone in the company who holds shares in their positions, and let them work hard, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, boss. Huang Pengtao nodded. Last year we made a profit of 1.2 billion. Fortunately, we borrowed a supercomputer, which made our rendering speed incredibly fast. Several TV series and movies were completed ahead of schedule, Yin Shu said with a smile. Chang Chang watched these people talking, casually mentioning hundreds of millions or billions, even sending out red envelopes worth billions. That's all. You two take your share of the profits, and the rest can stay in the company account, Jiang Wei said directly. Wow, I'm your little sweetheart. Please raise the sugar daddy fee. Yin Shu walked over and acted coquettishly towards Jiang Wei. Okay, let Sister Momo take over the company, and your allowance will increase to 1 million, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Never mind then, I'll just stay as vice president, Yin Shu said, giving up in an instant. Giggle. Lu Tianxian burst out laughing. Haha, everyone around laughed. However, Yin Shu didn't care. After all, she was a drama queen and didn't care about other people's opinions. After everyone had been drinking tea for a while, Lu Wei said on the walkie-talkie that someone had delivered some things, all of them high in ingredients. Jiang Wei had it brought in. Ma Wei was smiled and swiped his card. Old Ma, how much did you spend? Huang Pingtao asked with a smile. 4,300,000. The most expensive item is the wine, 1 million for a bottle, 3 million for 3 bottles. The remaining ingredients cost 1,300,000, Ma Wei was said speechlessly. What ingredients are there? Jiang Wei asked curiously. 3 pounds of bluefin tuna belly, 3 pounds of Wagyu beef tenderloin. Sister Gigi, do you know how to cook Western food? Jiang Wei asked Yang Zizi. Won't. It's okay, I'll call a chef over. Su Meng made another phone call. By the way, Sister Gigi, where's your personal assistant? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I went out and started my own business, a coffee shop, Su Meng said casually. Okay, the name sounds like a male protagonist in a novel, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The name of a domineering CEO, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. What's your name? Chang Chang asked curiously. Gu Shiyan. Chapter 124, The Money-Spraying Boss. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Hang, a reporter from Shanghai TV's Voice of the People. A few days have passed since New Year's Day, and the new year is here. We've come to the streets of Shanghai to interview some passersby and listen to the voices of the people. A young reporter, wearing a down jacket, walks down the street. Hello, ma'am. May I interview you? Chuang walked up to a woman dressed in plain clothes. What's so interesting about me being interviewed? The older woman asked, puzzled. We're from the People's Voice program team. We just wanted to ask you about your vision for life this year. Chu Hang said directly. Oh, okay, you can do the interview then, the older woman agreed. Excuse me, ma'am, what's your name? Chu Hang asked directly. Li Xiu Mei. What do you do for a living, ma'am? Cleaner. How's your income, sister? Is it enough to live in Shanghai? Chu Hang asked directly. A salary of 5,500 yuan is enough to live on, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. Do you own your own house? Guang asked curiously. No, I'm from Zhoushan, and I came to Shanghai to work. Li Xiaomei shook her head directly. How much is your monthly rent? Guang asked curiously. 2,500 yuan. I rented a one-bedroom apartment of 40 square meters in the north of Songjiang Prefecture, Li Xiaomei said casually. So how much money did you save last year? Chu Hang asked directly. Judging from Li Xiaomei's words, she doesn't seem like a migrant worker. Migrant workers usually rent small rooms of just a few square meters. It's not much, just around 300,000. Lu Xiaomei said with a smile. How did you save up 300,000 on a salary of 5,500? Guang asked curiously. With the high cost of living in Shanghai, saving money is not easy. The result was that he actually saved more than 300,000 yuan. Is this something that an ordinary person can do? Many high-level white-collar workers can't save up 300,000 yuan a year. Well, to use the words of the younger generation in our company, our chairman is a spendthrift boss. Isn't your chairman good enough? Why are you cursing him? Chu Hang was taken aback. I didn't say it was bad. I wasn't criticizing the boss. Then why did you just say your boss is an idiot? Guang asked, puzzled. That's not what you mean. Sign scattering money means you always like to scatter gold coins, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. Oh, I see. Your chairman likes to give out bonuses. Guang understood. Pretty much, he always likes to send red envelopes, especially a few days ago. What happened a few days ago? Guang asked curiously. A few days ago, a big scandal broke out. I heard that the group company made a lot of money. So the chairman and vice chairman gave each of the employees of its subsidiaries a red envelope of 100,000 yuan for a total of 200,000 yuan, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. Does everyone in your company receive one? Chu Hang's eyes widened when he heard about such a large red envelope. Their annual bonus is probably only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, while others are giving out 200,000 yuan in red envelopes, even to the cleaning staff. I heard that the chairman owns companies that do all of them, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. What is your company? Guang asked curiously. Weitian Group. I'm a cleaner at the Longhu Battery Administration Building, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. Is the treatment at Weitian Group really that good? Chu Hang looked at Li Xiaomei in surprise. When I first came to Shanghai, I was looking for work everywhere. I had to work 2 jobs a day just to barely support my son's college education. Since I joined Longhu Battery Factory, I have been able to afford my son's college education with just 1 job. After the chairman made his fortune, I was able to save money, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. When my son graduates, I'll also let him work at the chairman's company, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. It must be difficult to get into Weitian Group, Guang asked curiously. Yeah, it's not easy to get in. Only cleaners like me can get in easily, but they're not hiring anymore. The others should at least have a degree in a relevant major from a top-tier university, Li Xiaomei said directly. Then how can you be sure your son can get in? Guang asked curiously. My son is a computer science major at Peking University. He'll graduate this year, so he'll definitely get in, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. All right. He couldn't compare to Li Xiaomei's son. Sister, it's a workday today. What brings you to the city? Guang asked. My son bought his computer 6 years ago. Yesterday, he asked me for some money to buy a slightly better computer. So I came over at noon to wire my son tens of thousands of yuan so he could buy something nice, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. I'm leaving now. I have to go to work this afternoon. Li Xiaomei waved and left. Chu Hang interviewed a few more people and then went back. The breaking news for today has been found. That's Li Xiaoqing. After some editing, it was placed on the People's Voice platform. At 4 p.m. sharp, the People's Voice program will be broadcast. During this time of day, workers are at work and only full-time housewives watch television. There are also those who stay at home and become shut-ins. Bin is a self-media blogger who started using WeChat official accounts. Bin saw the potential in the self-media industry. Then he entered the self-media industry and became a blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers, earning a good income. I happened to switch to Shanghai TV's Voice of the People and saw Li Xiaomei being interviewed. After the interview, Bin quickly logged onto Shanghai TV, found the video of Voice of the People, and downloaded it. Then I searched online for information about Weitian Group and Longhu Battery. Then I checked the company information of Weitian Group. There are only 2 shareholders, Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian. Then I checked the subsidiary companies and found a total of 5 companies, 3 of which were very famous: Weitian, Qiuzi, and Guangming Medical Equipment. The equipment worn by the Cyber Grandpa a while ago was developed by Bright Food Group. The virtual community and the special effects company, Magic Shadow, they didn't know. Then I checked the official website of Magic Effects and found that many familiar work special effects were done by Magic Effects. After checking the addresses of several companies, I quickly found the company's specific address. Without a second thought, Bin brought his interview equipment. Then they drove towards Weitian Group. It took Bin almost 2 hours to arrive at Weitian Group. Upon arriving at Weitian Group, it was just the time for the shift change, and Bin hurried over. "Hello, handsome. I'm Bin, the blogger behind Xiao Lei's Casual Chats. May I interview you?" Bin hurriedly leaned over and asked. "Okay, but I only have 5 minutes. The shuttle bus will be here soon." The young man glanced at the time. "Okay, I heard that your company's chairman is known as the money-spraying boss and often throws out gold coins. Is that right?" Bin asked quickly. "Yeah, we've had several gold coin drops this year and last year, and each time it's been more than the last. Last year during the Spring Festival, they gave us red envelopes containing tens of thousands of yuan, and then at the end of the first quarter, they gave us bonuses. At the end of each quarter, we give out red envelopes. I'm a loader. My salary is 8,000 yuan, and my year-end bonus was paid before the new year, which is 3 months' salary. A total of 24,000 yuan. Chapter 125, the spending money like wildfire goes viral online. Also, not long ago, Mr. Jiang was named the world's richest man, and he gave out another wave of red envelopes. Then, a couple of days ago, the company distributed dividends. I felt like I made a lot of money. Then the boss and his wife each gave me a red envelope of 100,000 yuan. By the way, what are your thoughts on having a boss who seems to generate tons of gold coins every day?" Bin asked with a smile. "The boss gives us too much. If we don't work hard and respect him, we feel like we're letting him down." The young man scratched his head. "Chairman Jiang, when will the gold coin giveaway start again?" Bin asked curiously. "At the annual party after the new year, we'll give everyone red envelopes, along with New Year's greetings and encouragement," the young man said after a moment's thought. "What would you do if someone deliberately smeared Weitian Group?" Bin asked after thinking for a moment. This question seems simple. Many people only look for a job when they work for a company, so they completely disregarded the company. "I'll gather everyone in the company and give him a piece of my mind until he quits the internet," the young man said with a smile. "The commuter bus is here. I'm off." Bin then interviewed many people outside Jiang Wei's company, including programmers, workers, and designers, since not everyone takes the commuter bus. Seeing that no one else was coming out, Bin drove away and rushed back to edit the footage. That evening, Bin posted the video on his WeChat official account. Exhausted after a long day, Bin lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Bin got up early and started exercising. Although Bin's work requires him to stay at home most of the time, he still has to exercise every morning for the sake of his health. I bought breakfast outside and came back, then took out my work phone. I saw that my own WeChat official account had received a lot of likes. However, Bin was already used to it. This is normal for an account with over 100,000 followers. When Bin opened yesterday's interview video and saw the data, he was stunned. It received 1 million likes, 120,000 comments, and 6,000 favorites. Holy crap, there's a huge fire. 1. I want a dozen bosses like this. I've been working for 5 years, and my year-end bonus has never exceeded 3,000. 2. Speaking of joining a company under Father Jiang, is it difficult? 3. The person upstairs is shameless. How could they steal my dad? 4. I'm quitting my job now and applying for jobs in the virtual community right away. As a senior programmer, I shouldn't have any problems, right? 5. Don't be too confident. It's not a good thing. 6. Our boss really likes to generate gold coins. In our virtual community, we generated gold coins twice. Since the company is in the research and development stage, we rely entirely on the boss to generate gold coins. 7. Wow, we caught insider. Tell us what you know about the truth. 8. The actual situation inside the company under General Manager Jiang is similar. Everyone works very hard and treats the company like their own home because the boss always likes to give out gold coins. If you don't work hard, you feel like you're letting down the money the boss gives you. 9. I have a cousin who is a mechanic working at a car manufacturing plant in Shanghai. He said that his mechanics department is very hardworking. When equipment breaks down, they are more nervous and concerned than the general manager. 9. Was I being selfless? If I get fired for a small mistake, I'll be at a huge loss. 10. This is the true value of a boss who loves to explode with gold coins. After reading hundreds of replies, Laban put down his phone, never expecting that the person had actually come back to life. Laban also saw the direction in which he would become popular and decided to interview more employees of the companies under General Manager Jiang. Mr. Wang from BYD and Mr. Li from Geely arranged to meet for tea. Since Longhu Battery emerged, the market value of both companies has quadrupled, reaching a total of 600 billion. Although the Weitian Group was sanctioned, their company was not. Their cars sell very well in Southeast Asia and Africa. How are your preparations for the Football League going? General Manager Li asked with a smile. I've sent people to prepare, and all the checkpoints have been cleared. I have to say, Jiang Wei's method of being a star team leader is really effective. I heard that the Rice Group invited Zhao Shan to be the team leader. Haha, that's true, but the cultural and tourism sector certainly wouldn't refuse a celebrity. Hiring a celebrity for publicity is expensive, but now we have one for free. They even choose the competition venue and promote the event at tourist attractions in one province more than 80 times. They make a lot of money. They only need to provide some manpower, Mr. Wang said with a smile. I feel we can do more of these kinds of promotions like basketball, Mr. Li said with a smile. Don't do anything rash. Only President Jiang can make suggestions like this. We don't have that kind of ability. Wang Fu shook his head. Indeed, if this football league had been proposed by us, the association would have intervened long ago. But now there's not even a sound, General Manager Li said with a smile. Forget it. Just try to build a good relationship with Jiang Wei. I knew it. I wanted to poach a troublemaker to work for our company, but I don't even want to talk to this troublemaker, Mr. Wang suddenly said. What's wrong? Mr. Li asked curiously. Look, Mr. Wang said, showing Mr. Li Laban's WeChat official account. With a boss like this, nobody wants to leave. What if they leave and can't come back? Mr. Li said with a smile after reading it. Sigh, we can't even do this kind of business model. Let alone funding, those shareholders alone could drive us crazy with criticism, Mr. Li sighed. Actually, Mr. Jiang is similar to the coal bosses of the past. He's quite easy to get along with. How about we arrange a time for Mr. Jiang to visit his home? Mr. Li said with a smile. Sure. Honey, we're trending on social media, and I've gained 20 million followers. Lu Tianxian showed Jiang Wei her phone. Jiang Wei looked over and saw that the monk was on Weibo. The title is about the value of a boss who makes a lot of gold coins. After clicking, you'll see an interview with Lei Bin, followed by an analysis from a prominent online figure. The reason why Jiang Wei could recklessly collect gold coins. For example, none of the companies under Jiang Wei's command were publicly listed companies. All the shares are in the hands of Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian. If they want to generate gold coins, they can just discuss it and generate gold coins. Secondly, all the companies invested in by Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian have their own patents. Patent fees can account for half of the cost of manufacturing a car. Since Weitian Group doesn't charge patent fees, its profits are several times higher than those of other companies. Furthermore, in order not to affect the market, the price was set slightly higher to prevent market disruption. It also speaks to the sentiments of working people. Their main purpose in going to work in a factory is to earn money. Realizing one's ideals is ultimately the domain of a minority. Therefore, Jiang Wei's ability to generate gold coins is exactly what working people want. Why shouldn't people work hard and strive for success in a company like this? Work hard so that the boss can generate more gold coins. Chapter 126 The Daily Life of Two Drama Queens. Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, speechless. Lu Tianxian, sitting opposite, was secretly taking pictures with her phone. He has a sensitive stomach, so he never eats ice or spicy food, and he needs to prepare heat packs in advance for seasonal changes. You can't even remember these things, so what's the point of caring? Chang Chang retorted. Remembering these things is useless. I'm his secretary. I'm the one who helps him connect with resources and shoulder the pressure. All you can do is cook porridge. You can't help with anything crucial, Yin Shu said arrogantly. But when he was down and broke down, I stayed up with him until dawn, listening to his heart. Where were you? You only see his glamorous side. You don't understand his struggles, Chang Chang retorted. Relationships are about the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder, not just offering words of comfort. If he wants to move up in life, he needs someone who can support him, not someone who just revolve around him. Yin Shu looked at Chang Chang with disdain. I stood by him through the toughest times. What right do you have to cut in halfway and steal it away? Chang Chang said angrily. Feelings don't have a priority order. He didn't choose you, so I have the right to fight for him. It's better than you being stuck in the past and hindering him from moving forward. Yin Shu glanced at Chang Chang arrogantly. Stop bothering him. He's already said he likes gentle and considerate women. You're strong-willed. You're not suitable at all. Chang Chang sat down next to Jiang Wei. Whether it's suitable or not is up to him to decide. It's not your place to judge. When his project encountered setbacks, I was there to help him review the situation. What did you do? Yin Shu retorted. Yours is just a colleague relationship, unlike how I've always cared about Brother Jiang. Chang Chang said with a look of dissatisfaction. Anyone can care, but what he needs are partners who can fight alongside him, not just people who only stay around the stove. I can help him expand his network and help his career advance further. Can you? Yin Shu said sharply. Feelings aren't about exchanging favors. When he's tired, he needs stable companionship, not your so-called support. We've been childhood sweethearts, and Jiang Ji's heart is entirely with me. At most, he only cares about you as a colleague, Chang Chang said defiantly. He has you in his heart. Then why didn't he reject my advances? Love is something you have to fight for, and I won't give it to you, Yin Shu said disdainfully. Brother Jiang, you'll choose me, right? Chang Chang shook Jiang Wei's arm. Do you really want to pressure him? He's already exhausted from work. I'm waiting for his willing answer, Yin Shu said to Chang Chang. Why are you two so dramatic? Jiang Wei looked at the two of them speechlessly. Lu Tianxian suppressed a laugh and quietly stopped the recording. Then they posted a new Weibo post, a typical drama queen's daily act. Fairy, let's go to Jiangjia village for the new year. Even fireworks aren't allowed in Shanghai, Jiang Wei asked Lu Tianxian. Sure, but I need to talk to my parents first. My dad said a couple of days ago that he'll be back for Chinese New Year and won't go back to work until the 9th day of the new year. When will you be back? They start their holiday earlier over there, on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. Are we waiting for Dad to come back, or should we go over there first? Jiang Wei asked. Is there a place to stay over there? Lu Tianxian asked after thinking for a moment. There are 7 or 8 bedrooms in this 3-story building. It's enough to live in, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll send a message to ask. Then he sent the message on his phone. Yin Shu and Chang Chang sat on the sofa and started chatting, their conversation flowing smoothly and enthusiastically. Ever since the two met, whenever they bumped into each other at home, they would put on a show, ranging from romance and palace intrigue to martial arts and fantasy. Acting can begin anytime, anywhere. I don't know what she was thinking. She loves to act so much. Honey, my dad wants us to go directly to Jiangjia village to wait for him. Oh, and I asked you to bring some extra tea. The last time I brought some, my colleagues snatched it all up, and we've been out of stock for days, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. My serious father actually has this side to him. Okay, I'll make a call and get some later. Jiang Wei nodded. Is it cold in Jiangjia village in winter? Around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Not too cold, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. However, the air there is humid and cold, so it's best to wear a windproof jacket with a thermal undershirt underneath, which will keep you warm and protected from the wind, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Okay, I understand. Lu Tianxian nodded. Chang Chang, Shu, let's go shopping. Lu Tianxian said to Chang Chang and Yin Shu, who were chatting. After they met, the two had endless things to talk about. Okowo. The three set off. After using NZR 48, Jiang Wei developed the love for reading, especially the romance of the Three Kingdoms, which he found increasingly fascinating. There's a reason why Romance of the Three Kingdoms is considered one of the 4 great classical novels. Jiang Wei also read Dream of the Red Chamber, but he only read half of it before giving up. He didn't understand anything about the costumes or anything like that. I almost forgot. I should be able to go back tomorrow. The Lunar New Year celebrations begin on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month and last until the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Jiang Wei hurriedly put down his book and made a phone call to Zhao Lianjiang. Old Zhao, how are those teas selling? Jiang Wei asked curiously. 400 kilograms were taken by the higher-ups as welfare, but only 50 kilograms were sold in total, and they were all from the businessmen, you know. Old Zhao, have someone send me 20 kilograms, Jiang Wei said directly. What do you need that for? You didn't take 10 caddies last time to make tea eggs, did you? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. No, we didn't finish the last one. If possible, could you pack 10 for 1 kilogram each, or 1 for 10 kilograms? Understand, you need to give a gift. Zhao Lianjiang realized. Yeah, my father-in-law took 10 kilograms and a bunch of colleagues snatched them all up, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I got it. We'll meet at the Riverside Tea House later, and I'll give you the tea leaves directly, Zhao Lianjiang said. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei went out and called Dong Si, while Lu Wei and Tianxiao went out as well. Before long, Jiang Wei arrived at the Riverside Tea House. Old Zhao, are you ready to redeem the Luan bird? Jiang Wei asked directly. Congratulations on getting it right, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Didn't you say last time that the hanger wasn't finished? Jiang Wei asked directly. It's been almost a month since the last time. By the way, the U.S. is planning to stir up trouble in the South China Sea during the Chinese New Year, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. The other side has found a way to counter horn honking? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes. The other side has invented a directional electromagnetic induction radar, which is a radar that senses magnetic fields. The sensing range is 50 kilometers, and it consumes a lot of power. Only nuclear-powered aircraft carriers can operate it. This radar works on the same principle as a metal detector, except that they have made it into a directional radar. Our fighter jets can't hide from magnetic fields, so they'll definitely be detected, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Then the other side can't handle it either. Jiang Wei asked directly. Given the speed of the fighter jets sounding their horns, it only takes them a few seconds to pass through radar coverage. The other side spent a lot of money to get a laser defense cannon, which is also extremely powerful. It can only be used on aircraft carriers, so it's not very practical, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. I reckon they're just here to test the equipment. So, when they come to test the equipment, are you planning to scare them to death with phoenixes? Jiang Wei said directly. Yes. Chapter 127, Exchanging for Luan Birds. Zhao Lianjiang took out the advertisement for the Luan bird. Factory direct sales. Luan bird 600,000-ton class aerospace carrier. Takeoff weight 800,000 tons. Capable of lunar landing. Maximum speed of Mach 40 in the atmosphere. Mach 300 outside the atmosphere. Main length 332 meters. Wingspan 884 meters. Equipped with 2 large airborne fusion reactors and 38 50-ton thrust plasma engines. Armed with 90-10,000-ton class anti-gravity engines. Capable of accommodating 300 White Emperor fighter jets and 200 shadow-bearing mechs, possessing synchronous orbital strike capability, equipped with 2 200,000-kilowatt laser cannons, interceptor laser cannons. Contact number 139 purple. What's the address? Jiang Wei asked directly. Here. Zhao Lianjiang handed over a slip of paper. Jiang Wei glanced at it a few times. Kunlun Mountains, Datama Mountains, HF-1 base. This is still considered untapped territory in western Xinjiang. Jiang Wei asked curiously. In the Blue Ocean, there was a super nuclear defense project here in the 1960s. Construction was completed in the 1980s. It took 20 years, but after 2000, it was basically abandoned. There used to be a super cave inside this mountain, which was converted into a nuclear defense project. The area inside is a full 5 square kilometers. At the time, people thought that if a doomsday mushroom egg attack occurred, they would send the survivors here to live. The food stored inside could sustain 50,000 people for 50 years, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei took out his phone and called Zhao Lianjiang. I ordered the phoenixes directly through the process. All right, Jiang Wei nodded directly. Order another 3,000 White Emperor fighter jets. Factory direct sale. Baidu space fighter jet. Single seat configuration. Fuselage length 28 meters. Wingspan 13.8 meters. Height 6.5 meters. Empty weight 34,200 kilograms. Maximum takeoff weight 52,000 kilograms. Maximum atmospheric speed reaches Mach 60. Utilizes a micronuclear fusion device, aerodynamic engine, planetary engine, equipped with a 5-ton thrust plasma thruster, and possesses lunar landing capability, able to survive in space for 1 month on oxygen. Factory direct price, only 8.8 yuan. Bring home a Beauties space fighter jet. Join the 3,000 Beauties space fighter jet fleet. Contact number 139 green. Have you thoroughly mastered the White Emperor fighter jet? Jiang Wei asked directly. Yes, we can manufacture them now, but the production speed is relatively slow, only 1 aircraft per month. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. If we don't add more, it will be very difficult to repair. Let's just use replacements and store some after we can repair them quickly, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Also, can our economy support 10 space carriers? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Sell weapons? We can't afford to maintain them ourselves, so let camels help us raise them. Our Zhan, 20 fighter jets, and Mingdi 30s are also available for sale, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. Both of these fighter jets use turbojet engines. Unlike later versions, it used planetary-powered engines. Jiang Wei skillfully performed the operation and exchanged the items. Our step directly makes us number 1 in the world. What will happen if the U.S. doesn't become number 1? Jiang Wei asked curiously. With just a little manipulation, the country will collapse, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Why? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The United States is hollowing out its industry. Once it is no longer the strongest country, its allies will all come to us. The U.S. dollar settlement system will collapse instantly, and an unprecedented financial crisis will occur in the United States. This will lead to a large number of people losing their jobs. Unlike us, if the Americans lose their jobs, they can simply go back to farming. If they have money and savings, they can lease a piece of land to farm. The land owned by the United States is all in the hands of farmers. There are approximately 1.89 million farmers. Without jobs, there is inflation, and society descends into complete chaos. To be honest, the current situation in the United States is very similar to that at the end of the Tang Dynasty. The governors have a lot of power, much like the military governors at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Land consolidation is severe, and 99% of people do not own land. At that time, with a quiet push, the United States may instantly split into dozens of countries and then fall into a state of long-term war. Only when the farmers and capitalists are almost all dead and the governor's power has increased will reunification be possible. However, after a decade or two of war, even if it were unified, it would become a third-rate country, Zhao Lianjiang analyzed with a smile. Is it that serious? Jiang Wei was taken aback. The U.S. is still very powerful. In fact, the downfall of the United States was destined long ago. The United States is responsible for almost all of the reasons for the collapse of dynasties in our country's history. Similar to the economic conservatism and technological blockade, social contradictions, and rampant drug abuse in the Qing dynasty. Similar to the rigid class structure and external conflicts of the Ming dynasty. Similar to the collapse of the Song dynasty due to its financial crisis. It's similar to the excessive power of the military governors in the Tang dynasty, which was also the case with the excessive power of the governors. Similar to the military burden of the Sui dynasty. The Han dynasty's aggressive military campaigns made it an enemy on many fronts, Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Isn't it said online that countries often perish because of weakness, but the Han dynasty perished because of strength? Jiang Wei asked curiously. That's right. The Han dynasty's aggressive military campaigns led to its unprecedented strength and vast military equipment. Even when the country was weak, its army was very strong, which ultimately dragged the country down, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. By the way, are there any left to exchange? Jiang Wei asked directly. It's gone. All right, I'll go back to Zhangjiao village for the new year tomorrow and come back on the 16th day of the first lunar month, Jiang Wei said directly. Yes, no problem. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. Jiang Wei left with 20 kilograms of tea leaves. Zhao Lianjiang took out his phone and immediately issued an order to send 100 people to the Jiang family for a tour to ensure Jiang Wei's safety. When Jiang Wei returned home, he saw that Lu Tianxian had returned and was scrolling through Weibo by herself. "You bought so many," Jiang Wei exclaimed upon seeing that they had purchased over a dozen shopping bags. Yin Shu didn't come with you?" Jiang Wei asked casually. "No, I was halfway through shopping when I got a phone call. They said someone was coming to talk to a director about a collaboration, so I left in a hurry." Lu Tianxian shook her head. "Shall we sing a song?" Jiang Wei asked curiously. "Go back now. Come to my room at 9 o'clock tonight. I bought a very special dress. Don't turn on lights." "Okay," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Anyway, my flight is at noon tomorrow." Chapter 128 Surprise and Return to Jiangjia Village. When Jiang Wei woke up the next morning, he was somewhat enjoying the madness of the previous night. Jiang Wei hadn't expected that the surprise Lu Tianxian mentioned would actually be singing. Moreover, what was supposed to be a matter between two people has somehow turned into a matter between three. "Chan, what are you thinking?" "Actually, my situation is quite similar to that of the fairy. I don't plan to get married, but having a powerful backer is not bad either. When Uncle gets old, I will take care of him. As for when I get old, if we're still living together, then that's how it is. If something goes wrong, I'll find a high-end nursing home myself. Although I'm not as rich as you, I still have 100 or 200 million, Chang said with a little blush. "By the way, Chang, would you like to come with us to Jiangjia Village for the new year?" Jiang Wei thought for a moment and invited. "No, I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow to celebrate the new year with my uncle and his family." Chang shook her head. "All right." After giving the access key to Chang, Jiang Wei, Lu Tianxian, Lu's mother, and Lin Meiji embarked on their journey home. As for Jiang Yunlin, he went back a few days ago. After a 3-hour flight, Lu Wei picked up the keys to the behemoth bulletproof SUV at the airport and drove off. We returned to Jiangjia Village once again. The road changed completely along the way. The highway was very well maintained, a standard two-lane road. The road was a sea of flowers, and many people were picking flower buds after the flowers had faded. Upon arriving at Jiangjia Village, one is struck by its transformation. Solid asphalt roads now stretch out. The newly built goose houses next to the village have also been renovated and are very beautiful. "Hey, isn't that an ancient song?" Jiang Wei pointed to the lakeside. "Brother Lu, stop for a moment. Let's get out of the car. You can take my mom and the others back," Jiang Wei said directly. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian walked along the path to the lakeside. Yang Qi sat next to Gugu, who was fishing. "Old Gu, aren't you going home for the Chinese New Year?" Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Upon seeing Jiang Wei, Yang Qi quickly separated from Gugu. "Are you going back to your hometown for the Chinese New Year?" Gugu asked with a smile. "Yes, let's experience the New Year celebration here in its entirety," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "You know Shanghai, they don't even allow fireworks," Jiang Wei added with a smile. "Me too, this is my dad." Gugu introduced the refined-looking middle-aged man next to her. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." The middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. "Hello, uncle." Jiang Wei greeted him with a smile. "Gugu, have you met Yang Qi's parents yet?" Jiang Wei asked with a smile. "Yes, the wedding is coming soon. We'll visit her family the day after tomorrow to discuss the wedding date," Gugu said with a smile. "All right, Yang Qi, tell me honestly, did you use the legendary heart-connecting goo on Lao Gu?" Jiang Wei asked jokingly with a smile. "If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't have needed to chase after it for so long," Yang Qi said speechlessly. Lu Tianxian laughed as she listened to the conversation. Hearing Lu Tianxian's laughter, Yang Qi instantly felt embarrassed. "Oh, Yang Qi, you're such a tough woman who could debate with a group of scholars, and you're actually shy?" Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Nonsense, she's a gentle and lovely young lady." Yang Qi glutted at Jiang Wei. "I don't believe it," Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yang Qi was completely helpless. "Old Gu, where do you live?" Jiang Wei asked casually. "BB Building number 5. "Okay, I'll invite you fishing later," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "All right, let's go home first, we'll talk later." Jiang Wei smiled, said goodbye, and left. "Hey, there's an electric sightseeing vehicle here. Let's take one." Jiang Wei had just arrived at the roadside when he saw the electric sightseeing vehicle. After paying 10 yuan by scanning a QR code, we drove the tour bus to the center of the village. The originally old, stilted houses have been renovated to look relatively new. Moreover, the stilted houses were kept very clean, and the wood that used to be scattered around was now neatly arranged. "Xiao Wei is back," an old voice said to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei turned around and looked at Jiang Jingye, who was dressed in Tang's suit. Fourth grandfather, are you taking a stroll? This is my wife, Lu Tianxian. Jiang Wei introduced Lu Tianxian with a smile. Greetings, fourth master. Oh, good boy, Jiang Jingye said with a smile. I won't disturb your journey home any longer, Jiang Jingye said and left. Phew, honey, what does fourth grandfather do? His eyes are so scary. Lu Tianxian patted her chest and asked softly. My fourth great-grandfather was a soldier during the War of Resistance against Japan. Back then, more than 200 people from Jiangja village went out to fight against the Japanese, but in the end, only fourth grandfather came back alive. From 1937 all the way to the counterattack against the White Elephant, I was over 50 when I came back, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No wonder your eyes were so terrifying. Lu Tianxian understood after hearing this. Soldiers who have been on the battlefield have a different look in their eyes than those who haven't. Grandpa Lu from the orphanage, have you noticed that his eyes are very similar to fourth grandpa's, except he's not as fierce as fourth grandpa? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I've realized that my method school lacks this kind of menacing gaze, Lu Tianxian suddenly said. Then what should we do? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Let's go find fourth grandfather later. I'll see if I can replicate his gaze, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. All right, let's go home and get some tea first. Fourth master loves tea, Jiang Wei said directly. When Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian returned home, Jiang Yue was looking around curiously in the living room. Lu's mother and Lin Meiji were chatting, while Jiang Yunlin followed behind Jiang Yue. Xiao Wei is back. Come with me to pay your respects to your fourth great-grandfather. He's been talking about you for half a year now, saying he wants to record your life story and write a page in your family genealogy, Jiang Yunlin said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei agreed immediately. Jiang Wei took out a kilogram of tea leaves from his suitcase, and Jiang Yunlin handed the child to Lu's mother. Then the family headed towards Jiang Jingye's house. They soon arrived at Jiang Jingye's house. Xiao Wei is here, Yunlin, Yunlin's wife, Xiao Wei's wife. Come in and sit down. Jiang Jingye greeted them with a smile. Great-grandfather, this is some good tea I bought for you. Jiang Wei handed over the tea box. Jiang Jingye took the box, opened it, and smelled it. It smells so good. Meiji, boil some water for me. Let me try some. Jiang Jingye's eyes lit up the moment he smelled the aroma of the tea. Great-grandpa, may I draw your eyes? Lu Tianxian asked Jiang Jingye. What's so interesting about drawing my eyes? Jiang Jingye asked, puzzled. Great-grandfather, I published a book called Method School, which is used to teach actors how to act. Your eyes are very fierce, so I want to record them. It will come in handy when someone is filming a war drama, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. You can draw or take photos, but the current war dramas are so weak and lackluster, like a bunch of rabble fighting another bunch of rabble, Jiang Jingye said in one breath. Thank you, fourth grandfather. Chapter 129 Eyes After Going to the Battlefield. Lu Tianxian filmed several videos of Jiang Jingye blinking, and then began to study how to develop muscles to form that kind of instinct. The analysis was completed in no time. Then Lu Tianxian began to express the same way her eyes worked, mimicking the way muscles exert force. It's still a little short. It doesn't quite achieve the same effect as fourth master's gaze. Lu Tianxian carefully examined the photo. That's already pretty good eyesight, Jiang Jingye said with a smile. Not enough. Where exactly is it lacking? Lu Tianxian shook her head. It seems to lack some moisture, Lin Meiji said earnestly. A skilled shooter should have more tear glands than a normal person to ensure bright eyesight. Then he added, Lin Meiji had also served in the military and was aware of the situation. This instinct needs to be trained, Lu Tianxian said helplessly. How about you put in some eye drops? Jiang Wei suggested after thinking for a moment. I'll give it a try, she said, taking out eye drops from her bag. These eye drops are for relieving eye fatigue. After putting in 2 drops, Lu Tianxian blinked a few times and wiped away the excess eye drops. Sure enough, my eyes became much brighter. Making the same expression again instantly gives off a menacing aura. It has that flavor, Jiang Jingye said with a smile. But you have to make your face darker, and you also need to have those subtle scratches on your face. Also, people who have been on the battlefield often clench their teeth to relieve tension, so the corners of their mouths are usually turned down. It's best to have a few dark circles under your eyes, because people on the battlefield are very tired, Jiang Jingye reminded Lu Tianxian. Thank you, fourth grandfather. He practiced in front of the mirror for a while, and sure enough, his murderous aura became even stronger. I'll write this down and revise it before it's fully formatted. Lu Tianxian took out her notebook and started writing. Good tea. Jiang Jingye took a sip of tea and closed his eyes in enjoyment. Jiang Wei chatted with Jiang Jingye for a while and learned about all the big and small things happening in the village. More than 500 beautiful meow girls have joined the village. Their main jobs are receiving tourists, selling tickets, serving customers, rowing boats, and selling goods. When there are minor festivals, they celebrate them using the Meow Village's festivals. There are many festivals in the Meow Village, more than 50, which is about one every 5 days. In addition, there are Han Chinese festivals, with almost one festival every 3 or 4 days. Last year, Jiangjia Village received more than 20,000 tourists, and the villagers made a lot of money. Then Jiang Jingye took out a small booklet and asked Jiang Wei to recount his experiences briefly. Jiang Wei then recounted his life from childhood to adulthood. After finishing her work, Lu Tianxian returned home and called her editor-in-chief to request revisions. Fortunately, the book, The Method, is quite complex and requires a lot of real-person observation, so the editing process is relatively slow. It got dark. Our room is so beautiful. Lu Tianxian looked at the room, which was full of local characteristics, with a face full of surprise. I'll take you to see some tourist attractions tomorrow. You've had a long day. Let's rest, Jiang Wei said with a smile. You're not allowed to do that. By the way, when will your Jade Dynasty be released? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, during the prime time slot of 8 p.m. in southern Hunan, Monday to Friday. Oh, let's watch it together then. The next day, Lu Tianxian dragged Jiang Wei out of bed and had him take her sightseeing. Jiang Wei got up and led them to the canyon guest house. So beautiful, the canyon stream, the light mist. It's like a fairyland, Lu Tianxian exclaimed. It's just that there's a fisherman who spoils the mood, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian looked in the direction Jiang Wei was pointing and saw Gugu sitting alone by the stream in the canyon, fishing. Hee, Lu Tianxian laughed. After crossing 2 wooden bridges, we arrived at the guest house where Gugu was staying. Old Gu, are the goose houses here expensive? Jiang Wei glanced at the fish basket, which was empty of fish. It's not expensive, only 400 yuan. In other tourist areas, you definitely wouldn't be able to get a place for less than 1,000 yuan, Gugu said with a smile. I'll take the celestial being around for a bit. I'm leaving now. Jiang Wei waved his hand. After taking a stroll through the canyon, Lu Tianxian posted on Weibo, giving Jiangjia Village a shout-out. Then, following the signs, Jiang Wei arrived at the cave. The cave shimmered under the lights, and stepping into it felt like entering a fantastical secret realm of another time and space. Stalactites and bamboo shoots intertwine to form a series of natural sculptural paintings, captivating the eye like a dream. Wandering across the stone bridge and inside the cave, the scenery is different every moment. The entrance fee to this karst cave scenic area is really affordable, only 10 yuan, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. The real moneymakers are the goose houses. Everything else is just supporting facilities. Our area is still too small. There aren't even many scenic spots in total, Jiang Wei said directly. What we have here is more of a leisure resort that integrates fishing, accommodation, and recreation, Jiang Wei commented. Lu Tianxian nodded. Then the two of them took a bamboo raft ride. On the way back, they took a small path where many people parked their sightseeing cars to take photos with the sea of flowers. Jiang Wei was driving, while Lu Tianxian was taking pictures of the sea of flowers with her phone. Are there any other activities? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. No, you can only play there in the summer, upstream on the lake. Jiang Wei shook his head. Although there aren't many attractions, these 3 scenic spots are truly amazing, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. We drove to a large guest house area next to the village. There's a large square with restaurants run by villagers and small stalls along the edge, making it like a market. The square was bustling with vendors selling food, cooked dishes, and trinkets. Jiang Wei discovered a stall selling ethnic ornaments in the central area. Didn't you want that meow silver ornament a while ago? Let's go in and see if we have it. Jiang Wei pulled Lu Tianxian forward. Upon entering the jewelry store, Many young girls were selecting items. Jiang Wei looked at the glass display case and saw that many of the silver ornaments were priced very low. "Boss, these are too cheap," Jiang Wei asked the boss. The hair ornaments and such looked very pretty, but they only cost 8 yuan. "These are all iron-plated silver ornaments. The elderly people around here earn a little money from their work," the owner said with a smile. "Oh, I see. Do you have any pure silver here?" Jiang Wei asked. "We have 3 sets, but we only sell them as sets. One set costs 110,000, one set costs 150,000, and one set costs 160,000, the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Can I take a look?" Jiang Wei asked directly. "This way." The two followed the boss to the back corridor, where there were 3 display cases. Inside are wooden mannequins dressed in Miao ethnic costumes. This set weighs 20 jin and costs 110,000 yuan. This set weighs 40 jin and costs 150,000 yuan. This set weighs 45 jin and costs 160,000 yuan, the shopkeeper explained briefly. These two sets are the best looking." Lu Tianxian pointed to the 2 sets weighing 40 jin and 45 jin respectively. "We'll buy these 2 sets. Can we pay by card?" Jiang Wei asked directly. "Okay." The shop owner didn't expect that it would turn into 2 sets. "You should know that this clothing store has only sold 2 sets since it opened. Can you deliver it?" Jiang Wei thought for a moment. It wasn't very convenient to carry this thing around. "Where to deliver it?" the boss asked, pausing for a moment. "In the village, at Jiang Yunlin's house," Jiang Wei said directly. Okowo. Chapter 130: A method for one person to slaughter a pig. Over the next few days, Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian began the New Year's activities in the village. On the 24th, we make dumplings, eat sugar melon, eat baked buns, make rice cakes, clean the house, and buy New Year's goods. Jiang Wei tried them all out. At the age of 25, Jiang Wei went to pick up Lu's father and brought him back. On the morning of the 26th, Jiang Wei was woken up. "Bang, bang, bang." "What?" Jiang Wei asked sleepily. Jiang Wei, "Help slaughter the pig," Jiang Yunlin said directly. "You raise pigs at home?" Jiang Wei asked curiously. They used to raise pigs on the first floor, but now that it's become a tourist area, they don't allow it anymore. The village set up a small breeding base in that mountain hollow behind the village. You can catch a piglet, send it there, and pay a little money to have someone raise it for you. Jiang Wei, dressed in camouflage, followed Jiang Yunlin to the pig farm. Then they use an iron cage with openings on both sides to pull the pig back. "I'll find someone to slaughter the pig," Jiang Yunlin said directly. "Dad, you don't know how to slaughter a pig?" Jiang Wei was taken aback. People from that era didn't know how to slaughter pigs? "No." Jiang Yunlin shook his head. "I joined the army at 18, and when I came out I opened a restaurant and did business. I didn't have time to learn how to slaughter pigs." "Then I'll do it," Jiang Wei said directly. "Let's set up a tripod first," Jiang Wei said directly. "Okay, I'll go find the wood." Jiang Wei took a shovel and dug 3 holes, each about 20 centimeters deep, in the open space. "President Jiang, are you about to slaughter a pig?" Gugu walked over with Yang Qi, all lovey-dovey. "Yes, let's have a pork stew together later," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Sure," Gugu agreed with a smile, and then came over to help. Jiang Wei found 3 ropes, tied the long one to the pig's 2 hind legs, and made 2 knots that got tighter and tighter as he pulled. Ropes were also tied to its left and right front legs. However, they're separate. Then he put a rope around his neck. Then Jiang Wei saw the tripod that had been set up, with 2 safety buckles hanging on it. A safety buckle was attached to the pig's hind leg. "Why are you hanging this?" Guga asked, puzzled. "Wait a minute. Hang the pig up?" Jiang Wei said directly. "You've never seen a pig being slaughtered?" Jiang Wei asked curiously. Gugu seemed to be a native of Shanghai. "No," Gugu shook his head. "I'm giving you a chance to participate today," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Uncle Yunlin, we've come to help slaughter the pig." A group of young men greeted Jiang Yunlin loudly when they saw him. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Chu, Xiao Mao, this is my son Jiang Wei." Jiang Yunlin introduced Jiang Wei to the group. "Hello, brother Jiang Wei. Let's have a drink together later." "Xiao Wei, what are you doing?" "Slaughter the pig." Jiang Wei tied the rope, and together with Gugu, they used a little force to hang the pig on the tripod. "Is this how you slaughter a pig?" Jiang Dimeo asked curiously. "This way of slaughtering pigs is simple. One person can do it," Jiang Wei said with a smile. Really? Jiang Wei tied the ropes from the 2 front legs to the 2 front frames. Then he tied the rope around his neck to the last frame. And just like that, the pig was hung directly on the rack. "Mom, is the water boiled yet?" Jiang Wei asked Lin Meiji, who was boiling the water. "It will open soon." "Dad, let's find a basin to catch the blood," Jiang Wei said to Jiang Yunlin. Then Jiang Wei cleaned the pig's neck area. I dried it off and placed the basin under my neck. Using a butcher's knife, he stabbed into the chest cavity, directly rupturing the heart's major artery. The pig tried to struggle, but it was tied to the frame, and its struggles were futile. "Xiao Wei, who did you learn your pig slaughtering skills from?" Jiang Dimeo asked curiously when he saw that they had killed the pig without even trying. 6 years ago, a pig farm owner sent a live pig to our orphanage. The oldest boy in our orphanage was only 17. It was almost Chinese New Year, and the volunteers had all gone home. We are a group of people, young and old. In the end, Lao Yu came up with this idea. He killed the pig all by himself, Jiang Wei said with a smile. And pigs slaughtered this way have their blood drained very thoroughly, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Gugu took a video with her phone and posted it on her Weibo. The title is "World's Richest Man Slaughters Pigs." Within 5 minutes, the pig was no longer moving, and the blood had all drained away. Several people unloaded the pig and carried it onto a plastic sheet. Then Lin Meiji brought over hot water, and several people lifted the plastic sheet, poured several buckets of hot water over it, and then covered the plastic sheet with it. "Xiao Wei, go and rest. Leave the rest to us. The butcher doesn't do the work down there." Jiang Wei was about to go up and remove the pig hair when he was pushed away. "Okay, I'll get ready to cook. We'll have authentic northeastern pork stew later," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Okowo, Mom, do we have any pickled cabbage at home?" Jiang Wei asked directly. "No, I'll go get you some," Lin Meiji said with a smile, taking out a basin. "Okay, I'll go prepare the meal." Jiang Wei discovered a gasoline drum stove in the courtyard. I took a large pot from home and put it on. It fit perfectly. However, this oil drum is quite old, and it has many holes in it. Jiang Wei covered it with mud. Then I added half a bucket of water to the pot. "Start boiling water." Then Jiang Wei brought out a table and prepared the raw materials on it. "Honey, you're trending on social media." Lu Tianxian came downstairs and showed Jiang Wei her phone. "What trending topic?" Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. "Look," Lu Tianxian showed Jiang Wei the trending topics on Weibo. The top one is, "World's Richest Man Jiang Wei Slaughters a Pig, boiling point." Then Lu Tianxian clicked on the content and saw that she had just been filmed while slaughtering a pig. 1F. That's so down to earth. They're even wearing camouflage. 2F. Is the world's richest man really this down to earth? 3F. No wonder he's the world's richest man. He even knows how to slaughter pigs. Does he leave no room for ordinary people to live? "Old Gu, you actually secretly filmed me slaughtering a pig," Jiang Wei said to Gugu, speechlessly. The world's richest man slaughtering a pig. How unusual," Gugu said with a smile. "Is Xiao Wei the world's richest man?" Jiang Dimeo asked curiously. "You don't know?" Gugu asked curiously. "How much money does Xiao Wei have?" Jiang Dio asked curiously. "Over $100 billion US. More than 800 billion of our money," Gugu said with a smile. "So much money, so much. How many zeros was it again?" Jiang Dimeo was a little confused and couldn't quite figure it out. "It's a good thing that Xiao Wei is rich. Our village was so poor last year, but this summer I went boating and earned more than 20,000 yuan, Jiang Dio said with a smile. "That's true. I made over 30,000 yuan from cauliflower this year." Jiang Dimeo scratched his head. Before long, the group of people continued working. Jiang Wei cut the delivered pork into chunks, threw them directly into the water to blanch, and then removed the scum. The blood was drained very thoroughly, so there was very little foam. Chapter 131, The Luan Bird Appears. "Jiang Wei, are you going to the market?" Lu's father asked Jiang Wei. "Okay, let's go for a walk." Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. On his way out, Jiang Wei noticed that many people were using tripods to slaughter pigs. Heavenly Immortal, isn't this method of slaughtering pigs becoming popular a little too quickly? Jiang Wei said with a smile. "Because it's easy to use, it naturally became popular very quickly," Mr. Lu said with a smile. Jiang Wei scratched his head. This method of slaughtering pigs was actually something Lao Yu came up with on the spot. Because a group of children couldn't hold the pig down, and there were no able-bodied adults to help. Arriving at the square, I found it bustling with stalls, much more lively than the last time I visited. Many tourists also bought things in the middle. With so many tourists, aren't you going home for the spring festival? Jiang Wei asked the stall owner casually, looking at the many out-of-towners. These ghost houses over there, each with its own entrance and courtyard, are attracting people who come here to experience the rural New Year, the stall owner said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded. In recent years, the spring festival in cities has become less and less festive. Mr. Liu and Ms. Liu didn't buy anything, since they had everything they needed at home. They just wanted to experience the festive atmosphere of the new year. Jiang Wei bought several unique little toys. In the innermost part of the market, Jiang Wei discovered that someone was selling fireworks. Boss, how much are these fireworks? Jiang Wei asked directly. Jiang Wei pointed to the large bag containing 4 stacks of fireworks. 200 for a bag, but since all the houses here are wooden, we can only put it here in the square, the shopkeeper said directly. Jiang Wei, why don't we just have the local tourism company buy a batch of fireworks and set them off during the new year? Liu Tianxian suggested after thinking for a moment. I think it's feasible, Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei bought 5 strings of firecrackers and also got some sparklers, airplane cannons, double-bang firecrackers, snap pops, and some small firecrackers, which he had the village set off. Then they saw the electric cannon and the giant spider. Jiang Wei smiled and took 2 of them. Boss, what kind of cannon is this? Jiang Wei saw an iron pipe with a base, and the angle could be adjusted by a rocker arm on one side. Oh, this is for setting off fireworks, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Give me one. I'll set off a firecracker, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okowo. The group returned home with their belongings. After placing the firecrackers in a dry spot downstairs, Jiang Wei went to the living room and found a group of people watching television. Huh, the national television station? Is there another drill? Jiang Wei asked casually. Yeah, I heard that the new Sleepy King in the US is up to something, Mr. Liu said with a smile. All right, if Zhuang TV dares to broadcast it live, they must be confident, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Jiang Wei watched the television, wanting to see what the phoenix looked like on TV. Jiang Wei had seen the design drawings in the advertisement. They depicted a massive, wing-shaped flying machine. The U.S. Navy, with 2 carrier strike groups, has once again provoked our country. Faced with this provocation, the host of Zhuang TV recounted the events with great passion. Suddenly, the plane used for the live broadcast took off into the sky. Jiang Wei looked at the dashboard above. The altitude was a full 60 kilometers. Then they broadcast live from above the aircraft carrier battle group. The cameras used captured a clear picture of the 2 aircraft carriers. Electronic cockpit. The pilot began operating it from inside the aircraft. Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. It's my daughter's favorite nursery rhyme, the pilot said with a smile. Just as the pilots were having some fun, everyone on the aircraft carrier below was stunned. They never expected that their carrier strike group, equipped with such radar, would fail to detect the other side and be jammed by it. Interference across the entire frequency band. No matter which channel it was on, they were all playing this children's song. My daughter's favorite nursery rhyme. Have you made contact with the base? The carrier strike group captain asked loudly. Report. On the communications, no matter which channel it is, it's all this children's song. Damn it. Has the other side been detected on radar? Report. No findings found, but there's an extremely strong magnetic field reaction 80 kilometers away, which is approaching our position. Can't you see it with optical sensors? We can't see it. The enemy's fighter jets are capable of optical stealth. Damn it. How long has it been since they entered our fleet's range? Estimated time, 30 seconds. Suddenly, the horns sounded, and the plane continued to fly higher into the sky. Then the camera is pointed towards the empty sky. Jiang Wei was somewhat expectant. Suddenly, a huge flying machine appeared in the sky. Its size could be felt even 10 kilometers away. What appears before you now is the Luan Yao, an aerospace carrier independently developed by our country. The Luan bird has a weight of 600,000 tons and a takeoff weight of 800,000 tons. It has space strike capability and carries more than 300 of my country's most advanced fighter jets, the Bai D-2. Then, 50 kilometers away, the Luan bird hovered and came to a stop. In an instant, one after another, White Emperor fighter jets flew outwards along the flight path. The Luan bird fighter jet has 6 runways. All the White Emperor fighter jets hovered around the Luan bird. Wow, that's spectacular. Jiang Wei stared wide-eyed at the phoenix on TV. Is this the true essence of our nation? I thought honking the horn was advanced enough, but I didn't expect it to hide a huge secret. That's amazing. The living room instantly became lively. Do you have any alcohol at home? Mr. Liu asked directly. We have wine in a briefcase. Would you like some? Jiang Yunlin asked directly. I won't drink it. I have a psychological aversion to this kind of wine. Mr. Liu refused without hesitation. What happened? Jiang Yunlin asked curiously. Xiao Wei gave me 2 briefcases, which I brought back to France, and had a drink with a French professor I knew. It tastes sweet on the palate, with a slight hint of alcohol. We all thought the alcohol content wasn't high, but we drank 7 or 8 glasses, each glass containing about 2 ounces. Then, as soon as we stepped outside, we both collapsed on the ground and were taken to the hospital for alcohol poisoning. Huh, I'll go get you some beer. Jiang Yunlin stood up and went to find some beer. The enemy aircraft carrier has started to turn around, Jiang Wei said with a smile as he watched the live broadcast. General, the magnetic field stopped 50 kilometers away, the radar operator reported loudly. General, something terrible has happened. There's a huge flying machine in the sky to the northwest. The observer outside, unable to make contact, ran straight in. What? General Anthony asked, frowning. There's a huge flying machine in the sky to the northwest. Anthony picked up his binoculars and looked toward the northwest sky. Then, in the distance, a mysterious flying machine was seen hovering in the sky. Is this an alien? Anthony was stunned. It's not an alien. It has a rabbit flag on it. Damn it. Signal with flags. Retreat. Return to Guan Island. Anthony gritted his teeth. Chapter 132 goes viral online. Fighter jets sounded their horns and followed for more than 2 hours before the live broadcast ended. All kinds of headlines on the domestic internet have disappeared. Celebrity cheating scandals and other breaking news are nothing compared to the lawn bird. The topics are all about phoenixes, except for the official introduction. The rest are mostly guesses, but netizens still enjoy watching guesses. There are also a lot of discussions about the fighting methods of the lawn bird. The most intriguing post was one that interpreted a term from the live stream, Deep Space Strike Group. This suggests that the lawn bird should be able to fly into space. Optical stealth is so annoying, they won't even let us look at it for a little while longer, Jiang Wei complained. The shooting distance was also far enough. It should have been filmed more than 20 kilometers away. Liu Tianxian also seemed to want more. The Phoenix appeared for less than 10 minutes. Then optical stealth began again. It looked like a fighter jet sortie and docking exercise. The entire process of 300 fighter jets taking off and returning took less than 10 minutes. This takeoff and landing speed is hundreds of times faster than that of an aircraft carrier, which takes off and lands one plane every 5 to 8 minutes. This is thanks to orbital takeoff and AI parking capabilities. They can all fly out in a short time. In the Black Palace, Sleeping King sat in the place where Odbio had originally been. With a smug look on his face, Odbio stepped down because of his appearance. Boss, sir, something terrible has happened. The secretary rushed in like a madman. He handed the tablet to Sleeping King. Serena, you are the leader's secretary, so you must remain calm in any situation. The Sleeping King glanced at the tablet, which displayed a view of the sky. From now on, knock before you come in, or you can quit. I don't need someone so unreliable, Sleeping King said seriously. Young master, could you please press the play button first? Serena said helplessly. Let me see what this is. He said, pressing the play button. A giant steel shadow gradually appeared in the sky. Which company made this sci-fi film? Did they book a movie for me? Sleeping King asked with a smile, looking at how it appeared. This is the Rabbit's Lawn Bird Aerospace Aircraft Carrier, with a wingspan of over 800 meters and a length of over 300 meters. These are satellite photos. Serena handed over 6 or 7 photos. Why haven't I received any messages from such a huge space carrier? Sleepy King asked loudly. Leader, our global intelligence network has been destroyed, and this space carrier can become invisible. It can hide anywhere and no one can find it, Serena said helplessly. The previous leader, Odbio, suffered a stroke because of this news. Is the current leader, Sleeping King, sleeping during meetings? Damn it. Sleeping King slammed his fist on the table in anger. Puff! With a loud bang, a foul stench wafted from behind. Go and convene a meeting with the Minister of Defense and the staff. And while you're at it, get me a change of clothes, Sleeping King said to Serena. Yes, Chief. The various countries of Northern Europe witnessed the appearance and disappearance of the phoenix. The world fell silent instantly. Those who advocate the threat theory simply deleted what they had written. It's a real threat now, but do they dare to write it? After he wrote it, the rabbit didn't say anything. I guess his country arrested him, meaning he was trying to sow discord between the two countries. The appearance of the lawn bird signifies that the rabbit has reached a height that they cannot see. They just couldn't figure out why rabbits had developed so quickly. The emperor sat in his chair, his hands on his stomach, and began to think. Great Emperor? How should we deal with this? A classmate asked the Great Emperor. No need to react. The rabbit is no longer a threat, the emperor said calmly. Why? The Great Emperor asked curiously. The God's Eye View effect means that since they openly released the phoenix, it means they have been to space. People who have walked on the moon or observed Earth from a distance have no interest in human warfare. The universe is so vast, and Earth is so small. In the eyes of these people, there is nothing to fight over. At this point, as long as no one provokes the rabbit, it probably won't bother with anything, the emperor sighed. They used to be the best ally, but in the blink of an eye, this ally has become someone I never dared to imagine. All right. Fireworks were set off all over the country at night. Regardless of whether it's prohibited or not, who cares about bans at a time like this? The law cannot govern the masses, so this only violates a prohibition. It's not like it's murder or arson. This ban stands against the vast majority of people. So nobody cared anymore. Many police officers went by and set off firecrackers. So who would care about setting off fireworks? Of course, the busiest people are the firefighters. They were originally scheduled to be on duty and conduct drills during the Chinese New Year, but they have started now. Let's go see the fireworks show and celebrate. Jiang Wei pulled Lu Tianxian and walked outside. Lu Tianxian followed, and her family followed behind. Jiang Wei arrived at the square and found a shop selling fireworks. The owner was preparing to close the shop. Boss, I'll take all of your big fireworks, Jiang Wei said hurriedly. Are you sure you want all of these? The fireworks and fireworks together will cost 100,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan, no big deal. Swipe your card now, then have someone move it all to the square for me, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, the boss agreed immediately. Jiang Wei swiped his card and saw many people walking towards him. Come and help. Let's set off fireworks to celebrate. The lawn bird space carrier scared off 2 carrier strike groups from the U.S. Jiang Wei shouted, calling for help. All right, we're just getting ready to have some fun too. A dozen or so people came to help move the fireworks. Jiang Wei, on the contrary, became someone who didn't have to do any work. 500 or 600 fireworks, along with cannons, were brought up. Set off fireworks. Jiang Wei shouted to the crowd. Good. A group of people started setting off fireworks. One box at a time, the boxes being lit. As night fell, fireworks soared into the sky, their dazzling displays illuminating the silent night. The fireworks, dreamlike and enchanting, intertwined with vibrant colors across the heavens, creating a breathtaking and mesmerizing spectacle. Whether they were staying in ghost houses or were from Jiangjia village, everyone came out to watch the fireworks display. It's so beautiful, a dazzling display of lights that illuminates the night sky. Lu Tianxian looked at the sky and leaned against Jiang Wei. The fireworks display lasted for more than 10 minutes before finally coming to an end. Let's have a bonfire party to celebrate, someone shouted. Then someone went to find firewood and lit a bonfire right there in the center of the square. More and more people joined in, with people from the surrounding area bringing in drinks and snacks, and some food stalls also opening up. But everything is free today. Chapter 133, Real-World Advertising Principles. Around 10 p.m., the bonfire party finally ended, and Jiang Wei had drunk quite a bit. Behind them, Lin Meiji helplessly supported Jiang Yunlin, while Lu's mother disdainfully supported Lu's father. Jiang Wei helped Lu Tianxian up, and Lu Tianxian drank 3 cups of briefcase wine, which is about 6 ounces. The briefcase drink tastes good, but it has a strong after effect. Back home, Yang Jiji was teasing Jiang Yue. Give out red envelopes to everyone in the company to celebrate the space carrier. Forcing back the American aircraft carrier, Lu Tianxian said, her voice slurred with drunkenness. Send it out now, 100,000 to each person to celebrate. Seeing that Jiang Wei didn't make a move, Lu Tianxian gave Jiang Wei a push. Okay, let's send them together. Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Do you have to give out red envelopes now for people who get drunk and act crazy? However, Jiang Wei didn't care. Sending out a red envelope would only bring in 2 or 3 days' worth of revenue for Wei Tian Group. Jiang Wei dialed Lao Ma's number. Old Ma, what are you doing? Jiang Wei asked directly. We're celebrating with my son and daughter, Ma Weiguo said with a smile. To celebrate, the Luan bird space carrier scaring away the American aircraft carrier. Give all my employees a 100,000 yuan bonus. Oh, and give Tianxian 100,000 yuan too, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll have the finance department send it in a bit. Ma Weiguo agreed immediately. Ma Weiguo is immune to the 2 bosses giving out red envelopes. And it was a huge red envelope of 100,000 yuan. However, given their wealth, they didn't care about that small amount of money. Fairy, let's go to sleep. Let's call old Ma to make money. Jiang Wei showed the screen to Lu Tianxian. Honey, I want to be carried in a princess carry. Okowo. Jiang Wei picked him up, carried him upstairs, and placed him on the bed. After changing him into pajamas, Jiang Wei washed up and went to sleep as well. Honey, did I do something big yesterday? Lu Tianxian rubbed her head, her hair a mess. Yes, he came back yesterday and told me to give out 100,000 yuan in red envelopes to everyone in the company. I can't refuse, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, I won't drink this much again. No wonder my dad has a phobia of alcohol. The briefcase didn't smell of alcohol, but the alcohol content was really high. Lu Tianxian didn't pay attention when she heard that she had sent out red envelopes again. It's like someone who has several $1,000s won't feel bad about spending $12 on something. Even if you lose it, you'll only be disappointed for a few minutes at most. Honey, my head hurts. Can you rub it for me? Lu Tianxian said coquettishly to Jiang Wei. Rubbing doesn't work. Here you go. Jiang Wei handed over a water glass. If you drink this whole cup, nothing serious will happen, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Is this salt water? Will it work? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. It works. Headaches after drinking are caused by dehydration. I gave you some rehydration solution, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian drank the warm water and finished the large glass in no time. It's much better indeed. Lu Tianxian nodded. It won't hurt in a bit, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Shall we, let's go make rice cakes. Jiang Yunlin called out to Jiang Wei. Okowo. Then the 2 of them went into the courtyard, where there was a wooden figure named Mu Tao. Lin Meiji is putting the steamed, glutinous rice into it. Jiang Yunlin handed him a wooden hammer. Be gentle, don't break the wood. Clear. The 2 started making rice cakes. Both of them used Captain America's serum, which is highly effective. It was done in less than 5 minutes. Then Jiang Wei began his busy New Year's life. This year's Lunar New Year was unusually quiet, mainly because there weren't many fireworks. The day the phoenix appeared, the whole country celebrated, and almost all the fireworks were used up. So on New Year's Eve, there are no fireworks to be seen, and you can't find any places to buy fireworks in the market. The fireworks were basically all bought up and set off. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, I felt like apologizing to the previous year's gala. After more than 10 days of easing off the festive atmosphere, people finally set off back to Shanghai on the 16th day of the first lunar month. On the day of his return, Jiang Wei was taken by Zhao Yinjiang to a riverside tea house for tea. Hey Lao Zhao, why did you call me over in such a hurry? What exactly does the country want to exchange? Jiang Wei asked directly. Lunar living-based technology, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. You're already planning to build infrastructure on the moon? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. Well, since the Luan bird can land on the moon, let's build a lunar base first. Once the base is ready, we can start the infrastructure construction plan, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Do we have so much money to undertake so many space projects? Jiang Wei asked, somewhat taken aback. We don't have that, but Camel does. This whole thing was mainly caused by Camel. Camel provided the funding, we did the research and development, and then we just need to give Camel a base, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. All right. I heard from the rumors online that the Sleeping King convened an allies meeting and a Japanese chicken showed up. Is that true? Jiang Wei asked, his face full of curiosity. Well, only one Japanese chicken was involved. As for the others, didn't you see them receiving foreign guests every day during the Spring Festival? Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. I really didn't notice. Jiang Wei shook his head. I had a blast playing with Lu Tianxian during the Chinese New Year. Lu Tianxian grew up in the city and has never played any of the rural games before. Led by a group of mischievous boys, I experienced the joy of rural childhood. Lu Tianxian has done things like blowing up dog bowls with firecrackers. Do you have enough points to reach 1 million yet? Zhao Lianjiang asked directly. No, we're still short, over 20,000. Jiang Wei shook his head. Oh, then that's all. By the way, the higher-ups have set up an AI for you. It's on the same level as the Luan Bird's AI. Zhao Lianjiang handed a hard drive to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took the hard drive and put it away. Use this artificial intelligence to develop your game company, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Xiao Jiang, take a look at this advertisement. Last time we tested martial arts from martial arts novels. Now let's test traditional Chinese martial arts, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. Do you want to become a martial arts master? Do you want to become powerful? Buy a martial arts manual. We have Tai Chi, Bajiquan, Bagwazang, Tongbiquan, and more. Learn and practice with ease. Master in 3 years. Achieve perfection in 5. After perfection, your physical strength, power, and speed will increase tenfold. Safe, effective, and without any side effects. Only 8.8 yuan. Take this amazing manual home. Contact number 139 ed. Red, Jiang Wei said directly. Looks like it works, huh? Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. Why do you suddenly want to test martial arts manuals? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Last time it was based on fantasy. This time it's based on reality, Zhao Lianjiang said earnestly. All right. Chapter 134 Trouble at Lu Shishir's home. Fairy, you're trending. Jiang Wei was scrolling through Weibo out of boredom when he saw that Lu Tianxian was in the top 3 trending topics. I know, Guga did it. Lu Tianxian said with a helpless expression. Didn't you take any pictures of him? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I took the picture and posted it. It should be up in a bit. Let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of who? Lu Tianxian said with a smile. I have some more here. Do you want some? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, Lu Tianxian said directly. Jiang Wei smiled and sent the video to Lu Tianxian. Jiang Wei looked at the top trending topic, Lu Tianxian's dog frying pot. The second one is Lu Tianxian spinning a top. The third is Lu Tianxian rolling an iron hoop. Fourthly, director Zhang introduced the Luan Bird. Upon seeing the fourth one, Jiang Wei immediately became interested. The head of the Strategic Deception Bureau was interviewed. Director Zhang, how much do you know about the Luan Bird space carrier? The host asked Director Zhang. To be honest, the video of the Luan Bird disappearing and reappearing a few days ago, and the fighter jets taking off and landing 300 times, looks so fake. Currently, aircraft carriers can launch one fighter jet every 5 minutes. A space carrier could launch 300 every 10 minutes. This is basically impossible. At least with current technology, it's impossible to achieve. I've heard that Jiang Wei has a kind of void imaging technology. It is not impossible to create a virtual image that is 800 meters in size. Then why does Zhuang TV want to broadcast it live? The main objective is to drive away the U.S. aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. We'll use any means necessary, even if it's just a deception, Zhang explained with a smile. In his conversation with reporters, Director Zhang essentially stated that the Phoenix does not exist. It is a form of virtual imaging technology. Honey, this isn't some kind of virtual imaging technology, is it? Lu Tianxian asked seriously. No, I asked old Zhao, and I heard there are 10 of these things, Jiang Wei said softly. Really? Lu Tianxian's eyes widened. Real. Jiang Wei wrote 2 sentences below the video. My company doesn't have that technology, I guarantee that, Lu Tianxian said with a smile as she read it aloud. Jiang Wei never expected that such a comment would go viral. Jiang Wei, Demimi is looking for you. Jiang Wei was reading a book when Lu Tianxian came in and said, Why didn't you just call me? Jiang Wei was taken aback. You forgot to charge your phone. Lu Tianxian rolled her eyes at Jiang Wei. Oh. Jiang Wei came to the living room, but didn't see Demimi. After thinking for a moment, he left home and went next door. After Jiang Wei went inside, he discovered that besides Yang Mi, Lu Shishir was also there. Miss Mimi, Miss Lu, Jiang Wei greeted her. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lu Shishir greeted him nervously. Miss Lu, is there anything you need from me? Jiang Wei asked directly. How do you know it was Lu Shishir who contacted you, and not me? Demimi asked curiously. If you're looking for me, just come to my house, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay. Demimi shook her head. My family's company is in trouble and needs investment, Lu Shishir said, taking several seconds to muster the courage to speak. What's wrong? Jiang Wei asked directly. A batch of my goods was seized in the Red Sea, and now our cash flow is very tight. We could go bankrupt if we're not careful, Lu Shishir sighed. The Red Sea? Which country? What are they transporting? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Shaloochuo is a batch of clothing and daily chemical products. For which country? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. They ordered camels, but the merchant who placed the order was a Jewish man, Lu Shishir said with a sigh. Then you've taken the wrong route. You should have gone through the Arctic Ocean and then circled around into the Mediterranean Sea. Jiang Wei shook his head. It was mainly bad luck. The boat broke down and needed repairs, so we had to go to the Camel region for repairs. It was our first time doing business in the Camel region, Lu Shishir sighed. What price are you willing to pay in exchange for working capital? Jiang Wei asked directly. Can this be considered a loan? It only takes 5 years to repay, Lu Shishir said earnestly. Such a guarantee has no legal effect. If your company continues to lose money and becomes insolvent, I will be the one who loses out, Jiang Wei said directly. We are a foreign trade company with very few physical assets. To obtain such working capital, we would need at least 80% of the shares, Lu Shishir sighed. How much funding do you need? Jiang Wei asked directly. We have a trade order with Australia that requires about $1 billion. My father was greedy and impetuous, and he did both at the same time. He originally planned that the funds would be enough after the settlement. As a result, it was confiscated. Lu Shishir said with a helpless expression. If I can't borrow money from you, I'll have no choice but to arrange a marriage, Lu Shishir said helplessly. Jiang Wei was taken aback when he heard Lu Shishir's words. Although he felt sympathy, he knew he couldn't just lend money indiscriminately. After all, Lu Shishir isn't an employee of his company. Even if it costs $1 billion, Jiang Wei wouldn't feel bad. Didn't you consider taking out a bank loan? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. There's no way to get another loan. The last batch of goods was financed by a bank loan of 600 million yuan, Lu Shishir said, shaking her head. All right then. Jiang Wei shook his head. Shishir, come with me for a moment. Jiang Wei, wait a bit. Seeing that it wasn't working, Demimi pulled Lu Shishir away. Jiang Wei had no idea what the two of them were talking about. Jiang Wei was bored, so he turned on the TV and saw that Zhuang TV's variety channel was broadcasting Lure Craft with Me. This is already in its 2nd season. Jiang Wei had no idea that a 2nd season had been released. This episode focused on intangible cultural heritage, specifically learning how to make shadow puppets for shadow plays. In this episode, Yu Yin was completely reduced to a laborer. Su Jinglei and Song Li became the main force. However, everyone has to make one shadow puppet in the end. You're back, Mimi. Let's learn a craft together. When did you film the 2nd season? Jiang Wei asked Mimi. After the 2nd episode of the 1st season aired, Zhuang TV commissioned Lu Pin to produce it, and now they've started producing the 3rd season, Demimi said with a smile. Are the ratings good? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's excellent. Apart from the Heavenly Immortals Zhu Xian, which is slightly higher ratings, no other program can compare to it, Demimi said with a smile. What's the viewership rating? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The average rating is 8.5, with limited fluctuations, reaching a high of 9.5 and a low of 8. Most of the viewers of this are longtime fans, Demimi said with a smile. All right, what about Zhu Xian? Jiang Wei asked directly. With an average viewership rating of 9, the entire cast performed exceptionally well. Even the young actors who lack acting skills were able to handle various eye-based scenes. Once the Celestial Immortals method is released, it will probably become an essential book for actors, Yang Mi said with a smile. Hey, Jiang Wei, if you help me solve our family's financial crisis, I'll be your mistress, just like Mimi, Lu Shishir said earnestly. That wouldn't be a good idea. The celestial being might object, Jiang Wei shook his head. No, I just asked the fairy, Demimi said directly. I can solve your family situation, and it won't cost any money. I'll make a call, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. Really? Lu Shishir asked curiously. Chapter 135, Solving the Unemployment Problem. Jiang Wei went home to find his phone and returned to Villa number 8. Modern mobile phone batteries are so durable that Jiang Wei no longer pays attention to the phone's battery level. After searching on his phone for a while, Jiang Wei found Prince Amir's number. "Hello, are you Prince Amir?" Jiang Wei asked directly. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Is there anything I can help you with?" Emil's tired voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Wei was reminded of the time difference. Prince Amir was probably woken up by Jiang Wei's phone call. "Here's the thing. I have a friend whose shipment was seized in Shallow. The company is called Maple Leaf International Trading Company," Jiang Wei said directly. "I don't have any connections with the customs in the desert," Emil said after a moment's thought. "I can set up a connection for you to buy the Siren 30 and Battle 20, Jiang Wei said directly. "How many can we buy?" Emil stood up abruptly upon hearing Jiang Wei's question. They couldn't buy those 2 fighter jets even if they wanted to. But if they buy it, the U.S. will be nothing. They are able to completely break away from the U.S. and develop independently. "You can talk in person, but I can guarantee you 1,000 planes," Jiang Wei said directly. "I'll come to Shanghai to visit you tomorrow. Don't worry about the goods. Even if it's explosives, I'll let it through and resolve it for you before noon," Emil said, blurting out. "Okay." Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. "The matter is resolved," Jiang Wei said directly. "That's it." Lu Shishir's eyes widened. "What else is needed to solve this?" Jiang Wei smiled. Amir was the heir to the throne of Alamo, so he gave his father a heads up and then consulted with several other countries around him. Such a huge benefit for just one batch of goods, not some kind of weaponry. However, when Demimi overheard the conversation, her gaze towards Jiang Wei changed. This guy's background was actually in the military. Moreover, those who can make connections are definitely from the top echelons of the military. "Oh dear, it's already 9 o'clock. I need to go out for a bit," Jiang Wei said hurriedly when he saw that it was already 9 o'clock. "Okay, come to my place tonight," Demimi said with a smile. Lu Shishir blushed instantly. Lu Wei drove Jiang Wei all the way to the Riverside Tea House. "Old Zhao," Jiang Wei greeted him with a smile. "You're using public funds to consume Da Hong Pao," Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll treat you to tea. The higher-ups won't say anything," Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. "By the way, how many of our Mingdi, 30 and Zhan, 20 fighters do we have now?" Jiang Wei asked directly. 15 fighters will fight, and 2 sirens will sound," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. "I spoke with Prince Amir about that, and I suggested connecting them with a supplier to sell 1,000 fighter 20s and siren 30s, Jiang Wei said directly. "Okay, I'll contact my superiors and ask what price would be appropriate." Zhao Yinjiang nodded. "Anyway, it's not many points, but it can still give us a huge amount of resources," Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. "No need to pay in US dollars?" Jiang Wei asked directly when he heard it was about resources. "Didn't you check the international exchange rate?" Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. "No," Jiang Wei shook his head. "The exchange rate between the US dollar and the euro to pound has become 1 to 3. 1 pound can be exchanged for 3 US dollars. It's already collapsed to this extent." Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. "Yes, now the leaders of various countries are all planning to settle accounts with our money," Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile. "What kind of advertisements do you plan to exchange this time?" Jiang Wei asked directly. When they met yesterday, Zhao Lianjiang did not show Jiang Wei the advertisement. "Give factory direct sale, complete lunar living and defense technology, base with a minimum range of 1,000 meters, capable of planting plants, possessing artificial gravity. Not 8,800, not 880, just 8.8 yuan. Take the complete technology home. Contact number 139, green." "Green," Jiang Wei said directly. "Green." Zhao Lianjiang was taken aback. According to the analysis of the Jinong 2, Zhenangku, this advertisement should be a purple one. The advertisement turned out to be green. Zhao Yinjiang read the advertisement again carefully. "We've finally found a place. Controlled nuclear fusion. We've mastered this technology. Otherwise, we can't become green." "Exchange it," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Jiang Wei skillfully made the phone call and then paid. "We won't be exchanging any more points for a while. You should focus on accumulating points so we can get the space elevator working," Zhao Yinjiang said directly. "What would we need a space elevator for?" "The lawn bird can already land on the moon," Jiang Wei asked curiously. "The Phoenix can land on the moon, but the space elevator is very important, as is space metallurgy, which can smelt better materials. Firstly, due to gravity, the microgravity in space can eliminate buoyancy, convection, and sedimentation interference, allowing the metal to mix uniformly and significantly reducing impurities and defects. Secondly, It would be easier to build spaceports and shipyards in space. We can't keep using your advertising system forever. For the development of civilization, technological reserves are very important. We can exchange for core technologies, but we still have to develop the branches ourselves. Therefore, a space elevator is indispensable, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. I'll go downstairs and make a call to see how many fighter jets we can exchange, Zhao Yinjiang said, standing up. Zhao Yinjiang went downstairs, and Jiang Wei took a teacup and began to brew tea. Each of us will exchange for 4,000 aircraft, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. So many. Will anyone buy them? Jiang Wei asked, taken aback. As long as we don't sell, we won't lack buyers, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. All right. Then Zhao Yinjiang wrote an advertisement, and Jiang Wei redeemed it. Sigh, our unemployment rate is a bit high. It increased by 0.5% this year, Zhao Yinjiang suddenly sighed. Where did the unemployment rate originate? Jiang Wei was taken aback. The automotive industry and health supplement industry are fortunate that el.me has expanded so significantly. Otherwise, it would not have exceeded 1%, Zhao Yinjiang said directly. Upon hearing about these two industries, Jiang Wei paused for a moment. It's mainly because your products are too good. Most of the joint ventures and foreign-invested factories have either relocated or cut their operations, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Such a high unemployment rate is not easy to handle, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. By the way, help me think of any places that need a large number of people, Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, afforestation in the northwest requires a large number of people. Zhao Yinjiang thought for a moment. The others are mostly electronics factories and the like, Zhao Yinjiang shook his head. Jiang Wei leaned back in his chair and began to think. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Wei came up with a good idea. Old Zhao, I've got an idea. Let's build a tree planting software inside the virtual reality headset. We put prosthetic technology into robots and then control the robots through virtual helmets, allowing people to plant trees through software labor. How much is the subsidy for planting 1 acre of trees in the Northwest Desert now? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Let me ask. Zhao Yinjiang instantly understood Jiang Wei's thinking. Jiang Wei planned to have people work in a virtual world, which would directly manage the desert and solve the unemployment problem through planting. Chapter 136, Greening the Desert Project. And because of the robots, people won't feel tired while working. Therefore, work efficiency will increase significantly. It costs 1,200 yuan per mu, but planting it is very troublesome. First, you have to plant straw checkerboards, then sand willows along the edges, and only then can you plant trees in the middle, Zhao Yinjiang said earnestly. Old Zhao, I've just thought about it, and there are many industries that this place can drive. For example, cultivating tree seedlings can help people in border areas make money. Some people will also set up a seedling base. By the way, we can plant fruit trees, such as sea buckthorn. We can also divide it into sections, such as a row of tall trees, a row of grapevines, or other fruit trees, Jiang Wei said earnestly. At that time, a large number of workers will be needed. That's when the robot's cost-effectiveness comes into play, because the robot doesn't get tired, and harvesting is a tiring job, Jiang Wei said with a smile. And the elderly will also become a source of labor. When we explore outer space, these people will also be able to participate, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Moreover, it can also be used for lunar mining, which means we have an extra 300 million workers out of thin air. The country is now facing a serious aging problem, with nearly 300 million elderly people. This is a big plan. I need to report it to my superiors, Zhao Yinjiang said, taking notes as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wei was able to come up with such a massive plan in such a short time. This is no small matter. Also, since older people don't play games, we can use this to get them to play games too, thereby injecting Captain America's serum, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, I've got it. I'll report this to my superiors now. Zhao Yinjiang nodded. I'm leaving now. Zhao Yinjiang waved and then left. Jiang Wei drank tea alone for a while, then returned home. Help Lu Shishir resolve this matter? Lu Tianxian asked directly. Yes, I made a call to Prince Amir, used some connections, and resolved the problem, Jiang Wei said casually. Honey, look at the trending topics on Weibo, Lu Tianxian suddenly said, suppressing a laugh. Jiang Wei took out his phone and opened Weibo, only to find that the first 5 posts were all ancient songs. 1. I concede. 2. Ancient song. Fried cow dung during the new year. 3. Ancient-style roasted pork kidneys. 4. Guji's cockfighting was ganged up on. 5. Ancient song fights the goose. 6. Chiotzi Group's health products and cosmetics are selling like hotcakes in the footbath chicken market. The first post was made by Gugu herself. The rest were posted by Lu Tianxian. However, these trending topics will at most cause the Gugu society to die out for a while. Another benefit is gaining a down-to-earth reputation. This reputation is a good one. Where did you get this video of the goose fighting? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I got it from Yang Qi, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. By the way, Gugu is getting married on March 17th, Lu Tianxian said. Where? Jiang Wei asked directly. Right in Shanghai. Understood. We'll go and participate too, Jiang Wei said directly. By the way, I'm planning to set up a robot factory, Jiang Wei said directly. How much investment do you need? Lu Tianxian asked directly. 50 billion, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a moment. I'll invest 1 billion, Lu Tianxian said directly. Lu Tianxian now has a blind trust in Jiang Wei because everything Jiang Wei invests in makes money. In just 2 years, he became a billionaire. Don't you want to know why we build robots? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Anyway, you won't let me lose money. Lu Tianxian hugged Jiang Wei's arm. Yes, I plan to combine robots and virtual reality headsets. We'll develop the Western Desert then, Jiang Wei said directly. We'll only sell robots. There will be specialized companies for desert development, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What profits can be made from developing the desert? Lu Tianxian asked after a moment's thought. The profits are substantial. First, there's the government subsidy of 1,200 yuan per mu, and then there's the opportunity to grow fruit trees after contracting the desert. After it's properly maintained, you'll have 70 years of usage rights. Don't you think that a good deal? Jiang Wei said with a smile. How much does a robot cost? Lu Tianxian asked after thinking for a moment. The cost shouldn't exceed 50,000, Jiang Wei calculated. The full-body assistive exoskeleton costs 38,000 yuan, and with some additional items, it shouldn't exceed 50,000 yuan. Even if it sells for 100,000 yuan, it won't be considered expensive. Not expensive. Jiang Wei picked up his phone and called Huang Pengtao. Old Huang, are you busy? Jiang Wei asked Huang Pengtao. Not too busy. Boss, just let me know if you need anything, Huang Pengtao said directly. I'm planning to set up a robot manufacturing company, combining your virtual reality helmet with Chu Jun's prosthetic limb, Jiang Wei said directly. I need you to find me a professional manager, Jiang Wei said directly. Boss, I don't have anything suitable here. Huang Pengtao shook his head. Okay, I'll ask Lao Ma, Jiang Wei said and hung up the phone. Jiang Wei dialed Ma Weigu's number again. Old Ma, I want. Jiang Wei briefly explained the situation. Boss, let me ask you something. An old friend of mine seems reluctant to switch jobs, Ma Weigui said directly. What's this person's name? Where does he work? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. The general manager of Donghua Mining is named Fu Yijing. He called me a few days ago and complained about the internal strife within Donghua, Ma Weigui said with a smile. All right, let's see what they think. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei knew that Donghua Mining was also a state-owned enterprise. After hanging up the phone, Ma Weiguo called Fusing. Brother Fu, are you busy? Ma Weiguo asked with a smile. No rush. Organize the files on the computer. Are you interested in changing jobs? Ma Weiguo asked directly. Where are you going to switch jobs? Is your boss looking for a manager again? Fu Yijing asked directly. Working under Jiang Wei is the dream of every professional manager. It allows you to make a lot of money and give full play to your talents. Yes, we're starting a robotics company and need a professional manager. I've recommended you. Will it be a good time for an interview? Ma Wei was said directly. I'll take some annual leave. I haven't had a proper rest in 2 years. Let's have lunch together tomorrow. Fu Yijing agreed immediately. Many people would love to work under Jiang Wei, but if they hesitate, they feel they're letting Jiang Wei's reputation down. Okay, see you tomorrow at noon. Ma Weiguo returned Jiang Wei's call. At 8:30 p.m., Jiang Wei arrived at Villa number 8. Then I saw Lu Shishir chatting happily with Yang Mi. Thank you. The goods have been released, Lu Shishir said gratefully. Let's go take a shower. Mimi beckoned with her finger, while holding Lu Shishir's hand with the other. Another night for 3. Chapitre 137 Phishing Technique. Boss, I found a professional manager. We can interview him at noon today, Ma Wei was said to Jiang Wei. Schedule for tonight or tomorrow. I have to receive Prince Amir today, Jiang Wei said directly. Prince Amir, I understand. Ma Wei hung up the phone and went to tell Fu Yijing. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. According to Emil's call, he should arrive in Shanghai around noon. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Old Zhao. Jiang Wei answered the phone immediately when he saw that it was Zhao Lianjiang calling. The project to plant trees with robots can now begin. The higher-ups have approved you as the robot supplier. However, you can only work as a robot manufacturer. You must not participate in the planting work, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Why? Jiang Wei asked curiously. In order to protect the interests of workers and also to accurately address the unemployment problem. Also, this thing is a great tool for poverty alleviation, so we can't give you the right to operate it, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Oh, I see. I didn't plan to take any of those either. It's too big a business, and there will be too much trouble. It's good to focus on my real economy, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Because Jiang Wei didn't intend to develop the desert either. Because the project is so massive, it involves so many people, hundreds of millions. Furthermore, it has a huge social influence, so it's best to hand it over to the state. There are also too many troublesome issues in the middle and the connections of vested interests. Therefore, handing over the management rights to the state was something Jiang Wei had already decided on yesterday. By the way, Lao Zhao, do you know when Prince Amir will arrive? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. We'll arrive in 3 hours. We'll take off from Urumqi Airport then and arrive at Shanghai Airport around noon. By the way, we've dispatched Colonel Li from the military region to liaise with you, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wei arrived at the riverbank and found Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir fishing. Lu Shishir is clearly a novice. Jiang Wei, who has a better figure between us? Lu Tianxian asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir blushed instantly. You're so kind. Give me a fishing rod, Jiang Wei said directly. Lu Tianxian took a fishing rod out of her fishing box and handed it to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took the fishing rod and began fishing. Aren't you supposed to be hosting Prince Amir today? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Yes, it won't arrive until noon. It just took off from Urumqi Airport now, Jiang Wei said directly. By the way, would you like to visit the Mingdi 30 and Zhan 20 fighter jets? Jiang Wei asked directly. Was it possible to take photos together in the past? Lu Shishir asked expectantly. Yes, a group photo in the cockpit is fine too, Jiang Wei said directly. Because now, even the Battle 20 and the Siren 30 are no longer considered old hags. The current main fighter jet is the White Emperor, while the lower-end version is the Mingdi 60. Both the Battle 20 and the Siren 30 are obsolete. I want to go, Lu Shishir shouted as she signed up. I'll go too, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. But don't spread the photos, Jiang Wei said directly. I won't spread it. I'll just keep it on my phone, Lu Shishir said with a smile. After fishing by the river for more than an hour, a military vehicle pulled up behind the three of them and stopped. A middle-aged man in military uniform got off the bus. Jiang Wei glanced at the epaulets. They were worth 24 cents. Colonel Li Yunhu, Jiang Wei asked directly. President Jiang, I'll be your guide in a bit. Once we get to the warehouse, someone will give you a proper introduction, Li Yunhu said familiarly. I know. The three of us will go together for a visit. I'll just be the one who connects the dots. How you negotiate is your business, Jiang Wei said directly. Hearing Jiang Wei's words, Li Yunhu nodded. Today, Li Yunhu was authorized to lead Jiang Wei and a man named Emil to a secret warehouse. Fishing, Jiang Wei asked casually. Fishing, it's been a long time since I've fished, Li Yunhu said with a smile. Heavenly Fairy, please get me a fishing rod. Lu Tianxian took a fishing rod from the fishing box and handed it to Li Yunhu. Then the four of them started fishing. Boss, all the ingredients are ready. When will the staff arrive? Yang Zhiji asked as she walked over. They arrived at the airport a little after 12 o'clock, and they will call me from there. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay, boss. Yang Zhiji is gone. Master, I need your fishing techniques. Jiang Wei looked at the more than 30 fish in Li Yunhu's fish basket with envy. I've been by the river for almost 3 hours, and I've only caught 4 fish. Lu Tianxian was luckier, getting 7. Lu Shishir used earthworms and only caught 2 fish. It has to do with the water temperature. Fish are cold-blooded animals. Water temperature directly determines their activity patterns, feeding desires, and habitat depth. The current temperature in Shanghai is around 7 degrees Celsius, and fish are active in shallow water areas, which is about 1 meter deep. Your swim bladders are obviously too deep, almost 2 meters long, Li Yunhu said with a smile. Is that so? Jiang Wei was taken aback. Although Jiang Wei often went fishing, he didn't study fishing techniques much. Jiang Wei lifted the rod, adjusted the hook to a depth of 1 meter, and then baited the hook with an earthworm. It was a blackout in less than 30 seconds. Wow, this guy's amazing. Li Yunhu immediately felt embarrassed. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wei answered the phone. It was Lao Ma's voice on the other end. The person has arrived at the airport, so we can't go fishing anymore, Jiang Wei said with some helplessness. I finally learned some fishing skills, but I don't have time to apply them. Boss, are there any other tips? Jiang Wei asked Li Yunhu. Gigi, start cooking. Jiang Wei sent a voice message on his phone. In the summer, that bend is very shady and is a good place for fishing. However, the water depth needs to be adjusted to about 4 meters. For this area, a depth of about 3 meters is best in autumn. In April, when the temperature rises, the depth should also be around 3 meters. At night, the fish are in shallower water because the water temperature drops. The main rule is that the lower the temperature, the shallower the water is for fish. It mainly targets carp, grass carp, black carp, Crucian carp, and mandarin fish. Catfish stay at the bottom of the water for a long time, so lure fishing is the best way to catch them, Li Yunhu said while packing his things. Why do the fish swim shallower as the temperature drops? Jiang Wei asked curiously. This involves oxygen saturation, the fish's body temperature, and the activity of aquatic insects, Li Yunhu said directly. There are so many intricacies involved. Jiang Wei scratched his head. They led Lu Tianxian, Li Yunhu, and the others to the door to wait for Prince Amir's arrival. Chapter 138, Visiting the Military Warehouse. Prince Amir, it's been a long time. You've lost a lot of weight. Jiang Wei greeted Prince Amir with a smile. After taking that diet pill from your company, I even got 8-pack abs, Emil said with a laugh. Your Highness has come from afar. Let's have lunch first, and I'll take you to visit and buy things later. Jiang Wei invited Emil to lunch with a smile. Emil had originally planned to set off immediately. However, the flight that took off last night was transferred directly this morning. I was really hungry, and the airplane food wasn't very tasty, so I managed to eat 2 bites. A group of people arrived at Jiang Wei's living room, and Yang Jiji began to serve the dishes one after another. This is Colonel Li Yunhu, our guide this time. Jiang Wei introduced Li Yunhu. Hello, Colonel Li. Thank you for your help this time, Emil said politely. You're welcome, Li Yunhu nudda sulamli. It was already past 1 o'clock after we finished eating. Jiang Wei got into the car, Lu Wei drove, and with Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir in tow, the group, led by Li Yunhu, headed northwest along the ring road. After entering a tunnel, we turned in a different direction and entered the mountainous area. After walking for more than an hour, we arrived at a military base. Then Li Yunhu stopped the car and gestured for everyone to get out. The base was simple, 4 huge warehouses with a runway in the middle. However, the runway felt like a highway because only the middle section was straight, while the rest of the runway had curves and tunnels on both sides. However, both the Z-20 and the M130 can take off from 500-meter runway. The middle runway is a full 4 kilometers long, and it looks like it can also accommodate transport aircraft. Li Yunhu led a group of people to the entrance of a huge warehouse. The warehouse spans 300 meters and is estimated to be about 1 kilometer long from a distance. A group of soldiers were lined up and waiting at the entrance of the warehouse. Opening the warehouse door, you see it brightly lit, with rows of Z-20 fighter jets stored inside. It gives people a natural sense of oppression. My God! Emil was stunned for a few seconds when he saw so many fighter jets. Greetings, Prince Amir. I am Yao Wenbing, the Director of Foreign Trade for the General Logistics Department of the Armed Forces. A middle-aged man stepped out from the line. Hello, I am Emil. Let's go inside and have a look. Yao Wenbing led everyone inside for a tour. Jiang Wei followed the crowd into the warehouse. It's huge. It's much more imposing than it looks in the photos, Lu Shishir said excitedly. Excuse me, soldier. Can I take a picture? Lu Sure asked the soldier accompanying her. Sure, but you can't take pictures outside. If it's about fighter jets, you can post them online, but don't include people in the photos, the soldier said with a smile. These fighter jets have all been declassified. There are no longer any secrecy requirements, the soldier added. Can I sit in the cockpit and take pictures? Lu Sure continued to ask. Okay, the soldier readily agreed. That's great, Lu Sure exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Wei and Lu Tianxian each found a fighter jet and entered the cockpit via ladders. Jiang Wei took a look around and felt it was a bit crowded. Jiang Wei has well-developed muscles and is also quite tall. Pilots are generally no taller than 185 centimeters. The lowest price is 169, and within this range, you won't feel crowded. Jiang Wei took a few photos and then went downstairs. Then, following the group, Jiang Wei listened to Yao Wenbing introduce the parameters of the fighter jet, but he didn't understand these parameters. But it seems really impressive. Yao, what's the price of the Zhan 20? Emile asked Yao Wenbing. This one costs 1 billion, and the one next to it, the horn, costs 1.5 billion. In your money, it would be about 600 million to 800 million, Yao Wenbing said directly. However, at this stage, we only accept oil transactions, Yao Wenbing stated directly. Of course, we have no shortage of crude oil. Emile nodded. How many do we need to buy? Yao Wenbing asked directly. How many are there here? Emile looked at the densely packed fighter jets, wanting to take them all back with him. This warehouse has 2,000 units, and there are 4 warehouses in total, for a total of 8,000 units, Yao Wenbing said directly. Upon hearing this number, Emile was stunned. Even if they sold their entire country, they couldn't afford to pack up so many fighter jets. Their country's annual income is only over 600 billion. However, if the royal family collectively contributes funds, it is indeed possible to purchase it. However, this would require relinquishing a significant amount of business and company assets. I need to make a call. We want to buy everything here, Emile said after thinking for a moment. Only satellite phones can make calls from here, Yao Wenbing pointed out directly. No problem. Emile took the phone from his assistant and found a corner to make the call. Jiang Wei, there's something good here, Lu Tianxian called out to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei went over to take a look and found that it was a training machine. Ground-based flight simulator training aircraft. Lu Sure, who was next to her, was already in the training aircraft, and then it began to take off. This training machine is very realistic, unlike other training machines on the market, which are just computer screens. Instead, a screen was installed on the glass compartment. This screen seems to have a view lock function. In other words, when you look at it from the side, it looks different than when you look at it normally. Colonel Yao, are you not afraid of being filmed? Is the layout of the cockpit of the White Emperor Zhan 20 completely different? Jiang Wei asked Yao Wenbing. Yao Wenbing nodded. Since the higher-ups sent Jiang Wei, as long as it doesn't involve secrets, there's nothing he can't say. Mr. Jiang, how did you find out that these fighter jets are for sale? Yao Wenbing asked curiously. I can't say. Jiang Wei shook his head. Okay, I won't ask. Yao Wenbing shook his head. By the way, is the technology for this simulator for sale? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment, looking at Lu Tianxian inside attempting to take off. What will you use it for? Yao Wenbing asked curiously. Never mind, I was originally planning to make an air combat game. Jiang Wei shook his head. You can just have the virtual community develop one for you. How do I open this? Jiang Wei asked Yao Wenbing. Xiaoming, teach General Manager Jiang how to fly a plane, Yao Wenbing said to a soldier. Yes. Mr. Jiang, I don't know much either. I'm ground crew, and I learned from pilots. It's okay, I'm just playing around. I don't really want to fly a plane, Jiang Wei said with a smile. After learning for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Wei was able to fly the plane into the sky. He performed a simple action, then lost control, didn't know how to react, and fell to the ground. One more time. Chapter 139. Deal completed. League recommendations. After playing for about 3 hours, Emile finally returned. After 3 hours, Jiang Wei was able to perform some simple movements. Hello, Yao. We can't cover it all. We ordered 2,000 horns, which is 20% of the total. Emile sighed. They could afford to order the whole thing, but the cost would be too high. However, it's impossible to sustain them. The amount of money needed to maintain these fighter jets is beyond the government's financial capacity. No problem. Yao Wenbing agreed immediately. Of the 8,000 fighter jets, half have already been sold, exceeding Yao Wenbing's expectations. The remaining fighter jets were originally intended for the Nordic countries. Once the Nordic countries also break away from the United States will collapse at the fastest speed. As for crude oil, such an important chemical raw material, you can never have too much of it. By the time I got home, it was already dark. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Mimi and Pang D chatting with Lin Meiji on the sofa. Mimi, Fatty D, you're here. What happened? Jiang Wei asked as he led Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir in. That's right, Mr. Jiang. Xinjiang Culture and Tourism wants to make the competition more intense, so they want to add more rewards. However, we'll add a sentence to the jerseys. Welcome to the beautiful Western Xinjiang, Fatty D said directly. Sure, it's nothing serious, but what kind of reward would you like? Jiang Wei asked curiously. In village-level competitions, participating players receive 1 sheep, and the winning team receives an extra 1. Become a county-level player, and you'll get 10 sheep. Becoming a city-level player automatically grants you 50 sheep, and for each victory you receive 10 sheep. Becoming a provincial-level player automatically grants you 100 sheep, but there are no more rewards after a victory, Fatty D said earnestly. Upon hearing the reward, Jiang Wei shook his head. However, mutton is relatively cheap in Xinjiang, so this set of rewards looks like a lot. In fact, 50,000 sheep would be enough. Buying in bulk from the livestock market, the price of a single sheep is at most 600. That means a whole set would cost around 30 million. Okay, I agree, Jiang Wei said directly. Don't we need the consent of teams from other provinces? Fatih asked curiously. No need. Since there are no provincial-level rewards, we don't need their approval, Jiang Wei said with a smile. The leaders of the cultural and tourism sector have already taken this into consideration, so they planned all the rewards before the provincial level, Jiang Wei said with a smile. In recent years, people's impressions of Western Xinjiang have actually been very one-sided. Most people's perception is that it is a city on the edge of the desert. I have absolutely no impression of it. Okay. Fatty D scratched her head, not expecting this reward to have such a consideration. Sister Gigi, what are we having for dinner today? Jiang Wei asked Yang Gigi when he saw her. Boss, Miss Fatty D delivered 2 Hatian sheep today, so tonight we're having mutton hot pot, Yang Gigi said directly. Fatty D, is Hotan sheep a specialty of Western Xinjiang? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, the cultural and tourism leaders asked me to deliver this to you, Fatty D said with a smile. Okay, let's have hot pot. Jiang Wei smiled. By the way, Fatty D, how are the arrangements over there going? Jiang Wei asked directly. It's all arranged. The cultural and tourism department took into account that there were no competition venues in the villages and towns, so they held the competitions in the county. Anyway, no one in the villages would watch the competitions, Fatty D said with a smile. By the way, the leaders of the cultural and tourism sector asked me to give you a suggestion, Fatty D suddenly said. What suggestion? Jiang Wei asked curiously. The idea is that the winners can invite players from the losers to join, so the teams keep getting stronger and the games become more exciting, Fat D said. That suggestion makes a lot of sense. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing it. I'll discuss it with the members. Jiang Wei sent a message in the organization group using WeChat, sharing the proposal on cultural tourism. I don't see any problem. This will increase the level of attention we get. Gi li lao li. This suggestion is indeed very good. It can bring together all the talented and capable individuals, said Ms. Jerry Dong. Indeed, can we start earlier? I can't wait. Dumik Xiaole. You got assigned to a southern city. Look at me. I'm from Heilongjiang province. It's still freezing cold here. How am I supposed to play? I'd like to start in May. All right. The rule is to start in March. So let's start in March, Jiang Wei said directly. Is everything ready? Jiang Wei asked the group. Ready. Ready. Let's hold a press conference together in 5 days. In Shanghai, I guess. After a few minutes of discussion, everyone decided to hold a press conference in Shanghai 5 days later to announce the start of the event. Jiang Wei, being a local resident, was in charge of organizing the press conference. All right, it's decided. This admission rule will be adopted, Jiang Wei said directly. Boss, the hot pot is ready, Yang Gigi said as she came over. All right, let's eat. By the way, Mr. Jiang, where did you go during the day? Demimi asked curiously. We went to a military base. There were so many fighter jets inside, including J-20s and J-30s with siren blaring. Look, Lu Shirshir took out her phone and showed the photos to Demimi. I successfully took off and landed a fighter jet on the simulator today, Lu Shirshir said with a smile. I also successfully took off and landed, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Wow, why didn't I go with him this morning? Why did I have to go to the company? Demimi said enviously. A mistake of 100 million. Wow, so many fighter jets. I can't see the end of them. Fatty D exclaimed in surprise when she saw the fighter jets. These are all obsolete. However, the fighter jets that our country has phased out are still the most advanced fighter jets for other countries, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's true, Yang Jiji said with a smile as she served the mutton. This mutton is so tender. Jiang Wei dipped the mutton in the hot pot. This Hotan mutton was much more tender than the mutton he usually ate. This is a Hotan sheep. Even in our area, they aren't produced in large quantities, Fatty D said with a smile. This sheep must be very expensive. Lu Tianxian asked curiously. It's not expensive. Only 30-something yuan per kilogram, but the yield is low. Fatty D shook her head. Okay, it's pretty good, Jiang Wei said with a smile. By the way, Mr. Jiang, isn't it a bit inappropriate to select players in such freezing weather? Fatty D asked after a while. We were a bit hasty in our first year. From now on, it will be held every 2 years, with 1 year for village-level selections and the other year for the provincial league, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Oh, I see. You didn't mention that in the rules. Perhaps he forgot to write it down. Jiang Wei shook his head. Chapter 140 Community Team. Jiang Wei, do you want to participate in the football league? Chen Geng asked Jiang Wei, leading a group of people. This group included serious-looking people, blonde-haired people, and a few slightly arrogant second-generation rich kids. I'm the one who organized this event. Is it appropriate for me to participate? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Chen Geng, you're 35 or 36 years old. Can you still play the whole game? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I'm the coach. They're the players, Chen Geng said with a smile. Our team has practically gathered all the young people in our neighborhood, Chen Geng said with a smile. Are we confident we can break through? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Of course, look at this pretty boy, right? He used to be the captain of our high school team, Chen Geng said with a smile. Can you call me by my name? Don't call me pretty boy. Do I want to become fair-skinned? That's because my mom said I'm too dark-skinned and won't find a girlfriend. The young man looked pained. But you're the fairest of us, Chen Geng said with a smile. Ha ha. Our neighborhood is playing against that other neighborhood tomorrow, and I'll go cheer them on, Jiang Wei said with a smile. It's the neighboring trade villa area, but there are more people on the other side. Our main fighting force consists of those 4. The others are just easy targets. Chen Geng sighed. But the pretty boy will definitely be able to continue, Chen Geng said with a smile. Do you guys think this competition is interesting? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. That's interesting. In Shanghai, everyone who participates gets a mobile phone. Unlike our neighborhood, where there are so few young people, I heard that the commercial district has held 15 preliminary rounds just to get a spot. Besides, it's a rare opportunity for the whole nation to participate in a football match, so at least we don't have to watch those lousy players from the sea cucumber team, right? Chen Geng said with a smile. Yeah, even if it's just for fun. I just want to see if I'm good enough to play professionally. I've got my eye on the district bonus. I made a mistake last month, and my allowance was reduced to only 10,000 yuan. How am I supposed to live? Ha ha, a group of people said with laughter. Mr. Jiang, you spent so much money organizing this competition. What kind of profit are you making? A young man asked curiously. Yes, the ticket sales were donated, and the live stream fees were also donated. What benefits did they actually gain? In Shanghai, they even give out cell phones. That must be worth hundreds of millions. Who exactly won this competition? A group of people asked all at once. First of all, I'm rich and can do whatever I want. I don't lack that little bit of money. Secondly, we did not make any money, but we did run the advertising campaign. For example, in the competition, there are the Xinjiang Weitian Division, the Heilongjiang Jili Division, and the Shanghai Huahui Division. With this kind of advertising effect, spending 1 or 200 million is not a loss at all, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Sometimes it's not just the money you see that's beneficial, Jiang Wei explained with a smile. It is precisely because we see the potential benefits that we spend money to organize such a competition. This one game benefits several parties. We earn advertising revenue. The cultural and tourism sector gains visitor traffic and publicity. The foundation receives substantial revenue. People enjoy the excitement. The news media has a hot topic, and overall, it boosts the economy, Jiang Wei explained with a simple example. There will also be beer, barbecue stalls, bars, and increased foot traffic. Both breweries and farmers can benefit slightly. Following Jiang Wei's line of thought, the group analyzed and identified some more people who would benefit. Only the sea cucumber team and a certain association suffered losses, Chun Gung said with a smile. Huh, like the Olympics. Do you think we made a profit or a loss after spending 300 billion? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Now that you mention it, it seems like we've made a profit. The number of foreign tourists in Shanghai has clearly increased. Actually, the Olympics is just a form of external publicity. Overall, it's a loss-making venture, but it's a huge profit on other fronts, and the impact is lasting, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Brother Jiang, do you have any good projects? Help us make a little money, nothing too big. Don't you have the Creative Workshop app on your phones? Jiang Wei asked directly. Yes, but those are all small projects, and they don't make much money. Does anyone own a company? Jiang Wei asked the group. No. You register an investment company, and then use the company to register an account. The Creative Workshop has 16 levels, which can only be viewed with a company account, Jiang Wei said with a smile. If you want to invest in artificial intelligence. It's a hot sector, Jiang Wei said with a smile. When the group of people around heard Jiang Wei mention the opportunity, their eyes lit up instantly. Those who can afford to live in riverside villa areas are basically all wealthy people. These people all have some money. Jiang Wei, we're going to train. Do you want to come and watch? Chun Gung asked with a smile. No, I recently learned fishing from a master. I'm going fishing later, Jiang Wei said with a smile. We're going to train now, hoping to break through. Chun Gung said goodbye and left. Jiang Wei arrived at the riverbank with his fishing box, where Lu Shishir and Lu Tianxian were already fishing. Recently, Lu Tianxian and Lu Shishir have started live-streaming fishing, becoming fishing streamers. Heavenly Immortal. When you plan to film your next movie? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I don't want to think about it for now. Let's see if I can come across a good script, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. How was the catch? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It's all right, we caught over a dozen crucian carp, but no big ones, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. Where's Lu Shishir? Jiang Wei asked Lu Shishir next door. There was only one big catfish. The rest were crucian carp and whitebait. I caught the crucian carp using lure fishing, Lu Shishir said with a smile. Hey, our neighborhood is playing against the neighborhood next door tomorrow. Want to go cheer them on? Jiang Wei said with a smile. I have to go, Lu Tianxian said with a smile. A big fish has taken a bait. Lu Shishir suddenly exclaimed as the float dipped sharply, causing the fishing rod to bend dramatically. However, Lu Shishir didn't ask for help, and Jiang Wei didn't go to help either. After all, fishing is about the sense of accomplishment. If someone else helps you, that feeling is diminished, unless you really can't hold on any longer. However, if you can't hold on, there's a chance of failure. Then you see Lu Shishir all alone, loudly and boisterously fighting with the fish. After about 20 minutes, the big fish finally ran out of strength. Then he was dragged to the side. Lu Tianxian took the net and scooped the fish up. Not bad. A carp weighing 22 catties, Jiang Wei said with a smile. See that? That's real power, Lu Shishir said, holding up the large fish and gesturing toward her phone. Jiang Wei shook his head. It was indeed exciting to be on such a large fish for the first time. Chapter 141, the Football League, officially begins. The next morning, Jiang Wei arrived at the Shanghai Trade Hotel. A press conference will be held here, where the Football League will be announced. When Jiang Wei arrived at the reception room, most of the people were already there. Last time, there was nowhere to rest, so this time Jiang Wei specially asked Lao Ma to reserve a reception room. Hey Tianla, what's the schedule for this press conference? Jiang Wei asked Hey Tianla. The process was simple. First, the trophy was introduced. Then, the team guaranteed the fairness and impartiality of the competition while facing the trophy. Next, a guarantee of fairness and impartiality was signed. Finally, the start of the Out of the Mountain Cup Football League was announced. Then came the interviews with reporters, Hey Tianla said with a smile. Hearing Hey Tianla's words, Jiang Wei nodded. This process is indeed simple. President Meng, you're even giving away cell phones in the Shanghai division? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. It wasn't sent by us. It was sent by Xinqing Real Estate Company. They asked us to put Xinqing's advertisement on the jerseys. Oh, I see. Do other regions offer similar gifts? Jiang Wei asked the crowd. Our Yunnan Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism is giving away mushroom gift packages. Each person in our Heilongjiang Province Cultural and Tourism Bureau receives a box of cranberries. We're delivering a box of giant deep-sea squid. Xiao Jiang, where are you in the western regions? President Ming asked curiously. A sheep, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Ha, it seems they are all local specialties, but why did the grassland province send squid? President Ming asked curiously. Because deep-sea giant squid is a specialty of the grasslands, said Mr. Chun from Pop Mobile, covering his face. The grasslands actually produce giant deep-sea squid. Wait, does Heilongjiang Province also produce cranberries? Jiang Wei was taken aback. That's right, in Jimu City. Distinguished Chairman, it's almost time, He Tianla said, glancing at his watch. All right, let's hold the opening ceremony. Walk. A group of people left the room and arrived at the press conference venue. Then the group of people went to sit down at the places marked with their names. Jiang Wei was in the center position, next to Mr. Li from Geely, and on the other side was Mr. Meng from Huawei. He Tianla finally stepped onto the stage to give the speech. Hello, everyone. I am He Tianla. Welcome to this press conference. First, let's introduce the Walking Out of the Mountains Cup. Then he waved his hand. This is the final trophy of the Out of the Mountains Cup, which is composed of 32 footballs as its main body. These 32 sides are composed of 32 trophies, each of which is made of 100 grams of gold and a piece of natural crystal. As he spoke, He Tianla took out a key and turned it on the keyhole on the side of the trophy. Then a gap appeared in the trophy, and a smaller trophy was taken down to show everyone. The trophy is made of crystal pentagons, with a small soccer ball on top. Then put the trophy back. Now let's begin the second segment. Please welcome Mr. Li from Geely Group. He Tianla stepped aside, giving the spotlight to Mr. Li. Hello everyone, on behalf of Geely Group, I would like to make a guarantee for the Darkened Cup football tournament. As he spoke, Mr. Li placed one hand on the championship trophy. I guarantee and supervise the football matches in the Heilongjiang Province Division to ensure fair and just competition. I guarantee that in the Provincial League, no off-the-books tactics, banned substances, or gambling activities will be used. Thank you, everyone, Mr. Li said, putting his hands down. Then he returned to his seat. Let's welcome Chairman Jiang of Weitian Group. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Wei. On behalf of Weitian Group, I would like to make a guarantee for the Weitian Division in Xinjiang and for the Chuangbu Darkened Cup Football League. As he spoke, Jiang Wei imitated President Li and placed one hand on the championship trophy. I guarantee that the football matches in the Xinjiang province competition area will be fair and just, and that I will not use any off-the-books tactics, ban substances, or participate in gambling activities in the provincial league. Thank you, everyone, Jiang Wei said, putting his hands down. With President Li and Jiang Wei setting an example, others followed suit and made their own guarantees. 20 minutes later, everyone made their promises. Next, please welcome Li Kai, Notary Public of Songjiang Prefecture Notary Office in Shanghai, and Jiaxi. Two young men in suits walked up and greeted the crowd. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Kai, and this is my colleague Jiaxi. To ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition, notary offices across the country are providing free notarization services for the entire competition. Now, please sign the guarantee of fairness and impartiality for the competition, He Tianla said directly. Then a staff member came in and placed the guarantee in front of Jiang Wei. Under the supervision of the notary, Jiang Wei signed his name and then handed it to Mr. Li next to him. The signing was completed after one round. Hello, everyone. I am Notary Li Kai and Jiaxi. On behalf of the Shanghai Notary Office, we hereby solemnly and fairly sign this guarantee, which is reasonable and legal. Thank you. The next segment is the Q&A session. Hello, Mr. Li. This is Lu Qing, a reporter from Zhuang TV. How long will this provincial team selection competition last? It will last for 3 months. It is expected to officially end at the end of May, General Manager Li said directly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Su Weiwei, a reporter from Sports Weekly. May I ask if any association is involved in this competition? Su Weiwei stood up and asked. No, this is a private, amateur competition. No registered players are participating, so naturally no association will be involved in its management, Jiang Wei said directly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Fei Sai, a reporter from Xinjiang Daily. I heard that the league changed its rules a few days ago. Could you please tell me what these rules are? This rule is to select more talents. In the competition between the two villages, the winning side can select useful players from the losing side to continue the journey, Jiang Wei said directly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Song Yuding, a reporter from the Shanghai Times. I heard that there are other sponsors for the football match. Yes, for example, in the Weitian competition area that I'm in charge of, the local cultural and tourism sector sponsored sheep as an extra reward for the competition. The Q&A session at the press conference lasted for half an hour before finally ending. Hello, Chairman Jiang. I'm Lu Qing, a reporter from Zhuang TV. May I do you an interview? Lu Qing asked as he approached. Of course, but I don't have time today. I'm going to cheer on our community's players later, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Do you have time tomorrow? Lu Qing asked directly. Come to my house tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. if you have time, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll contact you then. Yes, this is my business card. Jiang Wei handed Lu Qing a business card. Thanks. Chapter 142 Community Competition, Director's Choice. Jiang Wei arrived at the Shirmao Football Stadium, where matches were being held in the surrounding residential areas. There are no stands in the football field, but this area is the only football field in the vicinity. Moreover, the competition follows the principle of proximity. When Jiang Wei arrived at the football field, the match had not yet started. Chen Geng and Grandpa Chun were sitting on chairs on the edge, acting as the coach's bench. Grandpa Chun was holding a tactics board and explaining tactics to the players. Chen Geng, on the other hand, looked helpless as if to say, "Are you the coach or am I the coach?" However, everyone around listened to old Master Chen. The competition was about to begin, and 40 or 50 people had gathered here, most of them dressed as socialites or in suits. On the other side, there were people dressed in all sorts of different outfits, numbering nearly 200. Jiang Wei peeked at the tactics board from behind. It was using the classic 4-4-2 formation. The pretty boy, Qiu Shua, plays in the midfield position. This shows that Mr. Chen really understands tactics, because the midfield is the core of a football attack. The midfield position requires both passing and attacking skills. They also need to have a certain level of defensive capability. He can be considered the core of the team's offense. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp whistle rang out. Grandpa Chun waved his hand, signaling that it was time for the players to take the field. After the coin toss, the game begins with the opponents serving first. Jiang Wei found a seat and sat down. Ugh, it's so frustrating not being able to watch the game from a high angle. I'm used to watching the game from a high angle on TV. Now that the game is viewed from a level perspective, Jiang Wei feels very unhappy. Husband, Lu Tianxian came over with Chan Chan. Come and sit down. Jiang Wei invited the two of them. Honey, which side will win? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. We have a better chance of winning. Their main attacker is the right winger, but their midfield is weak. However, their defensive midfielder is quite good. He's strong, and his long kicks are very powerful, Jiang Wei said with a smile. And what about our side? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Our strongest player on this side is center Qiu Shua, and left winger Yao Yuan is pretty good, but the others are just average, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Then why do we have a higher win rate? Chang Chang asked curiously. Because wingers need midfield support to be effective, and the opponent's midfield was mediocre. Their passing was also mediocre, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Little Jiang, you know about football too? Grandpa Chun asked with a smile. Grandpa Chun, what brings you here? You're no longer a coach, Jiang Wei asked with a smile. That kid is terrible. He has an excellent winger and midfielder, and he actually wants to play a 4-3-3 formation. We should also put Xiao Qiu in the forward position. It is indeed a bit sloppy, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Which players on the other side do you think are better? Grandpa Chun asked with a smile. The opponent's right side and defensive midfield. If we win, we can bring these two people over. In that case, a 4-1-3-2 formation would be better. It's strong offensively and has decent defense. It would be best to turn that defender into a disruptive type of defender, Jiang Wei said seriously. I have the same idea. That's what I'm planning too, Old Master Chen said with a smile. This combination has a higher probability of winning the Songjiang Prefecture Championship. Really? Jiang Wei, you also understand football tactics? Lu Tianxian asked curiously. Yes, I want to learn a bit about it. After all, you can't organize a game like this without knowing a little bit, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian immediately understood that Jiang Wei had learned football tactics through medication. In the 40th minute of the match, Qiu Shua broke into the opponent's penalty area, then combined with the winger and shot into the top corner of the goal. Good. The group of more than 40 people shouted loudly a few times and then began to applaud. After the goal was scored, the opposing team became visibly anxious, with even their defenders pushing forward. The stadium descended into chaos. Less than 3 minutes later, Qiu Shua made a long pass to the winger, who quickly attacked the inside. Another goal was scored. The other side lost, Jiang Wei said with a smile. There's still half the game left, Lu Tianxian asked, puzzled. The enemy's morale is completely destroyed. They are bound to lose. Jiang Wei shook his head. Sure enough, after the halftime break, the opposing team became very disorganized. You're right. Lu Tianxian shook her head. The match ended with Jiangpan Community winning against Trade Community. Shingung got the opposing winger and defensive midfielder. Let's go back, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Lu Tianxian nodded. Chong, haven't you joined any productions lately? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. No, but I went to audition a couple of days ago. There's a TV series coming up next month. Chong shook her head. What play? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's an urban drama. If my agent hadn't gotten it for me, I wouldn't have wanted to act in it, Chong sighed. All right then, Jiang Wei nodded. The three returned to the villa and ran into Demimi, who happened to be there. Honey, what brings you here? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. The company recently filmed 3 sci-fi short films and would like you to take a look and see which one is suitable for adapting Lu Cixin's works, Demimi said directly. The 4 of them went to the media room, where Demimi skillfully operated the system and started playing the video. The first short film tells the story of 3 explorers who discover aliens in an ancient castle and are then hunted by them. Honey, if it's a sci-fi movie, it should at least be thrilling and exciting, right? Is this constant displays of affection really that interesting? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Or is it that science fiction movies can't be made without romance? Jiang Wei was utterly speechless when he saw the ending where the 2 got together. Okay, it is a bit melodramatic. Jiang Wei watched the second short film for 2 minutes before realizing that the plot was the same, with the beginning of the story being identical. After being chased, it seems the director improvised. Honey, let's fire this director, okay? Don't waste resources, Jiang Wei said helplessly. This time, while being hunted, the 3 main characters begin playing a game of hide-and-seek with the aliens. At least that director can make romance films. This director is completely out of his mind, Jiang Wei complained. This is a variety show director. Our company doesn't hire enough directors, Demimi said helplessly. Then Yami started playing the 3rd one. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the 3rd shot. First of all, the control of the environment is different, and some of the actors have the look of explorers. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair looked greasy. Then comes a chaotic escape, attempts to fight back, being cornered, the sacrifice of the 2 male protagonists, and finally, the female protagonist, seriously injured, escapes back to the city, only to find that the city has also been occupied by aliens. Who took this picture? Jiang Wei asked curiously. That director Li Fan, the one you got signed, Demimi said with a smile. Let Li Fan do the filming. I'll call Lu Cixin over and have him assist with the filming and design, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Jiang Wei, I think the second hide-and-seek scene is pretty good. It would be suitable for a variety show, Lu Tianxian said earnestly. What kind of variety show? Jiang Wei asked curiously. It's like hide-and-seek. First, the celebrity hides, and then another celebrity is sent to find them. Honey, I think this is interesting. Let's film an episode and see how it goes, Jiang Wei said to Honey. We need to find artists who can take the risks, Jiang Wei said seriously. Let's have someone from the company try it out and see how it goes. Demimi nodded. Interview with Zhang Zhuang, TV station number 143. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lu Qing was wearing a gray suit, and his hair was styled in the standard 3/7 part. Jiang Wei dressed simply, wearing a shirt and trousers without any accessories. Mr. Jiang, you are the initiator of the Out of the Mountains Cup Football League. What was your original intention? Is it to support the cause of football, or to discover more football talent? Lu Qing asked directly. No, my initial intention was just to watch the game, not to watch the stinky feet of the sea cucumber team. Jiang Wei shook his head directly. I remember that day. The sea cucumber team was actually defeated by a small country. I was so frustrated. With a population of over 1 billion, can't we find a football team that can compete with countries all over the world? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, so I thought I might as well start my own league. Then I roughly calculated that it was over 1 billion, but later I found that I had underestimated it. It was over 2 billion. $1 billion would be better spent on bonuses for my employees. At least they would work harder for me. Thinking about it that way, it's such a loss. When I'm upset, I start thinking of ways to remedy it. Then I saw the TV commercials. Weition Group doesn't advertise much, only about 50 to 60 million a year. If we turn this league into an advertising platform, play more matches, and get more attention, wouldn't that generate more buzz and be beneficial? And it involves the whole nation. So look, that's how we got traffic. But the tens of millions of yuan in advertising expenses from Weition Group are not enough. Then I thought, why not get some people to do it together and then find a name for it? So we held a video conference with all the honorary vice presidents of the Out of the Mountains Foundation. Then, under the guise of charity, they created this nationwide football league, Jiang Wei said casually. So you started this competition just because you were in a bad mood? Lu Qing looked at Jiang Wei strangely after hearing this. What else do you want? Jiang Wei said with a smile. So many vice presidents have been tricked into following you. Lu Qing asked curiously. How could it be a hoax? I showed them all the benefits, laid them out before them. Our group of over 30 companies has received unprecedented attention, and the average cost is only tens of millions, Jiang Wei said with a smile. So, this Walking Out of the Mountains Cup thing actually has nothing to do with charity? Is it just a title? Lu Qing asked, puzzled. How could there be no contact? All the profits generated have been given to the Out of the Mountains Foundation. You can all trust this foundation, right? Jiang Wei said with a smile. This is absolutely trustworthy. Last time, to verify if it was fake, I donated 500 yuan to pay the salary of a volunteer teacher named Sun Shimei. I personally went to the mountainous area to verify, and the amount of money I received was exactly the same as the amount on the official website. Lu Qing nodded. And then they agreed? No objections. Lu Qing continued to ask. Agreed. The benefits are too great. With the whole nation's attention, the tens of millions of dollars are nothing, aren't they? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Really? Moreover, the more I think about this league, the more benefits I see. We advertised cheaply, promoted local characteristics through cultural tourism, and also benefited hotels and restaurants due to the flow of people. We also did charity work. Also, the scale of this competition should be able to boost economic development, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, people online say you're the boss who loves to generate tons of gold coins. What do you think? I heard that the Luan Bird ship won the standoff in the South China Sea, and you and your wife each gave 100,000 yuan in red envelopes to your employees, Lu Qing continued to ask. That's why I don't go public. The funds are controlled by me and Tianxian. If it weren't for the two of us in control, I would need the board approval to give out bonuses to all employees. If the outside world received such news, the stock price would fall. Because of giving out red envelopes, shareholders felt that I was not a mature chairman. So we don't go public. The funds are in my hands. I have money, so I can do whatever I want. When I'm happy, I send out a red envelope so that my employees can share my joy. I started working after graduating from junior high school, and I've seen a lot of people and things. My employees are all just employees. Why do they work? To earn money. Who wouldn't want to earn more? The little money I spend on red envelopes is nothing to me, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I recently interviewed one of Mr. Zhang's employees, and he told me that the employees in Mr. Zhang's company are very proactive and want to work for the company for life. Do you think this is part of your company's corporate culture? Lu Qing asked earnestly. It's not corporate culture, but rather a tacit understanding that has been formed, Jiang Wei said with a smile. What kind of tacit understanding? Lu Qing asked curiously. What a perfect understanding between us when it comes to giving out red envelopes. They work hard and make money for the company. When the company makes money, I'm happy, so I give them a red envelope. Jiang Wei said with a smile. Isn't this a kind of corporate culture? Lu Qing was taken aback. Corporate culture is not like that. In many companies, corporate culture is just another form of exploitation. For example, the current wolf-like culture. They train their employees to work very hard. Overtime is a daily routine. Our company's employees are also very proactive in their work and strive to become better. Do you think our company has a wolf-like culture? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. I don't think so, Lu Qing said after several seconds. So this is not corporate culture, and I don't emphasize corporate culture. Actually, this is just a tacit understanding between me and my employees. They work hard to create wealth for the company, and when I'm happy, I give them red envelopes, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Haha, that's true. When I interviewed that employee, he said that if I didn't work hard, I wouldn't feel like I could afford a red envelope. A red envelope could cost anywhere from a few months' salary to a year's salary, Lu Qing said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, won't distributing red envelopes like this affect the company's revenue? Lu Qing continued to ask. It doesn't matter. As I said, it's a small amount of money. Our company's products are all proprietary, and we don't have to pay patent fees to anyone. The cost of a domestically produced engine is 30,000 yuan. The cost of materials, processing, labor, and taxes is actually only about 10,000 yuan. The rest is patent fees. The cost of one of our engines is just over 10,000 yuan, and we save more than 10,000 yuan in patent fees. Our overall costs are lower than those of other car companies. But we still have to sell it at a higher market price, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Why sell it at a high price? Lu Qing asked, puzzled. Our products actually have very high profit margins if we sell them at the normal profit margins of car manufacturers. All car manufacturers, both domestic and international, will go bankrupt. Our cars are high-performing, low-priced, and safe. There are no other car companies that can compete with us. There are 600,000 to 700,000 workers in the national automotive industry, and more than 2 million people indirectly need to be supported. There are even more businesses in the surrounding areas. These businesses went bankrupt, and millions of people lost their jobs, so our cars are priced higher than comparable cars, Jiang Wei said with a smile. But we also have some features that ordinary people don't need, such as ultra-long range. But for the sake of sales, we found another selling point, safety. Look, our advertisements mainly promote safety, don't they? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Really? Chapter 144 goes viral online. Ah, Jiang Wei, you've become an internet sensation. Changchang nudged Jiang Wei a few times. I'm not a celebrity. What's the use of becoming a sensation? Jiang Wei said sleepily. Look, Changchang nudged Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei reluctantly took the phone. 1. Rich and willful. 2. The anger of others versus the anger of Jiang Wei. 3. Jiang Wei explains the benefits behind leaving the dashing cup. For only the scenario of a certain association incurring losses was achieved. 5. It's not that I don't want to lower the price, it's that I don't dare. 6. Jiang Wei's vision. 7. The boss of every working person's dream. 8. A paradise for professional managers. 9. Help Wang leather pants get on the front page. 10. The reason why Weitian Group is not listed on the stock exchange. We've topped the charts, Jiang Wei said casually. Jiang Wei never expected that yesterday afternoon's interview would have such an effect. I took the phone to see what the netizens had said. However, there's nothing wrong with these titles. Jiang Wei casually clicked on one of the offers. It's not that I don't want to lower the price, it's that I don't dare. The video begins with a brief interview by a content creator, followed by the video of Jiang Wei being interviewed. Then, from this perspective, we will comprehensively analyze the sales strategy of Weitian Group and the benefits it has given up. It also discussed Jiang Wei's strategy of not selling Longhu batteries to foreign companies. This not only opened up the market for itself, but also opened up the market for domestic electric vehicles. Then a whole bunch of things were analyzed. Then Jiang Wei clicked on it again, and I, in a fit of anger, and others in a fit of anger. In a fit of anger, I might just yell, refund my money. When the world's richest man got angry, it really did move towards destroying a certain association. Then it analyzed what consequences the charity league would cause. The main consequence is that the rights of a certain association will be affected, and secondly, it will reduce the prestige of the Rabbit League. A vast expanse of land. After a quick look, Jiang Wei found it uninteresting and returned the phone to Changchang. Jiang Wei went to the gym to work out for a while. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Brother Fu, what's up? Jiang Wei answered the phone. Mr. Jiang, we've had way too many people coming to interview at our company. Should we raise our standards a bit? Fu Yixing's voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Wei was speechless upon hearing this. Brother Fu, if I have to handle such trivial matters, what's the point of having you as the general manager? I'll only handle the investments and dividends. You could take care of the rest. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. Okay, I'm hanging up. Jiang Wei shook his head and hung up the phone. Having worked in the system for a long time, Fu Yijing habitually seeks his boss's opinion when faced with major problems. There had been several such phone calls already, so Jiang Wei's words were particularly harsh this time. During the last interview, Jiang Wei had a good impression of Fu Yijing. He has a square face, thick eyebrows, piercing eyes, a hooked nose, and his hair is styled in a standard 3/7 part. He also has thin lips, giving him a very serious appearance. We chatted casually and discussed plans for the development of the robotics industry. So Jiang Wei asked Fu Yijing to make the preparations. However, since Fu Yijing was already in office, Jiang Wei wasn't in a hurry and had Huang Pingtao temporarily take over as general manager. After all, the factory has just been built, and there isn't much to do yet. We just need to handle the construction matters. However, Jiang Wei had been annoyed by this man in the past few days. He was capable, but timid and dared not make decisions on his own. Does the boss really not care about anything? Fui Zeng asked Ma Wangguo. Okay, don't worry, I really won't interfere. Unless you have something really important to do, don't bother the boss, Ma Wangguo said with a smile. Because the factory has not yet been built, the future robotics company will not have an office. So they found Lao Ma here, set up 2 large halls, and used them as offices. What level qualifies as a major event? Fu Yijing asked after a moment's thought. Such a large-scale recruitment would have been considered a major event in my previous company. First, ask the leader for a plan, and then recruit people according to the plan. After the interviews, give the suitable list to the manager and find out who is not suitable. The remaining appropriate notifications will be sent over. This process involves reviewing and approving almost all leadership positions. Upon arriving at this point, Jiang Wei said impatiently, "Think about it yourself." This made Fu Yijing, who was used to the system, feel uncomfortable. Orders exceeding 1 billion, cooperation with the government, visits from high-ranking officials or important foreign figures. These are the major issues. The rest are your responsibility. By the way, be very careful not to let anyone cause trouble with the finances. Our boss spent a lot of money to hire an accounting firm to monitor the company's finances throughout the process. Last time, the company was reprimanded and notified by the accounting firm because of a 1.5 yuan error in the expense reimbursement, Ma Wangguo said with a smile. Clear. Good that you understand. Just do your job without worry. Don't call the boss too often. He finds it annoying, Ma Wangguo added. Having worked under Jiang Wei for over a year, I know Jiang Wei's personality all too well. After hearing Ma Wangguo's words, Fu Yijing was completely relieved. Knowing Jiang Wei's bottom line made things much easier from then on. Qinggang, did our neighborhood team lose? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. No, the old man kicked me out of the team, saying I was too bad at coaching. Qinggang said, speechless. All right, how's the competition going? Jiang Wei asked casually. Not bad. They made it into the top 64 in Songjiang Prefecture. They've changed players a few times, and in our neighborhood, there's only this pretty boy left, Qinggang said with a smile. That's normal. If Qiu Shua can't keep up, he'll be eliminated too, but nominally he'll still be part of our community's team, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Qiu Shua isn't so easily eliminated. He's still the core of the starting midfield, Qinggang said with a smile. How many people are there in Songjiang Prefecture? Are you sure Qiu Shua can make it into the city-level selection? Jiang Wei said speechlessly. Songjiang has a population of over 1 million. It's not that easy for them to qualify. The community selection process is almost over. By the way, Qinggang, do you have some time lately? Jiang Wei asked directly. Yeah, but I don't have a suitable script, so I'm just bored out of my mind, Qinggang said with a smile. Damami Company has a sci-fi director named Li Fan, who is preparing to film a work by Lu Cixin. So, I want you to go over there to give Li Fan some suggestions and help with the overall details, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Okay, let's take a look at Lu Cixin's work. Is Lu Cixin here too? Qinggang suddenly asked. Yes, Lu Cixin and the screenwriter are designing the script. Jiang Wei nodded directly. Upon hearing that a film about rural teachers was going to be made, Lu rushed over. But Li Fan, in the end, is still a novice. Where is it? Qinggang asked directly. It's at Qianxing Entertainment in Songjiang Prefecture, Jiang Wei said directly. I'm coming right now, she said, and hurriedly left. Jiang Wei shook his head. Qinggang is very capable. His sci-fi films are also quite good, and he's a director with ideas. However, these established directors, in their attempt to add more ideas, haphazardly add things to their works, ultimately resulting in some incongruous pieces. Therefore, Jiang Wei did not choose Chen Geng, but instead chose Li Fan, who had graduated not long ago. Then let Li Fan and Liu discuss it together. Liu Cixin wants to make a good film adaptation of his work, and Li Fan, being a newcomer, will definitely cooperate well with a great writer like Liu Cixin. Chapter 145, Insufficient Talent, talking about the League. What do you want? Jiang Wei asked Zhao Lianjiang, sitting opposite him. It's nothing major. I just need to exchange some things, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. What is it? The one about the Southern Heavenly Gate project? Jiang Wei asked directly. It has nothing to do with the South Heavenly Gate project. You need to exchange for teaching materials. Sai, our technological development is too fast, and we can't keep up with the talent pool, Zhao Lianjiang said with a helpless expression. Other countries are eager for technology to develop at the fastest possible speed, but scientists have limited experience. Now, however, China is facing a completely opposite bottleneck. Technological development is too rapid, and there isn't enough manpower. How about we exchange for a machine and use it to store knowledge in our brains? I remember there was a scene like that in a movie, Jiang Wei said after thinking for a while. All right, let's give it a try. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. He started writing an advertisement on his tablet and soon printed one out. Factory Direct Sales Brain Knowledge Storage Machine. This machine uses a brainwave generator to store knowledge in the brain without any side effects. Unbelievably low price. Only 8.8 yuan. A steal. Contact number 139 ed. Red, Jiang Wei said directly. Even if we manage to exchange for the red ones in a short time, we can't manufacture them. Zhao Lianjiang shook his head. Creating the purple color is already extremely difficult. Everyone has to use NZT48 and then think collectively. Therefore, regarding the red color, unless it's materials technology, we dare not exchange for other technologies. Old Zhao, let me ask you a question. Can NZT48 be used in batches, for example, taking half a pill and dividing it into 2 doses? Jiang Wei asked after thinking for a moment. That's fine, but taking 1 pill puts a lot of strain on the body. If used separately, just make sure you're healthy, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. I do have a way that can be done right now, Jiang Wei said directly. What method? Zhao Lianjiang asked curiously. Just like when we use Captain America's serum. However, that thing cannot be implanted in a helmet. Let's just build a gaming pod and make it accessible to students. Then mix NZT48 into the nutrient solution. We study for 2 days every Monday and Thursday. The rest of the time, the teacher will lead us in doing science experiments. This way, even teaching high school material to elementary school students wouldn't be a problem, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Zhao Lianjiang's eyes lit up, because this is indeed a good method. However, it's too easy for the nutrient solution to be exposed. Let's call it deep sleep learning mode. In this way, the child will learn well and have a happy childhood, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's a good idea, but NZT48 can't be exposed. We need to find a good way to hide it. Zhao Lianjiang nodded. However, your company's platform will have to be opened up, Zhao Lianjiang said directly. We definitely have to open it up. We just want to seize the initiative and occupy a piece of the game market. The platform's connection method and the virtual headset's connection method will definitely be open source. There are millions of people working as programmers, and I can't cause so many people to lose their jobs, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's the right way to think about it. By the way, have you been watching football lately? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. The Football League has now progressed to the city-level competitions. I'm watching, mainly focusing on Hulumber City in the Grassland Province. Look, this player's name is Bayan Baturu. Zhao Lianjiang took out his phone and showed it to Jiang Wei. It was a video feed. Clearly, Zhao Lianjiang is looking for matches within the industry. Old Zhao, aren't you afraid I'll see your secrets? Jiang Wei said with a smile. Your information is top secret. What's there to hide? Zhao Lianjiang said with a smile as he opened the video. Then a burly Mongolian man appeared, with a fierce look, tan skin, and a pockmarked face. He was estimated to be about 2 meters tall. Jiang Wei watched the match highlights and was surprised to find that Bayan Baturu was actually a center forward. His passing skills are good, but his offensive skills are even better. The tank-like attack involved only using the body to bump into opponents, resulting in 3 consecutive successful dribbles past them, essentially knocking them over. However, this situation is not considered foul because no action was taken. The person simply positioned themselves at an angle to let the other person crash into them, and the other person knocked themselves away. This guy's a bit too tough, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That was incredibly fierce. He used his body to its fullest potential without breaking the rules, Zhao Yinjiang said, grinning from ear to ear. His father was a wrestler and hoped he would learn wrestling too, but he prefers playing soccer, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile, sharing what he knew with Jiang Wei. I like the competitions from Jiangxi Province, Grassland Province, Western Xinjiang, and Heilongjiang Province the most, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. You guys are really prescient in prohibiting malicious fouls. But I'm quite curious, why don't you count physical altercations as malicious fouls? Zhao Yinjiang asked with a smile. Because half of the vice presidents are fans of the John Bulls. Therefore, the restrictions are relatively relaxed, so we punish malicious fouls very severely, directly disqualifying the participant from future competitions. The standard for malicious fouls is causing minor injury. Since it's a competition, it's understandable that players get angry, and it's normal to give a yellow card for physical altercations, Jiang Wei said with a smile. No wonder the competition was so intense, yet no one got a red card, Zhao Yinjiang laughed. 2 yellow cards are not the same as a red card. A red card means someone is seriously injured and must be investigated before being dismissed. A yellow card means the player can continue playing in the next game. Oh, the civil war in the grassland cities is exciting, fierce, and intense. Now they've even come up with slogans for a civil war on the grasslands. If you win, you're a descendant of Genghis Khan. If you lose, you're all Xiongnu, Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. Ha! Other places play matches, but here on the grassland, it's a real match. There are 5 or 6 physical altercations in one game. My main concern is that with such intense football on the grasslands, we might not be able to win fights in other places. Zhao Yinjiang said with a smile. By the way, let's get down to business. Zhao Yinjiang took out a stack of advertisements. The above are all for purchasing textbooks for various industries in the future. Okay, let's get started. Jiang Wei handed his phone to Zhao Yinjiang and then made a call. Chapter 146 Hide-and-Seek Variety Show. Jiang Wei was bored and sat on the sofa watching TV. The show was a rerun of Learn a Craft with Me on the afternoon of the second day. Learning a craft with me now is very popular, and I have a regular audience. Moreover, the show's ratings haven't dropped much. They've always increased slightly, and the current ratings are already at 11. Zhuang TV station planned to acquire the rights to this variety show from Mimi, but Mimi refused. This variety show is Qinxing Entertainment's flagship program. Moreover, the talent-making ability of this show is something that no company would be willing to give up. Moreover, celebrities who perform well on the show can become famous. For example, Yi Yin was nicknamed Coolman Yin because things he skillfully crafted would turn into all sorts of shapes in his hands. This episode is about making velvet flowers. Velvet flowers are made of gold or copper wire. When the camera focused on Song Li, it showed her skillful technique. When it focused on Yu Yin, it showed Yu Yin looking completely devastated. Wow, what a beautiful hairpin. The Mimi's gleaming. The television screen is currently displaying Su Jinglei's artwork. Mimi, what brings you here? Jiang Wei asked curiously. We've put together that hide-and-seek variety show you mentioned last time, and it's all affordable for people to participate in, the Mimi said with a smile. Hello, Miss Jiang. Jiang Wei saw that the Mimi was accompanied by Jiang Shuyin. Let's go to the audio-visual room and see if we can turn it into a variety show. Don't Mimi Tug Xiang Wei? Miss Jiang, it's already May. Aren't you hot wearing a trench coat? Jiang Wei asked Jiang Shuyin as they walked. It's not hot. Jiang Shuyin shook her head. Jiang Wei glanced at her twice, but didn't notice that Jiang Shuyin was sweating, so he didn't pay any attention and went to the audio-visual room on the second floor. Isn't the celestial fairy here today? The Mimi asked Jiang Wei. No, she went a-wooching. Tian Xian was chosen as the leader of the Beihu team and has been running around these past 2 days. Jiang Wei shook his head. Are you all alone at home? The Mimi asked curiously. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll give you a surprise later. The Mimi plugged the USB drive into the computer in the media room, made a couple of adjustments, and the screen appeared. First, there's footage from a drone showing an abandoned observatory. Then there was a host and 7 glamorous celebrities. Are you sure they can let loose? Jiang Wei looked at the 7 people. for men and 3 women. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. It's confirmed they're trainees from the company. I told them to be the most outgoing, the most discreet, and they'll become wildly popular, Damimi said with a smile. Hello everyone, you are now the prey. You have 3 days to hide in this abandoned observatory. If you can hide for more than an hour and a half without being discovered, the winner will receive a prize of 500,000 yuan. The hiding area is within the fenced area of this observatory. Now everyone can scout the location and prepare. Then a group of celebrities started scouting the location. Once you find the right spot, keep talking about the benefits of that place. Then a female celebrity took a liking to the signboard, which consisted of 2 pillars with an arched doorway in the middle. The pillars are made of iron frames, with a layer of bricks on the outside. Then I'll introduce this dark spot. Then there are the other people's hiding places, each with their own reasons for choosing them. Another option was to become a bronze statue of Galileo. 3 days later, the props were ready, and the celebrity had half an hour to hide. They each brought their own props and began to hide. Jiang Wei watched the variety show with a smile on his face. Sure enough, these celebrities were all very open and didn't care about getting dirty at all, trying their best to hide. Then the hunter appears. They completely ignored the pillars of the gate. Then there's the female celebrity who was pulled out from under the floorboards because the sound was off. Female celebrities hidden in the wall's crevices. Male celebrities buried underground. In an hour and a half, the hunter found 5 people, but the pillar at the door and the bronze statue of Galileo remained undiscovered. Without even careful observation, who would have thought that the statue was actually played by a person? It's fantastic, so captivating. Let's consider this the first episode. I'll have Chiotzi Group sponsor this program with 50 million yuan, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Damimi nodded. By the way, aren't your parents here? Damimi asked casually. Yes, she went to Wuching with the celestial immortal, saying she was going to support her hometown, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Support your hometown? Isn't your hometown Guishi? Damimi was taken aback. My mother's hometown is Wuching, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Oh, Damimi nodded. By the way, how are the sales of the Celestial Immortals Method School? Damimi asked Jiang Wei. I don't know the specifics, but it's selling quite well in several film studios. However, some people have complained that the books are a bit expensive, costing 200 yuan each, Jiang Wei said with a smile. This price is not expensive at all, and it covers almost all expressions. You could say that as long as you understand the character, or act according to the director's interpretation, that's enough. You can find the corresponding information in this book. Although it seems standardized, it is very effective. Several of our company's young and handsome actors have been praised by the director, Damimi said with a smile. Let's go to the tea room for tea, Jiang Wei invited with a smile. Then the 3 of them went to the tea room. Jiang Wei boiled water and made a cup of tea for the 2 of them. Looking at those celebrities today, I feel like they could all be given some serious development opportunities. They don't seem to have any idle baggage, Jiang Wei said with a smile. But they alone won't do, Damimi said. Actually, it would be great to make it an invitational tournament. It's just a pure hide-and-seek game, which I think is perfect. Each episode features 7 celebrities, and the winners qualify for the finals. Finally, the winner of the hide-and-seek game will be chosen, and the first-place winner will receive a prize of 5 million, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I think it's a good idea, Damimi nodded. By the way, it would be best to invite a non-celebrity for each episode, and this non-celebrity can only be an ordinary person, Jiang Wei said seriously. Why invite ordinary people? Damimi frowned. Because the lucky ones bring hope to people, hoping that one day they too can be chosen, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I understand. Damimi nodded. Aren't you hot? Jiang Wei asked, looking at Jiang Shuin, who was wearing a trench coat and drinking tea, her forehead covered in sweat. The weather in Shanghai isn't too hot, but it's definitely not cool either. It's hot, Jiang Shuin said, blushing slightly. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Shuin's blushing face, completely bewildered. Then Jiang Shuin took off her trench coat. Okay, I was just wearing a trench coat. Jiang Wei paused for a moment and looked at Yang Mi. I asked the celestial fairy, and she agreed. Damimi naturally understood Jiang Wei's meaning. I'm going downstairs to watch TV. I'll be back in 2 hours. He said goodbye and left the tea room. Chapter 147. The bear wants to play a practice match. I chatted with Jiang Shuin for a while yesterday and found out what happened. Like Tang Tang, She was actually seeking shelter. Mr. Huang, the general manager of Huanyu Entertainment Company, wants Jiang Shuin to accompany Mr. Wang, the general manager of Zhengdong Industry. Mr. Wang also took a liking to Jiang Shuin, but Mr. Wang was over 50 years old, so Jiang Shuin was naturally unwilling and tried to find a way to pull strings. Then, through Tang Tang, they found Jiang Wei. Well, he's got another woman now. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. Yang Qi, what's wrong? Why did you call me instead of enjoying your honeymoon with Gugu? Jiang Wei asked directly. It's like this. The municipal government asked us to develop some red tourism, since there are more than 200 soldiers who sacrifice their lives in our village. The city government plans to build a group of sculptures along the road behind the village for tourists to see, Yang Qi said directly. That's good, why? Jiang Wei asked curiously. That land was contracted to a rural cooperative company for farming. So, I wanted to let you know, Yang Qi said directly. I agree. You can discuss it with the rural cooperative company, Jiang Wei said directly. Oh, right? I'm getting a promotion soon, and I'll be leaving Jiangjia village, Yang Qi suddenly said. A promotion? To which department? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Head of the publicity section, Guishi Culture and Tourism Bureau, Yang Qi said directly. That's a leap of several levels, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Generally, college graduate village officials with outstanding abilities will be recruited by the local county and directly become civil servants. However, Yang Qi went directly to a municipal level unit and was even promoted to section chief. Don't underestimate the position of section chief. It's still a full section chief level position. If you work hard for a few more years, you could be promoted to division chief level. That's very tall for a 25-year-old girl. A typical section chief is around 35 years old. Yes, tourism has made a significant contribution to Jiangjia village, and it's now at the section level, Yang Qi said with a smile. Okay, by the way, where's Gugu? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. He went to Guishi. Gugu became the team leader of the Guishi League because of his status as a son-in-law of Guishi, Yang Qi said helplessly. All right, I wish you a successful official career, bye. Jiang Wei hung up the phone. I wonder how things are going with Fatty D, Jiang Wei muttered to himself after hanging up the phone. The city race is currently underway. The city tournament is a group stage. After thinking for a moment, I turn on the TV and connected to Internet TV. Then I search for matches in Xinjiang. Then I watch clips of 2 recent matches from the Western Xinjiang City Tournament. After watching for a while, Jiang Wei discovered the characteristics of Xinjiang. The players had excellent skills. The competition is more technical. It's somewhat similar to the way football is played in rainforest countries. This method won't be easy to deal with those strong men from the grasslands. Jiang Wei muttered to himself. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and then called Fatty D. President Jiang, you're finally showing interest in the game? Fatty D said speechlessly. Yeah, I watched a few matches and they were pretty good. But there's one drawback. They're not strong enough. Our rules are a bit loose and there's a lot of physical contact. Take a look at the matches in the grassland province. They're incredibly fierce. If you don't have the ability to counter a team like that, you'll lose badly, Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'll keep an eye on it, Fatty D nodded. You'd better come up with a way to deal with the grassland province, Jiang Wei said seriously. I'll discuss it with Akamo. Fatty D nodded. All right, you guys choose whichever you prefer. This is related to the name of the next tournament, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Yes, I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei sat on the sofa and began to ponder. We need to consider possible directions for development without affecting people's livelihoods or causing unemployment. Jiang Wei had the world's largest amount of liquid funds, but he lacked good investment opportunities. The wind blows, the clouds move, but the sky remains still. The water pushes the boat, but the shore remains still. A knife cuts lotus root, but the threads don't break. Mountains are high, waters are far, but feelings remain unchanged. The rain is continuous. Jiang Wei was suddenly interrupted from his thoughts. Old Hey, what happened? Jiang Wei asked curiously when he saw that it was Hey Tianla calling. That's right, the Russians are about to participate in the World Cup, so they want to play a few training matches with our provincial teams, Hey Tianla said directly. I agree. I remember we had a 2-week training match in between, during which we let them choose their teams. Jiang Wei agreed immediately. This is a good thing. Playing against other national teams will generate better advertising effects. What about the other vice presidents? Hey Tianla asked, somewhat troubled. Although they were the organizers, the game was not under their control. Fortunately, Jiang Wei, the initiator, was very easy to talk to and also had great prestige among the vice presidents. I will talk to them, Jiang Wei said directly. Okay, I'll hang up now. Hey, Tianla said, seeing that things had gone smoothly. Jiang Wei hung up the phone and sent the message to the group chat. This is a good thing. Maybe our charity league can even go abroad, said General Manager Li. That's definitely a good thing. I agree with President Zhang's opinion. Anyway, it's just training to build rapport, so it doesn't matter who we compete against. That's right. I feel a lot of pressure in this competition, said Mr. Meng, General Manager of Huawei. Who put pressure on you? Jiang Wei asked curiously. I found it difficult to win for the team I represent, Shanghai. Mr. Meng, General Manager of Huawei. We're the ones who have a hard time winning. Look at the games in other leagues, and then look at ours. It feels like we're getting beaten up badly. Hey, you Grassland Province, stop trying to come out of her side, okay? I'm already worried about how to deal with you Grassland Province, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Same sorrow. We in Shandong have nothing to worry about. We in Heilongjiang Province have nothing to worry about. So what if we fight? Who's afraid of who? So, Mr. Li, are you planning to have women do it? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. If I beat them up and then rape women, how can I live with myself? Mr. Li, are you admitting that the women of Northeast China are more formidable than the men? Jiang Wei said with a smile. The group chat erupted in laughter instantly. After chatting the group for a while, Jiang Wei put down his phone. I flipped through the pages on TV. There aren't any good shows to watch. After Liu Tianxian left, the house became very quiet. Jiang Wei also wanted to go to Wuching, but Zhao Yinjiang told him to stay in Shanghai. Since a leader is going to visit the virtual world, the leader that Zhao Yinjiang mentioned must be a high-ranking official. Therefore, Jiang Wei did not go to Wuching with the celestial being. Tang Tang, when did you get back? Jiang Wei saw Tang Tang arrive, followed by Jiang Shuin. Just arrived today, finally finished the contract for the base camp. Tang Tang leaned directly against Jiang Wei. By the way, my contract with Orange Entertainment has ended, Tang Tang said seriously. So what are you planning to do? Set up your own studio, or go to Yang Mi's company? Jiang Wei asked directly. Let's set up our own studio. Chapter 148 Inspection, Cancellation of a Certain Agreement. After staying at home for 2 days, I finally received the news that I would be receiving an inspection team. Jiang Wei arrived at Wei Tian Group and waited at the entrance with Ma Weigua. At 9 o'clock, a convoy of police cars arrived, led by 2 police motorcycles. Upon entering the factory area, the convoy stopped, and a leader who frequently appears on television got out. Hello, leader. Jiang Wei hurriedly went up to greet him. Hello, Xiao Jiang. It's great to finally meet you in person, the leader said with a smile. Boss, let me introduce you to the senior executives of one of my companies. This is Ma Weigua, the general manager of Wei Tian Group. Ma Weigua quickly shook hands and greeted him. This is... Jiang Wei gave an introduction, and then stepped back to the sidelines, since Ma Weigua was in charge of the commentary. From 9:30 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally finished touring Jiang Wei's factory. Many of the accompanying people had expressions of shock on their faces, never expecting that several unknown factories would be hiding so much. However, the leader was not surprised at all, because Zhao Yinjiang had reported on every business deal Jiang Wei had made. I heard you have a good collection of tea. Hearing his boss say this, Jiang Wei didn't know what it meant. Jiang Wei just wanted to have a private chat about the tea that Zhao Yinjiang had exchanged. He didn't believe the leader wouldn't have it. Let's go have a drink in the chairman's office, Jiang Wei invited with a smile. Okay. The leader waved to the others, indicating that they didn't need to follow. Jiang Wei led the leader to the chairman's office. Your office is nice, quite luxurious, the boss said with a smile. We've only used it twice since the company was founded, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Then I took out a signal jammer from the drawer, plugged it into the wall, and turned it on. The leader himself had already started boiling water. Xiao Jiang, we're about to enter the space age. What are your thoughts? The leader asked with a smile. I have no idea. Jiang Wei shook his head. How should I put it? To put it bluntly, I have no ambition. To put it nicely, I'm a lazy bum. I'm a very easily satisfied person. After receiving 5 million, I felt like I had no goals in life. Thinking about how I was raised in an orphanage and how I have this thing in my hands, I set a goal for myself, to serve my country. Then I went to find old Zhao. Then, after I had a house and money, I lost my goals again. Then Lao Zhao suggested that we build a Guanghan Palace tourist area on the moon as our goal. I feel good about it, so I'll set it as my goal, Jiang Wei said with a smile. That's not what I meant. Zhao Yinjiang said you have a very sharp mind and can see things that others don't notice. As for your personality, we know it very well, the leader said with a smile. They analyzed Jiang Wei's performance, and then a group of psychologists analyzed it. The final conclusion is that, without the pressure of survival, he is someone who likes to take things as they come. They have little desire for power and don't value money much. It was precisely because of Jiang Wei's performance that they felt at ease letting him play around outside. His private life is a bit messy, the leader suddenly added. Jiang Wei slapped his forehead, speechlessly. One person can't handle that alone, Jiang Wei said helplessly. Which industries would benefit most from the advent of the space age? The leader asked directly. Mining is definitely the most profitable option. I've heard there are gold meteorites in the asteroid belt, Jiang Wei said with a smile. Are there any other issues? The leader continued to ask. Also, it seems the gold standard is about to become invalid, and we need to switch to another one, Jiang Wei said seriously. Anything else? The leader continued to ask. And another thing is to prevent the U.S. from causing trouble, Jiang Wei said seriously. The U.S. is already in rapid decline. Its massive debt makes complete collapse inevitable, the leader stated directly. Jiang Wei understood the meaning. The U.S. was no longer a threat. That's not what I meant. I meant that if we're going to do interstellar development, we'll definitely need a safe haven. Although the U.S. will decline in a couple of years, its weapons will still be very advanced internationally. If it deliberately disrupts the world order, our backyard will become unstable, Jiang Wei said earnestly. Understood. The leader nodded. Although we have entered the space age, humans still live on Earth and have no other habitat. This means that China still has to manage relations with other countries. If possible, let the U.S. descend into internal strife. The U.S. map is all straight lines, without any division based on natural defenses, Jiang Wei said directly. They can't suppress an internal rebellion with something like mushroom eggs, can they? That's quite an idea, the leader said with a smile. If you have any ideas or discoveries, have Zhao Lianjiang report them to me. By the way, we had a discussion and decided to abolish a certain association and then form a new association composed of non-governmental organizations. The leader suddenly shifted the topic to football. What about the sea cucumber team in Guizhou? Jiang Wei asked, pausing for a moment. The sea cucumber team is under the jurisdiction of the General Sports Administration, while the National Super League is under the jurisdiction of the new association. To be honest, we've watched this league you organized, and many of your players are better than those on the sea cucumber team. They're more aggressive and have a stronger fighting spirit than the sea cucumber team. So after our discussion, we felt that your formation of a new association should be able to help domestic football go global, the leader said with a smile. Boss, have you forgotten about the Captain America serum? It's expected to be implemented early next year, boosting physical abilities fourfold, Jiang Wei suddenly said. It seems we can only play in the domestic league. The leader paused for a moment. With physical abilities enhanced fourfold, wouldn't it be like bullying kids in other leagues? However, it's still better to leave it to the private sector, the leader said after a long pause. Okay, I'll organize them to discuss it. Jiang Wei nodded. By the way, Jiang Wei, stand up, attention. Jiang Wei instinctively stood up straight. Then the leader took a box out of his pocket, and inside the box was a necklace-like badge. This is the highest honor and award the country can give you, but considering your special status, it cannot be awarded publicly, the leader said with a smile. Then put on Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei looked at the medal. There seemed to be only a dozen or so recipients of this medal. All right, keep it to yourself, and don't show it to anyone else, the leader instructed.